This gorilla throws dozens of feces at me every day. But instead of getting angry, I praise it for its accuracy. It's all thanks to the talent cultivation system I have. By giving a gorilla some points, it can awaken super throwing abilities, hitting targets within 100 meters. If I give some points to a gorilla parrot, it can awaken super language abilities, instantly becoming a multilingual keyboard warrior, speaking 5 languages at once. And if I give some points to a Siberian tiger, it can awaken super physique, gaining hundreds of pounds overnight and becoming a tiger king. But although they have various superpowers, they have big problems themselves. The parrot Kong is full of dirty words and forces others to call him daddy when he sees people, while the chimpanzee is a heavy smoker, smoking 10 packs of cigarettes every day, or else he will defecate. At this moment, I was looking at Li Wei, the chimpanzee who had just been fed, when suddenly I saw a dark shadow coming straight towards me. I instinctively tilted my head to the side, and with a muffled sound, a filthy substance appeared on the wall behind me, accompanied by a strong stench. I was dumbfounded. If I hadn't instinctively tilted my head just now, that pile of feces would have hit me in the face, and I might even taste a bit of strawberry flavor. Thinking of this, I felt nauseous all over, and then I pointed at the chimpanzee in the cage and cursed loudly. Li Wei, you bastard! How dare you throw feces at me? Who would have thought that I had just finished scolding? And then I heard a rough voice. You little bunny, what are you calling me? If you keep calling like this, I will even throw feces at you. Upon hearing this sentence, I immediately felt incredulous that the voice was coming from the mouth of the gorilla in front of me. Then I thought of the beast language proficiency skill mentioned by the system before. With a hint of doubt, I quickly and cautiously said to the gorilla, Li Wei, were you speaking just now? However, just as I finished speaking, the chimpanzee in the cage answered unfriendly. Can you call me by the name Li Wei? According to your human age, I'm already 80 this year. Hurry up and get me a cigarette, or I'll throw you. As it spoke, it picked up a dried piece of ape feces and made a throwing motion. Seeing this scene, I was so scared that I quickly ran into the workshop. When I came back, I already had a pack of cigarettes and a lighter in my hand. Then I tentatively stuffed them in, but the next second, the chimpanzee took them over. What left me dumbfounded was that it skillfully took out one from the middle, then lit it with the lighter. In the blink of an eye, it started smoking in the cage, even blowing smoke rings occasionally. This cigarette is not good. When Lao Yang was here before, I could occasionally get a pack of 60. Your pack probably costs less than 10 yuan. I really didn't expect that this bald old gorilla is actually a heavy smoker. No wonder it has been listless since my dad went abroad. It seems to have developed a smoking addiction. Watching the skilled black gorilla, a flash of inspiration immediately crossed my mind. The next second, I opened the camera, aimed at the black gorilla Li Wei, and started shooting. After finishing shooting, I added background music and casually uploaded the video to Douyin. This also convinces me that the skills given by the system are truly effective. But for now, this talent for throwing mastery seems to be of little use other than throwing ape feces. I put the old chain-smoking chimpanzee aside and quickly locked onto its neighbor, the long-armed ape Li Chang. As a former high-altitude acrobat in the circus, after leaving the circus, it developed acrophobia and depression, spending every day in a daze. However, when I threw the system's bestowed insight light on it, its talent surprised me greatly. Green talent 1, Master Mimicry. Activation requires 1 talent point. Blue talent 2, Sky King. Activation requires 2 talent points, while the other spiritual, Shining Elder Wisdom and Brewing talents are all golden, and activation requires 5 talent points, in addition to 1 green and 1 blue talent. All other talents are pure golden talents. They are much stronger than the previous chimpanzee, but currently, I can only choose the green Mimic Master with my points. Thinking of this, I immediately added talent points. The next second, the long-armed ape turned its head as if sensing something, making me feel that what appeared in front of me was not a long-armed ape, but an elderly human. Uncle Chang, I am Xiao Yang, the son of Yang Wang, the grandson of Yang Shu. Have you recovered from depression? However, as soon as this sentence was finished, a hoarse voice came from the cage. Xiao Yang, quickly go and get a bottle of cola for Uncle Chang. He is thirsty. Although I know that these animals all have some quirks, I never expected that the old monkey in front of me, whose teeth are half gone, actually likes to drink carbonated drinks. Just wait, I'll bring it to you right away. I dared not delay for a moment, and in no time, I took out a can of cola and handed it to the orangutan. The orangutan skillfully pulled the ring open the next second, then tilted its head back and started drinking. Seeing such a picture, Yan Lin immediately took out his cell phone and shot it. After the filming was done, it was also posted on top of the official account of the West Rainbow Zoo, just like the previous video. However, to his surprise, while he was posting the video, The gibbon in the middle of the cage seemed to mimic his movements, picking up a slab from the side and scratching on it. After realizing this, Yang Lin was also instantly struck by an idea and fished out a spare machine from somewhere. Master Chang, come over here for a moment. I'll teach you a new thing. 5 minutes later, looking at the gibbon that had gradually become skilled in the use of the smartphone, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed a look of satisfaction. After awakening their talents, these animals had a very noticeable increase in both physical and intellectual abilities. The gibbon's ability to quickly master the use of a smartphone is proof of this. Of course, Yang Lin's reason for teaching it to use a smartphone wasn't just out of his own bad taste, but for the next plan to bring the dead back to life. He's going to rely on this plan to bring this already hopeless zoo back to life. At that thought, he couldn't help but look to the other parks within the zoo. And just when Yang Lin was fantasizing about his great business blueprint in his mind, the 2 animal videos that were uploaded by him before were rapidly bursting into flames on Jiayin, the Jitterbug short video platform. As the leader of the short video industry in the Dragon Kingdom, has an extremely terrifying user base, with tens of millions of creators uploading their videos on it every day. Yet only a very few of these videos are able to reap large amounts of traffic. And these videos that have reaped big traffic invariably have one thing in common: they have to be eye-catching enough. These 2 videos uploaded by Yellen fit the bill. So within half an hour of uploading the video, it had already garnered millions of views, with the number of likes soaring, and netizens in the comments section blowing up. Holy shit, is this real or fake? How can this chimp still smoke? The posture, the demeanor, it's exactly like my dad who smoked for decades. Holy shit, that's even spitting smoke rings. I can't even fucking do that. The flicking of those 2 soot flicks is the essence, alright. Those 2 puffs on the hard inhaler had the feel of humble, Nima smoked or red double happiness. Not bad for an ape from Ningnan. Fake, right. Is this thing sure it's not a zoo employee in a holster pretending to be a zoo employee? And he can use a lighter. That's a high achiever in the ape world. More than a high achiever. It's thanks to our early evolution. Otherwise we'd be the ones sitting inside smoking. Just as the crowd was shocked by the chimpanzee that only smoked, someone else soon picked up on Yang Lin's subsequent video of the gibbon, and the video exploded in popularity right afterward. We just brushed a chimpanzee that smokes, and here's a coke-drinking gibbon. Is this Nymphet's collective animal evolution? It still seems to be inside the same zoo. What kind of strange fate is this? This gibbon can actually twist the cap of a bottle and burp after drinking it. Which talent taught him this nigga? Looking at its expression, it seems to be enjoying itself quite a bit. It's something that hasn't been drunk much before. Laughing my ass off. This gibbon looks kinda like my high school homeroom teacher. West Rainbow Zoo? Is this that trashy zoo in Ningnan? The animals in this zoo will still do all this? I didn't realize it before. Is there any local Ningnan old iron helping to go and see if these animals are really so special? Yes. I have some suspicions that these 2 animals are zoo employees pretending to be animals. And the old iron in the neighborhood helped to verify it. I can help reimburse you for the ticket money if you go. And I just want to know if this chimpanzee really smokes. I'm out a pack of cigarettes. I want to see the chimp smoke. I'll pay for a bottle of Coke. And the neighborhood geezer will help bring it in. Ha ha ha. It just so happens that I'm local to Ningnan. So I'll go check it out later and help all you old timers with the verification. There are ticket packages available in the little yellow car of this zoo's official number. So you can buy one and check it out. With the increasing number of views on these 2 videos, it didn't take long for them to hit the Hot 100. By the time Yang Lin realized it, his ticket package hanging inside the little yellow car had already sold more than 2,000 copies. Looking at the sales volume that was still growing, his whole body was stunned. He never expected that just a randomly posted video would be able to have such a strong bandwagon effect. Harry, now the animals don't have to go hungry after all, and I can improve my life a little. While sighing, Yang Lin hurriedly also prepared for the next arrival of tourists. The 2,000 tourists wouldn't come all at once, but even if only a small percentage came, that would be a lot of pressure for him. And just as he was busy with preparations on his side, some of the advance guards who lived closer were already driving themselves to the entrance of the zoo. One of the first to arrive was a group of local netizens with a variety of filming equipment. After they realized that the video shot by Yang Lin had exploded in popularity, they immediately seized the wave of opportunity. Only when they walked to the entrance of the West Rainbow Zoo was when they frowned. One of the young girls in heavy makeup was the first to ask, "Is this really a zoo? How come it's so broken?" "It's normal. This zoo has supposedly been in business for decades. My dad came here to see the animals when he was a kid. It doesn't matter. We're not really here to see the animals. Hurry in and shoot those 2 monkeys." "What 2 monkeys? They are 1 chimpanzee and 1 gibbon." "It doesn't matter. Hurry up. We can't let anyone else steal the heat," said a few people about to head inside the zoo. And it was also at this time that Yang Lin walked to the ticket window. "Welcome to the West Rainbow Zoo. Please show me your authorization code. Several people heard Young Lin's voice before they realized that there was actually a person standing inside the pavilion on the side. Immediately, the underwriting codes were also presented in order. When the ticket inspection was complete, the group was just about to head inside when Young Lin's voice sounded once again. I'd like to warn you that chimpanzee occasionally throws things outside the cage, so you'd better space yourselves out. This park is not responsible if you get dropped off for personal reasons. However, they didn't take Young Lin's words to heart in the slightest. Lose something? What can you lose? Besides, how else are we going to make a video when we're far apart? That's right. Make sure you stay close together later. By the way, did you guys bring your cigarettes? Bring. Seeing how the several people did not listen to advice, Young Lin could only helplessly shake his head. Don't listen to people. Don't blame me when the shit hits the fan later. Right. Got to get a batch of tissues in quickly so we can sell them later. And a little bit of umbrellas and stuff too. Just as Young Lin was playing a little game in his mind, the group of men and women with filming equipment were already at the ape park located at the outermost part of the park. After seeing Li Wei, who was basking in the sun in the orangutan garden, excitement immediately appeared on these people's faces. It's it. It's got a bald head. That's the ape on the internet. One of the first male anchors then said loudly. The others also raised their cameras at this moment. However, just as they were about to start throwing cigarettes inside, Li Wei's face inside the cage suddenly revealed a look of anger. His eyes were even more dead set on the male anchor who had spoken earlier. Without waiting for this male anchor to react, it casually grabbed a pile of black stuff from the side. Bang! The next second, in the presence of the crowd and the viewers of their respective live streams, a pile of slimy ape feces was heavily pasted onto the male anchor's face. Some of the crumbs of it even flew into his mouth. In a flash, the entire crowd was all dumbfounded. The crowd didn't react until after the male anchor, who had been smashed all over his head and face, started screaming in shock. However, the crowd after the reaction did not wipe his face at the first time, but raised various devices for a burst of shooting. At the same time, the netizens within their respective live streams seemed to be doped up. Holy shit, the effect is pulled full. Ah, this chimpanzee can throw shit besides smoking. I didn't think that casually clicking on a live stream would be worth it. OMG. Is this chimpanzee a sperm? This guy just said it was bald and just got dumped in the face with Ali giving it. Definitely not a coincidence. It doesn't throw so many people outside the cage. It specifically throws this little yellow hair. Die laughing. I'm afraid this man has finally gotten a taste of ape dung. Mousy me. Ah, shit is pouring out of me. This moment of smiles perfectly transferred from the faces of the group of tourists present to the faces of the viewers of the live broadcast. And by this time, the previous anchor who had been thrown full of ape dung was finally reacting, and began to call for help towards his companions beside him. Red, did you bring any paper? You, Sister Ma, did you? Just without waiting for him to finish his words, these companions who were usually on better terms with each other were hiding as far away as they could. And just at this time, the chimpanzee in the middle of the cage, Li Wei, suddenly had a smug look on his face. While showing a mouthful of big yellow teeth, he pounded his chest with his fist. The next second he was even circling the cage in front of the crowd. This kind of demeanor fell into the eyes of those live broadcast viewers, immediately making them become even more excited. I blanch. Why does this chimpanzee feel as if his brain is not normal? And he knows how to taunt. OMG. It's about to blow me out laughing. Where's the anchor? Bring the camera closer. I'll give you a jitterbug one if you come near the steel cage. I'll follow one. Under the uproar of the water friends in the live broadcast room, these anchors who were originally hiding far away suddenly became intent. Brother Hong, it should be fine for us to get closer. As long as we don't say anything bad about this chimpanzee, it shouldn't smash us. Besides, the one it just did should just be a coincidence. How can it smash so accurately every time? Hearing his companion's words, one of the small netizens who led the way at first also finally made up his mind. Since the families want to see it, I'll show you all a closer look today. With that said, he took one step at a time in the direction of the cage. The chimpanzee Li Wei, who was in the middle of the cage at this time, also seemed to be a little tired, and sat on top of a big stone with a good expression. The next second even pulled out a pack of cigarettes from inside the crack of a rock in front of everyone. After skillfully lighting a cigarette, its eyes that were full of vicissitudes of life stared blankly at the crowd outside the cage. Looking at it with this demeanor, the crowd outside the cage was a little confused for a moment as to who was the animal and who was the tourist. The only thing they could be sure of was that for the moment they seemed to be safe. Yet is it really what they think it is? Just as several people dropped their guard, Li Wei, who had just taken a heavy drag on his cigarette, suddenly fished behind him. The crowd only felt a black mass flying in front of their eyes, and without waiting for them to react, Hong, who was at the front, was thrown in the face. Ah, my grass, holy shit, get outta here. This ape is lying to us. As this wail from Red went out, the people present scattered to the perimeter of the cage, but the chimpanzee inside the cage, Li Wei, had no intention of letting them go at this point, and a pile of ape feces flew straight out of the gap above the cage, and without exception, all of this ape shit has hit this group of webcam hosts. The scene instantly became chaotic, and just at this time, other visitors came in one after another in the zoo. When they saw the group of anchors covered in smelly ape feces, a look of shock appeared on each of their faces. Holy shit, is this the zoo's special program? Fighting with shit. It's so damn heavy. This is not our Ningnon's group of net red that skate. Really for the heat even face don't want. It is estimated that PK lost, so to their own body to wipe the feces it. Just as this new group of tourists coming in was filled with confusion, it didn't take them long to see the chimpanzee, Li Wei, who was going around picking up dung. At this moment they finally realized where the ape dung on the group that escaped before actually came from yet, but it was also because of this reason that the curiosity in their hearts became stronger and stronger instead. A smoking chimpanzee is already odd enough, but now that he's throwing feces at tourists, isn't that even more oxymoronic? There are times when the human curiosity is just so odd. Just as the crowd was about to approach, Yang Lin, who was dragging a large box, was suddenly walking over. Umbrellas for sale. Umbrellas for sale. Transparent umbrellas, $20 a piece. Limited quantities. First come, first served. Hearing his voice, the group of tourists hurriedly looked over. There were puzzled looks on his face when he saw him dragging a box full of transparent umbrellas. Isn't this the same conductor boy from just now? Why is he still selling umbrellas? You're crazy. Selling umbrellas on a sunny day when it's not raining. That's right, the key is still transparent. It can't even block the sun. Isn't this umbrella $10 a piece at the subway entrance? What a crooked businessman. In the minds of this group of tourists, Yang Lin's behavior was undoubtedly permeated with a sense of foolishness. However, in the face of the crowd's skepticism, a wry smile appeared on Yang Lin's face. The next moment he heard a scream from among the tourists. As expected, a tourist who got too close was hit head-on by a fresh pile of ape dung. Seeing this scene, the other tourists, while shocked, couldn't help but look at the umbrella in front of Yang Lin. In a flash they rushed madly in front of Yang Lin. Boss, give me a handful. I want one. Give me a hand. In just less than 5 minutes, the box of transparent umbrellas that Yang Lin pulled over was snapped up by this group of tourists. Get umbrellas. They also have the umbrellas open in front of the body. At the same time they also did not forget to take out their cell phones through the transparent umbrellas to shoot up. And when the videos taken by this group of tourists as well as those previous anchors were uploaded to the internet, all of a sudden these videos caught fire. Almost every video was able to get tens of thousands of likes and millions of views. Almost all of the internet users would be the first to burst out laughing after seeing such an orangutan that smokes and throws its own ape feces at tourists. In less than an hour, chimpanzee Li Wei quickly became popular on the internet as shit delivery man. The name of throwing that gorilla quickly rose to popularity on the internet. The West Rainbow Zoo, where it is located, is even more out of the circle in such a strange form that the official account has gained millions of fans overnight. And yet it's just the beginning. Inside the West Rainbow Zoo, the number of local tourists coming to hit up the zoo has become increasingly high as the chimpanzee, Li Wei shit-passing husband, has gained notoriety across the internet. By the time Yang Lin arrived dragging the second box of umbrellas, the outside of the orangutan park was already surrounded by 3 layers. Looking at such a picture, Yang Lin's heart couldn't help but have a trace of doubt. Has modern curiosity become so bad? A nice animal doesn't like to look at it. It likes to have shit thrown at it. And just as he was speechless, a cheer suddenly erupted from the crowd. Looking along with the cheering sound, only to see that at this moment, the chimpanzee Li Wei had even begun to lift the turf on the ground. After lifting the turf, it then tugged the piece of turf dead center in its hand, now and then making a show of dropping it. Every time it made a false move, a cheer erupted from the visitors present. Taking advantage of this gap, Li Wei suddenly threw the turf at the nearest tourist with force. Bang! Without the slightest surprise, the tourist was hit head-on by the turf. But even so, this tourist was not angry at all. But on the contrary, he showed a face of harumphing, as if he had won the jackpot. Seeing that the atmosphere of the tourists was high, Yang Lin also hastily took out the loudspeaker that he had prepared in advance. Attention all visitors, besides the orangutan park, the other park animals are also very interesting to move to. Hearing Yang Lin's words, the tourists also noticed his familiar face. Is it interesting that other animals are just as interesting as the shit deliverer? Yeah, any stunts? But not to mention, I feel like it's already worth the price of admission just for the shitter. An animal as dysfunctional as a shit deliverer, I think they'd be lucky to have one in the zoo. That's not necessarily true. Where there's a crouching dragon there must be a phoenix. Seeing that the crowd had been aroused, Yang Lin hurriedly added another sentence. It's in the monkey park right next to the orangutan park, and I've got a program for everyone already. Those interested can follow me. After saying this, Yang Lin turned around and walked towards the monkey garden on the side. The tourists present saw this quickly, followed by some of those with curiosity. It didn't take long before a monkey park, similar to the orangutan park, appeared in front of the crowd, and as the crowd was just approaching the monkey park, a blast of powerful music started. As this burst of powerful music sounded, a figure also swung over from the back of the monkey garden. The figure just landed and gave the crowd a perfect 720-degree backflip. At the sight of this scene, the visitors in the room burst into applause, and just as they applauded, the narrow figure's posture suddenly became strange. The hands and feet seemed as raw as if they were new growth. After looking at it for a while, the eyes of the crowd suddenly changed. This is a mechanical dance. This monkey is doing a mechanical dance. My ass. As one of the tourists cried out in surprise, the others responded. Its stiff movements, together with the rhythmic music, were not a highly performative mechanical dance. I blanch. Isn't this MJ's Billie Jean? It's nifty that it can space step. Is it really a monkey? Sure, you didn't get a dancer in a holster to dance there. Then if it's a holster actor, wouldn't that be even more awesome? Wearing a holster and still being able to dance like that. MJ couldn't do that even if he was alive. In a moment everyone's eyes were attracted by the dancing gibbon in the middle of the cage. And even the people who were watching the chimpanzee way before were also attracted over. After they saw the dancing gibbons, the expression of surprise on each face was no less than that of the previous group of tourists. If it isn't the coke-drinking gibbon, can it even dance? This is so far off the mark. It's amazing that it dances better than me, a street dancer of 8 years. I have a feeling this monkey should catch fire soon. That's not bullshit. It's not on fire. I'm running to the shit deliverer with my mouth open right now. Just between the crowd's astonishment, they also did not forget to take a video of the gibbon dancing. What happened next was indeed as these tourists suspected. Almost as soon as these videos were uploaded, the heat of the videos started to skyrocket like crazy. Soon the heat of the video about Gibbon Li Chang had begun to rise alongside the chimpanzee Li Wei's related video. The comments below the video are even more varied. Sure enough, if there's a crouching dragon, there's bound to be a phoenix chick. I thought a chimpanzee that can throw feces would already be invincible, but I didn't realize that next door to it lived a dancing gibbon. Judging by the proficiency with which this gibbon dances, I'd say it's been studying for at least 2.5 years. Makes sense. You guys, look at the two patterns on it, like it looks like backpacking pants. That's enough, you guys. You can start a group here too? This gibbon is really 666 quality. I was kinda liking this gibbon, and when you guys say that, I suddenly like it even more. A small West Rainbow Zoo is actually harboring both a crouching dragon and a phoenix daisy at the same time. I'm sure the owner of the zoo isn't one of the pools either. Indeed, the owner is also talented for being able to raise two such odd animals. It should be the breeder who is bullish. It's obvious that this breeder understands animals. What do you know, Dara? There is only one person in total in this zoo. He is both the owner and keeper, and occasionally sells tickets on the side. Mud. Occasionally, or a black businessman. Bought a pack of paper towels from him to use to wipe the shit off my body and he charged me $10. What? You still think it's too expensive to sell you a special serving of 8 feces plus a pack of paper towels for $10? I've heard that chimpanzees have probiotics in their feces, and that eating them can replenish the brain, so it really isn't too expensive to sell you for $10. Really? Of course I'm lying to you, you little twit. With all the buzz, soon the Gibbon Li Chang began to go hand in hand with the chimpanzee Li Wei. And while it was jokingly referred to by netizens as the crouching dragon and phoenix of the West Rainbow Zoo, it was also given an additional nickname, MJ, Space Ape. Under the impetus of this pair of crouching dragons and phoenix chicks, the name of the West Rainbow Zoo had gradually become known to everyone in the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the zoo, as an incoming message rang out, Yang Lin was on the verge of laughing his ass off. With the hard work of those two capable officers under his hand, the zoo's turnover exceeded $500,000 in just one day. This also means that a full 10,000 online tickets were sold in the course of the day, and that number continues to rise like crazy. But from this he also discovered a big problem, which is that the zoo may be a bit understaffed. In just one day today there were thousands of tourists entering the park, and that's on a weekday. By the time those armies of out-of-town visitors arrive on holiday weekends, hell knows how many tourists will be inside the entire zoo by then. If he's still holding it all together by himself, then he's going to die of exhaustion sooner or later. Thinking of this, he quickly opened his cell phone, and in the chat software to find a nearby college student's part-time group. But he had only just entered the group he realized something was wrong. This part-time job doesn't seem to be quite the same as the part-time job he was thinking of. After realizing this, he was so scared that he exited the group chat in a hurry. Shit, surely times have changed. Are they all so honorable now? Looks like something else has to be thought of. If he was given enough time, it would naturally be a simple matter to recruit people. But the problem was that he didn't have that much time. Just as he was getting a headache, his eyes suddenly noticed a group chat message. The source of the group chat message was a chat group called Love One Another Family. The members of the group were also all their old young family's own relatives. And the source was a group member with a group nickname called Years and Years and a lotus flower in his avatar. Uncles and uncles, is there any job you can recommend to me? I continue to be a salted fish at home, then I guess I will be swept away by Yang Suelan. When he saw this message, a tall and delicate young girl immediately appeared in Yang Lin's mind. And this young girl was none other than Yang Lin's own aunt Yang Suelan's eldest daughter, Chen Kursen. According to seniority and age, Chen Kursen had to call him a cousin. And if he remembered correctly, this cousin of his studied veterinary medicine. Thinking of this, Yang Lin's eyes instantly lit up, and in the next second he tapped on a dialogue box. Kagome, cousin here has a position you want to come and try out. Indoor work, double shifts and no overtime, paid 5 insurance and a salary of 4,000 a month. His message had only just been sent out when Chen Kursen, who wore a middle-aged avatar, immediately replied, "Really, cousin Pot, what exactly does the job entail?" The specifics of the job are really quite simple. It's just a matter of checking and selling tickets, with some occasional maneuvering. Yang Lin replied after a moment's thought. Originally, he had thought that Chen Kursen would hesitate for a while, yet he had only just sent his message over when the other party directly agreed. Yes, so watch Pot when I can work. You can come over to work tomorrow, if that's okay. Okay day. Give me the location. I'll definitely be there tomorrow. And I'll go tell Yang Suelan right now that I found a job. Looking at Chen Kursen, who agreed with a full mouth, Yang Lin let out a long sigh of relief. This ticket agent position is sort of taken care of, and the next step is security. When there are fewer people, this position is dispensable, but once there are more people, the role of this position comes to the fore. In case if a tourist gets into a fight, or if a tourist gets into a fight with an animal, or if a tourist punches him, this will require security to step in. Of course, what Yang Lin was most worried about was actually the tourists beating him up. Without a certain amount of combat power, it's not really possible to stop it. Does that mean I'm going to go out on the street and find 2 grown men to come over and be security guards? Just as this thought popped up in his mind, Yang Lin hurriedly shook his head. Find Moncler outlet store as a security guard. In case something happens, then this zoo is still open. Lose money are not enough to compensate. And just when he couldn't think of a good security candidate for a while, not far away from the wolf garden was a sudden burst of barking. Upon hearing the barking sound, a bold idea immediately arose in Yang Lin's mind. By the way, there's no one who says that a security guard has to be a human being. Isn't it the same for a dog? Thinking of this, he hurriedly headed in the direction of the wolf garden. It is said to be a wolf garden, but in fact, it is only when the zoo has just been established that an injured old wolf lived in it. After this old wolf hiccuped, it became a stray dog shelter. Now there are 8 stray dogs adopted by Yang's father living inside. Usually have been fine, but this time has suddenly barked. And by the time Yang Lin walked to the wolf garden, it was also very quick to realize the reason why these dogs were barking, only to see that beside these stray dogs, a black and white border collie was fiddling with the dog bowl in front of him with a bored face. The other 7 dogs are now acting as if they are about to go to war. Seeing this look on their faces, Yang Lin knew that all of this must have been caused by that border herd inside the cage. He'd noticed before that the hyper-intelligent border collie regularly passed the time by picking on the other dogs. It almost didn't take a second to realize that this time it must be the same. And at that moment he called out to the inside of the wolf park. "Lee Doggy, you're teasing Lee Doggy there again. If you keep it up you won't be fed dog food tomorrow." Hearing Yang Lin's words, the border herd that was still there playing with the dog bowl immediately ran over with its ass. Young, let me out of here. I'm suffocating with shit. I have to shit under that tree over there today. No one can stop me. There is no doubt that Lee Doggy is the name of this border collie, and Lee Doggy is the name of one of the huskies. As for why all the animals in the zoo are surnamed Lee, it is said that it is because Yang Lin's grandfather's love interest in his youth was surnamed Lee, so all the animals in the zoo are surnamed Lee. Hearing Bien Mu's words, Yang Lin was not surprised in the slightest. He just casually opened the gate of the wolf garden, and a cheerful Lee Dogdan ran out from the gate. The next second it took off in a huff and ran to a large tree to release its feces. Looking at its face of relief, Yang Lin immediately revealed a puzzled expression. "Doggy, why do you have to pull it under this tree? Can't another tree do it?" Hearing this question from Yang Lin, Border Dog Egg gave him a bitchy look. "What do you know? That dog leftover guy buries the bones he can't finish under this tree every time." Yang Lin. Obviously the same dog. Border Collie Li Doggy is clearly a bit more doggy. Thinking of the purpose when he arrived, Yang Lin casually threw a light of insight at Li Dogden's body. The next moment its hidden talents were all on display. Super Intelligence, Gold Talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. But due to the special nature of the species, only 1 talent point is required to activate this talent. After only looking at the first talent, Yang Lin knew that he didn't need to look at the later ones. The Golden Talent was the highest ranked talent that Yang Lin was currently known to have. Activating it alone cost 5 talent points, so you could imagine how awesome this level of talent really was. Now he only needed to spend 1 talent point to light up this talent for Bienfu Li Dogman. How could he let go of such an opportunity? Almost without even hesitating he clicked on the plus sign behind the talent. And with the Super Intelligence talent being illuminated, Li Dogwan's body instantly underwent a drastic change. The first thing that changed was its size. Prior to lighting up his talent, he was only considered a medium-sized dog among domesticated canines. But after lighting up the talent all of a sudden it became 1 size bigger. Almost as big as an adult Alaskan. In addition to the change in size, there was even a hint of intelligence that didn't belong to canines in its doggy eyes. In a trance Yang Lin had the feeling that what was in front of him was not a dog, but an adult human with superior intelligence. And indeed it is. Young, it was you who just used your superpower on me, wasn't it? I feel like I have a feeling I've never had before right now, Li Dogdan said to Yang Lin with an excited face. Hearing its words, Yang Lin was just about to nod his head when Li Dogdan ran wildly towards the outside of the wolf garden with an excited face. Damn! Why would I live with these dogs when I'm a human being? I've had enough of this doghouse. Yang Lin. It's over. This guy thinks he's a human being. With a hint of doubt, Yang Lin hurriedly followed, fearing that Li Dogdan would take this opportunity to sneak out of the zoo. However, by the time he followed him up he realized that Doggy Li didn't seem to have any intention of going out of the zoo, but instead ran to his keeper's office and opened a bag of dog food on his own. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin let out a slight sigh of relief. Doesn't seem to think of himself entirely as a human being. Thinking of this, he hurriedly went over to Li Dogdan who was eating dog food by himself. Doggy, since you're no longer a dog now, I can't raise you for nothing. From now on, you're the head of security at our West Rainbow Zoo. No, it's the head of the wolf team, and it's your duty to protect the entire zoo and me. For wages, I'll give you 30 pounds of dog food, 10 pounds of beef, and 20 cans a month. What do you think? As soon as Yang Lin finished these words, Li Dogdan, who was on the side, suddenly put up his front paw. Add another 50 ham hocks. Deal, but I have one more request, said Yang Lin and pointed to the other dogs inside the wolf garden. You train them all for me, and they'll be members of your wolf team from now on, all at your command. Really? Li Dogman's eyes instantly just lit up. Of course, I could lie to you. Come on, try to see if the team uniform I got for you fits. 5 minutes later by the time Li Dogman reappeared once more, it had a security cap on top of its head. On his body, there was an additional security uniform, and the word security in the shoulder position was purposely changed by Yang Lin into 3 big words of wolf team. And Li Dogegg, this dog for this body wolf team uniform, is obviously extremely satisfied. After wearing a new uniform it even walks a few points of God. Well, from now on, you won't be living in the wolf garden. You'll be living inside the security booth I've arranged for you. Now it's your job to train the other dogs for me. Understand, Captain Lee? Understood, Gardner. Guarantee to complete the task. With that, Li Dogman raised his right front paw with a serious face. As soon as the words were out of his mouth it took off running in the direction of the wolf park. It didn't take long for Yang Lin to hear a burst of barking, and it was clear that Doggy Li had begun to exercise his authority as the captain of the wolf team. With the matter of park security settled, the day was officially over. Just as Yang Lin was preparing to return to his room to rest and relax, a regal roar came from the deepest part of the zoo. Upon hearing this roar, the other animals in the park trembled in fear, and only Yang Lin's face showed a strong color of excitement. Great! Is the awakening finally complete? I thought I'd have to wait until tomorrow. No, I've got to go see what's going on. After saying that, Yang Lin walked towards the innermost part of the park with intense curiosity. Although the Shihong Zoo was dilapidated, it covered a huge area, almost double the size of the city zoo in Ningnan City. Daytime visitors tour only the front part of the park, while the back part of the area is blocked off by poplar forests with baffles. And when Yang Lin bypassed the baffle and walked for nearly 5 minutes, a tiger garden covering a huge area appeared in front of him. As he got closer and closer to the tiger park, the interior of the tiger park gradually presented itself to Yang Lin, only to see that within an area enclosed by an iron fence, a splendid beast the size of a small mountain was quietly lying prone there. Even with a distance of more than 10 meters, Yang Lin still felt a strong sense of oppression. Big, Too big. How did it get so big? Looking at the glistening beast in front of him, Yang Lin was really hard to connect it with the skinny, bony, half-dead northeastern tiger from before. If the northeastern tiger before was a sick cat, then at this moment it could truly deserve its title of king of the forest. With a shoulder height of more than 2 meters, a body length of nearly 5 meters, 4 paws as thick as an adult's thighs, plus the huge head that was almost the size of a washbasin and a bloody mouth that could eat a pig with a single bite. This was some kind of fierce beast. What lions, elephants and crocodiles in front of it are not a match. And the reason why it could become so big was naturally not some genetic mutation, but because Yang Lin had lit up a talent in it during the day. 1 talent point is required to activate super physique, green talent, although it was only a green talent. When placed on an adult northeastern tiger's body it instantly underwent a qualitative change. Originally strong and ferocious, it was as if it had awakened ancient genes, and if it wasn't for the fact that activating this talent required a certain amount of time and energy, Yang Lin would have displayed it in front of the audience in the morning. Just as Yang Lin was full of joy as he surveyed the reborn Northeast Tiger in front of him, the Northeast Tiger in the cage was finally speaking. Little Yang, when are you going to introduce me to your big sister Hua? I'm on the verge of menopause, and if I don't find someone I'll never have a chance to be a mom in my life. When he heard the voice coming out of the cage, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed a bitter smile. That's right, this oversized Northeastern Tiger is a tigress, and like her namesake, Li Hua, is a big nymphomaniac, full of ideas about playing poker with fresh tigers. But looking at her size, Yang Lin knew that she wouldn't have this chance in her life. With the successful awakening of the Northeast Tiger Li Hua, all the talent points gifted by the system were consumed. If you want to activate another animal's talent again, you need the system to issue a quest again or buy the talent from a mall. Of course the latter was not something he was considering at the moment. The zoo had only just begun to earn money, and there were plenty of places to use it. So where was the money to use it to buy talent? Right. There seems to be a beginner's talent bundle. I wonder what's in it. Yang Lin suddenly remembered that the system seemed to have given him a talent gift pack when he had just activated it. Thinking of this, he hurriedly searched for it in the system space, and in a short while he found this so-called big gift package in his backpack. With the opening of the great gift package, 3 beeps appeared in his mind at once. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the primary talent, language proficiency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the primary talent, painting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the primary talent, overeating. Listening to the beeps in his head, Yang Lin, who originally had a hint of anticipation, instantly felt a little disappointed. What kind of crap talent is this? Language proficiency, making one animal speak the language of other animals? Painting, animals don't have hands. What kind of stuff do they paint with? And it's not much of a gimmick. Of course it was the overeating talent that left him most speechless. For that shitty talent, he had no problem saying that all the animals in this zoo had it. Otherwise it wouldn't have been able to eat him out of house and home. But once he thought that it was a gift from the system, he was relieved. Forget it, go to bed. There's no telling how many tourists will come tomorrow. Shaking his head, Yang Lin then returned to his room. It wasn't long before he fell into a deep sleep. By the time the next day dawned, he was awakened by a cell phone ringing. Hello? Which one? As soon as the phone was connected, a clear female voice came from the other side. Cousin Pot, it's me, your cousin Kagome. I'm coming in. Are you at the zoo? There are a lot of tourists lined up outside now. Hearing these words, Yang Lin, who was still carrying a hint of sleepiness, instantly woke up. A quick glance at the clock revealed that it was just 6 o'clock. He had never gotten up this early since taking over the zoo, and this was the first time he had felt like going to work. At once he dressed and headed for the zoo gates. By the time he got to the gate position, a girl in a ducktail hat instantly waved toward him, and next to her were several tourists waiting to enter the park. Table Pot, I'm here. I'm here. Hearing his cousin's voice, Yang Lin hurriedly opened the side door and prepared to let her in. And just at this time, a trace of dissatisfaction appeared on the face of a middle-aged older woman on the side. Why should we just let her go in alone? We've waited so long. As soon as the big mom finished her words, a middle-aged man standing beside her hastily chimed in. Yeah, you're still ready to do business or not, so don't open the door yet. Hearing these two people's words, Yang Lin immediately revealed a trace of speechlessness, and with a smooth hand, he pointed to the sign next to the gate. She's my cousin and also a ticket taker at the park, so of course she can come in. And don't you guys see the opening time written on the side at 8:30 a.m.? Hey, I say you brat, this isn't some regular zoo you're in. What's the point of learning that from other people's regular zoos? Hurry up and open the door, or we'll expose you on the internet. The middle-aged man obviously saw that Yang Lin was alone and weak, and was ready to force his way into the garden on the spot. The crowd stepped aside and grabbed their cell phones, ready to start filming. However, just at this time, there was a sudden burst of dog barking from behind the park. The next second, under the watchful eyes of the crowd of tourists waiting to enter the park, the wolf team led by Li Dogdan trotted in a neat line to Yang Lin. As soon as he arrived in front of Yang Lin, Li Dogdan stopped in his tracks, and the group of dogs behind him likewise stopped immediately. The whole maneuver was so smooth and flowing that it dumbfounded the tourists who were standing at the entrance. What they didn't expect was that after Li Dog stopped in front of Yang Lin, it suddenly raised its right front paw to give Yang Lin a salute. Head gardener, all members of the wolf team are assembled, and Captain Doggy Lee reports to you. There are no unsolvable difficulties, only brave dogs. After saying this, Li Dogman turned his face toward a few other dogs. The dogs were also very obedient and lined up in front of it, just as if they were a leader lecturing. Although the crowd couldn't understand its dog language, that series of its performance was something that had completely stunned the crowd outside the garden. It took a full minute or so before the group of tourists reacted. OMG. Are these really dogs? Why do I feel like they look like security guards at this zoo? Is there any need to wonder? Isn't the dog at the front still wearing his security uniform on his body? Wait, that's not a security uniform. That's woofers. Die laughing. The woofers are having a convention. This zoo can't really be so poor as to hire animals as security guards. Why do I get the feeling that these animals are just like people? Can animals be this smart? There is, I guess. The last time I had a high school entrance exam, the border collie in there sat next to me. That's right. I know this border collie too. I still copied it on my exams. They say that Bienmu is smart. Bienmu is smart. I didn't believe it before, but today I finally realized that Bienmu is really damn smart. The point is that this border collie is like the leader of the pack, and he can train OMG. This zoo turns out to have more than just crouching dragons and phoenixes. It also has such a strong armed force. This nymphette hasn't even entered the park yet. How come there's a program waiting for us? It's already worth the price of the ticket. Won't the next one amount to nothing? A man pretending to be a man. It must be a man pretending to be a man. This moment has not yet had time to enter the park. Tourists are already. The performance of the wolf team is deeply attracted. One or two or more have their cell phone lens on the Lee Dog Egg and other dogs. As for the two who first clamored for it after the woofers came out, they were already hiding behind the crowd. If it was a human security guard, they would still be able to be a little bit horizontal, but in the face of this raging group of woofers, they instantly lost their nerve. After all, people will reason with you, dogs won't. Seeing that all the tourists had quieted down, Yang Lin immediately also let Li Dogdan lead the wolf team to drill in front of the crowd. He himself, on the other hand, brought his cousin Chen Kurson into the interior of the park. Cousin Pot, is this whichever zoo great uncle left you? It looks a lot better than expected, and I hear you're turning into a cyber zoo here now. As soon as she entered the interior of the park, Chen Kurson's face revealed a look of excitement. Where are the rest of the staff? Where are the rest of the staff? So I can get to know my new co-workers. Hearing Chen Kurson's words full of expectation, Yang Lin's face couldn't help but show a trace of embarrassment. Didn't you just meet all the other employees? Are you talking about those repair dogs? Right, we only have 3 positions at the zoo now. A dean, a ticket seller, plus the head of security. So you're now the ticket seller and financial cashier of our West Rainbow Zoo. Speaking of this, Yang Lin's face couldn't help but gain a trace of solemnity. Chen Kurson, who was on the side, was the one with a twinkle in her eye. And a part-time financial cashier, that's a raise. And I'm your cousin, so that's even more of a raise. I don't ask for much more, so raise me $1,000 a month. 1,000. Do you know what the average salary of a fresh graduate in Ningnan is now? It's $3,000 at best, and I'm only giving you 4,000 because you're my cousin. Yang Lin immediately refused sternly. Of course, cousin isn't that cheap, so I'll give you another 800 in performance pay, and you'll get the full amount as long as you do your job well. Deal. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, Chen Kurson agreed with alacrity. Very well, since you have agreed, you are now an official employee of our West Rainbow Zoo. Let's go. Cousin will take you to the staff meal. With a wave of his hand, Yang Lin led Chen Kurson towards his administrator's office. In a short while, a large pot of steaming hot noodles was brought to the table. Looking at this full tub of noodles in front of her, Chen Kurson, who was still full of expectations, was immediately dumbfounded. Cousin, what animal still eats instant noodles? Who said anything about feeding this to animals? This is what we eat ourselves. As he spoke, Yang Lin took a bowl for himself and took a big bite. By the time the siblings had coped with breakfast, the time had come to 8 o'clock. Seeing that the tourists outside the zoo's gates had also become more and more numerous, and even long lines had formed. Nonetheless, those visitors outside the gates didn't feel impatient at all. Instead, they were all excited to watch the woofers' morning training through the cage. Whenever Lee Dogdan completed a training program with this group of dog pups, the tourists outside would erupt into a roar of laughter. Every now and then someone else claps. Luckily, I came early. I didn't realize this zoo had hidden programs. Laughing my ass off. Hell, I don't know if this is really zoo security training or a deliberate animal show. That said, this is the first time I've seen an animal like a dog inside a zoo. What animals? People are obviously zoo employees. This shall not be paid a few dozen pounds of dog food a month as a salary. Move over in front. It's blocking my shot. What a lovely repair purchase. This is going to explode if we post it online. That goes without saying. Not for sure. It's already on fire. I just saw a video of a shot of the woofers that already has millions of likes. Just as the tourists were excitedly enjoying the woof team's training, Yang Lin also brought Chen Kursen above her workstation, and Lee Dogdan, who was still leading the team in training, saw Yang Lin come over and hurriedly took the initiative to salute as well. Boss Gardner, the woofers' morning training sessions have all been completed. Please advise. Hearing Lee Dogdan's voice, Yang Lin immediately looked at the dogs behind him. After some training, originally some lazy a few stray dogs at the moment as if it was a different dog, one by one energetic not to mention. The demeanor is even more and before the world of difference. Even the previously silly Arali Dogu had lost his previous foolishness at this moment. Very well, next you will take the woofers and start patrolling the park and report back to me immediately if you see any problems. Roger that. With Lee Dog's bark, all the members of the woof team immediately ran into the interior of the park in a flurry of smoke under its leadership. Seeing this scene, the tourists outside shouted again, and even Chen Kursen, who was on the side, had a strange color in her eyes. Cousin Pot, when did you become so good at dog training? You're more professional than a professional dog trainer. And why do I feel as if they can understand what you're saying? You child, what nonsense are you talking? How could cousin talk to a dog? It's just a little persistence and effort. Okay, it's ready to let visitors into the park. So go check your tickets. As he spoke, Yang Lin walked to the gate of the zoo and opened the entry gate. When the tourists outside saw this scene, they rushed over. The scene got hot. Compared to the first day, this second day has clearly seen a new wave of growth in the number of visitors. It's only just opened and there are hundreds of visitors entering it. And the first thing these visitors do after entering the park is head straight for the orangutan park, the outermost part of the park. Where's Shitstainer? Where's Shitstainer? We want to see Shitstainer. Did you bring an umbrella? Don't you dare go see the shit deliverer. Isn't this nonsense? Without an umbrella do I dare to go near it? I have watched the video on the internet. One of the tourists was even fed a mouthful of ollie too. Neither can the shit deliverer. I saw it throw all the turf back there. What do you know? It's called the ape shit has run out. It's not like it's a perpetual motion machine. Where's all the ollie giving? What's so great about shit delivery man? I still like MJ. Space ape. That's right. It's still MJ's talent that's more awesome. That ape that just throws poop is just weak. What do you know? Dove works so hard to practice this hand. Do you know how hard it works? Ape parties are disgusting. Or space apes are more civilized. Apes YYYDS. Without realizing it, the tourists divided themselves into two factions. There are those who support chimpanzee Li Wei and those who like Gibbon Li Chang. Of course, in their minds, these two animals were the only ones that could be taken out of this dilapidated zoo. As for the other animals, after reading some of the rumors on the internet, they were not the least bit interested. While all the tourists were crowded in the orangutan park and monkey park, an earth-shaking roar suddenly came from the depths of the park. As this roar came out, the tourists who were still chattering instantly quieted down. Although for a moment they couldn't distinguish what kind of animal's roar it was, they felt a burst of fear from the depths of their bloodline from this roar. All of a sudden everyone's hairs stood up involuntarily. It took a full minute or so before the visitors in the park gradually came back to their senses. All of a sudden the crowd was buzzing again. Holy shit, what was that sound just now? It gave me goosebumps. Yeah, it's horrible, isn't it? It feels like the whole thing is being suppressed. This zoo doesn't hold any more beasts inside, does it? What beast could be so fierce? A lion or a tiger? I've read some online information about this zoo, and it seems that this zoo does keep some fierce beasts inside, but they're all older and sicker. I remember coming here when I was a kid and there was a skinny tiger here then that didn't feel as mean as a cat. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Just go in and take a look. It can't be some kind of alien creature. Yeah, just go in there and find out. Even the most powerful animals are caged anyway. As the crowd murmured, soon some of them were bold enough to decide to explore deeper into the park. And this scene was naturally seen by Yang Lin, and at that moment he picked up the loudspeaker and shouted, "Attention all visitors, the rear is the fierce animal area of the park. Those who are timid or have related diseases should not go in to avoid being scared. Upon hearing Yang Lin's shout, some of the tourists who had originally still had a hint of hesitation instantly felt as if they had been slighted. Mastodon section. What kind of beasts can there be in such a shitty zoo? Besides, can it be as fierce as me? A tall muscular man in the crowd said with a disdainful face, and the minions standing beside him hastily chimed in. Right. Big Brother is the fiercest. Not to mention fierce beasts, even if it's a lion or tiger, Big Brother can kill it with one punch. Look at Big Brother's big body. What animal can be bigger than Big Brother? At a moment's notice, a large number of tourists harboring curiosity began to head deeper into the park, and when they saw those other park animals, the look of disdain on their faces intensified. What the hell kind of mammoth area is this? This black bear is skinny as hell. How this leopard still has a broken front paw. This boar is as thin as a thin dog. I told you that the guy who was just there was just trying to scare us on purpose, and that there are no beasts of prey among the animals in this zoo. Yeah, that's too pointless. Just as the tourists were lamenting their boredom, a road sign appeared in front of them. 50 meters ahead into the Tiger Park area. Please do not approach the fence at will, and beware of being frightened. A tiger garden? That means there's a tiger in front of it. Maybe it was a tiger that just made that grunting noise. Forget it, we've come all this way. Let's just see what the tigers in this zoo really look like. As they spoke, the tourists walked in the direction of the Tiger Park, while they didn't forget to take out their cell phones and other filming devices. However, by the time they got to the entrance of the Tiger Park, they realized that the cages inside the Tiger Park were empty. What's this? Where's the tiger? Where's the tiger? Couldn't have gotten a cat to play tiger in there. I knew it was a lie. There's no tiger in here. Just as the tourists were saying that they had been duped, Yang Lin was pushing a cart and appeared beside the crowd. Chickens for sale. Chickens for sale. $100 a piece. Real free-range chickens that can be used to feed the tigers. Hearing Yang Lin's voice, the crowd revealed a speechless expression. They hadn't even seen the tiger. And here was Yang Lin already selling the perimeter. And that's a little too expensive for a ground chicken. Director, I say you are too pitiful. Where are the tigers inside the Tiger Park? Yeah, where's the tiger? You didn't just put that loud roar on the stereo, did you? If we don't have a tiger today, then we'll have to return our tickets. Yes. Refund your check. The crowd had only just begun to yell when Yang Lin took out a plump earth chicken from the cart with a calm face. And then the crowd heard him yell in the direction of the cage. Big Sister Hua, come out for breakfast. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he threw the turkey in his hand towards the top of the cage. And just the moment the earth chicken fell into the cage, a huge figure came flying out from behind the wigwam. While the earth chicken was still in midair, its terrifyingly bloody mouth had already swallowed it in one gulp. Roar! The next moment the crowd heard a chilling roar. This loud roar was clearly exactly the same as the one they had heard outside earlier. By the time a group of tourists looked over in the direction from which the loud roar had come, they saw an image that they would never forget, only to see that in the middle of that huge iron cage, an incomparably terrifying mottled beast was staring at them in death. A drop of blood couldn't help but drip from the corner of its mouth. Just by standing there motionless, the crowd had a sense of suffocation that couldn't be strong enough to come from the depths of their souls. It was as if they moved, they would be swallowed into the belly of this splendid beast in the next second. Gulp! The silence of the scene did not know who gulped, and instantly the atmosphere had a feeling of being broken. It wasn't until this time that they finally got a good look at what the giant thing in the middle of the cage really was. It was clearly a giant northeastern tiger whose size was comparable to a large SUV. By now the tourists were also finally getting an idea of what that hint of fear from the depths of their souls was all about. It was imprinted by human ancestors who had once fought this forest overlord for supremacy, and it had not dissipated for thousands of years. Just as the tourists felt a hint of confusion and fear, Yang Lin's voice on the side was once again ringing out. Anyone wanting groundhog chickens? Just $100 to hand feed the king tiger. Of course, if you don't want to feed it, you can take the groundhog home and make soup. Hearing Yang Lin's voice, the crowd slowed down. Several tourists rushed to Yang Lin's side in the next second. I'll take one. I'll take one too. In a short while, the dozen or so local chickens that Yang Lin had brought this time were snatched up. By the time these tourists got their hands on the native chickens, they were excited to start feeding them. Whenever a groundhog is thrown into the tiger garden, Li Hua's huge body leaps up. Gradually the fear in the hearts of the tourists began to slowly dissipate, and what followed was full of shock. I thought that the pair of crouching dragon phoenixes in front of me was already awesome enough, but I didn't realize that there was such an overwhelming beast hidden in the depths of this park. And I immediately had a feeling that it was worth the price of admission. Meanwhile, videos taken by tourists have been uploaded to the internet. Jitterbug short video platform, with the topic of West Rainbow Zoo exploding on the internet. Some of the videos that brought with them the related topics naturally also got a strong promotion from the platform. At the moment a video has just been uploaded by users immediately attracted the attention of a large number of netizens. And the video features none other than Li Hua, the northeastern tiger that has just been outed in the Shihong Zoo. The shooter of the video was apparently one of the first visitors to the tiger park. And from his perspective, Li Hua was a terrifying behemoth. So the video has only been uploaded for a few minutes and has already gained nearly 1 million views. And the comments section below has exploded. Holy shit, how short does the video owner have to be? How can he make a tiger look so big? Is there a possibility that it's not that the video owner is short, but that this tiger was already large? It can't be. If we follow this scale, wouldn't this tiger look almost like a tank? Even if it's a northeastern tiger it can't possibly grow this big, let alone a northeastern tiger. Even a steppe lion can't grow this big. This is almost catching up to an elephant. Wait, everyone can look at the koan in its mouth. It should be an adult old female koan. In this tiger's mouth it's just like a small koan cub. According to the proportion projection, this tiger's real size should be this big. It's not just that old hen. Can't you see the rockery next to it? That rockery should be more than 2 meters tall, only just beyond the tiger's shoulder height. This nymphette is really a giant tiger. This slap, these arms, this large body frame, is this really something that could have evolved under natural conditions? An ordinary tiger can slap an adult male with the force of one slap. This tiger should be able to slap Tyson. Tyson, I fucking thank you. That's more than a tap away. That's going to kill me alive. With a tiger like that, if you put 10 Tibetan Mastiffs out to fight it, how long do you think it would probably last? Upstairs really you nymphets are little cute. According to the amount of food of this tiger, I think how to hold on for a daytime. After a daytime those Tibetan Mastiffs should be able to all be digested. Where's Lion Blow? Where's Lion Blow's cutie pie? I bet even a full-grown male lion couldn't carry it for 3 minutes if they threw it in there. What? Carrying it for 3 minutes? That must be a tough bone to break for this male lion. Is that what Su Song played back in the day? Goddamn Su Song. Su Song dares to go up directly to a gray avatar. Don't stop me. Old boys, watch me slide and shovel. Floss the tiger master's teeth. Is this tiger from the West Rainbow Zoo too? Looking at the degree of shabbiness it should be the Shihong Zoo without a doubt. The cages in the Ningnan City Zoo aren't this shabby. As soon as I said cage I realized, this nifty broken cage can hold this northeastern tiger? Indeed. I can't even keep this shitty cage closed. I'm one keystroke away from fucking this cage up. I think this tiger should look pretty cute to the tourists out there. Isn't that right? Every one of them is fresh meat. The kind that doesn't take a bite without stuffing his teeth. If it's stuffed, then this person must be a super stuffed person. In less than half an hour, the total number of comments below this video surpassed 500,000. And all but one other videos that have been filmed of the northeastern tiger, Li Hua, are also basically similar to this one. Almost every one of them garners a lot of airplay as well as likes. So much so that more and more netizens know that in addition to that pair of crouching dragon phoenix chicks in the West Rainbow Zoo there is actually such a superb beast. And just as Li Hua began to explode on the internet, other visitors to the park also learned of Li Hua's existence, and one by one, two by two, they came from other areas of the park around the tiger park, while letting out a gush of exclamations. They also did not forget to throw food towards the interior of the tiger park. Seeing the enthusiasm of the tourists, Yang Lin hurriedly ran to the side and dialed a phone. Hey, is this factory director Li? I'm Xiao Yang from Shihong Zoo. Send me another 500 chickens. Yes, unload at the little gate. Don't let the tourists find out. But I did tell them you're all groundhogs. I'll give you the price at 30 apiece. What's the point of making money if you don't? When the phone hung up, Yang Lin's face couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Originally, Li Hua needed to eat 5 chickens and 20 pounds of pork a day, which was a lot of money for him. But nowadays this expense doesn't need to come out of his own pocket at all. As long as the tourists are enthusiastic, Li Hua will have an endless supply of chickens. When he thought of this, Yang Lin couldn't help but think of the overeating talent he had previously obtained. Originally, he had thought that this talent was a pure and innocent waste talent, but now that he looked at it, it was a perfect match for Li Hua. Just when this idea of his was just born, Li Hua, who had originally taken a bite of a chicken inside the cage, also suddenly stopped. It was from the contented look in her eyes that she should be full. The visitors outside the cage were noticing this at the moment. Ha, this big tiger seems to be full. Can't you get enough? I just counted. I must have thrown in over 30 chickens before and after. So edible? How can it grow so big if you can't eat it? Hear that little treasure. The only way to grow taller is to eat more. Look at this brain axe, it's because it eats more so it can grow so big. A man in the crowd holding a child said with a serious face to his little daughter in his arms. The little girl immediately showed a hint of contemplation on her little face as well after hearing his words. The next moment she said with an innocent look on her face, "So who's better, Daddy or this brain axe?" "Of course it's Dad who is more powerful." As soon as the man's sentence was finished, Li Hua, who was originally sprawled on the ground after eating her fill, suddenly stood up. In the crowd's puzzled gazes, it then leapt onto a 2-meter-high wigwam to the side in a single bound, and then opened its bloody mouth towards the sky. Roar! As an earth-shaking roar came out, the trees in the entire zoo couldn't help but shake with it. Even the group of tourists who had already mentally prepared in advance couldn't help but look stunned. Of course, not all the tourists were shocked by the Li Hua's momentum, which there are a lot of tourists who just happen to press the shutter at the time of Li Hua's long whistling to the sky at the moment they have to face the color of surprise, especially one of them, an old man over 100 years old and wearing a green vest. Only to see him at this moment with an excited face looking at the picture he had just captured, as if he had seen some masterpiece, and in addition to this photographer-looking old man, another old man on the side wearing a white practicing suit also revealed a similarly excited look. Old one. I feel that my tiger fist is expected to break through to the realm of my once ancestor. A white-haired old man in the crowd wearing a white practice suit said with an excited face. Hearing his words, the half-hundred-year-old man in the green vest holding up a camera was equally excited. I also feel like the photos I took on this shoot were definitely the best I've ever taken. With that, he showed the white-haired old man the footage he had just taken, and the old man nodded his head after reading it. Tigers roar in the mountains and forests. Fierce tigers come down from the mountains. I never thought I would see such fierce beasts in my lifetime. At this moment, if someone from the photography circle was here, they would definitely be able to recognize the old man with the camera. The old man, named Wan Fuxing, had farmed and opened a factory when he was young and served as a soldier, and it was not until he was 50 years old that he found his life's purpose. Since then, he has embarked on the path of photographing wildlife, going up to the snowy plains, into the primitive forests, and even to the Himalayan mountains, which are thousands of meters above sea level, in order to photograph the wild animals that are just like the elves in the mountains. His works such as sables, red foxes, snow leopards, etc., have shaken the whole photography circle. His photographs have won a lot of international awards. This time came to Ningnan originally to visit his granddaughter. I did not expect in this seemingly insignificant West Rainbow Zoo actually photographed the Northeast Tiger King that made it greatly shocked. It wasn't that he hadn't photographed tigers before, but neither the tigers bred inside the zoo nor the wild northeastern tigers deep in the Changbai Mountain were far from being able to compare with the one in front of him. Compared to Li Hua in the middle of the cage, those other tigers were just like cats. By the way, old Ma, didn't you say before that your tiger-shaped fist might not be able to advance an inch in this life? Why did you suddenly make a breakthrough? Upon hearing Wan Fuxing's words, a trace of excitement immediately flashed through the white-haired old man's eyes. It's fate that I visited all the major zoos over the years just to observe these tigers and learn their forms. But it wasn't until today that I realized that in order to have a breakthrough in tiger-shaped fist, it's useless to just learn its shape. You must also know its meaning. The leap and roar of that tiger just now instantly showed me what the real king of the forest is. Those tigers I mimicked before were nothing more than a copycat. But just this one time is still not enough. I'm going to observe for a few more days. Preferably it would be best if I could stay here. After listening to the explanation of the old man surnamed Ma, Wan Fuxing also nodded repeatedly. This zoo is broken, but judging from the mental state of this tiger, the owner of this place should be a true animal lover. Let's go talk to him and see if we can stay here longer. That makes sense. I'm going to ask the owner of this zoo where he is. The two had just finished speaking when a voice sounded behind them. Make way. Make way. Here come the earth chickens. Hurry up if you want to feed the big tiger or if you want to buy them back for stew. Limited to 50. Sold out and gone. Authentic free-range local chicken. As soon as the words fell, a sunny and handsome-looking youth still wearing zoo overalls appeared in the two men's field of vision. It's that head gardener. Why is he here selling chickens again? Are they so extravagant at the zoo? Feeding dozens of chickens a day to the tigers. Extravagant, you big head. These chickens are all paid for by us. Okay, this tiger eats even more that is also spent on our money. Nima, that makes sense. No, we have to take this earth chicken back. Of course I have to bring it back. This chicken looks like a rural free-range chicken. Nutrition is good. Really? Of course, I can still lie to you. I've lived in the countryside for decades. I'm still not sure if this chicken is dirt or not. You can never get 100 of the groundhog chickens sold outside these days. As long as we buy the chickens and take them home. This boss is a blood loss. A loss of money. Yeah, lose it here motherfucker. I want 10 of them. Listening to the crowd's burst of talk, the two old men instantly knew Yang Lin's identity as well. Watching Yang Lin skillfully handing the earth chickens to the tourists before the tourists threw the earth chickens into the cages, the duo's faces immediately showed a hint of oddness. It seems this owner does like animals, but it seems to be limited to tigers. Seeing that Yang Lin had sold 100 local chickens in a moment's time, the two of them then followed suit. Follow to the administrator's office area. The two were just about to go up and strike up a conversation when they saw Yang Lin pull another large iron cage out of the administrator's office. And inside the iron cage was a fat old hen. The gazes of the three instantly converged at this moment. Unable to help it, a hint of embarrassment appeared in Yang Lin's eyes. Are you two old gentlemen here to buy groundhogs too? It just so happens that I have 100 new arrivals here, and you two would like to buy a few. When they heard Yang Lin's words, the two of them hurriedly shook their heads. No, we're not here to buy chickens, we're here to ask. Without waiting for Juan Renaissance to finish his sentence, Yang Lin's face revealed an expression of sudden realization. I see, you two are trying to apply for a job, aren't you? It just so happens that our zoo is short a janitorial master and a janitorial uncle. Suddenly hearing these words from Yang Lin, the two old men immediately glanced at each other. Earlier they were thinking about how they could stay in this zoo for some more days to facilitate their shooting and practicing. Their original intention was to get a long-term ticket, or an annual pass. But after Yang Lin said that, they suddenly felt that if they could work in this zoo it seemed like a good choice. After all, even if it's a long-term ticket, you can't stay here 24 hours a day, can you? If you apply for an in-house position at the zoo, it's all in the name. You don't need to do it for too long anyway. A month or two is enough. It's better than a month or two in the field. After figuring this out, the two old men immediately nodded their heads. Seeing that the two old men nodded their heads, Yang Lin didn't think much about it. As the number of visitors climbed, it was definitely not enough to have just him and his cousin in the park. He had originally planned to go to the neighborhood to identify two grandparents to help out, but he didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to come to his door. At that moment, he gave the two old men a basic introduction to the park, and only waited until tomorrow for the two old men to be officially on duty. And just as he was leading the two old men around the park, there was a sudden commotion coming from the direction of the Tiger Park not far away. What's going on? What's going on? Who's making trouble? Tiger Park. The first time Yang Lin, who heard the news, took the initiative to stand out and shouted. As soon as he finished his words, a beautifully dressed woman said with an impatient face, "What's going on at your zoo? Why are there still thieves? I just wasn't paying attention for a moment and my cell phone was stolen. And mine. My cell phone is gone too. My wallet was stolen too. What kind of a shitty zoo are you guys? Why is the security so bad? If you don't come up with a statement today, I'll expose you on the internet. Hurry up and call the surveillance. What are you still doing here?" As the woman opened her mouth, one of the tourists who had lost their belongings came forward, and the spearhead was also directed at Yang Lin, the only staff member on the scene. Facing the accusations of the crowd, Yang Lin's face couldn't help but show a bitter smile. "I'm sorry, but our zoo's surveillance probes went out a long time ago." Broken? The tourists, who were already enraged, instantly became even angrier after hearing Yang Lin's reply. "How can it be such a coincidence that your surveillance went down as soon as our stuff was stolen?" "Yeah, there's always no surveillance when it counts. It couldn't have been stolen by someone they arranged within the zoo. You know it's broken and you don't fix it? It's hard to say. It's not like this kind of thing hasn't happened before." Seeing that the words the tourists were saying were getting harder and harder to hear, even Yang Lin couldn't help but frown even if he had a good temper. "The reason why we don't fix our broken surveillance is because I don't think we need surveillance inside the zoo. Rest assured, everyone, it won't take long for me to find the thief for you." Saying that, Yang Lin's gaze went to the hundreds of tourists present. If normal means were to try to find the thief among these hundreds of tourists, it would be harder than heaven. But for this he was not the least bit worried. "Lee Doggy, get your ass over here." With Yang Lin's shout, the next second bursts of barking came from the other side of the park. Not too long ago, a group of dogs ran over with their asses under the leadership of Lee Dogdan, who was wearing a security uniform. "Boss Gardner, what's up? Something I need to take care of." As soon as he arrived in front of Yang Lin, Lee Dogdan said with a pleasing haze on his face, "There's a thief inside the park. A visitor's belongings have been stolen, and I need you to find this thief." As soon as Yang Lin finished his sentence, a flash of excitement appeared on Lee Dogdan's face. "Thief, finally something useful for us woofers. Great, please don't worry, Boss Gardner. I'll immediately bring my little brother to uncover this thief." Looking at the confident Lee Dogwan, Yang Lin nodded slightly. The next second he turned to the female tourist who had previously claimed her cell phone had been stolen. "Ma'am, please feel free to pull out any personal item for our Captain Lee Dogman to smell." Hearing this request from Yang Lin, the woman took off her jacket and handed it to Lee Dogdan, although she was a bit puzzled. And Lee Dogdan just casually sniffed it and immediately nodded at Yang Lin, who was to the side. Apparently it has memorized the flavor. "This gentleman, Would you please also take out one of your belongings and let it smell? Good, good, good. After sniffing through 3 consecutive stolen tourists, Lee Dogman headed out into the crowd without looking back. And at this moment a young man with a duck-tongued hat in the middle of the crowd suddenly panicked. He hurriedly moved quietly in the other direction when Lee Dogman was still a dozen meters away from him. But soon he realized that no matter which direction he moved to, Dogman Lee could follow him. At this moment he finally realized that he had been discovered. And at that moment he was ready to start running away. Just before he could take a step, Lee Doggy barked furiously at him. Lee Dogdan also instantly caught the attention of the other tourists present when he called out like this. Ha! It's barking at the guy. Is the guy a thief? It can't be. He doesn't look like a thief either. What thief is born with a thief's face? You say. I remember. It seems like that guy was standing behind me the whole time just now. He couldn't really have stolen it. Just as the crowd was talking, the serious-faced young Lin also followed the passageway in the middle of the crowd to the front of the young man. This gentleman, if I were you, I'd take everything I stole right away. Hearing Yang Lin's words, the young man first panicked, then immediately calmed down. What makes you say I stole it? Just because this dog of yours barked at me twice? It's not a police dog. It's not professionally trained. What if it gets it wrong? Apparently he was certain that Young Lin didn't dare to search him, and for this sophistry of his, Young Lin was not polite with him. Doggy Lee, find me what he's got on him and kill him. With Young Lin's order, Lee Dogdan instantly led a group of dogs from the wolf team to surround the man. Seeing that he was surrounded by a pack of dogs, the man immediately pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and turned on the camera. If you let those dogs bite me, I'll post the video online. You're breaking the law by condoning vicious dog bites. While threatening Yang Lin, he backed up in the direction of the iron cage to the side. And for all his threats, Yang Lin was not the least bit impressed. And as for the wolf team's group of dogs, they were even less so. They bit whoever Yang Lin told them to bite. And they wouldn't stop at all if Young Lin didn't tell them to stop. The young man saw that his threats did not have any effect, and a look of determination appeared on his face. The next second the crowd heard him shout, "You made me do it, so don't blame me." The young man began to climb above the iron cage in the Tiger Park in the midst of the shocked gazes of a crowd of tourists. Perhaps thanks to the exercise of years of theft, 4 or 5 meters high iron cage he 3 or 2 times over. Seeing him fall into the iron cage, the people present were stunned. What's the difference between a person in such a situation getting into an iron cage holding a fierce tiger and sending him to his death? It was obvious that he was trying to intimidate Yang Lin into giving up on his pursuit through such behavior. And just as he had rolled over and entered the iron cage, a huge figure slowly appeared from behind the cage. At the sight of this figure, for a moment everyone's hearts were in their throats. They could almost predict what a tragic scene would follow. Once this young man is killed or bitten by the tiger, then both West Rainbow Zoo will face closure or closure. This behavior of his was undoubtedly an attempt to have a fish-out-of-water fight with Yang Lin. In case the tiger hadn't bitten him to death, he would have been clothed and fed for the rest of his life. Just when the crowd was already ready to cover their eyes, Yang Lin, who was the head of the garden, was leisurely pulling out a key and opening the iron cage door. The next second he even walked straight towards the overwhelming beast under the gaze of countless gazes. From the time the man suspected of being a thief climbed over the wall and entered into the iron cage, to the time Yang Lin opened the iron door and walked in on his own accord, the entire process was only a dozen seconds or so. By the time the crowd reacted, both men had appeared inside the cage. What they didn't expect was that after Yang Lin entered inside the tiger cage, he also backhanded the gate of the iron cage. His hand, not to mention the young man, even the tourists outside the iron cage were completely dumbfounded. Holy shit, what is the gardener doing? Is he going to die with that thief? Isn't this show a little over the top today? It's over. It's over. At least one of the two of them has to be gone. Or both of them. For the size of this tiger, it's still a bite. Too bloody to watch. Not necessarily. Maybe the other gardener knows this tiger well. It's useless to be familiar with it. The tiger's sense of territory is very strong. At this time there are strangers intruding into its territory, so it might just kill red-eyed. That's right, after raising it for a long time that's still a beast, not to mention that this tiger is wild at first sight. Hurry up and call the police. You'll still have a body later, or you'll have to wait for it to pull out. At this moment almost everyone thought that the next scene was bound to be extremely bloody, and the thief who just rolled into the middle of the iron cage is now also the bowels are repenting. He had originally thought to scare Yang Lin so that he would let him go. But what he never expected was that Yang Lin would not follow the rules at all. Not only did he voluntarily follow him in, but he locked the cage. Now he didn't even have a place to run. Seeing the large-sized northeastern tiger getting closer and closer to him, his eyes couldn't help but show a gleam of despair. And it was at this time that Li Hua suddenly just let out a heaven-shaking roar once again. The next second it came barreling in the direction of the two with an earth-shaking aura. Each of its landings seemed like a giant hammer striking the man's heart. When it was less than 5 meters away from the man also completely collapsed. His legs went limp and he fell to his knees on the ground, and between his legs there was a rolling hot stream flowing down with his pant legs. As for Yang Lin on the other side, he was acting as if nothing was wrong. He even waved his hands towards the giant tiger in front of him as the tourists outside the cage watched. Just when everyone thought that he would be swallowed in one bite by Li Hua in the next second, Li Hua was the one who suddenly opened her mouth and bit his collar. Immediately afterward, with Li Hua's gentle fling, Yang Lin sat firmly on top of its back. Big sister Hua, good job. I'll give you the whole beef tomorrow. I want it fresh. Yes. I want 100 pounds. Yes. Although the crowd couldn't hear the speech between Yang Lin and Li Hua, just that series of actions just now was something they would never forget. What shocked them even more was the way Yang Lin rode Li Hua step by step to that thief. Although Li Hua didn't make any ferocious expressions, a raging aura came out of it just by standing there. And Yang Lin, who rode on its back, was like the true king of the forest, combined with the shivering thief on the ground. It was like a knight in a fairy tale world triumphing over the ultimate villain. Master Wan, who was outside the cage, saw this scene and pressed the shutter of the camera in his own hand repeatedly, in order to record this great picture between man and animal. It took a full minute or so before the visitors outside the cage erupted into a chorus of cheers. Handsome. For the first time I know the original animal keeper can be so handsome. It feels like a scene I'll remember for the rest of my life. Tiger Night. It's awesome to think about. It's over. It's over. I suddenly thought about what to do with animals at the zoo too. Zookeeper is just about the perfect career in the world for us social terrorists, alright. No people to deal with and no workplace struggles. I'll ask the gardener later to see if they're still hiring. It's not like all animal keepers are so handsome. I think it's mainly because this young gardener gets along well with the animals. If it were anyone else, let alone riding this tiger, I guess you wouldn't even be allowed to touch it. Speaking of which, it always feels as if this gardener-chan has the ability to communicate with animals, which is so mysterious. I guess it's also because I've been with these animals for a long time. Just like me, which man of our village has gone out to work? I know it when I ask those little daughters-in-law of our village. This thief is probably also confused. Just steal a cell phone to steal a wallet. Almost lost his life. That's right, and in case he is bitten to death by a northeastern tiger, the northeastern tiger probably won't be held criminally liable. What are you talking about? The northeastern tiger is a nationally protected animal, and it was not someone who took the initiative to bite it to death. This is not him looking for death to drill inside the cage. That makes sense. Today's ticket was worth the money. Not only did we see a dog solving a crime, but we also saw a tiger arresting a murderer. There is nothing this zoo's animals won't do. It always feels like all the animals inside this zoo are weird. Are they all raised by this little head gardener? Just as the tourists were talking, Yang Lin also finally climbed down from Li Hua's back. Looking at the thief in front of him who had been scared to the point of pissing his pants, his face was filled with disgust. With that kind of guts, how dare you be a thief and steal from me? I think you're really shitting your pants. Get everything out and wait for the police. You hear me? The thief, who had originally been scared silly, was instantly like an amnesty after hearing Yang Lin's words. The next second he was rustling around and pulling out those stolen cell phones and wallets from all over his body. Only after he had done this did Yang Lin slowly and leisurely open the cage's door. Get out. Be a good boy yourself and wait there for the police. Don't think about running. You won't get away inside my zoo. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the thief man hurriedly rolled and crawled to the outside of the cage. As for Yang Lin himself, he took those stolen goods and found the owners one by one. It was also a moment of applause from the visitors that once again resounded through the park, and the eyes of these two old men, Wan Fuxing, showed even more appreciation. It also strengthens both of their resolve to stay at the West Rainbow Zoo. After the scene just now, their interest in Yang Lin was even higher than that of Li Hua inside the cage, and just when it was all over, the back and forth of what had just happened in the Tiger Park was uploaded to the internet by visitors to the site. Above the major online platforms, with the reappearance of the words West Rainbow Zoo, netizens were quick to discover the videos that had just been filmed and uploaded by the tourists. And one of the longest video is a complete record of the whole process from Li Dogdan found the thief to the thief drilled into the tiger garden by Yang Lin subdued. Ha, it's this zoo again? How come all the news related to the zoo is all over Shake Shack these days? Indeed. I had only just squatted when I swiped this video. Holy shit, is this dog really that good? It can even catch thieves. No wonder it made captain and wore a security uniform. Theoretically all dogs are capable of doing this after a long period of training. And this dog looks like he's been professionally trained. After watching this video, I took another look at the stupid dog scratching the couch next to my foot and I just kicked it. I didn't realize that there was a gap not only between people, but also between dogs and dogs. Don't just look at the dog. That tiger is the real bull. If you ask me, the thief is the real bull. He jumped inside a tiger cage, or a tiger that big. Laughing, this thief's crotch is wet. He probably peed himself on the spot. Normal. I'd pee if I were you. This big tiger is just too scary. Is that little brother really the head gardener? Why is he not afraid of animals at all? The big tiger is still willing to let him ride. This is how much Shania. It seems that this little gardener brother really knows about animals. Not only does he train dogs so well, but even tigers are subdued by him. I want to go to Ningnan to see these animals so much. Are there any together? I also want to visit this zoo to see what kind of amazing zoo can produce so many amazing animals. +1. Tickets already bought for the weekend. As the heat of these videos skyrocketed, so did the number of people curious about the West Rainbow Zoo. In just one day, the West Rainbow Zoo has rushed to the top 5 of the popular scenic spots in Shakeology. And for such a result, Yang Lin was not surprised at all, and was even a bit excited. After all, the more heat the zoo gets, the more money he can make. Of course, the problem is not without its problems. For example, the theft that just happened. At that time, if that thief took the things and ran away, then Li Dogdan, even if he is more bullish that there is no way. Then there's the issue of visitor admission. With the increase in the number of tourists, just counting on Chen Kursen alone to sell and check tickets, you exhaust her, she cannot be busy. In a nutshell, it's all about poor infrastructure and poor staffing. And the solution to these problems is really quite simple: spend money. When he thought that his freshly muffled money would soon be spent, Yang Lin had a heartache. Forget it, give up the child to catch the wolf. Spend a small amount of money now and earn a lot of money in the future. Immediately he made a list out according to the current needs. Once the general picture was sorted out, the purchasing and hiring process began. By the time everything was done, the time had come to 7 o'clock in the evening, and according to the zoo's hours of operation, it was also the point of closing. And just as Yang Lin was about to turn on the radio to clear out the tourists, the direction of the east side of the zoo's birdwood was suddenly greeted by a burst of exclamations. Hearing these cries of alarm, Yang Lin's heart immediately rose to his throat. It can't be some unlucky tourist who got scratched by an animal. As soon as he thought of this possibility, Yang Lin hurriedly accelerated his pace. Seeing that the zoo was just picking up, he didn't want to see it closed because of complaints from tourists. However, by the time he arrived at the birdsong forest, he realized that there weren't any tourists at the scene at all, not even a ghostly shadow to be seen. Does that mean it's gone? Just when he was full of doubts, there was a sound coming from the forest on the side, but once again, help! Help! Hearing this cry for help, Yang Lin rushed towards the forest without even considering it. It sounded to him like there was clearly a small child in distress in there. Only when he followed the cries for help to the deepest part of the forest he saw nothing. Seeing that the light was becoming dimmer and dimmer, his entire body couldn't help but feel a rush of cool air pouring in from the back of his neck. Holy shit! It can't be a ghost. It's not so unlucky. It wasn't surprising that he could come up with such a thought. After all, at such a point in time, in such a place, he didn't think any children would be playing hide and seek with him. However, he was just about to turn around and leave when a dark shadow leapt out violently from the side. Holy shit! There's a ghost! With a shout, Yang Lin couldn't take a closer look and pulled his legs out to run outside the forest. Only he hadn't run a few steps before he heard another sound coming from behind him. Ha ha ha, cowards, cowards. Yang Lin, who was originally still filled with panic, immediately changed his expression after hearing these words. A figure couldn't help but flash through his mind as well. The next second he was seen gritting his teeth and turning his head. Li Ziming, it's you, dog. How dare you scare me? Let's see if I don't pull out all your hair. With a roar, Yang Lin then rushed out, and in no time at all, he had a colorful macaw in his hand. Have mercy, you put your father down. Spare me, throw Lai Lumu, Lugwa deserves it. Seeing that the macaw in his hand was caught and still cursing, Yang Lin wildly ate his two big pussy bucket fan in its face. Cuss again, or I'll strip you of your fur and hang you in front of the zoo. Which puffer from the next door eating province taught you all this? As soon as the words fell, the macaw Li Ziming, who was still cursing non-stop, suddenly quieted down. However, just when Yang Lin thought that he was completely honest, it spoke again. Help! Help! It's going to be a bird's life. You shout again. This time Yang Lin was completely out of patience, and just as he was about to raise his hand, a rustling sound once again came from the forest to the side. Upon hearing these noises, Yang Lin's heart that had originally been put down was immediately raised to his throat again. This was because if he remembered correctly, the only macaw currently left inside this bird forest was Li Ziming. Now that Li Ziming was in his grasp, what was the thing that was now making noises inside? Vaguely Yang Lin recalled the cry for help that had just happened to Li Ziming. Could it be that it wasn't there to screw me over, but to ask me for help? With this thought, Yang Lin hastily copied a dead tree branch from the ground. After bracing himself, he walked straight towards the direction from which the sound had come, and after he rounded an old camphor tree, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at the figure, Yang Lin immediately froze. In the dark corner, a behemoth crept silently, and by the sunset light that was about to fall, Yang Lin could barely recognize it as a bird. A big bird. As to exactly what species he couldn't quite say. By now he also finally knew why Li Ziming was scared like this. Such a bird that looked like a raptor suddenly landed in his territory. Could he not be scared? Just when Yang Lin did not know what to do for a moment, the system's beep was suddenly sounded. Ding! Discovered injured raptor golden eagle. Please host start rescue as soon as possible. After the rescue is complete, the host receives 1 talent point. When he heard the beeping tone coming from his mind, Yang Lin's heart burst with realization. So it's a golden eagle. No wonder it can be so large. But this is downtown. How could a golden eagle suddenly leap out? Despite his inner doubts, but thinking of the rewards given by the system, Yang Lin decided to not think about that much for the time being. Li Ziming, stay here properly. I'll take it to heal its wounds first. As he spoke, Yang Lin placed the Li Ziming in his hand on top of a branch, and then he bent down and carried the already severely injured golden eagle in his arms. Thanks to the severely injured golden eagle, if it was a normal golden eagle, Yang Lin wouldn't necessarily be able to fuck him. Holding the golden eagle in his arms, he jogged all the way to the administrator's office in no time. Just as he pushed the door open, a shriek came from inside. Ah, you rascal! Get out! Get out! Hearing this voice, Yang Lin knew what was going on even without looking, and hurriedly brought the door with him. A full 5 minutes passed before the red-faced Chen Kursen walked out from inside. Before she could lash out, she noticed the golden eagle in Yang Lin's hand. Ha! What a big bird! Don't look at the bird for now. Aren't you studying to be a veterinarian? Quickly help me to see what kind of condition it's in and if there's any salvation. Saying that, Yang Lin pulled Chen Kursen to the side of the workroom with an impatient face. By the time Chen Kursen had examined the golden eagle up and down, her brows were also immediately furrowed. Oddly enough, it looks like it was shot with a gun and anesthetized. Being hit with a gun? Looking at the golden eagle's wings that were constantly oozing blood outward, and looking at its eyes that were already about to open, Yang Lin instantly had a guess in his heart. I told you how a golden eagle suddenly flew in here. So it was brought into the city by those poachers. I guess it used its last strength to escape to us. It's 2022. Are there still poachers? After hearing Yang Lin's words, Chen Kursen on the side hurriedly asked after him. Of course there is. As long as there's profit in it, people do it no matter what the age. Or where do you think I get all the animals in this garden from? After saying this, Yang Lin took another look at the golden eagle's injuries and turned his head, then said to Chen Kursen, I have all the basic medicines here, so hurry up and cure it, and I'll give you a big red packet when it's cured. Hearing the big red packet, Chen Kursen, who was still in a hurry to get off work, instantly brightened up. That's what you said. I'll heal it now. As soon as the words fell, Chen Kursen was already shaving off the feathers of the golden eagle where it was injured. Disinfect, clean, stop bleeding, medicate, bandage, feed. All procedures finished. Time is already past more than half an hour, and the golden eagle, which was still half dead, slowly recovered after being rescued. When it fully came to its senses, the mission completion beep sounded in Yang Lin's mind. Hearing this system beep, Yang Lin also let out a long sigh of relief. Thanks to you, Kursen. I'll make sure to give you a big red packet later. Go home first. I'll reimburse you for the cab fare. We should. Isn't that what we study veterinary medicine for a moment? Since cousin is so generous, I will not be polite. Oh, goodbye cousin. Just after the words were said, Chen Kursen had already run outside. Soon only Yang Lin and Golden Eagle were left in the workroom. Seeing that there was no one else in the workroom, Yang Lin then spoke to the Golden Eagle. How's it going? Feeling better? Although the Golden Eagle was a little surprised that he could understand Yang Lin's speech, he still nodded. Well then, let me ask you, were you injured by poachers? How do you know? I had a hard time getting away from those people. Upon hearing the words poacher, the Golden Eagle's eyes were filled with hatred. Then do you want to take revenge? Yang Lin suddenly suggested. Of course I want to. Since you want to take revenge, how about we make a deal? When he said this, there was a hint of compulsion hidden in Yang Lin's words. At the first sight of this Golden Eagle he had been a little moved. After all, most types of animals are now available in the West Rainbow Zoo, but raptors like the Golden Eagle are still in limbo. The large bird forest is even more only Li Ziming this stupid bird, so that he is embarrassed to open to the tourists. Now that he saw this Golden Eagle, he naturally wanted to keep it. Trade? How do you trade? The deal is simple. I'll help you catch those poachers, You stay inside my zoo and work for me for 3 years. And after 3 years I'll set you free. What do you think? Can you really help me catch those poachers? The golden eagle seemed to have some little faith in Yang Lin's words. However, in the face of the golden eagle's questioning, Yang Lin did not choose to answer directly this time, but instead directly struck it with a light of insight. All of a sudden, the golden eagle's talent information was presented in front of him. Super Sight, Gold Talent, requires 5 talent points to activate, but due to its nature, it can be activated with only 1 talent point. Super Stamina, Gold Talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. Super Speed, Gold Talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. 5 talent points are required to activate Sky Lord, Gold Talent. Soul of the Eagle, Legendary Talent, requires 10 talent points to activate. Looking at this talent information that could be called magnificent, Yang Lin's entire body was dumbfounded. Not to mention the fact that it was all golden talents, but there was even a legendary talent hidden that was even more awesome than the golden talent. This level of talent was something he had never seen before, and currently only this golden eagle had it. And it was enough to see that this wild golden eagle was much stronger than the old and weak ones in his zoo. Of course he also knew that this level of talent was currently something he could only say he would look at. That's 10 talent points, and hell knows how long it'll take to save up. However, just as he thought that, the next second the system beep sounded again. Emergency mission issued to bust poaching organizations and rescue trapped animals. Reward for mission completion, 1 golden talent randomized treasure box, talent points *5. Listening to the quest beep in his head, Yang Lin's eyes instantly lit up. It's really what you think. Directly rewarding 5 talent points and a golden talent treasure chest. Looking at the generous rewards given by the system, Yang Lin also quickly calmed down after a burst of excitement. With such a generous reward, it seems that this poaching gang must not be simple, or perhaps it's the kind that has armed forces. I'm afraid I can't handle it on my own, but the system doesn't seem to say that I have to be the one to personally trash it. Thinking of this, Yang Lin's gaze couldn't help but look at the golden eagle on the side. There was no doubt that if he wanted to find the lair of that group of poaching organizations, this golden eagle was his only clue, and at the same time, it would be a great help to him. At that moment, without any hesitation, he directly added one of the talent points he had just harvested to its super sight. As the talent points were invested, a golden light visible to the naked eye also instantly lit up above the golden eagle's eyes. At the same time, the injuries on the golden eagle's body recovered in an instant, and along with it, its size also grew a tiny bit larger. For this change, Yang Lin's face did not have the slightest surprise. He had long ago discovered that these animals would have a certain amount of intelligence and strength boosted after activating their talents. And what was also boosted was the intimacy between them and him. By the time the changes in the golden eagle's body were over, it also finally took on the appearance of the once king of the sky. Yang Lin also hurriedly asked when he saw this, "Well, how do you feel now?" "I've never felt better, and if it's me now I'm sure I won't let those poachers catch me again." After saying that, the golden eagle flapped its own pair of large wings with a wingspan of 2 meters. A gale of wind whistled through the workroom. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin's eyes were also colorful. "Good, very good. From today onwards, you'll be called Li Shuangying. My name is Yang Lin. You can call me boss." "Boss, why don't you get used to your new abilities over here, and I'll go get some help, and we'll go after that poaching gang together later." After rushing Li Shuangying and instructing him, Yang Lin rushed towards the outside of the workroom. By the time he reappeared he was already in the park security room. At this moment, a security uniform of Li Dogdan is lying on the floor of the security room with a leisurely face. Not far in front of it is an old color TV, and the content played on the color TV is a recent hit ancient puppet play. Seeing Yang Lin open the door of the defense room, Li Dogdan hurriedly turned off the TV with an embarrassed face. "Boss Gardner, let me explain. I really don't like this kind of drama. I just happened to accidentally step on the remote control." Okay, you don't have to explain. I don't mean to blame you. I do have a job for you." "Work?" The moment he heard the word work, Li Dogwan instantly became energized. "Yes, there's a poaching gang that came to our Ningnan. They captured a lot of wild animals. Boss, I'm going to go to their lair first to scout it out. I need your help." Yang Lin had only just finished saying these words when Li Dogdan revealed an expectant look on his face. "Such an exciting job? That's great. I finally have a shot at it. Where are they? I'm going to take them down in one fell swoop right now." Yang Lin also didn't expect that Li Dogwan had such a righteous side. "One pot. What are you thinking? We're just going to roughly scout out the location of these poaching gangs. It's not our business to end them. You know?" Yang Lin was afraid that Li Dogdan would rush straight into the poacher's lair on impulse later, and for this reason, he purposely instructed him twice more. It wasn't until Li Dogman promised that he would listen to instructions that Yang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. With Li Dogdan's cooperation, coupled with Li Xuanying's aerial vision, it shouldn't take long for them to find out the lair of that poaching gang without any surprises. But even so, Yang Lin was still a bit uneasy. After thinking for a moment, he opened the talent mall that hadn't been opened in a long time. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't want to open it, but the talent in it was just too expensive. This time, in order to be able to improve his security, even if he couldn't afford to do so, he had to put down some blood money. It wasn't long before $100,000 worth of green flare was presented to him. Return to Ancestry, Green Talent, when activated. This talent allows an animal to return to the level of its ancestors. This talent mall of a bunch of talent cannot be said to be eye-catching, but in Yang Lin's heart is completely worth its price. It is well known that the current animal kingdom has evolved over an unknown number of years to become what it is now. Some animals shed their linchpins and become docile in the long process of evolution, like the wild boar that evolved into the domestic pig. And some animals become stronger and stronger, like sharks and tigers. That is, the same returning talent may make some animals stronger and others weaker. So whether or not it's worth it to use this return talent depends on who the target is. Thinking of this, Yang Lin also immediately brought Li Dogdan to the wolf garden. As soon as they entered the confines of the wolf park, the group of dogs held inside immediately ran obediently to their cages, and among them, the husky Li Dogu behaved the most lively, so much so that it looked a bit silly. It didn't help that the Three Stooges of sledding weren't known as the Three Stooges for nothing, but if he had been smarter in the first place, he wouldn't have been a stray dog. Doggy, come here. With Yang Lin's greeting, the silly-faced Li Goyo immediately ran to him with his ass in front of him, and Yang Lin immediately struck the returning talent that he had just bought from the mall into its body after touching its head. Although Li Dogu looked a little less reliable, he was the only one inside the entire zoo who was better suited for this talent. After all, when it came to pedigree, there really weren't many of these animals present that could compare to it. With the implantation of the returning talent, all of a sudden, Li Dogu's body also began to undergo drastic changes. One of the most notable changes is its size. As an adult husky, Li Dogu's original body length was only about 1 meter. It instantly skyrocketed to about 1 meter 5 after it began to return to its ancestor, and its shoulder height was a direct breakthrough of 1 meter. As far as weight goes, a conservative estimate is around 100 pounds, and in addition to its size, its originally naive face instantly became full of murderous spirit, and its sharp and exposed canine teeth gave it the aura of nature's top predator. Coupled with the fluffy gray and white fur, this was not a dog. It was clearly a Siberian plains wolf from the snowy plateau. As the famous Three Stooges of sledding, few people can imagine that they were once ferocious beasts of burden across the snowy plains an unknown number of years ago, and it was precisely because Yang Lin knew this that he moved in the returning talent in its body. Judging from Li Dogu's current appearance, it was obvious that it hadn't let Yang Lin down. Although the outline of a husky can still be seen from the outside, its fierce face is completely different from that of a husky. It was no exaggeration to say that if the Li Dogu at this moment was allowed to fight with the remaining few stray dogs, the ultimate winner would definitely be Li Dogu. Just as Yang Lin was looking at Li Dogu with a satisfied face, Li Dogu on the side was looking stunned. There seemed to be some disbelief that this mighty, terrifying beast was the husky it had once bullied at will. Boss Gardner, did you turn the dog into this? Hearing Li Dogden's words, Yang Lin nodded slightly. Starting today, you two will be the two generals under my hand. I won't stop the dog if you bully him again in the future. Before Yang Lin finished speaking, Li Dogu, who had already finished returning to his ancestors, pounced on Li Dogu's body, and his huge body directly pressed Li Dogu so hard that he couldn't move. Although Li Dogdan had superior intelligence, he was not able to do anything in the face of absolute power. Okay, you two stop messing around and come with me. We're doing a big job tonight. As soon as the words fell, Yang Lin headed straight towards the gate of the zoo. By the time he reappeared, he was already in a van, and the two generals, Doggy and Doggy, were sitting on top of the back seats, left and right. The van's huge space could fit two big guys in it, and high in the air about 50 meters above the van, the mighty giant golden eagle was circling continuously, and a light representing a Bluetooth signal was flashing continuously on its neck. Sure, the poaching gang sent is east of US? My nose can do no wrong, boss. I smelled the odor on that big bird carefully. On the back seat, Li Dogdan replied with a serious face, and Li Dogdu on the side also nodded repeatedly. As a husky that has returned to the bloodline of the Siberian plains wolf, his sense of smell is even higher than that of the border herdsman Li Dogdan. Seeing that both dogs had settled on a direction, Yang Lin immediately stepped on the gas. Accompanied by the knight, this dilapidated van was carrying one person, two dogs, in the direction east of Ningnan City. Meanwhile, inside an abandoned factory at the edge of Ningnan City, a group of men with fierce looks and low-profile clothes were also plotting something mad. This time let that golden eagle run away. At least have to lose 100,000 or so. The key is that this golden eagle is still a boss in Jiangsu and Zhejiang named. This boss is our old customer. Who says it isn't? But hell if that golden eagle was shot in the wings and anesthetized to still be able to escape. Damn it. As he spoke, a bare-chested horse-faced man in the crowd kicked a wooden box covered with a tarpaulin to the side, and at once there was a wailing sound from inside the tarpaulin. No, we have to make up for the loss this time, or else this trip will be a waste for us. Make amends? How? Hearing the horse-faced man's words, another burly man eating dry noodles said with a puzzled expression, "It's hard to believe that we can't go into the 100,000 mountains again. I don't want to go in that kind of haunted place again." Just as a few people were looking at each other in disbelief, a junior on the side who was playing with his cell phone suddenly let out an exclamation. "Holy shit, what a big tiger." "A tiger? What tiger?" Hearing his little brother's exclamation, the horse-faced man was the first to ask. "It's that Northeast Tiger King that's been relatively hot on Shake Shack lately. I've never seen such a big tiger in my life." With that, this little brother put his cell phone screen in front of the horse-faced man. Following his gaze, he saw that a huge tiger of unparalleled size was whistling up to the sky on top of the wigwam. The instant he saw this giant tiger, the horse-faced man's eyes lit up. Is there even such a beast in the world? If this is sold to the Middle East, I don't know how many tycoons would be willing to pay a lot of money for it, and we won't have to worry about it again in this life. Indeed, this kind of rare beast is rare to see for hundreds of years. Those who wield money like dirt are the most favorite. A little speculation that cannot be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions. With the appearance of this word, the crowd of poachers present immediately felt a mountain of gold in front of their eyes. Just as the crowd's hearts were longing for more, the youngster from before let out a cry of surprise once again. "Boss, look, this tiger seems to be in Ningnan right now." "Really?" Hearing his little brother's words, the horse-faced man immediately scanned the positioning at the bottom of the video. "I was surprised to see the words Ningnan City West Rainbow Zoo." "The West Rainbow Zoo? It's a private zoo?" "Yeah, I heard the zoo has been open for years, run by a family of grandparents and grandchildren. In addition to this big tiger, they also have a chimpanzee that smokes and a gibbon that mechanically dances inside the zoo, and it's been all over the internet lately." This cell phone playing junior hurriedly explained. Apparently he had also swiped a lot of videos about the West Rainbow Zoo recently. "It's just a family of grandparents and grandchildren running the business. Doesn't that mean they have almost no defense?" The horse-faced man continued to pursue the question. The junior, on the other hand, shook his head after hearing the question. "They don't even seem to have any security guards, and the only ones in charge of security are a couple of dogs." So, the horse-faced man's face immediately revealed a meaningful expression. And those little brothers who had followed him for a long time were not to understand what his big brother was thinking after seeing his own big brother in this state. "Boss, do you mean we go and steal this Northeast Tiger King?" The burly man from before had just finished that sentence when the horse-faced man gave him a big forced fight. "What are you talking about? How can you call it stealing? How can a small zoo like that be worthy of such a Northeastern Tiger King? We're giving it a new living environment so it can have a better life. It's helping the animal. Do you understand?" "Understand? Big brother, you're the one who really understands animals." Inexplicably receiving a big pussy fight, the strong man also hurriedly sent his rainbow farts. Only what they hadn't noticed was that right now, just above their heads, a pair of golden eyes were staring at them with death. As a shimmering light flashed, the picture inside the plant was also instantly transmitted to a cell phone not far away through a Bluetooth signal. Looking at the video in front of him that was transmitted remotely by Bluetooth transmission, Yang Lin's brows immediately furrowed. I had thought that this group of poachers would not go too far even if they were rampant, but now take a look, or he was thinking too simply. In the middle of the empty factory building, dozens of large iron cages were neatly stacked. Even if there was only one animal in each cage, there would be at least a couple dozen wild animals. Of course, given the piss-poor nature of these poachers, there must be at least 100 wild animals locked up inside these iron cages. Of course, these are not the key point. The key point is that the number of this poaching gang is more than 10 people. And also everyone is equipped with guns, crossbows and arrows and other lethal weapons. Equipped like this, they can easily hunt even lions and tigers and elephants. Looks like we've met those professional poaching organizations. No, we need to call in outside help. Thinking of this, Yan Lin hurriedly had Li Xuanying, who was lurking on the other side's roof, fly back, and he himself found a safe corner and silently dialed a phone. "Hello, is it the police, uncle? I found a gang of poachers on this side of the boiler plant on Gaogongyi Road." Yes. There were about a dozen of them, all armed with firearms, and it was visualized that they had at least 100 wild animals in their possession. "If you guys don't believe me, I've got video here that I captured with my drone. Okay, I'll pass it on to you guys later." Just as Yang Lin dialed the phone, the Ningnan City Public Security Bureau, which was more than 10 kilometers away, soon received a video as well. The video had just been clicked on, and the entire Public Security Bureau instantly exploded. Team Lin, I'm afraid these people are the same group of poachers that our forest public security comrades have been tracking down for a long time. I didn't expect them to come to our Ningnan. Inside the conference room, a middle-aged man looked at the video on the projection with an excited face. It should be. Ordinary poaching gangs don't have such a scale, and they all have weapons. Their origin should not be simple. Another flat-headed young man on the side nodded with an agreeable face. By the looks of them, they should be planning to transit this shipment of animals out of the country by land. We must have to cut them off this time. By the way, has the informant's information been verified? Hearing the youth's words, a young cadre of police officers on the side hastily nodded. It's verified. The person who reported the case is called Yang Lin, the owner of a private zoo. There's no problem. Zoo owner? Such a coincidence. Although the youth was puzzled in his mind, he didn't think too much about it. Alright, since the target and location have been determined, let's take action. We mustn't let them escape this time. Once they are allowed to run, with guns in their hands, they are a big threat to the whole of Ningnan. Action! As the youth's words fell, a large number of police forces soon began to gather. It wasn't long before one police car after another carrying public security police officers headed toward Ningnan's eastern industrial production area. By the time they arrived, it was half an hour later. And during this half an hour, Yang Lin had always kept a deadly eye on the factory building that had been designated as a base by the poaching gang, fearing that they would take advantage of this opening to escape. Why don't they come yet? What if they run away if they don't come? Just as Yang Lin was in an anxious mood, a dozen police cars with their sirens and lights turned off appeared in a surrounded position around the plant. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin immediately brightened up. Great, they're finally here. Since the police uncle is here, there's no need for me to stay here. So I'll hurry up and bolt before anyone notices. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yang Lin immediately drove away in the night. It wasn't long before he heard bursts of gunfire coming from behind him. At the same time, he couldn't help but be glad that he hadn't been so impulsive as to directly rush in by himself. He had gamed the system now, but there was no significant change for him personally from before. Even if he had the protection of Li Dogdan and Li Dogu, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to survive in the hands of those vicious poachers. He couldn't help but sigh at the thought. That said, humans are kind of animals, so it'll be nice when I can add some of that to myself. As soon as the words fell, the system beep sounded. The host is currently a higher primate. If the host wants to add points for himself, he needs to upgrade the system to level 2 before he can open the function. When he suddenly heard this beep, Yang Lin was first stunned, then revealed a hint of joy. Feelings I can't add to myself, not because I can't, but because the human level is too high. But can this system thing still be upgraded? What are the conditions needed to go up to the second level? The host needs to light up the talent for no less than 100 animals and ensure that the system can be upgraded when no less than 10 of them are golden talent possessors. When he received the system's answer, Yang Lin's heart immediately felt as if he had been splashed with cold water. To light up talents for 100 animals, not to mention whether there are 100 animals inside the West Rainbow Zoo, even if there are, then there must be 100 talent points to do so. Of course, this wasn't the most difficult part. The most difficult part was that there also had to be 10 heads of golden talent possessors. This also meant that it wasn't good enough for him to take ordinary cats and dogs to make up the numbers. It had to be animals that were superbly gifted. You can imagine how difficult it really is. Forget it, let nature take its course. There's no rush in this kind of thing. Shaking his head to put these unrealistic thoughts behind him, Yang Lin then pressed his foot on the gas. It didn't take him long to get back inside the West Rainbow Zoo. He had expected it wouldn't take long to get the mission completion beep. What puzzled him, however, was that he waited for 2 or 3 hours without hearing anything? Does it mean that the police uncle didn't catch all of that gang of poachers? It can't be. Can they still run away in a situation like that? Just as he was thinking this, within the old site of the boiler factory, which was more than 10 kilometers away, a depressed Lin Feng directly punched a pillar on the side. As the commander of this operation, he had never expected that this group of poachers had hidden 2 single grenade launchers in addition to their regular weapons. Although they had successfully stormed the plant and killed 8 poachers, 7 still took advantage of the chaos and escaped. Team Lin, all the wild animals they poached this time are here. 148 live and 78 specimens in carcasses. Just as Lin Feng was getting annoyed, a police officer came over and reported, "We captured all their prey this time. What would you do next if you were these escaped poachers?" Upon hearing this question from his own captain, the young police officer froze. Find a safe place to hide, or keep running away? He had only just finished his sentence when a veteran police officer on the other side of the room shook his head. No, you know so little about these outlaws. Just like those gamblers, They will often choose to continue to bet when they are in such a situation, and will even throw their money away as a way to recoup their previous losses. Redeeming the losses? How can they undo the damage when they're like this? The young constable obviously had some little understanding of the old constable's words, and it was at this time that the cell phone in the hands of a poacher's corpse on the side caught Lin Feng's attention. Inside the administrator's office, Yang Lin, who had waited for a long time without waiting for the mission completion beep, finally lost his patience. It's over. I guess some poachers slipped up and weren't completely wiped out. By their nature, these ones who took the opportunity to slip away must have fled as far as they could, and might even have left the country. So where would I find them then? Doesn't that mean this mission is stuck here? As soon as he thought that the 5 talent points and a golden talent treasure chest that were about to arrive were about to leave him, Yang Lin felt a wave of depression. Whoever would be depressed after working all night for nothing? It seems that I won't be able to accomplish this mission except for these guys who took the initiative to come to my door themselves. But how could they have volunteered themselves? Shaking his head to put this unrealistic thought aside, Yang Lin then prepared to go shower and sleep. And just at this time, outside the West Rainbow Zoo, 2 black wranglers came slowly. At a closer look, there were quite a few bullet holes densely distributed on top of these 2 black wranglers, which seemed to have just gone through a big battle. Boss, this is it. This is that West Rainbow Zoo on top of Shake Shack. That King Northeast tiger is inside this zoo. A bearded man in one of the lead wranglers was reporting to the horse-faced man in the back seat. At this moment, the horse-faced man has long been no longer before the appearance of the wind. All the dirt not to mention, the right hand above the blood is still seeping out. Obviously the battle just now was not without any cost even though they took advantage of the opportunity to escape. Yet because of this, it in turn inspired his ferocity. This time we are considered planted, but as long as we successfully take down this Tiger King, we will be able to make up for all our losses. At that time, we'll eat and drink just as well when we go to the Middle East. Upon hearing the horse-faced man's words with compulsion, the faces of the crowd of poachers suddenly rekindled with hope. Boss, so we're going in now? It's not now to go in until when? What if the zoo people find out? The bearded man pressed on. Hearing this question from him, the horse-faced man immediately glared at him. You need to ask me about such things? What's that dick thing in your hand for? I see. Nodding his head, a hint of ferocity immediately appeared in the bearded man's eyes. Having just suffered a setback, he was in need of a place to vent. Right after a few people finished their discussion, they found an unoccupied corner and easily entered the middle of the West Rainbow Zoo, and where they landed just happened to be the location of the birdwood. A few people had only just landed on their feet when a voice came from the forest off to the side. Throw the thunder floor wood. Throw the thunder floor wood. Upon hearing this voice, the several poachers were shocked on the spot and their hearts fluttered. Subconsciously they assumed they were discovered, but soon they realized that there didn't seem to be any people around. Boss, how come this zoo is so evil? Just now I clearly heard a sound. How come I didn't see anyone? It can't be a ghost. Ghost your ass. I've even killed people. I'm still afraid of ghosts. No matter that much. Let's go find the tiger first. Slapping the little brother in the face, the horse-faced man immediately began to explore towards the interior of the park. Just what they didn't notice was that just as they were furtively traveling through the park, a black shadow violently shot straight up into the sky. Meanwhile on the other side Yang Lin, who was just about to go to sleep, suddenly felt something tapping on the window outside. A glance of his eyes instantly revealed a familiar figure. Why, it's you. What are you doing up in the middle of the night? While reprimanding, Yang Lin opened the window. The next second a panicked Li Ziming flew in. Help! Help! Hearing Li Ziming's cries for help and combining it with its facial expression, Yang Lin immediately detected a hint of something wrong. After thinking for a moment, he directly grabbed Li Ziming's body, and in an instant a shimmering light entered Li Ziming's body from his hand. And right after the shimmering light entered his body, the feathers on Li Ziming's body instantly became even more colorful, and a trace of extraordinary spirituality was added to his eyes. These manifestations are clearly a harbinger of the activation of the gift. Boss Gardner, it's bad. There are bad people. Bad people have gotten inside the zoo. They have weapons in their hands. Dangerous Gafar. Dangerous. Listening to Li Ziming's long string of languages from various countries, Yang Lin gave it a blow before it could finish. Don't show off. Don't show off. Knowing that you know the language of a dozen or so countries, why don't you tell me exactly what kind of people ran in here? It was a group of men. Men with weapons. And they were mean. Yang Lin, although he was somewhat speechless, based on these keywords described by Li Ziming, Yang Lin still instantly associated them with the group of poachers from before. No way. They really took the initiative to come to the door? That's why. It was a little hard to understand, but it didn't take much thought to realize that they were mostly coming for the animals inside the zoo. Where can this Yang Lin tolerate? Moving him is fine, but not these animals. Those are the elders of their old young family. Thinking of this, Yang Lin hurriedly forced himself to calm down. Since these poachers had the courage to go inside the zoo, they had enough backbone. It was those weapons in their hands that undoubtedly provided them with their backbone. Considering it's downtown, they most likely won't be using those hot weapons. But even if they only used cold weapons like crossbows and arrows, it was not something he could fight against. It seems like I have to fix you guys something tough, or else you'll think I'm easy to bully. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Lin put on his clothes and headed for the door. By the time he reappeared, there were already two more tall figures beside him, and it was none other than the two brothers, Li Dogdan and Li Dogu. In addition to them, the 6 Woof Woof members were also neatly lined up on the side, together with the golden eagle Li Xuanying hovering above their heads. It was just like an animal army of quite a large scale. Yet even so, Yang Lin still felt that it was somewhat not quite enough. After a moment's thought, it opened the gates to the orangutan and monkey gardens again. After the two great masters Li Wei and Li Chang also joined in, the bottomless Yan Lin quickly felt his way toward those poachers with the support of Li Xuanying's aerial vision. And at this moment those 7 poachers were oblivious to the fact that their whereabouts had been completely exposed. "Boss, the tiger park should be up ahead. That tiger is rather large. I guess I'll have to increase the amount of anesthetic." On the road leading to the tiger garden, the bearded man said to the horse-faced man while taking out the anesthetic bomb from behind him. "Plus we guess we'll have to get another car to do it. This big tiger won't fit in a normal car." Hearing the bearded man's suggestion, the horse-faced man nodded. "It's okay, get it out of here. The zoo should have a special car for pulling animals. We'll get it later." Just as the two were conversing, a junior brother on the side but suddenly spoke up. "Boss, I'm feeling a little weird." "Huh? What's so strange? Isn't this zoo too quiet? How come I didn't hear any other animals along the way?" "What's so strange about that? Animals have to sleep at night too." "That's right, just you make a fuss." 100,000 mountains we all broke through. A small zoo is nothing. Being disliked so much by the crowd, at once that little brother stopped speaking. While the crowd was talking, the iron cage of the tiger garden gradually appeared in the crowd's view. By the bright moonlight, a huge beast was sprawled in the open space right in the center of the cage. Looking at this behemoth, the crowd, who had originally been cautious with a hint of caution, instantly became excited. "Boss, it's that Northeast Tiger King. It's even bigger than what we saw in the online video. We're rich this time." "Yeah, how did you raise such a big tiger? And the keeper of this zoo is also a fucking talent. I'm afraid it's going to catch up with the elephants. Those tycoons in the Middle East can't go crazy if they see it. It seems that the price we expected before was still too conservative. This tiger is worth at least $200 million. 200 million. As soon as they heard this word, the 7 poachers immediately felt like a mountain of gold was placed in front of them. And this mountain of gold is now in their possession. "Do it, boss." Seeing that the huge sum of $200 million had already begun to beckon to them, the group of juniors had already somewhat been unable to hold down their excited hearts. The bearded man on the side, on the other hand, sniffed and silently raised the tranquilizer gun in his own hand. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, a wind sound came sharply from the side. Without waiting for him to react, a fist-sized pebble hit him directly in the head. "Ah!" With a miserable scream emitted, blood flowed wildly directly from the bearded man's head. Who the hell hit me with a rock?" While wailing, he didn't forget to curse loudly. The other poachers on the side were suddenly puzzled by the situation. Where did the rock come from in the middle of the night, and it just happened to hit the bearded man in the head? The thought had just popped up when one flying rock after another followed. In an instant, 7 poachers were hit. Each one was a precise hit to the head, although not fatal, but the intense pain was causing them to scream repeatedly. And by this time they also finally realized that they had been discovered, and immediately raised the weapons in their hands in preparation for battle. Off to the side. Just at this moment, a voice came from the darkness just off to the side. "You have been surrounded. Hurry up and put down the weapons in your hands. Don't make a pointless struggle." Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of the few poachers present immediately changed. How it sounded was like the cop who had rounded them up earlier. However, these poachers had traveled for many years, and after a brief moment of panic they also immediately sensed that something was wrong. Only to see the horse-faced man snapped out a flashlight from his waist in the direction the sound came from. The next second a colorful macaw was there. Seeing this macaw, the horse-faced man immediately realized that he had been tricked. "Mud, they're lying to us. They're not cops. Brothers, kill them." As soon as the words fell, several poachers fired the steel crossbows in their hands in the direction of the macaws, and as soon as the macaw saw this he rushed up into the sky with a flutter of his own wings. It was also at this time that 2 huge black shadows suddenly leapt out from a corner. Immediately, 2 poachers were dragged into the darkness without reacting. With 2 screams past, there was no sound. From the appearance of the black shadow to the accomplices being dragged away, the entire process was only a few seconds, so fast that those poachers couldn't react in time. By the time the horse-faced man reacted and shone his flashlight over, the two dark shadows and the dragged-away accomplice were long gone. It also made the already nervous poachers even more nervous. One of the slightly less daring ones was even trembling. "Old boss, what the hell were those two shadows just now? They can't be ghosts." Only just as he finished his sentence, a gun was pressed above his head. "Shut up, the police old man is not afraid." Afraid of what ghost? Besides, this is a zoo, not a cemetery, where to get a ghost. Most likely those animals are playing tricks. "Get all the flashlights you have on you and light up the side." With the horse-faced man's order, the few remaining people hastily took out the light sources they were carrying and placed them beside them. Instantly the nearby 10-meter area was completely illuminated. In order not to be sneaked up on, several people slowly pressed their backs to the top of the iron cage in the tiger garden. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin, who was hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. "These guys aren't stupid. But do you guys think I can't do anything about you guys because of this?" Li Xuanying prepared to release the fishing nets. As soon as Yang Lin's words fell, a huge black shadow attached itself from the clouds and flew down. By the time it flew to a distance of roughly 30 meters from the ground, it snapped and released its claws. A huge fishing net fell from the sky. Before a few poachers had time to react, the fishing net split their heads and covered them in it. "Shit, ambush! Where's the fishing net? Untie it, boss, we've been tricked." In an instant the 5 poachers were in disarray, but after a moment of panic, they were also quick to get out their knives to cut through the fishing net. Seeing that several people were about to get out of the trap, how could Yang Lin give them such an opportunity? "Doggy, get on me, Uncle Kung, act as we discussed before." With Yang Lin's order, the two brothers, Dog Egg and Dog Leftover, immediately rushed up with a group of wolf team members. On the other hand, Li Chang, the gibbon on the other side, jumped towards the tiger garden quickly, and in a short time, he arrived at the tiger garden gate. With a burst of its operation, the locked gates of the tiger park opened in response. The next second an immense and incomparable mottled beast slowly stepped out of the iron cage with heavy steps. The few poachers who had just been pounced on by the woofers were shocked to see this scene. Outside the gates of the West Rainbow Zoo, a police car slowly approached while the night was still young. When the vehicle stopped, a serious-looking Lin Feng took the lead and walked down. "Team Lin, these two cars belong to the group of poachers just now, and there are things left behind by them in the cars. They did get here like you guessed." A young police officer who had checked the environment of the scene in advance said to Lin Feng with an excited face after checking the two black Wranglers. At this moment, his inner admiration for Lin Feng was already beyond words. They really did come for that Northeast Tiger King. "I wonder if they've gotten their hands on it now." "Team Lin, I've already inquired. Inside this zoo right now there's only the director, Yang Lin, looking after it alone. And there's no other security force." Just as Lin Feng was looking at the zoo behind the courtyard wall with a heavy face, another dryad ran over and said, "Is that the guy who called the police earlier?" "Yes, that's him. Let's hurry up. I'm afraid he'll be in danger if we're late." This gang of poachers don't care if they have another life in their hands. Hearing this dry police officer's words, Lin Feng instantly nodded. If any innocent people were implicated this time, then they would be in big trouble this time. A group of people go in first. Be careful not to make too much noise in case those poachers are dogged. The second group pay attention to guarding all corners of the park. This time we can't let them get away again. Action! With Lin Feng's order, all of a sudden the group of police officers split into two waves, one staying outside the wall while he led the other group over the wall and into the zoo. At this moment, he could only secretly pray for Yang Lin, praying that he would never be caught by that group of poachers. He didn't dare to think about what would happen to Yang Lin if he fell into the hands of that group of poachers. Even he had prepared for the worst. However, when he led a group of police officers slowly searching in the park is vaguely aware of a hint of wrong. As the group of poachers had thought earlier, it was a little too quiet in the zoo at the moment. It was reasonable to say that with the way those poachers acted, they wouldn't be able to make no noise at all. After all, their target this time was an incomparably terrifying Northeast Tiger King. With such doubts, Lin Feng soon saw a signpost on the side. After confirming the direction of the Tiger Garden, he immediately led the crowd in the direction of the Tiger Garden. As they got closer to the Tiger Park, Lin Feng and the group of police officers became more and more cautious. Although there were only 7 remaining poachers, but they were all armed with guns. Once the gunfight started head-on, they might not be able to gain any advantage in such an environment. Just when they had already prepared for a fierce battle, the next scene they saw was one that directly made them dumbfounded. Only to see that on top of the open space in front of the Tiger Garden, a silhouette of a person was lying there horizontally and vertically. Each one's body was covered in a large number of claw marks, and their clothing and other things were torn to shreds. If it wasn't for their wailing twice every now and then, those who didn't know would have thought it was a couple of corpses. This, although they were still a few meters away. Lin Feng also instantly recognized the identity of these people. If it wasn't the poachers who had escaped earlier or whoever. Just at this moment their appearance is really difficult to let people and poachers linked together, but more like those in the street pretending to be crazy beggars. Captain, what's going on? How did these poachers get like this? Were they attacked by someone? The young cadet who had been outside the door earlier said with a puzzled look on his face. Upon hearing this question from him, Lin Feng's face instantly revealed a bitter smile. Does this look to you like they were attacked, the way they are now? Well, it's supposed to be attacked by an animal. Just as the two were conversing, the streetlight on the side was suddenly lit up. The next second Yang Lin's figure appeared in front of a group of public security police officers. Uncle Cop, it's me. Don't shoot. I'm the director of this zoo. When they heard Yang Lin's voice, the crowd let out a long sigh of relief. Of course, they weren't the only ones who were relieved. Yang Lin on the other side was equally relieved to see Lin Feng and the others put down their guns. He was afraid that the men would shoot him as if he were one of the poachers' accomplices. Seeing that Lin Feng and the others had dropped their guard, he then took the initiative to walk over to the crowd. Uncle Police, I want to report a crime. These people came inside my zoo in the middle of the night to steal my family's animals and tried to kill me. When he said this, he also deliberately put on a scared expression. Lin Feng and the others, on the other hand, were filled with speechlessness when they heard his words. A few poachers were beaten like this, and Yang Lin only now said something like he wanted to report it to the police. Who would believe it? Looking at the poacher lying on the ground who was constantly wailing, and then glancing at Yang Lin who was filled with panic and fear, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Okay, Park Director Yang, let's not talk in the dark. There's no need for you to look like this. As long as you don't beat these poachers to death, that's all they deserve. We won't pursue you. As soon as he finished this sentence, Yang Lin hurriedly said with a straight face, Uncle Cop, that's just not true. How could they have been hit by me? They accidentally tumbled inside the tiger garden by themselves, and were given a fat beating by the tigers in my house. If I hadn't found them in time, they would have lost their lives. Really? Listening to Yang Lin's explanation, Lin Feng was filled with disbelief. Of course, but I was also scared at the time. So I had a couple of animals with me, and it was so dark that I don't know if they made a move or not. Speaking of this, Yang Lin also put on an innocent look. I'm an animal breeder. It's a reasonable thing to have a few critters with me for company. Right, Uncle Cop? It does make sense, but you'll still have to come back with us for a statement. Don't worry, we won't make things difficult for you. After all, you've made a contribution to society this time. After saying this, Lin Feng signaled the other cadres to arrest the 7 poachers. And what happened next was just as he said it would be, as Yellen was simply taken for a statement and released to his home. However, just as Yang Lin's front foot had stepped out of the door of the Public Security Bureau, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something again. That's right, police uncle. I helped you crack such a big poaching gang this time, and I also helped you capture 7 of its members. Is there any reward for that? When he suddenly heard these words from Yang Lin, Lin Feng was first stunned, then he nodded seriously. I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. There is indeed a reward, and it's not a small one. Among the poachers you caught this time, 2 of them are Class S wanted criminals and 3 are Class A wanted criminals. Their bounties will be issued to you, and with the important information you provided this time, a conservative estimate is that you should be able to get around $500,000. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Yang Lin on the other side was a bit dumbfounded. Yang Lin never thought that if he just casually asked, there would really be a bonus, and it was still a bonus of $500,000. That $500,000 is almost as much as the current zoo earns in a week. What's more, among those poachers he caught casually, there were 2 S-class wanted criminals, and 3 A-class wanted criminals. Class A wanted criminals are generally already criminals who have committed serious crimes in the country, while Class S wanted criminals are listed as wanted by at least 2 countries. One can only imagine how many cases this group of poachers have under their hands. Thinking about this, Yang Lin also couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. This group of poachers probably never dreamed that they would fall inside a private zoo after fleeing back and forth across several countries without incident. But who made you guys mess with me? As he spoke, Yang Lin was ready to take a taxi out of here. However, before he could completely walk out of the door of the Public Security Bureau, Lin Feng's familiar voice once again came from behind him. Park Director Yang, wait a moment. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yang Lin subconsciously assumed that one of his secrets had been exposed. But only when he turned his head did he realize that Lin Feng had an extra iron cage in his hands. Looking inside through the gap in the iron cage, 2 animals the size of house cats were lying quietly inside. not knowing if they were dead or alive. Looking at these two little guys, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed a puzzled look. Does that mean they're not going to pay the bonus? Are they going to use the two animals to cover the debt? Park Director Yang, these two little ones were found by us inside those animals left behind by the poaching gang. The other animals we were going to hand over to the forestry department at first light tomorrow, but these two little guys look like they're about to die, asked the team's doctor. And there's nothing the doctor can do, but they are two lives after all, so I'd like to leave them in your care. Leave it to me to take care of it? After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Yang Lin was instantly stunned. He really hadn't expected it to be such a reason. Yes, judging from the animals inside your zoo, you should know a lot about animals, and since that big tiger can be taken care of so well by you, maybe you can save these two little ones as well. Of course, even if you don't get them back we won't blame you, please. With that, Lin Feng handed over the iron cage to Yang Lin with a solemn face, and at this moment, Yang Lin obviously had no choice but to push back. The moment he received the iron cage, two system beeps sounded successively. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully assisting the police in eradicating the poaching gangs. Rewarding talent points *5, a golden talent treasure chest. Ding! Temporary quest triggered. Please make sure the host heals the two rabbits in your hands within an hour's time. Reward for quest completion, talent points *2. Skill, low-level sharing. Hearing these two system beeps, Yang Lin immediately froze on the spot. This one in front of him was expected. After all, the poaching gangs had been destroyed by the group. There was no reason why the mission should not be given a chance to be completed. But this one behind it was a bit out of his league. He didn't expect that taking over two random dying critters could activate a temporary quest. So these two little guys are rabbits, looking like kittens. But the system limit is only an hour away, so it looks like I'll have to hurry up a bit. Thinking of this, Yang Lin immediately did not delay any longer, called an online car and returned to the zoo. And at this moment the time had come to 3 o'clock in the morning, and there was not much time left before dawn. Taking the two dying bunnies with him, Yang Lin went straight to the workroom, opening the iron cage and then flattening the two little ones on the workbench. Yang Lin then began to check up on their injuries, but half a dozen inspections didn't show a thing. There were no visible signs of either external or internal injuries. In the end, Yang Lin also came to a conclusion. The two little ones should have been shocked by the previous gunfight and then got stressed out. That's exactly like a cat. TSK, 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 just such a little bit. No wonder it's mixed up as an endangered species. The feeling is that it's too timid. While sighing, Yang Lin shot a light of insight into the bodies of the two little ones. The next second the little guy's talent information was presented in front of Yang Lin. Hunting, blue talent, requires 2 talent points to activate. Stealth, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Super hearing, gold talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. Adorableness, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Looking at only a few talent options in front of him, Yang Lin was more or less surprised. I had thought that the rabbit was at least a rare animal, and that the talent, no matter how bad it was, would be better than those few dogs, but the truth is that he overthinks it. With just a few talents, it's not pure and simple little party food. Forget it, it's destiny to run into each other, so let's help you two out. Looking at the two rabbits in front of him that were already almost out of breath, Yang Lin then selected the cute talent in them. There's no way around it. A few other talents either can't be afforded or aren't cost-effective. It's also just a matter of choosing between the two talents of stealth and cute. In the end, he chose to be cute as opposed to stealth, which wasn't much use. And as the cute talent on the two little bunnies was lit up, a shimmering light flashed across their bodies. Originally on their last legs, they instantly came to their senses. Without waiting for Yang Lin to react, one of the little guys jumped directly onto Yang Lin's body. Meow! With just a soft cry, Yang Lin felt like his entire body had lost its strength. I blanch, how can I be so cute? The other little guy saw the situation as rushed to expose the belly in front of Yang Lin, the two short front legs from time to time in the air on the false grasp. The abdominal cavity is the general roar of the engine. Add to that its big, round face, and anyone who looks at it will want to go jerk it off. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin instantly couldn't hold it and directly got on and rubbed its big faceplate. Meow! Accompanied by the charming little smoky voices of the two little ones. At this moment Yang Lin was completely addicted to it. It was a good while before he finally escaped from the workroom. There was no way around it. The two little ones were afraid that their talent for being cute had been straightened out. He was firmly dog cult until this point, but in that moment just now he switched to cat cult, even if the rabbit is not a cat. Seeing that it was getting late, Yang Lin had planned to take the opportunity to catch up on his sleep, but soon he thought of the rewards of those two quests just now. Never mind, I'll sleep after I see the reward. Thinking of this, at that moment, He opened the system space once again. This time, counting the rewards for destroying the poaching gangs, there were 2 in total. One was a golden talent chest and the other was a skill low-level share. This reward in the front, Yang Lin could barely guess what exactly was inside, but this low-level sharing left him a little puzzled. This was also his 4th skill in addition to the 3 skills he obtained when the system was opened. So he also quickly clicked on the introduction related to the skill. After reading the introduction, it dawned on him. Low-level sharing. Use this to select an animal with an activated talent to share its vision and hearing. Holy cow. Bullish the skill. Then if say I choose to share the golden eagle's supervision, wouldn't it be that my own eyes can also see thousands of meters away? However, he had only just ventured such a thought when the system poured cold water on him. The host's comprehension leaves much to be desired. It is not the animal's ability to see and hear that the host shares, but rather what the animal currently hears and sees. If the host wants to perform ability sharing, they need to raise their system level to level 3 so that the low-level sharing skills can be upgraded to high-level sharing. After hearing the system's explanation, Yang Lin was a little disappointed, but he could accept it if he thought about it. That's fine. That way, as soon as I put the golden eagle in the sky, the entire zoo is under my surveillance, and I can look wherever I want. Wait until the animals with activated talents become more numerous later on, and I'll have my eyes and ears everywhere. After the excitement, Yang Lin then didn't put too much thought into this new skill. Now it's a big night and there's nothing to see at all. Let's see what we can open inside the golden talent treasure chest next. Hopefully it won't be anything too trashy. After some prayers, Yang Lin quickly opened the golden talent treasure chest rewarded by the system. A system beep sounded in the next second. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the golden talent treasure chest and obtaining the golden talent amputation regeneration. Hearing this system beep, Yang Lin's entire body froze. Looking at the text on the system prompt, he even wondered if he had misread it. And a fucking talent like that? Isn't this too perverted? On second thought, though, it seemed that this talent wasn't an overly rare one among the natural world. Lizards on land can break their tails and regrow, and crabs in the water can grow back after losing their pincers. Leeches, earthworms, sponges, and jellyfish can also grow back after their bodies are mutilated. Of course, none of this mattered right now. What mattered was that at this moment, Yang Lin could give this talent to any animal. And this talent doesn't just mean that severed limbs can be regenerated. It also represents superb cellular repair and metabolic abilities. Once this talent was given to those top predators, it was instantly able to increase their fighting ability by a large margin. And at the moment, Yang Lin already had the best person to bestow this talent in his mind. Taking a look at the sky that was already somewhat bright, Yang Lin, who had originally planned to catch up on his sleep, simply didn't bother to sleep. Casually washing his face with cold water, he headed out of the room. A cage-surrounded area about the same size as the Tiger Park came into view. The sign on the side of the signboard was clearly written with the words Leopard Park. Compared to the Tiger Park, which is bustling with activity during the day, the Leopard Park is currently closed to the public. The main reason for this is because the leopard inside the Leopard Park is always in a state of extreme irritability. Such an unstable state caused Yang Lin to not dare to let the tourists come over at all. It's not that I'm afraid that tourists will be hurt by it, but I'm afraid that this leopard will be scared by tourists. Li Pa, are you awake? If you are, I have something to find you. With Yang Lin's shout, a figure instantly jumped down from a dead tree. By the time it walked to the edge of the iron cage, its body full of patterns like copper coins was also exposed to Yang Lin. What's the point of looking for me? To get those tourists to come and admire my tragic statue? Before Yang Lin could get close, this big cat-like money leopard showed its teeth and said, compared to the other animals in the park, he is significantly more grumpy. However, Yang Lin didn't mind at all, because he knew that the leopard in front of him, which was missing one of its front legs, had fallen to this state because of humans. He was almost sent to a game house when he lost his leg in a trap, so you can imagine how much he hates humans inside. Li Pa, don't lose your temper yet? Today I found you because I have a heavenly favor for you. Do you want your broken leg to grow back? What? Li Bao, the money leopard, who originally still had an impatient look on his face, instantly became agitated after hearing Yang Lin's words. Can you really make my broken leg grow back? Of course, I can't lie to you. Not only can I make your broken leg grow back, but I can also make you stronger. But before I help you, you have to promise me 2 conditions. What conditions? Li Pa immediately asked impatiently. This first condition is that I'll arrange for 2 of your relatives to come and live with you later, and you'll help me take care of them. Relatives? The second condition is that you learn to let go of your hatred for humans. After all, it was the poachers who hurt you in the first place, and it's not like these tourists did anything to wrong you, right? After saying these 2 conditions, Yang Lin quietly waited for Li Po's response, and Li Po nodded with a serious face after some thought. Okay, as long as you can make my broken leg grow back, I'll agree to anything. Well, then you'll see. Seeing that Li Bao had agreed, Yang Lin didn't delay too much further and directly bestowed the talent of rebirth of severed limbs that he had previously obtained on it. With the bestowal of the talent, all of a sudden, Li Po's body began to undergo drastic changes. Aside from its slightly larger size and slightly brighter fur, the biggest change was its right forepaw, which had originally been broken off. With a burst of blood and flesh writhing, a right forepaw that corresponded to its left forepaw slowly grew out. In just less than a minute, he was transformed from a handicapped leopard to an able-bodied and formidable jungle hunter. Feeling the changes in his body, leopard Li Bao immediately became excited. Great! My body has finally recovered. As it spoke, it made a flying leap onto a 5-meter-tall tree to the side, the whole action flowing like water. And then it even ran quickly within the leopard garden, so fast that Yang Lin was almost unable to see it. After venting, it quickly thought of another question. What exactly was the relative Yang Lin was talking about? Inside the leopard garden, looking at the two pampered little things in Yang Lin's arms, Li Po felt that his intelligence had been severely insulted. Boss Gardener, these two little things are leopards too? No, it's a rabbit, which by blood would be your distant cousin. Yang Lin had only just finished answering when a small rabbit climbed from his arms to the top of his head, while the other one jumped to the ground and started rubbing its furry little head mission against Li Po's forelegs. It's a deal. They should kinda like you too. Starting today, you'll take care of them both for me. Well, I'm off. As soon as he placed the small rabbit on his head on Li Po's back, Yang Lin escaped from the leopard garden in the next second. Only a confused Li Po was left behind. Phew, finally got rid of the two little clingers. Let's hope the three of them get along. Well, time to get breakfast going for these animals. Beef for Li Hua, fruits for Li Wei and Li Chang, and a live chicken for Li Bao. And as for the two little ones, cat food should make do. With Yang Lin's busy figure, a new day had officially arrived. At 7:30 in the morning, there is still an hour before the zoo opens its doors. But at this moment, a large number of tourists have already gathered outside the park. And all these visitors apparently came for the woofers' morning routine. When Li Dogdan led the entire wolf team to appear in the middle of the tourists' field of vision, all the tourists instantly boiled over, especially when the two brothers, Li Dogdan and Li Dogu, walked out from inside the park shoulder to shoulder. I blanch, is this the legendary wolf team? This is too damn handsome. What breed of dog are the two leaders in front of us? Why do I feel a bit unrecognizable? The one on the left seems to be a border collie. As for the one on the right, while the crowd was a bit puzzled about the breed of Li Dogu, one of the tourists suddenly just exclaimed, "It's a wolf. For God's sake, that lead one looks like a Siberian plains wolf. It seems like it's really a wolf. Isn't this the woofers? How come there's a wolf mixed in there? This wolf is also too damn handsome. May I ask how I can have such a pet?" Overthink it. You can't afford to keep a big guy like that in your average family. At least a few dozen pounds of meat a day. That's just it. And a big enough place to live. You can't even have a large dog without hundreds of square feet in your house. Now that's a real beast, big and strong, with sharp canines and fierce eyes. However, just as the crowd was unanimously shocked by Li Dogu's super high face value, the next second it spread its feet and ran to the side to pee under a pole. Seeing this scene, the tourists, who had just been greatly shocked, immediately barely managed to spurt out a mouthful of old blood. When they got a little closer, the tourists were also quick to see a hint of what was going on in Li Dogu's face. The first thing to be revealed is obviously its intelligent eyes. Even though it tried its best to act ferocious, the foolishness that came out from the depths of its soul was hard to hide. Holy shit, I finally know what it is. It's a two-hander after all. I have to admit that this era is indeed quite handsome, but there doesn't seem to be any improvement in terms of intelligence. Ha ha ha, die laughing. Handsome? Take the IQ for it. Compared to the border herdsman next to him, this era always feels silly. With the identity of Li Dogu's identity revealed, the interest of the tourists suddenly became more intense. After all, who can say no to a big, handsome-looking goofball? By the time the woofers' routine was over, the time to open the park had officially arrived. As Yang Lin slowly opened the iron gate of the zoo, a group of visitors began to enter in an orderly manner. Just as the tourists were lining up to check their tickets, Yellen raised his bullhorn. Greetings, fellow visitors. In return for your travels, the zoo has opened two brand new areas today. One is the Birdwood area and the other is the Leopard Park area where new animal friends will shine. Please be civilized in your viewing and don't feel free to feed with exotic foods. Of course, if you really want to feed it, you can make a purchase from me. Just after Yang Lin's words were shouted, the curiosity of the tourists was instantly aroused. This zoo has opened a new area? What's there to see in Birdwood? I came here this time specifically to see that big tiger. That's just it. What's there to see in a bunch of poofy birds? Hey, I came here specifically to see the chimp that drops poop. This brother has a pretty sick hobby. But you're late. This chimp seems to have stopped throwing poop now. Supposedly constipated in the past 2 days and throwing turf instead. One of these days when the sod is stripped, you should throw the dirt bumps underneath instead. Then it's nice to see the gibbon next to it that only does a mechanical dance. You're late to this one too. And I don't know what goddamn scrub hostess danced in front of it once, and now it's been there all day scrubbing glass. Holy shit. Wouldn't that be more exciting? You boys are real perverts. As visitors dispersed to various parts of the park, a wave of visitors soon arrived in the area where the leopard park was located. Of course, it wasn't that they were really more interested in the leopard park. It was just that they had no choice but to come here because the other parks were just too crowded with tourists. And Li Qiuyue was one of them. As a tourist who came from Jiangchang, her target this time would have been the big tiger. But after squeezing in half a day did not squeeze in, she also had to choose to come to the leopard park located in the back of the tiger park. Just as she was about to take a casual look, a small figure suddenly fell from a large tree not far in front of her. When she got a good look at the tiny figure, instantly her insides melted. Oh my god. What kind of animal is this? This is too cute. The big round head, the chubby body, plus the several small meat pads on top of those paws, just like an absolutely adorable creature. Just as her eyes turned into starry ones, an identical little one once again fell from the tree she had just been in. And at this moment, the two little guys had apparently discovered Li Qiuyue outside the cage. Curious, they immediately ran over with their 4 short legs. By the time they stick to the side of the iron cage, they immediately rubbed their little heads against it. Seeing this scene, Li Qiuyue couldn't hold back any longer and reached out her palms to caress the two little ones through the iron cage. And the appearance of these two absolutely adorable creatures soon drew the attention of the other tourists as well. It didn't take long for the area where the two little ones were to be surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. As more and more tourists gathered in front of the iron cage in the leopard park, the 2 little rabbits did not show any fear at the moment, but instead showed a hint of curiosity from their big round eyes. Since growing up, they had never seen so many 2-legged beasts except for those poachers before. In contrast, the visitors outside were equally curious about their identities. Wow! What kind of animal is this? It's really cute and cuddly. Aren't you talking nonsense? This is the leopard park. Of course they are baby leopards. No way. No leopard grows this round. Seeing that both of them have such white fur, they should be snow leopards. This is a snow leopard? Are you kidding me? Snow leopards can meow? I think it would be cats. You can see they can still stomp on milk. Whatever animal it is, it's so cute. I want to hug it. Just when the crowd was about to be adorable by the 2 little ones, Li Qiuyue, who had been gathered at the front, suddenly took out a cat teaser from her bag. With the cat teaser stick being stuck into the middle of the cage, all of a sudden the 2 little guys got high. The atmosphere of the scene was also brought to a climax with the 2 little ones' action with the suspicion of being cute. But just at this time, a swift figure suddenly leapt over from the distance. Before the crowd could react, this figure stopped in front of the 2 little ones. When the crowd saw the figure's appearance, they immediately felt their eyes light up, because the figure that suddenly appeared was clearly a money leopard covered in beautiful patterns. Roar! As the money leopard violently opened its own bloody mouth, an earth-shattering roar spread throughout the entire leopard garden area. At once all the tourists were all quiet. Although the money leopard gave them a sense of oppression that was nowhere near as powerful as the northeast tiger, it was, after all, a top predator that had crisscrossed the jungle. And the money leopard inside the cage couldn't help but show a hint of satisfaction on his face when he saw the crowd of tourists frightened by him. But the next second the 2 little ones on the side jumped on its back one after another. At his puzzled look, the 2 little ones straightened their backs and grew their mouths as they did. Meow! Meow! At once the 2 little smoky voices made the loudest noises of their lives. After calling out, the 2 little ones even looked at the money leopard with a smug look, as if they wanted to be praised by it. And it was at this time that the entire room instantly burst into laughter. Where could they see the slightest hint of fear on their faces? OMG! What are these 2 little guys doing? They're really mean and aggressive. Sure enough, it's a cute beast, and it's too cute. The others are the kings of the forest. The 2 of them are simply the shame of the forest. No, you're not allowed to talk about these 2 little guys. They're obviously trying very hard to be mean to us now. I guess this leopard down below is speechless. The majesty that was so hard to build up was destroyed by these 2 little guys all of a sudden. I'm a little skeptical that these 2 little guys can beat a rat. I can't. I'm going to be laughing so hard I'm going to bring them the cat scratching board from my retrograde son tomorrow. I'm going to donate a cat climber. That said, these 2 little guys can't really be this leopard's cubs. Right. The gap is too big. Seeing that the crowd was about to be laughed down, the money leopardly Bao also seemed to feel a bit ashamed of the leopard. Ignoring the 2 little ones on the side and then directly climbed to the side of the withered tree. thinking that it is a jungle hunter, but it has such two relatives who make a living by being cute, where it still has the face to stay. And it was at this time that Yang Lin's figure also appeared in the leopard garden. All of you visitors must be wondering who these two little guys are. Then I'll reveal it to you next. Actually, the two of them are neither cats nor leopard cubs, but rabbits. Hearing Yang Lin's explanation, the curiosity of the people present was immediately aroused. Gardener, if it isn't the cats, they play with the teaser stick. That's right. It looks just like a kitten, and it can stomp on milk. That's because rabbits also belong to the feline family and are related to domesticated cats. Yang Lin continued to explain. It's not unusual for them to have habits similar to those of cats, but they are veritable mini beasts, capable of independently catching hares, sage grouse, sand grouse, etc. Although Yang Lin was seriously explaining, the two little guys inside the cage were not cooperative at all. One minute he's playing with a teaser stick, the next he's flipping a little leather ball out of nowhere. Every now and then he would lick the fur on his body with a serious face and wash himself in the process. Whereas this looked like some small beast. By the way, gardener, do these two little guys have names? A young girl suddenly asked a question. And the people who heard this question also hastened to cast curious gazes right back at Yang Lin. Since the two little ones just arrived, they haven't had time to name them yet. After saying this, Yang Lin suddenly remembered something and hurriedly took out his cell phone. Tell you what, I'll start a voting campaign on top of Shakeology using the zoo's official number. Everyone can name the two little ones and I will choose the two names with the most likes to name the two little ones. Just after Yang Lin said this, the crowd present instantly became excited. So it's up to us to decide what the two little ones will be called from now on? And that's a good thing? Gardeners, you shiver. I've already thought of what to name the two little ones. Yeah, I've got it figured out. The fat one is called Little Potato Bun, right? And the fatter one is called Little Pork Stew with Vermicelli Sub. You're so fucking sick. Not as bad as these two I'm thinking of. The fat one is called Little Fatty and the fatter one is called Big Fatty. I'll do it. A guy named. Almost instantly, the enthusiasm of the people present was ignited. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Lin also shot up a video of the two little ones. I have to say that the two little ones are worthy of lighting up the talent of being cute. And they can be adorable with just any action. Every shot is excellent. And with the two little ones teasing the money leopardly pay every now and then, the whole video is instantly pulled together. When the video was finished, Yang Lin also sent the video as well as the call for the names of the two little ones to Jitterbug right away. And his video has only just been sent out, instantly attracting tons of attention from netizens. It's only been 10 minutes or so since then, and the number of plays has skyrocketed. And the number of comments is so outrageous that it surpassed the number of likes. And one of the comments attracted more than 100,000 likes for it, with the videos of a bunch of animals from the Shihong Zoo being uploaded online by a large number of visitors. The number of fans of the official account registered by Yang Lin rose to more than 3 million without realizing it. And naturally, when he released the video of the call for names, it quickly ushered in a great deal of attention, including not only ordinary netizens, but even some big-name celebrities. Among them is the popular actress Hotba, who sits on tens of millions of followers across the internet. When you open the comments section, the number one comment is the one left by Hotba. Wow, what two cute little guys. I think one can be called round and one can be called ball. Really love these two little guys. I hope you all give me some likes. Please. Although these two names seem commonplace to netizens, the comments soon reached a staggering 200,000 likes based on her huge fan base. However, just when the crowd thought that these two names would win in the end, a dark horse was killed halfway. Below Hot Barb's comment, another actress, Yang Mi, left her own. It's really cute. It's like two marshmallows. So why can't one be called sticky rice balls and the other popcorn? Yang Mi's comment had just been sent out, and instantly attracted a large number of netizens' likes. And it looked like it was about to equal the number of likes on Hot Bar. And although the netizens who were originally watching the show knew that they couldn't match the two big stars in terms of the number of likes, they didn't think of giving up. I'm not convinced. How can the two little guys be called something so unmasculine? I've decided. One of them will be called Yang, and the other just now. I'm not convinced either. Your names are both so unoriginal. I think it's better to call one fried chicken and one burger. That said, aren't the two of them rabbits? Why don't they just have the last name Kaoru? One is called Kaoru Goku and the other Kaoru Wutian. Good guy. Upstairs directly let the two of them pour Generation A. And people are rabbits. How to be surnamed Kaoru? As I see it, it's better to call one Optimus Prime and the other Megatron. As more and more netizens got involved, the number of comments soon surpassed 1 million. And the video itself reached a new level of popularity. In less than an hour it stormed into the Hot 100. directly trumping the release of a new song by so-and-so male celebrity. What's more, the number of celebrities joining in on the name-dropping campaign is starting to get bigger and bigger after Yang Mi and Hot Barb. From the singing world to the movie world. From the comedy world to the sports world. From the millions of internet celebrities to the one with the goods. So much so that the comments section turned right into a meeting of the stars. This moment the two little guys in the West Rainbow Zoo directly exploded all over the internet. For such a result, Yang Lin himself obviously did not expect it. Originally just wanted to use the two little guys to increase the zoo's heat. Who would have thought that the two little guys froze by their own adorable appearance to turn the name campaign into a national event? But even if he knew that, he couldn't care less at the moment, because he was too busy pulling the plug right now. It's not tourists fighting with tourists, or animals fighting with animals, but tourists cursing with animals. As a newly opened area of the West Rainbow Zoo, the bird forest is not as hot as the leopard park, but there are still visitors with strong curiosity entering it. In the beginning these tourists didn't realize that there was anything special about Birdwood, until one of the tourists was just a little bored and spat out, "What the hell is this place?" Just as he had finished the sentence, a voice suddenly came from the forest. "Your house is the hellhole, you son of a bitch." Suddenly hearing that someone had actually scolded him, the tourist was instantly on fire, and he even thought that it was other tourists who were bored and hiding in the forest. "Do you eat fritters or not? I didn't say anything about you. What's the point of cursing? You're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick. Fuck you. Call me daddy." "Hey," I said, "why are you people still coming on strong, right? Since you love cursing so much, then I'll accompany you and see who curses who." At this moment this tourist was also completely enraged. All kinds of swear words round. But no matter what he cursed, the one hiding inside the forest would return the favor. The other tourists on the side also stopped by when they saw that there was something to see. As the two men's cursing escalated, the one in the forest even soared into a foreign language. F***ku, Pirdal Sie. Although the tourist could not understand the language, he could guess that they were all bound to be words of abuse. While raging he couldn't help but be curious. Just a moment ago that guy inside had cursed him in at least a dozen foreign languages. People who can be fluent in a dozen foreign languages are in any case the kind of high-level talents. So how can the quality of such people be so poor? Of course he wasn't the only one who was curious. The other visitors in the room were also incredibly puzzled. What kind of serious illness does one have to do to be able to hide in a tree all the time and curse people in a foreign language? The crowd that couldn't figure it out simply invited Yang Lin, who was the head gardener. "Over. Head gardener, there's a tourist in that tree over there who keeps swearing there. Do you care about this?" "Ha, there's something so outrageous?" Hearing the tourist's complaints, Yang Lin was a bit puzzled for a moment, until he saw the colorful feathers looming on the tree. "Li Ziming, get down here." While the crowd was still wondering how Yang Lin knew what the name of the cursing tourist was, a macaw with a colorful body flew down from the tree. Seeing this parrot, the people present were instantly dumbfounded. It was even a little hard to believe my eyes. No way. The guy who just cursed is actually a bird? This is so far off the mark. I wondered who was so unqualified, but it turned out to be a bird. Laughing my ass off, that guy just had a half a dozen conversations with a bird. Holy shit. A bird can be fluent in foreign languages of a dozen countries. It's also a genius among birds. It's a real dirty cuss, but if it's a bird then I forgive it. As he watched the macaw land on Yang Lin's shoulder, the tourist who had previously cursed at it also cast an incredulous look. "Were you the one who just cursed me?" "Yeah, but you're the one who said this place was haunted first, so you can't blame me." Hearing Li Ziming's reply, the tourist first froze for a moment, then smiled sarcastically and said, "I thought you were a human being, causing me to curse there for half a day. If I had known you were a bird, I wouldn't have bothered with you." "Humph, I don't care to bother with you." With that, Li Ziming swung his head to the side and put on an angry face, and it was a look that instantly amused the visitors in the room. However, the next second Yang Lin gave it a blow to the head. "If you brat ever curses a tourist again, I'll let Li Xuanying strip you of your fur." Li Xuanying? Hearing the name out of the blue, the visitors were still a little unresponsive and thought it was the name of some breeder. And just at this time, a divine figure swooped down from the sky, while a loud and clear eagle cry that was enough to startle the air and curb the clouds also rang out in the sky above the park. "New bee." Instantly everyone couldn't help but raise their heads at the same time. A picture that they would never forget also appeared before their eyes. Following the gazes of the crowd, they only saw that above a turquoise blue sky, a large bird bathed in golden sunlight was swooping straight down from the clouds. The divine steed's stance, the huge and incomparable wings plus the hooked claws that flashed with a cold light, all of them were highlighting its position as the sky's overlord. The next second it was headed straight for the artificial lake located right in the middle of the zoo. Before the crowd could react, its shimmering hooked claws clawed straight at the lake. In just a blink of an eye, its swiftly falling form rose up in a way that was beyond reason, and at the same time it had a large carp covered in red and white on top of its hooked claws. At the sight of this scene, instantly the entire zoo began to hoot and holler at the visitors. Holy shit! So damn handsome! What kind of bird is this? How can it grow so big? I think it's an eagle. And with that air about it, I don't doubt for a moment that it could get me too. This is the nifty pet a man should have. No wonder the ancients liked to keep hawks. This eagle with the big husky at the door is fucking brilliant. Sure enough, zookeepers are a romantic profession. That said, it just swooped down from at least a few hundred meters high. How did it find the fish inside the artificial lake at such a high altitude? A few hundred meters. That's nothing. Eagles generally have vision cells that are dozens of times more developed than humans. And at thousands of meters even rats on the ground can't escape their eyes. Luckily I just caught the scene of it swooping down. It's not a scene you can normally see. It's also true that I've seen eagles in other zoos before, but the eagles inside the other zoos always felt listless. Or the spirit of the animals in this zoo. Spirit? I think it's nerves. I just came from over there and there was a parrot that scolded a tourist for half an hour. And now as soon as a tourist goes by it makes people call it daddy. That's a good point. I'm not worried about the physical state of the animals in this zoo. But the mental state, that's hard to say. They all look like they have some kind of serious illness. No, I think that Gardner is just pretty normal. There's no reason why he could raise animals that nervous. However, the tourist had only just finished speaking when a youth in the crowd rushed out. He was seen roaring at the large bird in the sky. Li Xuanying, who let you catch fish in there? Do you know who that is that you're catching? That's the oldest group of employees in our zoo. You hurry up and put people down. Hearing the youth's words, the group of tourists immediately looked at each other in disbelief. Talking to animals like dogs and cats they can still understand, but talking to an eagle, can they understand? And just at this time, the big bird that had already flown to the sky before seemed to really understand human language. Grabbing the koi that hadn't even had time to start eating and flew back again. When it flew to a height of only a dozen meters above the ground it flew straight towards Yan Lin under the astonished gazes of the crowd of tourists. The crowd had even covered their eyes at this moment. After all, it seemed to them that a raptor like this one was simply beyond the reach of the average person. The sharp claws that emanated a cold aura were a few bloody holes in one grab. However, just in the next second Yan Lin suddenly stretched out his right hand, and abruptly a huge shadow enveloped his head. The crowd only felt a strong gust of wind, and a huge object was added to Yan Lin's right arm. Looking at this huge avian with a golden brown body and a size comparable to that of an average child, the crowd's gazes were instantly drawn to it. Compared to ordinary golden eagles, the Li Xuanying who had awakened his talent was far superior to ordinary golden eagles in terms of both face value and IQ, and his body size was even bigger, so much so that no one in the crowd present was able to recognize it after looking at it for half a day. But the only thing they could be sure of was that the big bird was damn handsome. Seeing Li Xuanying standing on Yang Lin's arm with a meek face, the crowd hurriedly opened their mouths and asked, "Director, is this also an animal kept inside your zoo? What kind of bird is it anyway? Is it an eagle?" "Yeah, this bird seems to know you pretty well." "No, it seems like all the animals in the zoo know you pretty well." "Gardener, I'd like to ask how much it would cost to raise this bird privately." "Oh no, I'm thinking how many years it would get." In the face of the crowd's doubts, Yang Lin slowly explained to the crowd as he threw the koi on Li Xuanying's claws back into the artificial lake. "Of course it was bred inside our zoo. I'd probably be cold by now if I'd misidentified it. The scientific name of this large bird is golden eagle, a raptor belonging to the family of hawks and eagles. As for the fact that I know all the animals well, is that normal? After all, I raised them. In addition, just proposed to raise it, friends. You have this idea is already very dangerous. It is now in our dragon country as a first-class protected animal. The specific will be sentenced to a few years. You weigh it yourself. The bottom of the prison sit-through should be about the same." The moment Yang Lin's words came out, instantly that tourist shut his mouth. Don't they all say that the weirder it looks, the faster it is sentenced? And the uglier it looks, the longer it is sentenced. How come it has to be sentenced for so long when it looks so handsome? Is there a possibility that it means that it's handsome only as we humans define it, and that the kind of fancy-looking ones are what's called good-looking in the eyes of birds, like that silly bird over there? Speaking of the crowd only then noticed that I do not know when the original still in the bird forest inside scolding tourists macaw also flew over. Fluttered two wings fell on the left arm above Yan Lin, just like a look of competition for favor, and the tourists who saw the scene instantly looked surprised. "Wow, and what a nice big parrot. Pretty what? Just this guy can spray you with high blood pressure. One dark and high-strung, one comical and mouthy. How does a person raise two birds with diametrically opposed personalities? A bird occupying an arm. Isn't that pure and simple two-armedness on the part of the gardener?" Just as a group of tourists were taking out their cell phones to take pictures and shoot videos, Chen Kurson, who was dressed in overalls, was suddenly running to Yang Lin. Cousin Pot, there's someone outside looking for you. How many times have I told you? Don't call me table pot at work, call it a position. Originally posing well there. Suddenly interrupted by Chen Kurson. Yang Lin quickly said with a straight face. However, Chen Kurson's next sentence caused his face to change immediately. It's the police uncles looking for you. Lots of police uncles. And reporters. Are you breaking any laws? When Chen Kurson's words came out, not only Yang Lin was shocked, even the tourists were filled with curiosity. No matter who it is in the Dragon Kingdom, there is a natural reverence for police uncles, and Yang Lin is naturally no exception. He had just finished dealing with them last night, and this immediately came to his door, which was hard to keep him from thinking the worst. Of course he wasn't the only one who thought so, even the visitors to the park thought so too. Wow! What did this gardener do? How come the police uncle even came to the door? Must be doing something shady, like illegal animal smuggling? That's not necessarily true. It's also possible that something else was committed. Just follow and see. I hope the gardener is alright. Something shouldn't involve these animals, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter if the gardener gets taken in. These animals stay. I'm really growing to love the animals inside this zoo. Then you should be sick too. Surrounded by a crowd of tourists, the apprehensive Yang Lin also slowly arrived at the entrance of the zoo. Instantly several police cars with flashing lights appeared in front of him. In addition to these police cars, there were a dozen or so media reporters carrying all kinds of specialized equipment. It's not really here to arrest me, is it? What's the point of making such a big scene? Are those reporters from the Rule of Law channel? Just as Yang Lin was thinking this, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Park Director Yang, we meet again. If it wasn't Lin Feng or whoever the detachment leader was in charge of the operation the night before, at the moment he was still wearing a big black eye. But from the look of it he was still quite excited. Looking at Lin Feng, Yang Lin subconsciously handed his hands out. Instead of cold bracelets, however, he was greeted by a pair of large, rough hands. Park Director Yang, it's really thanks to you this time. After a night of interrogation, we managed to crack this large animal smuggling case that spans several countries. If it wasn't for you, we probably wouldn't have been able to detect that they had entered Ningnan, much less capture their head. That's why you're going to get first-class credit for solving this case. With that, Lin Feng signaled the police officers on the side to come forward. Only after he came over did Yang Lin realize that he was actually holding a banner and a small box in his hand. After unanimous agreement from above, we not only applied for the full bounty for you, but also specially applied for the first Good Citizen Award of Ningnan City for you. This is your banner and medal. With that, Lin Feng awarded both the banner and the medal to Yang Lin from the hands of a police officer on the side. The tourists on the side who were originally prepared to watch the scene also reacted immediately after seeing this scene. Originally they thought that Yang Lin had done something bad and that was why he was being sought by the police. Instead of doing something bad, it now seems to be doing something good. But the conversation between the two was one that left them a little clouded. What transnational smuggling? What head? Yang Lin is not a zoo director. How can still be involved in what international cases? Just as the crowd's hearts were filled with confusion, Lin Feng was taking the initiative to gather a group of reporters over. After casually taking the microphone from one of the reporters, he exclaimed, "Hello everyone from all over the country. Thank you for traveling to Ningnan. I'm Lin Feng, the captain of the Ningnan City Criminal Police Detachment. And I'm here today mainly to recognize the important contribution that Mr. Yang Lin, the director of the Shihong Zoo, has made to our entire Ningnan, and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. Just yesterday a vicious gang of poachers entered Ningnan." As Lin Feng narrated, soon the crowd's minds reverted to what had happened last night. When the crowd heard that Yang Lin had captured the head of the poaching gang as well as a group of accomplices by his own strength, the scene immediately erupted in applause. I blanch. I really didn't see it. This gardener is also a fierce man, putting down 7 poachers with weapons by himself. I told you how each of those animals were docile when they saw him, so it wasn't convincing people with reason, but with strength. It's not normal for him, a man who runs a zoo, to learn a couple of moves from animals. Monkey fist, tiger fist, gorilla fist, whatever. What do you know? I guess the head gardener learns to be a wangbang. Be careful. People will throw you inside the tiger park later. Is it really that good? 1 against 7. And still with weapons. Just as there was a burst of discussion among the crowd, Yang Lin, who was holding the medals and banners, was the one who also took the initiative to walk forward. As an animal worker, protecting wildlife is supposed to be my duty. Actually, I would like to say that the reason why those poachers were captured this time was not due to me alone. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he called out into the distance to a crowd of puzzled tourists. Doggy, you guys come here. As his words fell, It wasn't long before the sound of barking dogs came from within the park. The next second, in the astonished gazes of the crowd of tourists, Lee Dogdan and Lee Dogba trotted all the way over with the crowd of members of the wolf team. When they arrived in front of Yang Lin, they hurriedly squatted and sat in a row in order. In fact, I was able to subdue those poachers yesterday all thanks to their help. It's these brave dogs that really beat those poachers. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, the crowd immediately turned their astonished gazes to the group of members of the wolf team. They had thought that the puppies were just used by Yang Lin to rehearse the show for effect. I didn't expect them to tackle the ferocious poachers. And Yang Lin, just in case the crowd didn't believe him, hurriedly commanded these dogs to do all kinds of difficult maneuvers. At this moment, these tourists realize that their eyes will only play cute dog fighting strength is not inferior to the general wolves. No wonder they can beat those poachers. On the other side, Lin Feng's eyes were even more colorful after seeing the performance of the dogs. When the group of dogs finished their performance, he hurriedly took the initiative to walk over to Yang Lin and opened his mouth. Park Director Yang, I didn't expect that this time the ones who would get the big credit would be this group of woofers. They are so good. I wonder if you've considered getting them a part-time job. Part-time job? Hearing Lin Feng's words so suddenly, Yang Lin was still a bit unresponsive. I mean, let them be police dogs, eat public food and have a monthly stipend. We really need dogs like that in the police force. What? You mean let my dog go out to work, and then I chew on the dog? After half a day, Yang Lin finally understood Lin Feng's meaning, which is to let the woofers jump from private enterprises to state-owned enterprises. Where does the average dog get this kind of treatment? He didn't even get into the establishment for his own graduation, and these dogs got in first instead. Of course, Yang Lin definitely wouldn't let the wolf team become police dogs, not because he was worried about them, but because he was worried about those police uncles. These guys are spooky, and when they encounter real danger, they're guaranteed to instigate the other police dogs to go first, and then they'll toss the police force into a frenzy. It would be a lot of fun to be returned again. And just when Yang Lin thought that this was enough to take him by surprise, a reporter with a microphone on the side suddenly spoke up. Park Director Yang, I wonder if you're interested in letting these dogs make their debut. Being a police dog is understandable to Yellen, but out of the gate Yellen is a little confused. Director Yang, our TV station has recently been preparing a pet variety show, and we were originally planning to cooperate with the criminal police team, but now after seeing these dogs in your zoo, we feel that they are still more suitable. A reporter with a microphone explained to Yang Lin while running his hand over Lee Dogden's head, and after hearing his explanation, Yang Lin finally came to an understanding. If it had been before, he might have agreed to do it to make a name for the zoo. But these dogs are not just ordinary dogs to him now. They are his family, his beloved family and friends, and they have to be paid. These people want to whore themselves out for nothing. No way. I'm sorry, they're still young, so I'll pass on them for now. Seeing Yang Lin's refusal, this TV staff wanted to continue persuading, but in the next second Lin phone directly interrupted. You can tell that Director Yang really loves animals, so don't try to persuade him anymore. Hurry up and take a picture of us and then we'll go. With Lin Feng's appearance, this reporter couldn't say anything else. When the photo was finished, Lin Feng then extended his right hand once again. Park Director Yang, your bonus is already going through the process. It should be credited to your account in a couple days. Also, if there's anything we can do to help you in the future if you run into problems, we'll help you out as much as we can. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yang Lin also hastily extended his right hand. That's for sure. It's a must to go to your police uncle if you have something. While a few of them don't get to go as police dogs, I'll be sure to let them help if you guys need it. As the two exchanged pleasantries, it wasn't long before Lin Feng left the zoo with a group of reporters, and the tourists dispersed when they saw it. After all the tourists had left, two old men in zoo overalls appeared in front of Yan Lin. It was one Fuxing and Manhwa who had previously volunteered to work at the zoo, only to see that at this moment, one of them was holding a broomstick and the other was holding a baton. Where was the appearance of a master photographer and a master martial artist? Director, I'm done cleaning the monkey garden. When are we going to clean the tiger garden? Head gardener, I just taught an ungrateful tourist a lesson. What am I going to do next? Listening to the words of the two, Yang Lin's face couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He didn't realize that these two old men were actually that motivated. After a moment's thought he said casually, why don't you guys come with me over to the artificial lake? There's no telling where so much garbage has been coming from lately over there. After saying that, he walked straight towards the direction of the artificial lake. As the center area of the entire zoo, this artificial lake is still quite large. According to his grandfather's statement, a long time ago this used to be a large mining pit. The mine dug out and turned into a lake. The deepest place must be nearly 40 to 50 meters deep at least. It was always fine before, but lately for some reason it's always coming up with crap every now and then. However, Before Yang Lin could reach the area where the artificial lake was located, he heard a burst of noisy voices as well as cries for help. At once he felt bad, and in a hurry he quickened his pace, and by the time he arrived a middle-aged woman was pointing to the lake with an anxious face. "Pa, my little pa." Hearing her heartbreaking voice, Yang Lin instantly felt that something big was wrong. Looking at the clothing that loomed in the center of the lake, he jumped into the artificial lake almost without even thinking about it. Once he entered the lake, he also immediately swam quickly towards the bubbling location in the center of the lake. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was anxious at the moment. If something really happened to a child in his zoo, not only would the zoo be affected, he would also feel bad inside. However, just as he swam to the position in the center of the lake, a figure appeared in front of his eyes that made him breathe a long sigh of relief and at the same time couldn't help but burn with anger. "I blanch. What the hell? Why would a teddy be called something like Pa? If I had known it was a puppy, I would have let Li Shuangyin carry it up and it wouldn't have been over. Forget it, save it up first." Although somewhat helpless, Yang Lin still held the fallen teddy in his arms. However, just as he was about to swim towards the shore, a huge black shadow slowly emerged from the bottom of the lake. While Yellen can't see it, the tourists on the shore can see it all. Immediately these tourists began to shout frantically, "There's a water monster! Swim! Swim! Gardener! Run!" Hearing the shouts of the people on the shore, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed a trace of doubt. A water monster? Where did a water monster come from in this lake? Although he was a little less convinced, Yang Lin still looked back. All of a sudden he felt scared out of his wits, only to see that underneath the turquoise lake, a black shadow that was bigger than others was rapidly coming towards him. Holy shit! After a cry of surprise, Yang Lin immediately increased his swimming speed to the extreme. What would have taken over a minute to swim? In 10 seconds or so he had made it to the shore. Seeing that the black shadow was about to catch up with him, a long wooden stick was ruthlessly stabbed into the water with a huge force. Immediately afterward, Yang Lin felt himself being pulled onto the shore by two hands. Looking up he realized that it was the two old men who had pulled him ashore. "Gardener, you just jumped off so fast too. Before we had a chance to tell you." "Yes, I didn't expect the gardener to fight so hard for a puppy too. It seems like you really love dogs, Gardener. The gardener is so caring." What the hell was that black shadow just now? It looked too scary. It can't be a crocodile. Can a crocodile dive? Please answer the big guy. Could it be the legendary water monkeys? I throw. If it really is a water monkey, that would be exciting. I don't suppose this was raised by the head gardener too. Ah yes, 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 yes. Whatever the hell it is that the gardener raises. Listening to the crowd's murmurs, the somewhat stunned Yang Lin also couldn't help but look at the artificial lake behind him once again. At this moment, the artificial lake had long since regained its calm. Where could one still see the shadow of the water monster from before? What's with the sudden appearance of a water monster? It won't affect the zoo. The thought had only just popped up when Yang Lin realized that he was overthinking it. Because at this moment, the visitor's face did not have the slightest expression of fear, and even carried a hint of excitement. And when what just happened was uploaded on top of the internet, netizens were even more excited than the tourists. Jittery short video platform, with a video that captured the whole process of Yang Lin's dog rescue was uploaded, and soon the video caught fire. Of course the reason this video exploded was not Yang Lin's act of jumping in the water to save his dog, but the water monster that appeared in the video. It didn't take long for the video to be posted before the comments section below started blowing up. I throw. The water monster seems to be real this time. Identification complete. Not scripted. Mud. I'm pissed off when it comes to water monsters and water monkeys. I watched a blogger shoot hundreds of installments earlier and they turned out to be fucking fake. It shouldn't be scripted. You can tell by the look of horror on the gardener's face that it's definitely not staged. If he could act that well, he'd have been in show business a long time ago. By the look on his face, he's probably scared shitless. After roughly doing some math, the gardener's swimming speed is almost as fast as an Olympic champion. So I suggest that in the future, we put a shark behind one person in swimming competitions. Is there a big man who knows how to popularize this? What the hell is in this water? Water monkeys? It has to be water monkeys. Do we finally have our own water monster in the Dragon Kingdom? Go see it. I want to go see it now. I don't know when I'll be able to brush up on the follow-up. I feel like I won't be able to sleep until I figure out what the hell is inside this lake today. At Mr. Rio, is this a water monkey or some kind of water monster? I think it's a serpent-necked dragon. Look at its overall shape, you guys. Snake-necked dragon's your big brother. If it is really snake-necked dragons, this zoo in the future will probably have to change its name to Jurassic Park. It's exciting to think about. So it's a good thing I'm a native of Ningnan and bought my ticket to go. What a fucking dog upstairs. You're a local talking half the time there. I'm getting tickets to go too. So watch out for my live stream. I'm going to get to the bottom of this today. As the video continues to gain popularity, more and more people are learning that there is such a thing as water monsters. And Yang Lin apparently underestimated the crowd's enthusiasm for water monsters. Within 2 hours, the number of visitors to the zoo began to explode, skyrocketing directly from over 1,000 to over 5,000. And out of those 5,000 or so, there are at least a couple hundred anchors. There's no doubt these anchors are here to rub the water monster traffic the wrong way. Just when Yang Lin felt that this was already outrageous enough, Lin Feng, who he had just met not long ago, rushed over with a group of police officers. Under the maintenance of a group of public security police, the order in the zoo is finally not in chaos. And at this time Lin Feng also found Yang Lin. Park Director Yang, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Your place is now considered completely famous. It won't be long before more tourists are expected to pour in. So what are you going to do? Hearing Lin Feng's slightly flirtatious words, Yang Lin was first stunned. Then he said in a serious manner, looking at cars and houses, of course, I'm serious. In this situation you're in, if you can't figure out what the lake monster is for everyone quickly, I guess they'll have to come every day from now on. Why don't you drain the lake? Lin Feng's proposal had only just been made when Yang Lin immediately stared in disbelief. You're afraid you're joking. Do you know how much water is inside this artificial lake? This used to be a big mining pit. The deepest place is more than 60 meters. And the total water storage capacity is afraid to catch up with 1/5 of the West Lake. Pumping this out, not to mention the number of pumps that would have to be used, but just where to put all that pumped out water is a big problem. It seems like this program won't work. After hearing Yang Lin's explanation, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Come on, let's go to the lake first and see what's going on. After some contemplation, Yang Lin then once again came to the edge of the lake. Looking at the green to black water in front of him, his face couldn't help but show a trace of confusion. And it was at this time that one of the tourists on the side suddenly suggested, Gardener, why don't we get a remote-controlled robot for underwater filming over here, and we'll control it to go down and take a look. Upon hearing this tourist's proposal, a light flashed in Yang Lin's mind. Right, get an animal that can dive down there, and then don't I just need to share my vision to figure out what the hell is in the water? After realizing this, a few candidates also quickly appeared in his mind. First of all, there are those koi in the lake. As the old employees inside this artificial lake, they are considered to have been in there long enough. Diving ability is definitely not bad either. But after thinking about it for a moment, Yang Lin still ruled out this option. There were two main reasons. One was that the lifespan of koi was just too short, and the other was that the fighting ability was also not good. In case they met with a monster head-on, one bite was probably gone. After ruling out koi, another option quickly came to his mind. This shouldn't be a problem. Making a decision in his mind, Yang Lin immediately sneaked around a group of tourists to the crocodile pool not far from the artificial lake. And this is currently the least visited place in the entire zoo. After all, no one wants to see a couple of lazy heads that just sleep and sunbathe all day. Looking at the crocodile that was lying on the edge of the pool sunbathing with a leisurely face, Yang Lin's eyes instantly lit up. There are 3 kinds of crocodiles bred inside the West Rainbow Zoo. A kind of Yangtze crocodile native to the Dragon Kingdom, which is a small crocodile, an imported Siamese crocodile, and a kind of Gulf crocodile that was once widely used for making leather handbags. The Yangtze crocodile is the smallest, just under 2 meters long, and the Siamese crocodile is in the middle, at over 3 meters. And the most exaggerated was the earth-colored bay crocodile, whose head and tail together were more than 4 meters. After just a quick glance, Yang Lin gathered his gaze on the bay crocodile. Since he was going to pick the strongest in combat, he had to pick the strongest, and a weakling like the Yankee crocodile, who couldn't even beat a goose, wasn't even in his consideration. Having identified his target, Yang Lin immediately used his eye of insight on the large-sized bay crocodile not far away. Immediately all the information about the bay crocodile was presented to him. Disguise, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Agility, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Savage growth, blue talent, requires 2 talent points to activate. Super bite, gold talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. Prehistoric overlord, legendary talent, requires 10 talent points to activate. Although the bay crocodile only had 5 talents, just 1 legendary talent gave Yang Lin a feeling of being impressed. Of course, he knew very well that he could only look at this level of talent at the moment, and couldn't afford to order it at all. As for super bite and camouflage, they weren't on his radar either. One was expensive and the other frustrating, so he ended up targeting agility and wild growth. Next to the artificial lake, as the story of the water monster spread more and more, the number of tourists who came to watch also surged again. If Lin Feng hadn't brought someone to support him, most likely the tourists would have fought first without seeing the water monster. Why hasn't the water monster come out yet? It can't be a fake. That's right. Been here 2 hours and no sign of the water monster. How could it be fake? I watched a large black shadow emerge from inside the water earlier and almost pulled the gardener down. That's right. How can so many of us be wrong? That said, I know this artificial lake. 30 years ago when I also dug a mine here to come, dozens of meters deep mine pit. Inside are all 7 passes through the mine hole. Hide a what water monster is too normal. Then what if that water monster keeps hiding in there and doesn't come out? Then we're not waiting in vain. Is there any anchor who has diving equipment? Go down and shoot to show the big guys what the water monster really looks like. If any anchor dares to go down there, I reckon it'll immediately explode all over the internet. Aren't there usually quite a few adventure anchors? Now that this is going to be a real water monster, how come no one is going down there? What do you know? You think those adventure anchors are really on an adventure? They're all just going through the motions. That's right. Now the situation inside this lake is unknown. Who damn dare to go down? Money to earn must also have life to spend is. That can't be so dry. Right. Where's the gardener? Where's the gardener gone? Couldn't really have gone looking for a pump, could he? Just as the tourists were talking, a loud bang suddenly came from the back of the artificial lake. Upon hearing this loud noise, the tourists present on the sidelines immediately looked over. In the next second, the crowd's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly for a while, and their faces even instantly revealed expressions of horror. Ah, monster! I don't know who shouted, and the tourists present instantly became a mess. Even Lin Feng and the other cadres maintaining order couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and their hands unconsciously touched their waists. And just at this time, Yang Lin, who was holding a loudspeaker, suddenly appeared right in front of the crowd. Don't be nervous, everyone. This is a bay crocodile that we breed in our garden. I got it as a helper. It's very gentle. Don't be afraid. Hearing Yang Lin's words, the people present then suppressed their inner fears. Following their gazes, they saw an unknown creature the size of a small car, covered in earth-colored scale armor, slowly moving in their direction. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't just a crocodile of unimaginable size. As for what species it was, they weren't too sure. Anyway, if Yang Lin said it was a bay crocodile, then it was a bay crocodile alright. But even though they already knew that the hideous-looking creature wasn't a monster, the crowd was still a bit intimidated when they looked at its massive size. OMG. Is this thing really a crocodile? I thought it was a dinosaur. Can a crocodile really grow this big? Did it grow up eating gold bumps? It must be at least 7 or 8 meters long. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. There are small crocodiles and large crocodiles, and the bay crocodile is the largest crocodile species in the world at the moment, and it makes sense that it would be this big. Crocodiles were known as earth dragons and piggyback dragons in the ancient times of our dragon kingdom, and there used to be a black dragon pool in our place, and I heard that a big piggyback dragon lived in it. Anyone who dabbles in the word dragon, how can they be small in size? But the head gardener said it has a gentle character. Why do I believe it so much? It's a mouthful. It shall not bite my head off for me. Just as the crowd was retreating, Yang Lin, who was driving away the bay crocodile, slowly walked up to the crowd. Inexplicably a strong sense of oppression emanated from that huge bay crocodile. And just at that moment, I don't know which family's bear child suddenly ran right up to the bay crocodile. Before her lord could react, he put a small white hand on the bay crocodile's body. Seeing this scene, the entire crowd was stunned silly, and the little girl's parents were almost scared out of their wits. Just when everyone thought that the little girl was about to be attacked by this horrible creature, the ferocious-looking bay crocodile acted as if he didn't see her, and the little girl was getting more and more energized by the sight. Hee, big doggy, ride horsey. The next second she climbed right onto the back of the bay crocodile. But even so, the bayou crocodile still looked the same as before. Seeing this scene, the crowd finally believed what Yang Lin had said. See, it doesn't actually mean any harm to humans, and I'm going to give you a grand introduction now. This bay gator's first name is Li Xiaofang. She's 7 years old, a little girl, and her favorite food is pumpkin and sweet potatoes, and occasionally some chicken, but she always gets stuck with chicken bones, and her greatest natural enemy is that macaw in Birdwood, that bad bird who goes and bullies her all the time when he's not doing anything. Listening to Yang Lin's introduction, the fear of the bay crocodile in the hearts of the crowd instantly disappeared without a trace, and instead, they felt that its huge size was somewhat cute. Ha, growing so big. I can't believe pumpkin and sweet potatoes are my favorite. My god, this is still a little girl. This must weigh a ton. I'm afraid. So it's a bit of a jack-in-the-box. Is it really such a stretch to think that you can't even beat a parrot? I had thought it was outrageous enough that a Yankee crocodile couldn't outfox a goose, and this big bay crocodile couldn't outfox a bird. What's with the sudden feeling that she's kind of cute? Of course, while the tourists were laughing at the reality of this big bay gator, Some of them found the flashy spot. Head gardener, why are all the animals in your house named Li? The chimpanzee is called Li Wei. The gibbon is called Li Chang. The big tiger is called Li Hua. And even this crocodile is called Li Xiaofat. Hearing someone ask this question, the curiosity of the visitors present was instantly piqued. It was a question they had wanted to ask for a long time. And Yang Lin, who had suddenly heard this question from the visitor, froze for a moment. He couldn't say that he named all the animals Li because his grandfather wanted to get back at his love interest. After thinking for a moment, he quickly came up with a euphemism. Actually, the animal's last name is Li because my dad and I both almost have the last name. So having the animal's last name is to show that they're like family to us. After hearing this explanation from Yang Lin, the people present only felt a warm feeling. As for why both Yang Lin and his dad were almost named Li, there were no more questions. And just as the crowd finished asking their questions, Yang Lin's gaze also looked toward the deep, bottomless lake. Fatty, after raising you for 1,000 days and using you for a while, the time has come for you to make a mark for the zoo. Go down there and pull out that water monster for me and I'll reward you with a ton of pumpkins. As soon as Yang Lin's words fell, the bay crocodile's huge body quickly leapt into the lake. With the large-sized bay crocodile plopping into the artificial lake, the atmosphere of the scene reached an instant climax. And at this time, not only the various anchors self-media have arrived, even the official TV station of Ningnan City also rushed over. The live truck with the station's logo on it drove right inside the zoo just to get a glimpse of the unidentified water monster. The crowd at the site was so enthusiastic, and the netizens online were not idle. Almost every anchor who was there was crowded with a large number of curious netizens in their live rooms alone. The pop-ups also blew right up the moment the bay crocodile entered the water. I blanch, what a damn big crocodile. Sure enough, there are no normal animals in this zoo. It's not even a problem that the tiger was so big before. How come the crocodile also grew so big? The head gardener used to be a pig farmer, right? Laugh your ass off. They really do have a pig at the zoo, but that pig is as skinny as a dog right now. Supposedly anorexic. What do you mean by skinny like a dog? Look at that era in their zoo. The Tibetan Mastiff has to be huffed to death by its slap when it comes. With all these animals they have in the zoo, they could make a movie about where the fantastic beasts are. Shoot, immediately shoot. I'll put in money. There's just not enough money. I'll sell the house. A big no-no, bro. My main concern now is, can this crocodile really beat that water monster? But I've heard that that water monster is more than 10 meters long. How the hell? The more rumors spread the more outrageous. But also more than 10 meters long. Why don't you say dozens of meters long? Don't push it. Watch the live broadcast. Anchor, are you a wimp? Hurry up and jump in the water. Show the big guys a high definition. Just as everyone's eyes were focused above the lake, a different scene appeared before Yang Lin's eyes at the moment. Take a closer look at the situation in the middle of the lake. With shared vision, he was now able to see everything within the bay crocodile's field of view as if he had jumped into the water himself. As the bay crocodile continued to patrol the lake, the situation within the bottom of the lake was soon presented one by one. What puzzled him was that at this moment, not to mention water monsters in the middle of the lake, not even a single fish could be seen. Where are my fish? Where are the tens of thousands of fry that are put in every year? And said that I was waiting for the New Year's Eve to fish a wave of fish to earn some pocket money. And now where have all these fish gone? It's not all going to be built for me by that damn thing. Looking at the empty lake, Yang Lin immediately felt a surge of anger. By the time the bay crocodile had descended to a depth of more than 40 meters, a four-way pothole had also appeared in front of his eyes. There was no doubt that the giant water monster was bound to be hiding in one of the pits, if at all possible. But the problem was that he didn't seem to be able to get it out of it. Does that mean I have to check them out one by one? Just as Yang Lin's thought had just popped up, a huge black shadow suddenly leaped out from the center of a pit located behind the Gulf crocodile. Before the bay crocodile could react, it slammed straight into its body. Coming, almost immediately, Yang Lin understood that this was the monster lurking at the bottom of the lake making its move. Just before he could see what the water monster really looked like, the bay crocodile opened its own huge mouth and bit back towards the black shadow. The speed was beyond the common man's perception of a crocodile, and this was obviously the reason why Yang Lin had inspired it with his talent. At this moment, the bay crocodile not only possessed a strong and incomparable body, but also possessed a speed that surpassed that of ordinary fish. It took almost less than a second for its huge mouth to have bitten into the black shadow's body. All of a sudden its terrifying bite that could crunch through solid wooden planks penetrated the skin of the black shadow and viciously pierced into its flesh. However, just when Yang Lin thought that he could easily take this water monster, a huge force erupted from the body of the water monster, directly bouncing the bay crocodile away. Seeing that the black shadow wanted to escape, the bay crocodile was not used to it, and with a swing of its tail behind it, its huge body quickly shot out, and it didn't take long before it intercepted in front of the black shadow, Seeing this scene, Yang Lin also let out a long sigh of relief. It's a good thing I ordered agility. If I had ordered savage growth, I guess I'd have to be pulled by this water monster for a good while. Fatty, drive it to the surface for me. I want to see what the hell this is. With Yang Lin's command, the bay crocodile's voice immediately rang in his head. Without the slightest pause, the Gulf crocodile that received the order directly turned around and began to surround and intercept the black shadow. By this time Yang Lin was also finally able to roughly see what the so-called water monster looked like. It was clearly a pitch-black fish that was 6 or 7 meters long. However, due to the light at the bottom of the lake, it was still somewhat unclear exactly what it looked like. That's why he had the bay gator drive this big fish to the surface. And after about 10 long minutes of chasing around, the big fish that couldn't be bothered with it finally swam in the direction above the surface of the water with the bay crocodile chasing after it. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin on the shore also hurriedly locked his eyes onto the water in the middle of the lake. In the next second, under the gaze of countless people, a huge black shadow slowly floated up from the middle of the lake. Instantly the crowd of onlookers on the shore exploded. I blanch, the monster finally came out. It's so damn big. Is it really that monster? Has it really been driven up by that big crocodile? Quickly, prepare the camera. You can't miss such a crucial shot. It's almost time to find out what that water monster really is. I wonder if that big gator can catch it. This moment was filled with anticipation for all, and it was at this time that the figure of the bay crocodile followed close behind. With a sound that broke through the water, a huge mouth bit down hard on the black shadow. Immediately afterward, the crowd saw an extremely shocking scene, only to see that above the vast lake, a huge crocodile was deadlocked on a huge monster fish that was not much smaller than him. Although the strange fish was struggling with all its strength, but being pushed out of the water, it no longer had the strength to break free from the bloody mouth of the bay crocodile, and after a sound of bones being bitten came out, the black monster fish immediately stopped struggling. Seeing such an intense scene, the crowd of onlookers only felt a rush of blood. When had they ever seen such a raw and powerful battle so close? It gave them a sudden feeling of not losing out on their ticket purchase all over again. However, when the Gulf crocodile slowly approached the shore with that black strange fish in its mouth, the hearts of the crowd couldn't help but develop a hint of curiosity. What kind of fish can grow so big that it's almost as big as a bay gator? And just as the crowd was showing signs of doubt, Yang Lin's eyes showed a hint of realization when he looked at the strange fish. So it's something like you. On the surface of the artificial lake, as the bay crocodile took the black strange fish out of the water, the crowd of onlookers present also sked. Naya, it's really a small knife pulling on the ass and opening the eyes. What kind of fish can grow so big? I told you there are no water monsters in the world at all. So it's such a weird fish. The 7 to 8 meter long piece of fish. It's not too much to say that it's a water monster, right? If a person falls into the water, it's not really sure that they can do it. Aren't you talking nonsense? A fish this big can whip your head off with one tail. What the hell kind of species is this thing? Is there a freshwater fish this big in there? Pondweed doesn't grow this big. Could it be the invasive species of alligator eel that was mentioned inside the previous report? It's possible, but there's an unlikelihood, and you can see that its mouth isn't that of an alligator eel. It was a moment when not only the crowd at the scene was puzzled, but even the netizens were looking around for someone to do the science. And it was at this time that the bay crocodile had slowly walked to the shore with the huge black monster fish in its mouth. Once it had pushed the monster to the shore, Yang Lin was the first to come to the strange fish. After an inspection, he immediately opened his mouth to explain. I'm sure you're all wondering what the hell it is. Now I'll explain to you that this big guy, whose scientific name is giant bone-tongued fish, is not an inherent fish in our dragon kingdom and is an invasive species. The one in front of us is an adult giant bone-tongued fish. That's why it grew to such a large size, and it was probably released into this lake by someone. After hearing Yang Lin's explanation, all of them suddenly had a feeling of sudden realization. Up and up. So there is this kind of fish. I have a phobia of giants. And a fish that big makes my head spin just looking at it. I guess it was released again by those people who are overflowing with love. How dare they release anything growing this big? I don't know how the meat is, and I don't know if it's good if it's made into a grilled fish. Wow. You're not a local at first glance, right? How can you make such a good ingredient roasted? It must be steamed. Make soup. Of course, make soup. Get some ginger. Get some cooking wine to marinate it. Sashimi. You have to eat sashimi. Such a heavenly delicacy that can't have any processing in order to retain its original flavor. Let's see what the gardener has to say. I'm craving it after hearing you guys talk about it so much. This fish must be at least a couple 100 pounds. What a big pot you have to use. The crowd, who were originally discussing the water monster, were inexplicably inspired to work up an appetite by the giant fish in front of them. The tourists even started talking about how they should eat the giant thing. Yang Lin, who was listening to the side, was more or less speechless, but on second thought the tourist's proposal also made sense. Such a big guy. If not eaten, let it rot more or less is a bit of a waste. At the thought, he burst out. Are there any professional chefs among you fellow tourists? The water monster has been caught by me, and it's up to you next. Suddenly hearing Yang Lin's words, where the tourists present didn't understand what he meant by these words, immediately, a visitor came forward. I'm a Cantonese chef, the kind with a chef's license. I'm a luau chef, and the restaurant is nearby, so I can provide a big pot. I can supply the auxiliary, the gas stove. I'm a fish killer at the market. Let me chop this fish. Is it okay if I bring my own dishes? The atmosphere soon became heated once again as one visitor spontaneously stepped forward. It didn't take long for a large pot to be pronged up in the open space next to the artificial lake, and those tourists who were chefs by profession took care of the cooking. Soon an order of grilled fish, poached fish, and fish soup was freshly cooked and the aroma could be smelled throughout the zoo, and those visitors who could only watch it live in the broadcast room instantly cried with gluttony. Nima, what was said about catching water monsters? How did it turn into a whole fish feast? I'm really daydreaming that a good adventure has turned into a food scene. If this were put anywhere else it would have to be filmed for days at the very least, broken up into dozens of programs to be put on. And the head gardener is so good that he just lets his little old man go down there and catch the water monster. At first it was pretty scary, but now it's pretty infuriating. Mud. Just me not being there to fucking taste it. Worthy of being a neighbor of the province of the Great Eater. Whatever the water monster is, catching it will turn it into food. Are there any more water monsters? Another one. This one is not enjoyable to watch. This wave of tourists is considered to be really earned. Not only witnessed the capture of the water monster, but also eat a meal for free. $50 of tickets froze back 500. The viewers on the line at this moment couldn't just burrow into the screen. And just as everyone's faces were filled with smiles, Yang Lin's face revealed a trace of eccentricity. Just as he had just finished off that giant bone-tongue fish, he suddenly received a quest prompt in his mind. Ding! Temporary mission triggered. The artificial lake in the zoo appeared to be linked to the inexplicable waters of the channel. The channel is suspected to have pollutants inflow. If not dealt with as soon as possible may affect the ecology of the park. Please ask the host to investigate the source of the contamination and remove it completely within 3 days. Reward for quest completion, talent points *5. 1 random talent treasure chest. With the appearance of this quest prompt, Yang Lin finally came to realize where this giant bone-tongue fish came from. Originally, he had thought that this big guy had been living inside the artificial lake, but now it seemed that he should have run in along that passage. When you think about the recent sudden emergence of household waste from inside the lake, it all becomes clear. No, we have to figure it out quickly, or hell knows what will run inside the artificial lake again. Thinking of this, Yang Lin immediately lost his mood. It was hard to wait until the park was closed and the tourists had all left, so he once again let Bay Crocodile Li Xiaofang dive into the lake. Following the traces left behind earlier, he quickly found the cave that the giant bone-tongue fish used to hide in before. As expected, a dark current came out of the cave as it approached, and in the midst of this undercurrent, there were vaguely some leaves or something. It looks like this is the passage. I just don't know where it ultimately leads to. Yang Lin, who saw everything in front of him through the shared screen, immediately ordered Li Xiaofang to drill into the cave. In no time at all it entered a winding waterway. After swimming for an unknown amount of time, the narrow waterway turned into an incredibly wide underground dark river. Apparently it is this underground culvert that connects the artificial lake in the zoo to that unknown body of water. The Yangjiang River, as the main water body of Ningnan City, occupies an extremely important role in the entire water system of Ningnan, including but not limited to domestic drinking and agricultural irrigation. At the moment is already nighttime, but the Yangjiang River waterfront is still a large number of people in the riverside cool water, which is a lot of people jumped into the river. What they didn't notice, however, was that right in the middle of this pitch-black river, a creature of enormous size was traveling through it. A pair of large dark golden eyes were even more deadly. I'll go. Why did you run to the Yong River? This waterway is connected to the Yong River surprisingly. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, how could Yang Lin not know where the waters the Bay Crocodile was in at this moment? But it was precisely because he knew this that he was even more amazed. Shihong Zoo is less than 7 or 8 kilometers away from the Yongjiang River, and that underground waterway surprisingly connects the two places completely. But that explains why that undercurrent brings so much garbage. Dare I say it's all running from inside the Yongjiang River. And it just so happened that just at that moment, someone else on the river casually dropped a bottle in front of the Bay Crocodile. It's all you uncaring people. And the river with all those little kids who swim in it. One drowned just the other day, and here they are running down again. Fatty, go out and scare them. With Yang Lin's order, Li Xiaopeng's huge body that had been hidden in the river water immediately floated up. Coincidentally, a bare-bottomed schoolboy who was swimming sat on it in one fell swoop. Ha, why is there such a big piece of rock here? With that said, the little boy touched it with a curious face until he saw a pair of big, bright eyes the size of a goose egg. The next second a scream tinged with terror rang out across the river. OMG! There's a monster! With his shout, all the citizens of Ningnan who were playing in the water beside the Yongjiang River to cool off saw a giant creature with the size of a small van slowly crawling towards the shore. Instantly these people were like seeing a ghost, scattered and began to run. Those inside the water, not to mention, just hate their parents, did not press the flippers for themselves. In less than 5 minutes, the inside of the river and the riverbank were all running clean. It didn't take long for the news of a water monster appearing inside the Yongjiang River to spread throughout Ningnan City. In the next few months, no one dares to swim in the Yongjiang River. As for the drowning incident, that is not to talk about. For the subsequent impact, Yang Lin naturally did not know. At the moment he was directing Li Xiaofeng to slowly search among the river water. After realizing that this was the Yong River, he pretty much had a scouting direction. The only things that can cause large-scale pollution are sewage treatment plants and large chemical plants. Both of these he simply searched on the map and quickly came up with several relevant results. And naturally, the one that he felt was the most likely was one of the large chemical plants called Ming's Chemical. With a general direction, Yang Lin quickly maneuvered Li Xiaofeng to find several sewage pipes buried under the riverbank in a back bay. Even from a distance of more than 10 meters, Yang Lin could see that the sewage mixed with all kinds of fine particles was being discharged from the pipes in a steady stream. The thought that this water was seeping through the underground water system into the artificial lake inside his zoo made him feel angry. These people really have their conscience eaten by dogs. This kind of ghosts are doing things to harm future generations. No, they must be reported. After his anger, Yang Lin whirled around and let Li Xiaofeng return to the zoo along the same path. And then it took out its cell phone and found the email address of the Environmental Protection Department and wrote a whistleblower letter that was hundreds of words long. Of course he knew that the letter of report might not work, because Ming's chemical industry can create billions of tax revenue for Ningnan every year. Such a behemoth. How can it be a whistleblowing letter can be fixed? Looks like there's still a second hand to prepare for. Realizing that he might not be able to complete this task in a short period of time, Yang Lin began to plot his next plan while preparing to catch up on his sleep. The night before, the matter of the poachers had kept him up all night, and at the moment, he had long been a little too up for it. After washing up, he lay down in his own bed and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, what happened inside the West Rainbow Zoo during the day began to rapidly fester online. Water monsters and related topics are also hot. And just at this time, a video posted by a video user from the city of Ningnan also quickly attracted the attention of netizens, because once again a water monster appears in this video. And if you look at the video, this time it's bigger, longer, and even seems to have feet. If it was just one such video, there might still be netizens questioning the authenticity of the video. But as more and more local netizens in Ningnan City post similar videos, the authenticity of the water monster becomes unquestionable. I knock. What's with another water monster popping up? Didn't one just get eaten during the day? It's still all in Ningnan. When did Ningnan become the capital of water monsters? The daytime one was a giant bone-tongue fish, and I don't know what this one is. I don't think it's a fish this time. It's all floating to the surface. Indeed, it doesn't look like a fish, but rather like some sort of large reptile. It can't be a crocodile, can it? Isn't there an oversized crocodile inside the West Rainbow Zoo? You mean that big crocodile from the daytime went out of its way to escape from prison and run inside the Yong River to scare little kids? I don't think such a big creature can grow in a purely natural environment. The one in the Shihong Zoo is purely because the head gardener took good care of it. How can the wild one inside this Yongjiang River grow so big? Maybe it is mutated. You think this is a spoke island? We don't have that kind of radiation. I've decided I'm going to make a new movie. It's going to be called Monster of the Yong River. Is there any big shot to put money into it? Unconsciously the topic of the Yongjiang River water monster heat all the way up. Even by the time Yang Lin got up the next morning, there were already netizens who had drawn its general appearance based on the photograph outline of the water monster. And when Yang Lin saw this picture through his cell phone, the whole person almost didn't burst out laughing. Is this Nima clearly a Godzilla? The netizens' brain holes are really infinite. After a sigh, Yang Lin suddenly felt an aura flash through his mind. And it also happened to be just at this time that Chen Kurson ran all the way into Yang Lin's administrator's office. Cousin Pot, there's a man outside with a bag saying he wants to see you. I think it said that some protected animal was injured. Hearing Chen Kurson's words, Yang Lin ran directly outside the zoo without much thought. At the entrance of the zoo, at this moment, a middle-aged man with somewhat dark skin was looking at the direction of the zoo with an impatient face, while his hand was still holding a snakeskin bag, and he didn't know what was inside. It was hard to wait until Chen Kursen brought Yang Lin to him, so he grabbed Yang Lin's hands with an eager face. Park Director Yang, you can finally come. You quickly help me to see what in the end is what I electrocuted here. Don't be some kind of protected animal. As he spoke, he unsealed the snakeskin bag with a careful face. A bucket filled with water appeared in front of Yang Lin. I was fishing with my new energy fishing rod in the river by our house in the morning, and then I accidentally got these two guys up. Seeing as they're both odd looking, I knew they weren't simple. Listening to this middle-aged man's explanation, Yang Lin's gaze toward him immediately became odd. No wonder the animal was sent here in the first place. I bet the old man was fishing illegally, putting a good spin on electrofishing and new energy rods. But spiteful as he was, he decided to see what it was first. And when he looked inside the bucket, he was instantly shocked, and then looked at the middle-aged man with a questioning look. Are you sure you electrocuted these things in the river? When he heard Yang Lin's words, a trace of panic appeared on the man's face. Park Director Yang, I've told you honestly, don't report me. These two weird guys were electrified by me inside the Yong River. Caught them. I told you. But don't worry. This guy over here with the suckers and teeth on his face is scientifically named a seven-gill eel. It's supposed to have gotten here from somewhere else. It's rare but not a protected animal. As soon as Yang Lin finished his sentence, the man let out a long sigh of relief. It's good that it's not a protected animal. It's good that it's not a protected animal. However, the next second this fresh breath of relief was sucked back into him. But this little guy next to it, that's something. It should be a salamander with albinism, also slightly deformed, with 6 legs, belongs to as a national second-class protected animal. It really is a prison but not a jail. The middle-aged man obviously did not think. He just to the river to release a degree of electricity only. How also electric to a national second-class protected animals? More importantly, at the moment the two little guys looked to be no longer thinking about the consequences of things being revealed. He barely fainted on the spot. Just as he was desperately thinking about what would happen next, Yang Lin was the one who took the initiative to speak. How about this? You leave them both with me and I'll see if I can get them both back. When he heard Yang Lin's words, the middle-aged man immediately revealed an expression of disbelief. Yes. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he dropped the snakeskin bag and ran. Without waiting for Yang Lin to come back to his senses, he had already run out of sight. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed a trace of speechlessness. But looking at the two little ones in the bucket that were about to hiccup, he knew he couldn't delay any longer. At that moment, he carried the bucket of water to the side of the artificial lake. Due to the previous appearance of the giant bone-tongue fish, there was now not a single fish inside the entire artificial lake. So his first thought was to foster the two little ones inside, more or less to give the artificial lake a touch of life. And of course they have to be rescued before they can be fostered. Looking at the little guy who had already started swimming on his back, Yang Lin immediately threw out 2 inside eyes. The next second 2 talent messages were presented to him. Lamprey, jawless protofish of family Petromyzotidae. Intimidation, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Perversion, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Discharge, gold talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. Albino mutant giant salamander, Andreas Davidianus. Mutation, special talent, already activated, requires 1 talent point for further enhancement. Environmental adaptation, blue talent, requires 2 talent points to activate. Devouring, gold talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. From the list of talents of the two little ones, it was clear that the two little ones did not belong to the kind of species that had evolved to a very advanced level. The seven-gill eel in particular was the most trashy animal he'd ever seen, with nothing to show for it other than the ability to evolve the discharge power. Rather, it was the talent of the large dollfish that surprised him somewhat. This dollfish had actually awakened a talent on its own, a situation he had seen for the first time so far. It seems that its growth of 6 legs should be the result of this mutation. But what is the cause of the mutation? Environmental pollution or genetic selection? However, the current state of the two little ones obviously didn't allow Yang Lin to think much. Looking at the seven-gill eel that had already begun to spit bubbles, he instantly lit up the perverted talent for it. He wanted to see just how sick this perverted talent was. And also the very next second he lit up the perverted talent for this arm-thick seven-gill eel. The little guy who had already turned his belly over and spit out bubbles became alive. What was even more astonishing was that its body skyrocketed at an extremely exaggerated rate right after it recovered its spirit. Seeing that the bucket was about to burst, Yang Lin hurriedly threw it inside the artificial lake. After it enters the man-made lake, the changes are still not over. Only to see its body surge to 4 or 5 meters long after the surface of its body surfaced a piece of bumps like scales. What was even more exaggerated was that its already dense fangs were also rapidly getting bigger and sharper, just like the chrysanthemum bugs in some sci-fi works. And its horrific appearance even made one wonder a bit if it was a species from the blue planet or not. OMG. So that's how perverted perverts are. That's really quite a perverted appearance. Looking at the 7 gill eel's appearance that had now become terrifying, Yang Lin couldn't help but stagger secretly. After letting it dive to the bottom of the artificial lake in a hurry, Yang Lin hurriedly turned his gaze back to the mutant dollfish. Without even thinking about it, he added a talent point to the dollfish's mutant talent that had already been lit once. And as this talent was further enhanced, all of a sudden it began to swell up just like the 7 gill eel. It was already nearly half a meter long and it was looking to go towards 2 meters. Yang Lin hurriedly threw it into the lake as well. The growth rate of the mutant dollfish didn't change in the slightest after entering the water, and even the back had a hint of black stripes. When those black stripes gathered at the top of its head, it suddenly assembled a terrifying face shaped like a demon. By the time all the changes were over, it had just about transformed from a somewhat silly dollfish into a monster that looked as if it had stepped out of a movie. And when this look of theirs fell into Yang Lin's eyes, it was something that gave him a feeling of lightening up. It wasn't that Yang Lin's aesthetics had become deformed, but the 2 big guys in front of him suddenly had a transcendent reality-like feeling after each of them had completed their talent awakening. It turns out that the monsters in the movie are just magnified versions of some of the animals we see every day. One thing though, if someone sees you guys in the middle of the night, more than likely they're going to be freaked out by you. Just as soon as this thought popped up, Yang Lin felt as if he had caught something. Yeah, well, right now they both don't look like those radioactive species that have been exposed to radiation. If I let the 2 of them make a big news story, someone should pay attention to the pollution problem of the Yonge River, and won't it be solved by then? When he thought of this, his gaze towards the 2 big guys changed instantly. Originally, he had simply wanted to save the lives of these 2 guys, but he hadn't realized that there was a windfall. You 2 go find a place to rest under the water first. Take care not to be discovered, and I'll come back for you at night. The 2 big guys, who already had the first signs of intelligence, nodded under the water right away. The next second they were heading towards the bottom of the artificial lake. Just after the 2 big guys left, the zoo saw a new peak of visitors, influenced by the water monster and previous poacher incidents. More and more out-of-town visitors want to come and catch a glimpse of this amazing zoo, so much so that Yang Lin had to make the decision to enter the park on a limited basis. But even so, there are still people coming and going in the Shihong Zoo at this moment. The popularity in descending order is Leopard Park, Wolf Park, Tiger Park, Orangutan Park, Monkey Park, and then the Aviary and Crocodile Pool. The most popular of them all, Leopard Park, is overcrowded at the moment, to say the least. The reason for this is still because the fans of the 2 little guys sent Yang Lin cat scratching boards, cat climbing frames and litter boxes, which are cat supplies. Only at this moment, inside the leopard garden, the 2 little guys who were eventually named Round and Ball by Hataru were scratching the huge cat scratching board in front of them with their own front paws, one on the left and the other on the right, and behind them the money leopard Li Bao, who had originally always had a high-strung look, was now showing an expression of eagerness to try what to do. It's so tempting to go and catch one. Damn, that shelf over there is so nice to climb on too. No, these are from those damn humans. I can't fall for them, and I'm not a cat, and those 2 guys really disgraced me. Just as Li Po's heart was doing battle, one of the tourists in front of the iron cage suddenly stretched out an oversized teasing stick made of bamboo poles right through the gap between the cages. As the bell on the teasing stick rang, Li Pa, who had been forcibly pretending to be high and mighty, finally couldn't take it anymore. With just a wail, it darted towards the feathers on the front of the giant teaser. At times it rolls on the ground, at other times it jumps up hard to bite the feathers at the top. At this moment it was finally completely letting go of its dignity as a jungle hunter, and the tourists outside the cage cheered one by one when they saw the scene. Ha 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 ha, laugh your ass off. This high-flying milkman has finally moved on after all. I thought it could really withstand all the temptation, but I didn't realize that a teasing stick had brought it to its senses. I told you, leopards are cats too. See? Had. I guess it thought there were no other leopards here, so it simply revealed its nature. OMG. So such a big guy can be so cute. Go, 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 go. I feel like I could watch them here all day, and suddenly I want to keep them so bad. With Lipa joining the 2 little ones' camp, the atmosphere of the leopard garden instantly became cheerful as well. 2 little guys with top-notch cute skills, plus a big flower cat with a high-cool appearance that is actually a big warmer. How can any tourist resist such temptation? Without realizing it, the number of visitors to the leopard park exceeded its carrying capacity. Yang Lin, who glimpsed the scene from afar, immediately had a feeling that the situation was not good. This would be no small accident in case of a riot or something. No, it's time for a diversion. Thinking of this, his gaze immediately went to the areas that were not yet open. For the moment only new gimmicks are coming up that might create a diversion for these tourists. Thinking about it, his gaze eventually fell on one of the most special areas. And this area is a pigsty located in the southeast corner of the Tiger Park. That's right, it's the pigsty, which was originally where his grandfather raised his pigs, and the pigs in it weren't for tourists to visit, but as food for those carnivores. Unfortunately, those big fat pigs in there are scared and depressed from hearing the roars of those beasts every day. After a year of keeping them, not only did they not grow meat, but they dropped dozens of pounds. Seeing that the more he raised, the more he lost money, Master Yang simply sold all these pigs, leaving only one. Later on, I don't know how tourists spread the word, but this pigsty became one of the tours in the zoo. And this is the only place in the whole Ningnan city where you can see animals like pigs. And for a long time there have been schools specifically organizing visits for students. Now Yellen had his eye on this one remaining pig, bypassing the heavy crowd. A big, skinny, bony black pig soon appeared in front of Yang Lin. Looking at this black pig that was even thinner than him, Yang Lin whirled around and found that primary talent that was initially gifted by the system, painting. This talent that wasn't very useful. Yang Lin never knew which animal to give it to would be more appropriate. Give it to chimpanzees and gibbons? The skill is again slightly common. They have hands after all. It's too much to give to tigers and leopards. If it were to be placed on this pig in addition to enough contrast, by the way, it would also create enough gimmicks, and in a bad way, it could cure its anorexia, which can be said to be a triple whammy. Thinking of this, Yang Lin immediately stopped hesitating and directly bestowed the talent of painting on the big black pig in the pig pen in front of him. With the awakening of the talent, all of a sudden this big black pig that originally had a lifeless look on its face became spirited, and its body shape even became well proportioned as far as the eye could see. After making sure that it had lit up its drawing talent, Yang Lin immediately let it draw on the concrete floor with water. It didn't take long for a small flower drawn in water to take shape under its nose. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin's eyes immediately lit up. It said that pigs have a high IQ within animals, so it does seem to be true, but that's a bit pointless. Gotta add some more gimmicks. Immediately, Yang Lin opened his phone and placed an order for more than 100 watercolor paints and paper and pencils at a nearby stationery store. Once that was done, he took out his tuba once again and headed in the direction of the leopard garden. Inside the leopard garden, two little bunny rabbits like furballs were currently sleeping on all fours with their big bellies exposed for a nap. The money leopardly Bao on the side was likewise looking lazy as he lay on the giant cat climbing frame on the side. But even so, the number of tourists outside the cage has not seen the slightest decrease. Apparently the big two have managed to take the place of the chimpanzee shitter generation. And just as the tourists were excitedly taking pictures of the cage and clocking in, Yang Lin's voice suddenly came from the side. Visitors and friends, look over here. In order to return your support to our park, we are organizing a painting event. Those who are interested can pick up brushes, paints and paper from me. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, the interest of the visitors present was immediately mobilized. If it's not a zoo, what's with the painting contest? What a theme to paint. Are there any prizes for the gardener? Seeing that the attention of the crowd was all drawn over, Yang Lin then added, the prize, my autographed picture? The crowd in the room booed as soon as he said this. Che, just your own autographed picture. Who wants it? That's right. I don't even want to give it to me upside down. Is there any other reward that's a little better? How boring without rewards. Okay, here's the deal. For the first 5 I can hold the 2 little guys out for you to jerk off for 5 minutes. If you're in the top 10 you can get yourselves into the cage and have your picture taken with the little guy. Yang Lin's words had only just been finished when the crowd in the room stirred. This will do. Is it really possible to jack those 2 little guys up close and personal? Damn. I couldn't help myself for a long time. And finally I get a chance like this. I want to sign up. Wanted to take a picture with the 2 little ones. I'll take this first place, and no one will take it from me. The crowd's excitement grew as they spoke. In that case, I'll take you to the tournament grounds. Seeing Yang Lin walking towards the back of the Tiger Park, those tourists who were eager to compete and watch the action immediately followed. In a short time they were brought to the spot where the hog pen was located. When the crowd saw the big black pig in the pigsty, there was a look of intense doubt on their faces. Head gardener, could it be that the theme of today's drawing contest is to draw this pig? It's not easy to draw a pig. 1 body and 1 mouth, 4 arms and a rope tail. I don't think it's that simple. The pig is actually the reward for the ultimate winner. Ah, the winner gets the pig? What? The head gardener wants us to kill a pig? Looking at the crowd that was making a bunch of wild guesses, Yang Lin didn't intend to hide anymore and immediately announced loudly. Certainly not for you to draw a pig, much less kill one. As a matter of fact, this pig is also a contestant in this one. As soon as Yang Lin said this, the group of visitors present were in an uproar. What? You've got to be kidding me. Gardener, you're going to make us race with this big fat pig. Aren't you looking down on people? Actually putting us in a group with pigs. That's just it. How can a pig paint? If pigs could draw, I'd be up a tree. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This if I lose to a pig. Won't it really be like what my father said? I'm not even as good as a pig. Nope. The known gardener's family's border collie has already surpassed us. And if this pig overtakes us again, it won't just be worse than a pig. It'll be worse than a pig and a dog. It's a little insulting, but I still think it's funny. I'd like to see how this pig really paints. Seeing that all the people expressed that they didn't quite believe that pigs could paint, Yang Lin didn't bother with them and directly took out the brush and paint and handed it to the big black pig inside the pig pen. Come, Fuguei, draw a picture for the audience lords to applaud. Hearing Yang Lin's words, this black pig, temporarily namely Fuguei, immediately picked up the paintbrush in its mouth and ran to the side wall. The next moment he was dipping a brush into a palette of paint as the tourists looked on in hellish disbelief. When it had finished dipping into the paint, it drew on the wall with the brush, one stroke at a time. Originally, the crowd thought it would be a messy drawing, but the expression on the faces of the crowd changed as it drew, because from their perspective, what Li Fuguei had drawn was really a big lotus flower. Both color and form are impeccable, not to the level of a master, but definitely crushing many beginners. Seeing this scene, the tourists who had originally expressed their disbelief immediately looked at each other in disbelief. When Li Fuguei finished a painting, they were even more silent. How loud he had just screamed was how embarrassing it was at the moment. How's that? It draws well, and now no one should think that pigs can't draw. Looking at the defeated expressions of the crowd, Yang Lin's face was filled with smugness. After a full few seconds of silence, a tourist holding a paintbrush suddenly stood out with a bitter smile on his face. Gardener, is it too late to back out? Yeah, I'd better not compete in this match, in case I really lose to a pig. Where do you want me to put this old face? Not just in case. I don't think I can really draw as well as this pig. As this tourist started, soon one after another, other tourists who had previously signed up for the race voluntarily withdrew. In their words, they can't afford to lose that one. And naturally, Yang Lin was indifferent to their actions. Is there anyone else who wants to drop out? And if there's no one who wants to drop out, we'll start the match. As for the contest, just paint the lake and the view over there. Hearing Yang Lin's words, those tourists who still insisted on competing were ready. At the same time, Yang Lin also took the opportunity to open the official live broadcast of the West Rainbow Zoo. Right at the moment his live broadcast opened, a large number of fans who had followed him immediately flooded into the broadcast room. Good day to the director. How did you think to get up and start the broadcast today? Is there any new program at the zoo? Can the head gardener little brother on a wave of zoo peripheral want 2 little rabbit dolls? Is there a 1-to-1 restored king tiger doll from the northeast? Where's the little yellow car? Is there a live room that doesn't go on the little yellow car now? Just as netizens were wondering about Yang Lin's purpose for starting the broadcast, the camera was suddenly switched to the body of the tourists who were preparing to paint. The crowd was just about to yell that it wasn't fun when, surprisingly, they turned once again and a large black pig with a paintbrush in its mouth appeared in their field of vision. Looking at this black pig, netizens' face surprised expression is not at all less than the presence of tourists. Inside the live broadcast room, with Yang Lin's explanation, the netizens also quickly learned about such a special painting competition. Interesting, a drawing contest between a man and a pig. I told you there were no normal animals inside the West Rainbow Zoo. This pig can even draw. I wish I knew what the gardener had been through and how she taught a pig to draw. Indeed, there is something not quite right with all the animals in this zoo. When I went there yesterday I thought that the pretty parrot should be fairly normal, but then he opened his mouth and made me call him daddy. You are not seeing the shit passer's 3 cigarettes together when he shows off. The key is that he knows to hide the cigarettes when he sees a little kid coming over. It's on, it's on. I want to see which little twerp lost to a pig. When the sound of Yang Lin announcing the start of the competition rang out, all the participating visitors picked up their brushes and began to paint, and Li Fuguei inside the pigsty was no exception. It was seen to move lightly and rest its forelimbs on the not-so-high fence of the pigsty. The 2 front legs were pressed against the drawing board, and a paintbrush dipped in paint was held inside his mouth. At times his brow was furrowed, at other times his pen flew, and he immediately amused the crowd of onlookers and the live stream. OMG. It's really hard on this big brother inside the holster, pretending like a real pig. Yeah, I wonder how much he gets paid for loading pigs here for a day. I seriously doubt that the entire zoo is filled with employees pretending to be animals. Okay, I'll admit it. This pig is actually my ex-boyfriend, and I'd recognize him instantly even if he turned into a pig. What a little look of wisdom. Don't tell me. It still has a very professional accent under the pen. Looking at it like this, it can't really get first place. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, time passed little by little. while the contestants' paintings gradually approached perfection. However, just as they were doing the final sanding work, a pig squeal came from inside the pigsty. Hearing this pig squeal, Yang Lin took his cell phone and walked over at the first opportunity. It was only when he got closer that he realized that it had finished painting. Looking at the landscape painting on the drawing board that was realistic with a hint of writing, not to mention the netizens in the live broadcast room, even Yang Lin himself was a little surprised. Holy shit, did a pig really draw this? I'd even think the center had been dropped if it wasn't for the fact that there wasn't anyone near it. Nima, I've lived in vain. A pig can draw like this. I can't even draw a wangba. I don't know if these contestants present can win it, but I can't win it anyway. I'm never going to say my son is as dumb as a pig again. It's obvious that the pig is much smarter than he is. Obviously, the gardener's proper job would have been to raise pigs, no doubt. And while the other animals were raised by him to look like pigs, this pig was raised by him to look like a human being. How much is this painting? I'll buy it. I'm willing to pay $5 million. If it sells, forget I said that. This pig would be the first pig in this world to have an independent painting, and I would call it a pig bull. It's like the Da Vinci of pigs, so please ask if its pig brainflower is more cerebral. It's better to call it Gasso the pig, after all. It carries a bit of abstraction in this painting. If I had such a pig, I'd let him paint every day, and I'd depend on him to feed me from now on. The crowd did not mince their words of praise at this moment, although they can also see, Li Fugui's painting cannot be said to be strictly too good painting, but people are a pig painting out of the painting requirements so high to do it, and by this time the competition was nearing its end, with all the participants finishing their paintings one after another. Next it was time for the public judging session. This step was done by a vote of all the visitors present, as requested by Yang Lin. The visitors are still very happy about this part. After a 10-minute long voting session, the final votes were quickly presented. Big Black Pig Li Fortune got the first place with a superb 784 votes. Another student, said to be from the Academy of Fine Arts, got the second place with 564 votes. In the face of such a result, Yang Lin was not the least bit surprised. Not that he knew how good Li Fugui's painting was. Rather, he knew that not many people could refuse to vote for a big black pig that could draw. In fact, most of the tourists who voted for Li Fugui didn't go for its paintings, but for it itself. One vote for you, one vote for me, and one vote for when Piggy will make his debut. If you don't vote for me, Piggy will be chopped into a lion's head right away. Sure, you don't want to give a vote to Piggy for working so hard? If Piggy doesn't come in first place this time, the head gardener should have to cut his meals, and by the looks of him, he shouldn't have eaten for 10 minutes. A piggy girl never loses. Long live the piggy religion. The voting was almost entirely filled with tourists making weird noises like that. It was also because of the hard canvassing efforts of these piggy-loving visitors that it was able to get more than 700 votes. To Yang Lin's surprise, those contestants whose votes were not as good as Li Fugui's did not have any opinions, but also very actively and generously said that it did not matter. Seeing that the crowd was like this, Yang Lin immediately made another announcement that excited the crowd present. In consideration of the outstanding performance of all the participants, I have decided to give everyone a copy of the photo stamped with the footprints of Ball and Round. At the same time, I've contacted the manufacturers to place orders, and it shouldn't be long before we have peripheral merchandise for those animals online. This includes animal figurines, animal image derivatives, and when the time comes, you can grab them from my live studio and get 20% off with your ticket stub. As soon as Yang Lin's words fell, the visitors present and in the live streaming room revealed their excitement. The charisma of these animals currently out in the West Rainbow Zoo is not insignificant, and with the spread of the internet, they are just like the big stars of the animal world. That's why the crowd has long been anticipating their peripherals. The event was also declared officially over at this point, and Li Fugui's fame was thoroughly established in the park and on the internet. After all, he is a talented piggy who can draw. By now Yang Lin's purpose of trying to divert traffic to the zoo had finally been achieved, and almost without any deliberate guidance, a large number of tourists came from other parks. Seeing that the safety hazard had been eliminated for the time being, Yang Lin headed in the direction of the artificial lake, where two more big guys were waiting for him. At night, all the visitors in the park had already left, and Yang Lin was left alone again in the whole zoo. Just as he had arrived at the artificial lake, a cry like a baby's cry came from the middle of the lake. Hearing this voice, Yang Lin almost lost his soul in fear, but on second thought he realized what was going on. "You two, come out here." As Yang Lin shouted at the lake, two huge black shadows slowly emerged from the bottom of the lake. One of them was shaped like a python with a face covered in dense, sharp teeth, while the other was a six-legged monster with a demonic face emblazoned on its back. If anyone else had seen this scene, they probably would have peed their pants on the spot. Sure enough, The horror effect is straight up super doubled on a big night. While sighing, Yang Lin took out the feed he had prepared in advance. Come on, all of you eat a little more. It's better when you're full. It's all up to you if I can accomplish my mission. The two big guys in the lake hurriedly ran to Yang Lin's side with an affectionate face when they saw this. One of the salamanders was even rubbing its big fleshy head frantically against Yang Lin's pants leg. Not to mention, although these two big guys didn't have too much communication ability due to their own intelligence, they had an inexplicable sense of dependence on Yang Lin. When the two big guys finished eating, Yang Lin also gave them a new order. And the order was for them to follow that waterway at the bottom of the lake into the Yong River. That's right, Yang Lin is going to let these two big, horrible-looking guys go to the Yong River and pose as water monsters. Of course, there is in fact no need to impersonate them, as they both look like full-blown water monsters to the casual observer. The order was just given, and the two big guys swam straight all the way in the direction of the Yongjiang River, and after more than 10 minutes, they were already in the Yongjiang River waterway. Perhaps due to the previous night's water monster incident, at the moment the Yongjiang River riverside a cool play water shadow are not. Only a few vehicles and pedestrians pass by the highway along the shore from time to time. Seeing such a scene, Yang Lin hurriedly let the two big guys go all the way downstream in the direction of the city. After swimming for an unknown amount of time, a dense patch of lights caught Yang Lin's attention. Following the salamander's gaze toward the shore, he saw that the place where the lights were densely packed was a riverside park. At this time in the park all kinds of pedestrians can be seen. There are cyclists, there are skateboarders, and there is even a team of square dancers. Looking at these crowds, Yang Lin's eyes instantly lit up. This is a good place to decide this is the place. Get ready, you two. Just as Yang Lin was about to let the two big guys show their heads out of the water to scare the crowd on the shore, a sad-faced youth stumbled toward the river carrying a bottle of beer. As he walked, his mouth mumbled, "Why do you blame me for everything? Why don't you all believe me? Why? Forget it, life sucks anyway, I might as well die." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the drunken youth defiantly jumped into the river, and no one in the crowd on the shore realized that someone had fallen into the water because of the loud square dancing. As for the drunken youth himself, there was finally a hint of regret as he entered the river, but he didn't know how to swim at all, so he could only use his hands to flop blindly inside the river. However, just when he thought he was bound to die, a round thing was suddenly pushed against his back. He who had felt certain death felt a glimmer of hope. It wasn't long before he was toppled into shallow water. Seeing that he was out of a life-threatening situation, the youth thought he had been saved by a night hiker who happened to be passing by, but the next second when he looked back, his three souls were scattered in this moment, only to see that in the shallow river water, a reptilian creature with 6 legs was raising its big head to look at him with a serious face. The tattoos on its body that were like demons were so hideous at this moment. With just one glance, the youth felt a heat in his crotch, and without much time to think about it, he owed a voice and ran towards the shore with a roll. And at this time the tourists in Riverside Park also finally realized the difference over here, and one by one ran over with the mood of watching. By the time they hit the drunken man they were even asking about it. "Boy, what happened? Yeah, look at you all wet. Did you fall in the river? Didn't you just fall in the water? Why are you so scared?" Seeing that he reeks of booze, I guess he accidentally stepped on a foot after drinking too much. Even as the crowd assembled the truth, the drunken man finally told what he had seen and heard. "There's a monster in the water. A 6-legged monster. Really? I just killed myself coming up here by this monster that looks like a small car." Listening to the drunken man's words, the people present revealed their skepticism. 6 legs? What could have 6 legs? You're drinking yourself silly. Probably hallucinating. I'm afraid it's not that chaise long over there. Break it up, break it up. Thought it was something. Sisters keep dancing. However, before the crowd could turn around, a sound as eerie as a baby's cry came from the dark river behind them. Almost everyone's goosebumps rose when they heard the cry. It's late at night, and where did the baby come from by the river? And it's so loud. Instantly the minds of the crowd were filled with bad thoughts, but there were inevitably a few bold ones who walked down to the river with their cell phone torches on, driven by curiosity. The moment they shone the beam of their flashlights on the river, a bloody mouth full of sharp teeth was the first to appear. At this moment an unprecedented sense of fear instantly occupied their hearts. Their legs are like a pendulum, general disobedience. Obviously want to escape, but just cannot walk. Just when they thought this was the end, an even more massive black shadow also slowly drilled out from inside the river, with a long crocodile-like body, 6 thick thighs, and that demon tattoo on his back. It was even more terrifying than the monster he had seen before. Holy shit, the water monster has come ashore. I don't know who shouted, and in an instant the ones who couldn't move regained their mobility. At the first opportunity they drew up their legs and ran outside the park. And those people who killed themselves before not believing it were at this moment also finally discovered the two monsters in the river water by the light of the park, without anyone's reminder. The ones who hated the idea of having two extra legs used the fastest speed in their lives. In just less than a minute, the entire Riverside Park ran out of people. Yang Lin, who saw the scene through the shared screen, instantly revealed a look of satisfaction, and at the same time gave an order once again. Go! Next stop! As his words fell, the two big guys sank into the river again. In the course of the night, Yang Lin controlled the two big guys and didn't know how many places he had run and how many people he had scared. It would not be an exaggeration to say that there was wailing everywhere they went. Of course, in addition to scaring people, this night's time also saved 3 people who fell into the water. A stray cat that was thrown into the river inside. How can it be considered to be the merits and demerits? And the end result is obvious. By the time he got up the next morning, the local channels were almost entirely filled with news related to water monsters. Opening a random video, a middle-aged uncle local to Ningnan City said to the TV reporter in a serious manner, "I tell you, I really did watch that water monster come out from inside the river last night. It had 8 legs, each one thicker than a cow's, a neck just like a boa constrictor's, and dense teeth on its face. It was simply terrifying. I almost got eaten by it." Looking at the uncle who swore in the middle of the video, Yang Lin almost didn't laugh out loud. It was obvious that the older man did see the two big guys, but he blended the two of them together perhaps because of his bad eyesight. However, Yang Lin soon realized that this was not the most outrageous. Among the plethora of videos claiming to have seen water monsters, the monsters look like 1,000 other things. Some claim to have seen an octopus monster, while others say they saw a giant crab. As these people got more and more outrageous, the netizens gradually became a bit skeptical. After all of these people saw the water monster in different locations, and even their physical characteristics were different. If this is true, then the entire Yongjiang River has been taken over by water monsters. However, just at this time, 2 videos appeared on the internet. One of the videos was provided by a netizen. Only in this video, a reptile that didn't look like a blue star creature was slowly emerging from the river water, and a gurgling cry that made people's hearts tremble came out of its mouth. The best part is that it really does have 6 legs. The appearance of this video instantly reduced the skepticism on top of the internet by a large margin. That's not all, however, as this video was followed by a surveillance video released by Riverside Park officials. The surveillance, which was originally designed to prevent falls into the water, clearly captured 2 large, strange-looking aquatic creatures chasing a man inside the river. The netizens instantly exploded when this video came out. The surveillance video shouldn't be able to be faked. Right, there really is a water monster inside the Yong River. What the hell are these 2 things? They're horrible looking. Why does it feel like an alien creature? Are there creatures on the blue planet that can look like this? Of all the ones that say there's a water monster, I think this one is the most true. Is the guy in the video okay? He won't be eaten. This man is my neighbor. People are fine. Just scared. Now in the hospital hanging water. I heard that he was scared last night to pee his pants. If I was being chased by 2 monsters like that, shit would probably come out of my ass. Why do I feel as if these 2 monsters aren't chasing him? It feels like they're saving him. What's the matter? These 2 monsters still know he peed so they won't eat him. So it's these 2 monsters that run dozens of kilometers in one night, scaring people all over the place? How can it be just the 2 of them? I feel sure there are others that just haven't been caught on camera. Didn't someone else photograph a water monster that looked like a big crocodile inside the Yong River the other day? If you find a cockroach in your house, then your house must have been flooded with cockroaches. So there's no telling how many water monsters are lurking inside the Yong River right now. That's a given. Once is a coincidence. Twice is a coincidence. It's been so many times. How can it still be a coincidence? Let's see what the official word is. As public opinion festered, the water monster incident intensified on the internet, and Ningnan, as the place of the incident, was sent into the limelight. The official department set up an investigation team almost immediately and launched an investigation into the whole incident. However, no matter how much they searched inside the Yongjiang River, they did not find the shadow of the water monster. And it was at this time that a piece of news from the imperial capital quickly diverted the attention of the netizens. The approaching science program team has arrived in Ningnan. When this news came out, the netizens were filled with anticipation. At the same time, at the gate of the criminal police detachment in Ningnan City, a group of people with various equipment in their hands were talking to Lin Feng. "Captain Lin, this time our safety is all in your hands. This time we must investigate the truth about the water monster so that the general public can feel at ease." A middle-aged man who was over half 100 years old and elegant said to Lin Feng with a serious face, "If there are people who regularly follow the popular science program Approaching Science, they will certainly find that the person who is talking is the host of the Approaching Science program team, Li Ban Ian." On the other hand, Lin Feng on the other side of the room immediately patted his chest and assured after hearing these words from Li Banian. Don't worry, Mr. Li, I will ensure your safety. Also, our experts from this Aquatic Research Institute have arrived and should be ready to go later. Okay, thank you very much for your cooperation. This time we can definitely reveal the secret of the water monster without any problems. Lieberman nodded and said. However, just as he was about to lead his team to Yongjiang, Lin Feng seemed to suddenly remember something again. By the way, Mr. Li, I have a friend who knows a lot about animals and I think he should be helpful to us. As soon as Lin Feng had finished speaking, a look of interest appeared on Li Bonian's face. Oh, Captain Lin also knows experts in animals? Not so much an expert, rather he is the director of a zoo and he has his own way of understanding and communicating with animals. Are you talking about that West Rainbow Zoo that's been very hot recently in your Ningnan? Without waiting for Lin Feng to finish his sentence, Li Banian had already taken the lead. Mr. Li knows this zoo too? Of course I know. This zoo is now famous all over the country. It just so happened that I came to Ningnan this time, and I originally wanted to wait for the end of the work to visit it in person. I didn't expect Captain Lin to even know their garden manager. It seems like I can go through the back door this time. As he spoke, Li Bonian's face couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Then in that case, I'll go ahead and contact the head gardener, Yang, and see if he's available. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Feng dialed a number on his cell phone. At the same time, Yang Lin, who was feeding a bunch of animals in the West Rainbow Zoo, also received a call. What? Let me be a guest on the approaching science program and explain the water monster incident live to the audience? Listening to Lin Feng's request on the other end of the phone, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed a trace of an odd color. He was never expecting the approaching science program team to come to Ningnan so quickly. Much less did he expect the show to invite him to be a guest on the show. It's not a farce. Where did the water monsters come from? He raised them, he released them, and now he's been asked to reveal the truth about them to everyone. It's just great. Pretending to hesitate for a moment, Yang Lin casually agreed, and before leaving the zoo, he made a point of telling the animals in the zoo not to make a mess. After waiting for everything to be arranged, he stopped a cab in front of the zoo in the direction of the Yongjiang River beach. At the same time, the official live broadcasting room of the program team of Approaching Science was also opened on several platforms at the same time. There was a huge influx of netizens the moment it opened. Several platforms combined are feared to be in the tens of millions. And these netizens all have the same purpose at the moment, which is to figure out what the water monster inside the Yongjiang River is in the end. Front row. Sit back and wait for the bricklayers to give a reasonable explanation. I never thought I'd watch Approaching Science live one day. I'm ready for a big serial. That's a good point. An old man with bleeding gums was able to shoot 3 installments before. The water monster this time has to be watered down for 30 installments anyhow. That goes without saying. Why else would they be called water monsters? That said, didn't the water monster come out of the Shihong Zoo last time? And the other gardener, Yang, captured the water monster alive in less than half an hour, and ended up stewing it in the end. Ha ha ha, die laughing. I was there last time, but it feels like this time the water monster should be different from last time. It had to be different then. This time the water monsters don't look like serious creatures. I'll see what those experts have to fool us with this time. Just as the netizens were talking, the camera of the live broadcast room then appeared a middle-aged male host. It was none other than Li Bonian, who had previously had a meeting with Lin Feng. Good afternoon, viewers. I'm Bernice Li from the Approaching Science program. This time our program team came together in the beautiful city of Ningnan to decipher the mystery of the water monster. For this reason we have invited a few expert professors to come and explain it to you. With that, the camera panned to a balding middle-aged man with glasses off to the side. This one is the director of the Ningnan City Aquatic Research Institute, Director Chen Maoshengchen, who has been working in the aquatic industry for decades and knows the Yongjiang River waters very well. In addition to Director Chen, we've invited Ocean University, an expert in the field of fish and reptile biology, Professor Su Jincheng. As soon as the words were spoken, another middle-aged man over the age of 100 appeared in the camera. Seeing these two so-called expert professors, the netizens in the live broadcast room are not cold. Are they really reliable? Why, I don't quite believe it looks like it. Yeah, it's not going to fool us by saying it's some big fish again. It's already so obvious in the video. If they still fool us with some lame excuse this time, I won't be watching this program in the future. The odds are that it will still be muddled. After all, the existence of water monsters will not be officially recognized. Just as the netizens were questioning these two so-called expert professors, Li Banian was speaking again. Of course, in addition to these two experts in related fields, our program team has also invited a mystery guest this time. And this mysterious guest, I believe there are a lot of viewers, especially local viewers in Ningnan who are more familiar with it. Alright, without further ado, here's the director of the West Rainbow Zoo in Ningnan City, Director Yang Lin Yang. As Li Bonian's words fell, an unusually familiar figure to netizens appeared in the camera. Looking at this figure, the audience, who had originally been in a state of lackluster interest, instantly boiled over. I'll be damned. The head gardener's here. It's really the head gardener. The program can be neat to have the head gardener here. Those in front of you are fake guests. This one is the real one. Maybe the gardener isn't as rich as these guys in his area of specialization, but he's still got a couple of tricks up his sleeve when it comes to animals. Has the approaching science crew caught the ratings code here? It's over and done with. Those water monsters are going to suffer this time. The last ones were steamed and braised again. I don't know what kind of eating method this time. This time it might actually work. Say, didn't the gardener bring that big alligator? That's what I call professionalism. Sitting back and waiting for those water monsters to be brought ashore alive. Yelin's arrival was clearly a shot in the arm for the network. Hello everyone, I'm Yang Lin, the director of the West Rainbow Zoo. And this time I was invited by the program to also help solve the mystery of the water monster. In front of the camera, Yelin speaks in a serious manner. Once he had finished his introduction, the crew took the crowd to the location where the water monster incident had taken place. As soon as they arrived at the scene, the two experts and professors took out all kinds of specialized equipment and examined the nearby waters for a while. Meanwhile, two other divers dived into the river with underwater cameras. A flurry of maneuvering left the audience mesmerized. Only Yang Lin, who was on the side, forced himself to hold back his laughter to keep himself from laughing out loud. As far as he was concerned, it would be a real hell of a thing for the group to find out, and it was true what he expected. Let a few experts and professors and a group of researchers at TOS did not find out. Seeing that the investigation was running out of ideas, Yang Lin immediately took the initiative to step forward. Two experts. I don't think we actually need to make it that complicated at all. Here are the locations of a couple of online feedbacks I found today. With that, Yang Lin opened a copy of the map software. You see, the initial spot where the water monster was found was 10 kilometers upstream from here, and the last place where the water monster appeared was 10 kilometers downstream from here. We can roughly make out that this 10-kilometer radius area is where the water monster is operating. Taking a center of the circle would be about where this one backwater cove is. Saying that, Yang Lin pointed his finger to a backwater bay above the Yongjiang River, and there was clearly the sewage outfall buried by the Ming group. Upon hearing this explanation from him, the people in the room were first stunned, and then they reacted. They do seem to have overlooked the internet as the most direct and effective channel for obtaining information. And just as it dawned on the crowd, Lin Feng, who was in the middle of the crowd, suddenly received a phone call. A flash of excitement appeared on his face immediately after the phone hung up. Mr. Li, someone found a large number of nodfish and shrimp in the upstream area back in the bay, and judging from the bite marks they should be left by large reptiles. There are footprints on the beach next to it. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the crowd couldn't help but remember Yang Lin's speculation just now as they were surprised. The head gardener is a cowboy, and he found the crux of the problem at once. It's a simple one, isn't it? Animals in general have their own hunting radius, and it's not unusual for these water monsters to have them. Simple as it is, those experts and professors don't think in that direction. Progress unlocked 45%. All that's left is to find those water monsters. So excited to see what those water monsters really look like, and where the hell they pop out of. While the crowd was talking in the live broadcast room, the crowd of the program team was also in a hurry to just take a boat to the place where the clues were found. And naturally, this place where the clues were found was specially set up by Yang Lin in order to lure the crowd over. 10 minutes later, the group in the boat arrived at the backwater cove where the water monster sighting had been found. Due to the fact that it is a backwater bay, the river scouring here is unusually bad and a lot of garbage gets piled up here. So as soon as the crowd got close, they smelled an unpleasant odor. Perhaps it was for this reason that Mings had thought of burying the sewage pipes here. Wow, it stinks so bad here. Why would a water monster pick this place for its lair? That is, does that mean there's something special about this place? Upon hearing the staff's question, Director Chen of the Aquatic Research Institute immediately explained. This is a backwater bay with a high density of plankton, so it attracts a lot of small fish and shrimp, which in turn attracts other aquatic life. The water monster chose this place as its lair, naturally, because of this. So it is. After listening to Director Chen's explanation, the crowd suddenly came to a sudden realization. No wonder those fishing guys like to fish in this kind of terrain. So that's how it works. No, I'm a local fishing enthusiast in Ningnan City, and I know about this place. It's notoriously lousy in our circle. No matter how good your bait is here, you can't get any fish on it. I squatted here all day last time and didn't even catch a single Rhode Island. straight out of the Air Force. I'm also a fishing guy from Ningnan. I can also testify that this area is very evil. You can catch anything except fish. And last time I even caught an ern. That's not another slap in the face. So why on earth would a water monster choose such a place? Just as the netizens in the live broadcast room were expressing their skepticism towards Director Chen's words, on the other side of the room, Professor Su had already walked over to the pile of traces left behind by the water monster. Only 7 or 8 large fish weighing about 10 pounds were left on top of a smooth sandy beach. And the one thing all these fish have in common is that most of the flesh has been bitten off the torso portion. Looking at the fine bite marks, the crowd's scalp went numb for a moment. This is because it is well known that most of the native fish in the Dragon Kingdom are toothless, and only a few are born with teeth. And these fish are generally small, so you can basically rule out the possibility that the water monster is a large fish. This footprint. Professor Su, who was observing the traces, suddenly froze as he looked at the footprints left on the ground. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Yang Lin, who was on the side, jumped ahead. It looks like it was left behind by a giant salamander. As soon as he finished his words, Professor Su nodded. It looks like it to me too, but this one footprint is as big as my palm. If it's a giant salamander, it's estimated to be 5 or 6 meters long and weigh several tons. How in the world could there be a giant salamander that big? And looking at this footprint, it should have 6 legs on the left and right. How could there be a 6-legged reptilian creature in this world? As soon as Prof. Su's words fell, the expressions of the people present became grave. So far almost all the evidence is proving to the public that the water monster is not any species known to the public. If this were the ocean, that might make sense, but it's landlocked, above the entire inland. Whether it is the primitive jungle or the great rivers, it is no exaggeration to say that there is no creature that mankind has not discovered. Even if they did, they were creatures that were smaller in size. How a giant water monster like this one escapes humans is the key thing the crowd can't figure out. Unless it's a brand new species that was born recently, but that's obviously even more outrageous. This question nearly dry-fired the CPU of 2 expert professors. And just as the 2 professors were puzzled, Yang Lin, who had pretended to observe the ground for a while, suddenly spoke up. Do you guys think there's a possibility that these so-called water monsters are actually just some ordinary creatures that have only mutated due to some outside reason to take on the appearance of monsters? As soon as Yang Lin said these words, the gazes of everyone present looked over. The 2 expert professors even shook their heads. Impossible. Evolution and mutation were so easy to produce. Unless it is very serious environmental pollution, or nuclear radiation or something like that, it is very difficult to mutate in a short period of time. Yeah, Jan, we're still pretty clear on that front. Obviously the 2 experts were not quite in agreement with Yang Lin. The other side of the net is a different story. I think Director Yang has a point. If it's not an alien creature, then it's a native creature that has mutated. I even found a 3-legged frog inside our old family pond not long ago. I think it's caused by the village people often washing pesticide spray cans in it. We have a farm there where chickens are born with 3 legs, and I've heard that they are also exposed to radiation. This kind of thing has been getting more and more common in recent years. Okay, what with the 2-headed cows and the 1-eyed pigs? More or less influenced by the environment. Let's not talk about animals. There are many cases of human deformities. It's not unusual for a genetic mutation to occur in an environment like the one we have now. Aren't there a bunch of ones on Jitterbug that have 3 eyes? And aren't those all odd-line species? That's right. I just used to stay up too late surfing the internet. My son's DNA has all mutated and doesn't match mine. Luckily my wife doesn't mind me. The one upstairs, are you fucking serious? I said how my son looks more and more unlike me. Dare I say that a genetic mutation has also occurred? Blanche, why are all your pop-up screen? Just as the netizens were having a heated discussion about the possibilities Yang Lin raised, Yang Lin suddenly said, pointing at the river in front of him, I think that maybe the river water was heavily polluted, and that's what caused those aquatic organisms to severely mutate. Why don't we test the water? As soon as he finished his sentence, the people present similarly turned their gazes towards Jiang Shui. This angle never seemed to occur to them, just as the approaching science program team had begun to investigate in the direction Yang Lin expected. The other side of the Ming Group's office building within a group of executives were already going crazy with anxiety. As the executive director of Tomorrow to Come has smashed 3 ashtrays in a row. Wasn't it all fine before? Why did so many mutated creatures suddenly pop up? Hearing his words, a middle-aged man on the side hurriedly whispered, could it really be because we're discharging water into the Yong River? I've heard that so many mutated animals have appeared on the neon side. No sooner had he finished his sentence, however, than Tomorrow came and smashed the only ashtray left on the table with another snap. Are you an idiot? Our products are just some daily chemicals at best. How did these things cause animals to mutate? We're a chemical company, not a biochemical company. Watched too many movies you. Chairman, I think there may be a certain relationship with us. Before you did not say that we reduced the chemical precipitation treatment. Those who have not been precipitated in the part of the indicators are more than the national control range. Inside the conference room, another middle-aged management soon stood up. Hearing his words, the gazes of the people in the room focused on Ming Minglai. Ming's chemical originally had its own clear sewage standards, but in order to save on sewage costs tomorrow, it directly eliminated one of the most important treatment steps. Sewage that has not been fully treated is discharged directly into the Yongjiang River. In the words of tomorrow's arrival at the time, instead of spending tens of millions of dollars a year to complete the wastewater treatment, it would be better to spend $1 million or so to make connections. Seeing that the gazes of the crowd were looking at him, Ming Minglai immediately burst into a rage. You guys are blaming me for this? That's not what you say when you're making money. You sons of bitches. In the meeting room of the people quarrel into a mess. The live television screen in the Approach to Science program team has begun to water body environmental sampling. They set up sampling points every 500 meters centered on the area where Backwater Bay is located and took a total of 10 samples. Half an hour later the analyzed data of these 10 samples were presented to everyone. The entire crowd was stunned when they looked at the data from these reports. Especially that data from the water samples they took at Backwater Bay. My God, how could this happen? The waters here have been polluted to such an extent. This is not river water. This is industrial wastewater, right? The data exceeds the standards by dozens of times. How did the water bodies here do this? Even the furthest away sample, number 10, has an index that exceeds it by more than 10 times. That's too much. Boy, that's almost a collection of the periodic table of elements. Drink this bowl of Yong River water and be a Ningnan man in the next life. A cup of Yong River water, half of the periodic table of elements. With that water quality, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Godzilla being cultivated out of it. Not to mention mutating animals. Among these data before the eyes of the crowd was a clear indication of water pollution at every point of abstraction. One of the most exaggerated pollution indicators directly exceeded the national standard dozens of times. Even the lightest has exceeded about 10 times. The audience, whether it was from the Aquatic Research Institute, Ocean University, or the Into the Science program team, was stunned by the data. The only one who didn't find it surprising was probably Yang Lin. The netizens in the live broadcast room even instantly exploded. It's true that the gardener saw through everything a long time ago, and the problem is really still the water quality. The frog of heartbreak keeps touching your stomach. Just this and you're still laughing at people's sand. This water quality is really against the grain. It's no wonder this place doesn't hit the spot anymore. If any fish hit the spot here, I guess there's a ghost. Not to mention the fish. The Dragon King would have to be poisoned when he gets here. The river god doesn't even dare to fish for axes here. Diluting the river water here should be enough to use it as a pesticide. It turns out that the last time I peed in the river turned out to be the cleanest thing in there. If I take a sip, do I have to mutate on the spot? Maybe even grow 3 heads and 6 arms. I think you're a 2-armed man. You can't drink this water without hiccuping immediately. I doubt that anyone who drowns here is expected to necessarily drown first. Blunk. If I remember correctly, all the water from the Ningnan water treatment plant comes from here, right? Doesn't that mean I've been drinking this kind of water for the past 20 years or so? Check. We must check. Which bastard has poisoned the water? As the topic festered, soon almost everyone realized the seriousness of the issue. The issue of water monsters suddenly becomes irrelevant compared to water pollution. Because water monsters can only harm a limited number of people, whereas water pollution can leave a lasting legacy. The entire city of Ningnan might be affected. Almost immediately the people in the room thought about the source of the contamination, but looking around there doesn't seem to be any outfalls or anything like that. Just when the crowd was a bit confused, Yang Lin was suddenly proposing. Do you guys think there's a possibility that someone has set up an outfall under the riverbed so that it's not easy to detect or for the river to get polluted quickly? Hearing Yang Lin's words, the program's crowd immediately had a sense of enlightenment. Xiao Yang has a point. Such serious water pollution is definitely not a 1-day or 2-day problem. Perhaps the problem has existed for a long time, only that we didn't realize it. Indeed, what's the difference between someone who does something like that and poisoning? We'll immediately arrange for divers to go down inside the river to have a look. As soon as they spoke, the crowd at the Aquatic Research Institute had contacted the frogman. It wasn't long before a diver, fully clothed in diving equipment, dove under the river in full view of the crowd. In just under 5 minutes the frogman surfaced. Found it. Down there I found 3 huge sewer pipes. As the diver's voice reached the shore, the crowd felt a surge of anger along with surprise. Surprised to finally find out the final cause of the water monster incident. Angry that someone so openly discharged into the Yongjiang River with heavy pollutants in the sewage. And the anger is obviously not only the crowd on the scene. The online real-time attention to this incident of the citizens of Ningnan at the moment is also burning with rage. Anyone who knows that the tap water they drink on a regular basis contains high levels of contaminants will do so. Almost the first time the relevant departments of the phone has been broken, and even on the same day this matter on the focus of the interview column. When the time came early the next morning, Yang Lin saw the news that Ming's chemical had been shut down, and that Ming Lai and a bunch of other executives had been arrested. Ding! The mission has been completed. The source of contamination has been completely removed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining talent points *5, a random talent treasure chest. Listening to the system beep in his head, Yang Lin immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing that the time required by the system was almost up, it was finally time to get it over with. Random talent treasure chest. I don't know what can be randomized out of it. Let's hope it comes with a golden talent. No, it better be a legendary talent. Although Yang Lin knew that this was somewhat unrealistic, he still held out a glimmer of hope. Taking a deep breath, he opened the gifted treasure chest at that moment. The next second another system beep sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary talent toolmaking. Listening to the system beep in his head, Yang Lin was somewhat skeptical of his own ears. He never expected that he would actually draw a legendary talent. This was the highest ranked talent he had found so far, and had only been found in the Golden Eagle and the Bay Crocodile. I didn't think he'd draw another one out so soon. It's just the name. If he remembered correctly, the Golden Eagle's legendary talent was called Sky Overlord, and the Gulf Crocodile's legendary talent was called Prehistoric Overlord. So how did the name of the talent become so earthy when it came to him? Tool making? That kind of stuff qualifies as a legendary talent? Isn't that something you can do with your hands? As soon as the spiteful words were uttered, Yang Lin realized that something was wrong. I almost forgot. This talent is relative to animals. If animals mastered making tools, wouldn't they be close to being human? Inexplicably Yang Lin recalled a saying that the biggest difference between humans and animals was that humans could use tools, and it is by mastering the use of tools that humans have become masters on this planet. Thinking of this, Yang Lin also immediately changed his opinion of this talent. Undoubtedly, the most suitable animals for this talent are ape-like animals, as they have forelimbs as dexterous as those of humans. Imagine if it was chimpanzee Levi who had mastered this talent, then the next poop thrown at tourists might not be thrown by hand, but by a rock thrower instead. It could even build some weapons if Yang Lin provided it with enough resources. So is handmade scarab next on its path? The king of invention in the animal kingdom? Let's hope it won't be Rise of the Planet of the Apes. Of course Yang Lin knew that this latter situation was absolutely impossible. However, any animal whose talent he had activated had absolute loyalty to him, and it was impossible for a mutiny to occur. 5 minutes later, Yang Lin, who was holding a bunch of bananas, appeared at the entrance of the ape park. Unlike the time when the zoo was just starting to explode, at this moment, although there are a lot of tourists in the orangutan park, it is a lot less compared to before. The main reason for this is also twofold. One being the recent rise in popularity of other animals in the park. Another reason is because people's curiosity has passed, and the mere throwing of poop can no longer satisfy the viewing psychology of tourists. After all, there are only so many tourists who like to be abused. To borrow a phrase from the netizens, it's overdue for a Netflix generation item in the West Rainbow Zoo. Of course Li Wei himself didn't care about that. He couldn't wait for there to be even fewer tourists. The only thing he cares about is that fewer people are handing him cigarettes. But there used to be tourists who saw him who didn't hand him cigarettes. Looking at Li Wei, who was there in the garden picking up cigarette butts to smoke, Yang Lin, who was carrying a bunch of bananas, went into the cage. Great master, smoke less. It's not good for your health. Eat more fruits. Hearing his words, Li Wei, who was smoking beautifully, immediately blanked him. Do you know how many years those chimps that eat fruit in the wild live? 40 years tops. Do you know how old I am? I'm 52. And I'm over 90 by your human age. Remember not to bring me bananas next time. Yesterday a boy gave me a cigarette. He said it was called something like Huazi. You should bring me Huazi from now on. Other cigarettes choke my throat. After saying that chimpanzee Li Wei sipped a few mouthfuls, until the filter was half burned. He ruthlessly threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped on it a few times. Only after stepping on it did I realize I wasn't wearing shoes and grimaced in pain. Seeing it in this state, Yang Lin was also speechless. Other animals he needs to go and regularly every day to clean up their feces, and here he's doing his best to sweep up his cigarette butts and ashes. And of course, the feces are swept up, just outside the cage. It does seem like we need to find you something to do. With this in mind, Yang Lin bestowed the legendary talent toolmaking that he had just obtained onto chimpanzee Li Wei. With the flash of a white light invisible to tourists, a brilliant light suddenly flashed through Li Wei's originally disheveled eyes. Intelligence was already not much different from human beings, and a trace of marvelous changes took place vaguely in its brain. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but Yang Lin always felt that it looked a little bigger, and even its back became a little more upright. Seeing such a change arise in Li Wei's body, Yang Lin hurriedly asked about how it felt. Well, did you feel any different from before? Hearing Yang Lin's question, the chimpanzee Li Wei first showed a hint of extremely humanized thinking, and then answered, "It feels a little itchy inside my head." A little itchy inside the head? Regardless of the puzzled look on Yang Lin's face, the chimpanzee Li Wei changed his usual laziness and paced back and forth inside the cage, as if he was thinking about the problem. Looking at its strange appearance, although Yang Lin was a bit puzzled, he didn't disturb it, but silently walked out of the cage. However, it wasn't long after he had just returned to the administrator's office that he heard a loud gasp from the visitors outside. At first glance, Yang Lin thought that something had happened, until he ran out of the office when he realized that the shouts were coming from the direction of the orangutan park. With a hint of doubt, Yang Lin quickly arrived at the periphery of the ape garden. Following his gaze, he saw that the chimpanzee Li Wei was currently polishing a stone that he had picked up from somewhere. In just a moment's work, this stone took the shape of an axe. And that's not even the most exaggerated thing. The most exaggerated thing is that he combined this stone with a long piece of wood. A stone axe belonging to the Stone Age was born in his hand. Even Yang Lin was stunned by this scene, not to mention the tourists. In terms of this skillfulness in making tools, he did not doubt for a moment that given a few more days Li Wei would be able to practice iron inside the cage. This was the moment he finally realized how strong the legendary talent was. And naturally, the tourists didn't know so much about it. All they knew was that something didn't seem quite right with the orangutan inside the cage again. There is no doubt that with the success of chimpanzee Levi in creating a stone axe, his attention within the zoo is once again heightened. At this moment, at the entrance of the orangutan park, the admiring tourists have long been surrounding all the locations, can take out the camera equipment is early to set up out, and even many of them are worth tens of thousands of dollars of professional equipment. A look is that those online news number to this into the goods to come. Actually, I originally just happened to be visiting the area and thought the chimpanzee was quite interesting, so I casually shot this video, not realizing that I just happened to catch it building an axe there, and I didn't expect the video to catch fire. Help! Anyone who doesn't know about this treasure chimpanzee, I'm sad and really a whole lot in love. I won't allow anyone to be unaware of this Netflix treasure hit that costs only $50 admission for a full day of fun. Listening to the awkward to the point of being stingy with the lines of the filmmakers of these video numbers, Yang Lin was instantly speechless. Of course he didn't stop it. After all this is free publicity, though these guys probably don't have as many followers combined as he does alone. Looking at the sea of tourists in front of him, Yang Lin seemed to see his bright future. However, just at this time a sudden news has let him more or less caught off guard. What? The city zoo's transfer van overturned on the road and all the animals inside escaped? Inside the administrator's office, as Lin Feng's voice came from the other end of the phone, Yang Lin's entire body froze. But think about it for a moment and let it go. It's not uncommon for zoos to run a handful of animals, and every year there are always a few that yearn for freedom that run out of their cages and wander outside. Like what, a wild boar, a monkey, an ostrich, and this time it was escaped in transit. So Yang Lin felt even more normal. Until Lin Feng said his next sentence, because it was a series of crashes. It wasn't just one transit van that rolled over, but 3. The total number of animals that have escaped so far is 9. One of the ostriches has been blocked on the stile and there are 8 more at large, respectively, a wild African elephant, a wild adult African lion, an occultican horse, 2 jaguars, 2 Bengal tigers, and a white rhinoceros. Hearing the numbers and names Lin Feng reported, Yang Lin was directly dumbfounded. It was no exaggeration to say that any of the animals in here were existences he couldn't afford to buy, not to mention the value, but the rarity. His entire park is estimated to have only that northeastern tiger and these are on the same level, and none of them, with the exception of the occultican horse, are extremely dangerous beings. One can imagine God knows what would happen if these animals were to rampage through the streets of Ningnan City, but what made him even more puzzled was why so many rare animals were suddenly transferred inside the city zoo. In order to answer his doubts, Yang Lin immediately asked, and Lin Feng on the other end of the phone let out a bitter laugh. That said, you had something to do with it. Something to do with me? Of course, recently your West Rainbow Zoo suddenly burst into flames, directly leading to an avalanche of passenger traffic in the city zoo, and if it continues like this, it is estimated that the city zoo will have to be directly dried out by you, to restore traffic. That's why they borrowed these babies from the major zoos. I heard they were originally going to have a big animal-themed event. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Yang Lin instantly didn't know what to say. Either way, this is a very serious accident and none of us can be sure what kind of danger these wild animals in an out-of-control state can cause to the public. As ordered by the higher-ups, both our criminal police and armed police have begun to move out. but given the rarity of these animals, we wouldn't choose to shoot them down as a last resort. So my first thought was you, the animal expert. By this point Lin Feng was also finally saying what he had come for. Without waiting for Yang Lin to think about exactly how to answer this question of his, a system beep was the first to sound. Ding! Emergency mission released. Please ask the host to help the Ningnan City Zoo locate and successfully capture 9 escaped wild animals in the shortest possible time. For each successfully captured wild animal, reward 1 talent point and 1 talent treasure chest fragment. If you can capture all of them, you will receive a talent upgrade voucher. Hearing the system beep in his head, Yang Lin wasn't too surprised. However, the reward given by the system really surprised him. 1 talent point for 1 animal. 9 is 9. And there are also talent treasure chest pieces and talent upgrade coupons. 2 props that appear for the first time. It was hard for Yang Lin not to be moved by such a rewarding strength. And at that moment he opened his mouth in a righteous manner. Captain Lin, you don't have to say anything about this. Even if you don't ask me to help Ming, I'll still help. And on the other end, Lin Feng, who had heard him reply in this manner, immediately became excited. Great! I knew that park director Yang would do me this favor. Wait a moment. I'll send for you. With that he hung up. And it was only after he hung up that Yang Lin realized a hint of something wrong. That's not right. It's reasonable to say that the ostrich has already been captured. So that leaves 8 at large. Why is the system saying 9? Could it be? Instantly a bad guess appeared in Yang Lin's mind. There was no doubt either that the city zoo was counting 1 less, or that the escaped animal was so inconspicuous that the crowd didn't even notice it. I hope it's not anything too raw. While praying, Yang Lin began to make preparations. After all, this was the first time he'd ever faced wild animals out in the open, and they were all first-class beasts. Even if he possessed the ability to communicate with animals, what if they were grumpy and didn't want to talk to him much? After spending 10 minutes, Yang Lin, who was dressed in a wilderness survival suit, led a group of wolf team members out from the middle of the wolf garden, and there was a golden eagle circling uncontrollably above his head. If it wasn't for the fear of being too publicized, he hated to lead Li Hua out. But even so, when Yang Lin appeared he still attracted the attention of a large number of tourists. Gardener, what are you doing going? Why does it feel like you're going on a roundup? Yeah, but it's really cool the way you're holding these big guys. It's not going to be a fight out there, is it? Facing the doubts of the crowd, Yang Lin did not answer directly, but said with a serious face, if possible, you guys don't just go out of the park later. If you're really in danger, you can run in the direction of the tiger park. No sooner had he finished his sentence than a police car arrived in front of the zoo. Looking at the sudden police car, the tourists vaguely realized what was going on. Urgent news. Half an hour ago, the city zoo's animal transfer vehicle was involved in a series of car accidents on West 2nd. The vehicle overturned. It has resulted in the escape of 9 wild animals, one of which has been captured by the park and 8 are still at large. The general public is urged to make sure they stay indoors as much as possible and not go out in the next few hours, as the relevant authorities have launched an operation to catch these wild animals in the shortest possible time. As a final reminder, these exodus animals are extremely dangerous, so be sure to seek cover if encountered outdoors. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Dragon Country time, all the citizens of Ningnan received such a message. And in addition to this news, local news channels are rolling out related news, coupled with the fact that from time to time, netizens have photographed wild animals that are on the run. The entire Dragon internet was instantly in an uproar. Holy crap, how can you escape so many animals at once? That's just careless. Blanche, the plot inside the movie has come true. Not long ago I just finished watching a fierce and ferocious lion made abroad, and to this day I have a shadow. It doesn't say exactly what kind of animals ran. Does anyone know? Oh, guess why they didn't just say what animal ran away? Must be one of those top-tier beasts. We ran 2 money leopards here last year. Straight away the whole city detachments were out. The city was half closed. There's no need for that. It's so old. These animals shouldn't be that dangerous for us humans. Upstairs I'm afraid you haven't really encountered a wild animal. I've encountered a lone wolf inside the old forest before. It was just the size of an adult dog. And in the end I lost a leg hard to get my life back. Indeed, normal people can't stand severe pain at all. It but bites you and you'll lose the fight because you can't stand the pain. Let's hope it won't be some large beast. It's okay, I'll step in when the time comes. And just as netizens were having a discussion about the content of the news, 2 videos taken from local netizens in Ningnan were soon released. In the midst of the first video, 2 large, extremely fast large cats are scurrying down the street. A potent Doberman chained to the side of the road was bitten alive by these 2 felines without even putting up a fight. As for the second video, it's even more shocking, only to see a white rhino like a tanker charging across the street above the traffic. Passing pedestrians or vehicles have to avoid. The whole scene is a panic. A small car that couldn't dodge in time was toppled a few meters away on the spot. After watching these two videos, netizens who just thought it wasn't a big deal were immediately dumbfounded. It was at this moment that they realized that after living in the steel jungle for too long they were simply no match for these top food chain existences after leaving the modern weapons, especially the two large cats that ran with the speed of a small car. They could almost imagine what it would be like if they encountered such a beast on the road. Without realizing it, a cold sweat emerged on their foreheads. Yet this is far from being just the beginning. Soon after these two videos were revealed, another huge spotted tiger was caught on camera preying on stray dogs on the side of the road. The spotted tiger in the middle of the picture was suffering from the siege of a dozen stray dogs, which appeared to be an encircling situation. However, it merely slapped down a stray dog, and a stray dog was already slapped to death alive. In less than a minute, 7 or 8 of these dozen stray dogs were bitten to death, and the rest didn't even have the courage to run away. It wasn't long after the tiger that the adult African male lion was also spotted outside a residential neighborhood. And then there is the African elephant, which is the size of a small house. It was only with a video of an escaped animal being uploaded to the internet by the citizens of Ningnan that netizens finally realized just how serious this one was. As for the citizens of Ningnan City, everyone was even more at risk at the moment. The originally busy street became empty in less than half an hour. Panic gripped the city in an instant. Seeing that the situation had developed to such an extent, the officials of Ningnan City immediately held an emergency press conference. At the same time, Yang Lin, who had brought a group of Wolf team members with him, also arrived at the gate of the city's criminal police detachment to join Lin Feng. As soon as he got out of his own van, Yang Lin was shocked by the formation in front of him. Looking around, the entire gate of the criminal police detachment was filled with loaded criminal police and armed police, the number of which was feared to be in the hundreds. In addition to these armed men, there were a number of television journalists carrying cameras and a few official representatives. Seeing that Yang Lin had brought the woofers over, Lin Feng, who was also loaded with ammunition, hurriedly brought him right to the center. Park Director Yang, you're finally here. What we're missing now is a professional like you. When he heard Lin Feng's words, Yang Lin's face immediately showed a trace of doubt. What about those other animal experts in our city? Stop it now. As soon as they heard about this one, they all excused themselves from coming. But this one does seem a bit tricky. The request from above is that in the event that these animals are not visibly harming humans, it's anesthetized capture that's the primary option. And only if there's no other way will you choose to shoot them. And it may be up to you, Mr. Young Gardener, to determine exactly what condition these animals are in. Saying that, a hint of solemnity appeared on Lin Feng's face. Just as Yang Lin was about to say something about himself, a middle-aged man who looked like a leader had begun to speak to the camera. And please, citizens, don't panic, just stay quietly in your homes. We've already started working on this, in order to be able to remove the safety hazard posed by these animals as quickly as possible. We have set up a special action team. The team leader is Chief Commander Wang of the Armed Police Headquarters, while Captain Lin Feng of the Criminal Investigation Detachment serves as the deputy leader. In addition, we have invited the director of the West Rainbow Zoo in Ningnan City, Director Yang Lin Yang, to be the general counselor of the operation. With the leadership of the above people, I'm sure we'll be able to bring back those animals at large quickly. With the middle-aged man's introduction, the dumbfounded Yang Lin was pushed in front of the camera. At the same time, the scene was also quickly appeared in front of countless viewers through the form of live broadcast. Those viewers who knew Yang Lin well were instantly shocked when they saw his familiar face. I blanch. I knew the gardener would strike. As this live press conference ends, the arrests are beginning. A police car with flashing lights began to head toward the locations where signs of wildlife had been found. Yang Lin, who was the general counselor of the operation, was riding in a Chinese bus with Lin Feng. There was no way. Li Dogden's guys were just too big to fit in a normal police car. At this moment, Yang Lin was ostensibly looking out of the window in a daze. But what actually appeared in his mind was the vision of Li Shuangying in the air. Under Li Shuangying's supervision, the situation of the nearby 5 kilometers was unobstructed. It wasn't long before a figure that appeared on the perimeter of the greenbelt caught his attention. Looking at its golden brown fur and majestic body, Yang Lin recognized it at once. A Harja Jinma, legendary sweat-blooded BMW, one of the world's most valuable horse breeds, walking banknotes, Shihongzhu unattainable existence. Even though Yang Lin had already spotted it, in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, he said to Lin Feng as if nothing had happened. Captain Lin, just now I swiped a comment posted by a netizen saying that he seems to have found a horse around their house. It's not far ahead at Pearl Court. Should we go and have a look now? Hearing Yang Lin's words, Lin Feng barely even doubted them before he said to the driver in front of him, Contact Team 1, now follow me to Pearl Court and check it out. As soon as his words fell, the driver turned the steering wheel, and several police cars immediately followed behind him. It didn't take long to arrive at the location Yang Lin had mentioned. The crowd had only just arrived when the Aharjiajin horse that was originally nibbling on the vegetation within the green belt immediately sensed it. Without waiting for the crowd to get closer, it let go of its 4 long legs and ran wildly toward the other side of the road. Seeing this, the driver was ready to slam on the gas. And it was at this time that Yang Lin was suddenly vocal. Don't drive over there. It's going to get spooked again if you do. We're definitely not going to be able to catch up with it in a car in these road conditions. So you guys put me down and give me another motorcycle. Hearing Yang Lin's request, Lin Feng agreed to it almost without even thinking about it. The next second Yang Lin opened the door and got out of the car with the woofers in tow. And there was a police motorcycle parked under the car long ago. Looking at this police motorcycle that he could only look at but not touch on weekdays, Yang Lin rode on it with an excited face. It also loosened the 8 tow ropes in his hands. Doggy, take your brothers and go stop that horse in front of you. As soon as his words fell, the 8 members of the wolf team rushed out like a gust of wind, and Yang Lin instantly twisted the throttle to follow on his police motorcycle. Seeing this scene, the dry police officers on the side were also a bit confused. Captain, can Park Director Yang really chase that horse back like this? He shouldn't be in danger. Of course, he's right. With the road conditions like this, it's not at all convenient for us to chase that horse. And if we don't want to hurt that horse, maybe we really do have to rely on the young gardeners. Just as Lin Feng and a group of police officers were discussing, Yang Lin was already a few kilometers away on his police motorcycle. Perhaps because it couldn't feel the danger anymore, the frightened occultican horse slowly reduced its speed. And it was at this time that Li Dogdan and Li Dogu took advantage of the gap in its relaxation to surround it. Faced with 8 large, powerful dogs, even a wild Ahar Jekyll and Hyde horse could not escape at will. Not to mention the fact that this was an occultican horse after being domesticated by humans. It didn't take long to get honest after being rounded up a bit. Seeing that it had finally been intercepted, Yang Lin, who was riding a motorcycle, immediately eased his way to its side. Looking at the beautifully poised sweat-blooded horse in front of him, Yang Lin directly spoke. What do you think you're running for? It's not like anyone's going to hurt you. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, Occult Jinma, who originally had an impatient look on his face, immediately glanced at him in surprise. Why can I understand you? Are you a horse too? You're the horse. I'm the man. You can't run anymore. You're going to get killed if you do. And the zoo is feeding you good food and drink inside. So what do you think you're running for? Although he was shocked that Yang Lin could communicate with himself without any obstacles, Aharja Jinsma still responded quickly to what Yang Lin said. I don't want to run, but I'm scared, and I get carsick, and when I get in the car I want to throw up. Said it with a look of horror above its long face. That's it? That's the only reason you're going to run. Tell you what, you'll come with me later, and I'll make it clear to them that you're okay. You don't want to keep nibbling on the greenery out here. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, Occult Jinma shook his head repeatedly. No more. The grass out here is so bad it's hardly horse food. I'd better go back. In that case, let's go. Saying that, Yang Lin was ready to turn the car around and take this sweat-blooded horse with him. But after looking at its athletic figure, a bold idea could not help but arise in his mind. Might as well ride this thing back. Once this thought arose, Yang Lin couldn't suppress it at all. Who can say no to $1 million sweaty horse? You're welcome to say that if once you pass up this opportunity, it may not be available in your lifetime. Thinking of this, Yang Lin immediately parked the borrowed police motorcycle toward the side of the road. As to the question of whether he would lose it, he did not consider it at all. Just kidding, no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom should dare to steal this thing. After parking the car, Yang Lin didn't waste any more time and grabbed the saddle on Aharjia Jean's horse and came onto its back with a flip. Doggy, let's go. As soon as the words fell, Yang Lin shook the reins in his hands, and in the next second the sweat-blooded BMW on his hips broke the wind and ran wildly on the empty and uninhabited streets. Meanwhile Li Doggy and the other 8 dogs followed close behind. It didn't take long to find where Lin Feng and the others were once again, and at that moment, Lin Feng and the others naturally discovered Yang Lin's figure. Everyone in the room was stunned at the sight of Yang Lin riding on the back of a horse galloping across the country with 8 dogs behind him. Although they had long guessed that Yang Lin might be able to reclaim that Aharjia Jean horse, but it was not at all expected to look like this. It wasn't until Yang Lin was about to get close that one of the reporters accompanying the team panicked and turned on the camera. It was not long before the news that Occult Akima had been recovered reached the general command of the operation through the accompanying journalist. Also sent back was the look of Yang Lin galloping through the streets on an occultican horse, the scene of the command of the arrest operation. Looking at the large screen steering the horse crashing Yang Lin, a group of Ningnan City executives immediately had a feeling of dumbfounded. This occultican horse is the least harmful of the Exodus animals. but it's still a big guy weighing more than a ton and traveling at more than 60 kilometers per hour. In a frightened condition, regular people wouldn't dare approach it, let alone take it in. And Yang Lin had not only subdued it in a short period of time, but he was also able to ride on its back and run back, which was no longer a normal bull. How did he do it? According to the city zoo, this occultican horse is known to have a strong temperament, and ordinary people are not allowed to even get close to it. It's true that there are still specialties in the arts, and above the field of animals, this park director Yang, although young, is worthy of the word expert, but the remaining 7 animals at large are not so easy to handle. It's always good news. Let's get the TV stations to put this video out first to somewhat calm the public. Okay, I'm on it. With the orders from the leaders in the command room. Soon the news and video that Yang Lin had already captured Aharji Jinma and brought him back was broadcast on the Ningnan City TV station. Learning of this news, the citizens of Ningnan City could not help but feel a sense of exhilaration while being surprised at the same time. And it was at this time that Yang Lin, who was just about to send the crotchet Aharji Jin horse back to the city zoo, received a message from Lin Feng. Someone spotted those 2 jaguars on Metallurgical Boulevard in the next block, and now the brass is telling us to hurry over. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yang Lin's face didn't look surprised in the slightest. Through the perspective of Li Xuanying in the sky, he had long since spotted the 2 jaguars. It seems like I can't send you back now. Glancing at the Aharji Jin horse that had already aged under his crotch, Yang Lin said in a light tone, Go get those 2 big cats too. As soon as the words fell, Yang Lin once again rode out at a gallop. It didn't take long for him to take the woofers and rush to the spot where the 2 jaguars were found before Linfeng, a farmer's market located underneath a residential building. Perhaps because they hadn't been eating during transit, they fed themselves the first moment after entering the farmer's market. The merchants in the market at the moment are early to hide into a side of the door market. The atmosphere do not dare to breathe a word. Just as Yang Lin was thinking about how to talk these 2 big guys into submission, a police car was also whizzing by. As soon as the police cars stopped, Lin Feng walked down from on top of one of the police cars with a fiery face. Park Director Yang, I just heard that several people's pet dogs and cats at home have already been bitten to death by these 2 guys. Their emotions should now come to be in an extremely unstable state, coupled with the fact that they belong to the category of large beasts of prey. I would advise you not to approach them freely at this time. Before he could finish his sentence, 2 jaguars at the farmer's market ripped a goat in half waiting to be slaughtered. Such a bloody scene instantly made the eyelids of the people present jump. Compared to these 2 jaguars, the occultican horse in front of them was simply tame. Yang Lin naturally realized this as well, and he directly took 2 steps back when he was still planning to launch a verbal attack. Looks like I can't use my mouth this time. Park Director Yang, in this current situation, if we can't think of a suitable method, we'll have to shoot them down. The risk factor of the 2 of them is just too high. If it flees again, it may be humans who will be victimized next. Just as Yang Lin didn't say a word, Lin Feng, who was on the side, suddenly said with a serious face, No, I think I can try again. After all, they are 2 living beings, and it wasn't their intention to run here. As soon as he heard Lin Feng's words, Yang Lin immediately became anxious. Just kidding, if he killed them, wouldn't he lose 2 talent points, and 2 talent treasure chest pieces? Tell you what, I'll go ahead and take the doggies and the rest of them and round them up while I try to pacify as much as I can. If that doesn't work, don't you still have anesthetic bullets? Don't worry, they'll never escape this farmer's market. Hearing Yang Lin's suggestion, Lin Feng was more or less in a difficult position. After all, this shifted the risk to Yang Lin's body, and if something happened to Yang Lin, then he would be guilty. However, before he could make a decision, Yang Lin took the lead and slowly approached towards the interior of the farmer's market with his 8 dogs. Seeing this, Lin Feng also had no choice but to have the 2 officers follow close behind with their tranquilizer guns. The scene also happened to fall into the eyes of some residents of a nearby high-rise residential area. They were shocked on the spot when they saw Yang Lin running to surround 2 adult jaguars alone on a horse with a few dogs. Holy shit, what's this about? It's not like they're trying to catch 2 jaguars with these dogs. Isn't this the dogs from the West Rainbow Zoo? And isn't that the one on the horse? Park Director Yang, you just realized, it was just on the news. This is too dangerous. Right, the jaguar is a fierce beast after all. How can these few dogs beat both of them? Can't really say. After all, it's 8 against 2. 4 dogs should be able to beat a jaguar. Hurry up. There's going to be a fight soon. Go woofers. I don't know which child shouted. And all of a sudden the occupants of the building next to it also realized what was happening underneath their homes. Thousands of pairs of eyes stared at Yang Lin and the 2 jaguars in a moment. The 2 jaguars also discovered Yang Lin and the wolf team early on, and immediately raised their bodies high, their faces even more full of vigilance, and a low growl issued from within their throats. But whenever Yang Lin and a few dogs took another step forward, they would immediately attack. Seeing that the two jaguars were ready to fight, Yang Lin hurriedly made the Aharjiajin horse under his crotch stop, and at the same time, he did not forget to lower his tone of voice to appease. Relax, don't be impulsive. Impulsivity is the devil. You two are now surrounded. If you run away again, you'll probably be killed. However, he had only just finished those words when a male jaguar, who was only less than 15 meters away from him, growled angrily. Damn you humans, you'll never get us back in that little iron cage again. If you come any closer, I'll eat you right away. Hearing its threatening words, Yang Lin instantly realized that this big guy from the American jungle was not quite the same as those animals in his zoo, and immediately a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. Hey, in that case, there's nothing I can do. Doggy, take your minions and teach these two little caramels from abroad how to be cats. As soon as the words fell, the ferocious-looking Li Dogu took the lead and pounced out. Returning to the Siberian plains wolf bloodline, it was even larger than the two jaguars in terms of size. The remaining dogs all launched a combined attack on the two jaguars under the command of Li Dogman. As the third largest cat after the lion and tiger, the jaguar not only looks like a tiger, but is only slightly less powerful than a tiger. Adult jaguars are capable of weighing more than 100 kilograms and have an exaggerated bite force of more than 1,000 pounds. In the midst of the jungles of the Americas, it is virtually unbeatable. Such a big scary guy could easily bite even a wolf to death, not to mention a dog. That's why everyone found it a bit unbelievable when they saw that the wolf team dared to launch an attack directly towards the two jaguars. There was even some suspicion that Yang Lin was letting these dogs deliberately die. However, the next battle was completely unexpected. Although Li Dogu was sent flying by that adult jaguar in the beginning, it seemed as if it was completely fine after landing, merely turning over a heel and joining the battle again. And the other dogs at the moment, one by one, also seemed to have taken a drug and methodically launched an attack under the leadership of Li Dogdan. Once a dog is attacking head-on, there are bound to be other dogs flanking it. The overall fit was not at all like a pack of dogs, but like a pack of trained wolves. In this way, the thick-skinned Li Dogdan was responsible for resisting damage at the front, while the other dogs harassed and attacked at the same time. After 10 minutes of stalemate, the two jaguars had begun to visibly run out of stamina. On the other hand, the 8 dogs on the other side could not see the slightest injury on their bodies, except for some messy fur on their bodies. Seeing this scene, the crowd, who were still worried about the woofers, were a bit dumbfounded. What's going on here? 2 jaguars can't handle a couple of dogs. Not only can't you do it, but how you're screwed. Really grew that big for nothing. Still called a jaguar. Tiger my ass. What's this called? This is called a tiger being bullied by a dog in Ningnan. I'm guessing they're not purely wild either. They simply don't have much fight left in them after being locked up inside a cage for so long. I think so. If it was a wild jaguar, these 8 dogs wouldn't have seen it through 10 minutes. It's not necessarily so. Don't you think that these 8 dogs are not ordinary dogs either? Especially that border collie, like a doggy master, has been commanding from the side without going up to do anything. It feels like their attack pattern is kind of like a wolf pack hunting pattern. Not sure. Look again. And just as the crowd was speculating, Yang Lin's face couldn't help but show a hint of celebration. The fact that these dogs were able to keep the 2 incredibly ferocious jaguars at bay was naturally not because the 2 jaguars had been locked up for a long time, resulting in a deterioration of their fighting ability, as the crowd had claimed. In fact, from what we've seen so far, both jaguars have retained a full measure of wildness up to this point, and the reason why the 2 of them were so badly mobbed by several dogs was entirely because of Yang Lin's kryptonite. That's right. On the way here, in order to further enhance the combat power of these dogs, Yang Lin had sort of put in blood inside the talent mall. In addition to buying another green talent, Super Recovery, for Li Dogu, he also bought a green talent, Leadership Temperament, for Li Dogu. As for the other 6 dogs, they were treated equally and purchased Excellent Physical Fitness, a talent used to quickly recover physical strength. It cost out big hundreds of thousands of dollars, but it was a huge boost to the woofers' overall combat effectiveness. The 2 adult jaguars could only be beaten into a younger brother in front of 6 dogs with awakened talents and 2 dogs with second awakenings. Another 5 minutes passed, and the 2 jaguars that were still able to put up a little resistance had been beaten completely out of temper. Bite marks from the woofer's pack of dogs can be seen everywhere on his body, and before that, being apex predators, they probably never imagined that they would ever be bitten by a dog. Seeing that the 2 jaguars were subdued, Yang Lin was also finally riding his Aharjiajin horse slowly and leisurely to the front of the 2 of them. Doggy, hold them both down. As soon as the words fell, an excitedly Dogdan sat his butt on the male jaguar's body. You damned wild dog. Obviously they are all animals. Why are you helping humans against us? As soon as the male jaguar finished speaking, Li Dogdan hit it in the face with a big forced fight. You can shut up. Who is an animal like you? After teaching the jaguar underneath him, Li Dogdan then once again looked at Yang Lin with a pleasing face. Head gardener, we have now subdued these two ill-advised foreign big cats. Please make your next instructions. Good job. I'll give you guys an extra meal after we go back today. Saying this, Yang Lin stroked Li Dogdan's high-raised dog head, and then directly looked at the controlled jaguar on the ground. Why do you say you guys are bothering? You should have known better than to behave like this and just come with me. When you guys get back, I guess the whole zoo will know that you're two let the dog beat you up. And what do you think the animals will say about you behind your back from now on? What will the tigers say about you? What will the lions think of you? And the zebras will probably laugh at you. Throw the leopard. It's like throwing the leopard. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you guys that much. With that, Yang Lin turned his head to look outside the farmer's market and waved at Lin Feng. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to trot over with a group of dry police in two large iron cages. Looking at the two jaguars on the ground that were being controlled to death by a few dogs, there was a strong envy in his eyes in addition to some disbelief. Hey, if those police dogs inside our police force were half as capable as these dogs of yours, I guess we'd all have to be laid off. I'll apply for a reward for these little guys when we return after this mission. They've really gotten a lot of credit this time. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Li Dogdan, who was on the side, ran to him with a gleeful face, wagging his tail at him while woofing and barking. Looking at Li Dogdan in this state, Lin Feng hurriedly cast an inquiring glance at Yang Lin. It means it wants 100 pounds of beef and 100 pounds of good dog food. Hearing Yang Lin's translation, Lin Feng first laughed then spoke again. Yes, go back and I'll apply for it for you, or I'll deduct it from the rations of our detachment's police dogs. Just that he completely failed to notice the strange eyes of Li Dogdan, who was looking at Yang Lin on the side. Gardener, I said 50 pounds, not 100. You shut up. The rest of that 50 pounds is mine. What about dog food? I'll spill it to the stray dogs outside. Ah. While one person and one bite were secretly conversing, the news that the two jaguars had been successfully captured was then also spread through the Ningnan TV station to the ears of countless netizens who were paying attention to the matter. Soon after, the scene of the woofers and the two jaguars fighting was even more explosive on the internet. A netizen who lives in a residential building above a farmer's market on the Shake Shack short-form video platform perfectly captured the battle between the woofers and the two jaguars from a condescending perspective. So much so that his video immediately drew countless viewers just after it was posted, with the number of comments and retweets consistently exceeding the number of likes. And the comments are even more highly consistent in their direction. After looking for so many videos, this old man is the one who took the clearest shot. It looks like professional equipment, right? Eyeballing at least $100,000 or more in equipment. Thanks to the big guy for capturing this wonderful scene on camera. Such a wonderful battle was only seen inside animal documentaries in the past, but I never thought I'd see it inside the city today. Nothing but shock and awe, although the results were a bit unexpected to me. Indeed, I've even watched a documentary on jaguars before, and when they say they're leopards, they're actually more properly categorized as tigers, and are indistinguishable from tigers except for the spots on their bodies. I didn't expect such two beasts to lose to a pack of dogs. It's simply incredible. That can't be helped. The other wolf team is the regular army, the security team of the West Rainbow Zoo, and these two jaguars have a bit of a size advantage at best. I think these two jaguars didn't lose on top of their fighting strength, but on top of their IQ. The wolf team's dogs have all become refined, especially that border collie. Let's just say there's no shame in losing to the woofers. If it were me, I wouldn't have been able to fuck these dogs. The gardener greatly knows how to train dogs, and I would like to be trained by him sometime. Dogs are dogs and woofers are woofers. If you can beat a jaguar, then aren't there still two Bengal tigers on the loose? Can't the head gardener still let them fuck those two Bengal tigers? That's definitely not possible. With the natural bloodline suppression, it's simply impossible for a dog to fight a tiger head-on. I didn't think it was possible either, but it didn't stop me from being a woofers fan. While the netizens were boasting about the wolf team, Yang Lin and Lin Feng on the other side were frowning, because immediately after they sent the two jaguars away, they received a message about two other Bengal tigers. In their earlier speculation, these two Bengal tigers must have roamed into the city as well, but the actual situation is more serious than they imagined. The two panicked Bengal tigers not only into the city but also escaped into a middle school. Luckily, it was the point of class when no students were lingering outside. Otherwise the school would have been a river of blood at this moment. Campus Director Yang, the action team has already launched their operation, but there are still over 2,000 students trapped inside the school at the moment. Plus the environment inside the campus is quite complicated, and for a while it's difficult for us to lure the two Bengal tigers from inside the campus to the open area. Do you have any ideas? While looking at the factual information coming from the front, Lin Feng asked Yang Lin, And Yang Lin, who heard his question, shook his head. The Bengal tiger's sense of smell and hearing is far superior to that of the jaguar before it, and its alertness is outrageously high. If they enter inside the school on a large scale, they are bound to be able to sense it immediately. If that angers them, I'm afraid that the quality of the school classroom doors won't be able to stop their claws. What Yang Lin said at this moment was not exaggerated. In all tiger species, the Bengal tiger's size and weight was second only to the Siberian tiger. That is, the Northeast tiger and the Indochinese tiger's existence. Adult Bengal tigers can weigh up to 270 kilograms and can reach 1.5 tons of flapping force. It's no exaggeration to say that Tyson would have been slapped to death under a Bengal tiger's swat, let alone the wooden door of a school classroom. Then what should we do? If we don't go in, if something happens to the students inside, we can't afford such a responsibility. When he said that, a hint of helplessness appeared on Lin Feng's face, and just at this time Yang Lin's heart was suddenly thinking of a way. While there's no way for us to get close easily, we can find a way to lure them out. Lure them out? Unable to help it, Lin Feng's face revealed a trace of doubt. Meanwhile, on the campus of the 15th Junior High School in Ningnan City, two behemoths that were 1 meter tall at the shoulder and nearly 3 meters long were hanging around in the shadows of the school building. Even before they got close, there was a kind of wariness that made people shiver from the bottom of their hearts. For this reason the large campus froze without half a sound. All the students are quietly hiding in the classroom under the tables and chairs, for fear of attracting the attention of the two big guys outside. Even the most lively and active students usually are not the slightest bit afraid to move at the moment, and those girls who are more timid are even directly scared to tears. And the teacher in the classroom was holding her cell phone in a hand that couldn't stop trembling at the moment, simply because she had sneaked a glance outside the classroom a minute ago. What to do? What to do? Is there anyone who can come and save us? What if those two tigers charge in? She was obviously not the only one who was anxious at the moment. Since the discovery of the two tigers, everyone on the entire campus was gripped by fear. The university was the first to contact the chief of operations. However, the people inside the operations general headquarters at this time were also in a state of anxiety. Have the snipers and armed guards gone in? Report, we were going to go in, but Captain Lin sent a message that we can't go in now. As soon as this dry police officer finished speaking, a middle-aged man in civilian clothes asked with a suspicious face, "Why can't we go in? We're in this situation now." A second later and the situation could go in an uncontrollable direction. How are we going to explain to the public when something goes wrong? But this is all according to Director Yang, who said that the two Bengal tigers are extremely wary, and that if the armed police fighters go in it might stress them out, and thus they will go into a frenzy. When that happens, it could jeopardize the safety of students and faculty on campus. This dry police officer reported what Yang Lin wanted to express one by one, and after he finished his report, the group of commanding executives present instantly changed their faces. If it was before, they naturally wouldn't have taken Yang Lin's words too seriously, but judging from those two things that had just happened, Yang Lin really deserved the word expert when it came to animals, so they could only accept Yang Lin's suggestion for this time, although they were a bit helpless. But just then that middle-aged leader suddenly thought of another problem. Right, where's Lin Feng and Park Director Yang? Where are they now? Upon hearing this question, this dry police officer who was responsible for contacting Lin Feng hurriedly checked Lin Feng's localization. The next moment a look of surprise appeared on his face. I think they went to the West Rainbow Zoo. Inside the campus of the 15th Middle School, more than half an hour had passed since the two Bengal tigers had entered the middle of the campus. The panic kept spreading as time passed, and if this continued, it wouldn't be long before the students broke down first. At that time, even if there is no injury, the trauma in the mind is irreparable, and in the future, not to mention seeing a tiger, even if you only see a cat, you will be so afraid that you will tremble. Meanwhile, the parents of the students in the 15th grade are all on the verge of a breakdown at the moment. Influenced by them, the netizens' public opinion is also showing a lopsided trend. What the hell? Two tigers can't handle it after all this time? It's been over half an hour, and it's a bunch of kids in there. How helpless they should be right now. Hasn't some kind of action group already been set up? If you really can't do it, go in with a gun and mutilate the two tigers. As precious as tigers are, can they be compared to children? That's just it. Is there any creature left that can carry a hot weapon? If you really can't give me a gun, I'll go in and finish off the two tigers now. I hope the action teams can give us an explanation as to why they didn't start the operation right away. Every second that follows has the potential for danger. Seeing that public opinion began to develop in a bad direction, the general headquarters immediately connected to the Ningnan City TV station and opened the live broadcast. Half of the live feed is the command site, and the other half is surveillance on the 15th grade campus, and the field commander-in-chief was the first to step in front of the live camera. Fellow citizens, fellow netizens, We have seen all the comments that have been made, but what I will tell you is that it's not that we don't want to act immediately. Rather, we have fully considered the current situation inside the campus, and those two Bengal tigers are unusually alert and have a decent IQ. Once we provoke them, they may immediately charge inside the classroom, and that's not something any of us want to see. In addition, Captain Lin of the Criminal Police Detachment and Director Yang of the Shihong Zoo have made a new rescue plan, and I believe it won't take much time for the two Bengal tigers to be subdued. As the words he said spread through the live camera, the originally agitated netizens only stopped a little, but there are still netizens who say they don't quite understand. Can't be subdued by force. Is there any other way? What method could young Park Master have? It's impossible for him to personally enter inside and negotiate with the two tigers. Although I admit that Director Yang has trained those animals inside the West Rainbow Zoo very well, but these two Bengal tigers don't know him after all. How could they possibly sell him face? And is there any other better way than that? Just wait. I always have a feeling that Park Director Yang will bring us a big surprise. And just as everyone was waiting, 10 minutes passed again. Seeing that there wasn't the slightest ringing of the campus under surveillance, anxiety and uneasiness reappeared in the minds of the crowd, until a roar of a car came from the road outside the campus. Under the surveillance video, a large tarp-covered van slowly drove onto the campus. Looking at this large truck, both the viewers in the live broadcast room and the group of leaders in the operation command room had a puzzled look in their eyes. Where is this big truck from? Hurry up and let him drive away. Hurry up and drive away. If you provoke the two Bengal tigers inside, you'll be finished. Where are the field commanders? Who told you to let this big truck in? Listening to the growling in the command room, one of the officers on the scene then said weakly, "It was Captain Lin who just drove the car. That's why we let it go." When they heard the field officer's reply, the crowd in the command room just froze. They really couldn't figure out why Lin Fong would suddenly drive in with a big truck. And just as everyone's mind was filled with doubt, the tarp covering the top of the big truck was pulled down by a pair of big hands. As the tarp fell, a huge figure slowly presented itself to the eyes of the crowd. Time seemed to stand still in this moment. Following their gazes, they only saw that within the carriage of this large truck, a huge figure covered in mottled colors and full of domineering aura was clearly visible. With a shoulder height of more than 2 meters, a body length of nearly 5 meters, limbs like pillars, and a face the size of a millstone. It was clearly a giant fierce tiger that was even bigger than those two Bengal tigers. With the appearance of this giant tiger, the atmosphere of the scene instantly solidified. The crowd had guessed at countless possibilities before the tarp was lifted, but this one had never occurred to them. And just when the crowd was at a complete loss as to what to say, the terrifyingly huge tiger on top of the big van suddenly grew its mouth to the sky. The next second, a roar that resounded through the sky like angry thunder echoed throughout the Ningnan city center. Countless citizens separated by more than 10 kilometers could clearly hear the roar, and those who heard it up close even had a ringing in their ears. It took a full minute or so before the crowd finally came back to their senses. Isn't this the Tiger King of the West Rainbow Zoo? Big Sister Hua? How did it get invited over? My God, is this the intimidating power of Big Sister Hua? I almost peed myself. Compared to Big Sister Hua, those two Bengal tigers are just like kittens. That can be compared. Flower Big Sister is an authentic Northeast tiger, also called Siberian tiger. Normal size or far beyond the Bengal tiger. Not to mention that it is still fed out of the West Rainbow Zoo. Indeed, the Bengal tiger is a younger brother in front of the Northeast tiger. And that's a grandson in front of Big Sister Hua. There's a good show to watch. Two tigers from foreign countries against a Northeast tiger from our country. It's only garden manager Yang who could come up with such a way to get Big Sister Hua to deal with those two Bengal tigers. Come out and get beat up. At this moment everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. But of course there were also people who expressed concern. In case Big Sister Hua also lost control, wouldn't it be the end of the line straight away? Just as the crowd's minds were divided, the rear door of the big truck was also opened by Yan Lin. In the next second, Huada's sister's massive 1-ton body jumped straight to the ground. Even though they were separated by the screen, the crowd seemed to have the illusion that the ground was shaking. At the same time, two figures slowly walked out from the shadows of the school building. With their colorful fur, sturdy bodies, and the word King on their heads, they were the same two Bengal tigers that had broken into the campus earlier. With the appearance of the two Bengal tigers, it was as if the crowd could already anticipate the vicious battle that was bound to follow. However, what happened next was completely out of their expectation. Inside the campus of the 15th Middle School, Big Sister Hua's huge body and the almost unconcealable aura of a top predator instantly made the two Bengal tigers that had stepped out of the shadows become restless. As the kings of the forest, they had always thought that they were the most powerful animals in the entire world. How had they ever seen an existence like Big Sister Flower? Although Flower Daisy looked almost similar to them in both appearance and physical features, The difference in size made them suspect that Flower Daisy was another new species that they didn't recognize. At over 2 meters tall at the shoulder and nearly 5 meters long, it was almost bigger than the two of them combined. Without realizing it, all the fur on the two Bengal tigers stood up, perhaps not wanting to be compared so easily. The male Bengal tiger suddenly just pulled up his throat and roared. Roar! All of a sudden the whole campus was shaken. However, what it didn't notice was the look of disdainful contempt in Big Sister Hua's eyes after it finished roaring. Xiao Yang, why do these two foreign-arrived tigers feel a bit unintelligent? Hearing Big Sister Hua's voice, Yang Lin lightly glanced at the two Bengal tigers before speaking. The tiger that came over from San's side is of this demeanor. Big Sister Hua, you hurry up and take care of both of them. That's not easy. Wait for me. As soon as the words left her mouth, the expression on Big Sister Hua's face changed violently. The next moment a growl, several times louder than before, escaped from her throat. At this moment the leaves of the entire campus were clattering, and the two Bengal tigers were so frightened by this voice that they couldn't move. And it was at this time that Big Sister Hua moved. The huge body was like a small mountain, and with every step the expressions of the crowd couldn't help but stare for a few minutes. The sound of its sharp fingers and claws hitting the concrete floor seemed to carry a magical power, making one's scalp numb and at the same time sending chills all over one's body. Is this really the kind of creature that should be on the blue planet? This is the same thought in almost everyone's mind. The human standing behind Big Sister Hua was still like this, and the two Bengal tigers facing directly at Big Sister Hua were even more so. As Flower Big Sister gradually approached, a trace of wariness from the depths of their souls made the fierceness that had just risen in their hearts instantly vanish. That sense of oppression from within the bloodline was even more so that they couldn't stop trembling. At this moment, Big Sister Hua was like an insurmountable mountain in their eyes, and when Big Sister Hua came to a distance of less than 5 meters from them, they completely lost their last ounce of strength. Under the gaze of countless gazes, these two kings from the jungles of Bengal lowered their haughty heads, and even their bodies were pressed tightly against the ground. Roar! As Flower Big Sister let out another shocking roar, its huge front paw pressed straight onto the male Bengal tiger's head. Seeing this scene, how could the crowd not understand what was happening? Holy shit, am I reading this right? They both just wimped out? What happened to the promised fight? How did it just end? Isn't it said that tigers fight without rest? Why did these two goods directly submit? Don't tigers have a lot of pride? What's going on with these two? TSK, wasn't he quite ruthless before? Why did he pull so much at once? Is it possible that it's not that these two Bengal tigers are too wimpy, but that this Northeast Tiger King of ours is too strong? So strong that the two of them don't even have the idea of resisting. They're tigers, not pugs, knowing they can't do it but still going hard. That's not pure and simple sick. Do you believe that if the two of them don't submit, they will be slapped to death in the next second? The sense of oppression that this Tiger King brings is just too strong. You can feel the sense of oppression even through the screen. Those two little caramels are already considered mentally competent for not peeing. In the face of absolute strength, do they have the capital to resist? Even if they really fought, it's time to end the battle now. It's a straight-up descending blow. Bengal tiger, you humans are not martial. Call for outside help. We are saying that in the eyes of these two Bengal tigers. Will Big Sister Hua be a tiger traitor? Sister Flora, it can't be helped. The gardener gives too much. Hundreds of live chickens a day. At this moment, not only did the audience cry out in disbelief, even the people in the command room looked at each other in disbelief when they saw this scene. I thought that these two Bengal tigers should be the most difficult to deal with, but it turned out that they were given direct control without putting a single shot or bullet. And it's all apparently thanks to the man standing next to the Northeast Tiger King in the video. Captain Lin, the two of them have completely wimped out now, but just in case, it's better to give the two of them 2 more injections. Looking at the two Bengal tigers that were trembling, young Lin said with a calm face. Hearing his words, Lin Feng, whose face was also a little white, hurriedly nodded. By the way, the appearance fee for Big Sister Hua, 500 pounds of beef. You see when to settle it. Settle it right away. I'll have the top contact the slaughterhouse and send a whole cow to your zoo. Lin Feng immediately said with a pat on the back. That's quite good. Look at this trip out to tire Big Sister Hua. Just that our 2 voices would be worth at least a few hundred pounds of beef. While talking, Yang Lin patted Big Sister Hua. The next second a smug-looking Flora turned around and headed for the big van from before. As he was getting into the car he didn't forget to roar one more time at the two Bengal tigers lying on the ground. It wasn't until Big Sister Hua got into the car that the people present let out a long sigh of relief. In a sense, neither of the two Bengal tigers brought a sense of oppression that was even a tenth of that of Big Sister Flower. Facing two Bengal tigers, the crowd still had the courage to pick up their guns and raid. But if they were replaced by Big Sister Hua, then I'm afraid their first thought would be to pick up their guns and run away. Because once they didn't completely incapacitate Flower Big Sister within 3 seconds, then they would have to say goodbye to this world after 3 seconds. And not long after Big Sister Hua got into the car, the 2 Bengal tigers were put into the middle of the iron cage. It was only then that the cloud that had been hanging over the hearts of countless people finally dissipated. The next second those classrooms that had originally closed their doors opened one after another, and a palpitating middle school student walked out of the classroom one after another. At the sight of Big Sister Hua, who was parked on the playground and had not yet left, some of the more daring students quickly rushed over, and then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, these children bowed toward Big Sister Hua to thank her. At this time, it was also as if Big Sister Flower had sensed the sincerity of these children, and the stern aura on her body instantly disappeared, licking her paws like a big, tame cat, drawing a burst of laughter from the children. This heartwarming image was soon delivered to countless netizens through campus surveillance. With the 2 Bengal tigers captured alive, the only animals left at large are the white rhino, African elephant and African lion. And apart from the African lion, the remaining 2, although both larger in size, are herbivores with less violent temperaments. It didn't take long for Yang Lin to spot the 2 of them through the Golden Eagle's vision. The Operations Command Center on the other end also identified their location through surveillance from all over the place, and when Yang Lin knew where they were, his face couldn't help but be speechless. "Let's go, Captain Lin. Those 2 big guys have both run off to a place now. We just happened to catch them both at once this time." Saying that, Yang Lin took the initiative to sit in Lin Feng's police car. 10 minutes later, a planting base covering a huge area appeared in front of them. Judging from the messy footprints at the entrance of the planting base, the white rhinoceros and the African elephant should have run in one after the other. As for the reasons, naturally, there is no need to say more. Looking at the pieces of collapsed greenhouses and various fruit crops in front of him, Yang Lin couldn't help but sigh. Looks like the city zoo is going to lose its pants this time. More than a pantser. Given the class of this accident, I'd estimate that half the top brass at the city zoo are going in for a couple of years. Maybe the whole city zoo will have to close. Hearing Lin Feng's words from the side, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed a hint of surprise. Is it that bad? You'd think that the impact of this animal exodus would have expanded to the whole country by now. With the whole of Ningnan following suit, it could well be defined as a major safety incident. And if you hadn't been there, I can't even begin to imagine what the end result would have been. And fortunately this time there are no casualties, but where there are casualties, then the leadership of the city zoo is not a matter of squatting for a few years. After saying this, Lin Feng didn't say any more. However, Yang Lin could still see a trace of gravity on his face. Obviously this matter the head of the criminal police detachment will also be more or less affected. And just as the 2 were getting worried about the current state of affairs, a police officer who was in charge of maneuvering the drone came running out of nowhere. "Captain, the white rhinoceros and the African elephant have been sighted. They are now one on a potato plantation and one on a banana plantation, and so far appear to be in a stable mood." Hearing the officer's report, Lin Feng first nodded before speaking. "Keep watching and report back to me as soon as they both show signs of wanting to move." However, he had only just finished his sentence when Yang Lin, who was on the side, directly interjected. "No, leave the 2 big guys to me. I'll go talk them down. They should just be hungry. By the way, have them bring the transfer van around, and I'll be sure to have them both on board in half an hour." Right after he finished speaking, Yang Lin walked straight towards the interior of the planting base. The people in the action group, however, saw this but did not stop them. After these few hours, they had an inexplicable trust in Yang Lin. Half an hour passed as the crowd waited, and the transfer truck was parked in front of the grow site for many hours. Why hasn't it come out for so long? There couldn't have been an accident. There should be no surprises. Then why don't you come out yet? It's possible that the people's gardener, Yang, is making a deal with the 2 big guys. How do we talk about it? Can you still draw a big pie for a human animal? Seeing that the appointed time was about to arrive, the crowd waiting outside the planting base could not help but feel anxious. However, the very next second they looked inside the planting base, a behemoth was the first to appear in their field of vision. Upon closer inspection, it was the white rhino that had been rampaging down the main road earlier. Very different from before. The white rhinoceros at this moment was obviously much tamer. Before the crowd could make avoidance preparations, several more heavy footsteps soon came from inside the base. At this moment the crowd had vaguely guessed something, but the next image still made them take a deep breath, only to see an African elephant the size of a small mountain walking slowly towards them. Along the way, both small trees and rocks were trampled deep into the soil by its 4 pillar-like limbs. If such a horrible creature were to go berserk, I'm afraid that only a tank would be able to touch it head-on. However, it was on the back of such a terrifying giant that a figure was sitting on it leisurely at the moment. The silhouette was also holding a cattle prod in its hand that it didn't know where it had picked up, and every now and then it would whip the body of the white rhinoceros in front of it. Seeing such a bizarre image, everyone including Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Whether it is the African elephant or the white rhinoceros, that can be the top of the natural world. Tigers and lions are not willing to mess with. But now he was being trained by Yang Lin like two old yellow cows. It wasn't until Yang Lin drove the two big guys to the front that Lin Feng finally came back to his senses. Fortunately, I was able to coax them both back. Hurry up and arrange for someone to feed the two of them something tasty. The main reason people escape is because they don't eat well during transit. Hearing Yang Lin's voice on the elephant's back, Lin Feng, who still had a trace of bewilderment on his face, hurriedly just nodded. And it was at this time that the African elephant carrying Yang Lin suddenly crouched down. The next second Yang Lin leapt off the elephant's back. Park Director Yang, you can't really communicate with elephants, can you? Seeing that Yang Lin jumped down from the elephant's back, Lin Feng hurriedly asked the words that had been pressed in his heart for a long time. And Yang Lin, who heard this question from him, was not the least bit flustered. It's pretty much the same thing really. If you listen with your heart you can tell what the animal is thinking too. And I'm only using a little bit more of my heart than you guys. Of course, the main thing is that I have love in my heart. Saying that, Yang Lin touched the big ears of the African elephant beside him. You bet. As soon as the words left his mouth, this African elephant raised his trunk and let out a long cry into the sky. Seeing this miraculous scene, the people present couldn't help but tsk. But what exactly was the reason? Only Yang Lin and this African elephant knew. As the two big guys were escorted to the car, what had just happened was quickly passed on to the general command. Ningnan City TV even broadcast the news on a continuous rolling basis. In a moment both the citizens of Ningnan and the majority of netizens are greatly excited. Of course they knew it wasn't time to rejoice, and the crisis wasn't completely over, because so far there has been no news of the African lions, the fiercest and most powerful of the 8 animals on the loose. At the moment it was as if it had disappeared into thin air. After realizing this, the joy in the hearts of the crowd instantly disappeared without a trace. If that African lion couldn't be retrieved before nightfall, I'm afraid that the entire citizens of Ningnan City wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. And just as everyone felt their hearts as if blocked by a big stone when Yang Lin, who was in the car, suddenly changed his color. At this moment 5 hours have passed since the 8 animals escaped. This also meant that 5 hours had also passed since Yang Lin came out of the zoo. He had intended to take a look at the current situation of the zoo through the shared vision, but when he switched to Macaulay Zimming's vision, the situation in front of him was something that immediately made him notice a hint of bad news. At this moment, the animals in the entire zoo were all in a state of panic, as if they had seen some extremely terrifying existence. Even the 2 small rabbits that used to be lively at the moment also hid in the wooden hut inside the leopard garden. Although everything was still normal as far as the visitors were concerned, Yang Lin's heart already had an extremely bad feeling. After all, animals and humans perceive danger in very different ways. And sometimes animals can detect dangers ahead of time that humans cannot. It can't be that African lion that got inside the zoo. Once this thought appeared in his mind, Yang Lin could no longer remain calm. If that was true, then all the previous suspicions became reasonable. The West Rainbow Zoo is located in the middle of nowhere, with sparse surveillance around the neighborhood and none inside the park. Plus, a portion of the enclosure was in disrepair. So if that African lion had actually slipped inside the zoo it really wouldn't have been noticed. Just what was it doing inside my zoo for no reason? Suddenly a flash of light went through his mind. It's not going to be for that old lion in there, is it? Realizing this, Yang Lin hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed a number. When the call was answered he spoke directly. Kagome, hurry up and broadcast all over the park to keep visitors out of the back half of the park. Don't ask so many whys. Just do what I say. Remember, never, ever let anyone slip in, and you don't go near it. And in case you sense something is wrong, take the visitors and run outside the park at the first opportunity. Listening to Yang Lin's words, Lin Feng, who was sitting on the side, soon also detected a hint of something wrong. Director Young, did something happen at the zoo? Phew, hopefully, I was overthinking it. Exhaling a long breath, Yang Lin said to Lin Feng while slipping his cell phone back into his pocket. Captain Lin, please send me back to the zoo. I can't talk to you that much right now. Seeing that Yang Lin wasn't going to say much, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to ask too many questions, so he nodded and instructed the driver to drive in the direction of the West Rainbow Zoo. 10 minutes later, the police car steadily stopped at the entrance of the Shihong Zoo. Not waiting for Lin Feng to react, Yang Lin was the first to rush towards the zoo. At this moment, all the visitors in the park have long been crowded to the entrance of the park. What's the situation? Why did you suddenly let us all gather here? Yeah, wasn't it fine before? What the hell happened inside the park? I don't feel anything wrong. Isn't it quite safe inside the park? Of course it's safe. But now that both Woofers and Hannah have not been sent back yet, with their scents around, the Exodus animals won't be stupid enough to run into this. Indeed, I think this should be one of the safest places in the entire Ningnan city at the moment. Let's wait for the young gardener to come back and explain. And since we're idle anyway, why don't we go see the shit deliverer? I've heard that Park Director Yang has personally taken back the African elephant and the white rhinoceros. So is that the only African lion left now? Just as the tourists were talking, Yang Lin's figure ran in from outside the zoo. The tourists were just about to go up to him and ask about the situation when Yang Lin got on the electric tricycle next to the administrator's office and ran deeper into the park in a flash. The sight of such a strange scene instantly aroused the curiosity of the tourists who were already full of doubts. Led by a few bold tourists directly behind Yang Lin, and at the moment, Yang Lin obviously couldn't care less, screwing the electric tricycle's electric door all the way to the top. What had been a 20-minute trip ran in less than 5 minutes. By the time his motorized tricycle came to a stop, a huge open area was presented to him. This open area is one of the areas of the West Rainbow Zoo that is not currently open to the public, and from a distance it looks like a small piece of grassland. Previously it was originally planned to be used for those large herbivores such as elephants, giraffes and whatnot. Unfortunately, it has been put on hold due to lack of funding. The only lion still living in the zoo is an elderly male who has been there for 10 years. However, at this moment, Yang Lin did not see the figure of the elderly male lion. In the past, when he came here, the aged lion had always been so lazy that even eating meat had to be chewed and stirred with a meat grinder. In his dad's words, the old lion probably didn't have much time left and was in his twilight years. Add to that some of the misery it had been in the circus, and it might not be there someday. Just as Yang Lin was looking around for the figure of the elderly male lion, underneath a large tree only 50 meters away from him, a pair of large yellowish eyes were staring at him with a deadly stare. Without realizing it, Yang Lin felt a coolness coming from behind him, and the goosebumps all over his body instantly flared up. This feeling of fear from deep within immediately made him realize that something was wrong. Subconsciously, he turned his head in the direction of the large tree, and instantly his eyes met with those large, pale yellow eyes. For a moment the entire air froze at that moment. Even when facing those two jaguars before, Yang Lin had never felt such a sense of fear, simply because the huge figure standing under the tree was just too appalling. More than 1 meter shoulder height, close to 4 meters body length, millstone-sized head surrounded by a circle of golden mane on the outside, coupled with that sturdy and incomparable muscles, just by standing there without moving. The terrifying aura belonging to the king of the grassland pressed people to gasp for air. Gulp! After he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, Yang Lin tried to pull his legs back. Such a terrifying existence. He didn't even have the courage to go up and communicate. And it was at this time that the African lion, which exuded the aura of a king, came towards him step by step with a heavy stride. When it was less than 20 meters away from Yang Lin, it suddenly increased its speed. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin also forcibly suppressed his inner fear and pulled his legs out and began to run outside the area. But how can two legs outrun four? It didn't take long for Yang Lin to be able to feel the heavy breathing behind him. Just when he thought he was bound to die, a skinny body swooped out from the shadows on the side. Yang Lin really didn't expect that he would meet the African lion that was on the run just after he arrived here. If he had known it was going to be like this killing him, he wouldn't have dared to come in by himself. Looking at the behemoth that was about to pounce on him, he was almost ready to die. However, just at this time, a slightly thin figure was violently pouncing out from the side. The African lion was tackled hard to the ground in the nick of time. By the time Yang Lin came back to his senses, the figure had already blocked in front of him. Upon closer inspection, it was an elderly male lion with a thin, bony body and mottled fur. Unlike the adult African lion from before, although this elderly male lion still had a huge skeleton, not much meat could be seen on his body, only a layer of loose fur hanging on his body. At the moment, it was afraid that it weighed less than 100 kilograms, even if it did its best to put on its most menacing appearance. Its fallen canine teeth and loose sharp claws made it look unkillable. In front of the African lion in its prime, it was like a king in his twilight years trying to defend his territory with his last strength. Yang, run! It's a fight between me and this guy. Just as Yang Lin was shocked at the current scene, the elderly male lion suddenly said in its old voice. Upon hearing its words, Yang Lin was first stunned. Then he looked at the burly African lion. There was no doubt that even though these two lions were of the same race, at the moment they were worlds apart in terms of combat power. Perhaps it would only take a single shot for the older male lion to have his throat snapped. And it was also at this time that the African lion with a ferocious face finally spoke. Old man, you are truly a disgrace to our lion clan, to be reduced to being captive by humans. If I were you, I'd eat that little guy behind you in one bite and get the hell out of here. but now you don't have such a chance anymore. You have tarnished the dignity of our lion clan, so you must die here today. I'm giving you a chance to launch yourself at me head-on." With that said, a hint of pride appeared on the face of this African lion. As a former leader of the pack, it was captured alive by humans, and its heart was filled with hatred for them. But it hates its own kind more than it hates those who have lost the will to fight and languish. That's why it followed the scent and found its way here. As soon as it finished its words, an unspeakable expression appeared on the elder male lion's face. When it was not the king of the grassland, only once the king is now in his twilight years. Thinking back to the 3 generations of young Lin's family's dedication to themselves, a hint of determination suddenly appeared on its aged face. There is no need to say more. Let me, the old king, touch you, the new king. As soon as the words fell, the elderly male lion had already made preparations to attack. However, just at this time young Lin interrupted it. "Wait a minute, I think that's a little unfair. I think I can help if I can." Hearing Yang Lin's words, both the stout African male lion and this already aged senior male lion revealed a puzzled look. Especially that African male lion had a hint of sneer on his face. "Then you're up with it. By help I don't mean fighting with it." As he spoke, Yang Lin shot out a light of insight. All of a sudden the information about the talent of this aged male lion appeared in front of him. 10 talent points are required to activate Wind of the King, legendary talent. Berserk Roar, gold talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. Advanced Hunting, gold talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. Lion King's Domain, gold talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. Super Brute Force, gold talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. Unsurprisingly to Yang Lin, this former Lion King was clear of golden talents. And there was even a legendary talent. One can only imagine how powerful its lineage really is. Eyeing these dazzling talents, Yang Lin gritted his teeth and then tapped on the topmost, King's Wind. At the moment, his talent points plus the rewards gained from capturing those animals totaled 15 points, which was considered rich. If they all order the normal green talents, he can still awaken talents for 15 animals. Instead, this time he decided to play big. As the talent on this elderly male lion was illuminated, it, which was already on the verge of dying, instantly felt a powerful vitality glow from within its body. The originally flaccid muscles instantly bulged, and the shedding of mottled fur was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A new growth topped off all the teeth that had been loose and broken, and even the finger claws were all new. In less than a minute, its body was covered with a layer of golden hair, and the mane on its neck was unprecedentedly lush, as if it was made of gold under the sunlight. By the time the changes in its entire body stopped, it had already turned into a majestic and incomparable beast, just like the ancient divine beasts that came out of the murals of the ancient Egyptian country. This late king lived a second life at this moment. Seeing this amazing change, Yang Lin didn't even know what words to use to describe the shock in his heart for a moment. Even when Big Sister Hua metamorphosed, he didn't feel this way. If the then Big Sister Hua was the king of the forest, then the majestic Lion King in front of him, perfect as a heavenly god's mount, was the well-deserved king of all beasts. At this moment, he only wanted to say, legendary talent, terrifying as it is. And just as he was shocked by the image of the Lion King, who had lived a second life, snapped open its bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. The next second a terrifying roar that was enough to make all the beasts submit was emitted from its mouth. In a flash all the beasts within a 50-kilometer radius seemed to sense something. Whether it was the animals in the zoo, or the pet cats and dogs owned by the neighborhood residents, or even the poultry and livestock in the farms, they all spontaneously prostrated themselves on the ground at this moment, as if they were paying homage to their new dynasty. In addition to these animals, those tourists at the West Rainbow Zoo and Lin Feng and the others who had rushed to the zoo were also frozen in place by this terrifying roar. It took a full moment to respond. What's that noise? Hearing this question from Lin Feng, a tourist on the side immediately replied with some doubt. It seems like a lion's roar, but then again, it doesn't. It's coming from inside the zoo. Just go and see. Could it be that African lion on the loose? Shit. Doesn't that mean that Park Director Yang is in danger? Captain Lin, hurry up and bring someone to save Park Director Yang. As he spoke, the crowd quickly rushed in the direction of the small meadow inside the park under the leadership of Lin Feng and the other operatives. However, when they arrived at the small meadow they were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. Just as the crowd had feared, the African male lion on the loose did turn up at the zoo. But what the crowd didn't expect was that apart from the fleeing African lion, there was another male lion. If the fleeing lion gave people a strong sense of fear, then this huge lion with golden fur brought them an unspeakable majesty. It was as if it was not a beast, but an honored king. That African male lion was like a hyena compared to it, not like a species at all. And aside from the disparity in appearance, the two have very different auras. Though due to the distance, The crowd could not specifically see the look on the faces of the two male lions, but judging from the slightly trembling body of that African lion, it seemed to be in fear, but its dignity as a king did not allow it to kneel and bow like the other animals did towards this new king before it. The crowd couldn't see this scene, but Yang Lin, who was standing behind the Lion King, could see it clearly. He had to say that at this moment he still had some admiration for the African lion in front of him. Even after being affected by the king's wind, it was still able to hold on for dear life, or at least it was still very bullish in its will. It was its body that seemed to be a little less competitive, with four thick thighs that were like pendulums. Looking at it like this, Yang Lin couldn't help but open his mouth to mock it. Weren't you quite ruthless just now? Why are you wimpy now? Come on, get on, don't make me look down on you. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, the African lion, who was already forcibly suppressing his fear, immediately revealed a look of violent anger. Damn it, what did you do to it? Why did it turn into what it is now? You're not a human, are you? You're a sky god. Don't be complacent. Even if I die today, I won't give in to it. With that it let out a spirited hiss from its mouth. Perhaps the hiss drove away the fear within it, and its eyes instantly became determined. The next second this erstwhile Lion King from the African savannah launched an attack towards the elderly Lion King in front of Yang Lin. Seeing this scene, the crowd of onlookers from afar immediately let out a burst of gasps. Other than those animal documentaries, when had they ever had such an opportunity to be able to watch a battle between two male lions up close? Look, they're fighting. The golden-colored one couldn't be the lion fed at the West Rainbow Zoo. I guess so, but why have I heard that the lion at the West Rainbow Zoo is getting old? How can you believe everything you hear on the internet? I've seen people spouting off about the lack of vitality of the animals at the West Rainbow Zoo before. All of them sickly. Indeed, if the animals at the West Rainbow Zoo were sickly, there would be no lively animals in the world. I guess those marketing numbers that are trying to gain traffic are blindly carrying the rhythm on the internet. What is this today? A Lion King fight? Quickly, film it. A scene like this will probably only be seen once in a lifetime. Which lion do you think will win? That goes without saying. The result is already there. How can that African lion beat this golden lion? But it has the courage to launch an attack towards the stronger one, worthy of being the king of all beasts. Just as the onlookers were talking, the battle between the two old and new Lion Kings had begun. At this moment, the African lion used all his strength to leap forward, and his yellowish eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. While the old Lion King who had relived his second life was facing such an attack from it was not even bothering to move. A pair of golden yellow eyes filled with indifference. Seeing that the African lion's sharp finger claws were about to slap its face, it finally moved in the next second, only to see that it suddenly swung its right front paw, which was even thicker than Yang Lin's thigh, straight at the African lion's neck. The African lion that was still in midair immediately felt a huge force coming from his side. Before it had time to react, it was slapped straight to the ground. The powerful impact nearly broke its vertebrae on the spot. Boom! With a great commotion like the ground shaking, the African lion that was raging a second ago was now flung to the ground. The immense pain directly caused the loss of mobility. On the contrary, the elderly Lion King on the other side was as if nothing had happened at the moment. Only the golden eyes were dead set on the African lion on the ground. In the next second, amidst the terrified eyes of the African male lion, the easily victorious elderly Lion King opened its bloody mouth towards the sky. Roar! A roar that was even louder than before then instantly resounded in this heaven and earth. There was then only one Lion King in the world, and the one lying on the ground was only a loser. Realizing this, the African lion, which was still untamed, instantly struggled to stand up. Just when Yang Lin thought it wanted to continue fighting again, it violently lowered its lofty head. Seeing this scene, the onlookers and the action team's crowd could not help but fall silent. At this moment they felt as if they were experiencing a special coronation ceremony, witnessing an alternation between an old king and a new one. It was only after nearly a minute that the crowd finally came back to their senses from the unspeakable shock. It's so shocking. I didn't expect to be able to see the birth of a Lion King inside a zoo today. I feel like it's not just the Lion King, but it's supposed to be the king of all beasts. This kind of scene may not be seen once in 100 years, and it's thanks to the gardener's blessing that I can see it here today. I can't. This scene is just fantastic. I feel like I have inspiration bursting out of my head. Me too. I've already brainstormed a 2-hour-long animal movie just from this image. I've got the name all figured out. It's the Lion King. That's not a good name to go by. Watch out for the lawyer's letter warning, bro. It's true that none of the animals inside the West Rainbow Zoo are simple. There's the Tiger King in front and the Lion King behind. This African male lion is also considered to be a point of backwardness. Fleeing to wherever is not good, but has to flee into the inside of the West Rainbow Zoo. Just now the Lion King out of the moment simply don't too handsome. The whole action in line with the clouds and water. Feel that the African male lion head has not yet landed. People Lion King have already walked out of the 2 miles. I've just filmed the whole thing, and I have a feeling I'm going to explode with this video ironically. Thus, the horrible clouds that had originally shrouded the entire Ningnan dissipated. The defeated African lion is now completely unresisting, allowing the staff to put it into the iron cage. The moment it was defeated, its heart was dead. Just as Yang Lin was about to wipe his body of cold sweat, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Has successfully captured the African lion. Rewarded with 1 talent point and a talent treasure chest fragment. In addition, due to the host activating a legendary talent for the first time, an additional random talent treasure chest is awarded. Yang Lin was barely able to understand the system beep in front of him, but the back here was a bit out of his expectation. Wait, didn't I activate a tool-making legendary talent last time as well? How come there's no reward? Hearing this question from Yang Lin, the system also quickly gave an answer. What the host activated last time was not all of the animal's own lore talents, but rather, they were given later in life and do not count. Okay, getting such an explanation from the system, Yang Lin didn't think too much about it, and gave it anyway. Thinking of this, he hastily turned his attention to the system panel. At this moment, in the system backpack, in addition to the 8 talent treasure chest fragments, there was also an additional treasure chest. However, Yang Lin didn't open the treasure chest first, but instead surveyed the pieces. Talent chest fragments. Use 3 to get a green quality talent chest. Use 6 to get a blue talent chest. Use 9 to get a gold talent chest. Faced with such a description, Yang Lin was already making a decision almost without much consideration. Any fool knows to go with the gold color. It's just that he currently only has 8 shards short of the final 9. And this one remaining treasure chest fragment apparently fell to that 9th animal at large. It just struck him as odd that so far no official information had been revealed about that 9th animal at large. Either the officials didn't know that the 9th animal had escaped, or the 9th animal was so far off the transit list that no one knew it existed. What the hell is that? Where am I supposed to find it? At this moment, Yang Lin felt an immense headache, and it was at this time that Lin Feng, who had finally breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly came over. When he walked to Yang Lin, he suddenly raised his right hand. This time, I'm really too thankful to Park Director Yang. If it weren't for you, I simply can't imagine what this incident would have evolved into. I am here to express my heartfelt thanks to you on behalf of all the citizens of Ningnan. Just as Lin Feng had finished this speech, the crowd of tourists and media present also applauded in unison. As witnesses to the incident, they have also long realized the seriousness and intractability of the incident. If Yang Lin didn't make a move, then all those escaped animals might not have been recaptured all the way back so far. Then their lives will always be in danger. And the current result is undoubtedly the best result. Bar none. There were no casualties, there wasn't much panic, and the animals weren't shot down as a result. Unable to help it, there was a trace of gratitude in the gazes of the people looking at Yang Lin. Captain Lin doesn't have to be like this. I myself am a Ningnan citizen as well as an animal worker. I chose to help because I don't want to see those animals hurt humans, nor do I want to see humans hurt them. And speaking of which, the ones who really got the credit this time were instead those animals in the West Rainbow Zoo. Hearing Yang Lin's words, Lin Feng nodded with deep approval. Indeed, things would have been much more complicated this time if it hadn't been for those animals. I'll go back and propose that the animals be recognized. Just between the two of them talking, there was also a lot of joy in the operations general headquarters at the moment. It's not an exaggeration to say that the group of top executives in Ningnan City are even happier than Yang Lin at the moment, especially those sub-leaders. Although there is still no shortage of disciplinary action, it is certainly a lot lighter than before. Immediately have Ningnan TV inform all citizens that the crisis is officially lifted and everything is back to normal. In addition to immediately convene a press conference, call all the media reporters. We have to reflect on this incident, and at the same time to punish the relevant responsibility founders. And, of course, the units and individuals who played a significant positive role in the midst of this event should be rewarded and recognized. With a middle-aged leader giving instructions, the relevant departments soon took action. At the same time, the official TV station of Ningnan City announced the news of the lifting of the crisis through various local TV channels and online channels, and the current condition and capture process of those animals that were successfully captured was publicized. Inevitably, there is no shortage of praise for the relevant departments, and as in the whole process to play the biggest role in the Yang Lin is the focus of praise. It didn't take long for these related reports and news to explode on major online platforms, whether it's Shake Shack or Backway blog or any other portal news site. Anytime you open it is clear of news related to this event, and the hottest of these many news items are the videos related to the capture of those animals at large. Again, the video that just took place inside the West Rainbow Zoo is the best of the bunch. Half an hour of playback has already broken 100 million. And the comments section has already exploded. Was it taken care of so quickly? It's been less than 6 hours since it happened. It's really quite fast. I remember the last time I captured that crocodile sparrow eel, it seemed to take a whole day to do so, let alone catching alligator eels. It takes longer than that to catch pigs during New Year's in my old country. Speaking of catching pigs, I remember last year when my dad and his brothers, 6 of them, were catching a pig together, and they let that pig get away, and I helped to press the pig's head, and it ended up in the toilet. Pigs are so hard to catch, let alone those beasts. What do you know? This one would never have ended as quickly as it did if it hadn't been for the help of a professional like the gardener. How else do you say the art is a specialty? It's called a profession. OMG. Are all the animals in the West Rainbow Zoo gods? And what's with this Lion King? It's gold dump. The head gardener adds gold dump to the animals' meals. I told you why there are so few animals inside the West Rainbow Zoo, so it's going the elite route. Say, can I apply for a job as a breeder? Suddenly I feel like a breeder as a profession hangs in the balance. Keepers you can forget about. I guess the average person without a PhD is despised by these animals. Then I can apply for the animal job and see if the head gardener can train me to be a king. Sorry, as far as those 2 primates inside the West Rainbow Zoo are concerned, you'd probably be at the bottom of the IQ scale inside if you went in there. And I hear the shit deliverer in there is already working on steam power. Just as there was a flurry of internet buzz, a high point came for Yellen in his zoo. The time has come to the next day, and the incident of the animals at large has come to a close, with the aftermath continuing to fester. But it didn't have much of an effect on Youngling, the only effect being that the zoo's traffic increased once again. Had to Young Lin spent $10,000 to make a small online appointment program on the internet. Visitors who want to enter the park need to make reservations a day in advance. And 5,000 reservations are accepted each day. As of now, appointments have been scheduled until next month. And this feeling of not being able to earn money makes Young Lin feel a pang of heartache. We must upgrade the park sometime. Otherwise this reception is too crotch-pulling. While sighing, Yang Lin carefully searched for some domestic and international zoo-related information. The West Rainbow Zoo has been around for decades by now, and has somewhat failed to keep up with everything except the size of the park. In the past, it was even if it was bad, but now it is at least one of the most popular zoos in the whole of Ningnan and even the whole of the Dragon Kingdom. So it would be more or less unreasonable if it was still that bad. And more importantly, if he doesn't upgrade the park, how will he raise prices in the future? Just as he was planning the future of the West Rainbow Zoo in his mind, a flustered Chen Kurson ran in. Cousin Pot, that police uncle from before is here again with a reporter. Shouldn't be here to get you this time. Hearing Chen Kurson's words, Yang Lin's eyes immediately lit up. I was worried about the remodeling money and didn't know where to get it. And here's someone sending it. He remembered that Lin Feng still owed him a reward of $1 million. Plus this time he had to add a little more. Walk out and greet them. Saying that, Yang Lin walked straight towards the outside of the park. At this moment the zoo gate, in addition to a group of tourists watching the crowd, the most eye-catching but also those from the criminal police force vehicles and television broadcasting vehicles. Yang Lin even saw a powerful gong and drum team with dragon and lion dancers. By the time his figure appeared at the entrance of the zoo, a crowd of visitors instantly boiled over. The gardener is coming. The gardener is coming. Quick, make way for the gardener. This is the first time the gardener has been recognized. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a smiling Lin Feng then held up a banner and walked over to Yang Lin. Park Director Young, we meet again. I'm not going to say anything polite, so I'll just get right to the point. Bring everything. With a wave of Lin Feng's hand, immediately a group of police officers came over with all sorts of things. There are those who take hang-ups, those who take pallets, and those who take certificates. And besides these, what excited Yang Lin the most was the oversized check. Looking at the long string of zeros on it and the 5 at the beginning, Yang Lin knew that this one wasn't simple. On behalf of all the citizens of Ningnan, I would just like to express my gratitude to Park Director Young for his efforts in this operation. This is your certificate. This is the listing of Ningnan City's high-quality 5A attractions. And this is your bonus from last time as well as this time, totaling $5 million. As he spoke, Lin Feng shoved a bunch of things into Yang Lin's hands. Seeing this scene, the tourists and reporters present immediately took out their cell phones and other filming equipment for a burst of wild shots. Just when Yang Lin thought that this was the end, Lin Feng was suddenly speaking again. Of course, it's not just you personally, Director Yang, who is being honored this time, but considering the performance of the animals in your park, we've also prepared a special gift for them. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yang Lin was first stunned, then he was surprised. What's in store for them? However, Lin Feng didn't answer this question for the first time, but instead glanced at the interior of the park. Would it be convenient for Park Director Young to call the woofers over? Although he somewhat didn't quite understand why Lin Feng suddenly wanted to find the wolf team, Yang Lin still took out his cell phone from his pocket. As he dialed one of the numbers on it, it wasn't long before Lee Doggy, who had a child's phone watch strapped around his neck, came running wildly over with the members of the wolf team. "What's up, boss? Extra food?" Just as soon as he came over, Lee Dogman put his forelegs on Yang Lin's shoulders. Seeing this scene, the people present couldn't help but burst out laughing. And just then, Lin Feng was once again nodding to a police officer on the side. It wasn't long before this officer came pushing a cart. Yang Lin fixed his eyes and realized that the trolley was loaded with a piece of black vest printed with a police badge. But these vests are obviously not for people. After the decision of our superiors, our Ningnan City Criminal Investigation Detachment has decided to formally hire Lee Dog Dai, and the other 8 members of the wolf team to become official police dogs, receive a full police canine complement with all the benefits and allowances of all police canines in service. Of course they don't have to go to the police force, they just have to stay in the zoo. As Lin Feng finished his words, a police officer immediately picked up the vest on the cart and handed it to Yang Lin. Looking at these handsome black vests with police dog numbers and badges, Yang Lin was directly confused. Without waiting for him to react, Lee Dogman was the first to bite into one of them. He put this police dog vest on himself right in front of the crowd. "Boss, this dress is so cool. I love it." While letting out a sound full of surprise, Lee Dogdan commanded the other dogs to change into their vests as well. Once all the dogs had autonomously changed into vests with police dog numbers on them, all of a sudden the picture of the wolf team changed. From a group of undisciplined and unruly stragglers directly into a regular army, there was an inexplicably reassuring feeling from afar. The tourists looking on were calling it handsome. There is no doubt that from this moment on, the Wolf Squad went straight from a civil organization to a special operations squad with an official background. Just as the crowd was Tisk's king, Yang Lin was asking a series of questions. "Captain Lin, I'd like to ask if they are now considered officially enrolled. Ah, and how much is the approximate monthly wage subsidy?" Lin Feng, who obviously didn't expect Yang Lin to ask this question, first froze for a moment and then answered. "You do get an $18,000 meal allowance per month if you're an official police dog. Of course this will go up and down a bit depending on the breed and the division of labor." The moment Lin Feng's words came out, both Yang Lin and the visitors present instantly fell silent. A subsidy of $18,000 a month, which is damn near beyond the salary level of 90% of the people in Ningnan City. And after the silence, Yang Lin's face put on a smile. He could finally live the life of a gnawing dog. It's a big defense to break. "I can't believe I don't get paid as much as a dog. Is the police force still short of canines? I'd like to go as one for a couple months. Can a person take a test for the establishment of police dogs, please? A single dog is still a dog, and I think I can do the job. So please ask the organization to trust me." Give it up, brothers. Police dogs have exceptionally high entry standards and a lot of them are eliminated every year. High? Why don't I think it's high? The work that police dogs do can be exceptionally dangerous, as bomb searches, narcotics searches, search and rescue. That's all working with your life. Indeed. And I've heard that the average police dog has a much shorter lifespan than the average dog, and it's basically hard to live to a ripe old age. Forget it then. I'd rather not be a police dog, but I can get my dog to take the canine comp. The entire wolf team is now police dogs, so in the future, if any tourist who is not open-minded has a conflict with them, is it considered an assault on the police? You're full of crap. It definitely counts. Just as the crowd of onlookers were talking, the wolf teams, who had already put on their police dog uniforms, took the initiative to stand in a row to shake hands with Lin Feng one by one. Look at the way they look. It's almost more professional than a professional police dog. By the time the woofers had finished receiving their collective accolades, 2 large trucks were driving up to the zoo entrance. Park Director Yang, the rewards promised to you earlier for those animals have all been approved above. Inside this truck is 5,000 pounds of fresh beef, specifically sponsored by Bright Meat Processing. Inside this cart are 1,000 live chickens, and 5,000 pounds of dog food. How's that for not shortchanging the big contributors? Listening to Lin Feng's explanation, Yang Lin's eyes instantly lit up. Other than that, the price of these meats added up to a significant amount. Hundreds of thousands of dollars at any rate. Enough is enough. This is enough to feed those animals in my zoo for months. That's good, but I've delivered everything today. As he spoke, Lin Feng greeted the TV reporter on the side. By the time the group photo session was over, Yang Lin had thought that was the end of the matter. But just as Lin Feng was about to leave, he quietly came to Yang Lin's ear. Park Director Yang, you have to be prepared. Your West Rainbow Zoo is afraid that it will soon be bustling with activity. Without waiting for Yang Lin to figure out what he meant by this, Lin Feng turned around and left with a mysterious face. What do you mean? What do you mean it's about to get lively? Yang Lin, who really couldn't figure out what Lin Feng meant by these words, simply didn't think about it. The award is sort of over. But there is so much more to do next. After putting all the supplies into storage, Yang Lin's gaze went to the check for the official commendation. Said check, in fact, is just a voucher. The real prize money at the moment is already through the financial system of the city of Ningnan to his bank account. That is to say that just in that moment of effort, his savings had skyrocketed by $5 million directly on top of the original. As for exactly how to spend this $5 million, he already had an answer in his mind. The next second he pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this Tian Yuan Architecture Design Company? I'd like to ask you to design a program for me. What type? Is the zoo okay? It's about 50 hectares or so. At the same time that Yang Lin's side was preparing the old park for remodeling, a piece of news that made all the people in Ningnan a bit unexpected suddenly came out. The Ningnan City Zoo, which was built nearly 40 years ago, was declared bankrupt. When the news came out, the entire Ningnan city was in an uproar. Everyone did not expect the state-run zoo, which had been operating well in the first half of the year, to collapse. It was also the first zoo to declare bankruptcy in the country of Dragon. It wasn't just the ordinary citizens who were a bit dumbfounded. Yang Lin was equally dumbfounded when he received this news. I blanch, not so much. Is it hard to be fucked over? At least it's state-run. How can it just collapse? If this news hadn't come from the inside, Yang Lin almost suspected that someone had started a rumor. And just as he was filled with suspicion, a Ningnan City Division leader suddenly found him. After the explanation of this sub-leader, he also finally was aware of the reason. It turns out that since the construction of the zoo in Ningnan City, in addition to the first few years is a profitable state, the follow-up has not made any money at all. Every year, they rely on financial subsidies to survive. And in recent years, after restructuring to a self-financing model, the already difficult operation has become even worse. It used to be that employees raised animals, but now it's become animals raising employees. Plus, the accident caused the entire top brass of the zoo to all go in, so the top simply shut the zoo down. When the time comes, backhandedly sell the zoo lot again and turn a direct loss into a profit. And the only thing more problematic is where those animals go. The Ningnan Zoo is a large zoo with more than 250 species and 2,500 animals. One can't say that all these animals will be released into the wild. So the final decision from above was to disperse the 500 or so animals inside zoos around the country. And as the only local zoo left in Yeongnam, West Rainbow Zoo will also take part. Thinking of this, Yang Lin finally understood the meaning of the words Lin Feng had said earlier. Immediately his eyes lit up. There's such a thing as a good thing. For other zoos these animals might be a burden, but for Yang Lin this is simply unattainable. God knows how much he would have spent and how long he would have had to go through if he had gone through the proper channels to acquire an animal. What made him even happier was that he had the right to prioritize the selection of animals due to his previous contributions to Ningnan. Only those he picks out will be assigned to the rest of the country. In an instant countless images of famous animals had begun to appear in Yang Lin's mind. Giant pandas, golden monkeys, giraffes, zebras, and so on. Some of the animals that the West Rainbow Zoo does not have, Yang Lin would like to get back. It is conceivable that by then, if so many new animals are added to the West Rainbow Zoo, the park will certainly not be as unevenly distributed as the crowds are now. Of course he's only thinking about it at the moment, but in reality the park's overhead increases a lot with each new animal. The requirements of the park will also be higher. For example, if you keep a giant panda, you have to spend at least millions of dollars a year, and you have to have a large area specially provided for pandas to live in. When it's cold you have to match the heat, when it's hot you have to match the air conditioning ice. It is both a national treasure and an ancestor. Just when Yang Lin was ready to carefully deliberate before making a decision, the city zoo side was suddenly sent a bad news. What? The monkeys inside the city zoo rebelled? When he heard this news at first glance, Yang Lin instantly didn't know what kind of expression to show. Kind of wanted to laugh, but was too embarrassed to do so. It's like this. A lot of the employees have already left first because of what's going on with the city zoo that's going to be pulled out of the park. The keeper who was in charge of Monkey Mountain before didn't show up in the morning. So those monkeys, led by the Monkey King, started running around inside the park straight away. The whole inside of the city zoo is a mess right now. Inside the administrator's office of the West Rainbow Zoo, a small leader from the city zoo reacted to Yang Lin with a complaining face. We had no choice, so we had to find you. Park Director Yang. I understand. I'll take care of this, just as I'm getting ready to make a trip to the city zoo. Knowing the beginning and end of the matter, Yang Lin then didn't delay much, took lead dog Dan, who was already a police dog, and drove alone in the direction of the city zoo, waiting until he came to the city zoo when it was already more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon, not yet close to have been able to hear the roar of various animals inside. Do not know thought it was the whole zoo are in rebellion. As for the rest of the zoo's staff, all of them have shrunk to the inside of the office at the moment and do not dare to come out. Looking at such a scene, Yang Lin was just about to walk in and ask what was going on when he saw a young lady behind the glass window there frantically giving him hand signals. The unknowing Yellen thought she was gesturing sign language until a vicious gust of wind came from behind her. Holy shit! Without being able to think too much, Yang Lin directly dodged to the side. Knock! With a muffled thud, a shallow crater was smashed into a trash can located right in front of him. There is also a palm-sized concrete block in front of the front pit. If he hadn't ducked just now, this concrete block would have smashed directly on top of his head. Looking in the direction the concrete block had been thrown, he saw a monkey with dull fur crouching on a streetlight pole not far from him. Apparently it's the same person who just threw the concrete block. While Yang Lin was still sizing up this monkey, this shrewish monkey even showed its teeth at it and let out a burst of smug cries. Where could this Yang Lin endure? And immediately ordered Li Dogdan, who was at the side. Doggy, go get this monkey for me. As soon as the words fell, Li Dogdan, who was wearing a police dog suit, instantly leaped out. Although that monkey's actions were exceptionally sensitive, there was still a considerable gap between it and Li Dogwan in terms of intelligence. It didn't take long for it to be cornered by Li Doggy and then pressed down hard on the ground. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin hastily gave it a thumbs up, reporting to the boss. The suspect monkey has been apprehended. What to do next? Get it under control and I'll interrogate it. Yes. Taking advantage of the gap between Li Dogdan's control of the shrewish monkey, the palpitating Yang Lin also finally arrived in front of this unknown breed of monkey. Why are you stoning me? I don't know you. The originally terrified shrewd monkey suddenly heard Yang Lin's words and immediately looked at Yang Lin with an incredulous expression. Why can I understand you? Are you a monkey too? Of course not. So forget about why I can talk to you for a second and tell me why you're smashing me. It was not known whether the shrewd monkey was forced by Li Dogdan's lechery or some other reason, and simply hesitated for a moment before answering directly. Because you humans don't feed us. That's it? Hearing the reason for the monkey riot, Yang Lin froze on the spot. He thought it was a rebellion because the monkeys suddenly wanted to be free. You're hungry. On second thought it seems to be understandable. The keeper ran away, and no tourists to feed them, and no wild fruits or anything on the monkey mountain. Cannot be hungry. Figuring out the reason, Yang Lin knew what to do next. Looking at the monkey with dull fur in front of him, he casually struck out with a light of insight. The next second information about the monkey was presented to him. Yunnan snub-nosed monkey. Intelligence, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Dexterity, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Nobility, gold talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. Monkey leader, gold color talent, requires 5 talent points to activate, but only 1 talent point due to his leadership potential. After reading the information in front of him, Yang Lin's face immediately showed a hint of surprise. This little gray monkey in front of me is the noble of monkeys, the Jian golden monkey. The golden monkeys are usually referred to as Sichuan golden monkeys, which have blonde hair and a higher value. So much so that Yang Lin didn't react at first that the little guy in front of him was also a golden monkey. Hey, isn't this a coincidence? Just don't know which animals to pick, so I'll pick you for this first one. As he spoke, Yang Lin spent a talent point to light up the talent monkey leader for the little guy in front of him. The next moment a hint of magic was happening in this little guy's body. Although its size was still as petite as ever, there was an extra sheen on top of its fur, which directly changed from gray to dark gold. It's a little less flashy than solid gold, but a little more dignified. The white dull hair on top of his head also gradually turned into a circular pattern that resembled a crown. By the time all the changes were over, an aura different from ordinary monkeys was born in its body. There is no doubt that it has already possessed the capital to compete for the Monkey King's throne after successfully lighting up its talent. You'll be hanging out with me from today, and your name will be Li Kong. The first task I give you is to find the current Monkey King and defeat him. Then bring your pack to me. Go on. With Yang Lin's command, the distinctive Dian golden snub-nosed monkey immediately jumped to the top of a big tree on the side, and instantly disappeared in the zoo's park. It wasn't long before a burst of monkey hissing could be heard from inside the park. Meanwhile, a group of employees in the city zookeeper's office saw an unusually exciting scene through the surveillance, only to see that in the midst of the surveillance screen, a Dian golden snub-nosed monkey with dark gold-colored fur was leading several burly macaques to fight with other macaques. After defeating these macaques, they immediately joined him. It didn't take long for the group led by this Dian golden snub-nosed monkey to start getting bigger and bigger. It's a few to dozens at first. An outrageous thought also popped into their heads when they saw this. The rebellious monkeys seem to have had another coup, and a new Monkey King is leading his escort towards the old one. Outrageous! Outrageous! What are these monkeys doing? Why are they even infighting? Interesting. Suddenly a new Monkey King pops out. So monkeys can stage coups, saying that this new Monkey King is not the Dian Golden Monkey Little Grey that has been bullied before. Is it so brave now? Fighting. Inside the administrator's office, a group of city zoo employees looked at the image in front of them with excited faces. And just at that moment, there was a knock at the door. It was only when they opened the door to the office that they realized there was a young man with a dog standing outside the door. "Ha, you're Director Yang of the West Rainbow Zoo." With just a glance, the people present recognized Yang Lin's identity. "Young gardener, come in and sit down. We were just chatting about you." "Yeah, you're our idol now." Looking at the crowd's enthusiastic appearance, Yang Lin in turn was a little less pleased. Regardless, he played a key role in the city zoo going down so fast. "You guys don't blame me, do you?" With a hint of embarrassment, Yang Lin slowly spoke. Upon hearing his words, the crowd froze for a moment, and then they revealed a look of bemusement. "You're overthinking it, Director Yang. Even without the appearance of the West Rainbow Zoo, the city zoo is not doing well now. It's great now that it's closed down and we're getting a big payout. It's just great." "Yeah, it was close to not being able to make a paycheck before, and now it's a couple years worth of paychecks all at once. The only thing I'm more sorry about is not being able to continue with the animals. Yeah, after spending so much time together, they're just like our kids." A look of regret appeared on the faces of this group of city zoo employees as they spoke. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin was moved. The way things are going, the West Rainbow Zoo's operation is only going to get bigger. The number of animals is elevated, so naturally the number of personnel must follow. Originally, he also wanted to recruit a group of people with zoo experience for the community. Now it seems like it doesn't seem to take that effort at all. Thinking of this, Yang Lin hurriedly asked tentatively, "So have you guys considered continuing this business at another zoo?" As soon as he finished his sentence, the gazes of the people present looked at him in unison. A hint of anticipation was clearly visible in their eyes. "Do you mean to invite us to join, Mr. Yang? Shall we?" Looking at the crowd's expectant eyes, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed a hint of a smile. "What's not to like? You're always welcome at the West Rainbow Zoo if you'd like to come. Paychecks and all that. I can pay exactly what you were paying before." "Really? If that's the case, that's great. After so many years in this industry, I didn't know what I would do afterward if I stopped doing this. And now it's okay. Director Yang, I used to be in charge of fierce animal breeding. I can raise any lion and tiger ones. I used to be in charge of birdwood, and I know the habits of all the birds. I'm in charge of breeding. I'm in charge of procurement." When the people present one by one stated the work they were previously responsible for, the smile on Yang Lin's face suddenly became even more intense. "I was thinking of just coming over and picking out the animals, but I didn't realize that it would be straightforward to even take care of the employees. With this experienced staff, his West Rainbow Zoo finally feels like a regular zoo for a few years." At once he made a verbal agreement with these men. When the city zoo finishes clearing out in a few days, they will report directly to the West Rainbow Zoo. Just as he was filled with joy, he soon received an even bigger surprise. "Director Nya, you mean to say that I can move all those facilities inside the city zoo and use them inside the West Rainbow Zoo, right?" Move it. Can the cage be moved as well? Can you just remove the building materials from the top of the arena?" "I can't. That's too bad." "Can those equipment in the aquarium move?" "I was just about to get those dolphins from the aquarium inside the West Rainbow Zoo. I'm also just trying to give those animals a more comfortable home." Listening to the voice on the other end of the phone, Yang Lin felt as if he had been hit by a heavenly pie. The most expensive thing in a zoo besides the animals is the equipment. These devices can cost more than building an entire zoo. I thought I would need to spend my own money in the future to add to it little by little, but now it seems to be completely unnecessary. This collapse of the city zoo directly matched him with all the stuff. Animals, staff, equipment. Thank you for the gift of nature. Just as Yang Lin was sighing his luck, the people in the office were all looking at the surveillance screen in unison, only to see that in the middle of the screen, the Dian Jincher monkey from before had managed to knock the old Monkey King to the ground. With the old Monkey King knocked down, the monkeys instantly fell into the hands of this Dian Golden Snub-Nosed Monkey. However, before they could react from this turn of events, they saw a scene that horrified them. Under the leadership of this Dian Golden Silk Monkey King, hundreds of monkeys swarmed over towards their direction, all of them aggressive. I'll be damned. What do these monkeys want? They're not trying to kill us off, are they? It's over. Eat melon on yourself. Should I call the police? Call the police for what? Isn't there an animal cop here? Unable to help themselves, the crowd then simultaneously turned their gazes to Li Dogdan, who was crouching beside Yang Lin. Being given such a look by the crowd, Li Dogdan hastily put away the tongue he had spat out and straightened his chest as if to say that if there is a problem, look for me. However, What made them somewhat surprised was that Yang Lin was not at all alarmed when he knew that the monkeys were rioting again. The next second he opened the door to his office under the gaze of a crowd of employees and walked straight out into the open air. Seeing this scene, the crowd was directly dumbfounded. Hundreds of monkeys in a riotous state. That's no joke. Dangerous. Mr. Young Gardener. Come on in. Let's call the police and wait for our police uncle. Don't be impulsive. In the entire zoo, if we're talking threatening, lions and tigers might not even compare to a bunch of monkeys in a riotous state. And just as the crowd was trying their best to dissuade them, a monkey of various forms appeared under the leadership of that Dianjinshi Monkey King. With their aura today, even beasts like lions and tigers would have to retreat. The crowd could already envision the scene of Yang Lin being violently beaten by the monkeys next. However, what they never expected was that just when that Dianjinshi Monkey King was still about 10 meters away from Yang Lin, it suddenly stopped. The next moment it made a move that made the crowd gasp in horror. Hundreds of monkeys of different varieties followed the ass of the Yunnan golden snub-nosed monkey in great numbers. The scene was comparable to a Cookie Street firefight. However, just when the crowd thought that Yang Lin would be the next target of attack, the Dianjinshi monkey in the lead suddenly stopped. Originally still posing as a monkey king, it suddenly bent itself down, and in the next second, it bumbled over to Yang Lin like a licking dog. Without waiting for the crowd to react, it whacked up Yang Lin's leg, and the expression on its face was as pleasing as a human's. At the sight of this scene, a few seconds passed before the people in the office came back to their senses. I blanch, the mesmerized monkey has become does it know the identity of the head of the garden yen? Boy, what happened to the promised untamed monkey king? How did he turn into this all of a sudden? Did it know it was going to be at the West Rainbow Zoo later? So it came over early to make good relations? Just as the crowd was amazed, the fawning Dianjinshi monkey Li Kong also spoke to Yang Lin. Boss, see how I'm doing? These guys are all my little brothers now. What's next for us? Hearing Li Kong's words, Yang Lin first thought for a moment, then said with a serious face, good job. When you follow me to the new zoo later, this Monkey King position will still be yours, eating bananas 3 times a day. As for now, well, you first take this group of your brothers and come with me. Okay. As he spoke, Yang Lin led Li Kong towards the interior of the city zoo. The hundreds of monkeys were also following behind without moving an inch, as if they were the black power of the zoo. It didn't take long for Yang Lin to take the group of monkeys through the entire zoo. By this time Yang Lin realized that his own West Rainbow Zoo and the city zoo compared to that is simply the difference between a small cabin and a large villa. Not only are the facilities and equipment vastly different, but even the park planning is much better, not to mention the diversity of animals. Yet the more so, the more excited Yang Lin became. Those 2 little dryads can be brought back and kept with the 2 bunnies to make a Munchkin museum. And the black sky crane, the kangaroo has to be taken too. Giraffes, if they usually eat leaves, can't spend much money, and they can sell leaves to tourists for $10 a leaf. I'm a business genius. Forget pandas, they are too difficult to keep and require a special arena to be provided, which is also costly. Pass. After a few moments of reckoning, his mind soon had a goal in mind, including the monkeys. He selected a total of 150 animals, including reptiles, mammals, flying animals, large herbivores and other common animal categories. And these animals essentially fill the species gap at the West Rainbow Zoo. He even specially found a male northeastern baby tigress that was only 3 years old to use for Big Sister Hua as her boyfriend. As for whether Big Sister Hua could look at this baby tigress or not, that was none of his business. Seeing that the animals have almost been selected, the next step is to wait for the specialized transfer vehicle to send these animals to the West Rainbow Zoo. This wait is another 5 days. In these 5 days Yang Lin did not idle. After the park was closed, one after another, he got the engineering team to renovate and remodel some facilities in the park. As for the materials used, all of them were cleanly stripped from the city zoo. Yeah, that old gate over there, take it down and put this new one in. All new signage on this side as well. Inside the park, Yang Lin, wearing a helmet on his head, is now directing a group of workers like a contractor. After 5 days of initial remodeling, although the West Rainbow Zoo has not yet reached a degree of transformation, but compared to the previous is already much better. Roads, buildings, and even animal habitats have been greatly improved. Just as Yang Lin was looking at the construction progress in front of him with a satisfied face, Chen Kurson, who was dressed in brand new zoo overalls, ran over. Cousin Pot, I've already posted all the notices you asked me to. Are you sure we're going to reopen the zoo tomorrow? Hearing Chen Kurson's words, Yang Lin spoke directly without even thinking. Of course I'm sure. 5 days out of business, do you know how much less money the park is going to make? And with those new animals being delivered tomorrow, I'm going to give them a grand entrance ceremony. An initiation ceremony? Are you sure about the table pot? Hearing Yang Lin's proposal, Chen Kursen asked with some doubts. Animals also need rituals, and from now on they will be part of the West Rainbow Zoo, so of course we have to give them a good impression. And I've got the program all figured out, so you don't have to worry about it. Just send out the copy I gave you earlier. By the way, I've got a promo clip here, so send it along with me. As he spoke, Yang Lin seemed to have remembered something, and hurriedly took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to Chen Kursen. We have a promotional video for the zoo? I didn't know that. Of course, we're now the only zoo in the entire Ningnan city. Everything naturally has to be formalized. Hurry up. I guess the tourists miss us. That master over there, don't smear the cement so thick. What a waste. Looking at the USB drive in her hand, Chen Kursen's mind was filled with curiosity. With this hint of curiosity, Chen Kursen quickly inserted this USB drive inside the office computer. A video then appeared before his eyes. When she tapped on this video, an unusually rudimentary opening animation instantly appeared on top of the screen. It goes without saying that you can guess that the video was inevitably cut by Yang Lin himself to save money. At this moment Chen Kursen couldn't help but have serious doubts about the quality of the next video. The next shot however was one that instantly left her somewhat shaken. Just after the opening animation, an incredibly steely golden eagle cuts across the sky, and what was originally a flat shot instantly turns into an angle looking down from the sky. A panoramic view of the entire Saihon Zoo. Then the camera takes a sharp turn from the sky to the orangutan park. At this moment, Li Wei in the orangutan garden seems to sense the arrival of the camera. I do not know where to touch a pair of gold glasses with a pair of gold glasses on the eyes, and then even more so, he spat a smoke ring at the camera. Not waiting for the smoke ring to dissipate, the camera came back to the tiger park, and the northeast tiger Li Hua similarly sensed the arrival of the camera, directly jumped to the highest part of the park, a fierce tiger roar. After the tiger park is the leopard park, wolf park, crocodile pool and lion park. And the animals in the midst of the camera are sometimes elegant, sometimes funny, sometimes mischievous, and sometimes majestic. Each animal tries to put their best foot forward for the camera. Although brief, it is so shocking. Plus that one shot to the end of the ultra-long lens and the unique shooting perspective is a kind of immersive feeling. By the time the video was completely finished, Chen Kursen was still a little slowed down. She could already imagine how the netizens would look when the promo was uploaded online. At that moment, she didn't hesitate any longer and uploaded the videos one by one on top of the official West Rainbow Zoo's major platform accounts. Shake the short video platform. At the moment the heat of the West Rainbow Zoo has still not passed. The previous series of events still hangs over the list. Yet one of the things that concerns the majority of netizens the most is when exactly West Rainbow Zoo will reopen. So much so that a large number of new messages have been added to the bottom of the comments section of the official account. The 5th day of closure. When the hell is it going to reopen? 5 days? Do you know how I've spent the last 5 days? Missing my balls and rounds. It's been 5 days since I've eaten the local chicken from the West Rainbow Zoo, and it doesn't even taste good to eat the chicken outside. The kids at home are clamoring for Brainax every day. When will we see Brainax again? It's so hard to come from the Magic City, only to be told that it's closed. My little heart. I'm so excited to go to RUA Brainax and Daisy Cat. My Scarlet brother doesn't know if he's had a good 5 days, if he's had any cigarettes, and I've got your favorite wazoo ready for you. Just as the netizens were clamoring for more, a brand new video was uploaded on top of the official West Rainbow Zoo account. As soon as the video was released, it immediately attracted a large number of fans, and when they read the text of the video, they immediately had different expressions. Finally going to reopen? My god, the wait has been 5 days and it's finally here. Hurry up and buy your tickets and make your reservations, guys. Is it true that the park is being renovated and that there are new animals on the scene? The following changes will be made in this version update. Some areas of the map model optimization. Hero skill adjustment. Shit deliverers move shit to the head was changed to follow the launch of Ali to the nearest target. New heroes Little Raccoon, Giraffe, Can. Finally a new animal has joined. Let's hope these new animals are a little more normal. Just when the crowd thought the video for this installment was just to inform about the reopening, a follow-up promo was shown. Like Chen Kursen when she saw the promo for the first time, these netizens had the same feeling of being stunned when they saw the contents of the promo. Although the animals that appeared in the video they had all seen inside the zoo before, but it's the first time I've seen it up close, like in the middle of a video. Some of the shots are even pressed up against the faces of those animals, so detailed that you can even see the fuzz on their faces. In almost a moment's time, the video's airplay went straight up and up, and the number of retweets reached a staggering number. It's so bombastic. It's like being in a big animal movie. That's the kind of promo a zoo should have. Being handsome by a group of animals, especially the Lion King's side face in the sunlight. It's so damn handsome. I'm standing for Sister Flower. Sister Flower's fierce tiger roar is truly handsome. Don't even argue. I think the shot of the two little bunnies is the best. That's what sluggers should like. Society my shitter is still as hip as ever. Next time high and low give it the whole big gold chain. These are nothing. I think it's more elegant to call the father Mr. Macaw. 3 times in one shot. Isn't my center crocodile fierce? It almost took out the photographer with that bite it just took. Wondering what kind of contraption this was taken with. A drone shouldn't be able to capture this effect. It's definitely not a drone. So is there a possibility that it was taken by a golden eagle? What a fucking talent each and every one of them. Are a little worried for those new animals. Will they experience zoo bullying? With the netizens buzzing, the news of the upcoming reopening of the West Rainbow Zoo has exploded on the internet once again. This also led to an almost instantaneous effort to get all 10,000 reservations for the reopening day. There have even been scalpers who have speculated the day's reservations to 200 apiece. But despite this there are still a large number of expectant tourists who have chosen to buy. And it was in this atmosphere of great anticipation that time turned to the next day. The hands of the clock had only just pointed to 7 o'clock when a large number of tourists had already begun to gather outside the West Rainbow Zoo. And these early arrivals were able to see the brand new changes at the West Rainbow Zoo at a glance. Not only have the gates become more expansive, but many new amenities have been added that weren't there before. Just as visitors were amazed by these new changes, the next moment the woofers, in their handsome uniforms, came fishtailing out of the park. The visitors had expected them to start their training routine as usual, but their next move was a bit of a puzzler. Only to see the group of dogs from the Wolf team divided into 2 rows under the leadership of Lee Dogdan. Seeing this scene, the tourists were also very sensible and gave way, and it was at this time that a burst of music began to sound from within the park. The next moment to the shocked eyes of the tourists, 2 rows of tiny figures walked out of the park. These figures had trombones in their hands, gongs and drums, and even a pipe organ. Every single one of them is selling out and blowing up. Upon closer inspection you can also probably hear that it's the Ace of Spades, which has become more popular on the internet lately. They were blowing as they came in the direction of the park gates. At first the tourists thought it was a bunch of kids with musical instruments. It wasn't until they got closer that they realized that the diminutive figures were a bunch of little monkeys in human clothes. The little monkeys seemed to be professionally trained. Not only were they in neat formation, but they could all keep up with the rhythm. And the commanding monkey who led the way was extra special. A dark golden fur glistened in the early sunlight, and the baton in his hand was played with. The tourists laughed at the sight of such an amazing scene. They were never expecting that in just a few days' time. The West Rainbow Zoo had come up with a whole new job. For the first time, I know monkeys can be so cute. These monkeys are so cute and well behaved. What kind of breed is that one in the lead? Why does it feel so different? As soon as I saw these monkeys I remembered that the monkeys snatched my bag by those monkeys when I was in the city zoo before. The monkeys in the city zoo are really ugly and cranky. I also got my ass kicked by the monkeys at the city zoo. And I haven't been to the city zoo since. Look at this place and then look at the monkeys in the city zoo. It's a world of difference. Yes, 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 yes. Every one of these monkeys is polite. Nothing like the monkeys in the city zoo. And they know music. So they seem to be a bunch of artistic monkeys. Where did park director Yang find these godly little monkeys? I think it says it's taken that group of monkeys from the city zoo. So these monkeys are the ones from the city zoo? So embarrassing. Just as the tourists have been immersed in the performance of these little monkeys, a large truck of different shapes and sizes is slowly approaching on top of the Animal Avenue outside the West Rainbow Zoo. The mere sight of the little monkeys gave the group of tourists a feeling that they had not come for nothing. Yet this is just the beginning of the reopening ceremony for the West Rainbow Zoo. When the time came to 8 o'clock, a large truck coming towards the zoo gate instantly attracted everyone's attention. Following the tourists' gaze, the body of this large truck originally used to transport goods is now decorated with a thick KT plate in the shape of a large tiger. From a distance it looked like an oversized northeastern tiger. Just as the crowd was casting curious gazes, Yang Lin's voice was coming from inside the zoo's loudspeaker. Today marks the first opening of our upgraded West Rainbow Zoo and the induction of our brand new animal companions. First up we are going to have the young northeast tiger Shuai Shuai from the northeastern part of the Dragon Kingdom. As Yang Lin's words fell, a roar full of vigor came from above the large truck. Looking down the gap in the railing between the truck compartments, a full-grown spotted tiger was right in the middle of it. Although it wasn't as daunting as Flower Big Sister, the aura that belonged to the king of the forest had already taken shape. Within moments the room erupted in applause. Wow, Big Sister Hua has a companion, and this northeastern tiger is also a male. Will the two of them become a pair? I don't think so. In the eyes of Big Sister Hua, this male northeastern tiger that's not pure fine doggy, seems to make sense. In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, This male northeastern tiger from the city zoo came to join the family was slowly sent into the direction of the tiger park, and soon after it another large truck decorated to look like a zebra followed. The moment they saw the zebra on the truck, a local tourist quickly recognized the zebra on board. These two seem to be the ones from the city zoo, but how come they don't feel quite the same as when they were at the city zoo? No way. This hasn't even officially joined and you're already carrying a disease? What are you talking about? I feel as if it's both become more spirited. What's that one in the back? As the two zebras entered the park, a large lion-like truck received the back. Seeing this, the tourists who were just full of doubt suddenly came to a realization. I told you. Why did you become more energetic all of a sudden? So it's because there's a big guy behind you. 666. What's the order of this? Laughing my ass off. I guess these two zebras pissed themselves all the way there. While talking, the group of tourists did not forget to take out their cell phones to record this wonderful moment. And it was at this time that a bird chirping in the sky was the one that quickly attracted their attention. As the crowd looked up, they only saw that above the turquoise blue sky, a huge golden eagle was spreading its wings, and behind the golden eagle, a group of birds of different shapes and sizes were likewise fluttering their wings rapidly. At first the crowd thought the birds were just passing through, but as they watched they realized something was wrong, because these birds of various shapes and sizes were clearly flying in the direction of where they were. By the time these birds fully and completely flew above the heads of the crowd, a red packet suddenly fell from the sky. All of a sudden the scene was like a rain of red envelopes. The atmosphere of the scene climaxed for a moment. At the same time, a truck full of various small animals slowly approached just as the crowd looked on in amazement. Within its translucent compartments, a small, naive animal is clearly visible. There were baby raccoons lounging about, baby koalas sleeping with eucalyptus trees, a mother and son kangaroo with muscular, goofy faces, and black swans chasing penguins. The entire transparent compartment is like a small ecosystem. These small animals don't have the same impact as the large ones before, but they're a lot of fun. And just when the crowd thought that the entrance of the animals was over, there was a sound of heavy footsteps at the end of the road. In the next second, under the gaze of countless eyes, a huge figure slowly appeared in the crowd's line of sight. It was an adult African elephant, and on the back of this African elephant, a figure that surprised everyone was sitting firmly on it. If it's not the head gardener, Yang Lin, or whoever. Looking at Yang Lin's figure, the people present were both surprised and pleasantly surprised. It's damned if he's loaded again. Damn. Saving yourself for such a cool entrance. No shit. I told you how Yang, the head gardener, never came out. So that's what the whole thing was about. I don't think it's good to ride on the back of an elephant like that because I haven't, and I'm already eyeballing it. Watch me stick out my leg to trip it and bring down the young gardener. Just as the tourists were looking up at Yang Lin on the back of the African elephant, Yang Lin was suddenly reaching his hand to the basket on the side. The next second a tiger doll appeared in his hand. Seeing this bobblehead, the eyes of the people in the room instantly lit up, because the doll looks clearly like a cute version of Flower Daisy. And what Yang Lin said next proved this speculation of theirs. In order to thank all the visitors for their support of the West Rainbow Zoo, I have asked a factory to customize the figurines of the animals in the park. I'll be giving away 100 random copies here, so if you don't grab one, you can buy it at the neighborhood store inside the park. As soon as Yang Lin's words fell, he was already handing the Flower Big Sister doll in his hand to a little girl on the side of the road. The little girl's face immediately showed an expression of extreme surprise after receiving the doll. And that's just the beginning. After the Flower Big Sister doll, Yang Lin took out the Lion King doll, the Poop Dropper doll, the Wolf Team doll, and the Balls Round and Round doll one after another. These figurines were also given to random tourists on both sides of the road. Just like the previous Sister Flower figurines, every time one was given away, there were murmurs of envy. It didn't take long for all 100 peripheral figurines to be delivered to him. Those lucky ones who got the bobbleheads were like winning the lottery. I blanch. If I had known I would have squeezed to the front. I really wanted that shit passer doll. It actually had a pile of poo in its hand. The ball and round dolls are so cute too. I think the Lion King doll is the best. One that big could be a pillow. The gardener really put his heart into it this time. Each animal was designed with a unique look, even that pig. Those animals from the city zoo are kind of here for the right reason. Stop. It's about to open. Hurry up and find out where the neighboring stores are. Yeah. There's so many people today. You might not be able to grab one. With the conclusion of the admission ceremony, the gates of the West Rainbow Zoo were officially opened. When the group of tourists entered the interior of the zoo again, there was a sudden feeling of brightness. At least 2 more chapters. With a large number of visitors entering the park, the West Rainbow Zoo also welcomed its first visitors after the renovation. When visitors walk into the park with anticipation, the first thing that comes into their eyes is the park full of monkeys. At first sight of the monkeys, Visitors thought they were mistaken. What's with all the monkeys here? Have they all escaped from prison? It's over. It's over. These monkeys are definitely going to grab something later. Everyone cover your bags and hide your food. It's really scary. I've been robbed by the monkeys there before when I was at Anime Mountain. And I have a shadow even now. Why are all the monkeys loose here? Just as a group of tourists were filled with worry and suspicion. What happened next was out of their expectation. The monkeys were expected to ask for something from the tourists. But they did nothing even when the tourists approached them. Only when visitors offer to take out food do they deliberate whether to take it or not. Such a well-behaved look instantly amazed the visitors. But that's not all. After a female tourist threw a piece of trash on the ground, a little peach-faced monkey immediately picked it up and threw it into a trash can. Seeing this scene, the female tourist immediately turned red. What happens afterward is a reversal of the tourist's traditional perception of monkeys. As far as the eye can see, some of the monkeys in the park are giving directions to visitors. Others are helping visitors to tease children. And one monkey even helped a child to remove a flying hydrogen balloon from a tree. Both big and small monkeys, no matter what species of monkeys in the park, are so courteous. Even the most mischievous rhesus monkeys in conventional perception are transformed into cuties here. What's more, these monkeys are not afraid of people at all, nor are they aggressive in any way, letting tourists jerk them around and touch them without showing their teeth. What an eye-opener. I thought all monkeys were the same as the monkeys on Mount Ame. Monkeys in Ame Mountain. After it's over, there's one more object of comparison. Come to the West Rainbow Zoo once. We're going to be cyber violated once. So monkeys are just like people. There are good ones and bad ones. It feels like these monkeys are really making this place their home. They don't work for the zoo, too. It's possible, oh, just like the woofers. Wow, this place is so loving too. Do you guys think there will be a day when all the other animals are released from their cages? Just like these monkeys. Don't. I'm scared. I'm not scared of those animals hurting people. I'm scared that you're scaring the animals. Indeed, the animals at the West Rainbow Zoo are all a little less than normal. But they are still very kind to humans. Keep going to the front and see what else is there. Seeing the monkeys' behavior, the tourists were looking forward to the next area. It wasn't long before the first group arrived at the previous orangutan park. Unlike the previous orangutan park, the orangutan park at this moment has been transformed into the appearance of an artisanal workshop. The former shit deliverer who threw shit at tourists when he saw them was now dressed in a pair of jean back pants, sunglasses on his face, and a saw in his hand, as if he were doing carpentry work. In no time, a bamboo dragonfly was born in his hands. When the shit deliverer handed this bamboo dragonfly to a small child, the whole crowd had a feeling that it was not quite real. Before the crowd could react, however, the corners of shit deliverer's mouth curled up slightly. The next second it took out a large water gun modified from a bamboo tube from behind its back, grinning as it nourished water towards the tourists, its face filled with a treacherous expression of success. Run, fooled. This one has evolved again. Holy shit, what is this? It can't be urine. You thought it had turned. It's still the same shit passer. That's what it smells like. You. By the time the crowd had managed to escape the orangutan garden, the monkey garden on the side was also bustling with activity at the moment. Originally inhabited by a single gibbon, it has gained some new faces with the arrival of those animals from the city zoo. There are yellow-cheeked gibbons, hooded gibbons, black longors, silver longors, square-faced monkeys, and many more. Unlike those monkeys outside, these monkeys were concentrating on the gibbon Li Chang and seemed to be listening to the lesson. TSK, 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 it really is a rare breed. It's just different from those monkeys out there. The first thing they do when they arrive in a new place is to learn. Yeah, looking at them, they must be learning survival lessons from that gibbon senior. Just as the crowd was sighing with a look of relief, Li Chang, the gibbon ape, suddenly took out his small stereo from the side. As it pressed the play button, a song familiar to the crowd, the Ace of Spades, came on, and the gibbon, Li Chang, danced along with the music. The other monkeys on the side saw this and hurriedly followed suit. The tourists outside had the feeling that they were going to vomit blood when they saw this. Sure enough, it's learning survival skills. It seems they've learned that they can't survive inside the West Rainbow Zoo without a little bit of juggling. After a week of cleaning the glass Moncler outlet online, Strong is finally replacing the new track. Case solved, case solved. Before I thought it was taught by one of the visitors, but now it seems it's all taught by the head gardener. It's true that none of the animals inside the West Rainbow Zoo can eat for nothing. It's all about ability. After seeing the two updated arenas, a large mushroom-shaped building also appeared in front of a group of visitors. At first the crowd didn't realize what the large mushroom was for. That is, until they saw a few large letters above the large mushroom. Neighborhood shops. All of a sudden the tourists who were still looking around seemed to have found their target and flew to the neighboring stores. When they arrived at the peripheral store, they were immediately captivated by the peripheral merchandise in front of them. In addition to those animal dolls that Yang Lin had taken out earlier, animal cell phone cases, animal mugs, animal keychains, animal-themed clothes, all types of peripherals that could be thought of could be found here, and each of them is specially designed according to the image of those animals inside the zoo, and the workmanship and material selection are all of superior level. Underneath each item you can also find a photo of the corresponding animal. From this alone, it was clear that Yang Lin had put his blood into it. The tourists naturally saw this, and immediately this first group of arrivals began to make a big purchase. With the arrival of subsequent tourists, the neighborhood stores became as hot as ever. And just as some of the tourists were here browsing the neighborhood stores, others were already in the other newly built areas of the park. In the Tiger Park area, since the last time Big Sister Flower took 2 Bengal tigers head-on, her name has quickly skyrocketed on the internet. Among the animals ranked by netizens in the West Rainbow Zoo are second in popularity only to those 2 cuties. It's enough to see how much visitors love her. So much so that her hardcore fans immediately came to see her just after the park opened. By the time the group of tourists arrived at the Tiger Park, they also immediately noticed the new changes in the Tiger Park. The previous Tiger Park was surrounded by a thick iron fence, leaving just a small gap over the head. Instead, the Tiger Park is now fitted with a thick piece of bulletproof glass. There will also be some gaps left between every few panes of glass. This way visitors will not only be able to see more clearly, but also interact more with Li Hua. Of course, at the moment the focus of the tourists was not on top of these glasses, but onto the 2 figures in the Tiger Park. One of the big ones was none other than Big Sister Hua, whom the crowd hadn't seen for a long time. As before, Big Sister Flower was lying on the ground with a lazy face, letting the sun shine on her body. Occasionally a visitor greets her and she responds by extending her front paws. And behind Big Sister Hua, another slightly petite figure was more or less helpless at the moment. If it wasn't the male northeastern tiger that had just entered the park or whoever. Originally it was in the city zoo, and that is also the zoo of brother. In addition to the giant panda that goods other animals who can have its popularity high. With a roar, all the animals must tremble. But at the moment next to Big Sister Hua it was like a cat boy. Just at this time those tourists also ran over to look at him. At once this male northeastern tiger felt a burst of annoyance. Roar! It had thought that its loud roar would be able to save some face on its own. Yet to its disappointment, the tourists, instead of feeling scared, became more excited one by one. What it didn't expect was that the next second a huge slap slapped it on the head. All of a sudden this king of the forest, who had been majestic a second before, was slapped on the ground. Be quiet for the mother. What are you barking at? Who told you to scare the tourists? If you keep screaming, watch out for the head gardener boss to deduct your performance. With a stern roar from Big Sister Hua, the male northeastern tiger, shui, wimped out in a second. The next second it was giving Big Sister Hua a shoulder squeeze in front of a large number of tourists. Seeing this scene, the tourists outside the Tiger Park laughed out loud on the spot. Die laughing. Once it was a king, then it moved. It's true, whether it's a human or an animal, it's natural to be afraid of one's wife. Tiger, don't be a wimp. Stand up for your male dignity. See what it means to be a workplace bully. That's what it is. Tiger bows its proud head to life. Big Sister Flower and her 3-year-old petite husband. There are arranged marriages in the animal kingdom too. And this male tiger is too miserable. I think it makes sense. The house is the woman's. Isn't that a proper entry? A Tiger Park flunky. The family business collapsed and I was forced to join the Flower family. The 3-year period has expired. Welcome the Tiger King. Although Handsome in the Tiger Park could not understand what the tourists were saying, he still felt a strong sense of humiliation. No, I'm going to fight back. I'm going to revitalize. Just as that thought occurred to it, a large forced bucket slapped down. Ow! It didn't take long for this family ethical tragedy, which took place in the Tiger Park, to be uploaded online by visitors to the site. Handsome the Northeast Tiger probably didn't even realize that he had just become the laughingstock of the entire internet on his first day at the West Rainbow Zoo. At the same time in the Tiger Garden this side of the lively and unusual, as the director of the park Yang Lin at the moment is in a hurry to the zoo's newly established infirmary and go. The infirmary was opened in response to the increase in the number of visitors and animals in the park. There were 2 doctors in there, one for people and one for animals. By the time he had just entered the infirmary, Dr. Wang, who was in charge of healing the animals, walked up to him with a nervous face. Head gardener, that black bear seems to be dying. It's just too old and so many of its body organs have started to fail, coupled with the recurrence of an old injury to its eye. I'm worried it won't survive this time. Hearing Dr. Wang's words, Yang Lin's mood immediately sank. He couldn't help but think of the big black bear when it was brought into the zoo 10 years ago. At the time the bear was so close to having its bile taken alive that even one of its eyes was blinded by a circus man. Therefore this black bear also left an extremely heavy psychological barrier. In addition to the 3 generations of the Young family, other people it does not even dare to see. It's okay, just go ahead and go about your business and let me just check on it. After slightly calming Dr. Wang's emotions, Yang Lin then walked inside the rescue ward. As soon as he entered the ward, a big old black bear appeared in front of him. At this moment, the black bear was just like a walking dead man, even worse than the elderly lion before. It's almost a mass. Although Yang Lin had sent some animals away before, his heart was still unavoidably sentimental. He had once thought of using the awakening talent to help the poor black bear to recover from its condition, but it had rejected it. In its words, it has lived enough in this world and doesn't have much left. Thinking of this, Yang Lin slowly walked to the side of this elderly black bear, raised his hand and struck out with a light of insight, and a grey talent panel was presented in front of him. This was the first time he had ever been in such a situation. It does look like it's already going. However, just when Yang Lin was ready to wait for the death of this elderly black bear that had accompanied him for most of his childhood, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Detecting an animal beside the host on the verge of death. The host can consume a random talent treasure chest to exchange for the mystic talent rebirth to give it a new life in a different way. Yes or no? At first hearing this system prompt, Yang Lin was a bit unresponsive. And this outrageous talent? Is there an animal in nature that possesses this gift? Just as Yang Lin exclaimed that it was outrageous, he suddenly came up with a kind of miniature jellyfish that lived in the ocean, the lighthouse jellyfish. If he were to remember correctly, the lighthouse jellyfish possessed this gift of near rebirth. But isn't it a bit unrealistic for a bear to be reborn after splitting? Seeing that the big black bear in front of him was about to die, Yang Lin couldn't care less. The choice was instantly yes. It just so happened that he had a treasure chest unopened earlier. As his choice was made, there was no sound from the large black bear before him, while a light that only he could see flew out the window of the infirmary. Just when he was a little confused as to what the light actually represented, the phone on a side table rang. By the time Yang Lin put the phone through, a slightly panicked voice came out from the other end of the line. Sister Wang, come quickly. That female bear in the bear garden is giving birth. Hearing this voice, Yang Lin vaguely understood something. After hanging up the phone, he hurriedly took a quick step in the direction of the bear garden. At the same time, a large number of curious tourists have gathered on the outskirts of the bear park, hundreds of meters away. Wow! Is that mother bear in there going to have cubs? Seems like it, eh? Weren't these 2 bears just sent inside the zoo? How come they're going to have bear babies so soon? Why else do you think the gardener picked these 2 big black bears? It's not pure buy 2 get 1 free. But these 2 bears don't look good at all. So I guess the baby bears won't look good either. Indeed, compared to the other animals inside the zoo, these 2 big black bears are a bit pulled. Why do I feel as if this female bear is going into labor? It seems to be true. The gardener is here. The gardener is here. Everyone make way. At the gate of the bear park, under the gaze of a crowd of tourists, a nervous-looking Yang Lin trotted over. His brow furrowed when he saw inside through the fence. If he remembered correctly, this big black bear that he got back from the city zoo was indeed pregnant at that time. It's just that the month isn't quite full yet, and now that it's suddenly going into labor, it must be because the black bear that just died of old age has been reborn into its belly. I didn't realize it was really that metaphysical. Just as Yang Lin was thinking this, the female bear in the middle of the cage suddenly let out a cry of pain. No, we can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, it's probably going to be a really hard labor. The next second, Yang Lin opened the cage door and walked inside alone in front of a crowd of surprised tourists. And just as he entered the middle of the cage, the male black bear inside immediately stood up humanly and assumed a posture to attack. Seeing this scene, the hearts of everyone present were in their throats. There has always been an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that there are 1 bear, 2 pigs and 3 tigers, and that statement is not about the combat power, but about its level of danger. Of the 3, the black bear is the most actively aggressive, but any intruder will immediately suffer its attack. At this moment, Yang Lin's actions had undoubtedly offended this. Not to mention that at this time its wife was still there giving birth. Just when everyone thought that Yang Lin was bound to encounter this big black bear's crazy attack next, Yang Lin was suddenly opening his mouth to talk to the big black bear. Although the crowd couldn't hear what was being said because of the distance, but the big black bear's next reaction was a slight relief to the crowd. Only the adult male big black bear was still alert at all times, but the ferocity on his face was gone. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin inside the garden was similarly relieved. This batch of animals from the city zoo didn't have that deep of a bond with him, and if he wasn't careful about messing up, he could really get attacked by it. By then, you'll have to take off a layer of skin without dying. Seeing that he was safe for the time being, he hurriedly made his way towards the mother bear that was in labor. When he got closer, he instantly sensed that something didn't seem quite right. While animals are normally able to give birth on their own, The mother bear in front of her was completely drained of her strength due to the immense pain inside her body. If this continues, neither the mother bear nor her cubs will be able to keep their babies. Realizing this, Yang Lin instantly panicked as well. Holy shit, what am I going to do? I don't know how to deliver a baby, and the way it looks now, it seems like it would need a C-section to do that. Whatever, a dead horse is a dead horse. As he spoke, he struck out with a light of insight. However, what made him feel a bit surprised was that there were 2 talent panels that appeared in front of him at this moment. Asiatic Black Bear. Brute Force, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Super Ferocity, blue talent, requires 2 talent points to activate. 5 talent points are required to activate the Bear Fighter's Strength, gold talent. Baby Mutant Bear. Alienation, golden talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. And since some of the abilities have already been activated, this activation only requires 1 talent point. 5 talent points are required to activate the Bear Fighter's Strength, gold talent. Super Brute Force, gold talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. Battle Cry, legendary talent, requires 10 talent points to activate. Rebirth, mystic talent, activated. Current second life. Looking at the 2 talent panels in front of him, Yang Lin instantly understood. Needless to say, the top panel is for Mama Bear and the bottom one is for Baby Bear. And this yet-to-be-born Baby Bear's talent was strong enough to somewhat catch Yang Lin off guard. However, this was clearly not the time for him to consider this, and immediately he lit up a talent for each of the mother and child. Mama Bears order Brute Force, while Baby Bears are alienated. With the awakening of the 2 talents, all of a sudden the Mama Bear, who originally had little spirit or strength, recovered quickly, and it gradually reacted in its stomach. It wasn't long before a tiny head burrowed out from underneath the Mama Bear's belly. Without being able to think about it, Yang Lin immediately reached out and took it. The next second around, chubby, and still slightly bloodied little one was in his arms, and the scene was quickly witnessed by visitors outside the park. All of a sudden a round of applause went up in the park. The gardener is worthy of the name, connecting with the birth of all of them. Oh my god, is this the newborn Baby Bear? I take back what I said before. This is too cute. Really, eh? Just like a puppy. I didn't expect to see the birth of a little life as soon as I came here today, and the luck was too good to be true. Cute as it is. But why do I feel something's not quite right? It's true when you put it that way. The color of it. As Yang Lin raised this newborn little guy high above his head, the eyes of the entire audience were immediately focused on this little guy. And this time it wasn't the cute appearance of the little guy that attracted the crowd, but its pure white color. Aside from the blood stains on his body that hadn't quite dried, this newborn bear cub was white from head to toe. Not exactly the same as its parents, but not much different. Yang Lin naturally discovered this early on. Unconsciously his eyes went to the male black bear who was looking at his wife with caring eyes. The top of this big brother's head. Not only did Yang Lin think so, but the tourists couldn't help but look sympathetically at the father bear in the middle of the cage. 666. What a mess this. How can 2 black bears give birth to a white bear? It's over. The animal circle isn't clean either. I'm sure there's a reason why the city zoo has a bad vibe. It's a messed up relationship. I remember there was a polar bear inside the city zoo. Just as the crowd was in a state of reverie. Yang Lin also seemed to have read the crowd's mind and hurriedly explained. Don't think too much, people. This bear should have albinism and it's not what you think. Go explain that to Papa Bear. Gardener, it's no use explaining it to us. Ha ha ha, I still believe the gardener. After all, this bear cub still looks like an Asian black bear, just a little whiter. It's useless for us to believe. Just as the tourists were in a flurry of excitement, the little white bear that Yang Lin had lifted high in the air suddenly opened its eyes. The next second a milky roar rang out through the bear garden. In an instant the whole park was immediately quiet. The first of 6 guaranteed shifts. As the little white bear let out a milky and adorable cry, both the black bear couple and the tourists present instantly focused all of their gazes over. It was as if that voice of its carried some kind of magic that could soothe everything. Even the bears outside the bear garden who had been making a lot of noise gradually calmed down when confronted with this real bear. It was only after a few seconds that the crowd at the scene came back to their senses. My god, old man's teenage heart. How can there be such a cute creature in the world? Obviously both mom and dad look like big and thick. How could the child born be so cute? Come to auntie, cootie, come to auntie. What kind of family could adopt such a cutie? Adoption doesn't sound like a good idea to me, but I think I could come in and apply for a job as a keeper at the West Rainbow Zoo. Why don't we team up and snatch it up? I'll take care of the head gardener and you guys take care of its mom and dad. I have a hunch that this little guy should become the new generation of group favorites of the West Rainbow Zoo. So much for Rua Arua. At this moment the tourists present could not immediately rush into the bear garden and then pick up the little one and run. Not to mention them, even Yang Lin was adorable by the little guy in front of him at the moment. Unlike the two little rabbits before, this newborn little milk bear doesn't need to be deliberately cute. Just the little arms and legs moving. There is a natural sense of adorableness. After carefully using the clothes he was wearing to wipe the blood off the little white bear, Yang Lin gently placed it in the mother bear's arms. In no time at all this little freshly opened eye was ready to look around for milk. But perhaps because of her premature birth, the mama bear is not producing any milk at the moment. At once the two black bears became a little overwhelmed. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin also immediately realized the problem. Instantly, he picked the little one up again. The little guy who had originally become restless because he didn't have any milk to drink became quiet as soon as he entered Yang Lin's embrace. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin also couldn't help but reveal a light smile. I guess I'm really meant to be with you. I'm destined to be the baby daddy. As he spoke he once again turned his gaze to the black bear couple. Tell you what, I'll take him back to nurse first, and I'll give him back afterward. Perhaps because of what they had just experienced, the black bear couple was extremely trusting of Yang Lin at the moment and nodded without even thinking about it. The male black bear on the side even cast a grateful gaze at Yang Lin as well. Come on, let's go get some milk. With the consent of the black bear couple, Yang Lin immediately carried the little white bear curled up into a ball and headed out of the bear garden. The moment the gate opened, all of a sudden those tourists who had already been impatient crowded over. Gardener, I've got forgotten pup milk here. Does he drink it? Forget it. Where's the milk in your forgotten cub milk? Drink mine. I just made it for my son this morning. It doesn't matter if he's hungry for a meal. I have plain milk here. Let's see if the little one wants some. I have baby formula here. I've got a bottle here. Want a diaper? I've got one here. Holy shit. The little guy is watching us, eh? And as Yang Lin walked out of the bear garden, more and more visitors noticed the little guy in Yang Lin's hand. Wow, what kind of animal is the gardener holding? It's so cute. It's a polar bear, isn't it? White. There are no polar bears inside the West Rainbow Zoo? What the heck? It's a baby bear cub born to a black bear couple inside the park. It seems to have albinism. That's why it's white. I see. Well, that can't be for the sainted mothers of animal protection organizations to know that the brown bear with albinism has been sent back to the Arctic a few times before. Ha ha ha, die laughing. I remembered when you said that. That brown bear before was really a miserable lot. Properly hibernating there, being dug up and waking up to find himself in the icy Arctic. This baby bear shouldn't be like this. After all, he has a gardener to protect him. It's not just protected by the gardener. I'm going to protect it. With the tourists enthusiastically following him, Yang Lin hugged the little white bear all the way to the administrator's office. It didn't take long for him to locate the goat's milk powder and small syringes that he had previously used to feed the other animal pups. And just as he was feeding the little one the formula with a serious face, this cozy scene at the scene was also captured by the tourists through the glass, and uploaded to the internet along with what had happened before. And the heat of the West Rainbow Zoo's opening ceremony is just peaking at the moment. The video of the little white bear before and after his birth appeared before the eyes of those visitors who had not come to the scene and were still clearing their heads in envy. Why should I, a man far away from the empire, be allowed to swipe it, when I've already soured it? It's just that, even if I didn't make it to the opening ceremony, I still haven't grabbed a ticket for today. Not me. Not only did I make it to the opening ceremony, but I also snagged several animal figurines. This little white bear is really cute. Next time for sure. I'll set my alarm tonight to grab tickets for next week. What a loving zoo, with polite little monkeys, big tigers who are afraid of their wives, and now a director who personally delivers the animals' babies. It's true that a negative is a negative, and two black ones give birth to a pure white one. I'm in a whole big state of Wu Zetian dead husband, losing my mind. Why isn't school over yet? When it's over I'm definitely going to take a trip to Ningnan. Say, what kind of name will this little guy be given? I didn't make it to the last name drive, so I'm going to take back what I lost this time. I don't think anyone would have a problem with me saying that this little white bear is the most adorable critter on the entire internet. It's a pity that it's a white one. It seems that he didn't inherit the ancestral craft, and he won't be able to steal the robe in the future. That's not like you can endorse Coke. As the video's popularity soars, the little guy, who was born just under an hour ago, is already trending to explode all over the internet. But any video about the little guy can quickly harvest a large amount of traffic, and its heat even crushed some stars at one time. And just as netizens have been focusing their attention on the newborn albino bear cub, Shihong Zoo officials are once again announcing news that will delight the crowd. The albino cub's call for names will officially open soon. As the first animal cub to be born naturally inside the West Rainbow Zoo, Yang Lin still attached extreme importance to the little white bear. Of course the same is true for the visitors in the park at the moment. For many visitors, they have watched this little guy being born from inside his mother's womb. The feeling of being touched by the birth of a new life still remains in their hearts. So when they heard that Yang Lin was going to give the little white bear a name, these tourists instantly became enthusiastic. Considering the situation this time, Yang Lin purposely brought the little guy to the middle of the park on top of a lawn. By the time he put the little guy on the ground, the little guy, who was so curious about the world, was walking around with a waddling gait. Every now and then you will also fall to the ground because you don't have enough strength. However, to the amazement of the crowd, after only a few falls, the little one, who had only been born a short time ago, was already able to complete a normal walk. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the crowd even felt that the little one was a little bit bigger than when he was just born. This was naturally discovered by Yang Lin, but he didn't care in the slightest. An alienated animal that had already awakened its talent before it was even born. If it was still the same as an ordinary animal's cub, it would be strange instead. Seeing that the tourists had almost gathered, Yang Lin then nodded to a zoo employee on the side. The next second this employee turned on a live streaming device placed aside. It wasn't long before the West Rainbow Zoo's online livestream opened with it. In almost just a blink of an eye, more than 100,000 viewers flooded into the live broadcast room, and this number was still growing at a crazy rate. When the number of people in the live broadcast room stabilized at 500,000, Yang Lin took the microphone from the side. Hello visitors, and fans online. Just a short time ago we had a new addition to the West Rainbow Zoo. It's the baby bear behind me. With that, Yang Lin twisted his head back, but to his surprise, the baby bear that was still playing in the dirt behind him was nowhere to be seen. Once his gaze had made its rounds, a small group of figures in a large tree nearby that was preparing to climb immediately captured his gaze. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin, who was just about to speak, directly dropped the microphone in his hand and flew to the bottom of the tree. The next second a small ball of flesh slammed into its back. However, the crowd that saw this so thrilling scene burst into laughter after a moment of surprise. On the contrary, the little guy who had just fallen from the tree didn't seem to have any memory at all. And after rolling on Yang Lin's back he attempted to climb to the side of the tree again. And just at this time a large hand was directly grabbing the flesh of the back of its neck. The successfully captured bear instantly fluttered its 4 short legs, with an occasional wooing sound coming from its mouth. My little ancestor, you can stop climbing. You are a black bear, not the panda next door. Learn others to climb what tree. With a helpless face, Yang Lin placed the little one on his shoulder, and Yang Lin also picked up the microphone on the ground once again. Without waiting for him to speak again, Baby Bear stomped on his nose and mouth with his back foot. With the force of its 4 little short legs, its meatball-like body climbed directly to the top of Yang Lin's head. It was as if a furry white hat had appeared on Yang Lin's head. Seeing this scene, both the visitors present and the viewers in the live broadcast room were a bit tense. Ha ha ha, die laughing. Finally I know where the phrase stomping on the nose comes from. What a stomp. I think the head gardener is more or less insensitive, and we don't get a chance to get stomped on by the little guy if we want to. It's really adorable by this little guy. If it hangs on me now, I'm afraid I'll die of adorableness on the spot. Just as the tourists were adorable by the little guy's behavior, Yang Lin didn't bother with the little guy who was grabbing his hair anymore and opened his mouth with a hard face. The rules for today's name drive are simple. Everyone can type in the name they feel is appropriate for this little guy on the air. If you guys think there's a good fit, just give the name a nod and I'll adopt the number 1 like name for the little guy. While talking, Yellen now and then had the warm invitation to guard against the little one, asking him to taste the bear's paw. Of course, even if it's not ultimately adopted, the park will give away a random animal figurine to the participant with the top 50 likes and the right to name subsequent animal pups in the park on a first-come, first-served basis. As soon as Yang Lin's words fell, the visitors and fans in the live broadcast room instantly became excited, especially those fans who didn't come to the venue. They have been craving for the animal figurines from the West Rainbow Zoo for a long time. In particular, the popular shit delivery man doll, with its cheap little eyes, unique balding shape and the poop that can be launched from his hand, is simply the mudslide of dolls. But it's such a mudslide doll, yet it sold out straight away in less than an hour of opening. It is rumored that a shitstainer doll has been speculated for thousands of dollars on second-hand platforms. Dads, please be sure to give me some likes later. Just give me some likes and you'll be my dad. Out of the new 9 to 5 shitter doll, the poop has been lost. Microflawed. Don't try to get first, just 10th. Please don't grab the dolls if you already have them. Feel sorry for the kids. My roommate has terminal cancer and her dying wish is for a ball-round doll. I'll start with a name. The little one looks so white. I think we might as well call him Lee. Hey. No. I think we can call Lee Wise, because I don't have any sense. It's better to call Lippo Endurance. How about Hatsumomo? Bear Hatsumomo is pretty good. Everyone give me credit yourself, please dads. I think it's the oldest in the family, so why don't we just call it Bear Big? And if we have a second child in the future we'll just call it Bear 2. As netizens kept unfolding their brains, one odd name appeared on the air, and their enthusiasm grew. In the beginning maybe they were seriously thinking about names, but as time went on the picture started to change abruptly. It's good to know that they are still serious about this voting thing. Soon a few of the top voted names came out. They are Li Hei, Li Mo, Li Ji, Li Ba Tian, Li Tama, and Li Chumo. Seeing that the name Li Tama was about to rush to the top, Yang Lin's heart was in his throat. If he called it that, he wouldn't really see how he could call it out later. Luckily by this time the name Li Black was catching up to Li Tama by a narrow margin. Immediately, Yang Lin finalized the name. And just when the park's name campaign was in full swing, a young girl ran to the entrance of the West Rainbow Zoo with a cage and a fiery face. With the name Li Hei officially finalized, the newborn bear was returned to its parents once again by Yang Lin. The popularity of the bear park also instantly soared to #1 in the park, with a large number of visitors clamoring to get a glimpse of this internet sensation cutie. However, just as Yang Lin was about to take advantage of this hiatus to get some rest, Chen Kurson found him with a girl. "Cousin Pot, I think there's something I might need to talk to you about." Looking at Chen Kurson, who was full of seriousness, Yang Lin's eyes immediately revealed a puzzled look. "What is it? Is there a problem with the accounts?" Chen Kurson shook her head just as Yang Lin finished speaking. "No, our park's books have never been better. I want to talk about something else. I have a classmate." Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Yang Lin noticed the girl beside her with a medium to high face value. "Here for a job? No, it can't be the blind date you set me up with. That's not very nice. If she's your classmate, that cousin is a couple years older than her, but it's really not that big of a problem, so go out and let your cousin and this classmate of yours get to know each other better." Seeing that Yang Lin misunderstood, the girl who was let in by Chen Kurson hurriedly took out a cage from behind her. "Park Master Young, I'm here to ask you for a favor. In here is a silver gradient I found inside the neighborhood the other day that I'd had for a few days, but I've noticed that he's only eating milk and not cat food, and he's gotten worse in the past 2 days. I read online that you're an expert on animals, plus you're Kagom's cousin, so I wanted you to take a look." After hearing the girl's explanation, Yang Lin was still more or less with a bit of disappointment. Not eating cat food, that could be a bit of a complicated problem. Let me see what this silver gradient layer is now. As he spoke, Yang Lin took the cage from the girl. However, when he opened the cage in the next second and saw what was inside, he was dumbfounded on the spot. Following his gaze, he saw a small one, almost only 6 or 7 pounds long with white and black patterns, staring at him with big eyes. At first glance it doesn't look much like a silver gradient, but rather like an American short tiger spot, except for its somewhat unusual face. "Tell me again where you found it?" Somewhat incredulously looking at the little guy in front of him, Yang Lin asked towards the girl on the side. "Inside the neighborhood. About less than a week ago, when he was being bullied by a group of stray cats and I rescued him," the girl replied with a serious face. "Kagome, she's in the same major as you. I think they're both studying veterinary medicine." After the girl finished answering, Yang Lin suddenly asked Chen Kurson, who was at the side. "Again? Of course, then I guess she must have gotten bad grades when she was in school." Saying this, Yang Lin couldn't help but carry a hint of teasing in his tone. "Cousin Pot, how do you know? She used to be always at the bottom of the list. Her grades were worse than mine." Chen Kurson obviously didn't expect Yang Lin to guess this, and her face couldn't help but be filled with surprise. The girl on the other side, on the other hand, had blushed. "Kagome, what are you talking about this for? What does my good grades have to do with this kitty?" Just as soon as she finished the sentence, Yang Lin immediately added a sentence and said, "Of course it's relevant, but if you had read more and listened to the lessons in the first place, you wouldn't have mistaken a small white tiger for a silver gradient layer." "What?" As soon as Yang Lin's words left his mouth, Chen Kurson and the girl simultaneously revealed expressions of surprise. "Cousin Pot, did I hear you right when you said it was a small white tiger?" With that, Chen Kurson picked up the little white tiger in one hand and carefully examined it. Seeing her like this, Yang Lin's face instantly showed a trace of speechlessness. "Hope to get so half a day." Chen Kurson himself did not see. "I think she must be in the school when the results are not good. Look closely, you guys. Its 4 legs are so thick and its face is big and square. Where does it look like a cat? But it just really looks like a kitten. Look at me rubbing its belly, it purrs too." Seemingly not quite willing to accept that the kitty she'd had for a few days was a baby tiger, the girl reached up and stroked the little white tiger's chin in a heartbeat. The next second this little guy was lying comfortably on the ground turning out his white belly, and there was a roar like an engine coming out of his throat. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin's expression couldn't help but stagnate. "This one really is a tiger. You keep it for 2 more days and I guess someone in your neighborhood will call the police. And then it won't be you looking at it cute. It'll be it looking at you cute." Tell you what, you start by being specific about what day you found it and where exactly it is located. Perhaps because of Yang Lin's rather serious expression, the girls couldn't help but feel a hint of skepticism towards the little guy's identity at this moment. After some thought, immediately informed Yang Lin of the time and place where the little one was found. After hearing her answer, Yang Lin, who was still full of doubts, immediately had a feeling of clarity. After he surveyed the little white tiger in front of him again, he immediately had an answer. The little white tiger in front of me has a bit of Bengal tiger characteristics anyhow. It couldn't be a cub from the 2 Bengal tigers that came off earlier. The 9th animal on the loose. Ever since those 8 animals at large had been captured, Yang Lin had been searching for clues about the 9th animal at large. But no matter how much he searched, there was not a single clue. There are no news stories of wild animals being out in the wild, nor have any zoos claimed to have lost animals. He was even a little skeptical that 9th animal didn't exist, but that the system had gotten it wrong. Now that I saw this little white tiger, everything became clear. The female Bengal tiger that was there must have given birth in transit, so much so that no one knew about it. Then the truck overturned and this little guy fled down the road to a residential neighborhood and was adopted as a silver taper. As to why the park authorities also did not find any abnormality, the probability is that they thought that the female Bengal tiger had miscarried in the middle of the journey and then ate the dead fetus. And it did not even occur to them that a tiger cub that had just been born for a short time had escaped from the prison along with it. It's really a step in the right direction. After searching for so many days with no clues, today it even came to my door of its own accord. Just as Yang Lin sighed at the god of fate's wonder, the system beeps arrived as expected. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the 9th animal at large. Rewarding talent points *1 and rewarding talent treasure chest pieces *1. With the sound of the system beep, the Animal on the Run series of quests was also finally completed completely, and all 9 fragments were gathered. However, at this moment, Yang Lin did not focus on the treasure chest, but instead looked at the little white tiger in front of him. There is no doubt that the West Rainbow Zoo is afraid of adding another member of the Mo Sauce. That's okay, even though you can't continue to keep him, you can still come over and see him later when you're free. Inside the office, looking at the girl with a sad face, Yang Lin kindly comforted. However, just as he finished his sentence, the girl let out a wow. Apparently a week of keeping them has already developed feelings. Seeing her like this, Yang Lin also rushed to change another statement. Why don't we tell you what? Why don't you see if you want to come work here so you can see Big Mimi and make money on the side? Perhaps hearing the 2 words to Mimi, the little white tiger that was belly flopping there immediately ran wildly up to hit Yang Lin's calf belly with its own little head. Yang Lin didn't move at all, while the little guy sat in a butt squat on the spot. Yang Lin, who was originally prepared to give it to the little guy, immediately dismissed the idea of changing his name when he saw him like this, but he had the urge to laugh at the thought of a mighty tiger being called something like Dammy in the future. The girl, however, was instantly breaking into tears after hearing Yang Lin's words. Really? Can I really come to work here? There seemed to be a hint of disbelief on the girl's face as she said this. God knows how many people want to work inside the West Rainbow Zoo now. However, the West Rainbow Zoo has never recruited to the public, which has broken the hearts of countless netizens who want to earn money while jerking off small animals. Of course, it just so happens that the surrounding store side of the business is relatively hot. The need to add another salesman. Wages. If you give you $3,800 a month, double breaks, 5 insurance and gold for you to match, and any period of time throughout the year you can take your family into the park for free. How do you think about it? As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the girl directly agreed. There had been absolutely no better job for her in her mind than this one. Seeing that the girl's emotions were calmed down, Yang Lin added to Chen Kurson, who was at the side. Kagome, why don't you go take your classmates through the induction process? Ha, isn't that what personnel are supposed to do? It's going to cost extra. Jar jar jar. With the departure of Chen Kurson's duo, soon only Yang Lin and that little white tiger were left in the office once again. Looking at the naive little tiger in front of him, Yang Lin completely couldn't imagine how it would shake all the beasts in the future. But the thought of picking up a rare and incomparable white tiger for nothing made a small smile appear on his face. 2 new members in the park in one day. Is there anything more rewarding than that? Let's go. Take you to meet your 2 elders. It's kind of like recognizing the door. From now on you'll be a family of tigers. As he spoke, Yang Lin picked up the little guy who was playing with the ball everywhere on the ground. By the time he appeared in the park with this little milk tiger in his arms, he instantly attracted the attention of countless tourists. It couldn't be helped. The little guy in Yang Lin's arms was just too dopey. Wow. You have a cat. Gardener. What breed is this kitty? I can't believe the gardener is already a cat and dog at a young age. But why does this kitty look a little off? There's something strange about the head to body ratio. I feel it too. Holy shit. That's not a cat. That's a fucking tiger. Brain axe. Where's the brain axe? hearing that there was a tiger. Some of the tourists in the room were instantly shocked. They thought that the male northeastern tiger inside the cage had escaped from prison. Unable to cope with the domestic violence, did a tiger run out? Why didn't I see it? Amidst the searching eyes of the crowd, the little guy in Yang Lin's arms quickly became the object of countless gazes. Holy shit, there's really a tiger. A big one. It's really oversized and super fierce. Where did this little tiger come from? This is too cute. Wasn't born to big sister Hannah. Are you out of your mind? That male tiger just arrived. Can he get pregnant and give birth to cubs in a day's time? And this little white tiger should be a variant of a Bengal tiger. How could two northeastern tigers give birth to a Bengal tiger? So you know a lot about it. I'm super knowledgeable, alright. What kind of day is this? I just saw a bear cub and here comes a tiger cub. Uncle Gardener, can we pet this little tiger? A little girl with a candy cane suddenly pleaded cautiously. The crowd had thought that Yang Lin wouldn't agree to this request of hers. However, what the crowd didn't expect was that Yang Lin just nodded his head and released the little white tiger in his arms. Apparently, after spending so much time with humans, this little guy hadn't realized his status as a tiger and really just thought of himself as a cat. As soon as he landed, he immediately mingled with the surrounding tourists. When the little munchkin tiger rushed into the crowd, the tourists also let out a gasp of surprise. And such a commotion soon also attracted more and more tourists. When they discovered the little white tiger, Big Mimi after the face immediately showed surprise and unexpected color. Everyone had never expected to have a day when they could get up close and personal with a top beast like a tiger. One of the tourists even opened the live broadcast and the little white tiger interaction scene too. Look over here, babies. Today I'm going to show you a Wusong fights a tiger. As he spoke, this live streaming visitor gently stroked up the chin of the little brain tiger. And in the next second the little brain tiger directly lay down on the ground. And her live broadcasts are quickly attracting a lot of attention from netizens. What kind of zoo is this, where all the tigers are out on the loose? True, Wusong fights a tiger. I seriously doubt that's the kind of tiger Wusong fought back then. Laugh it up. I'll punch one of these tigers, a good one. You give it another year for people to develop and see, they'll slap you to death in a sack. I'm a slugger. That's the kind of critter I like. Where can I jerk off, please? You don't have to look to know this is the West Rainbow Zoo, although I don't know where they got a baby tiger from. It's over. Handsome's family status looks like it will only be third from now on. How come it feels like the whole world went to the West Rainbow Zoo, but not me? I haven't even gotten a good look at that bear cub yet, and here's another tiger cub? Little bear, little tiger. Is there going to be another little piggy? All ready for a realistic version of Winnie the Pooh. However, just as the tourists were having a great time interacting with the tiger cub Damii, Yang Lin suddenly reached out and picked it up. Well, that's all for today's interaction between Big Mimi and you all. In the future, if you still want to find him to play with, you can go to the tiger park. After saying this, Yang Lin carried the little one in the direction of the tiger garden. Just before he could get close, a gurgling scream came from inside the tiger garden. Listening to the screams inside the tiger garden, Yang Lin didn't need to think much to already be able to guess what kind of a situation was inside right now. And the scene in front of him when he came to the tiger park heel was indeed as he thought, only to see that inside the tiger garden, the flower big sister was acting like a shrew, while Shui Shui was forced by it to a small corner inside. Apparently the first time it was domesticated again by the big flower sister. Just as big sister Hua was about to give Shui Shui another big forced fight, it was Yang Lin's voice that suddenly came from behind her. Let's stop fighting for a moment and bring you a new member. When she heard Yang Lin's words, big sister Hua, who originally had a grumpy face, turned her head with a puzzled expression. When its tiger eyes, which were the size of a light bulb, saw the little white tiger in Yang Lin's hands, instantly its expression changed. It was a look of tenderness that had never been seen before. It came to the edge of the cage with heavy steps before Yang Lin could react. And at this moment, the little white tiger in Yang Lin's arms naturally saw the behemoth in front of him. Perhaps it was because they originated from the same species. And upon first meeting, the little one showed an unprecedented closeness. Boss Gardener, is this little guy for me? How did you know I needed a baby? It's great. I can finally be a mom. Quick, let it in. Hearing big sister Hua's words, Yang Lin was first puzzled for a moment. Then he also reacted. It turned out that flower big sister was so eager to find a male tiger not for that, but for the purpose of breeding offspring. Looking at big sister Hua's motherly eyes, Yang Lin, who originally still had a hint of worry, instantly let go of his heart. He was originally worried that big sister Hua and this little misfit wouldn't get along. Now it seems he was overthinking it. At once he opened the gate of the tiger garden and let the little one in. Entering the tiger park, the little guy started to look around as if he had returned to his home. And when it walks to the side of Flora, the strong sense of contrast can't help but make the tourists waiting outside the tiger park call out the magic. One was a forest tiger king that was more than 2 meters tall and 5 meters long, while the other was a naturally dull little cutie that was only 20 centimeters tall and less than 40 centimeters long. This also made the originally short-tempered big sister Hua, who had a big personality, become somewhat unable to let go of her hands and feet for fear that she would accidentally trample the little imp in front of her. The scene became cozy with a hint of hilarity for a moment. It's almost like the Black Bear family on the other side. Because of the presence of the two little ones, the West Rainbow Zoo also has not only a little more laughter, but also a little more warmth. Of course, the most rewarding thing is the popularity. When the time came to close the park at night moment, all kinds of data also presented in Yang Lin's desk. Looking at the itemized data in front of him, his mouth could hardly close. The first day of reopening saw nearly $1 million in ticket revenue alone, not including online ticket sales figures, and the turnover of a bunch of stores, including peripheral stores, is pushing $500,000. That means that in this one day, the zoo's revenue has reached $1.5 million. This is all already more than the previous year's income. In addition to the actual cash flow, the number of followers of the official West Rainbow Zoo on all major social media platforms increased by varying degrees over the course of the day. The Jitterbug account with the most growth went straight up by nearly 3 million followers, which pushed the total number of followers on the official West Rainbow Zoo account to nearly 20 million. Just like all, the official number of the zoo has been one of the largest number of fans. Ranked second in the imperial city of Badaling Zoo's number of fans are less than 1/10 of it. The West Rainbow Zoo's attraction ranking in Ningnan and the whole of Factory West even jumped to first place in one day, beating out many of its rivals. This ranking is believed to translate into actual revenue for the zoo before long. At this moment it was as if Yang Lin had already seen endless amounts of banknotes flying towards him. When I make a little more money, I'll upgrade the park one more time, and then I'll bring in more animals. Whatever is rare to bring in. Strive for 3 years to West Rainbow Zoo into a set of sightseeing tourism, entertainment and leisure movie and television LP as one of the large animal city. Open branch parks across the country within 10 years and then start my own animal kingdom. At this moment Yang Lin admitted that he had inflated himself, but on second thought it didn't seem particularly difficult to realize. As far as the movie and TV LP piece is concerned with these animals in his zoo at the moment, it's not a problem at all. After all, each of these animals in the West Rainbow Zoo has a story to tell. Just that little white tiger he could have pulled out for a couple dozen episodes of Tiger Returns. Of course, he also knows that the most important thing for him at present is to do the main business of the zoo first, as for other projects can be developed slowly afterwards. And just as Yang Lin was planning the future of the West Rainbow Zoo, some not-so-good arguments began to appear on the internet. It all started with an investigative article in an online media outlet. The title of the article is titled "Behind the Animal Show, Tortured, Consumed, Bestiality Obliterated to Nothing." The article describes a number of investigations into animal performances and rightly condemns unscrupulous zoos that force animals to perform. Although there is no mention of the West Rainbow Zoo throughout, a large number of the accompanying pictures are instantly recognizable as having been taken from inside the West Rainbow Zoo. Not only that, there are people inside the comments section of the story who are fanning the flames. Look out! This is not the recent very hot that what zoo. The animals inside are all so powerful, must not be less effort to train it. It's just that I thought something wasn't quite right at first. How could a normal animal be capable of such a thing? It must have suffered a lot of torture in training. Yeah, it's glamorous on the surface, but secretly I don't know what kind of tricks are used on the animals. And all the animals in this zoo are somewhat mentally unbalanced, with serious suspicions of stress disorders after being subjected to training. People already have more than 20 million fans. Don't just say anything, be careful of being sprayed by their fans. Although a clear-eyed person can see at a glance that these people are mostly likely to be waterbenders, there are still some uninformed people who are incited by them, one after another. There were tons of bad speculations about the West Rainbow Zoo coming out of the internet. Some people have even used videos of animals displaying their talents in the park as evidence. And it was close to midnight by the time Yang Lin knew all this. He probably understood what was going on the first time he saw these statements bashing the West Rainbow Zoo. Obviously someone saw him making money and got all misty-eyed. And unsurprisingly, the odds are that it was a peer who did it. A little thought went through his mind. TSK, 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 this can even be targeted. It seems that, but where interests are involved, things are not that simple. Just as Yang Lin was pondering the solution, a call came in. When he heard the voice on the other end of the phone, his eyes lit up. As the night wore on, negative comments about the West Rainbow Zoo festered on the internet. Although most of them were waterbenders at first glance, they couldn't help but be too numerous. There are even some of them suspected to be from out-of-state animal protection organizations. With the combined efforts of these people, it was possible to get even with the fans of the West Rainbow Zoo for cursing. Cousin Pot, do we really not need to come out and clarify things? Inside the office, Chen Kurson and a group of zoo employees looked at Yang Lin with a worried expression. Yang Lin, on the other hand, was not at all flustered by this. What's there to clarify? It's just some water army, and the person behind them hasn't shown his head yet, so let's not rush. With that, Yang Lin took a sip of tea from the large teapot on the table. By the way, people from the TV station may come to our zoo for an interview later today, so everyone clean up your image properly. Just answer whatever people ask you guys. When they heard Yang Lin's words, the people present were stunned. The TV station. Why did the TV stations come to interview us again? Yeah, wasn't that just the other day? Yang Lin was also quick to give an answer to the crowd's doubts. This time the TV station came to interview mainly to see how those animals who moved to the West Rainbow Zoo are doing, and also to publicize subsequent events. Yet this explanation of his clearly made the crowd even more puzzled. What event? Does it have anything to do with our zoo? Of course it's relevant. Ningnan City is preparing to participate in the National Civilized City, and this time Ningnan is ready to play the banner as the City of Tourism, Ecological Animal City. So this activity we have to be responsible for vigorously. Of course, the follow-up will not be short of our benefits. As he spoke, Yang Lin remembered the phone call from last night. According to what Director Nye said on the phone, this time Ningnan is ready to treat the Shihong Zoo as a new landmark of Ningnan to build and promote. Unsurprisingly, Shihong Zoo will become an important business card of Ningnan in the future. And because of that, he didn't care at all about all the negative opinions on the internet. With official daddies behind them, those people are nothing but clowns. Just as he was thinking that, the interview team from the city TV station was already inside the zoo. At the same time, Ningnan City's Ningnan Online for the national audience is also open simultaneously on the online platform. For the reason that the TV station had made a preview in advance, a large number of viewers from all over the country had already flocked to it at this moment. This installment is an interview with the West Rainbow Zoo, but I've heard that the animals in there aren't having a very good time. Don't be carried away by the water army. I see that those animals are living quite well in the videos that others have passed on the internet. What you see is usually what someone else wants you to see. Seeing is not always believing. That's right. Maybe those are all internet celebrities and marketing numbers paid by the park. This time it's an official TV perspective, so there's always no problem. Animal shows definitely exist, and I've heard that they even let animals smoke to attract tourists, which is too much animal cruelty. You are not seeing that gibbon, scratching his head all day long. I don't believe it without someone teaching me behind the scenes. Can you waterbenders grow a brain? Don't even bother cursing with you. Don't say so much. Watch it live. It's most visualized inside the live camera. Just as the netizens in the live broadcast room were talking, the interview team was already finding the garden manager Yang Lin. Hello Director Yang. I'm Zhang Meng, a reporter from the city's TV station. And today I'm here with the general public and the general audience to visit those animals that have been relocated to those animals in the Shihong Zoo. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to take us for a walk inside the zoo. Hearing the female reporter introduce herself, Yang Lin nodded without thinking. Sure, let's start at the front then. With that, Yang Lin led the female reporter in the direction of the orangutan park. Before we even fully entered the orangutan park, one little monkey after another burst out from all corners of the park. These little monkeys were the first to be relocated from inside the city zoo and are now fully acclimated to their new life here. A small monkey jumped onto Yang Lin's shoulder as he spoke, and Yang Lin smoothly just took out a handful of peanuts from his pocket and handed it over. From the way this little monkey was acting, there was no fear of people at all. Looked aside, the female reporter is Tisk Tsk. She but remembered before to the city zoo when also by a monkey snatched the microphone of the unlucky experience. But it was such a cozy picture. But underneath it, there were people who just started spraying. Look, look, is this still a monkey? The wildness is gone. When did the monkey become so well behaved? What has it gone through? Of course that comment was immediately spewed back by the rest of the internet just as soon as it came out. 666. I am in a million years. This is all someone can spew. It wasn't this face when you called out the shrewish monkeys elsewhere. Laugh your ass off. Chi double standard. You call people shrewd monkeys for grabbing things, and you call them not wild for not grabbing things by the little monkeys at the West Rainbow Zoo. Laughing my ass off. This can't be a 50. Prohibit the middleman from making a difference, and $500,000 will leave you with 50. But even after all this spraying, the sailors still weren't going to stop. Even if there's nothing wrong with these monkeys, but I've heard that the tiger from the city zoo is getting beaten up every day. So what does that say? Yeah. And there are other animals that get bullied by the older ones at the West Rainbow Zoo. However, just as this question was raised, Yang Lin brought the female reporter to the orangutan park, monkey park, tiger park, and bear park in turn. When we came to the orangutan park, the chimpanzee Li Wei was there living mud to build a house. when he came to the monkey park. The gibbon Li Chang was leading a group of monkeys and monkeys to play Tai Chi. When I came to the tiger park, Flower Big Sister was there to teach the little white tiger Damei all kinds of skills, while Shui Shui was at the side of the belly turned over to sunbathe. The bear garden in the middle of the Li Hei family of 3 is also enjoying the family time. The scene of the warmth of the female reporter cannot help but be touched. At this point, those water armies that were previously carrying various rhythms immediately stopped moving. Apparently it's completely blacked out. Although Yang Lin didn't make any response at this moment, these images were the best response. However, just when the crowd thought that things would end here, the female reporter Zhang Meng suddenly opened her mouth again and asked, "Director Yang, each of the animals inside the West Rainbow Zoo is skillful. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to tell us their previous stories." Hearing this question, the crowd in the live broadcast room immediately became interested. After seeing the animals' unusual behavior, they were also very curious to know how exactly those animals had become the way they were now. Yang Lin was not surprised by the female reporter's question, so he nodded his head after just a moment's thought. When it comes to this earliest group of animals at the West Rainbow Zoo, they would all be considered my elders, and some of them even watched me grow up, like that chimpanzee at the door. For example, don't look at him like he's nervous, but he almost died when my grandfather rescued him from the circus. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but be curious. They really didn't realize that the chimpanzee, who usually seemed a little less than normal, had a circus experience. About 30 years ago, when my grandfather bought Great Master from a small circus for $300. At that time it was full of injuries, but even then it would pose for a bike ride every now and then, and to give it some relief from the pain, my grandfather gave it a cigarette at that time. By this time, the crowd was finally able to understand how the chimpanzee, who had not been very nervous all day, had gotten addicted to cigarettes. I'll be damned. I didn't realize it was like that. I told you how it learned to smoke. Many animals are left with lifelong stereotypes after being enslaved and trained by humans, and this chimpanzee has done well to recover to where he is now. I'm afraid I'd be madder than it is if I was locked up all day training and abusing. Seriously, it's a miracle this chimp is even willing to interact with humans right now. So the Great Master is so miserable. Next time I go to the zoo I'll make sure to bring him a nice cigarette. It was there 30 years ago, so doesn't that mean it's several dozen years old now? And at that age, it's okay to smoke a little. After talking about the chimpanzees, Yang Lin went on to tell something about other animals. There are no exceptions. Every animal has a bitter and bloody history behind it, either enslaved by circuses, abandoned by humans, or trafficked by poachers. Some are about to be served, some are about to be skinned, and some face live bile extraction. Even the woofers were rescued by Young's father from a dog meat truck that was about to be transported to a dog meat restaurant. Listening to it, the female reporter Zhang Meng's eyes reddened. Yang Lin's narration alone is such that it's hard to imagine what kind of mood these animals were in when they encountered these in the first place. As for the audience in the live broadcast room, it was even more instantly silent. Mud. I'm so not human. When I used to go to the West Rainbow Zoo I used to go there and spew about how few animals they had and how the animals didn't look good. Was really not expecting all these animals to be saved by Grandpa and Papa Yang. I told you how all the animals inside the zoo looked a little less normal in the first place. So they were all poor animals. It's not easy to rely on 3 generations of their family to feed these animals for whole decades. So all the family's income goes into this zoo. I knew this zoo was unusual from the moment I saw that pig. Other zoos have government financial subsidies, not the West Rainbow Zoo. They raised such a big bunch of animals in those days when even people didn't have enough to eat. As a local of Ningnan to say a word, I remember when I was a child this zoo existed. Is the earliest one in Ningnan. At that time the animals inside did all carry injuries. And it seems that Grandpa Yang's family lived inside the zoo. Grandpa Yang is simply a great saint. I used to think 50 a ticket was a bit pricey, but now it doesn't seem expensive at all. Think of what these animals used to look like. And then look at them now. There's no way you could raise animals like this if you didn't really love them. As if to prove what he said, Yang Lin took out another old photo album from inside his office. Flipping through the album, a picture of an animal appeared. There's black and white, and there's color. The earliest one even goes back 40 years. Among these photos you can see the tourists of that time with those animals. The number of photographs became smaller the further back we went, but the state of the animals was improving in a way that was visible to the naked eye. Looking at the photo album that recorded the development history of the West Rainbow Zoo, many of the viewers were suddenly red-eyed. It is no exaggeration to say that the West Rainbow Zoo is the last piece of pure land for these animals in the middle of this concrete jungle. It is the West Rainbow Zoo that keeps these human-torn animals from losing their last shred of trust in humans. I cried as a big man watching it, and although I am not a staunch animal advocate, if I have a child in the future, I will teach him to protect and love animals. For so many years Grandpa Yang's family didn't take this matter out to talk about it. and also pass down this zoo, which originally didn't make any money at all, from generation to generation. Doesn't the conscience of those who say that the West Rainbow Zoo makes money off of animal shows hurt? I think the animals inside the West Rainbow Zoo are in their truest form now. Those who say how not to release them use their brains. Okay. These animals that have been domesticated by humans are dead even if they are released into a wild environment, and they will not be accepted by their own kind. Yeah, this place has become the equivalent of home for them. I was going to wait until winter break to check out the West Rainbow Zoo, but now I've decided to buy my tickets and head out right away. Why don't the head gardener open a donation channel? Let the big guys donate donations to these animals. Can't let your family carry it, can you? I'm really not at all jealous of the money they're making now. And what will these animals do if they don't make any money? It was suggested that the gardener could have a 24-hour live stream in the park so that there would still be some income from live streaming bounties. Yes, 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 yes. Every zoo area could have a live streaming room inside, just live streaming the daily lives of these animals. I love it. There's time for a wild spending spree at West Rainbow Zoo, but unfortunately there are just too few spots to spend money in the park. At this moment, after knowing the truth of the netizens, in addition to sigh, more is to express support for the West Rainbow Zoo. Not long after the scene that took place in the Ningnan online live broadcast room was also quickly carried by the netizens to the major video platforms spontaneously. Soon more and more netizens learned about the past and history of the Shihong Zoo, and the story of the 3 generations of the Young family who have quietly worked for these animals. Instantly there was an uproar over the internet, and the West Rainbow Zoo was thus labeled the most conscientious zoo in history, as the deeds related to the West Rainbow Zoo were widely circulated on the internet. All the previous negative public opinion was instantly swept away. And the waterbenders who spoke were the first to delete their posts and comments and run away. Are you kidding me when you say that a caring zoo abuses animals and profits from animal shows? Of course, in addition to all the negative publicity being cleared away, the West Rainbow Zoo is also experiencing another surge in popularity. Some netizens who didn't care much about the West Rainbow Zoo before gradually noticed such an unusual zoo. Quite a few even want to show their support for the West Rainbow Zoo by spending wildly. However, they soon realized that there seemed to be no place for wild consumption at all. The 2 channels that can be supported at the moment, one channel is to purchase tickets and the other channel is to buy the animal periphery of the park. And while the former already has a queue of reserved tickets for the year after next, the latter can't be grabbed at all. The perimeter of the park is already a bit undersold, and it's pressured to take a turn at the wild consumption of internet users. Knowing this, netizens couldn't help but heap another round of praise on the West Rainbow Zoo. Only Yang Lin, who was the head of the garden, was at the moment looking at the report in front of him with a speechless face. You mean we've sold out of all our peripheral stock? Not a single one left? Hearing Yang Lin's inquiry, Chen Kurson nodded helplessly. Yes, all the stock was just sold out. Where's the supplier? And when will the supplier's goods be delivered? Cousin Pot, wake up. Where do we have a supplier? Isn't this all customized by someone else you asked me to find online before? We don't have a fixed supplier at all. Seems like it too. Realizing this, Yang Lin couldn't help but pat his head. So we don't have anything else to sell? It'll be gone after this wave of heat is over. At this moment Yang Lin seemed to see large amounts of money slipping away from his eyes. Where else can you sell something? You can't sell the animals. Selling animals? Speaking here, Yang Lin seemed to suddenly remember something. And just at that moment, the phone on the table suddenly rang. When he got on the phone and heard the other person's self-introduction, his eyes lit up. You mean getting woofers to endorse your dog food? $5 million for an endorsement? Is it proper dog food? No problem. When are you guys coming over? As the phone hung up, Yang Lin immediately had a feeling of not being very realistic. I was just worried about how to create a profit point for the zoo. And here's an advertiser coming to my door. Before he could slow down, however, another call came in. Want to use Lee Black's image as a trademark for your down jacket? But it's not a polar bear? It doesn't matter if it's a polar bear or not. That's fine. Going to co-brand a toy with shit deliverer? $2 million in co-branding fees? Really? Want an authentic production license for a West Rainbow Zoo doll? This is not possible. The original can only be ours. But you can act as our producer. With the flurry of calls coming in, Yang Lin's entire body went numb. He was never expecting those advertisers to come to him so quickly. There are those who want co-branding, and those who want trademark licenses, and those who want brand licenses, and those who want endorsements. I have to say that these businesses are really smart. Now that these animals at the West Rainbow Zoo are bursting at the seams, each one has great popularity and a large fan base, and these also give them an extremely high commercial value, essentially equating them with stardom. And there's a heavenly benefit to getting these animals to endorse, which is that they never collapse the house. Now those brands are really scared, signing one and collapsing the house. Once the endorsed star collapses, the brand has to suffer along with it. but not if you replace them with these animal stars, who, unsurprisingly, will never collapse a house in their lifetime. Despite this, Yang Lin decided to give it some serious consideration first after calming down. After all, animals don't collapse houses, and in case these businesses do, wouldn't that involve those animals in the zoo? That said, how come no one has approached me for endorsement? I at least have tens of millions of fans. These businessmen really have no eyesight. While mumbling, Yang Lin said to Chen Kursen beside him, "By the way, you go and approach this manufacturer that produces toys. I heard that they used to produce Aubergine Man, and they want to produce our animal peripherals. Place your order as soon as you've negotiated. You can't keep the fans waiting, can you?" "Ha, I have to do this too," Chen Kursen said with a reluctant face. "Add $5,000 to your salary, and at the end of the year, I'll promote you to assistant gardener." "Okay, I'm on my way. I'll get it done today." As he spoke, Chen Kursen took the information and ran to the side to contact the manufacturer. And just when Yang Lin was just about to make a good reckoning of which business activities he could take and which he couldn't, another call came in. Originally he was surprised it was the same merchant call again as before, but after connecting he realized it wasn't. "Park Director Yang. I'm Director Lee from the City Civilization Creation Office. Ah, I've contacted you before. It's like this. We're planning a special sports event in the near future, and we're planning to invite you to participate." Hearing these words, Yang Lin first froze, then said with some surprise, "Games? I'm not very good at sports." No, I didn't phrase it clearly just now. It's an invitation to those animals at the West Rainbow Zoo. Animals in the games? I didn't hear right. You heard correctly, Park Director Yang. We are here this time to show the whole country that we, Ningnan, live in harmony with nature. The competitors are not only those animals but also some provincial and national athletes and even Olympic champions. After listening to Director Lee's explanation, Yang Lin suddenly realized that this seemed to be a good opportunity to show off as well. People and animals competing in the same arena is a great gimmick that will surely attract attention from all over the country and the world. In addition, we are also going to select an animal from amongst your park this time as the image representative and mascot of Ningnan City, which is expected to be generated from the online votes. This matter also hopes that Park Director Yang can vigorously cooperate. Yang Lin was never expecting that there would be such a thing, and immediately a playful look appeared on his face. Others are not sure, but he is aware of the bad taste of the netizens. If they really had to pick the city mascot from those animals inside the West Rainbow Zoo, hell knows what they would have voted for. Without being able to help it, he became excited about the mascot vote that was to follow. As soon as Ningnan City released the news that it was going to pick the city mascot from among the West Rainbow Zoo, the internet was instantly abuzz. After all, this is the first time a city has had to choose an animal to be its mascot and face. And it wasn't long after this message was put out that West Rainbow Zoo synchronized the release of online voting channels, and it also released photos and videos of the animals participating in the poll on a regular basis. There is the mighty and domineering Lion King, the motherly and loving flower big sister, the cute and adorable rabbit, and the newly born bear baby and white tiger cub. It basically includes all the animals inside the West Rainbow Zoo, even the woofers and the little monkeys who are part of the staff. There were hundreds of options, and they immediately caused a stir on the internet when they came out. Wow, there's my favorite flower big sister. But why do I have a feeling that flower big sister is a bit up in the air this time? After all, the other animals aren't less popular either. Ha 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 ha, laugh your ass off. I can already feel that this poll is going to be very interesting for sure. There's no way I'm going to be able to pick the animal I support anyway, so why not just pick the monkey? Makes sense. If you don't know what to vote for, just go with the monkey. I don't think so. I'm going to vote for the woofers. I'm from Ningnan, please be human. I don't want a monkey to be our mascot in Ningnan. That's right, you outsiders shouldn't watch the fun. Everyone voted for Tiger Cub, and I want people to think of Ningnan when they think of tigers in the future, not a monkey when they think of Ningnan. No one choose the elephant? I think the elephant is quite good. Ah, Factory West was not formerly called the Elephant County, but that elephant isn't very popular ****Tur-Deliverer. It has to be ****Tur-Deliverer. I'll make my whole family vote ****Tur-Deliverer. The Golden Eagle. Why didn't you pick the Golden Eagle? A big bird is super cool. Rabbits. Rabbits are fine. Doesn't anyone have a voice for me? Piggy? Is my piggy not an animal anymore? Laughing my ass off. No way, Piggy. I'm voting for Big Brother. The campaign has been out for just one morning and already millions of people have voted. And this was just the beginning. As time passed, this activity that was originally just to select a mascot for Ningnan City gradually turned into an activity that spread throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Canvassing can be found on Jitterbugs, blogs, posters, and all major social media programs. Especially those who are in the field of Ningnan. People hate to mobilize all the relationships that can be mobilized in the surrounding area. And one of the funniest things that happened was when a certain netizen ran under the blog of a certain top-tier male star and left a comment. The original text of the blog was promoting his latest single, but the nature of this blog changed immediately after this user's message was posted. Everyone is a fan of Pigeon. Please everyone to vote for the Lion King. There is a chance that everyone to come to Ningnan. I invite everyone to eat snail-sucking mix, called the Lion City super cool. Well, his message instantly opened the brains of some netizens when it came out. The original messages that were in favor of Dove immediately became, "Don't listen to him everyone, he's visiting Ningnan. We love monkeys the most. Everyone vote for me monkey. I'm from Ningnan. I'll testify. His Spiro pronunciation is not standardized, so he's not really from Ningnan. Everyone throw me a brain axe. Please, everyone, do Dove a favor, and vote for the shit passer. Love Dove and vote for Big Sister Flower. Please, one vote for you, one vote for me. Piggy's debuting tomorrow. And it's super cool to have a pig as a mascot. If you don't vote, I won't vote. When will the Eagles come out? We can't stop voting for the Eagles just because it's cold. Please, let's strengthen the tiger in the next version, and then fix the damage loss after switching forms. Sorry for the wrong move. I think we can strengthen the crocodile. The crocodile is a bit lackluster in the early stages, and it's easy to be singled out when you meet the big goose in the river. As the number of comments with distortions grew, the crowd had forgotten the original text of this blog. Send a new song? What new song? And apparently this first-tier actor is not an isolated case. Once the number of participants exceeded 10 million, the canvassing army could be seen almost everywhere. There were netizens gathering, and it was a move that instantly screwed up the stars who were ready to make big moves. Nothing about releasing a new song, receiving an award, or firing up a CP can elicit a reaction from the netizens. But there were smart ones among them, and after seeing that they couldn't fight, a star immediately joined in. It didn't take long for these stars to send out blogs pulling for the animals. And it did work, as the originally low popularity came up instantly. Seeing this, those celebrities who didn't rub it in are rushing to follow suit. It didn't take long for the vote for the mascot of Ningnan City to hit the internet. Such a pomp and circumstance may not even be expected by the people in the Office of Civilization Creation of Ningnan City. When the time came to the evening of that day, the number of people who participated in the voting was already more than 50 million. The official website of the West Rainbow Zoo has been dry-humped a couple times, and if it wasn't for the people sent by the officials to participate in the maintenance, it probably wouldn't have been fixed by now. And by this time, the mascot votes were pulling away in the rankings. The top 10 are basically all veterans of the West Rainbow Zoo, with some exceptions for one animal. When Yang Lin saw such a result, he couldn't help but have a smile on his face that was true. 1,8,456,000 votes for the chimpanzee. 2. Monkey King, Yunnan Golden Snubnosed Monkey, 7. 9,004,500 votes. 3. Li Hei, Albino Black Bear, 7. 800,03700 votes. 4. 6. 45 million votes for Big Mimi, Mutant Bengal Tiger. 5. 4 million votes for Balls Round, Rabbit. 6. Li Hua, Northeast Tiger, 3. 2 million votes. 7. Lion King, African Lion, 2. 8 million votes. 8. Li Xuanying, Golden Eagle, 1. 5 million votes. 9. Fatty Li, Bay Crocodile, 1. 3 million votes. 10. Li Pa, Money Leopard, 980,000 votes. However, there was one thing that Yang Lin hadn't thought of, and that was that the usually most popular Cub and Bunny had only ranked 345th. They'd been the top 3 in popularity inside the entire park for a while now. What he hadn't expected was that the top 2 had been bagged by 2 monkeys. One of them is also a newcomer, Li Kong, a Yunnan Golden Snub-Nosed Monkey. This little guy gathered a lot of popularity at the opening of the park, but it's nowhere near the same as the veterans. This time, it was mostly thanks to those out-of-towners that they were able to rise above the rest and make it into the top 3 as a dark horse. It's more or less like tearing up someone else's umbrella when you get wet yourself. Of course, Yang Lin was also aware that this was bound to be not the final result, and there were still 2 days to go before the voting closed. And it did turn out to be just as he expected, with a shocking reversal the very next day. Li Kong, a Dayanjinshi monkey, collapsed his house. Because of the more than 8 million votes that had been cast, the popularity of Li Kong, who had originally been a minor transparency at the West Rainbow Zoo, had instantly risen. However, after only 1 day it came close to suffering a netstorm. It all started with a video taken by a tourist. The visitor, who also happens to be a graduate student in an animal-related field, chose as his topic the patterns of coexistence between animals and their mates. He stayed at the West Rainbow Zoo for days on end for this subject. On the first day, he filmed Li Kong socializing with a female macaque monkey. Just when he thinks this is Li Kong's mate, Li Kong hooks up with another female langur. And of course it seemed like an extremely normal thing to him. After all, he is the Monkey King. It is understandable that he has 3 wives and 4 concubines, but when he comes back the next day, he discovers Li Kong's indecent behavior with several other female monkeys in quick succession. Just when he thought that this was the limit, on the third day Li Kong was changing the object again. For 3 days in a row, he had captured Li Kong dating no less than 10 female monkeys. While feeling shocked, he casually posted his discovery online, and with an extremely eye-catching headline. Shocked that a male leader of the zoo has taken advantage of his position to maintain an improper relationship with more than 10 female subordinates, and that the male leader has nearly 10 million fans across the internet. The video immediately caught the attention of a large number of netizens as soon as it was posted. There's no way around it. The headline is just too strong. The netizens almost immediately thought of someone. After all, there's only one person on the entire internet who calls himself the leader of the men of the zoo and has nearly 10 million followers. Netizens are even ready to start cursing. However, when they clicked in to take a look, they were immediately dumbfounded. "I Blanche, you're such a big skin swallow. You tricked me into traffic. The editor is really a fucking talent. This kind of ghost title, how the hell did you come up with? I fucking thought it was someone digging up black information about the head gardener to come get half a day as a monkey. It's really nifty to be a male zoo leader. I told you, the head gardener could still be capable of this." That said, there aren't many young heterosexuals inside the West Rainbow Zoo. Just before a ticket seller girl, and a couple of ants who keep animals. I was looking for the head gardener to be a clotheshorse, not scrupulous. "Come out, Chief, see if I don't beat you to death." Nice guy. Almost went under the gardener's account to scold him. It's too late to retract. I've already cursed. I'm still too innocent. To be tricked into this kind of ghost title. No, I can't be cheated alone. I have to turn it out. Yes, turn out. With a flurry of retweets from this group of netizens who were straight up fooled. The video, which was casually posted, was soon reposted on top of various social media platforms, and the first thought of the crowd when they saw the title of this video was obviously the same as the group of netizens before them. No way. The young gardener collapsed the room? Look at him. He looks like a man. How could he do such a thing? More than a dozen. Bull. Ha 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 ha. Die laughing. Please read before commenting, okay? I can't stop laughing. OMG. So that's what a zoo male leader is. The Monkey King is not a leader. I even voted for this Li Kong yesterday. I didn't expect it to be such a monkey. A master of time management. That's like 3 days of dating a dozen. Room collapsing room. My powdered brother is such a monkey. Your garden is so messed up. A monkey can do such a thing. The head of the garden, hurry up and remove its title of Monkey King from it. Ha ha ha. Can I withdraw my vote? I suddenly don't want to vote for this monkey who was messing around with the males and females. I'm also asking for a revote. Although it's just a monkey, Ningnan City can never have a bad art monkey as its mascot. As the video spreads and ferments further, the Li Kong collapsed house is becoming more and more well known. Even walking down the street you can hear some talk about it. Only the message was more or less changed in meaning as it spread. I heard that a male love interest named Li Kong collapsed his house. Do you know about it? Really? But who is Li Kong? Never heard of him. Just that one of the hotter young male artists these days. I think I've heard of that. Casting out. I heard he has millions of followers. And he's dating a dozen other people of the opposite sex at the same time. So over the top. Just the scum of the litter. I heard that the house of a man named Li Kong's family collapsed, killing a dozen people. All of them women. What kind of house houses so many people? Rental house it is. Then this Li Kong will probably have to be sentenced. There are too many unscrupulous landlords now. At this moment, the crowd bent on eating the melon no longer cared at all about where the melon actually came from. But they also remembered one thing, they couldn't vote for Li Kong. Originally, the vast majority of netizens voted for Li Kong just for fun and to get a rise out of it. And at this moment, after knowing that it collapsed the house, naturally, the voting target was immediately changed. It didn't take long for a new change to occur in the vote list, and Li Hei, who was originally ranked third, rushed straight to second, and the gap between him and the top-ranked shit delivery man became closer and closer. Obviously, the role of the final mascot will be somewhere in between. One is the West Rainbow Zoo's Netflix generation Megami, who is known for her quirky antics. One is the new generation of cute king of the West Rainbow Zoo who is known for his dorkiness. And just as all the netizens were looking forward to the birth of the final result, Yang Lin, who was in the office, was looking at the cell phone screen in front of him with an incredulous face. Holy shit, what the hell is this? When did I have inappropriate male-female relationships with a dozen female subordinates? Slander. That's total slander. I've never even had a fucking girlfriend. How did I turn into a scumbag sea king all of a sudden? He didn't let out a long sigh of relief until he'd finished watching the video's content. Scared me to death. I thought it was because I was so popular that people were making up dark stories about me. This Lee Kong almost pit me into a miserable. Tomorrow will you monkey king to you removed. A small age do not learn. This time well into the West Rainbow Zoo inside the first only black material animals. It's not self-destructive. Just as Yang Lin was somewhat speechless by the big oops in front of him, the news of Ningnan City's upcoming first special games began to warm up. Perhaps because of this vote for a mascot, the news immediately drew tons of attention, especially when netizens see the animal-related races above. At this moment, nearly 3 days have passed since the launch of the Ningnan City's network-wide referendum on the mascot campaign, and the final results will be publicized soon. On the very same day that the results were announced, the city of Ningnan also simultaneously announced the sports for this particular games. As soon as the project was publicized, it immediately attracted the attention of a large number of people who were eating it. Boy, this is really the first time I've seen humans and animals competing in the same games. Is this serious or is this a whole job for the Ningnan officials? The co-organizer is the West Rainbow Zoo, so it should be serious. It's kind of fun. People and animals competing together. I'd like to sign up. What to do? You can sign up if you want to. Didn't people officially say that the online opening of the sign up channel? As long as you want to sign up you can do so. I'll be damned. You can actually sign up for that. I just signed up for a 3,000 meters. My concern is not what programs we can sign up for, but what programs the animals are going to sign up for. That's just it. What's the point of playing if people send cheetahs for sprints and elephants for weightlifting? It's not necessarily true. Although animals have an innate advantage in certain aspects, they can't receive formal training like humans, so humans aren't necessarily a sure loser, right? That's right. And there are some sports, like archery, ping pong, basketball. How can animals be a match for humans? Whatever. Sign up first. I think it's interesting anyway. I'll sign up for one too. I have to break bread with the tiger this time, and I don't bully those animals, so I just shallowly played basketball with those animals. With the opening of the registration channel, countless netizens with curiosity and freshness instantly participated in the online registration. In the beginning it was limited to local netizens in Ningnan and Factory West, but as the heat of the special games rose, gradually netizens from all over the country got involved. It hasn't even been an hour since all the programs were completely filled with registrations, and for such a result, Yang Lin was not surprised at all. He could already envision in advance the fiery scene when the games officially opened a few days later. Curson, have all those peripheral dolls arrived yet? By then these peripherals of ours will not only be used as merchandise, but also as prizes for the athletes. It's all done. The last batch of dolls has just been sent into the warehouse, and now the inside of the warehouse is filled to the brim. As she spoke, Shin Curson raised her little face with a proud expression. That's good. Besides, are all the customized clothes for those animals done? It's all pretty much done too. All the animals' clothes are taken care of except for the big guys who had a little more trouble with theirs. Perfect. This one has to show viewers from all over the country what our West Rainbow Zoo animals are all about. Just as the cousins were discussing the details of the upcoming games, a zoo employee suddenly ran into the office with a hurried look on his face. Out. What the hell came out? Another animal was born? Hearing this employee's call, Yang Lin's first reaction was that the West Rainbow Zoo had a new addition. No, it's the mascot vote that came in? Oh, almost at the same time, Yang Lin and Chen Curson put their heads in front of the cell phone screen. The next second the official announcement results from Ningnan City appeared in front of them. Looking at the final result on it, the two of them immediately had a feeling of being reasonable and unexpected. The reasoning is because it was one of the two that ended up being the mascot, Shitstain and Lee Black. Unexpectedly, it was because there was only a one-vote difference between the two. Shitty Duff won, 305, 7,846. Lee Black won, 350, 000, 7847. That's right, Lee Hay, the albino bear, was narrowly elected as the city mascot of Ningnan City this time by a narrow margin of one vote. But for such a result, it seemed to Yang Lin that it was more or less with a little bit of catnip. He's not the only one who feels that way, but the shit-delivering fans likewise. As soon as the results were announced, the netizens immediately exploded. No way. Absolutely no way. Our whole class voted for Shitty Deliveryman. How could Shitty Deliveryman lose? Shady. Proper shady. I've got my 98-year-old grandpa's ID bound to vote for Shitty Deliveryman. How can Shitty Deliveryman not be elected? That's just it. I'm so close to turning on the charm and swiping votes for Shit Drover. There's no way I'm going to lose. Okay. It must have been a fan of that bear who swiped it overnight. Damn it, the tower was stolen at a crucial moment. Every one of you in the room is to blame for the failure of the shit deliverer to get elected. I'm proof that I know people who voted for Shitstainer. And there's no way Shitstainer is going to lose the election. You guys just dislike shit delivering husbands and my scarlet brother. Is there a possibility that it's the old cousins in Ningnan who are making a push? No way. Ningnan only has a population of over 8 million people. How could they possibly cast that many votes? Unless they enlisted the help of their old cousins in Liuzhou. I think it must be the Ningnan officials operating behind the scenes. This wave doesn't give us a reasonable explanation. Our vast number of shit fans won't agree. That's the name of shit deliverer's fan club? Who the hell let you name it? It's not allowed next time. Yes, 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 yes. We must be given an explanation or we will never agree. Ningnan officials are really over the top, eh? We in the Bay Super want a gorilla as a mascot, alright. Just as the netizens on the internet were in a flurry of group excitement, it wasn't long before an official announcement was made by Ningnan. Thank you so much for all the interest in this city mascot campaign, and we can see how much people love the animals. At the same time we feel sorry for those animals that were not elected, and taking into account the final vote count of the Shitty Dodger, we have decided to make the Shitty Dodger the mascot of the first special games. All the contestants and viewers present at that time will be given a shit passer bobblehead. In addition, the online sales channel of West Rainbow Zoo has been opened, and anyone who has participated in this voting can get a chance to buy animal peripherals at a 9.8% discount. The notice had just been issued, and those netizens who had been furious before instantly calmed down. Geez, it's okay, a loss is a loss. We fans of Shitty Delivery Man are still very generous. That's just it, and it's great as a mascot for the games. I'll take it. It's obvious that Ningnan officials are very sincere this time, and I'm very satisfied with the results of this vote, 50 cents apiece. Brackets deleted. Holy shit, I'm a player and a spectator. Won't I get 2 that day? Booking. I declare that the shit deliverer won despite his defeat. That smells good. May I ask if this mega discount of 9.8 was set by the gardener? I'd like to send him something. Thus the mascot of Ningnan City was officially decided, and the image of a naive bear soon appeared on the streets of Ningnan City. The name of the bear market is also gradually spread. The only somewhat less happy may be only those shareholders in Ningnan. Time has flashed by, and 3 days have passed since the mascot voting campaign came to an end. And during these 3 days, Yang Lin had been preparing for the next games, in order to save as many rewards as possible and keep those sponsored by him out of the hands of outsiders. He decided to send out all the animals he could this time. Great master, when the time comes for this thing to remember to point it at the target, it can't be pointed at people. Inside the orangutan park, a chimpanzee shit driver in strappy jeans with a big gold chain around his neck and sunglasses on his face is taking aim with a slingshot made by his own hands. Yang Lin, who was watching from the sidelines, was afraid that if he didn't pay attention, the shit deliverer would aim his slingshot at the tourists outside. However, in response to his reminder, Shitty Delivery Man was dismissive. You still don't believe in your grandpa. I'll show you what precision guidance means. As soon as the words left his mouth, a small stone was accurately hit by the shit deliverer on top of the bullseye, which was more than 30 meters away from him. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed a trace of satisfaction, and visitors outside the orangutan park couldn't help but let out a cheer at the sight. I'll be damned. By the looks of the head gardener, he's not trying to get Shitty Deliverer to enter a shooting contest, is he? It's basically a sure thing. I didn't realize that not only was Shit Deliverer accurate at throwing poop, but he was also such an awesome shot. Is there a possibility that it's just his usual practice with these moving targets of ours? While the tourists were still shocked at the superb accuracy of the Shit Delivery Man, Yang Lin was on the other side of the monkey park. Originally, he was planning to let Li Kong participate in the high-altitude program, but because of its previous house collapse incident, so he put his eyes on the strong Moncler outlet store. As soon as he entered the inside of the monkey park, a hip-hop dressed Moncler outlet store Chang appeared in front of Yang Lin. Xiao Yang, choose this outfit for Moncler Outlet Online. Moncler Outlet Online, I like it very much. It's just that this pants can't be lifted up, said Strong Moncler Outlet Store, going to lift its pants that fell to its knees. Master Strong, forget the clothes for a moment. Have you practiced the singles and doubles I prepared for you? You're talking about these 2 things, aren't you? And they're so easy. You'll see Moncler jackets for you to juggle twice. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the gibboned ape, Master Strong, took a bouncing leap onto the side of a double bar. A pair of arms that were considerably longer than his body were instantly playing with the bar. A one-armed big loop, and a 1080-degree spin in the air. It didn't take long for it to juggle all those difficult gymnastic maneuvers that Yang Lin had shown it, not forgetting a standard bow when he landed. To this Yang Lin could only give a high thumbs up, although he had long guessed that these moves would not be difficult to defeat Strong Master. He also did not expect it to be able to play so fancy after only watching the video a few times at all. Of course, this is Yang Lin's thoughts, but the tourists outside the park who saw this scene were dumbfounded by that series of difficult maneuvers by strong Moncler outlet online. I blanch. This is still a comparison. My ass. It's over. It's over. The human race is going down in flames. I'm skeptical that Master John could take a shit in the air. It's true that your grandpa is still your grandpa. With all his teeth falling out, he can still be so bullish. Didn't you guys notice that Master Strawn used all of those moves that were banned by the Olympic Organizing Committee? Why does it feel like these moves are easier for Strong Master to accomplish than drinking water? Just when the crowd thought that was the end of it. However, what the other animals did next gave the crowd an even greater sense of unreality. Grabbing a 300-kilogram black bear, a cheetah in less than 6 seconds for 100 meters. If such an achievement was put among humans, it would be a godlike existence. But it's so rare in these animals. While exclaiming, these tourists also instantly posted videos of the animals training online. Without any surprise, the videos caused an immediate uproar as soon as they were released. Especially the runners who signed up for these related programs are crying out, "It's over. It's over. I signed up for the 100-meter dash. It's not over." That's okay. I think if you put a leopard behind you, chances are you wouldn't be able to outrun him, but you could definitely break the world record. Ha ha ha. If that's true, I reckon you'd have to be bursting with adrenaline. Strong Master's gymnastic moves are the real deal. That said, how did we humans lose these skills inside the evolutionary process? Harm. The points are just different. They all add agility. We all add intelligence. What's there to worry about? The Olympic champions come with the same result. We're not ashamed to lose. Luckily I signed up for another program this time, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. That's right. I guess these are the only ones in the animal world that are more powerful. I don't believe that the other programs' Yang gardeners can still send animals. Yeah, it's not like all animals are good at sports. It didn't take long for these comments from the netizens to fall into Yang Lin's eyes. They seem to have a point, but it doesn't matter. Who let me hang? A smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yang Lin took advantage of the evening's closing time to get inside the park. He wants everyone to know that just because other animals aren't allowed doesn't mean the animals at the West Rainbow Zoo aren't allowed. And right in the midst of Yang Lin's elaborate preparations, time quickly came to the day of Ningnan City's first special games. Just in the course of the day, countless tourists and competitors from all over the country came to Ningnan using various modes of transportation. According to incomplete official statistics, nearly 200,000 visitors poured in the day before the race began. Traffic in Ningnan was nearly paralyzed, and the major transportation hubs are a bit overwhelmed. But even that couldn't stop the out-of-town visitors. When the time officially came for the opening of the games, the Ningnan City Center Gymnasium, which was the main venue of the games, was abuzz with activity. As a colorful firework rose into the air, the athletes involved in the games began to enter one after another. The first group to enter was the human side of the athletes, including Olympic champions, members of the provincial team, but also some sports enthusiasts from the private sector. And with the shitty dog motif visible on all of these athletes, even the doll they were holding was a grimacing shitty dog. It's not an exaggeration to say that shitty dog-related elements could be seen everywhere throughout the arena. When these athletes entered, the tens of thousands of spectators at the scene immediately let out a mountainous roar of cheers. But before they could finish shouting, in the next second a figure of various shapes and sizes followed those human athletes. At that moment, the entire audience once again erupted into cheers that were several times more enthusiastic than before. Naturally, the only ones who could cause such a cry from the audience were those animals from the West Rainbow Zoo. Just as the audience cheered and shouted throughout the room, the host's voice sounded throughout the room once again. Next to come out is the Animal Representative Party from the West Rainbow Zoo. This time the West Rainbow Zoo is sending 78 animal athletes, who will participate in 18 competitive events. As we can see, at the front as flag bearer is our African elephant, who is also one of the largest of the competitors in this race. As soon as the host's words left his mouth, the African elephant with its trunk curled around the West Rainbow Zoo flag let out a loud and clear elephant call. And those other animals that followed it saw this and made their own noises to announce their presence. It was also the barking of the animals that really brought the whole opening ceremony to a close. Even the official online broadcasting room of the games was in a state of jubilation at the moment. I can't believe it's true. It's really got those animals as athletes. I thought it was just a gimmick before. That's a real luxury lineup. Elephants, tigers, lions, cheetahs, big black bears, and big crocodiles. It's so interesting that they all have their own clothes. Even the elephants. I can understand all those animals in front of me, but what's the deal with those two black swans? What kind of program can they participate in? Can't you see the pig next to you? What can a pig do? Is there a big appetite contest in this competition? So can you explain to me what those two dryads are here for? Laughing my ass off. These animals are cute even when they're serious, regardless of what program they are compared to. Just that entrance alone I think is already worth the price of admission. Suddenly there's a bit of anticipation. Once the entrance ceremony was over, the hosts on hand announced the schedule for the next few days, and the crowd instantly lit up when they heard the first item. Next to be held is the 50-meter rifle shooting, and the first round of contestants include Lin Feng, the captain of the Ningnan City Criminal Police Detachment, Sun Chang, a shooting instructor of the armed police, Yu Yang, a former Olympic shooting champion, Ma Chao, a retired sniper, as well as our animal contestant, Li Wei, from the Shihong Zoo. The crowd was really a bit surprised that this opening was such an exciting duel. Captain of the Criminal Police, shooting instructor, Olympic champion, retired sniper. What kind of godly players are these? If it wasn't for this particular games, it would have been absolutely impossible for the crowd to see all these players gathered together. Holy shit, high energy, too high energy. I've been wondering before which one of those professional snipers is better compared to the Olympians. Now I can finally find out. I thought it was just a figure of fun, but I didn't expect so many great gods to come. I thought Great Master was stable after watching his training video earlier, but now it seems that it may not be the case. That's right, no matter how accurate the slingshot shot is, it's still just an animal. How can it compare to a professional sniper? I feel that within these contestants that retired sniper should be the most stable, followed by the shooting instructor. After all, people are specialized in this. You don't underestimate Olympians. They grew up training for this too. Targeted in a different direction, I guess one can only say that Olympic champions train with one type of firearm for years and years and have developed muscle memory long ago. That means you all don't think highly of the Great Master? This wave of Great Masters may be a bit mysterious. As the contestants were announced, for a while the audience's opinions began to diverge. It didn't take long to get to the official stage of the game. Slightly different from the rules of the Olympics, each competitor is given 10 shots, and the one with the highest final ring total will win. And 5 minutes before the start of the game, the individual players had begun their pre-game preparations. The lens of the live camera was also given to these contestants. Hello everyone, I'm the commentator for this competition, Chen Ping, and now we can see that all the contestants are seriously making their final preparations. Captain Lin from the CID is finishing up, warming up, and Instructor Sun seems to be very interested in shooting firearms, and our sniper, Ma Chao, seems to be feeling the wind speed at the scene. Inside the live broadcast room, a male commentator with glasses was explaining the scene with passionate words, but as the camera panned over to Shit Deliverer, his entire body froze on the spot. Looking along with the camera, I saw Shitstain Man reach down and just pull a red pack of real dragons out of his own breast pocket. After 2 taps on the bottom of the cigarette case, a somewhat crumpled cigarette was poured out of it. The next second it skillfully held this cigarette in the corner of its mouth, and in the midst of the countless shocked gazes of the audience, it then took out another $1 lighter from the hat on top of its head. Snap! With a yellowish flame, the cigarette that was held in the corner of its mouth was instantly lit by it. Hiss! After taking a long drag, a look of contentment came over the shitter's face. At this moment both the crowd at the scene and the audience in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. They really didn't expect the Shit Deliverer to come up with this. The others are here preparing for the race, and it's their smoking. It didn't take long for the shooting range to smell like tobacco everywhere. It was nearly half a minute before the commentary sounded again. Ahahaha, it's fine. It's fine. It's understandable for a player to relax before a match. And there's no explicit rule that players can't smoke on the field, so don't pay any attention to it. Also kids, don't mimic this. Shitdropper is telling everyone that smoking is bad for your health. Before the words were out of his mouth, the commentator himself had burst out laughing. The commentators are all over the place, and the audience is laughing their asses off. Sure enough, I knew it. You're still a grandpa, and you don't forget to take a couple of sips on an occasion like this. The Moncler outlet store still has the good sense not to flick soot around. Seeing Moncler outlet store this box of cigarettes has probably been hidden for a long time. The real dragon hits the money, and I seriously doubt that Moncler outlet store this is answering an advertisement. In the past Moncler outlet store, we used to smoke Red Double Happiness and Yushi. Now why did we switch to Jinlong? The commentator made a good point that there is no explicit rule that says a player can't smoke on the field, so it's not a foul. Moncler, you have to remember who you are. You're the mascot of the games now. Moncler outlet store already paying attention. Usually inside the zoo all three are smoked together. I hope the Grand Master races well. Just as the audience was about to burst out laughing, Yang Lin's face, who was sitting in the audience, was a grimace. He clearly remembered that he had already seized all the cigarettes on the Shit Deliverer's body before he entered the arena. Never thought there would be a leak. Though the shit deliverer's move to smoke drew a vast amount of attention from the audience, it didn't cause anyone to take offense. After all, it was just an animal in the eyes of the crowd, and it would be too much to hold it to human standards. But soon the crowd thought otherwise. With the referee announcing the start of this competition, the various competitors in the room quickly made their preparations, and the cigarette-chomping shit deliverer was no exception, only to see it take a couple puffs every now and then while fumbling with the special slingshot. Considering its condition, the organizing committee also licensed it to compete with a slingshot, so this did not attract much attention. The only thing that the crowd found a little surprising was that the shades were still on when the shooting was about to begin, and shit dropper's sunglasses were still on. What Moncler outlet store is this going to do? It is not going to wear sunglasses all the time then it. That's 50 meters. Can you see the target with sunglasses on? That's just it. Moncler outlet online this wave was careless. Not much of a problem. The accuracy of the slingshot is not as good as the rifles of those players in the first place. This wave of Moncler outlet UK is just for fun. It's also true that this wave Moncler outlet store should be padded anyway. And just as the crowd was talking, the first round of shooting for the contestants began. With a crisp gunshot, bullet marks began to appear on the targets across from those players. It didn't take long for the judges on the floor to report the ring count. Lin Feng, 7 rings. Sun Chang, 8 rings. Yu Yang 10 rings. Horse Dynasty 9 rings. The crowd was not surprised by these results in front of them, but when they heard the following sentence they were a bit unable to sit still. Li Wei, 10 rings. Everyone didn't expect that the shit carrier with a slingshot and a cigarette could get a 10-ring score in the first round of the tournament. How is this possible? 50 meters and a 10-ring shot with a slingshot with no scope. Is the Grand Master a god? And wearing sunglasses. How did that work? Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. I don't believe Moncler outlet store you can hit a second 10-ring. Just as the crowd was expressing their unwillingness to believe it, the performance of Shitstain's next few rounds completely dumbfounded them. Second round of shooting, 10 rings. Third round of shooting, 10 rings. Fourth round of shooting, 10 rings. All the way through the ninth round, it stayed consistently at 10 rings without the slightest change. This scene, not to mention the audience looking dumbfounded, even those players on the scene felt a bit unbelievable, especially Olympic champion Yu Yang. Looking at the shit deliverer who always had a cigarette in his mouth, he even began to wonder if the cigarette was spiked with stimulants. But even the effects of doping on a shooting program like this are minimal. I've been practicing so hard for so many years and I'm still inferior to an ape? And just as Yu Yang began to doubt himself, Lin Feng on the other side was likewise filled with a bitter smile. It's true that the netizens were right. There isn't a single normal animal inside the West Rainbow Zoo. It would be nice if it could pass on this shooting skill of its to the officers. It seems like we need to pay another visit to the young gardener sometime. By this point, several of the contestants were basically laying flat. They knew very well that as long as nothing happened, the shooting champion this time was bound to be Shite Passerine. So far Shit Dropper has hit a total of 90 rings. And it's no exaggeration to say that he's going to take first place in this last handful of random hits. With that thought in mind, several of the men simply paused their last shot and turned their attention in unison to the shit deliverer. And at this time, the shit delivery man is blissfully unaware that the eyes of the crowd are looking at himself. Just calmly and ruthlessly smoke a mouthful of cigarettes. It saw that the filter of this last cigarette was half burned before it even flicked it out with its fingers. Just as the wisp of spark was still in the air, a smoke ring erupted from its mouth, while its other hand moved, only to see it casually pick up a special projectile, gently pull the slingshot, and in the next second this projectile made a long arc. After penetrating the smoke ring it impacted hard on top of the butt that was already half burned, and in the midst of the high-speed cameras captured footage, the crowd could vaguely just see a red dot flying in the direction of the bullseye. By the time that half of the butt had burned out, the projectile had also impacted just above the bullseye. When the countless viewers saw the scene through the camera lenses, they immediately let out a gasp of astonishment. Bull, holy shit, bull, that's 3 in a row. Showing off, proper showing off. 10 rings again. Moncler outlet store, it's a god. When it was clear that he could have won in the plainest way possible, Moncler outlet store he chose to load up at the last minute, let the Grand Master enlist in the army, and go as a sniper later. Although I had guessed that the grandpa would win, I didn't expect it to be in such a way. Ha ha ha. I wonder what kind of mood those players on the scene are in right now. What other mood could it be? I guess I can't think my head through it. Yu Yang went back and probably had to study and research how to smoke, and then couldn't figure it out even after smoking all night. I can't figure it out even if I scratch my hair bald. Although the final results were set, the competitors still managed to complete the final round of shooting, and the final results were as the netizens suspected, with the exception of the shit-delivering husband, who ranked as he did. Olympic champion Yu Yang got the second. retired sniper Ma Chao got the third, shooting instructor Sun Shan got the fourth, and Lin Feng, the captain of the criminal police detachment, ranked last. However, despite this, the contestants in the room did not see the slightest discouragement. After all, they did not come at the beginning with the aim of taking the prize. Once the places were decided, an award ceremony was soon held on site, with the host announcing the final results. Shitty Dave took the lead and walked to the top of the podium, while several other human competitors stood aside. However, just when the crowd thought that the next moment there would be an etiquette lady handing out medals and prizes to the contestants, a few little monkeys dressed in clothes bounced up to the contestants, and in the hands of these little monkeys he was holding medals and certificates and all these things. The audience was amused on the spot at the sight. A monkey giving an award to an orangutan is a bit of a come down anyhow, but the moment the medals and trophies appeared they were finally taught. With the close-up of the camera, the crowd could see very clearly the pattern of the shit deliverer with a big mouth showing on the medal. Not only are the medals like that, but even the trophies look like the shit deliverer is holding a piece of poop. Without a doubt, this will be the most nonsensical and most collectible medal and trophy in the entire history of the sport. Seeing such medals and trophies, even Lin Feng, who had taken the last place, was overjoyed. Love it. What ghost designer designed this trophy and plaque? Would love to have it. Is this the aughts designer on board? The aesthetic is so awesome. Who can say no to a blinged out shit delivery man? Is there any channel where I can get one? Really want a gold colored shit passer trophy. These are limited hidden models. You can't buy them even if you have the money. You have to take the ranking. If I had known that the trophy and medal looked like this, I would have signed up to take a shot at it too, with a medal for 5th place. This time I heard it was at least a commemorative medal for all who participated. Shit, if you hadn't told me, I would have signed up. The gardener is strongly advised to put the link up. Isn't the funniest thing about it the way the shit deliverer himself looks at his molded trophy in disbelief? Ha, the camera just gave it a close-up. So I guess it's dumbfounded that it's worked so hard to enter the competition to take a trophy that's not worth the slightest bit to it. Hell knows how the gardener tricked it into coming to the race in the first place. That's okay, I'll go get a bag of wazoo later and trick it into the trophy. I'll give you a pack of real dragons, and I want that medal. I have to say that this award ceremony was a bit of an alternative, but the end result was pulled together. Both the contestants and the audience were very pleased, except of course for the great master. Little Young, didn't you say you'd reward a Huazi if you won the championship? Why don't you have one? There is back at the zoo. Smoke less you old man. The whole world knows you race with a cigarette in your mouth. Really? All the apes in the world know? As the first shooting match ended with the crowd laughing, it was soon time for the second match. The host's voice also sounded in the arena again. Well folks, the shooting match has just ended, and we'll be moving on to the second match of the day. And the second round has a somewhat special program, a team competition. Hearing that it was a team competition, the audience, who had only just calmed down, immediately became interested. There's a team competition. What the hell? I think the schedule looks like a tug of war. Tug of war? A bunch of people and a bunch of animals to tug of war? Seems kind of interesting. Just as the audience was speculating, the host announced the specifics and rules of this competition. The tournament will feature 30 Hercules from the private sector coming together to take on the West Rainbow Zoo's big sister flower. As the host's words fell, the entire room was in an uproar. What the hell? 30 people tug of war with a tiger? Did I hear right? You're kidding. How can 30 people not pull off a tiger? That's right, 30 people powering a big truck together could pull it alone, right? I won't stand for Big Sister Flower in this one. If it's 10 people, Big Sister Flower might win. If it's 20 people it's a bit up in the air. And if it's 30 people then it won't win at all. Makes sense. Of course if it's 30 candy eaters then forget I said it. Let's not be so full of words for a moment everyone, okay? Just in case Hana-chan wins, Big Sister Flower should have a self-weight of about 2 tons. And with normal power maybe it's really possible to win against those 30 people. In the midst of the crowd of spectators, 30 adult males stepped out in the middle of the tug-of-war field. Among them were burly men full of muscle and normal-sized ones. But even the skinniest ones are over 130 pounds. On the opposite side of the group of adult males, the flower sister, who was the size of a tank truck, also walked out with a confident stride. Seeing Big Sister Hua's huge body, those human athletes who were on the opposite side of her instantly felt their heads spinning a bit. No doubt this was the first time they had come face to face with a large tiger at such close range and without protection. If it wasn't a race right now, they even had the urge to turn around and run. They weren't sure if they could beat a tug of war, but if it was a fight, they couldn't beat it 100%, even if all 30 of them are adult males. Well, at this time Yang Lin's figure appeared on the field. Don't be afraid, everyone, Big Sister Hua is still very gentle. When I say start later, you guys just pull on the rope and push. Hearing Yang Lin's words, the crowd always had a little bit of disbelief in them, especially those Ningnan locals at the scene. But even so, they nodded. And just as these athletes were picking up the rope on the ground, Big Sister Hua was also blandly holding the large hemp rope on the ground, which was as thick as an adult male's arm, in her mouth. Seeing this scene, the atmosphere of the scene couldn't help but become tense, because who knows which side will actually win next. When the tension reached its peak, Yang Lin, who was the referee, waved the small flag in his hand. The next second those 30 male athletes exerted their whole body, and each of their faces turned red. The powerful force instantly tensed the thick hemp rope. The crowd had expected Big Sister Hua to stumble even if she wouldn't be pulled over immediately. But what the audience didn't expect was that after the 30 adult males had exerted their best efforts, Sister Flower with the rope in her mouth didn't even move a bit. It wasn't even obvious from her face that she was making an effort. Such an image instantly made those 30 male athletes become a little skeptical. It was clear that they had used all their strength, but the end of the rope was as if it was tied to an iron pier. No matter how much they tugged, there was no half-assed response. Harder, brothers. No paddling at this time of year. Holy shit. I'm milking it for all it's worth. Stop it. My feet are already flushing out of my shoes. My crotch is splitting. My shit is falling apart and you're saying I didn't push. 1, 2, 3, everybody pushed together. It didn't take long for the scene to resound with loud slogans. However, no matter how hard they pushed, Big Sister Hua on the opposite side didn't move. Seeing that the crowd's strength was running out, Big Sister Hua was the one who immediately threw a look of disdain. It's like saying, fine dog, can you do it? And also in the very next second, Hana Daisuke violently twisted its neck. All of a sudden the crowd felt a strong force coming from the other end of the rope. Without waiting for them to increase their strength to resist, Sister Flora took 2 more steps in her direction. It was those 2 steps that made the 30 men across the street grind their feet. Amidst the incredulous gazes of countless spectators, Sister Flower slowly dragged these 30 adult males to the other side of the room with the strength of a tiger. The whole process without the slightest pause. By the time the crowd reacted, all 30 of those human players had been dragged to the other side of the line. The shoes of the front runners were even scrapped on the spot, and it was obvious that they had used all their strength. 5th more. There is a chapter behind. Everyone more support. Have time to look at the ads. No time to point to urge more. Encountered do not like to read the chapter. Trouble do not jump chapter. With a hand to cross over it. Thank you everyone. Inside the competition arena, as the final result was decided, the people present were all dumbfounded. Although he knew that Big Sister Hua's power was very strong, he didn't expect it to be as strong as this. That was 30 adult males, and Big Sister Flower had completely crushed them on top of her strength. What a terrifying strength! And what a terrifying bite! If that bite isn't a rope. A trace of awe inexplicably arose in the hearts of the crowd at the thought. Holy cow! Is Big Sister Hua's power already this strong? I'm afraid it has caught up with the power of the tank. It seems I'm still too young to know anything about power. Blunder, blunder, blunder. I actually thought of Big Sister Hua as an ordinary tiger. It's true that the creator is fair, and by giving humans absolute intelligence, he gives other animals a wide variety of talents. Indeed, we were also told through the game we just played that we can neither be arrogant nor complacent. Bullshit. It's clearly telling us to never tough it out if we encounter a tiger in the wild. Ha ha ha, that makes sense. So Wusun's fight against the tiger was a fake? I still think that male Tiger Handsome is having a bit of bull in his body. Being beaten up by Big Sister Hua every day and not seeing how it's doing. Che, it's that tigress at my house, that's awesome. She slapped me in the hospital last time. With 30 players full of smiles getting their participation medals and commemorative dolls, this tug-of-war between humans and tigers came to an end. The effect was not as good as the previous shooting match, but it was enough to impress the crowd. The crowd couldn't help but look forward to the next match as well. However, the audience was a bit confused when they saw the next event. Boxing? No more animals involved? It seems like animals can't really participate in this program. Very few animals can stand. Right. And boxing relies on skill. It's not like it's pure strength. I have heard of black bears boxing before. If the West Rainbow Zoo really sends a black bear to fight, then I guess there really isn't any boxer who is its opponent. It shouldn't be so bad. Didn't Black Bear compete in powerlifting? The rules state that a competitor can only compete in one. It's not going to be sending elephants into battle. What's the difference between that and being open? And there's no suspense. It's not good to say that people don't even report this program at the West Rainbow Zoo. And just as the spectators were speculating, the human athletes side began to enter. Please welcome our athletes who are participating in this competition to the stage. They're each former municipal sparring champions. Ran Liang, former armed police fighting instructor Chen Chong, active heavyweight boxer Su Ming. Whenever the host read out a name, the crowd in the room would unconsciously let out a cheer, because these are names they've more or less heard of, and even a couple of them are gold belt winners. It's not easy to invite these big names to an entertainment tournament like this. And at this moment the crowd had almost decided that there would be no animal players in this match. The heart is still more than a little disappointed. But just at this time, the voice of the host announcing the curtain sounded again. Of course there is another special competitor in this round of boxing. It is the big red kangaroo from our West Rainbow Zoo, Li Gang. Upon hearing these words from the host, the eyes of the audience, both present and online, instantly lit up. They had all been prepared for there to be no animal players among this round. But then a kangaroo popped out of nowhere. How could I forget about this gentleman? Li Gang laughed to death. Is this the Li surname that has been given infinite honor by the head gardener? There was no kangaroo at the West Rainbow Zoo before. I think it was the one at the city zoo. The entrance ceremony was probably blocked by other large animals. A kangaroo boxing. Interesting. That said, can it really beat a human boxer? How can you beat it? I guess it's just here for the fun. That's just it. The ones I saw online before were just bullying ordinary people. The kangaroo's little size is totally inadequate when facing a boxer. I'm not afraid to say such things anymore. Have you forgotten that this kangaroo came out of the West Rainbow Zoo? And it's a big red kangaroo. The biggest kangaroo of all. The adult one is close to 200 pounds. Che, how much bigger can it get? However, just as the spectator finished his sentence, a figure with a yellow hooded cape and red gloves appeared next to the ring. At first glance at the figure, the crowd thought it was some human athlete, until it removed the cloak it was wearing, and at once a behemoth of a thing appeared in front of the crowd. As the camera lens closes in, its image becomes clearer, close to 2 meters tall. His body was knotted into a block of large muscles as if they were carved from marble. Pectoral muscles, biceps, triceps, and the obliques that rose high up to the scalp. Each muscle was so explosive, and the veins in veins were as big as earthworms. Even the 8-pack abs on his stomach are clearly visible. While the crowd was still looking the muscular monster up and down, it snapped into a back-spreading pose. The next second a strong back in the shape of an inverted triangle, covered with textures like a ghost face, was presented to every viewer through the camera lens. But it was a big kangaroo head on a body that was so strong it didn't look like a kangaroo. When the camera gave him a close-up of his face, the big red kangaroo named Li Gang suddenly showed off his big mouth, revealing a mouth full of big, white, glowing teeth. And this scene woke up the audience who had just been shocked by its full muscular body. I blanch. What kind of kangaroo is this nasty? It's a King Kong, right? May I ask if this kangaroo's usual diet consists of protein powder with creatine? Should have opened the kangaroo garden inside the gym. It's over. I've been working out for 5 fucking years and my muscle separation isn't as good as it is. I'm such a fucking loser. This pec fullness, this triceps latitude is really enviable. It has a ghost back is the biggest exaggeration, alright. That's about the level of Grandmaster Ronnie. Can Tyson take a punch from it? Tyson, it's over. I become a unit of combat power measurement. Whether Tyson carries it or not I don't know. It should only hit me with one punch anyway. Where's the guy who just said how much bigger a kangaroo's block can get? You go up there and fight it. That's got to be working out inside a mommy kangaroo's belly. That I know. When it was practicing its bench press with a kangaroo mom. What is it eating? Its teeth are so white. The crowd, who had thought that the human boxers were sure winners, immediately cast sympathetic glances towards the human boxers after seeing the big muscle-bound kangaroo. And those few human boxers also coincidentally revealed a face full of bitter smiles at this moment. What happened to the promised recreational game? This is people kangaroos coming to entertain, right? 6 shifts are done for today. And still 6 shifts for tomorrow. Inside the arena, as the big red kangaroo, Li Gang, shines, the audience is in shock while the contestants have begun a silent prayer. Fingers crossed we don't run into such a hunk in the draw later. Even Su Ming, a current boxer who has won the gold belt several times, is no exception. He knew very well that although he would have a certain advantage in terms of skill, it was at the same weight, at the same level. All of this was useless when facing a man of Li Gang's size and bulk. Yet the more you fear something, the more it comes. Amidst his face full of horror, the host at the scene drew out the list of the first round's matchups by drawing lots. First match, Ran Liang vs. Chen Chong. Match 2, Kai Wen vs. Li Xiaohu. Third match, Su Ming vs. Li Gang. The winner advances to the next round, and the loser will be eliminated outright. Well, let's all look forward to the rest of the game. As the host's words fell, the expressions of the entire crowd suddenly varied. There is excitement and anticipation, and the same goes for the contestants on the floor, especially those who didn't draw Li Gang. One by one, it's like New Year's Eve. On the other hand, Su Ming on the other side was as if he had a pile of poop shoved hard into him. If he really followed this list of matches, he The past champion who originally had the best hope of winning the first place might have been eliminated in the first round. It was also precisely at this time that the host also approached him with a microphone. Su Ming, as a multiple-time gold belt winner, I'd like to interview you before the fight and wonder what your thoughts are on the upcoming fight. Hearing this question from the host, Su Ming's face immediately became even more ugly. He even wondered if the host was doing it on purpose. But soon a look of relief appeared on his face. Actually, originally I didn't come to this contest to get a prize. I came for my daughter. Hearing Su Ming's words, the crowd thought he had some touching story. However, his next reply made the crowd hold their tongues a bit. My daughter, who is also a fan of those animals, had never been able to get tickets to the West Rainbow Zoo before. This time too, I signed up to bring my daughter to the site to see the adorable animals. Also, I'd like to ask the organizers if they can send me an extra mascot after the game later, because I have a little one at home. Su Ming's such a sincere reply instantly made the people present laugh. They hadn't thought that the titular boxing champion was also a daughter slave, so it was no wonder that he had come to participate in this tournament. And just as the crowd was moved by Su Ming's words, he suddenly added one more sentence. Young gardener, if you're watching, please tell your kangaroo to lighten up a bit. I'm trying to save face too. His words had only just finished when the lens of the live-moving camera was given to Yang Lin, who was sitting on the sidelines. Seeing this, Yang Lin also gave a very cooperative response. Don't worry, our family's Gangzi is actually just a big block-looking guy who hasn't been professionally trained, and is still a bit lacking in terms of skill. But as soon as he's finished speaking, the big red kangaroo next to the ring, Li Kong, starts his own warm-up routine. Only its two hind legs kept bouncing back and forth, coming up with an unusually standard dodge every now and then, while the two front limbs with gloves were swinging regularly, punching, straight punches, swinging punches, swooping straight punches, throwing punches at such a speed that ordinary eyes could barely catch them. Seeing this scene, everyone's gaze toward Yang Lin changed. I can see that park director Yang is a dishonest person. You call that unprofessional? If this is going to be unprofessional, then I'm not a mudblood after 5 years of sparring. The kid's talent is here. Send the kid to the national team. Don't delay. This kangaroo should be of dragon nationality now. I'm not watching the next Olympics without it. Is there an explicit rule in the Olympics that athletes have to be human? I don't think so. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the boxing match, whose outcome was already predetermined, was already officially underway. The first two sets of the human game were also played exceptionally well though, and the players played superbly. But even then, the audience remained somewhat distracted. It wasn't until the host announced the start of the third match that a mountain of cheers immediately erupted from the scene. In the next second, amidst the audience's expectant gazes, Su Ming, representing the human side, and Li Gang, representing the animal side, slowly appeared from both sides of the ring, and in front of them was the 1-meter-high square ring. While Su Ming was honestly climbing upwards, Li Gang did a handsome jumping front flip over the 1-meter-high guardrail of the ring and stood firmly on the ground. Holy shit, hangouts again. Do kangaroos bounce that well? What's this? People's kangaroos can jump more than 4 meters high with a normal jump, and 13 meters if they jump long distance. So the high jump and the long jump is the kangaroo's real strength, is it? The head gardener has missed a trick with this wave, putting such a fierce high jumper and long jumper into boxing. I think there should be other better players at West Rainbow Zoo on top of those two. With Li Gang showing his hand in such a small way, the atmosphere of the scene instantly reached a climax. Next up is the much anticipated man vs. mouse showdown. And one man and one mouse did not let the crowd down. Su Ming fully demonstrated his boxing champion's superior skills and strong physical fitness, rolling between and Li Gang fight back and forth. As for Li Gang, he was likewise no slouch. Blocking, defending and attacking, every posture was extremely standard, no less than those human boxers who trained for years. But looking at it, the crowd sensed a hint of something wrong, because it shouldn't have taken this long to fight. Based on Li Gang's previous display of fitness and skill, an unlikely guess came to the minds of the crowd. Li Gang wouldn't be deliberately giving way to Su Ming. Why do I feel the same way? Although I don't know boxing, I can really feel that Li Gang didn't do his best. I remembered. Before the match started, it seemed like Yang's head gardener snuck into Li Gang's ear and said something. Holy shit, this big kangaroo doesn't just know how to box, he knows how to be human. It must have known that Su Ming's daughter was also there to watch the match, so it didn't want Su Ming to lose so badly. If that's the case, then it's really becoming a sperm. After the audience vaguely guessed this, at once they felt a warmth from the big kangaroo. By the time the match lasted 15 minutes, the one man and one mouse who had been in a stalemate for a long time finally decided the winner. Li Kong, the big red kangaroo from West Rainbow Zoo, narrowly won. As the referee announced the result, there was a loud applause. At the same time, A budding little girl who had been waiting on the sidelines for a long time jumped into Su Ming's arms with a proud face. Seeing this scene, the big red kangaroo, Li Gang, once again bared his mouth of big white plate teeth. Although Li Gang had left his hand on Su Ming, the other contestants weren't so lucky. In the following rounds, those who went up to the stage didn't even last a minute before they were KO'd by Li Gang's punches. Only then did the crowd realize the awesomeness of this boxer from the animal kingdom. This is still under the condition that there are rules. If there is no rules fighting, the result will only be worse. After all, the best thing about a creature like a kangaroo isn't actually the front legs, but the back legs. What with the 2-meter jumping left front stomp and the 360-degree in-place turn of the right whip leg, you can make it work. The game, which was scheduled for an hour and a half, was already declared over after not even 30 minutes of play. By the time they received their awards, all the players except Su Ming had injuries on their faces. But even though these players had been brutally beaten up by Li Gang, they were still exceptionally excited from the expressions on their faces. After all, there aren't many people in the world who would have the opportunity to fuck with a kangaroo like that. And more importantly, the champs were under the thumb of Li Gang and they were under the thumb of Li Gang. Then rounding them up, they are equal to the champs. Having fought in the same ring as the champ is something that can likewise be taken out and bragged about for half a lifetime. With the conclusion of this boxing match, the morning schedule came to a temporary end. The audience also left the scene unfulfilled, and were even more excited for the afternoon match. And just as the games took a temporary break, a scene from the morning that took place at the competition site began to explode on top of the internet. Whether it's the self-media, or marketing numbers, or Big V or official media are all reporting on the morning's game. Even the official sports and general channels of the Dragon Kingdom are no exception. The ones that received the most attention were the 3 consecutive video articles related to the game from the Longhorn Daily News. As the only official media number with more than 100 million followers, Longhua Daily boasts 160 million followers on a single platform. That's why these 3 videos immediately attracted a lot of attention from netizens just after they were released. In just half an hour's time, the number of plays exceeded 50 million, and the number of comments under the video even broke 1 million directly. Just saw the video. How come the comments have already broken 1 million? So exaggerated? I was fortunate enough to watch the morning game and it really was even better than the video inside. Is this an endorsement from the official dad? Ha ha ha, I see myself inside the camera. Genuinely envious of those of you who can watch it live online. Like me, it's not the same. My family lives right next door, can only watch it with binoculars on my own balcony. At West Rainbow Zoo, headkeeper. Director Yang, you and your animals are on TV. There's a close-up of the shit deliverer, but it's a mosaic of how it's smoking this. Laugh it up. The official dad is still strict enough to know to mosaic the Great Master cigarette. Big sister Hannah showed her face, too, and Gundam. It's more or less the Olympics. It's amazing to be taken so seriously by the official dad. The specs are not as good as the Olympics, but I think they are more interesting than the Olympics. I hope it keeps going and I'll definitely be there next year. Next year? How nice to have a 6-month session. I wish Shake Daddy would get a medal stand out, like the Olympics. With the affirmation from the Dragon Daily, the heat for this particular games was instantly raised to another level. It didn't take long for the top lists of major social media and software to start getting swept up one by the content of the games. The 2 major platforms, Jitterbug and Backwave Blog, even drew on the opinions of netizens to come up with a medal ranking with the same specifications as the Olympic medal list. The avatars of Shit Delivery Man, Flower Big Sister, and Gundam took up the top spot. And just as these animal athletes exploded all over the internet, Yang Lin on the other side was once again dumbfounded by those advertising cooperation calls. He had just picked up his boxed lunch backstage before he had a chance to take a couple of bites when his cell phone, which he had set aside, rang. Waiting for him to connect the phone, after a moment on the other end of the phone came a voice that made him a little unexpected. Hello, Director Yang. We're from the Ginger Group Takeaway Business Department, and we'd like to invite Mr. Li Gang from your garden to be our image spokesperson. I don't know if it's convenient for you in the near future. If it is, we can send someone over to talk to you in detail. Hearing the other party's self-reporting, Yang Lin couldn't think of any reason why a takeout runner would want to hire a kangaroo for endorsement. Could it be because of running fast and having a bag on your stomach? But after hearing the endorsement fee offered by the other party, he put all this doubt behind him, just when he thought that was the end of it. However, other calls soon came in one after another. Hello, Director Yang. We're from True Dragon Cigarettes, and we'd like to invite your garden shit delivering husband to shoot a commercial for us. Director Yang. We're from Tyrannosaurus Eyewear, and we'd like to invite Mr. Shitty Do as our new Chief Experience Officer. Park Director Yang. We're from Two-Sided Knife Toothpaste, and we'd like to invite Mr. Li Gang to be our spokesperson. Director Yang. We're from Chen's Heavy Industry, And we'd like to ask your garden's Li Hua to be the spokesperson tiger for our latest generation of heavy trucks. In just 10 minutes, Yang Lin receives no less than 20 calls for business cooperation. There are those who invite Shit Du to endorse gold brands, and those who invite Li Gang to endorse protein powders, creatine and other sports supplements. There's the one that invited Flora to endorse a large SUV, and the one that invited Shitty Dave to endorse e-cigarettes. Of course all of this was fairly normal and he can understand it, but some others are a bit outrageous. For example, there is a production of laxative tea actually also invited the Shitty Dave endorsement. How to drop, so that the Shitty Dave on the spot to perform scurrying thin? The most outrageous was still one that invited Sister Flora to endorse yoga pants, and Yang Lin was even a little skeptical that they wanted all of Sister Flora's family to live in it. Wouldn't we have to recruit someone specifically to take care of business at the zoo? It can be expected that after the end of the games, the commercial value of these animals in the minds of advertisers will be no less than that of those Olympic stars. The next business cooperation will only be more, not less. Just as Yang Lin was thinking about how to dock and screen these business activities, the time came to the afternoon without realizing it. The afternoon races are also about to begin in earnest. As planned by the organizing committee, the afternoon events were mainly all track and field, and it is for this part of the tournament that viewers have the highest expectations. So even though there was still more than half an hour to go before the official game started, the seats on the floor were already packed. It didn't take long for the host to announce the first race of the afternoon 400-meter relay. When they saw it was a relay race, the crowd more or less got confused. After all, unlike normal running, relays have an additional relay component. Can the animals finish the session? This is a common question in everyone's mind. In their opinion, if they want to accomplish the act of relaying, wouldn't they have to have hands to do it? But soon they realized it was they who were shallow. As the countdown to the race began, the human and animal athletes took to the field. When the crowd saw the contestants representing the West Rainbow Zoo this time around, they were instantly a bit dumbfounded. Because this time the West Rainbow Zoo sent a surprising 4 completely different animals. The one at the head was a monkey with crimson fur, and at a glance, it was not a local monkey of the Dragon Kingdom. For this monkey the crowd said it is still acceptable. After all, it also has hands, and the difference between humans is not too big. But the animal that came out immediately after this monkey was more or less over the top, because no matter how you look at it, it's a big fat black pig. Excessive. How come the West Rainbow Zoo even sends out pigs? Finally the case is solved. I told you what kind of program could Piggy have to participate in that he was sent to run in a relay. I was never expecting that. Sure enough, the first senior brother must be followed by the second senior brother. What kind of Western Heavenly Scriptures combination is this? Laughing to death. On the whole job is still the West Rainbow Zoo. Which fucking talent came up with this? Laughing doesn't live up to its name. There's not going to be anyone who can't even run away from a pig. The head gardener couldn't have watched the animals win all the previous matches, so he purposely let it go this time. Sending a pig out to run is not releasing water. It's releasing the sea. Isn't this the Picard pig inside the West Rainbow Zoo? People are the ones with the paintbrushes. It seems quite reasonable to send it out to lend a hand this time. Blind guess will be followed by a horse. Odds are it will be that zebra. And if it does send out a zebra, then there is still a chance the animals will win this race. That's what I thought. After all, it's the westward bound portfolio. However, just as the crowd was thinking that the zebra would be out next, a huge figure appeared on top of the track. When they saw this figure, the crowd fell silent. They had just been half right. At least the creature in front of them was indeed a horse, but a hippopotamus with a large snout. When they saw this hippopotamus, the crowd was also finally completely tense. Laughing my ass off. What a hell of a combo. Monkeys, big black pig, and a hippo mixed in. If we were competing in a triathlon, I'd say the combination would be pretty good, but a relay run, wouldn't that be a purely cheerleading program? What's the matter? A hippopotamus isn't a horse. I guess the gardener's wave is also for the sake of the program's effect, and we can't let the humans keep losing, can we? The gardener still understands the human condition in this wave and forced a point. Why am I so unconvinced that the head gardener could be so kind? Let's see what the fourth animal is first. Just as the audience was laughing, the fourth animal was finally revealed. Under the gaze of countless gazes, a soft and cuddly cutie appeared in the camera. Looking at this little cutie who seemed to have mistakenly entered the camera, the entire audience as well as the viewers in the live broadcast room instantly had a feeling of being adorable. Snow white fur with patterns, a big round head, plus its height of less than 30 centimeters. The crowd was afraid that it would burp out a milky burp if it was not careful. Silence, complete silence. Done and done. The head gardener has resorted to deception. How did he send out such a little guy? How is this going to run later? That's right. A fierce man like me can't even run when he sees a cutie like that. The little one is being sent out for a competition before he's even weaned. Is Big Sister Flower, the stepmother, really willing to do that? Interference. This is proper interference. Ha ha ha. I seriously doubt the little guy will be running off the track by then. What a combination of the old and the infirm. My goodness. There is finally hope for humanity. With the appearance of Little Milk Tiger Dammy, the audience's reactions varied. But one thing they could be sure of was that this wave should have been the send-off arranged by Yang Lin. Any way you look at the 4 contestants on the animal side, they don't look like they can run very well. But even knowing that, it still didn't stop the crowd from looking forward to the rest of the match. After all, who can say no to the sight of a cute little tigress running around a track and field? And just as the crowd was looking forward to it, the referee announced the start of the match. The red monkey, who was the eldest brother, served as the first baton on the animal side, while the second brother, the big black pig, served as the second baton. As for the black horse and the little milk tiger, they served as the third and fourth batons respectively. At this moment the entire audience's eyes were all focused on these 4 animals with different forms. Everyone wanted to know what this strange combination could run. The next second, the referee's starting gun went off in the middle of the arena. The moment the gunshot rang out, the crowd only saw a crimson figure take the lead and run out. I thought it was a human athlete, but when the camera got closer I realized it was Big Brother. At the moment, the eldest brother was as one person, with 2 hind legs on the ground, one forelimb holding the baton, and the other forelimb was responsible for supporting the body. It didn't take long to leave the human athlete a long way behind. Such an eye-catching performance immediately surprised the crowd. It doesn't matter. I guess it's the fastest runner, so it's placed in the first baton. I don't believe that the second brother in the second baton can run that fast too. The crowd at the moment could only comfort themselves with this reasoning, but soon they realized that they were the ones who thought wrong. When the eldest brother, who was running in front, handed the baton to the second brother's mouth, the second brother immediately burst into a burst of speed beyond the crowd's imagination. With a kind of hog-surging momentum like a black whirlwind, quickly ran to the next stick. In this instant the crowd's inner impression of such a creature as a pig was completely turned upside down. Everyone stereotypes pigs as fat and lazy, but forgets that they were once nature's beasts of burden. In particular, this big black pig native to the Dragon Kingdom is the closest thing to a wild boar. It didn't take long for the black pig to hand the baton over to the hippo in third place amidst a dumbfounded crowd. And Hippo, who was batting third, likewise taught the crowd a hard lesson. The baton was handed into the mouth of the little tigress at a speed that exceeded that of the human athlete by close to a lap. At this point the outcome of the game is no longer in doubt. Even though the little milk tiger was trifling and ran outside the track with the baton in its mouth every now and then, the huge advantage laid down by the 3 elders in front of it allowed it to easily lead the human athletes, and finally crashed headlong into the red line that had been purposely shortened. Here are the speeds at which different animals run. Cheetah 125 km per hour, gazelle 88 km per hour, tiger 80 km per hour, wild ass 70 km per hour, dog 64 km per hour, horses 60 km per hour, giraffe 60 km per hour, zebra 60 km per hour, lion 58 km per hour, rabbit 56 km per hour, wild boar 56 km per hour, short-range terminal velocity, domestic pig 50 km per hour, extreme speed over short distances, African rhesus monkey 50 km per hour, black bear 50 km per hour, brown bear 48 km per hour, hyena 45 km per hour, elephant 40 km per hour, hippo 40 km per hour, person 36 km per hour. No one could have thought ahead of time about the outcome of such a match, just like no one thinks they can't outrun a pig. But the truth is right in front of us. In the middle of the race just now, Piggy has always maintained the speed of sprinting, and this speed is enough to pull off all the human athletes in the scene. What's more, the piggyback weighed at least 200 pounds as well. It's unbelievable that you can run at that kind of speed with that kind of weight. It's over. It's over. I'll never dare to say something like you run slower than a pig again. Anyone who says anything like that again, I'll smack him with my big mouth. Hippopotamus can also run so fast I was never expected. Usually always stay in the water, is how to run so fast. It's normal. Imagine surviving all around you with predators. If you don't run fast you're going to die. Holy shit, that makes sense. Animals that can't run fast are eliminated by nature. Ha ha ha, I already knew this result. My family is in the mountains to raise big black pigs. This kind of big black pigs have a lot of activity. Basically very few big fat meat all over the body. Sometimes in the mountains I can't even catch up. No wonder black pork is sold at the market at a higher price. What it shows is that if you stick to cardio for a long time, even if you're a pig you can run fast. So the final cerebellar axe is really just here to make up the numbers? I suddenly have some understanding of what the point of the games is, and it turns out that we don't know as much about the animals as we thought we did. That's probably what the gardeners are trying to do, to get us to learn more about the animals through this event. It's very thoughtful indeed. Even the animals that get less attention on a regular basis are given a chance to play. This special relay race has thus come to an end, and in addition to the joy, it has also evoked thoughts from the crowd. For such a result, both the organizer and the audience were very satisfied. And instead, the final result of the match had become less important. After the contestants had all received their medals and mascots and other souvenirs, another long-awaited competition was about to take place. We've just finished the 4x400 meter relay, so the next thing we're going to have is the 100 meter sprint. As for the contestants of the tournament are waiting on the sidelines at this moment, let's welcome them together. As the host's voice rang out again, the figures of the athletes flashed through the camera in turn, and when the camera was given to one of the short-haired men wearing a red tracksuit, number 1, the room erupted into a mountain of cheers. Su Shin! Su Shin! Su Shin! Since the list of all participants was kept secret before the race, no one could have expected to see the man who had tied the Asian Games record for the 100-meter dash on the scene, and he is also known as the fastest man in the Dragon Kingdom, and the only yellow man in the Dragon Kingdom and even in the whole of Asia who can run 100 meters in 10 seconds. The organizing committee really has a big face to be able to invite this great god. Shouldn't Su Shin be preparing for a tournament right now? To think that he still has the time to come to a tournament of this caliber. What's the point of preparing for a race? People are now doctoral students at the Imperial University of Physical Education and Sport. This competition is really star-studded. There was the boxing champion, and now there's the No. 1 flyer in Asia. But why do I have a bad feeling? This wave of the West Rainbow Zoo should be sending out cheetahs. I think so. If they do send out the cheetahs, then this wave will be something to watch. I've always heard that cheetahs are fast, but I've never seen one. Yeah, I've always kinda wanted to see it too. I think a normal person would already be without it if they had seen it. Who says there wasn't a woman with cough syrup who outran the cheetah? That said, the ones who've seen this commercial must be at least 20 or so. With the appearance of the Su Flyers, the atmosphere in the room instantly became manic, partly because of the Su Flyers' aura of empowerment, and partly because of curiosity about the next game. Even though the players on the animal side were still on the field at the moment, the hearts of the crowd already had an answer. And what happened next really wasn't what the crowd expected. With an earth-shattering roar, an athletic figure appeared on the athletic field. If it's not West Rainbow Zoo's Super Daddy Lipa or whoever, thanks to those two little bunny rabbits, Lipa was not less popular at the West Rainbow Zoo. At the moment wearing a black tracksuit with a large 6 printed on the back. The people who were originally supposed to stand next to it on the runway were at the moment hiding far away from the thought, obviously frightened by the voice it had just made. Not to mention the runners on the track next to it. Even the runners on the other few lanes didn't even dare to breathe. I've run with people countless times, but this is the first time I've run with an animal, or such a jungle beast. Of course this is the ordinary player's thoughts. While standing in the first lane of the Su Faron at the moment in the eyes is lit up a burning fighting spirit. It was clear that he was also very curious about the creature in front of him, who was known to be the fastest on land. He was curious to see just how much of a gap there was between himself and the cheetah in terms of speed. And just as the tension on the floor was at its peak, the referee fired the starting gun. The 5 human athletes took the lead as the gun went off. It was only to the surprise of the crowd that Lipa, who was standing on the 6th path, was motionless, as if he was lost in thought. Holy shit, what's going on here? It can't be that it doesn't know the rules of the game. I was waiting to see the humans race the cheetahs. Why isn't this running yet? It's over. It's over. It looks like there's no chance of seeing cheetahs and humans in the same arena. I guess I lost this opportunity to see it again. Just as the crowd was puzzled and disappointed, the 5 human athletes were almost halfway through the race, with the Su Flyers taking the lead, leaving the 4 runners behind them far behind. At this moment the crowd had almost decided that the eventual champion would be the Flying Su, but it was at this time that the figure standing on runway 6 finally moved. The crowd only saw a black shadow flash by, and not long after, Lipo's figure appeared behind those 4 human players. The 4 human players who noticed the abnormality hastily turned around. It was this very look that scared the living daylights out of them, and propelled by their inner fear, the 4 of them exploded into unprecedented speed. In the gazes of countless spectators who were amazed, the distance between the 4 people and the Su Flyers got closer and closer. It didn't take long for the suffragettes to similarly notice the anomaly. Just by scanning with his afterglow, an uncontrollable feeling of fear involuntarily leapt up from his heart. He, who had originally felt that he had already reached the limit of his speed, instantly felt a new surge of power emerge from among his muscles. His running speed instantly increased by a large margin at a speed visible to the naked eye. This kind of speed was something he could not achieve on a regular basis no matter how much he trained, and it was as if he had already broken through the physiological limit. On the athletic field, as Li Bao began to run faster, the picture of the scene instantly began to change abruptly. The four contestants who were originally following closely behind the Sioux Flyers directly spread their legs and ran at the fastest speed they had ever seen in their lives. Amateur chargers are directly comparable to professionals in their speed at the moment, especially when Li Po's figure was getting closer and closer to them. Although it was clear that Li Po was not going to harm them, the fear in their hearts was simply not something they could control if they wanted to. While running, they even managed to yell at the same time. Hey! Holy shit! Holy shit! Ah! Not to mention them, even the Sioux Fei people were likewise the same. Those fears of the beasts of nature latent in the depths of the human soul instantly erupted at this moment. At the moment he had only one thought in his mind, and that was to get as far away from the guy behind him as possible. And this scene immediately amused the audience when it fell into the eyes of the audience. Laugh it up. How they're intimidated. That's just it. The animals at the West Rainbow Zoo are notorious for their kin. Knowing that, but put a beast like that behind you and you'd probably run faster than them. This fear is engraved inside our human genes, passed down from our ancestors' generation. Represents the fact that our ancestors were once hunted by this big cat. I reckon they'd run faster if they put a tiger in. Look, it looks like Sajin has picked up speed. Under the gaze of countless gazes, the 5 human athletes, including Flying Man Su, grew faster and faster. They were about to clash with the finish line, but right at this moment, a black shadow suddenly sprinted in front of them and crossed the finish line with a speed that exceeded their imagination. Meanwhile, a timer off to the side showed how much time it had taken. 8:43. A time that human athletes will never reach. And just after Lippo hit the line, the Sioux Flyers were right behind him, and his time was set at 8:98. As for the 4 behind him, they were much slower, but even the slowest of them clocked to 9:75. As the results of all the players came out, both the crowd at the scene and the crowd in the live broadcast room were instantly in an uproar, because these times were so outrageous. Li Bao's time was 8:43 on the surface, but everyone knew that he had to subtract about 3 seconds from that time for his real time. That means it actually runs the 100 meters in almost just over 5 seconds. That's almost twice as fast as the human limit. Of course, the crowd wasn't too surprised by this result. After all, whether it was cheetahs or leopards, they were all known for their speed. Their size was born to run. What really surprised the crowd instead were the 5 human athletes, especially the Sioux Flyers, who ran a terrific 8:98. Keep in mind that the current world record holder's 100-meter speed is only a 9:58. And this achievement has not been broken by any person in the last decade or so, and is regarded as the ultimate speed of mankind. But it was such a human limit that was broken by 3 people in one day today. Su Feijin even ran a horrible 8:98, not to mention the next 10 years. The next 100 years are unlikely to be able to break this record. That is to say, the Sioux Flyers broke a world record that had been sealed for more than 10 years in the midst of such an unofficial game. Holy shit, there's nothing wrong with this timer. 3 world record breakers and 5 100-meter flyers in the 10s in one race? Boy, I can't believe I witnessed the birth of a world record. Finally, it's time to see the speed of the legendary leopard, starting half the time slower and still being so far ahead of the human athlete. Up, 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 the leopard is really fast. 8:98, TSK, 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 the position of the world's #1 flyer is afraid to give up. That's not so bad. After all, this one isn't a normal tournament, so the results mostly won't count, regardless of whether it counts or not. Anyway, humanity's ultimate speed has been refreshed by Sushin starting today. Is that okay with everyone? What I admire is the buddies in the back. They're all amateur runners, I think, and they were able to run like that this time. If I were them, this is something I could blow off for the rest of my life. More than blowing my whole life. I made a QR code of the game video and carved it on my tombstone, so people can see it when they scan it. Blanche, if I had known, I would have signed up for this race program as well. Not only would I be able to run with Sushin and Leopard, but I would also be able to break a world record along the way. Blunder, blunder. I think if I had been chased by a leopard instead, I guess I could have broken the record as well. It's over. This wave of Sushin may have a fall in his psyche in the future. Sushin, I've tried running as hard as I can, but I just can't find the feeling I had back then. Maybe people find new ideas for training later. What? Going to run inside a cage at the West Rainbow Zoo? The kind with a piece of meat strapped to your back? Win and live. Lose and die? This side suggests going for a run with the Lion King. It might work better. Just as the spectators were Tist's King, Su Farron, who had just broken the record, was now looking at the timer on the side in disbelief, as if he didn't quite believe that this achievement was run by him. I'm not dreaming. I can't believe I'm running under 9 seconds. Is this really the speed I can run at? At this moment, Su Farron was more or less skeptical of life. knowing that even if he wanted to improve 0.01 seconds now was a thing harder than climbing up to heaven. He wasn't the only one. The other 4 human athletes who were as tired as dead dogs on the sidelines didn't forget to giggle at the timer next to them while lying on the ground, even if they know it's not their real score. But so what? As long as it's what they ran. They don't care how they ran it. If they didn't have their cell phones not on them right now, they would hate to immediately dial their friends and family and send this message to all the group chats in passing. And just when a few people were gloating, Li Bao, who had just finished the race, was walking slowly past them with a calm and relaxed face. That little look of contempt was as if to say, "You're not good enough even if you're given the chance." With the end of the race, soon the news and video of the Sioux Flyers breaking the world's 100-meter record spread as fast as if it had wings. Even that true 100-meter record setter couldn't help but look to his neighbor's Doberman Pinscher when he found out the news. Inside the arena, there was a slight lull in the proceedings with the interlude of world records being broken by Su Shin and a few others. The game was able to continue only after the Sioux Flyers had given some interviews to a number of media reporters. Unsurprisingly, the event remains the same for track and field, and it's still a shot put competition that favors the power category. At the beginning the crowd had a hint of novelty and curiosity when they heard about this competition program. In the viewer's opinion, this program should be beyond the capabilities of most animals. After all, the only ones who can accomplish throwing-type maneuvers are those few primates. If Great Master hadn't already been in a shooting competition it might have been able to participate a bit, but odds are it wouldn't be able to win against a human. After all, it's old, and Gibbon Strong Moncler Outlet Store is booked for the singles and doubles. Excluding these two, the only other primates left inside the West Rainbow Zoo are the monkeys. Just when the crowd thought that those little monkeys would be the ones who came out to throw the shot put this time, a figure that made the crowd confused on the spot appeared on the field, and the viewers in the live broadcast room didn't even need to zoom in to see it clearly, because it was clearly an adult African elephant. The adult African elephant, almost 4 meters tall, was also wearing a super-duper oversized pink undershirt. I blanch, how does this play out? You tell me. That's just it. It's no different from being open. Ha ha ha, really damaging a gardener. Letting an elephant throw a lead balloon. Pure bullying. This weight of a lead balloon is negligible for an elephant, isn't it? I almost forgot that elephants can roll with their trunks. Does that count as a foul play? The gardener really isn't going to give us a chance to win at all. This mustn't be thrown a few hundred meters. Throw the shang. Throw the shang. That's just it. If you lose, you lose. I wonder how far an elephant could throw a shot put if it could throw a shot put. Don't smash through the roof of the arena. Elephants have the strength to lift a small car. Throwing a lead balloon is like us flicking a booger. Obviously the spectators were not the only ones who were curious at the moment. Those who participated in the shot put competition also had a curious look on their faces after seeing the figure of the elephant. As for worrying or anything else, it is completely invisible. Joking aside, from the moment they saw the elephant, they were completely unworried and had no need to be. Not long after this group of bladdered men ran to this elephant with an excited face, like a group of 100 or 200 pounds of children. Holy shit, those legs are fucking thick, just like a pole. These muscles are really strong. So envious. It's really well behaved. Why is there even a leg here? No man could say no to the most powerful creature on the face of the earth, just as no child could say no to a backhoe. It didn't take long for the scene to turn into a large stargazer, so much so that the referee on the sidelines couldn't look away. Contestants, please do not touch the other contestants and interfere with the other contestants. Please behave yourselves. Those guys over there, what are you doing and why are you hugging the elephant's legs? After some stern words from the referee, the group of contestants then reluctantly left the elephant. So much so that a few people didn't use their full strength in the rest of the match, just waiting for his throw to finish. He quickly ran to the side railing and sat down, completely treating himself as a spectator, and the kind of spectator who enjoys a VVLP seat. It even made the crowd in the outfield suspect that these guys signed up for the race just to see it up close and personal. When the elephant in the pink undershirt walked with heavy steps to the center of the field, the lanky men burst into excited clapping, with a resounding elephant tweet. The next second this pink elephant rolled the 15-pound lead ball in front of him with his long trunk. The whole thing was as if you couldn't feel the weight. This scene put the rows of participants next to them in a bull's-eye view. Under the gaze of their bright eyes, the 15-pound lead balloon drew a long parabola and flew toward the other end of the field, just like a cannonball. All of a sudden the entire crowd cheered loudly, except for those sitting at the other end of the field. They didn't panic halfway through the flight, and they didn't panic 2/3 of the way through the flight. But they were finally panicking as the lead ball got closer and closer to the audience. Holy shit, it's not going to hit us. If this hits, it's going to die on the spot. More than passed away, lost his head, I guess. Is it too late to get insurance? Please, if you get stoned by an animal, do you get man, beast, Or man-animal insurance? If I rush over and kill the elephant at this point, is that considered emergency evacuation? Not really. Count your bull. The probability of being killed by an elephant should be lower than being killed by a meteor. Low, but that doesn't mean it won't happen. Holy shit, it really flew over. Just when the crowd thought the lead ball with huge kinetic energy would hit the stands, it finally came down hard 10 meters away from the stands. It smashed a large crater in the ground on the spot. Seeing this scene, the crowd first let out a long sigh of relief, and in the next second the whole place erupted in a burst of thunderous cheers. It's as if they were the ones who threw that score. By this time no one was treating this scene as a match. It seemed to them that this was a personal show belonging to this elephant. By the time the final results came out, a number far beyond most people's imagination was presented. 254 meters. A horrific number that far exceeds the human shot put record by a factor of 10. And the crowd could vaguely sense that this was still a case of that elephant retaining a few moments of strength. In other words, 254 meters is the limit of the venue, not the limit of this elephant. Just as this score came out, the few human participants ran to the elephant's side at the first opportunity and flanked him. This scene of extreme harmony between man and animal was also quickly captured by the many media present. I'm sure it won't be long before it's on the cover of every major nature magazine. For most people, how could it not be an honor to see the planet's land's most extreme speed and the land's most powerful force in a single day? And they're sure they'll get to see more of the colorful side of the animals in the coming days. However, in the crowd's heart is full of expectations. A side of the stands is suddenly issued a burst of sound of alarm. With the camera switched to the position of the stands, suddenly the crowd's field of vision appeared in an extremely thrilling scene. Today's 6 shifts are complete, and we'll continue with 6 more tomorrow. Also asking for opinions on whether the game's plot should be any longer, or if it should be overdone without so much detail later on in the episode. It's not too much of a problem to write long, as there's a lot of volume per day anyway, and the plot doesn't end in 2 days. With the screams, the focus of the room instantly shifted from the bodies of the elephants in the arena to the audience above, only to see that in the midst of a crowd of spectators, a little boy of about 3 or 4 years old had climbed on top of a guardrail at an unknown time. The height of the guardrail was already 3 to 4 meters high from the ground. Plus the organizing committee took into account the safety of the spectators during the game, as well as some unexpected situations that might occur, so it was temporarily raised by more than 1 meter. So the overall height of the guardrail reaches close to 5 meters or so. Such a height even in the event of an animal out of control, but also to ensure absolute safety. But the organizing committee is obviously thinking only about the animal level and not the audience level. How could they have imagined that there would be bears climbing so high? So much so that the crowd couldn't help but let out a simultaneous gasp of surprise when they saw the scene. Holy shit, how did this kid climb up there? I can't even climb up there as an adult. I'm more curious about what the kid's mom and dad were doing that the kid climbed so high before realizing it. I dared to climb this high when I was a kid, and I even dared to jump from this high, but now I wouldn't dare if you lent me 10,000 guts. Hurry up and help. Get that kid down. Come on down. Little friend, don't fall later. Baby, get down and climb down slowly. At this moment the eyes of the entire audience were focused on this bear child's body. But because of this, the bear child who was originally able to easily climb to the guardrail inexplicably felt a wave of fear. The next second he let out a wild cry, and his body was even more unsteady, and he was about to fall to the bottom. But at the last moment he suddenly grabbed the guardrail with his right hand, and his entire body immediately assumed a suspended state. Seeing the scene the crowd couldn't help but tsk at the same time as they sucked in a breath of cool air. First that odd climbing ability, then the balance ability to walk on the guardrail, and now this unexpected arm strength. His bearish nature aside, his physical attributes are nothing to sneeze at, and the parents of the bear child on the side almost didn't faint in shock after seeing this scene. If you fall from such a high altitude, there is a high probability that you won't die, but what if you run into a small probability event? But just at this time, a huge figure suddenly came below the parapet with heavy steps. Before the bear boy could react, he felt something soft wrap itself around his body. Unable to help it, he then curiously glanced back, and when he saw the figure behind him, the look of fear on his face instantly dissipated without a trace. Elephant, elephant, with a gush of cheers from the bear boy. His body was lifted high into the air by the elephant below the bleachers, and in no time at all he was gently placed on the elephant's back, and the magical scene was soon presented to the countless viewers through the lens of the camera. All of a sudden the entire room erupted in a mountain of applause. It's true, animals do step in when it counts. Now I really don't know whether to envy that little kid or that little kid. I've never even ridden an elephant. You can climb on top of the parapet right now and see if the elephant saves you. Forget it, mainly because I can't climb it right now. I always used to hear that animals would lend a hand to humans at critical moments, and now I'm finally seeing it with my own eyes. If you look at it that way, putting up this railing would be a bit of a small-minded thing for us humans to do. Suddenly the scene feels a little touching as what's going on. I guess the bear can remember this for the rest of his life. Amidst the murmurs of the audience, the elephant from the Shihong Zoo carried the bear child step by step with slow steps to the entrance of the grandstand, and the parents of the bears were waiting early. When they watched the elephant gently place their child on the ground from the back, they were suddenly red with excitement, and regardless of whether or not the elephant could understand them, they went up and thanked them in a burst. What made the crowd hold their breath was that the boy's father suddenly forced the boy to the ground. "Quick, little June, recognize your godfather. This elephant will be your godfather from now on. When you were a child, the fortune teller said that you would have a great calamity when you were 4 years old, and that the one who would save you would be your godfather." Although the little boy's face carried a trace of doubt, perhaps out of admiration for the elephant, he called out 3 times to the elephant on the spot and then called out 3 times for his godfather. And the way it unfolded was clearly a bit of a surprise to both the crowd on the floor and the crowd in the broadcast booth. It didn't take long for gales of laughter to erupt. Laughing to death. Which local custom is this? Why recognize an elephant as a godfather? Don't laugh. It's normal. We have this saying in our place. It says that some children are born with bad birth characters and a thin life, and then they recognize those with a hard life as their godfather. I can prove this. My brother is like this. When he was born, he recognized a big tree at the entrance of the village as his godfather. Then the village built a road and cut down his godfather. My godmother is a bench, you guys? Che, my godfather was still a boulder on the hill. And then I saw my godfather blown up with a detonator. It's nice to recognize a godfather that no one else gets to recognize. Indeed, this is probably the hardest of all the godfathers, and basically won't hang up early unless he dies of natural old age. Say, does this thing really work? If it does, I'll go to the West Rainbow Zoo and ask my kid to recognize that tortoise as his godfather. You're even tougher on this one. By the time the zoo is gone, your kid's godfather will still be there. What started out as an accident instantly became a story as the laughter in the arena continued. I'm sure I can't wait until tomorrow for another big blowout across the internet. And the course of the game wasn't too disturbed by this incident. By the time the previous wave of contestants had finished receiving their awards, the host's voice was once again ringing out in the arena. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've just finished the shot put, and next up for us is the last event among the track and field events, the long jump. And in the middle of this game, the West Rainbow Zoo has sent a total of 3 contestants. So let's join together to invite these 3 animal athletes to take the stage. As the referee's words fell, the entire audience was suddenly curious. Sending out 3 animals at once is a first except for the previous relay. Which 3 animals are they, anyway? This question appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. Just as the spectators were looking on with great anticipation, 3 animals in their respective tracksuits slowly walked out from the sidelines, and the crowd couldn't help but burst out laughing at the mere sight of the lead animal. I'll be damned. What's with inviting this master out? Are you sure this athlete won't spit on the other competitors during the race? Who gave it a center parting? That's so hip. Is it still eating? Report, the West Rainbow Zoo has sent out all the sacred animals. It's really a divine beast. By the way, can this thing really jump far? As the crowd's eyes looked, the first animal athlete to come out was an alpaca with black and white fur, a center-parted haircut, and big buck teeth. As a camelid native to South America, the alpaca is also one of the most successful exotic animals introduced to the Dragon Kingdom in recent years. Not only did it succeed in getting out of the ring with its silly image and become a new favorite in the pet world, but it also gained a localized name in the Dragon Kingdom, grass mud horse. At the moment, this straw horse has not only been given a center parting by Yellen, but it's also been given hairspray, and, combined with a red bow tie around his neck and a black suit, he was a gentleman of the animal kingdom. But it was such a gentleman who was at the moment nibbling himself on the fresh turf that had been planted overnight on the playing field. And aside from this straw horse runner, the other 2 animal athletes behind him are not doing so well at the moment. Not long after this alpaca's appearance, a rock sheep with long horns on top, tawny fur, and long whiskers walked out slowly. Compared to the alpaca in front of it, this rock sheep was more like an aged elder. Not only its temperament was very stable, even its eyes had a weathered look, but it had only just entered the ring when it started producing pearls for the camera, leaving the audience in stitches. Holy shit, this master also doesn't treat us as outsiders at all, directly displaying the pearl production line. That being said, how is this done? How is it rounder than hand rubbing it out? This pearl is a collection of the essence of 100 herbs. Absolutely no technology or ruthless work. Why do I look a little bit like McCloud? Please don't say it. I'll never be able to look at these 2 things straight again. Die laughing. It's not a leg stretching, eye staring pill. Compared to those animals in front of them, these 2 belong to the category of purely pulling down the image of the West Rainbow Zoo. Ha ha ha, stop it. Go back to the head gardener and ask them to have a small meeting to criticize and educate them. There's another one in the back of what species it is. Why, it's kind of hard to tell. Just as the audience was decrying the rock sheep contestants' live pearl production, the last animal contestant shined. Compared to the first two, this last one was more or less an unfamiliar feeling to the crowd, because compared to the stupid image of the two contestants in front of them, this one's image was quite a bit colder, even though it could clearly be seen that it was also a sheep. The pair of scimitar-like horns alone had stunned the crowd, and the athletic muscles could not be hidden even by the thick suit on his body. And just as the crowd was puzzled, the organizing committee slowly gave the camera to Yang Lin, who was on the side. Park Director Yang, is it convenient to introduce the three contestants in this competition? Of course, the three contestants this time are from the soon-to-be-opened park of the Shihong Zoo, the Sheep Village, and they are alpacas from South America, rock sheep from the west of China, and Tibetan antelopes, also from the west of China. These three animals, in addition to the alpaca, is not a protected animal in our country. The rock sheep and the Tibetan antelope are divided into the national second-class and first-class protected animals. We must remember clearly, after listening to Yang Lin's introduction, the entire audience couldn't help but TSK at the same time as they came to a realization. They had always heard of the Tibetan antelope, but this was the first time for most of the audience to see a live Tibetan antelope. I seem to remember hearing that the city zoo introduced a Tibetan antelope before, but that one seems to have been less adapted to the environment, so it hasn't been on display. It can't be this one. I think that's it. By the way, how did the West Rainbow Zoo manage to get this Tibetan bell sheep to overcome the different environments? It's really still got a couple of tricks up its sleeve. If it's the Tibetan antelope that's coming to this competition, then the result shouldn't be in doubt, right? Wasn't there a text when I was a kid called Tibetan Antelope Fido? You mountain gun. That's called a gazelle flyover. It would be hilarious if all these athletes would introduce themselves. Human athlete number 1, I am a national level 2 athlete. Athlete number 2, my national level 1 athlete. Rock sheep, my national level 2 protected animal. Tibetan antelope, my national level protected animal. Then I think it's better to have the gold content of a national level protected animal. I heard a national level athlete at most 15 days of administrative detention, but if I hurt a national level protected animal, I may have to squat for 15 years. And just as the crowd was marveling at the origins of these three animal athletes, the next moment a scene beyond the crowd's expectations took place. The rock goat that was still in the waiting area did not know what kind of crazy door suddenly quarreled with the Tibetan antelope on the side. Ba, 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 ba. Although the crowd couldn't understand what they were arguing about at all, they could tell that the two of them must be cursing at each other from the panicked eyes of the alpaca on the side. Are they both from our Cantonese province as well? My dog told me the two of them swear dirty. My cat is stressed out from hearing them both argue. I guess the mom content is a little high. Let the gardener translate and see what they're both swearing at. Both are from the West, kind of half a hometown. Why are they still cursing? Shouldn't they both curse the foreign devil next to them together? Old-timers meet old-timers with hard fists. Longwa sheep do not scold the Longwa sheep. Do not implode. Ah, what is there to punch that alpaca? Alpacas? I haven't offended any of you sheep. Besides, I spit. However, just when the crowd thought that this would be outrageous enough, the Tibetan antelope, presumably anxious at being scolded, grubbed its hind legs and toppled towards the rock sheep. All of a sudden the two sheep were fighting in front of the entire audience and the live cameras. The scene got a little out of hand at one point, and Yang Lin, who saw this scene, rushed over from the sidelines. You guys need to stop fighting. Hearing Yang Lin's words, the audience, who had been a bit tense, burst out laughing. Why do I suddenly have the feeling that it's raining heavily? Aborted. The national level protected animal is there to beat up the national level protected animal. May I ask if this is a violation of the animal protection law? Tibetan antelope, little man. You're second grade. I'm first grade. I'm going to eat you for the rest of my life. As soon as I came in, I saw the Tibetan antelope beating up the rock sheep there. Seeing that the two sheep were fighting more and more aggressively, Yang Lin had no choice but to invite Big Sister Hua out. With the appearance of Big Sister Hua, the two protected animals that were fighting to the death a second ago immediately wimped out. You two, fighting on the field of play, violating the athlete code. Give your two a one-round ban. Let's go. Two sheep throwers. As he spoke, Yang Lin tugged on the horns of the rock goat with one hand and the Tibetan antelope with the other, pulling these two guys, whose qualities left much to be desired, outside the arena. By now the only athlete left on the original animal side was an alpaca still there chewing the cud. The sight of the dopey alpaca made the crowd breathe a sigh of relief along with disappointment. The director is so deeply committed to never condoning the animals in his own zoo. Ban the two strongest heroes on their side on the spot. The rock goats of T1 and T2 are gone. Only a T5 alpaca is left. Can't we humans win this wave? Indeed. People are imploding. There's no reason we can't win, right? Almost everyone on the scene at this moment was thinking the same thing, but what they didn't notice was the teasing color that flickered in that alpaca's eyes. The next second this alpaca tossed his head and flung his slightly disheveled hair aside. It didn't take long for Yang Lin's figure to reappear above the arena. Just when the crowd was a bit confused as to why he was back again, Yang Lin suddenly pulled out a comb and a bottle of styling gel from one of the small bags he was carrying. Under the gaze of countless gazes, he obediently took the comb and combed the hair on the top of the alpaca's head into a center-parted look once again. And then, seeming to feel a little unsafe, he grabbed a styling gel off to the side and sprayed it on. He didn't nod in satisfaction until the alpaca's hairstyle was once again the way it had been when he had come out. Seeing this surprising scene, the referee on the side hurriedly ran over and asked with a puzzled face, "Why do you want to give an alpaca a haircut, Mr. Yang, the head gardener?" In response to this question from the referee, Yang Lin just gave him a faint look. "Don't ask. Asking is its personal preference, and I advise none of you to mess up its hairstyle later or watch out for the ZZZZZZZZZZZ." After saying this, Yang Lin left the tournament venue amidst the confused expressions of the crowd. It wasn't long before the game was declared official. This time around, none of the athletes' overall scores were particularly exaggerated since there weren't any of those professional athletes involved. The best time was just a little over 7 meters. But that didn't stop the crowd from applauding these athletes. So far the crowd has become even more excited about the performance of this alpaca on the scene. In almost everyone's mind, alpacas are still mainly characterized by being cute. As for how athletic it is, no one even knows. So when it was the alpaca's turn to take the stage, the camera's lens immediately gave it a big close-up. Only the alpaca at the moment looked like he was having a good time and didn't seem to have the match in his sights at all. Even his mouth didn't stop, always chewing there. It wasn't until it stepped in front of the starting line that a look of seriousness grew on its face. Only the serious look didn't last a second before it was spoiled by its big mouthful of spit. The audience was just about to spit out its lack of quality when its body suddenly moved. The crowd didn't see how it exerted its power, and its 4 long legs stomped on the ground, like a spring straight out. The moment was like turning on a slow-release camera, and the alpaca's long face with a center parting seemed to be etched in the minds of the crowd. The moment it hit the ground, it still remained as an elegant gentleman. Even its hair was not half messed up, as if to tell the crowd that elegance never goes out of style. If it weren't for its big buck teeth all over its mouth, the scene would still be quite handsome. However, just as the audience was still reveling in its unique face, the judges reported out its score, 10 meters 56. When this result appeared on the big screen of the scene, all the audience was all dumbfounded at once. No one could have imagined that the extremely stupid-looking alpaca could jump like that. Was this still the divine beast in their minds that could only act cute and spit? What's more, just now it seemed like it didn't see how it exerted its power at all. It only felt its 4 legs lightly stomping on the ground, and its body flew out. It was only after a good while that the crowd finally reacted. Is this for real? This alpaca can't be a machine. Is a creature like an alpaca so capable of jumping? Cognitively subverted. Cognitively subverted. It can't be because it's tainted with the word sheep. It seems like the animals that live on the South American savanna aren't bad at anything. Also, what with cougars and jaguars? I'm guessing that if the less athletic animals would have been eaten to extinction by this time. Is there a possibility that just this one at the West Rainbow Zoo is special and the other alpacas aren't as capable of jumping? Anyone who's ever owned an alpaca, tell us about it. Can this alpaca thing really jump that far? Whether or not you can jump that far I don't know, but the spit is far and accurate. And that's something I've experienced. Alpaca saliva is salty. Don't ask why I know. Ask is what a friend told me. Just as the crowd was marveling at the alpaca player's unbelievable bouncing ability, the alpaca player in the middle of the competition field seemed to know that he had achieved the final victory, and raised his head in a high and proud manner. A human contestant on the sideline saw this and grabbed his cell phone on the spot, ready to go up and take a picture. However good and proper his hand accidentally touched the top of this alpaca's head, and the next second a mouthful of old spit was sprayed in his face. At this moment, the crowd was also finally recalling Yang Lin's words, "Never mess up this alpaca's hair." Laughing my ass off, why does an alpaca pay so much attention to his hair? Knock on wood. Golden daddies in the hairdressing business remember to contact the gardener. I think an advertisement for a hair product could be planted here. An ad for shampoo would also work. The next time you go to the zoo to see this alpaca, everyone remember to bring hairspray to honor his old man. After seeing the elephant in front of me I thought most of the animals at the West Rainbow Zoo were still normal. After seeing this draft horse I knew I was being hasty. With the size of the audience, the curtain finally came down on this accident-ridden long jump competition, And this also means that the track and field category is officially finished, and the next one will be the competition of another event. Just when the crowd thought that this was the end of the afternoon's tournament, the organizing committee soon brought them a big surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's schedule, and tomorrow our tournament will go on as usual. But before the official end, the organizing committee along with the West Rainbow Zoo has also prepared a little surprise for everyone. Hearing the word surprise, the eyes of the audience in the room instantly lit up, while their hearts couldn't help but be filled with anticipation. And a surprise? What kind of surprise? It can't be a raffle. Is it giving each of us a free ticket to the West Rainbow Zoo? What are you thinking about you? How can you be so generous? That shall not make the head gardener lose money to death. Ah, a shit-delivering husband doll for one? Didn't you already get one when you entered? Why do you need another one? My family is twins. Only one. How can that home shall not fight? Ah, it should be unlikely. Now online a shit passer bobblehead is almost speculated to hundreds of dollars. There are so many people on the scene. One person to give away another will not give out a few million. Not only did the audience at the scene speculate a lot, but even the viewers in the live broadcast room did the same. Another giveaway? Wouldn't that be a loss for those of us who weren't there? Acid explosion. Well, I should have known that no matter what, to get a ticket to the scene of the ticket station ticket is also okay. It feels like tens of billions of dollars have been lost. If it's still around next year, I'll be sure to grab my tickets early. What's the surprise? Anyway, come on. And just as all the audience was expecting this last surprise, the lights suddenly dimmed. The next second, under the gaze of countless gazes, a huge projection of a forest appeared in the center of the venue. As the projections appeared, a small group of animals came out of the forest. Tigers, lions, elephants, giraffes, hippos, Tibetan antelopes, alpacas, chimpanzees, leopards, and so some of the animals that were and weren't on the show today all reappeared in front of the audience. This is the moment when large animals, small animals, carnivores and herbivores all show their most primitive and real side. Harmonious, quiet, natural, just like a picture of nature. Such a scene may have appeared countless times in movies, but it had never been seen in reality. The cries of all kinds of animals were heard and mingled. Lions roared, tigers whistled, and eagles cried, all intertwined at this moment, like a symphony of nature. For a moment the crowd watched in awe, the shock from the living creatures far stronger than any form of performance. And it was at this time that a human performer slowly came from the sidelines. Some of them had trombones, some had violins, and a few even brought in a piano. It didn't take long for dozens of human performers to blend in perfectly with the animals. Just when the crowd thought that the main body of the next performance would be these humans, they instead handed over a portion of the instruments to the animals. The elephant with the drumsticks, the shitpasser with the trombone, the strong master with the violin. The two dryads that had appeared in the opening scene were now climbing on top of the piano. Abruptly, the animals played along with the human performers. Although they don't have a good grasp of the rhythm and melody of the music, no one pays attention to that anymore at this time. This is the moment when animals and humans seem to lose their boundaries and are without each other. The music of animals and humans also blended perfectly together. This is the true sound of nature. A concerto of life composed by the beings above the blue star. It wasn't until the entire show was completely over that the audience slowly came back to their senses. All of a sudden, the entire room erupted in thunderous applause. And the applause was, without exception, entirely heartfelt. It lasted for several minutes before the applause gradually stopped. As for the other side of the online broadcasting room, it was all blowing up at the moment, with countless pop-ups flying out from the other end of the screen like a laser rain. In one word, absolute. I've seen a lot of animal shows, but it's the first time I've seen one as mind-blowing as this. So it's true that people and animals can live in harmony with each other. If this scene would have happened earlier, I guess so many animals wouldn't be extinct now. Indeed, although humans are the overlords of the blue planet, it would be too lonely if there were only humans left above the entire blue planet. I truly don't want this scene to become extinct, let alone for our children and grandchildren to only be able to see these animals through video footage in the future. The organizing committee and young gardeners have their hearts in the right place. This shouldn't be spewed by keyboard warriors calling it an animal show that extinguishes the nature of animals. Anyone who sprays this is probably going to get sprays themselves first. It has been worth the price of the ticket. This trip to Ningnan has no regrets. I hope zoos across the country will look up to the West Rainbow Zoo. With the conclusion of this huge show, the first day of the tournament was officially declared over. Without any surprise, above the homepage of almost all platforms were news related to the first day of the competition. Looking around, there is no longer any news of so-and-so male and female stars speculating about CP on the video heat list, or so-and-so posting small essays alleging cheating and other messy news, but clear news related to the animals. Its publishers range from personal accounts, to marketing numbers, to official media. And the highest heat continues to come from the Dragon Daily's high praise for that final scene of man and animal playing natural chords. In the face of such a result, a group of senior officials in Ningnan City were naturally delighted. It also reinforces their belief in making Ningnan an ecological and natural city. It didn't take long for these executives to unanimously meet and make a decision about the future of Ningnan's development. Not long after they made their decision, Yang Lin, who was organizing the animals to go home, received a phone call. After he heard what Director Nye said on the other end of the phone, his entire body was a bit dumbfounded. You mean the city is going to lease that space that was originally the city zoo directly to our West Rainbow Zoo? That's not all? We're going to lease that commercial site next door along with it? I think it's better to forget about it. There are only so many of us animals. There's no use in asking for a place that big. Free rentals? Ah, that's fine. I also think those animals in the West Rainbow Zoo are living a bit crowded now. Until the phone hung up, Yang Lin had a dreamlike feeling. The city went so far as to directly lease the city zoo to him for free, along with the commercial site next to it. If all these lands are used to build houses, I'm afraid they can create hundreds of billions of dollars in value. He only pays a few $1,000,000 a year in taxes at best for a zoo. Shaking his head to put aside these issues that he shouldn't be thinking about, Yang Lin whirled around to look at the animals that were being loaded. Guys, all good work today. Let's go back for extra food. As soon as the words were spoken, the animals in the room made a sound in unison in response. At the same time a system beep sounded in Yang Lin's mind like a brush screen. Ding! As the animal chimpanzee bred by the host has won in the middle of a race against a human. 1 talent point is rewarded. Ding! As the animal bred by the host, the Northeast tiger, has won in the middle of a race against humans, 1 talent point is rewarded. Listening to the long series of system beeps in his head, Yang Lin just couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of his mouth. Putting aside all the benefits that the games had brought to the zoo as a whole, the talent points alone had the feel of making him win numb. He hadn't even thought before the match started that he could even trigger the system's quest in this way. It just so happens that the talent points on hand ran out, and here we are. While thinking about the talent points, Yang Lin opened the system panel again. After such a long period of time, at this moment, the animals under his hand that had activated their talents plus the latest ones that had awakened, there were already dozens of them. The secondary system, which had seemed somewhat out of reach, was now getting closer. If this one guarantees that all the animals will be able to beat the humans, that's basically enough talent points. Thinking of this, Yang Lin also hastily took out a small notebook and planned. The first day's races were largely won uncontested, but he was also well aware that this was because of the animals' innate advantage in these races, especially the track and field categories. If it were any other program, the animals might not be as dominant. And just as Yang Lin was in the process of planning, the gates of the West Rainbow Zoo appeared in front of him. By the time he had returned those animals one by one to the park they belonged to, the time had already come to 7 o'clock in the evening. Even so, Yang Lin was not idle, but as he had agreed with those animals before, he gave them additional meals one by one. 50 pounds of beef and 50 pounds of mutton were served to all the carnivores, and all kinds of vegetables and fruits were arranged for the vegetarians. Even the shit deliverer who usually strictly limits the number of cigarettes he smokes, he handed over 3 cartons of soft wazoo. On his way out, Yang Lin didn't forget to instruct. That's a week's worth for you. Don't you dare build me one day. Don't worry. I have a count, I'll smoke it slowly. The shit deliverer was still assuring with a serious face on its front foot, only to wait until Yang Lin had walked away. But it casually pulled out 3 strips of huazi from the crack of a stone on the side. It didn't take long for 4 red dots to light up in the gorilla garden. At the same time next door, Mr. Chang received 10 2L bottles of sugar-free happy water from Yang Lin. Little Young, why doesn't this Coke taste right? Just raised the Coke ton in his hand for 2 mouthfuls. Strong Moncler Outlet Online frowned. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. Doesn't Coke always taste like that? Hearing Moncler Outlet Store Strong's words, Yang Lin replied with an air of nothing. Then maybe I'm misremembering. Seeing that Grandpa Chang was fooled by himself, Yang Lin also breathed a long sigh of relief. After serving these 2 lords, his figure soon appeared in the bear garden located at the back of the park. When his figure had just appeared, the little one in the bear garden instantly spotted him. Immediately, it ran towards him with its 4 short legs with a cheerful face. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin immediately opened the garden gate and walked in. And just as he walked into the bear garden, a serious-looking mama bear came over and took the little guy back to his original position. Yang Lin took a closer look and realized that they were eating as a family of 3. It's just that the little guy is more or less with a hint of resistance when it comes to all that bloody raw meat in front of him. Having already tasted powdered milk, it has no interest at all in what's in front of it. Yang Lin had thought that the mother bear would teach the baby bear a hard lesson, But what he hadn't expected was that the mother bear had suddenly turned her gaze to the father bear on the side. "It's all your fault for not taking the kids to eat properly. Look at the kids being picky eaters now." As she spoke, a furious mama bear slapped Papa Bear across the face. But even so, Papa Bear dared to be angry and could only look at Mama Bear with an aggrieved face. It couldn't be helped that Yang Lin had previously awakened the brute force talent in the mother bear when he delivered her. Female bears are already bigger than male bears, and after the mother bear awakens her talent, the father bear doesn't have any ability to fight back at all. In a family of 3, only Papa Bear is an ordinary bear, so much so that his family status is not even as good as handsome next door. Unable to help himself, Yang Lin turned his sympathetic gaze to Papa Bear. Thinking about the purpose of this visit, he also shot a light of insight directly towards Papa Bear. All of a sudden Papa Bear's talent panel appeared in front of him. Asiatic Black Bear. Brute Force, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Holding, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Thick Skin, green talent, requires 2 talent points to activate. Balance, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Catching Fish, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Hunting, gold talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. A full dozen talents were presented in front of Yan Lin. If he remembered correctly, the list of Mama Bear's talents hadn't been this long back then, much less comprehensive. Papa Bear has all of these talents clear of the Gu family talent: catching fish, hunting, and resisting beatings. Unable to help himself, Yellen was reminded of the phrase, "What all marriage brings to the male bear," but it was the balancing talent that intrigued him the most. He wondered why this inexplicable talent had suddenly appeared in Papa Bear's list of talents. It was only when he had this talent lit up that he had a sudden feeling of realization. In the following time, Yang Lin visited some other animals in succession, and in passing, he illuminated the talents latent within them. So far the system is getting closer to getting to level 2 as well, and a new day is fast approaching. Due to a change in the competition program, this one was not played inside the city's gymnasium, but was moved outdoors. All events will also be held outdoors, including triathlons, rock climbing, 5,000-meter freestyle, obstacle courses and more. There may be a bit more skill considerations than what was on the first day of the event. Of course, this was Yellen's understanding, and to the audience, these programs were not meant for the animal contestants at all. So much so that those spectators had just arrived at the outdoor venue in Ningnan City and began to wonder just how many animal competitors were participating in today's program. And the amount of participation from the animal players will directly determine their enthusiasm for watching the game. It wasn't until Yang Lin appeared on the scene leading a large group of animal contestants that the audience let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, the animal content is pretty high. For this special games, Ningnan Municipality directly spent millions to transform an outdoor adventure camp into what it is now. It's a touch less sophisticated than the indoor venues, but it's better because it's large enough, so even accommodating hundreds of thousands of spectators is not a problem. What was even more new to the spectators was the removal of the guardrails that had been used to separate the spectators from the animals, as opposed to the previous day's venue. This change alone had the audience in awe. As the athletes and spectators filed in, the second day of competition officially kicked off. It didn't take long for the large screens around the viewing venue to light up, and on top of those screens was the situation in each division. Looking at the terrain of these divisions, the people who were still guessing what the first competition program would be had an answer in their minds. Ladies and gentlemen, as shown on the big screen, the first event of our competition today is the triathlon. No one should be unfamiliar with triathlons, and the entire race will be divided into 3 parts: the swim, the bike, and the run. There is a 1-kilometer swim, 10 kilometers bike and 5 kilometers run. Plus all our events will be different from the official ones due to the terrain. As for what exactly the difference is, keep it a secret for now. As the moderator said the specific events of the competition, the audience's reaction became instantly enthusiastic. That's a good one. There are definitely animals that can swim, and there are animals that can run, but there are always no animals that can ride a bike. I guess so. I've seen orangutans on bicycles before. Ape, the great master, has already made an appearance and is basically disregarded. Combining those 3, it should be just us people. That's a must. Although we humans can't beat animals in terms of strength and speed, we humans are well-balanced hexagonal warriors. It's hard to say. Maybe not for normal animals, but not for the ones at the West Rainbow Zoo. Hell, I don't know what weird hobbies they've developed. Just as the audience was debating whether or not there was an animal capable of competing in these 3 different sports this time around, the camera on the main screen was given to a lake. As the camera closes in, soon those involved in this triathlon are revealed one by one. But watching the crowd realized that something didn't seem quite right, because there seemed to be a guy among all the runners who was all black and had a white scarf. Although it is also standing, It is more or less a bit too rugged in appearance. We have brothers from Africa in this competition? Good lord. This brother has a bit too much body hair. Why does this still have a beard? Keep your eyes peeled. This nigga ain't even human. This is a bear. As the camera drew further in, the crowd was finally able to get a good look at the contestant who looked a little different. It was a big bear that stood up, was fit, and wore a sharkskin bathing suit. If it wasn't for his thick black hair, there wouldn't even be the slightest sense of incongruity with it standing in the middle of the crowd at the moment, and you could even see the naive smile on its face. Holy shit, is it really okay to send a bear out for a triathlon? Can a bear swim? How could it not be? A bear would have starved to death if he couldn't swim. Does that bear know how to ride a bike? That one is unknown. It can't be serious. For a moment the hearts of the people are full of question marks. Only one thing is certain. On the running words, human beings are certain to outrun the bears. While the crowd was still considering the question of whether or not the bears could swim, those on the scene jumped into the lake. Obviously, these triathletes have undergone professional training, and each one of them has a very standard swimming posture, which is like a swimming fish in the lake. However, what attracted the crowd's attention at the moment was not the swims of these human competitors, but the swims of the big black bear, only to see the big black bear immediately swim forward in an extremely awkward position after diving headfirst into the lake water. Upon closer inspection, it is clearly the dog shaving that is famous in the jungle. Wherever it passed was like a fish fry, huge splashes of water flying everywhere. If it was a normal person with such a swim stroke, the person might have died of exhaustion directly before finishing a kilometer of swimming. Yet it seemed to be a minor problem for this big black bear. Under the impetus of its strong and powerful limbs, its body was like a torpedo rapidly sprinting forward. It didn't take long to catch up with the human runners. What's more, it even dived into the water and grabbed a fish and stuffed it into its mouth as it swam, leaving the audience across the screen in a state of disbelief. That even comes with a midway refill. It's true that a master of sports has such an unassuming way of replenishing his energy. It's still my brother Xiong. This swimming water has been drunk and eaten. By the time the big dog bear had swum to shore, a group of class runners were finally catching up. However, the human runners at this time were not in a hurry to ride, but instead, they looked at the big dog bear in unison. They were more curious at the moment about how the big bear in front of them was going to finish the cycling program than the race. And just as the eyes of these contestants gathered in unison on Papa Bear was in no hurry to take down a hat from a mountain bike. After skillfully putting the helmet on its head, it held the leader with both hands in the near-demented gazes of a group of participants, stepped on the pedals with its left foot, and as it stomped on the ground with its right foot, the mountain bike instantly glided out. When the mountain bike had skidded out about a dozen meters, Papa Bear came on board in style. By the time the crowd reacted, Papa Bear had already run more than 100 meters on his car, his two short legs pedaling faster than anyone else. Holy shit, careless, go after them. With a gasp, instantly the group of human runners got on their bikes and stormed after them as fast as they could. But Ben was delayed getting started. Plus the whole stretch was full of hills and mud puddles again. They are having a hard time catching up even if they want to. What added to their pang of despair was that when they could only get out of the car to push it, this big black bear stood up hard and rode on, waiting for the downhill section. That's not to mention, in front of the big black bear, that huge weight advantage. Even if it does not pedal, the speed is still fast to take off. When the time came for the second half of the bike race, the crowd couldn't even see the big black bear. And when this scene fell into the eyes of the audience was in disbelief. It's okay for a bear to be able to swim. What's with this bike riding? With Papa Bear riding high, the outcome of the race was no longer in doubt. After all, he hadn't beaten Papa Bear in the first two categories, let alone the last one, running. By the time the human runners finished the bike section and started running, Papa Bear was long gone on the complicated mountain roads. Instead, the audience was able to clearly capture the movements of Papa Bear at the moment through the drone view. Papa Bear, who had burrowed into the mountain road, was seen as a dragon entering the sea, completely in the midst of his home turf. What with the big dirt pits and the bushes, none of it was a problem, and there was not a moment's pause in the middle of the journey, and full speed was maintained at all times. It took human athletes nearly 30 minutes to complete the 5 kilometers mountain cross-country, but Papa Bear didn't even take 10 minutes to run to the finish line. And the moment Papa Bear hit the line at the finish line, two figures immediately darted out from the side. It was a mama bear and baby bear. Perhaps knowing that Papa Bear took first place, the usually stern and grumpy mama bear was also rare and gentle at the moment. The cozy picture of a family of 3 immediately made the crowd sigh. Bear is simply a Bear Life winner. His wife and children came to celebrate when he won the award. The other runners are still off-roading, and Bear's already got a wife and kids. Shay, you guys pretended you didn't see it when he got beat up at the zoo, right? On this trend, They're afraid they're going to have a second child soon. It doesn't matter that we lost. Bear is finally standing up for once. Makes sense. It was only just after the crowd had finished speaking that a scene even more unexpected to them happened. All of a sudden, Papa Bear just slipped his front paws inside his bathing suit. After a couple of drumming sessions, 2 large fish weighing several pounds were pulled out of it. And then it was as if the 2 big fish were offered as treasure to the mother bear. There was a momentary silence from the entire audience. Apparently Bear didn't make it to his feet in the end. I have to say that for the final result of the triathlon was something that no one could have expected before the race started. Even the crowd couldn't guess which player the animal side would send out to the station. Not to mention the fact that animals can take first place, but the ultimate truth was that they had the feeling of being slapped in the face. Of course, even so, the audience's emotions remained high. After all, they had witnessed how a big bear with superb athletic talent pampered his wife on the spot. As for those human competitors who had not yet finished the race, the crowd had just forgotten about their existence. Just at this time, the video of the scene is a sudden change, only to see those human players in the middle of the camera suddenly all of them like a drug like increased speed. Originally they were on the verge of exhaustion after the successive swimming and cycling, and now the sudden acceleration naturally and immediately aroused the suspicion of the crowd. What's going on here? Knowing that you lost to a bear, so suddenly your potential exploded? Got it. It's called knowing the shame. But they're running too fast for that. It seems a little out of the ordinary, but it's also possible that they knew they were nearing the end of the line and decided to pick up speed. Wait a minute. Why do they have a bit of a strange expression on their faces? As if they're afraid of something. What are they looking back at? Is there something behind them? Are they being chased by a bear too? The crowd couldn't help but be reminded of a news story they had read the other day. And just as the audience was left wondering what was going on, the drone footage began to fade in and out. When the camera pulls up high enough, the crowd finally realizes why these runners are suddenly accelerating, only to see that about less than 50 meters behind them, 4 behemoths were running fast, and wherever they passed, smoke and dust rolled like a small tanker. Almost at a single glance, the vast majority of the spectators present recognized these behemoths for what they were. Emma, where did this boar come from? My God, if you hadn't said it was a boar, I would have thought it was 4 more big black bears popping out of nowhere. It's really a wild boar. No wonder they suddenly ran so fast. So they were chased by a wild boar. It's normal for wild boars to appear in this kind of mountainous terrain. They were everywhere in the mountains of our old home, in herds, and these 4 are considered few. Yes, our old home mountain is also, in the past can fight okay. In recent years under the protection policy, these wild boars reproduce really fast. Laughing my ass off, I told you how these people can break through their physical limits out of nowhere. So it's because they're being chased by a boar. Is the boar that scary? Isn't it just a pig? Why are a few of them afraid of the boar? Little brother, are you really stupid or fake stupid? These 4 boars at such a charging speed, a tiger would have to run even if it looked at them. Where's the organizing committee? Hurry up and think of something. There's no way these big brothers can outrun a boar. Yeah, that's kind of a job mistake, isn't it? Why don't we get rid of the boars on the grounds? After a while of watching the fun, the audience at the scene gradually realized the seriousness of the problem. If things really went the way they were now, those 4 boars would really have a chance of catching up with those human runners. It will be a big problem then. After realizing this, the security department of the organizing committee immediately activated the emergency plan. However, it was obvious that they also did not take into account the presence of wild boars, coupled with the complex terrain of the mountain run. I am afraid that they would not be able to arrive in a moment. And just at this time, a silhouette was suddenly running over from the side. It was only when the crowd got a good look that they realized the visitor was none other than Yang Lin, the director of the West Rainbow Zoo. After Yang Lin came to the middle of the field, he immediately walked over to Papa Bear's family of 3, Papa Bear and Mama Bear. It looks like we need your help on this one. Hurry up and go help. I'll keep an eye on the kids for you. Hearing Yang Lin's words, the crowd immediately understood Yang Lin's thoughts. Obviously, if you want the quickest rescue of those athletes, there's no one better on the scene than Papa and Mama Bear. Not only do they possess speeds that far exceed those of humans, but they also have a strong fighting ability that humans can't match. Just as the crowd was still wondering if Papa Bear and Mama Bear could understand what Yang Lin was saying, they ran wildly in the direction of the racecourse at an extremely fast speed. As for the baby bear that stayed behind, it was held in Yang Lin's arms. Amidst the eager eyes of the crowd, Papa and Mama Bear soon appeared in the drone footage. And at this moment those 4 large boars were less than 20 meters away from those human athletes. They were already about to be scared silly when they suddenly saw 2 more big black bears popping out in front of them, and they almost didn't faint from fear. However, in the very next second, These two big black bears bypassed them to block in front of those four big boars. Roar! Roar! With two loud roars, the entire mountain forest shook. Seeing Papa and Mama Bear appearing in the camera and intercepting the four large boars, the audience and the crowd of the organizing committee let out a long sigh of relief. And the same was true of the few human contestants. After the initial panic, they also immediately recognized that Papa Bear was none other than the big black bear that had been in the same arena as them before. It's that big black bear from the West Rainbow Zoo. Is he here to help us? Don't have to think about it. I'm sure it is. The one next to it would be its wife. Great. We finally don't have to run anymore. As he spoke, several of the human players sat on their asses like deflated leather balls. The moment they had just run at full speed had already drained all of their physical energy, and now that their breath was loosened, they suddenly had no more strength left. And when this scene fell into the eyes of the audiences, almost did not let the audience angry jump feet. Holy shit, why are these guys still resting on run That's just it, resting in place in this situation. In case Papa and Mama Bear haven't fought, they're not waiting to die in place. Yeah. Even if Papa and Mama Bear can't beat them, they can still run. These guys will see what they do then. Say, can the two Papa and Mama Bears really fuck with these four big boars? It's hard to say. These boars are obviously all full grown as well, weighing almost 200 pounds or more, not unlike Papa Bears. If it's a one-on-one fight, I'm guessing Papa and Mama Bear can still have an advantage. But 2-on-4 is probably a bit of a long shot. I think it's a bit up in the air too. So let's hope the organizing committee people can get there soon. Never let Papa and Mama Bear get hurt. At this moment the hearts of all the spectators were gripped, fearing that Papa and Mama Bear would not be able to defeat these four big boars. However, Yang Lin, who was on the side, did not show the slightest concern when he saw the scene where Papa and Mama Bear were confronting the four big boars, but instead showed a look of anticipation. And it was at this time that the picture in the camera changed again. Perhaps it was because the dominating roars of Papa and Mama Bear had aroused the ferocity of the four large boars. Those four big boars also became restless at this moment, and low hissing sounds came out of their mouths in unison. In the next second their huge size rushed towards Papa and Mama Bear with powerful kinetic energy. Even through the screen, the crowd was able to feel the unstoppable aura emanating from their bodies. The crowd had no doubt that even a large tree placed in front of them at the moment would be cut off by them. However, in the face of such a strong attack of the bear, parents are not panicked at all. The one size larger Mama Bear was the first to rise to her human feet, her two huge front paws fighting to beat against her chest. Roar! With a stern roar from the Mama Bear, her front paws went straight up against a charging large boar. In the midst of countless people's unbelievable gazes, Mama Bear had actually received this impact force of over thousands of pounds hard without moving a muscle. Yet that's not all. When the Mama Bear had the large boar fully and securely in her grasp, she violently slammed it to the side with all her might. Boom! All of a sudden the ground above the gravel splashed. That head of more than 200 pounds of large boar straight to the mother bear was ruthlessly dropped on the ground, just without waiting for the mother bear to stand still. The second big boar's attack came in tandem. Good thing Papa Bear stepped up at this time. The moment the second large boar rushed toward Mama Bear, Papa Bear landed a heavy slap on the large boar's body. The crowd only heard a muffled sound, and the large boar, which was still in a charging position, was slapped to the ground. In almost just a moment's time, two of the four large boars that had launched the charge were taken down by Papa and Mama Bear. But even then, the nerves of the crowd still didn't dare to relax. Everyone knew that the boar's advantage didn't lie only above its brute strength, but more in their thick skin and flesh. And what happened next really wasn't what the crowd expected. The two boars that had been taken down by Papa and Mama Bear merely bounced twice before rearing up from the ground, seemingly unharmed from their appearance. Soon after they got to their feet, they joined their two other companions in forming a closed circle around Papa and Mama Bear. Things are more or less not looking good if you look at it from here. But at this very moment, Mother Bear's body was violently erupting with an even stronger aura, a primal power that belonged to the ancient times. The crowd could only see from the camera lens that the Mama Bear seemed to be a little fried. But in the eyes of the boars and Papa Bears on the scene, the Mama Bear seemed to be transformed into a different kind of creature. Not only did the muscles become stronger, even the two front palms had to be like flaps. The fur, which was still pure black, had now completely turned dark brown, as if it had faded. And this sudden scene also made the four big boars that were originally feared become a little confused. They couldn't figure out why this big black bear in front of them suddenly had an odor emanating from its body that made them uneasy. But the mother bear obviously will not give them a chance to think. Only to see the human standing up, the mother bear suddenly swung up her right forepaw toward the nearest boar, a slap out. The next second this big boar flew straight out. While it was still in midair, two bloodied fangs fell to the ground. By the time it hit the ground, it was directly half immobilized. Seeing this scene, the other three large boars on the side instantly looked dumbfounded. Terrifying memories from deep within the DNA also seemed to be awakened at the moment. Once even the king of the forest couldn't make them fear for half a minute. But at this moment they only had one thought, and that was to run away. But not waiting for them to turn around, the mother bear, who had already completely fallen into a state of rage, swung her bushel-sized paw and called out. It wasn't long before 3 large boars that couldn't turn around in time were all slapped to the ground by Mama Bear with the force of a single bear. And the fallen boars were almost all in the same miserable condition, with broken tusks and swollen faces. The occasional boar that tries to get up immediately eats another big forced fight until they are completely subdued by Mama Bear. Of course the most alarmed person at the moment was not these boars, but Papa Bear, who was on the sidelines. It could already imagine what its future bear life would be like. As for those viewers who had witnessed the whole process through the camera, they were basically all dumbfounded at the moment. The whole process happened really fast, and it was only a few minutes from the time the 4 boars closed in to the time when the Mama Bear knocked down all 4 boars. By the time they responded, the scene erupted into a mountain of applause. This is too much. Mama Bear took care of these 4 boars with 1 bear? 1 slap apiece. What kind of horrible power is this? Slapping a boar is the same as slapping a watermelon. If this were to slap me on the head, it wouldn't immediately blow my brains out. This is some kind of one-punch super bear. It's true that female creatures in a state of rage are not to be messed with. These 4 boars also had the bad luck of their lives to meet the 2 parents, Papa Bear and Mama Bear. Then I think it's still Papa Bear's bad luck. Fair enough. Almost everyone in the moment was shocked by the Mama Bear's performance. And it was also at this time that the staff sent by the organizing committee finally arrived with rope covers and shields. They thought that they would be facing a scorching human-pig battle, but by the time they arrived they were immediately taken aback by the scene before them, only to see that the large boars that had been raging before were now lying on the ground one by one, and their large pig heads were directly swollen in a circle, and the 2 bears on the sidelines, Papa and Mama Bear, were staring at them with a fierce look on their faces. By the time the group of staffers figured out what was going on, their eyes immediately changed when they looked at the Mama Bear. However, as soon as he thought of the fact that both Papa Bear and Mama Bear were animals from the West Rainbow Zoo, he immediately dropped his guard and turned his gaze to the 4 large boars on the ground once again. Looking at it, a few people got a little confused. What are we going to do now? Are we just going to leave these 4 big boars here, or are we going to bring them back? A young vigilante suddenly spoke up and asked. Upon hearing this question from him, another slightly older team member on the side first pondered for a moment before taking out his walkie-talkie. After some conversation, he instantly waved his hand at the crowd. The head gardener, Yang, told us to take these big boars back with us, saying that they would be released back inside the mountain forest once their injuries had been healed. Director Yang really does have a heart for animals. Guys, give us a hand and get these big guys in the car. With the combined efforts of several vigilantes, the 4 large boars were loaded onto 2 off-road pickup trucks in no time. By the time the players, along with the figures of Papa and Mama Bear, reappeared at the sports venue, the atmosphere was instantly electric. All the spectators crowded around the finish line. When they saw the figures of Papa and Mama Bear, they immediately surged forward. Flowers were offered and food was given. At this moment, Papa and Mama Bear were in their hearts as 2 big heroes who had returned victorious. And Baby Bear was the first to rush to his mom and dad. Only Yang Lin came to the side of those 2 pickup trucks with a curious face. After he saw the 4 large boars that were tied up inside, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. I didn't expect a windfall. The big black pig in the garden will finally have a companion now. As he spoke, Yang Lin turned his gaze to the largest of them. How about this? If you hang out with me from now on, you'll be guaranteed to eat and drink well. You are not too old, cannot be so old in the wild blindly mix, for our West Rainbow Zoo service, into the park that is to enjoy the official animal establishment. In the future your cubs were born with the organization. If you don't think for yourselves, think more for your pups. Hang out with me, and from now on wild boars will become house pigs. Regret a day in the park, regret a lifetime if you don't. It doesn't matter if your teeth fall out, the director of this garden will give you titanium ones later. With Yang Lin's incessant brainwashing, the 4 big boars immediately felt a bright future beckoning to them. Immediately, he accepted Yang Lin's recruitment, completely unaware that the human world had something called drawing a big cake. And just after Yang Lin had successfully recruited these 4 large boars, the match had almost returned to normal. Considering the force majeure that the human players encountered during the competition, the organizing committee temporarily decided to give them trophies and medals as well as souvenirs in accordance with the treatment of the champions. Those contestants also expressed great satisfaction with this. In fact, after Papa and Mama Bear showed up, they stopped thinking of this one as an accident. In their eyes, this was clearly a strange encounter that no one else could possibly encounter in their lifetime. Not only was he chased by several wild boars during the race, he was also saved by 2 bears, an experience that could be made into a movie with a little adaptation. And with the conclusion of this all-conquering award ceremony, the second round of outdoor competition is just around the corner. When the host announced the event, the eyes of the entire room immediately gathered their gaze once again on the large screens surrounding the venue. And what is presented on this screen is a large lake with beautiful natural scenery. On one side of the lake were the rolling hills, and with the blue sky and white clouds, the scenery alone was enough to make the crowd happy. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are looking at here is the Jinsha Lake in Ningnan City, which in addition to the beautiful scenery, is home to a large number of wild birds and wildlife. And our runners will be here today to complete the 5-kilometer freestyle. Perhaps because of the wild boar entrance incident that occurred in the previous round, the audience immediately flooded with mutterings after hearing the host talk about the large amount of wildlife in Jinsha Lake. Why does it feel like this one is even more exciting than the last mountain run? Will there be snakes inside this natural lake? More than snakes, I'm worried there might be crocodiles in there. It's really possible. Oh, Ningnan's wildlife resources are still quite rich. If a crocodile suddenly popped up during the race, it would be exciting, and the competitors would probably swim faster than anyone else. However, just as the audience was discussing whether or not this one would be as dangerous as the last one, the camera went to the contestants this time. As the camera slid past one contestant after another, the audience, who had just been discussing whether there would be crocodiles inside the lake, were dumbfounded. If they were just there in doubt a second ago, now they were basically sure, because right in the midst of these contestants, a big-bellied crocodile with a body length of 7 or 8 meters was quietly lying there in the sun wearing clothes with the contest code printed on them. 6. The organizing committee is really sweet, knowing that there are no crocodiles in the lake, so they arranged one for us. Laughing my ass off. Don't even worry about whether or not there's an alligator inside the lake because there's one inside the contestant. West Rainbow Zoo continues to play consistently and never lets us down in the area of athlete selection. Curious to know what happens if a contestant gets hungry in the middle of a match and eats a random competitor? Don't worry, this crocodile is called Fatty Lee, only eats pumpkins and sweet potatoes, as the locals know. Is there a possibility that it doesn't like eating ninnies much? At this moment all the spectators were intensely curious about the next match. With the appearance of Bay Crocodile Fatty Lee, the match, which was still looking a little flat, immediately became exciting. It's no exaggeration to say that this one was akin to the sprints that preceded it. One is a top hunter on land, the other a cold killer in the water. The only difference is that the former is notoriously fast, while no one knows exactly what kind of speed the latter can swim. Maybe some people know, but those who do are afraid to be reincarnated at this moment. It's a pity that there are no sharks inside the West Rainbow Zoo. It would have been more interesting if they had been sent out this time. That's just it. How can a shark, too big, no comparison, suggest piranha? 6. The one upstairs is the one who understands punishment. Where is the Minister of Justice? And just as the audience was talking, the players in the middle of the arena had the same odd expression. Although they had known that they would be competing with an animal, the organizing committee had only told them before that the West Rainbow Zoo was sending a fish. When we arrived at the scene, it was indeed a fish, but this one was a bit big. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret it. With a gunshot from the on-site referee, a host of competitors began to enter the water one after another. At the same time, the voices of the live commentators began to ring out in the broadcast room. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, big guys, we are now looking at the 5,000 meter freestyle live. The competitors are now entering the water one after another, and the number one competitor is Chen Lang, an athlete from our Guishi swimming team, and we can see that he is very fast. The second competitor is Li Xiong, a swimmer from Guangdong province, who has won several world championship medals and has played with very consistent results. Contestant number 3. When the commentator's gaze shifted to the number 3 player, it was a sudden stop, because he had searched the entire waters and couldn't seem to find the existence of the third player. Not only did he fail to find it, but even the contestants did the same. Who was number 3 again? Why can't I find it? I forget. 2. Who was standing next to runner number 2 when we just set off? What the heck? What kind of brains are you all? Isn't contestant number 3 that big crocodile? Yes. The number 3 contestant is not a human. It's a crocodile. As the realization dawned on the crowd, another question soon popped into their minds. That is, it seems that the big alligator was never seen after the contestants went into the water, except for showing its head at the beginning. It's not drowning, is it? Unable to help it, such an absurd and unusual thought sprang up in the minds of the crowd. However, just at this time, the swimmer Chen Lang, who had been swimming in the first place, suddenly called out, and immediately after that he inexplicably raised his speed. Seeing this scene, the crowd, who had been speculating a lot before, immediately thought of a possibility. It just so happened that at this time a large screen off to the side delivered an underwater view for the crowd. A scene from the underwater Jinsha Lake appeared in front of the crowd. Just below the clear lake water, a behemoth was diving under the water in a comical position. The four little short legs were continuously picking their way under the water like four little propellers. It's not Bay Crocodile Li Xiaofang who has been disappearing or who, unlike the other contestants who chose to swim on the surface, it chose to dive underwater. What's more, it teases the other players from time to time as it stalks along. After realizing this, the audience's faces were instantly filled with the slightest smiles. So that's what crocodiles look like when they swim underwater. It's nothing like their vicious image. Why do you feel a bit naive? I was wondering before how the crocodile managed to have only one nostril and eye showing on the outside. And now I finally realize that it's by the fact that underneath are four little short legs flopping around there. May I ask if that's a foul? Laugh it up. Foul the referee for daring to go for it? These contestants probably thought they had met a water ghost. No wonder the head gardener said before that Fatty was still a little girl. She sure is naughty. It had to be said that although Li Xiaofang would occasionally go and scare those runners, it was because of this that the speed of those runners was also qualitatively improved. Originally taking nearly an hour and a half. All those human players were hardened and advanced by 10 or 20 minutes. Of course, even though they all finished early, they still ended up being defeated by Fatty Li. By the time they came ashore, Li Xiaofang had long since dried all the water on his body beside him. The contestants were not the least bit surprised by the result. After all, the crocodile, even if it was not considered a real fish, but it still carried the word fish anyhow. Swimming is far beyond them. With the last human competitor finishing, it was soon time for the awards. The audience had expected the prizes to be awarded this time as they had been in previous competitions. But when the referee led Li Xiaofang to the podium, they suddenly realized that there was a tall mountain of pumpkins piled up on the side of the podium. Seeing this 5 or 6 meters of pumpkin mountain, Li Xiaofang's eyes immediately lit up and rushed over on the spot. The old pumpkin, bigger than a man's head, was bitten to pieces in just one bite. Looking at Fatty Li, who was frantically showing off his pumpkin, the audience almost didn't pass out from laughing. It's still sweet of the organizing committee to know that Fatty loves to show off pumpkins. The great master shed tears of sadness. Little Fatty got good food when he won the race. Why, he didn't even get a cigarette when he won the race. Indeed, this cannot be known to the great master. If he knew, he could be so angry that he would smoke 3 packs of cigarettes in a row. The great master's head is all over the place and he hasn't figured out what the problem is. However, what the crowd doesn't know is that at this moment, inside the West Rainbow Zoo, the shit delivery man is watching the live broadcast of the game with the cell phone he borrowed from the next door Master Chang in one hand, and a half-burned cigarette in the other. Its face turned green when it saw Li Xiaofang there frantically showing off the final prize. A series of hard puffs of cigarettes before saying with a sigh of relief, "They wouldn't even try to fool me with a bunch of bananas. No, this matter must be settled when Xiao Yang returns." When he finished speaking, he casually flicked the cigarette butt in his hand, which had burned almost to the ground. The next second there was a scream from the park next door. "What lackluster thing set my quilt on fire?" Yang Lin, who was at the scene of the match at the moment, naturally didn't know that he had been missed by the great master again. Even if he knew that, he didn't have the heart to pay attention to it, because the next match would soon be his turn. That's right, as the director of the West Rainbow Zoo he was also given a project by the organizing committee. With a hint of apprehension he walked towards the playing field after taking a deep breath. Outdoors, with the conclusion of the 5,000 meter freestyle, it was soon time for the next event. And when the program was announced, the crowd realized that this program would be perhaps the most special of all the competitions. Next up will be the equestrian competition. And equestrian is the only one of all the competitions that requires both humans and animals. Next we have the entrance of our contestants. As the host's words fell, a figure appeared at the entrance of the arena. There were human athletes in professional equestrian attire and valiant professional level racehorses. Elegance abounds everywhere. But what attracted the crowd's attention the most wasn't those players in front of them, but that last figure that came out. When they saw this familiar figure, the entire audience was agitated. I can't believe it's the head gardener. Is the head gardener competing this time too? The gardener won't be representing the animal side this time. That's the kind of crap you say, but it's not impossible. Hey, it only makes more sense that the human players will be human on horseback and the animal players will be horseback on human. You mean the gardener is going to carry a horse in a race? Say, all the other contestants have horses. How come the gardener doesn't have one? Dude, why are you still cursing? There's no cursing. There's really no horse next to the gardener. That seems to be true. The gardener really doesn't have a horse. As the crowd's focus shifted, they quickly noticed a hint of difference. The other contestants were each holding their own horses. Only Yang Lin was empty next to him. The crowd was even a little skeptical if Yang Lin was planning to show them horsemanship on foot. By the way, is there no horses at the West Rainbow Zoo? There really doesn't seem to be any. Just 2 zebras. Forget the zebras, the things aren't very good for riding and racing. I've seen them in documentaries. I agree with that. The zebra in the documentary was too lazy to run when chased by the lion. Silly and with a temper. Don't you guys know that zebras are closer to donkeys even though they're called horses? Stubborn as hell. So what kind of shit is this wave of gardeners going to ride? Just when everyone was curious about what animals Yang Lin would actually pull out for the rodeo, all the racehorses on the scene suddenly became uncontrollably agitated at the same time. Seeing this scene, the crowd was still a bit uncertain until the appearance of a behemoth at the entrance of the venue. With its dark fur, plump body, and the long protruding arching mouth, it was clearly a large boar. Judging from the swollen faceplate of the large boar, it was obviously one of the 4 boars that had been fatally beaten by the mama bear earlier. Seeing this boar come out, the crowd in the arena immediately had an urge to flee. They remembered how those 4 boars had chased those human athletes earlier. Yang Lin obviously realized this as well, and hurriedly walked right up to the big boar to explain. Don't be afraid, everyone. Now that this big boar has been converted, he's now part of the West Rainbow Zoo. I'm really sorry, we just couldn't find an animal inside the zoo that would be suitable for use in a rodeo. After all, you guys don't want to see me riding a lion to compete with you in a rodeo. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the equestrians present shook their heads and a bitter smile appeared on their faces. Wild boar is fine. Wild boar is fine. Yeah. Equestrianism is just a formality. It's good to be able to ride. I'm all for young gardeners riding pigs. I'm all for it. Joking, these players are not stupid. In case Yang Lin really pulled that Lion King over to participate in the equestrian competition, then they are still not compared to the scene of these horses. I'm afraid that all have to lie down. What can a large boar be competitive with in comparison? And compared to these generous contestants, the audience was even less bothered. The moment they saw Yang Lin leading a pig out, there was no such thing as rules in their hearts. Say, is there anything in the rules of the equestrian competition that says that the contestant must ride a horse? Does any old brother know? I've learned that there are only requirements for entrance and implements, not for the horse. After all, people wouldn't expect someone to ride a pig in a rodeo. Just pretend it doesn't exist if you've never heard of it. Now the crowd is fine with it. The players are fine with it. And the way I look at the referee doesn't seem to be fine with it either. I'd advise the referee to mind his own business. That's it. Change the rules on the spot. Let's call today's match pig art. Young gardeners are the ones who started the piggyback races. Rural children said that when I was a child, I really rode a pig, ran so fast that the back of my head hit the ground directly, and I almost lost my life. As the crowd acquiesced to Yang Lin's pig riding competition one after another, Yang Lin then also took out a saddle from the side and put it on the back of this big boar. He straddled the large boar even as a host of other riders rolled onto their horses. What made the crowd feel strange was that the big boar, which had been unusually violent before, was unusually quiet under Yang Lin's seat at this moment. There was nothing wrong with it other than it looked a whole lot shorter than the rest of the field. As the competition officially began, one by one, the other contestants began to perform according to the predetermined program. Short sprints and obstacle flips reveal the grace and agility of racehorses and riders. More or less, it's a feeling of being wowed by those who are watching a rodeo for the first time. But when it was Yang Lin's turn, the picture suddenly became odd. Even though he was able to sprint at a very fast pace as usual when riding a boar, there was nothing elegant about that scene. Even a strong comedic effect. That wasn't all. However, by the time the obstacle course came around, the crowd had thought there was no way the big boar could finish with his size. However, the moment the big boar carried Yang Lin and jumped up high, the whole crowd was immediately stunned. Knowing that those obstacles on the track were at least a meter high, this pig was able to carry Yang Lin and jump over them. It was already a flying pig. If the previous relay race had done justice to the pig's speed, this equestrian competition had once again refreshed the crowd's perception of the bouncing ability of a creature like a pig. Of course, the shock was only temporary, and after the shock, there was the unbridled laughter of the crowd. No one could remain calm while seeing a boar rider streaking across the field. Even the riders were at the moment being laughed out of their minds. It wasn't until this time that they realized that Yang Lin might be playing a very new tactic. Without a doubt, with the boar rider's official debut, victory or defeat was no longer necessary. Maybe in the piece of elegance Yang Lin is far less than the other contestants, but in the piece of performance is far more than the other contestants. However, when the final results were announced, Yang Lin was nearly out of breath and fell off the boar's back, especially when he saw the final score given by the judges. What? I have the lowest score? Why? The referee was also quick to respond in the face of Yang Lin's challenge. Park Director Yang, this is something we follow the grading criteria for as well. Although you and your racing pig managed to cross all the obstacles, you also broke 3 fences, so a portion of your skill points will be deducted. With that said, this referee pointed to the battered barrier on the side of the field. Seeing these smashed obstacles, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed an embarrassed look, turning to the large boar beneath him. Look at what you've done. Originally it said 1 month for the transfer period, but now I'm changing it to 3 months for you. Of course, considering the special circumstances on your side, the organizing committee has decided not to select a specific ranking, and it was between the two conversations that the final results of the match were announced. When the crowd saw Yang Lin's score that was far behind the crowd, they became a bit tense on the spot. It's over. It's over. The director gave away the only point of the West Rainbow Zoo. The director has disgraced the West Rainbow Zoo this time. Animals, it's been known for a long time that this two-legged beast is unreliable. I can't believe the big downwind game gardener gave away a head. I'm guessing I'm going to be chattered to death by the animals when I get back. If I had known, I would have sent a monkey. A monkey riding a pig should be more effective and have better results. It must be the head gardener who is limiting Piggy's play. But then again, the humans didn't win this wave either. After all, by relying on those horses. Just as the crowd was mocking Yang Lin to the utmost, that morning's race came to an end. Considering that the venue of the competition was quite remote on that day, the organizing committee very kindly prepared boxed lunches for all the spectators. However, just as the spectators were finding their own corners to eat their boxed lunches, Yang Lin was suddenly supporting a cauldron in the center of the venue. While the cauldron was being set up, a couple of motorized tricycles soon drove by. At first the crowd was a little confused as to what Yang Lin was doing. It wasn't until it carried down bags of fruits and vegetables as well as meat from these carts that the crowd finally understood. He was preparing lunch for the animals. The crowd, who had never seen a zoo allotment before, immediately gathered around. However, Yang Lin's next maneuver was an eye-opening experience for them. Just see Yang Lin first boil a big pot of water, and then the whole big sweet potato with a chopper into small pieces. And then there are pumpkins, potatoes, leafy greens, and other seasonal vegetables. He even ended up cracking dozens of eggs into the pan. As he stirred the various vegetables and fruits in the pot with the large spatula in his hand, a burst of flavor wafted throughout the room. And also while the cauldron with the vegetarian food was still boiling, Yellen brought another cauldron to boil. It wasn't long before he was raining down large chunks of beef and lamb inside another cauldron. The aroma of meat, vegetables, and melons instantly wafted across the room. The crowd that was still eating their boxed lunches suddenly felt that the boxed lunches in their hands became unappetizing. Even if their boxed lunches also included a combination of meat and vegetables, meat, eggs and fruits, it always felt like something was missing. Is this really what the animals eat? Sure, it's not a zoo employee meal? Really? These sweet potatoes and pumpkins and stuff are selling for a lot of money right now. And they look like they're kind of organic. So big. Big chunks of beef. My God. Our family wouldn't dare to eat like that on New Year's Eve. Made me hungry. Are all the animals at the West Rainbow Zoo fed so well? It makes me want to be an animal. I think it's nice to be an animal. To have something to eat and something to wear and something to live in. No mortgage and no car payment. Suddenly I want to taste what the animals' meals are like. It felt so healing when the gardener was chopping vegetables there. Just as the crowd was lamenting that they weren't eating as well as the animals, one animal came from just outside the arena. When these animals came to Yang Lin immediately lined up obediently. At the front of the line was the family of Papa and Mama Bear. At the moment, Papa and Mama Bear were each holding a stainless steel face basin, just waiting for Yang Lin to put the rice. And Yang Lin immediately after seeing the three of them gave them a few big spoons full each in the veggie section, the meat section and among the melons and fruits. His hands that didn't shake at all looked at the crowd with envy. After the Mama Bear's family of three, the other animals took out their food bowls one by one. Some were only the size of a normal rice bowl, while others were the size of a foot washing basin, and the crowd looked on in wonder. By the time these animals had finished their meal, they were not the least bit shy of the audience, and ate right there on the spot. Such an image instantly attracted the attention of more viewers, even those in the live broadcast room. For this reason the cameraman at the scene also gave separate close-ups of the animals eating. In an instant the live broadcast room that had already subsided instantly exploded again. Countless pop-ups flew out rapidly, almost on the verge of flooding the entire screen. I was just saying I'd find some kind of foodcast to watch during dinner, but now it seems completely unnecessary. Never in a million years did I think I'd one day be watching a bunch of animals eat pods for a dry meal there. Hey, why isn't that crocodile eating? Is it not to his liking? Is there a possibility that I was stretched out on pumpkin earlier? That boar brother next to you, please just eat what's in your own bowl. Don't steal what's in your brother's bowl. So the bear cubs eat the same way human cubs eat. Inattentive and picky eaters. Looks like this bear really doesn't like carrots. This animal is really not something that can be raised by ordinary people. The cost of food for one day must be several $100s. It's so nice that the animals eat pure and unadulterated. And I'm here to eat technology and hard living. Let's see if we can be reincarnated inside the West Rainbow Zoo in our next life. I want to be a chimpanzee because of the cigarettes. I think I'm okay with all but the cow and horse, because cow and horse I've been enough of in my life. Be a kangaroo. You don't have to buy a house for your son when you have him. We have a self-built house. At this moment all expressed a strong envy of the animals in the scene. And topics related to animal food at the West Rainbow Zoo quickly became the topic of the day. Yang Lin himself didn't think that he could be on fire even if he casually cooked a pig's food. Inside the venue, as the animals finished their meals one by one, the audience suddenly looked unfulfilled. After all, it was really the first time they had seen the animals eat so close, and the time at the moment was slowly coming to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. According to the schedule, the next event to be held will be the rock climbing competition. The rock climbing event is significantly more thrilling than the previous events. Of course the crowd didn't have a clear idea of the level of thrill until the venue was specifically revealed. It wasn't until the big screen presented the venue for this match that the expressions of the spectators immediately changed subtly, because the playing field on the screen at the moment was clearly a natural rock wall. It's close to 100 meters by eyeballing alone, and the undulating rock above it is nothing like that of an indoor climbing venue. Some places even present a right angle, and from a distance there is a heart-stopping feeling, not to mention climbing. Just as the crowd was wondering where the host had gone this time, a helicopter suddenly appeared on the big screen, while a familiar figure appeared on top of the helicopter. The next second a familiar figure came from around the arena. Hello everyone, I'm at the main venue for this rock climbing competition. This cliff face that you are looking at now is a purely natural cliff face left behind by 4th season glacial activity. Overall angle greater than 60 degrees, partial angle greater than 90 degrees, vertical height 98 meters. And our competitors will need to choose a route to climb from the bottom of the cliff face to the top of the cliff face. The camera lens was also giving the cliff a big close-up again as the host spoke. Only a few safety ropes dangled there above the treacherous cliff face, while below was a thick layer of inflatable cushions. Even if the organizing committee has put in place sufficient safety measures, the ordinary audience still does not dare to have the mentality to try in the slightest. While being alarmed, they couldn't help but begin to speculate about the players who were going to participate in the competition this time. Will it be monkeys this time? It feels like any kind of monkey would have an advantage over humans in the middle of this kind of climbing competition. That's true. Don't look at how old Master Strong is. Let him participate in this tournament. It is estimated that he can even climb faster than the average professional. Then you are wrong. Climbing trees they may be able to do, but climbing a cliff face like this is pretty much the same for almost all primates. The main problem is not climbing, but how to stay stable and balanced in the midst of high altitude. Without waiting for the crowd to guess what the outcome would be, the camera soon turned sharply and a figure appeared just below the cliff face. Due to the fact that it's a niche sport, the spectators didn't recognize the contestants at first glance. Only one person, who seemed to be an extreme sports blogger who had challenged a tall building of some sort, made a slight impression on the crowd. It was only when the camera was fixed on the last contestant's body that the audience suddenly showed their astonishment, because this figure was too familiar to them. It was clearly the rock goat, which was the national second-grade protected animal that had fucked up with the Tibetan antelope before. If the crowd remembers correctly, it was also one of the first animals to be banned by the organizing committee. I didn't realize it was once banned and now it's back again. Am I reading this right? This time the West Rainbow Zoo side is sending a sheep? I can understand sheep in the long jump. I can't see it a little bit if you're climbing. Are its 4 hooves really suitable for rock climbing? No one could have forgotten its name so quickly. Yeah, why does anyone think rock goats can't climb? That is, guess why it's called a rock sheep. Let's put it to you this way. For rock sheep, anything greater than 90 degrees is called a slope, and anything less than 90 degrees is collectively called a road. I'm now suspecting that the head gardener let this rock sheep get eliminated on purpose in the first place. While the crowd was still discussing whether or not rock sheep was fit to participate in this one, the referee on the scene had already announced the start of the match. Immediately, the rock climbers tied on their safety ropes and performed their climbing skills to the top of the cliff face. It wasn't until they had climbed nearly 10 meters that the rock sheep moved without a rush. What struck the crowd as a bit unbelievable was the fact that the rock goat had no security measures on its body. Without waiting for them to marvel, the rock goat chased them upwards at a speed beyond anyone's imagination. Where it passed was as if there was no obstacle. What bumps, what cracks, in its eyes was as if it did not exist. Even the slightly steeper parts it was able to leap over with only a moment's delay. The 4 little hooves were like hooks on top of them, always standing firmly on top of the cliff wall. The only thing that might keep it at bay for a little while are the weeds and herbs that grow on the cliff face. By the time it was more than halfway through its climb, the other human runners were barely a fifth of the way up. Immediately, these players' mouths dropped open in surprise. Just as the human contestants were about to see just how this animal master managed to be so steady, A round pearl fell out of the sky and almost landed in the mouths of these contestants. And naturally, this scene was shown to the audience through overhead shots. Finally, I know what it means to fly high. Contempt, that's proper contempt. The rock sheep contestant doesn't just have to eat on the way to the race, it has to shit on the way to the race. Rock sheep, give the brothers a taste of the Bacchus pill. What a *TTY match this is. Simply popularize it. Many grasses eaten by rock goats have medicinal value inside, so its feces itself also possesses certain medicinal properties, clearing fire and brightening eyes and so on. So there are not only obstacles but also attack props during rock climbing. What's that called? It's called crawling slow to eat shit before it gets hot. Eating in such a high place is easy to eat the cold wind into the stomach. Not scurrying thin is already enough to give face to the brothers. It's really no different than if we were walking on level ground. Are all animals so unbelievably gifted? If those guys weren't still hanging there, I'd even wonder if my screen was turned sideways. At this moment the crowd also finally knew why the rock goat was called the rock goat. This animal world's masterpiece brother today kind of let the crowd open their eyes, as the rock goat successfully climbed through one thrilling section after another. The audience did not stop mouthing words of praise. The crowd was still reeling from the shock of its rock climbing prowess until it made it to the top. As the rock goat made its way to the top, the lens of the overhead camera was given to it. At this moment the crowd inexplicably felt that the originally stupid-looking guy in front of them had gained a few more points of handsomeness, especially when it raises its head high at the top of the cliff. But to the audience it looked more or less indebted to this look in it. It's worthy of being a rock goat. This climbing speed is simply outstanding. But what's with the proud face it has? Of course people are proud. After all, they've won over a dozen human players. Ha ha ha, and almost fed those contestants the elixir of immortality. While the crowd was talking, the rock goat player was turning his head and nibbling on the grass and shrubs on the side. It starts rewarding itself even before it has claimed its prize. It wasn't until it had chewed the surrounding turf ball that the first human runner finally climbed up slowly and leisurely. Just as soon as he climbed to the top of the cliff he saw the long face of the rock goat. What surprised him quite a bit was that the moment he saw him, the rock goat player even nodded at him, as if asking if he wanted a bite. Meanwhile the other human runners began to make their way to the top. Once all the players had finished ascending to the top, the race was officially over at this point. Although those players lost this wave to a rock goat, they all lost in a convincing manner. There's no way to challenge someone's ability to eat with their own interests, and there's no blame in losing, let alone practicing for a few more years. Even if they practiced for the rest of their lives, there was no way they could match the rock climbing speed of this rock goat. Immediately, these human runners took a picture with the rock sheep with an excited face. To be able to take a picture with a real cliff king on top of such a cliff face was something they obviously wouldn't have gotten to do if it wasn't for this competition. It was only when the group photo was over that the crowd was suddenly aware of a problem. By the way, the human competitors will just slide right down the safety rope later. What about the rock goat? Yeah, we can't say we'll let people come down around the other side of the cliff. How about letting the human competitors hold it and speed down with it? That depends on whether or not the other goat wants it. And this problem was obviously not only considered by the audience. Even the organizing committee had thought of this problem, and immediately a staff member of the organizing committee asked Yang Lin, who was at the side. Park Director Yang, do you need us to go get the rock goat player down? However, Yang Lin shook his head at this question. No, we have employees who will take care of getting it down. Employees? Are there still employees from your garden above the mountain? The organizing committee staff asked with a curious expression. I didn't say it was on a hill. And just as the two of them were conversing, a black dot suddenly appeared right above the sky above the cliff wall. At first the crowd didn't think anything was wrong, but as the black dot got closer and closer, soon the crowd could no longer remain calm, because that black dot seems a little too big. Holy shit, what is that thing in the sky? A drone. It looks like a big bird coming. What kind of bird is so big? Are there any raptors around here? It's very normal. Guaishi's wildlife resources are rich in the entire dragon kingdom that can also be ranked in the top few. It's normal to have such a big bird. Something's wrong. That big bird seems to be coming down. In the next second, under the gaze of countless eyes, a large bird comparable in size to a small helicopter swooped straight toward the cliff face. Only when it got close to the camera did the crowd realize that it was a huge eagle with golden brown feathers and a white crown on top of its head. From the camera's point of view alone, the crowd had an unprecedented sense of impact, not to mention the human competitors who were on hand to face this eagle head-on. Almost immediately they prostrated themselves. An eagle of that size, they had no doubt that if they were targeted, they'd be taken like a chicken shit. But soon they realized that the big bird didn't seem to be coming at them. In the next second, amidst the crowd's gasps of surprise, the giant eagle grabbed the clothes of the rock sheep player and took him off the ground directly in front of the national audience. Everyone was dumbfounded at this moment. The rock sheep player who just won the title is getting his lunchbox so soon? That's what most people are thinking at the moment. Of course some of the local Ningnan spectators thought otherwise, and they recognized the giant eagle almost immediately after the initial panic. But even so, they didn't tell those out-of-town viewers the truth the first time, but rushed to put on the same surprised expression as those out-of-town viewers. Even they acted more pompous than those out-of-town viewers. Holy shit, is the rock sheep player just nothing? That said, what level is this big bird? Criminal or not? Don't be nervous everyone, this is our southern sparrow. Don't be surprised if you're from the north. That's right, birds of this size are very common in our Ningnan. My family has one and I ride it to school every day. It's not passing, just pay attention in your next life. Rock goat player. This incident tells us that it's okay not to climb so high and to pray for the rock goat runners. I've heard that hawks like to kill their prey by dropping it from high in the air before eating it. Is that not true? It seems like, if that's the case, then the rock goat player is even worse. Listening to these local tourists in Ningnan, the faces of the foreign tourists on the sidelines all turned white with fear. And just when most of the spectators thought that the rock goat contestant was really just gone, the giant eagle suddenly started heading in the direction of the ground. When it got close to the ground it suddenly unclenched its claws. In an instant the rock sheep player landed in an extremely smooth position. Seeing this such a dramatic scene, the unknown tourists' mouths grew wide. Instead, the rock sheep that was thrown down bleated twice towards the giant eagle in the middle of the sky like it was nothing but a sheep. Although the crowd couldn't understand it, it always felt as if they were saying thank you. Just as the crowd froze, the giant eagle that had just placed the rock goat on the ground came in the direction of the outdoor arena. The speed is so fast that almost in the blink of an eye those viewers who could only see its real face through the screen are already able to see its appearance with the naked eye. Is it going to take a random bear? Just as this thought had just popped up in the minds of the crowd, a silhouette took the initiative to meet towards this giant eagle. The next second in the eyes of everyone in the room, this golden eagle with a wingspan of 2 or 3 meters landed straight on the shoulders of this silhouette. Vaguely the crowd could still see the figure fall to the side. How did you kid grow so fast? Almost I would have been overwhelmed by you. Then I would have lost a lot of face then. Go back and put you on a diet before the golden eagle turns into a golden pig and people should say we're abusing animals again. At the edge of the arena, looking at the golden eagle Li Shuangying who stepped on his shoulder, Yang Lin said with a disgusted look, perhaps because of the secondary development, or because of the awakening of the talent, Li Shuangying was obviously one size bigger compared to half a month ago. In fact it wasn't the only one. All of the animals that had awakened their talents, no matter what talent they had awakened, were growing in size at different rates. Only Li Shuangying is especially obvious. Before only 20 or 30 pounds of weight it is now afraid of 50 pounds. Maybe it won't be long before it can pack Yang Lin. And also just as Yang Lin was talking to Li Shuangying on his shoulder, the eyes of the entire audience gathered, especially those out-of-town visitors who had never seen a golden eagle before. Wow! Is this big bird the gardener's? The gardener's bird is so big. Blah, 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 blah. What are you babbling about? You child. What kind of bird is this? And why can it grow so big? It seems to be a golden eagle to come. Before I swipe to a video inside the shot seems to be this golden eagle. Right. I seem to have remembered when you said that. There was a big golden eagle inside the West Rainbow Zoo before. It seems to have gotten quite a bit bigger again. And it's true that if the food is good enough, even a bird can be fed this fat. So it wasn't so much that the rock sheep player was taken earlier, but rather, he hitched a ride with a coworker. Took a ride on a hitchhiker's carving. Ha ha ha. That rock sheep contestant is estimated to be the first sheep to go to heaven within the entire sheep tribe. Rock sheep, Mom, I got ahead and flew on an airplane today. While the crowd was all surveying the golden eagle on Yang Lin's shoulder with a curious expression, those contestants who were still on top of the cliff face before were picked up one after another by the cars sent out by the organizing committee to return to the site. And at the moment they were obviously still reeling from the grief of having the rock sheep player taken right in front of them. So much so that when they saw the live rock sheep player on the scene there was an instant look of disbelief in their eyes. It wasn't until the organizing committee stepped in to explain that they finally figured out what was going on. But at the same time, a question arose in their minds. Yang Lin would usually only bring animals that were competing to the scene. That meant that the odds were that this golden eagle was also a competitor this time. The same question was also asked by the viewers, who felt that things did not seem so simple when they realized that the golden eagle was also an animal inside the West Rainbow Zoo. Not long after this question arose in their minds, the organizing committee was also quick to provide an answer. Ladies and gentlemen, if the rock climbing competition just now was about courage and skill, then the next competition will require a higher level of courage and more skill. As soon as the host finished his words, tons of question marks popped up in the audience's heads. Is there any race event that requires more courage than rock climbing? The thought had just popped up when the camera on the big screen at the scene switched again. switching from the original cliff face to a towering peak. It's not as menacing as before, but it's better in terms of height. Seeing this peak, some of the spectators' minds had begun to have an answer, though they were still a little less sure. It wasn't until they saw the green bull flag that hung high above the mountain peak that all their doubts dissipated. What followed was a strong sense of anticipation. This time, the Ningnan city officials are really bloodthirsty. Ah, the Green Bull Daredevil team has been invited. Is this one about winged flight? There doesn't seem to be any of this on top of the previous races. A wild guess would be that the Green Ox officials saw that this race was on fire, so they temporarily sponsored one. If it's really winged flight, it really does take more than a little courage. So this time the human side is fighting the extreme athletes of the Green Bull Daredevil. Those are the high-end players of the Blue Star OL. They're all ruthless people with one life through. The ones that didn't pass are probably rebooted by now. I had a friend who played extreme sports who left last year, and now my son is looking more and more like him, and I suspect he was reincarnated as my son, and I'm so relieved. That's a coincidence. I also have a friend who plays extreme sports and now I'm ready to have a second child with his wife. 6 You guys, your friends are worthy of the green cow. Just as the crowd was speculating that the event was wingsuit flying, an extreme athlete wearing a Green Bull label wingsuit flying suit appeared on top of the peak of the highest peak. As these extreme athletes appeared, the audience erupted in cheers. Wingsuit flying competition, which is not seen in any other games, is far more thrilling than the previous rock climbing. Now that they have the opportunity to witness it with their own eyes, can they not be excited? And just as the crowd was looking at these extreme athletes with excitement on their faces, Yang Lin also patted the golden eagle on his shoulder. The next second the golden eagle took off into the air towards the peak where the winged flight was held. Seeing this scene, the crowd finally realized why the golden eagle had appeared above the arena. What happened next was really not unexpected. Just 3 minutes later, a familiar figure broke into the live footage of the game. Under the gazes of countless spectators, the huge size of the golden eagle slowly stood on the same line as the several wingsuit flyers present. The 4 people and the sculpture became the center of attention in the room all of a sudden. If the Green Bull Daredevils were the ultimate players among humans, then the Golden Eagles were the well-deserved kings of the sky. And this Golden Eagle from the West Rainbow Zoo is the king of kings. When these two compete above the same sky, what kind of sparks will erupt? In the next second, amidst the gazes of 10,000 people in anticipation, the 4 people and 1 statue jumped down from above the peak cliff top at the same time. Below was a 10,000 foot cliff and above was a 10,000 mile blue sky. As the view of the big screen switched from the camera lens to the sports cameras on the athletes, the crowd got a blood-curdling feeling. It was as if that which soared among the skies was themselves. Just when the crowd thought that was the limit, a camera was given to a golden eagle on the side. And this shot of almost disliking a golden eagle instantly made viewers understand what it means to be a feast for the eyes. Above the turquoise blue sky, a divine and incomparable golden eagle was spreading its wings and soaring. Pale golden pupils, a pointed beak like a curved hook, a piece of feather closely arranged without a trace of mess. Exquisite, not like a mortal creature. It had to be said that at this moment the crowd had a feeling of being deeply mesmerized by the golden eagle's face value, especially when it spread its wings above the sky. Such a perspective is something most people would probably never see in their lives if it weren't for this competition. Without realizing it, the crowd's minds had a feeling of being emptied. It was as if he had followed the golden eagle up into the sky. Only the next second the picture changed again. What appeared in the picture was no longer the appearance of a golden eagle, but a panoramic view of the entire Ningnan city. In this perspective, the entire city of Ningnan and the surrounding mountains, cities, lakes and rivers were all clearly visible. And unlike the previous perspective, this one didn't have a hint of jitter, just like God's perspective. Yet by this time the crowd didn't have the heart to care anymore about where the perspective actually came from, because the view in front of him was just too shocking. The whole of Ningnan's great mountains and rivers were completely displayed in front of the crowd. From time to time, you can also photograph the small animals that inhabit the fields of the mountains. These little animals, which are like elves in heaven and earth, not only bring the audience a touch of life, but also a sense of healing that has never been seen before. It was as if all the worries and anxieties of the moment had vanished without a trace. It was unknown how long it had been. The sun in the sky began to slowly set in the west, and a trace of the remnants of the sunset with an orange color began to appear in the sky. And that's when the perspective changed again. From the overhead view it had just had to a flat view. By this time the crowd also finally realized where the perspective had just come from. It was clearly brought about by that camera strapped to the belly of the golden eagle. That means that the perspective that the crowd just saw was almost equivalent to that of a golden eagle. Without waiting for the crowd to think about it, an even more stunning image appeared in front of them, only to see above a sunset sky, the golden eagle with spreading wings was flying ahead like a navigator, and behind it were the 4 winged pilots. The 4 winged pilots, sheltered by the golden eagle's feathers, didn't have to worry at all about the turbulence in the air or about direction. He was even able to fly more smoothly with the airflow brought by the golden eagle when it spread its wings. With the sunset in the background, it shows the harmony between humans and animals. At this moment, the crowd had forgotten that this was an exceptionally treacherous extreme sport. By the time the crowd reacted, the golden eagle was already slowly flying back into the field with those four-winged flying athletes. As a group of athletes landed on the ground, in an instant the room erupted in cheers once again, and the official live broadcast room of the race party was equally lively at the moment. What happened to the promised extreme sports, which were not at all extreme, but were touched by the extreme? Yeah, it didn't feel like a race. It felt more like a journey that took us on a journey to let go. Finally, I know why humans are so obsessed with flying up into the sky, because it feels really good to be in the sky. Simply never had a travel experience. Both the beauty of the city of Ningnan and those small animals in the mountains and fields of the two healing. If I get the chance, I'd like to try wingsuit flying once in the future. Thank you to the organizing committee officials for making this such an experience for us. And thank you to the West Rainbow Zoo for allowing us to see the world through an animal's eyes. How can I put it? Although this competition is not quite a competition, it seems more valuable to me. It's probably a first for these extreme athletes to experience flying with a sky dominator like the golden eagle. Let's just say that I didn't lose any money today by keeping the booth all day, but I'm still a little sorry I couldn't be there. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room at this moment were clear of all kinds of favorable comments and exclamations. And with the time here, the second day of the tournament has been officially declared over, but neither the live audience nor the crowd in the broadcast room dispersed at the first opportunity, because they knew that, as per usual, there was bound to be a big surprise waiting for them. As the night progressed, a starry green fluorescent light was lit up around the outdoor venue. At first these green luminescents were only sporadic, but gradually, over time, these fluorescent lights began to become more and more numerous. It didn't take long for the entire field to be covered everywhere above. Looking from the sky above was like a river of stars spilling onto the ground. Seeing this beautiful scene, the crowd also reacted immediately. It's fireflies, lots of fireflies. My goodness, how many fireflies there must be. It feels like I haven't seen fireflies in half my life, and the last time I saw them was when I was a kid in a rice field back home. At this moment even the most bearish of bears became quiet, fearing that they might accidentally hurt these little elves of the night. For a moment there was a moment of stillness and beauty in the scene. As these faintly glowing fireflies danced about in the air, an even more shocking scene soon appeared in front of the crowd, only to see that above the sky, which had completely dimmed at some point, a jade belt composed of thousands of stars was quietly echoing with the fireflies above the ground. The crowd, who had long lived in the concrete jungle where had they ever seen such a scene, froze, and this infinitely beautiful scene was likewise presented to a national audience through live cameras. The originally rowdy live room became quiet in almost an instant. Everyone's gazes were dead set on the Milky Way in the sky and the glowing river above the ground. For a moment it was a little hard to tell which was the sky and which was the ground. I do not know how long. Those fireflies slowly drifted to the surrounding wilderness. The crowd is finally awake from that fairy tale-like dream. However, this time the crowd did not applaud, nor did they make any noise. They just packed up their things and left the scene, fearing that they might disturb the spirits that inhabited the mountains and forests. By the time the crowd had left the scene, not to mention the garbage, not even half a piece of paper could be found at the scene. By this moment this second day of the competition was truly over. But what happened during the second day of the tournament was something that quickly spread across the internet at a much faster rate than the first day. A piece of self-reporting from the scene or live audience is more frequently out of the circle. On the evening of the second day of the competition day, a personal self-explanatory article titled 2 Days After Coming to Ningnan, the critters cured me of my mental internal conflict exploded on all major platforms. The publisher of the article tells the story of what he saw at the games site over the course of 2 days as a game site witness. In his description, he was originally a wage earner who had drifted around the imperial capital for more than a decade. Every day, I work from 9 to 9, 4 days off a month. My head is dry and bald, and my body is dry and broken. Cervical spondylosis, herniated lumbar discs, loss of vision, excess visceral fat, neurosis, insomnia, all the problems a wage earner would have he basically had. And with the pressure of a mortgage and car loan, you can't even look for a date. After stumbling upon an online video about the Ningnan Zoo, he decided to come to Ningnan for a visit and happened to get tickets for this competition. In the midst of these 2 days and 2 nights of racing, I saw sights that I never saw in the first half of my life. I suddenly realized that I could have that kind of life myself. So this time I wanted to live it all over again. Wanted to live like those animals, swinging and laying flat. At this moment I feel like I've been reborn. I've given up my empire's monthly salary of 30k and am ready to take part in the next Shihong Zoo's social open recruitment. Everyone bless me to succeed on the shore. As more and more people read and retweeted the article gained tens of millions of readers in just a few hours. And the number of comments in the comments section below is already in the millions. The same Empire 996 to fight workers. See the blogger's article, and the state of those animals in the West Rainbow Zoo. I also want to lay flat and swing like them. Suddenly there's a dawning realization of why we're having such a hard time living. Why we're not living as well as the animals at the West Rainbow Zoo. The Magic City Hitman seconded the motion. The sheepskin players likewise seconded the motion. Watching today's game, I was really envious of those animals at the West Rainbow Zoo. They are truly alive. Crossing rebirth, I'm an animal in the West Rainbow Zoo is the cool article of the year. Lie down, all of you. I'm not convinced. Living as a blue star overlord isn't as easy as being an animal. Let them be people. I'm going to be an animal. Yes, 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 yes. Let them be the man for this one. I'm not going to be the man. Mud. In my next life I'm going to be reincarnated as a panda. And I'm going to beat up whoever I see getting upset. Pandas are no good. I don't like bamboo. And there are no pandas in the West Rainbow Zoo. So I'd rather be a tiger. Isn't there anyone whose focus is on this issue of open community hiring at the West Rainbow Zoo? Has the West Rainbow Zoo started recruiting? How come I don't know? Is there any channel for enrollment? Official website. Big brothers. Hurry up and go. This time they seem to only recruit 10. Go late, I guess they will be full. Is there any recruiting criteria? Do you need animal-related knowledge? Bro, I have a set of 3-year breeding, 5-year rearing here. Do you want it? VL 50 email it to you. Anyone have any real exam questions for the West Rainbow Zoo? Post them please. Not today, but tomorrow I guess. Don't all of you take the test. Let me take the test. I'm going to Ningna until I flat. Don't all stop me. Enrolled. Looking forward to disembarking. Nope. Looking forward to getting in. With the gradual increase in the video's popularity, the focus of attention soon shifted from how to lie down and swing to heal the spiritual internal conflict to the open recruitment of the West Rainbow Zoo. And the number one trending topic on Shakeology is gradually becoming how to get a job at the zoo. A large number of netizens began to inquire through various channels about ways to get into the zoo to work. A number of books on raising and breeding animals have become the top sellers in major online bookstores. One of the top sellers was a book titled Postpartum Care of Sows. And correspondingly, at this moment, the official website of the West Rainbow Zoo has also seen an unprecedented bloom. A large number of netizens began to flock to the site, and the number of visits directly skyrocketed from tens of thousands on weekdays to millions. So much so that just after taking a break from work, Yellen received a call from the website maintenance staff. Hey, director, our zoo's official website seems to have been hacked. Did you offend someone? Now the zoo's official and public numbers are completely paralyzed, and the servers are drying up. Hearing these words from the website maintainer, Yang Lin directly sat up in shock. Holy shit, what asshole did this? Attacking my official website of a zoo for what? Fucked up my official website and public number. This is not wanting me to sell tickets. What a vicious tactic. Get me in touch with the Reddit Alliance. It doesn't matter if it costs a little more. Find a way to get the site back. Really can't add a few new sets of servers. Paralyzed for a day, this has to lose how much money? When Yang Lin had managed to hang up the phone and was just about to take a break, there was immediately another call. As soon as the phone was connected, a call from his cousin, Chen Kurson, came from the other end of the line. Table pot, did you leave my email on the official website? Now my mailbox is bursting. Just for a moment there, I got tens of thousands of emails at once. It's all about resumes. Hearing what Chen Kurson said, Yang Lin was first stunned, and then he remembered that the resume delivery email address that he had left on the official website was really Chen Kurson's. Tens of thousands of emails? You got hacked too? Hacking my ass. These emails are all trying to interview us for the zoo. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, Chen Kurson on the opposite side said in a bad mood, I just had a brief look and there are all kinds of people dropping off mail. There are current doctoral students from Qingbei, turtles from prestigious foreign universities, and some former Fortune 500 executives. If they hadn't all clearly spelled out what they were looking for, I would have thought it was a joke on someone. It can't be. We are hiring some breeders and caretakers this time. What are these high school students doing with their resumes? Yang Lin asked with a puzzled expression. To this day he was still firmly convinced that this was being spoofed. No, cousin Pot, you don't even surf the internet. There's a guy who just posted an article saying that he wants to work in our zoo, saying that those animals in our zoo cured him of his mental internal conflict. So now our zoo's job openings are the meat and potatoes, and all those people want to come to our zoo to heal. After hearing Chen Kurson's explanation, Yang Lin hurriedly picked up the cell phone placed aside and checked it. When he flipped to the article his face broke into a bitter smile. You're being cured of your mental internal conflict. I'm being fucking screwed by you, Imoa. After knowing the truth of the matter, Yang Lin was nothing but speechless. He also did not expect that the West Rainbow Zoo, which originally did not see a single person recruited for half a year, had become the meat and potatoes in the hearts of job seekers. The key is that those Ningnan locals report even if some people from the imperial capital Magic City Yangqing also follow the hilarious. It's hard to believe that these people are still planning to settle in Ningnan. Seeing that these job seekers had crowded out the official website of the West Rainbow Zoo, Yang Lin, who had already been ready to go to sleep, suddenly lost his sleepiness. Looks like it's time to prepare for a test or something, and these guys don't look much like they're joking or anything. When the time comes, make the questions harder and eliminate a bunch of them first. Thinking of this, Yang Lin hastily opened the computer on the side and planned on it. And time passed slowly, and in no time at all the time came to the second day, the third day of the competition. After the first day of the outdoor race, this time the race once again returned to the indoor, but the venue was changed from the city gymnasium to the Civic Activity Center of Ningnan City. The time had only just reached 8 o'clock in the morning, and Yang Lin was already leading a group of participating animals to the Civic Activity Center. Compared to the first 2 days, the popularity of the third day, instead of decreasing in the slightest, had increased from the previous day. As a last resort, Ningnan city officials had to temporarily remove all the seats and railings. Even so, the scene was still crowded when Yang Lin entered, and many of the new faces among them were obviously coming to the tournament for the first time. In addition to the spectators, of course, there were even more new faces in the arena. On the first day, the media on site were some local TV stations or newspapers in Ningnan or Guangxi. By the time the second day rolled around, the Dragon Sports and General channels were there one after the other. And by the time today's scene was even more exaggerated, Yang Lin even saw a lot of foreign media reporters. What BBD, ABD, NDB, messy TV station labels see Yang Lin is a burst of dazzling. As for the sponsor signs around the venue, that is even bigger and louder than one another. Yang Lin could not imagine at all how much revenue the original money-losing games would end up bringing to the Ningnan officials. Just as he was thinking about these things in his mind, without realizing it, the eyes of the entire audience and the media's cameras were all focused on him. At this moment, Yang Lin felt like that world top stream star. However, before he could pose for a photo, a staff member beside him whispered a reminder. Gardner Young, move over, you're blocking the animal's shots. Upon hearing this reminder, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed an awkward smile. After all, that he's not a top streamer. He's just the man behind the top streamers. It was hard to wait until the entrances were over and the third day of the tournament had officially kicked off. With the voice of the on-site MC, the first event of day 3 was unveiled. Hello everyone, I'm sure you're all very familiar with our first race today. It's also the program that shows the most strength of all the events. That would be our weightlifting, which is our dominant sport in the Dragon Kingdom. We have won gold medals in several sports in many Olympic Games. We are also very honored to have invited several Olympic champions to this competition. So please welcome our Olympic champions to the stage. As the host's words fell, there was a burst of applause. Amidst this applause, several familiar figures appeared in the middle of the competition venue. Every one of them is in existence that once competed for gold and silver for the Dragon Nation in the Olympic Games. Among them were men's 77 kg champion Lu Jun, women's 75 kg champion Zhou Lu, men's 62 kg champion Shi Yong and women's 75 kg champion Tang Hong. There are 4 Olympic champions, highlighting the dominance of the Dragon Kingdom in the sport of weightlifting while also raising the profile of the competition indefinitely. It's no exaggeration to say there was a sense of great value in the audience when they saw these 4 come out. After all, these 4 are all existences that have broken world records many times before, and they are the kind that break their own records. They almost represented the peak power of the entire Dragon Kingdom. But even so, the crowd didn't think that these champions would be able to curry favor in this one. And just as the audience thought that, the host's voice came on again. We've just had our human athletes come out. So next we'll have our animal representatives from the West Rainbow Zoo. As soon as the words fell, a burly figure appeared above the competition field. That full of brown and black fur, plus the white deep V pattern on the neck, is clearly the mother bear who fought 4 pigs with 1 bear the day before. Seeing the mama bear come out, the room once again erupted into an even higher pitched cheer than before. After all, the impression Mama Bear made on the crowd yesterday could have been too much. The heroic slap that sent a large boar flying they couldn't forget even now. And just as Mama Bear came out, the camera's lens was given to the sidelines. At first the audience was a little unsure until another behemoth appeared in the middle of the shot. It was clearly the Papa Bear who was there holding the baby bear. At the moment the Papa Bear was standing there like a human being, and the mischievous baby bear was being held in his arms with his front paws, just short of shouting out "Go wife." Seeing such a cozy scene, the audience at the scene and in the live broadcast room instantly revealed a smile. But those 4 Olympic champions were more or less laughing at the sight of Mama Bear. They had watched the tournament at home the day before. They were well aware of that great power of the mother bear. Comparing their strength with such a beast known for its strength, they had no bottom at all in their hearts. But they were relieved to think that the competition itself was not aimed at taking first place. And just as a few of the Olympic champions were more or less in a state of apprehension, Mama Bear walked up to them. The next moment, in the flattered looks of these Olympic champions, Mama Bear gave each of the four of them a big hug. There was a look of surprise on the faces of these Olympic champions. Looks like this trip wasn't in vain. Yeah, well, in that case, let's have a good time sparring with our animal friend. It doesn't matter if you lose anyway. Unconsciously, the concerns in the minds of several Olympic champions have all disappeared. With the referee's order, this contest of strength between man and animal was officially declared to have begun. As an absolute strength event, weightlifting doesn't have the same fancy tricks as other competitions, and the entire competition is divided into two categories, the snatch and the clean and jerk. Take the final total weight as the score. And as a former Olympic champion, Shur-Yong was the first to start trying. With countless spectators watching, he lifted 190 kilograms on his first lift. The crowd erupted in cheers the moment they watched him lift the barbell bar high into the air. You know that's 190 kilograms. Several times his personal weight, and a large boar weighs no more than that. Before, the crowd still only had a numerical concept, but at this moment it was witnessed with their own eyes. The sense of impact brought by that huge weight was completely different. Worthy of being a professional. Coming up to 190 kilograms. This weight is for me. That means Shur-Shin can lift for me over his head. How did he practice this? People's record is 195 kilograms. That's just where it is. Now I suddenly feel that human beings are an amazing animal. They don't seem to be outstanding in all aspects, but on the contrary, they can explode with amazing potential after being exercised. While the average person is not expected to be able to lift even the weight of their own body weight, professional athletes can lift several times their own weight. This is the importance of scientific training. If the animals can also be so practiced estimates, then human beings are even more awesome. This should almost be close to the weight of the human limit. I really don't know how ridiculously strong an animal can be. While the audience was talking, Shur-Yong completed another clean and jerk, and the final result was 360 kilograms, which is not far from the record he set at the Olympics. After Shur-Yong, the other two female weightlifters each showed their incredible strength, leaving the men on the scene and in the live broadcast room to marvel at themselves. When it was Lu Jun's turn, the cheers at the scene rose to another level. As a legend in the weightlifting world of the Dragon Kingdom, LV Jun has a high reputation both in the Dragon Kingdom and internationally, has broken several records in one fell swoop, and is also the current world record holder in the clean and jerk. And in addition to the weightlifting aspect in the bodybuilding world, he is likewise countless bodybuilding enthusiasts in the heart of the super military god. Countless European and American bodybuilders are called the spirit of the nitrogen pump. The weight he used to warm up was as far as anyone could go. If he was the only one among humans who could compete with animals in terms of strength, he was probably the only one who could do so. Therefore, in Lu Jun's turn, everyone's heart carried a hint of expectation that he would be able to create a miracle. And indeed, Lu Jun did not disappoint the crowd. Perhaps infected by the atmosphere, he lifted 172 kilograms straight up in his first snatch. The weight had far exceeded the record he had once set. At the sight of this scene, the entire audience and even the audience within the live broadcast instantly all boiled over. By the time he attempted to jerk 208 kilograms, the crowd was holding their breath. Because if he can lift it this time, then he will break two new world records here. Right in the middle of the audience's anticipation, Lu Jun completed the attempt with a set of flowing movements. All of a sudden, the arena erupted into a mountain of cheers. Just as LV Jun once won the Olympic Games. In fact, what just happened was no less than winning the title, as Lu Jun's move once again broke the world record he had set, and everyone in the room was a witness to that record. Holy shit! Bull, military god. It's true that the ceiling of the weightlifting world can break records at a recreational meet like this casually. I guess the organizing committee itself didn't expect that the invited Olympic champion could break the world record on the spot. Didn't the So Flyers break the record before? Counting this, there have been several world records set here. It's true that you still have to compete with better players to become better. Does this count as an evolution? I read a previous study that said there is a possibility for humans to evolve if they are subjected to the external environment for a long period of time. Count on it. I've heard that all a man needs to do is fall off a cliff to his death 100,000 times and his offspring will be forced to grow wings. I really don't know what kind of scores Mama Bear can lift. It shouldn't be too much more than the military god. Mama Bear is only 200 pounds. Can she lift 500 pounds? As the results of several human Olympic champions came in, the crowd's attention couldn't help but shift to Mama Bear, and the Mama Bear seemed to have felt the gaze of the crowd, and instantly stood up humanly and waved her hand toward the spectators in the stands. Seeing this scene, the crowd also rushed to just interact with the Mama Bear. For a moment the atmosphere became jovial, and it was also at this time that Yang Lin's figure appeared on top of the race stage. Apparently his presence signaled that Mama Bear's challenge was about to become official. It was a moment when the crowd couldn't help but speculate about what kind of weight Mama Bear would actually choose for her first lift. And Yang Lin, who was standing beside the referee, was quick to give his answer. He was seen holding out 2 fingers. Then after a moment's thought, he switched to 3. What does this raising of 3 fingers by park director Yang mean? 300 pounds? It also makes sense. Start with small weights first? After all, Mama Bear hasn't gone through professional training. Is there a possibility that it's 300 kilograms? How is that possible? 300 kilograms, that's 600 pounds. Unlikely. Only just as the crowd had finished speaking, the crew on the sidelines began to add pieces to the top of the barbell. All clear red pieces. Each piece is 25 kilograms. It took a full 12 pieces of weight to finally match. That added barbell piece was a sight for sore eyes for the audience. I won't say lift. It's scary to watch. Holy shit. That's a lot of visual impact. Can Mama Bear really handle it? Yeah, that's 600 pounds. The weight of 4 adult males. I don't think anyone in the world should be able to lift that much weight anyway. My buddy can. He can do curls with this thing and supersets at little tiny dogs. My buddy can bench press with that weight at Pies Pie. My buddy practiced pen twirling with this thing at Big Uggy B. It was a moment when hardly anyone thought that the Mama Bear would be able to lift the 300 kilogram barbell. However, the next second they felt slapped hard by Mama Bear. On top of the ring, Mama Bear didn't seem to be a stranger to the barbell in front of her, but instead looked full of interest. Apparently Yang Lin had once familiarized it with these things, and for the big guy in front of it that weighed 300 kilograms, its face could not see the slightest bit of gravity. The next moment, amidst the countless eyes that were staring intently at her, the Mama Bear gripped a pair of front paws directly onto the barbell bar in a manstand position. Everyone's heart couldn't help but stutter at this moment. On the side, Lu Jun and the other 4 Olympic champions were even staring at Mama Bear's forepaws, which were gripping the barbell bar, with their dead eyes. It was also at this time that the barbell piece that was originally close to the ground suddenly moved. It was slowly lifting upwards in a slow and steady position. The crowd was basically dumbfounded at the sight of it. Whether or not a Mama Bear can get a barbell snatch to work, being able to get a barbell weighing 300 kilograms off the ground is not something that can be done by humans. But the next moment Mama Bear's operation gave them the feeling that they were watching a science fiction movie. With the barbell piece off the ground, Mama Bear lifted the barbell bar straight up to her chest in a single breath, before quickly squatting down and finally lifting the barbell high above her head. The whole set of movements without the slightest stagnation. A 1-2 punch in before the Olympic champions show when there is no difference. Standard so that people cannot pick fault. Until the whole set of movements of the Mother Bear was completed, the crowd was still immersed in its terrifyingly huge strength. At this moment the whole arena became incredibly quiet. Both the judges and the audience looked at Mama Bear with a dumbfounded expression. The Mother Bear seemed to sense the abnormalities of the scene, and hurriedly raised the barbell in her hand and looked around, and then looked to the side of Yang Lin, seemingly asking what had happened. Just as Yang Lin was about to answer it, the arena instantly erupted in thunderous applause, and even the 4 Olympic champions on the sidelines were similarly excited and applauding vigorously there. There's no doubt that Mama Bear is simply their idol at this moment. I shit. Up. Direct snatch 300 kilograms even can finish so standard. This is what horrible physical strength Finally, I know what kind of beating those 4 wild boars have endured. Thanks to them being wild boars. If it were me, I would probably have died on the spot. I've always heard that a bear can smash a bull's spine to pieces with a single slap, and I didn't quite believe it, but I finally did today. No wonder all I keep hearing about is the power of the bear. Yet just when the crowd thought that was the end of it, Mama Bear slowly placed the barbell on the floor. The 300 kilogram dumbbell didn't even make a sound when it was placed on the ground. The referee we wanted to challenge for a bigger weight, which I think is still too light for Mama Bear. In the midst of the referee's dumbfounded eyes, Yang Lin spoke these words in a flat tone, seemingly thinking that he had heard wrong. The referee hurriedly followed up with another question. It's too light. How can it be? The one just now was 300 kilograms. That's right that's what you said, Mama Bear, isn't it? Saying that, Yang Lin turned his gaze to Mama Bear on the side, and the Mama Bear who heard Yang Lin's words immediately nodded her head in a very humane manner. Just as the referee was about to say something else, Yang Lin suddenly asked again, by the way, what's the heaviest weight this barbell bar of yours can hold? When he suddenly heard Yang Lin ask this question, the referee was obviously a bit puzzled, but in the end, he quickly gave an answer. The barbell bar we used for this event was standardized with the Olympics and has a maximum weight capacity of 200 pounds, which converts to kilograms is probably a little over 544 kilograms. What are you asking for? 544 kilograms, right? So this time you guys will fill up all the pieces to the heaviest weight for me and will challenge that weight. As Yang Lin's words fell, several people, including the referee and the 4 Olympic champions, were dumbfounded on the spot. Fill up. Is that a word you can hear at a powerlifting meet? Is that something a human being could say? The audience at the scene and the audience in the live broadcast room did not hear what Yang Lin said due to the distance between them. In the middle of their picture, they only saw Yang Lin say something, and then several Olympic champions and judges were all dumbfounded. So the audience was filled with curiosity as to what Yang Lin had actually said. What in the world did park director Yang say? How come those guys all have that look on their faces? I don't know. Looking at the expressions of the military god and the others, it seems like they're a little less than receptive. Holy shit. I'm in a hurry. Does anyone know how to read lips? Tell me what the hell they just said. Where's the guide? Where's the guide? Stick me the camera and the microphone. Just as the audience was in a state of impatience, the live host was suddenly walking over to the weightlifting table. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a little situation at the moment. Our mama bear is going to be taking on the 200-pound clean and jerk challenge next. And that's the heaviest weight our barbell bar can hold. And if the challenge is successful, then it will be the greatest moment in the history of weightlifting. So let's see if Mama Bear succeeds in her challenge or not. Just after the host finished his words, the entire audience was in an uproar. They thought of countless possibilities, but only this one didn't come to mind. The audience in the live broadcast room also directly exploded, and countless pop-ups popped up at the same time. 1,200 pounds, my god. I'm afraid this is a joke. Wouldn't that be over 1,000 pounds? 1,088. 6,217 pounds to be exact. Over half a ton. Oh. Wouldn't that be 10 of me bundled together? Don't be ridiculous. Even a bear couldn't possibly lift that much weight. I seriously doubt an elephant could lift it. An elephant might be able to hit something that weighs over a ton, but there's absolutely no way to lift something that weighs half a ton. The way the force is generated is completely different. If the mama bear is impacting, I think she might actually be able to exert that much force. But if she's lifting, I think it's a little unlikely. My concern is, can this barbell bar handle that much weight? Don't worry. If it's an Olympic pole customized to Olympic standards, it's absolutely fine. If Mama Bear can lift it, the name of the first Hercules in the animal world is afraid to sit down. Don't mention ants. Let's talk about pure weight. Just as the crowd had thought it unlikely, the crew had filled the barbell bar all the way up, with the last barbell piece being mounted on it. The entire barbell instantly reaches a staggering weight. From a distance it looked like 2 big iron lumps joined together, and it's the same weight that Olympic champions can't even think about. But once again, Mama Bear walks towards it with a calm face. The eyes of tens of millions of viewers across the country were all focused on it at this moment. With Mama Bear's forepaws once again gripping the barbell bar, the crowd instantly got the feeling that their hearts were being held. Even if they weren't the ones holding the barbell bar at the moment, their little hearts still couldn't stop beating rapidly there. They were both afraid that Mama Bear would be able to lift it and that she wouldn't be able to. It was in the midst of this ambivalence from the crowd that Mama Bear finally got going. Almost to the naked eye, the barbell bar, which was claimed to be the same model as the Olympics, began to deform. It was even closer to an N-type when Mama Bears took it to the top, as if it would break in the next second. At this moment, there is also the person in charge of this equipment purchase who is also scared. He was more afraid than anyone else that this Olympic pole would break in the middle of the race. If he breaks it, he won't be able to speak with 100 mouths. And just as everyone was gripped hard, the barbell pieces that were sinking on both sides were finally trending off the ground. The barbell piece slowly lifted a centimeter as the glaring eyeballs of a crowd of Olympic champions watched, and the camera gave a close-up of this seemingly insignificant centimeter at this time. All of a sudden all of the sounds in this moment all disappeared. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard, as if it had stopped at the same time. The only thing still moving was the barbell piece that was lifting upwards. 2 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters, until little by little Mama Bear lifts it up to her chest. Seeing this scene, the crowd immediately felt the urge to hiss out in their hearts. That's a terrifying one. 200 pounds. And it's a miracle of life that a mama bear can lift it up to her chest. Even if the mama bear doesn't make it, this moment will surely be remembered by countless people for the rest of their lives. Yet just at this time Mama Bear was making an upward jerk. The 200-pound weights was as if it didn't exist at all in its hands. And in just one pass, the full-weighted barbell was being lifted high above its head by its forepaws. Such an unbelievable scene made the already silent arena quiet a few degrees again. I don't know how long it took, but Mama Bear finally released the barbell from her hands. Its gaze also looked at Yang Lin on the side once again, as if it was wondering why the crowd didn't cheer this time and if the challenge had failed. There was absolutely no indication that it had just completed a historic challenge. And in response, Yang Lin just gently patted its shoulder to indicate that he was reassuring it. The baby bear on the sidelines also seemed to be able to see that his mother had finished the game, and immediately broke free from his father's embrace and ran towards his mother. When he got close to the mama bear, he immediately did a munchkin bear splash. The mama bear, who just managed to lift a 200-pound barbell, was an immediate pouncer in the face of this flurry. Immediately the mother and son bears were in a tizzy in the arena. It wasn't until this time that the audience at the scene finally reacted. In an instant, applause as dense as a rainstorm resounded throughout the arena. All the spectators looked with their own excited eyes at the mama bear in the field, who was playing with her baby cub. Even a couple of Olympic champions. It was only at the sight of the baby bear that the crowd remembered that the Super Hercules in front of them was also a mother who had just given birth. And originally is accompanying their own mother. Playful baby bear suddenly listened to the applause of the crowd, seems to feel threatened, and hastily also learned their own mother's appearance. People stood up, slapping his chest right back at the crowd on the field, while not forgetting to make ow 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 noises with his mouth. Seeing this scene, the audience in the arena immediately laughed even harder, and after a moment of confusion at the sight, baby bear ran to the nearest referee on the sidelines with his own little paw raised and jumped up to paw at the referee's knee, almost slapped the referee to the ground on the spot, laughing to death. Learning to hit the referee at such a young age, this is going to be great when you grow up. I really can't. Let's get this bear cub to beat me up. Yes, Auntie isn't afraid to hit. Come and hit Auntie. Now that's a real bear. It's a good boy who grew up knowing how to protect his mom, but it probably doesn't realize that the best in the house is its mom. That's right. I bet none of you sitting here can carry a slap from a mama bear. Mama bear is really going against the grain. Is this really the power a creature can muster? This is catching up to a forklift. The military god broke a record in sports, and mama bear is afraid she broke a record in biology today. I'll bet that except for those creatures inside the sea and a few on land, mama bear's power is already at ceiling level. Earlier I was thinking that even if mama bear's power was stronger than an ordinary person, it wouldn't be too much stronger. Now it seems that I was shallow. Surely the creator is still fair. All the spectators at this moment did not mince words of praise for the mama bear. The Olympic champions were also looking at the barbell on the ground, which had been filled with pieces. After briefly trying them out, they all shook their heads with bitter smiles. Obviously, under those 1,200 pounds of terror, they were no different than the average person, let alone grabbing it. You can't even get the barbell to move. And this duel of absolute power came to an end. Mama bear took first place in this contest by a wide margin. By the time they received their awards, the 4 Olympic champions were just like fanboys and fangirls, tightly surrounding the mama bear in the center, while the baby bear was held high above the head by the military god. As the staff camera pressed the shutter, the moment was frozen forever. Just as the 4 Olympic champions were about to leave the stage, Yang Lin was suddenly rushing over with a bag. You guys, wait a minute. Mama bear asked me to get you guys a special gift. I don't know if you'll like it or not. As he spoke, Yang Lin pulled out 4 t-shirts from the middle of the bag. When he unfolded the t-shirt, the design on it was suddenly clearly displayed in front of the 4 Olympic champions. Upon closer inspection, there is a picture of the mama bear family and their personal paw prints. Seeing such a gift, the faces of the 4 Olympic champions burst with joy. Such a gift is simply equivalent to getting an autographed poster from your most admired idol himself. It's an honor and a recognition at the same time. 4 Olympic champions wore them on the spot. Seeing this scene, the crowd immediately had a sour feeling, especially those who finished in front of them. Blunder. I should have known that I would have asked for a souvenir from park director Yang myself. It's all limited edition. With the departure of the 4 Olympic champions and the baby bear family, the much anticipated weightlifting competition has finally come to an end. And I'm afraid the biggest impact it has had is the change in the perception of bears as creatures in the minds of the people. It wasn't long after the competition that the social avatars of various powerlifters changed to bears. There are even more gyms that have bears as their logo and mascot. For a moment, the black bear has been a symbol of absolute power. Just as the crowd was still immersed in the great shock that mama bear had just brought, the second competition had been presented to the crowd, and there was more or less a hint of oddity on the faces of the spectators when they saw exactly what the match was about. Artistic gymnastics. I'm not mistaken. How come there's such a program in this competition? Not to mention you. I was a little confused when I watched it. This program doesn't really look like it has animals that can participate in it in any way, does it? That's just it. Doesn't artistic gymnastics require a lot of complex movements? All the scores come from movement scores. What about this animals? I think monkeys should be able to do it. But wouldn't it be a little too hot to get 2 monkeys to do artistic gymnastics? I don't want to see 2 big red asses. I really can't think of any other animals. So help me out. Big guys, don't think about it. You won't find out later. Amidst the speculations of the crowd of spectators, soon Yang Lin's figure appeared in the middle of the competition venue. At first glance, The Yang Lin crowd even thought that Yang Lin was going to personally wear a gymnastic uniform to perform on the field. The audience was so scared that they called for a change of channel. Well, at this time from behind him came out a few figures. When the crowd saw what these figures looked like, there was a feeling of being stunned in their eyes. One animal in the lead was seen to be covered in snow-white plumes, while its neck and wing edges were black, and on the top of its head was a gemstone as red as onyx, which, together with the pair of soulful eyes, was noble to the core. Almost with a single glance, the crowd had recognized it for what it was, a dandelion crane. And besides this dandelion crane, behind it was likewise a dandelion crane. Just as the crowd was sighing that this lineup was already strong enough, two more bird-like figures appeared behind them, also all white. The two birds following the danding crane is not like the danding crane is fairy, but more like two head wearing a crown, wearing a white wedding dress to be married princess. They were two beautiful white peacocks. By now the gymnastics lineup on the West Rainbow Zoo side was in full view. Even though the human side on the other side had sent out 4 young ladies with super high values and tall figures, the gazes of the crowd had never taken their eyes off of these 4 large birds for even half a minute. And under the reflection of these 4 aristocrats among the birds, even these 4 gymnasts as beautiful as ice could not help but look a bit dimmer. Well, have I been single for too long? So I'm looking at these 4 birds with some eyebrows too. So face value can cross species. How in the world can there be such a good-looking species? What do you mean by elegant? This is it. It feels like those 2 dandies are already elegant to the core just by taking 2 steps there. No wonder the gods and goddesses inside the immortal world like to use this thing as a mount. The face value is really high and it comes with an immortal aura. What kind of fairy animal is this? The 2 white peacocks in the back are also superbly colorful. But unfortunately I was so focused on those monkeys when I went to Shihong Zoo before that I didn't even go to the bird forest. Me too. When I went to the West Rainbow Zoo for an afternoon of watching shit deliverers and didn't even go anywhere else to hang out. There is no doubt that at this moment, just by virtue of their face value, these 4 birds from Shihong Zoo have already conquered all the viewers. Seeing the dumbfounded expressions of the crowd, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed a disdainful smile. Little man, it's still being taken to death. For the sake of this competition he had deliberately spent talent points to awaken the alienated genes in the 2 gray peacocks that were originally in the park, and only then did he make them turn into this stunningly beautiful appearance now. And just as the crowd was completely falling into the super high face value of the danding crane and the white peacock, the referee also announced the start of this competition. As competitors on the human side, 4 young ladies from the provincial gymnastics team were the first to begin their performance. I have to say that as professional athletes, these 4 athletes have the word grace and elegance down pat. The various movements and gestures are also very well executed. But since the crowd's attention was not on them at all at the moment, the response was mediocre. Except for the polite applause that was sent after the display was over. After all, at the moment they were more looking forward to the next performance of the dandelion as well as the white peacock. The good thing is that his next performance didn't disappoint them either. With the sound of a burst of music with a strong classical style of the Dragon Kingdom, the 4 birds from the West Rainbow Zoo paced into the performance venue in a stunningly beautiful manner. As if rehearsed in advance, the 2 dandies took the lead in the dance. If the golden eagle before was the king in the sky, then these 2 danding cranes were the dancers in the sky. Even if there is not the slightest regularity or articulation between the steps, there is a natural flavor that comes with their graceful gestures. Together with their wings flapping and their songs, they instantly made the scene beautiful to the extreme. At the same time the 2 white peacocks that had originally been playing soy sauce on the sidelines also finally moved, only to see that after they approached the 2 danding cranes, they suddenly opened the long tail feathers behind themselves slowly. All of a sudden the field was as if 2 absolutely beautiful white flowers had blossomed, the beauty of which was unforgettable and could not bear to be disturbed. The crowd at this moment simply didn't know what kind of word to use to describe their feelings. Cranes dance. Peacocks open their screens. Any one of these are wonders of nature. Moments that countless photographers and animal lovers can't get enough of. And now the 2 can appear on the same field, but also can do perfect harmony together without the slightest sense of incompatibility. This is what kind of luck. More rare than the flash in the pan. It's no exaggeration to say that if you miss this one, you may not be able to meet it again for the rest of your life. Just like a shooting star. All of a sudden there were pop-ups all over the live broadcast, and the pop-ups were surprisingly consistent. Wish myself a successful landing and all the best for the year ahead. I hope to find someone in the coming year that I can be with for the rest of my life. Wish yourself a great future and double your salary. Wish yourself and your family good health and no disasters. Make a wish that your grades will rise to the top 10 in your grade this coming year. At this moment, the live broadcasting room and the competition site has just turned into a large-scale wishing pool, and everyone is wishing for the most sincere wishes to the several unearthly figures in the middle of the stage. As the crowd made one wish after another, the danding cranes as well as the white peacocks in the field, as if they had sensed something, immediately opened their wings and rose up into the air. In the next second these four fairy spirit-like creatures hovered in the sky above the stage, and every now and then they would let out a burst of ethereal cries, causing the crowds at the scene to shriek in amazement. And the scene looked to the crowd as if it really was as if the wish they had just made had been taken up to heaven by them. Inexplicably the mood of the crowd became overwhelmingly pleasant. After the cranes and white peacocks slowly fell from the sky, the crowd hurriedly raised their filming equipment like avid fans and frantically photographed them. But even in the face of such a situation, the danding crane as well as the white peacock still look elegant and calm, which can be said to have the temperament engraved in the bones. And naturally, the final result of the race up to this point needs no introduction. If we were forced to give the four birds a score, I believe everyone would give them a perfect score. Before, the mama bears were the limit of their strength, but now they are the limit of their grace. All are beyond human imitation. With the conclusion of this particular artistic gymnastics, the morning's program was down to the final event, martial arts. As a traditional event of the Dragon Kingdom, and the one with the most Dragon Kingdom characteristics, this event is hard to see in the international arena, but it is basically present in all domestic events. Slightly criticized by viewers, however, is the fact that this event is not a competitive event, but rather a performance event, so much so that this competition has never been very popular. However, considering the special nature of this games, the crowd was more or less with a hint of anticipation for this program. After all, there were animal contestants in this competition. They can't guarantee that the animal contestants in this program will be on it, but if they are, it's bound to be an explosion of programming. The only uncertainty is what animals will participate in this program. I think there's a chance it's a monkey, and a set of monkey fists would still work. Mantis it is. Mantis fist is a little more powerful. It's a pity that Big Sister Hua has already been on it, otherwise I'll see who can block the tiger's fist. What about snakes? Snake punches come together too. Is it as powerful as my king's fist? That's not easy. Just see what other animals aren't on it. The woofers aren't on, so it can't be a dogfight. At this moment the crowd was almost guessing all the animals inside the West Rainbow Zoo. Even the Lion King was not spared. It wasn't until the athletes took the field that they had a moment of a big drop. The animal side is represented by two bouncing little guys who are not as tall as an adult's knee. Holy shit, what the fuck is this? Looks like a red panda. So today's show is Kung Fu Red Panda? This topic is good. Have time to write a script to find an investor to see if you can make a big animated movie. Put your ass on the line. How can this be a baby panda? It's a baby raccoon alright. Raccoon. Isn't that a dry noodle? Dry noodles? Isn't that a small finish? What the fuck kind of bootleg dry noodles are you eating? Don't argue. These two little guys are just little raccoons, not little pandas or little finishers. Let me show you what a baby raccoon looks like down there. The baby panda looks like this. Clear enough. So this time it's Kung Fu Raccoon? What's a small man like that performing? Just as the crowd was wondering a lot, the host also announced the items that the contestants would perform this time. Hello everyone. The next thing we will enjoy in order is the fencing performance brought by former Universiade fencing champion Ma Xiaoxiao. Former National Games marksmanship champion Li Bo presents a marksmanship show. A 9-jointed whip performance by Ogu, the champion of the National Games routine. As the referee read out, it wasn't long before it was the turn of the two little ones. Of course, also bringing us a performance program this time are two youngsters from the West Rainbow Zoo. They are Raccoon Brother Li Budi and Raccoon Brother Li Xiao. And this pair of raccoon brothers will be performing the boxing technique raccoon boxing for us today. The audience still had a serious look on their faces when the first few contestants were introduced. But when it was the raccoon brothers' turn, the audience instantly tensed up. Li Bu Da. Li Xiao. What the hell kind of name is that? The head gardener gave it to the improvised present. Why do they both get to have names when they just came in? And Papa Bear and Mama Bear don't come with them? Exactly. Isn't that pure discrimination? That said, if the two of them are brothers, then wouldn't there be no tiny raccoon in the future? As far as my focus is on the raccoon fist above all else, isn't that name more outrageous than both of their names? Raccoon fist. Can you learn it to mow your enemies to death? This thing has bear in its name too. It's a disgrace to the Bear Clan. Tease me. Are they both going to steal my dry noodles? For a moment the audience all but fell into a nest of laughter at these two little guys. What the crowd didn't expect was that while the referee was still there reading out the rules, the young lady who was the champion of sword fighting had already taken out snacks from somewhere to feed the little raccoon brothers. Look at them as if they have been bought and paid for. As for the other players, although they didn't move for the time being, from the look in their eyes, it was obvious that they were also enduring very hard. So much so that several of the human players were already all distracted before the match had even officially begun. Once the competition had officially begun, these martial arts champions from all over the world made use of their life's work. just to finish the game early and then go to the side to jerk the bear. And the audience likewise seemed a bit distracted by the performances of these contestants. After all, something like martial arts can only attract people if it is of a competitive nature, and a mere performance is not very appealing to the already aesthetically tired crowd. It was hard to wait until the Raccoon Brothers took the stage, and the crowd was pumped up. And right in the middle of all the anticipation, the two naive little raccoons made a martial arts salute towards the audience just like the previous contestants. When the salute was over, the two little ones immediately performed a trick. At first everything was perfectly normal, but as the fight went on the two little ones made physical contact. What started out as a show instantly turned into two little guys beating the crap out of each other. The two little guys punched each other and got into a fight in front of the crowd, and with the camera's capture, their attack trajectory was clearly presented to every viewer. Looking on the faces of the crowd changed slightly, especially those who knew a little bit of martial arts. When it comes to the biggest difference between competitive martial arts and performance-based martial arts, it is simply in the characteristics of their moves. Competitive martial arts are based on fighting, and emphasize fast, powerful and concise moves. Traditional martial arts, on the other hand, is a combination of fitness, defense and offense, so the moves are too complicated, giving people a feeling of no killing power. The two young raccoons at the moment may look like they're playing around, but when the camera lens closes and the crowd realizes that it's not the case at all. The two little guys had utilized their sensitive figures to the extreme at this moment. Every punch and every kick was so fast that an unusual person could not capture it. Kicking, punching, turning, bouncing, blocking, not a single move was superfluous. If the same action is scaled up to a human, it can be treated as a duel between two top experts. Holy shit, is this for real or not? Can two little raccoons fight this hard? What am I seeing? Is this a light-speed pendulum punch? Why do I get a hot feeling watching it? That's what makes them small. If this were slightly larger, who else in the entire animal kingdom would be their match? Let alone the animal kingdom. If they were the size of a human, I'm pretty sure even a martial arts champion wouldn't last 3 rounds in their hands. I suddenly had an idea that in the future, anime can be completely free of the need to hire specialized martial arts actors for motion capture. Just hire these two little raccoons. Is this the power of the raccoon fist technique? It's already recorded. I'll follow along when I'm free, and then I'll be the first human raccoon fist. In fact, this is what our Dragon Kingdom's martial arts competitions initially looked like. I heard that a martial arts competition was once held in the last century, and a dozen or so died on the spot. So much so that the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts later became what it is now. Really? Really? I heard that at that time, the officials even seized a batch of secret books from various sects. The kind of secret books that ordinary people can easily kill people by practicing. Laughing to death. Now this raccoon fist is probably the most lethal fist amongst the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts. Last time, I also saw an old-timer at the West Rainbow Zoo following the tiger fist in the Tiger Garden. The old-timer seems to be following the wrong person. At this moment all the eyes of the entire audience were focused on the fight between the two little raccoons, and some of these martial arts enthusiasts had even begun to mimic it on the spot, with a view to learning this new jutsu. However, just at this time a figure appeared above the stage. Amidst the crowd's dumbfounded gazes, a pair of large hands then pinched the back of each of the two martial arts masters' necks. With a little force the two martial arts masters were picked up in public, but even though they were carried in mid-air, the fight between the two martial arts masters was still going on. It wasn't until this time that the audience got a good look at the visitor, and it wasn't Yang Lin or anyone else. At the moment, he was looking at the two little ones in his left and right hands with a look of disinterest. What for what? What kind of fight between blood brothers? What, it stepped on your toes? That does seem a bit much. You can't kick it in the crotch either. That said, you're still overdoing it. As he spoke, Yang Lin carried the two martial arts masters out of the ring one hand at a time, leaving only the audience full of speechless faces. And those marketing numbers who were there in person instantly wrote an article about it. Two martial arts masters were locked in a chokehold in a fight in the ring, with the Raccoon brothers both leaving the stage. This martial arts exhibition match ended hastily. While the audience was expressing their regrets, Yang Lin was carrying two small raccoons to the backstage. Just as he was about to put the two little ones down, he saw the grimace on their faces. Unable to help it, a bitter smile appeared on Yang Lin's face. Such a tiny little man. Why is his temper so explosive? As soon as the game is over this afternoon I'll send you all right back. And just as Yang Lin was lecturing the two little ones, a staff member of the organizing committee walked straight towards him. Park Director Yang, we've just been notified that there may be a slight change in the participating players for this soccer tournament. Hearing these words, Yang Lin's expression first froze, and then he revealed a questioning face. Changes? What changes? It's like this. Originally the organizing committee was going to invite the Dragon men's football team to participate in this tournament, but at that time, they thought that our tournament was not formal, so they refused. But just now they reached out to us again and said they wanted to come. So the organizing committee tentatively decided to put them on. Dragon Country men's soccer team? After realizing the cause of the matter, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed an odd expression. If before he had felt that the animals didn't have a particularly good chance of winning a soccer match against humans, now he suddenly had a feeling of stability. And just as Yang Lin had learned the news of the temporary change of the opponent of the soccer match, the news that the men's soccer team of the Dragon Kingdom was coming to Ningnan had also spread on the internet. The news was originally posted by none other than the official organizing committee of this tournament. After the netizens saw this announcement sent out by the organizing committee, the expressions on their faces were simply even more wonderful than Yang Lin's. In less than an hour, this message was reposted by them on top of the major social media platforms. The whole internet was in an uproar. 6. This wave, how did the organizing committee think of inviting them? In terms of the degree of neatness of the work, it's still the organizing committee. Didn't the Dragons boys soccer team just lose a game? And I heard it was to a county team. So they're coming this time to try and salvage some of their popularity a little bit? What were they thinking? Playing against an animal team. It's not good to win or lose, is it? Not exactly. I guess if we win, we can still earn a wave of popularity. That's right. Those animals at the West Rainbow Zoo are so hot right now. What if they kicked and won? That would at least be the only positive battle this year. If we win, I've thought of the news headline ahead of time. It'll be called Dragon Nation Men's Soccer Team Defeats Blue Star's Strongest Biological Team. Isn't it obvious that they're here to bully the animals? Can the animals play soccer? Will they cooperate? It's true. The animals are really no good on this piece. What time is the game? It's like 9 o'clock at night. I'll go. Doesn't that just happen to clash with the timing of the World Cup? So will I be better off watching the World Cup or this game then? If it's really the Dragon men's soccer team playing with animals, then I think the World Cup will be unattractive to me. That's just it. Do we even need to think about this kind of question? With the netizens talking about it, soon the news of the Dragon Nation's men's soccer team's upcoming match against the Western Rainbow Animals quickly rushed up the hot search list, so much so that even the news of the World Cup's opening was suppressed. As the clock ticked down to the afternoon, the arena was particularly busy in the afternoon due to the heat generated by the news that the men's soccer team was about to play the West Rainbow Zoo. And it was in this lively atmosphere that the afternoon races took place one by one. From the gibbon singles and doubles to the dog skateboarding routine, from the black swan's synchronized swimming to the jungle tree frog's breaststroke, each race gave the audience a sense of the unexpected, especially when the crowd saw the tree frogs that were less than the size of an adult's palm in the final breaststroke race. The contestants and spectators were all dumbfounded on the spot. And the end result was unsurprising, as the human contestants were mercilessly crushed by the animal contestants. By the time the last game was over, the time had come to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It's getting closer and closer to the kickoff of the soccer tournament, and at the same time the opening ceremony of the World Cup, the biggest tournament in the history of the sport, is in full swing. If it were normal, a large number of netizens would inevitably turn their attention to the World Cup tournament at this moment. Even those big sporting event platforms and channels will broadcast the World Cup live. But on this day the situation is completely different. Apart from a handful of online sports platforms, several platforms, including the Dragon Sports channel, had their eyes focused on this particular games. The game has not even started yet, and the official sports channel has already turned on the live streaming online. Several professional commentators in the live hall were also already ready for the start of the match. In terms of formation, it is already on the same specification as the World Cup, with the platform side being what it is. The audience is more than a little impatient already. It was manic an hour before the game started. The World Cup doesn't appeal to me anymore, and I can't believe I came to watch the men's soccer game specifically. This is probably the first time ever that men's soccer has caught up with the heat of the World Cup. Ha ha ha, it's not a big problem. If we can't get into the World Cup, we'll make our own World Cup. Yes, 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 yes. The players in other World Cups are at most of different skin colors and different nationalities. We are even of different species, and this is the real World Cup of ours. I don't think it's right to call it the World Cup. It should be called the Planet Cup. I'm in a bar right now, and can you believe that it's not the World Cup that's playing on the big screen right now, but the Planet Ningnan Cup? The Dragon men's soccer team is kind of on a roll this wave, going straight to the Planet Cup finals and about to represent the humans against the animals. Doesn't this pattern open up all of a sudden? People go out to the World Cup to fight for their country, and our Dragon men's soccer team goes out to the Planet Cup to fight for mankind. Nice fight for humanity, but I'll take the animal side. After already losing to humans, you can't lose this time kicking it with animals as well. I don't think so. We humans do have a big advantage in this wave. It belongs to the delivery of points. And just as the heated discussion among the viewers in the country was going on, someone on top of the extranet carried the live feed over. As soon as the title of the ultimate showdown between animals and humans was typed out, countless netizens from all over the world took notice of this particular event. Just like the local audience in Manhwa, the viewers of these foreign networks also cried out in disbelief immediately after knowing the two sides of the battle. The number of viewers following the match broke through from 10 million to 100 million in a matter of moments, and there was even a rapid upward trend. And the 3 words of the Planet Cup that the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom started out of flirtation were surprisingly taken seriously by foreign netizens. By the time it was close to the start of the match, the viewers were shocked to find that the words Planet Cup had actually appeared above the field, and even the words Planet Cup were typed above the live background of the sports channel. It's true that it's still the official playground that's the most deadly. Laughing to death. Actually really just named it Planet Cup. Then in the future the Dragon Kingdom will not be the birthplace of the Planet Cup. The Dragon men's soccer team is still the first human team to play in the Planet Cup. That's an instant high if you put it that way. I just came back from browsing the extranet, and all those foreign netizens thought it was true, and they were all there saying why they weren't invited to the Planet Cup tournament. We will strive to organize another Planet Cup next year, and then we will invite teams from all over the world to participate in it, and snatch all the popularity of the World Cup in 3 years. Yeah, we can't do the World Cup. Let's just do the Planet Cup. As the time passed little by little, amidst all the anticipation, the official match finally arrived, and the voices of 2 well-known commentators, Mr. Huang and Mr. Han, rang out in the live broadcast room of the sports channel. The moment the passionate voices of the 2 old-timers in the commentary world rang out, the atmosphere of the match instantly came up. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now broadcasting live the soccer match of the Special Olympics in Ningnan, and this match is also jokingly called the Planet Cup by the netizens, because the players in this match include not only players from our men's soccer team in the Dragon Kingdom, but also animal players from the Animal Kingdom. Some of theirs come from the endless African savannas, some from the rich and fertile jungles of South America, some from the Xing'anling Changbai mountains of the Dragon Kingdom, and like us, they are equally an important part of this planet. And today we will play a game of special significance against these beings who live on the same planet as us. Well, next up, we have our men's soccer players on the field. As Mr. Huang's voice fell, the entrance to the stadium was instantly filled with men's soccer players, although they are not usually popular with the netizens. But how to say that this competition is also under the attention of the audience all over the world, so that the audience on the scene is still very polite to send enthusiastic cheers, and that gave the men's soccer team a sense of favoritism. Such a lively scene and enthusiastic audience, their generation of men's footballers have never experienced. When they reached the World Cup finals did not have such a pomp and circumstance now, right? After the men's soccer players have all taken the field, the voice of Mr. Huang, the commentator in the live broadcast room, is also sounding again. Just entered were our human players, so the next ones about to come out are our animal players. At this moment please give all our enthusiasm to these animal players. As soon as Mr. Huang's words fell, a heavy footstep came from outside at the entrance of the stadium. Under the gaze of more than hundreds of millions of spectators around the world, an African lion wearing the No. 10 jersey and covered in gold walked into the stadium with a dominant stride. The moment they saw the lion, the entire audience, and indeed the whole world, erupted in earth-shattering cheers. No one expected that the West Rainbow Zoo would give them a big surprise at this time. With the appearance of the Lion King, the atmosphere of the scene instantly reached a climax. No one had ever thought that the West Rainbow Zoo would send the Lion King to participate in this soccer tournament. After all, the two things, lions and soccer, don't seem to have anything to do with each other. But that still couldn't stop the crowd's enthusiasm for the Lion King. Especially those outside the network from Africa saw the lions as if they were seeing their own country's players out on the field. And again, it was because of the Lion King's appearance that the specifications of this tournament were instantly raised. The crowd couldn't help but get even more excited about the next animal player to come out. After the atmosphere in the arena had calmed down a bit, Mr. Han's voice also rang out in the live broadcast room. The 10 players who have just come out are the lions from the African savannah. The forwards of the tournament. It's as strong as you can imagine. So next we'll have our second animal player. As soon as Mr. Han's words fell, another figure appeared at the entrance of the stadium. By the time the figure completely stepped out from the shadows, the cheers from the scene also rang out once more, just as they had earlier when the Lion King had appeared. And in the case of this player is also wearing the number 11 jersey to which the striker belongs. It was no match for the previous 10th Lion King. Following the crowd's gaze, they saw that the No. 11 player was the other king of the Shihong Zoo, the Northeast Tiger King, Flower Big Sister. Following the last tug of war, Big Sister Flower once again appeared on top of the field, Compared to the Lion King, the Flower Big Sister clearly has a larger number of fans, and as soon as it came on the stage, there were many enthusiastic fans calling its name over and over again. As you can see, the popularity of our No. 11 players is clearly way ahead of our No. 10 players. Although everyone is very familiar with contestant number 11, I still have to give you a grand introduction here. Our contestant number 11 is Li Hua, a northeastern tiger from the northeast of our Dragon Kingdom. As soon as Mr. Han finished speaking, Big Sister Flower very cooperatively let out a loud growl to the entire audience, seemingly greeting her fans and compatriots in the room. And with the appearance of the two lion and tiger kings, the male footballer's face instantly turned pitch black. That's not how the original episode went. The reason why they suddenly accepted the organizing committee's invitation to come here to participate in the competition was that on the one hand, they hoped to dilute some of the original negative impacts through the popularity brought about by this competition. On the other hand, it is also hoped that the game with an entertaining nature will bring it closer to the national audience. They had seen the matchup lists at the earliest times, and the two big guys weren't on the earliest matchup lists at the West Rainbow Zoo, just some orangutan monkeys or something. If they had known there were two big guys like that, they wouldn't have come straight away. This was the moment they finally knew what it meant to ride the tiger. But the audience obviously couldn't care less. And after Big Sister Hua's appearance, they were more excited about the next 9 players at the moment. Based on this current trend, it's very likely that the West Rainbow Zoo will send out the entire zoo's strongest lineup. And it turns out that the netizens' suspicions were not wrong at all. After Big Sister Flower made her entrance, the figure of the once flamboyant leopard Lipa then appeared on top of the ring. So far the 3 top predators of nature have come together, and it's a shudder to watch the men's soccer team on the sidelines. If they didn't know that none of the animals in the West Rainbow Zoo were aggressive, they would have been scared away by this time. Not waiting for their moods to settle somewhat, a large black bear in a jersey walked out holding a smaller cub, and it was the only player in the field with a caddy, a sight that had the crowd cheering and somewhat stifling their laughter at the same time. What the hell kind of fairy lineup is this? Tigers, lions, leopards, black bears, sure they're here to play soccer? This is more or less a bit too much. The Animal Kingdom sent all T0 players. How come our human side is T5? What's back there? What's back there? Hurry up and get it all out at once. I suddenly realized a flashy point. The animals don't have hands. Does that mean they'll never get a handball foul? Good find. No finding out next time. Be glad it's not football. If it was, the men's soccer team would have been scrapped here today. If it was football, they'd have to turn on their mechs to be able to play against it. Just as the netizens were debating the current lineup of animal players, the 5th and 6th animals made their appearance in turn, respectively, the fullback giraffe in jersey No. 4 and the fullback zebra in jersey No. 5. These 2 animal players are not as intimidating as the 4 beasts before them, but in a way have an advantage that none of the previous 4 players have: long legs, especially the giraffe, where a human player standing next to it isn't even as tall as its legs. But in the eyes of the men's soccer players, these 2 animal players are clearly much cuter than the previous 4, as these are the only 2 so far who are vegetarians. And just as the crowd was shocked at the giraffe's long legs, the 7th and 8th animal players walked out. It was a big rhinoceros and a big boar. The men's soccer players who had just been lamenting the fact that herbivores weren't as threatening as they should have been instantly broke into a bitter smile. What kind of existence were they racing against here? But before they could take a break from the oppressive feeling that the rhinos and boars had brought, the 9th and 10th animal players came out of the passageway as well. And the men's soccer players were finally relieved when they saw the 9th and 10th players. Finally saw 2 small animals. Thought there were no small animals inside the West Rainbow Zoo. I recognized that monkey in the back. But what's that guy in the front with the shaved flat head and white back and black belly? Skunks, I guess. Probably. Should be relatively safe animals anyway. Isn't that pretty much all that's missing is a goalie, is it? They're not going to send elephants as goalies, are they? If they send elephants as goalies, then we're really not going to get to play this time. Indeed. It just stood there and the whole goal was blocked by it. It was a moment when all the men's soccer players were secretly praying that the remaining animal goalie wouldn't be an elephant. Their eyes were all on the entrance to the stadium, as were the spectators. A hint of excitement appeared on their faces instantly when they saw a modest figure appear at the entrance. Good news. It's not an elephant. Their goalie is not an elephant. But laughing they couldn't. For as figures gradually popped out of the shaded area, a large, incredibly muscular kangaroo came into the midst of the animal players' camp while nibbling on a carrot. Bad news. Their goalie is a kangaroo. Gonzo. Is that you, Gonzo? I knew the gardener wouldn't let us down. Finally seeing Gonzo again. To send a kangaroo out as a goalie. Who would have thought it? The head gardener was being humane by not sending elephants out to block the door. Send a champion boxer out to guard the door. There shouldn't be any daring fouls now. I don't know if the animals dared, But the men's soccer players certainly didn't dare to foul. With Kangaroo Li Gang's appearance, the enthusiasm of the audience, both inside and outside the arena, was instantly mobilized. After all, Li Gang had impressed the crowd during the previous boxing match. So far all the players on the animal side have also arrived. Facing such a luxurious all-star lineup, even those foreign viewers couldn't resist the next match. As for the opening ceremony of the World Cup, they have long been thrown into the air. Now the Planet Cup is number 1. Of course not everyone is happy with the lineup of animals on the field. Pickle Country Netizen, why no animals from our country? This is discrimination. Nagata, what animals are endemic to your country? Pretty Country Soldiers? Woolly Bear Nation. Kong, why a black bear and not a brown bear? Polar bears would be fine. Oil States Network, why were we not invited to participate in this one? Next time we hope to be hosted by us. Money is not a problem. By the time all the players from both sides had arrived, the game quickly moved on to the next section. It is customary that players from both sides need to shake hands with each other before the game as a sign of goodwill. A very ordinary session was a tense moment on the field, especially for the men's soccer players. Looking at the neatly arranged animal players in front of him, each one had a trembling look on his face. It took half a day of waiting before a player finally worked up the courage to step forward. And just as he was filled with nervousness, the Lion King standing in the first place took the initiative to extend his large front paw. Seeing this scene, the player almost had to hold his head with his hands. But at the last moment he resisted the urge and gave the Lion King's front paw a shallow hug with both hands. After the hug he realized that the Lion King in front of him didn't seem at all as scary as he thought. He became bold, and after dropping the Lion King's front paw he turned around and walked towards Big Sister Hua, who was on the side. And Sister Flower was likewise showing her gentlest and kindest side. The other members of the men's soccer team breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the scene. It didn't take long for them to come forward and shake hands with the animals in a friendly manner. After such an interaction, the men's soccer players' fear of the big guys in front of them dropped considerably. Or at least their legs weren't shaking anymore. Captain, I don't think these big guys seem that scary. Yeah, it looks pretty cute. It shouldn't eat us. Don't worry about kicking. I've seen them play before and they're still quite sportsmanlike, so there's absolutely nothing to fear from anyone. I'm relieved to have you say that. Everyone kick with your heart later. We can't lose again this time. If we lose again we won't have anyone on this planet we can lose to again. And just as the men's soccer players were cheering each other on, the game was officially on the countdown. As soon as the halftime referee's whistle blew, the men's soccer captains and the Lions came onto the field at the same time. By the time the coin toss was over, the men's side was also the first to complete the kickoff. Only just as soon as the ball left the player's feet, he felt a strong wind coming from the side. Before he could react, the ball had reached Li Po's feet. Apparently Lippo is not only able to utilize his speed advantage on the track, but it can do the same on this green field. And that was just the beginning. As the soccer ball came to the animal side of the field, soon the animals in the field were moving. Under their immense weight, the entire stadium was as if an earthquake had been sent. The spectacle is comparable to the migration of animals over the African savanna. And the audience, who were seeing so many large wild animals together for the first time, instantly did a double take. Perhaps from the strong pressure of the animals, the men's soccer players, who usually carry more or less a hint of laziness, are now in high spirits. One by one, they ran down the field as fast as they could, and as soon as the animals made a mistake, they immediately charged with the ball in the direction of the animals' goal. But where is the inherent disadvantage so easily erased? And every time the ball was broken away by the animals before it got near the goal. One of the most outstanding performers was instead the most unassuming looking of them all. Flathead. In the eyes of the men's soccer players, this little guy is just fierce as hell. Obviously not yet as high as the knees of other animals, but after running up froze and ran out of the lion and tiger. By the time 20 minutes had elapsed, Flathead had slammed a header into the middle of the men's soccer team's goal. The score on the field was instantly 1 o'clock. The very next second after the goal, bursts of excited cheers erupted from all corners of the stadium and the country. Whether it's a bar or restaurant, or in a neighborhood building, soccer fans or not, they couldn't help but applaud at the sight. Even those on the extranet. But after the cheering they came right back to their senses. That's not right. The animal players are the ones who scored the goals. We humans are the ones who lost. Why are we so excited? Yeah, we humans aren't falling behind here. Isn't this delight of ours more or less a human rape? It seems to be, but not sure. Look again. Geez, broaden the pattern a bit. What with humans and animals? Aren't they all living beings on the blue planet? I know, but I'm still on the side of the animals. Flathead is awesome. Flathead fights to get the best of the best. And just as the audience was excited, the men's soccer players were looking at the flat-headed man standing not far from the goal with some disbelief. It's okay to lose to the human team. but are you going to lose to the animal team today? If that's true, then they're completely wasted. In the past, you could still carry through a loss with a thick skin, but this time you can't even carry it with a thick skin if you lose. And it's not easy to make excuses. Everyone cheer up. We can't let people look all over us. We can't lose today no matter what. With the team captain's shout, the players who were still a bit confused immediately came back to their senses, and it was clear that their form was improving by leaps and bounds during the rest of the game. But what about the animals? It was not long before the game was in the middle of the field, when the second slugger among the animals stepped forward. Just see a big fat boar to tie the fastest speed with their own arch mouth on the soccer ball in front of a hard arch. Instantly the soccer ball out of a long arc. The moment the big boar breaks through the heavy defense of the men's soccer team and begins to shoot with his arching mouth. Mr. Huang's high-pitched voice begins to resonate throughout the broadcast. The boar player is on the attack. It's piggybacking. It's running wild. It's bypassing the heavy defense of the men's soccer players. Is this really a pig? Can a men's soccer player successfully tackle him? No. The boar player seems to be heading in the wrong direction. It's charging towards its own goal. The boar player shoots. What's our kangaroo goalie doing and why is he lying there? My God. The ball went in. With a perfect parabola, the soccer ball managed to fly into the goal from the body of Li Gang, who was lying on his side. For that reason Li just gave a puzzled look. And this time the goal did not usher in the applause of the whole stadium like the last time. Instead, the whole stadium was silent. All the viewers looked dumbfounded. And those who saw the scene through the live camera were no exception. I thought the boar player was going to make a big play, but who knew it would turn around and charge into his own goal for a goal that would shock the world. It took more than half a minute for the entire room to clamor. Looking at the score that turned out to be 1-1, the crowd felt as if they were dreaming. Holy shit, what the hell is going on here? It's still an oopsie. I just didn't react when I watched that big boar charge so hard. Probably turned around and got the wrong direction. Laughing my ass off. The goalie Gonzo was there the whole time to beat the sauce. Did its mouth not stop? Where did it get that carrot from? It seems to have been pulled out from inside the pouch in my stomach. It's really a 6. Does it have a wrench inside the bag? It's over. It's tied. Animals don't know how to play. It's normal. They'll catch up later. Is there a possibility that it's because people know how to play the game that it's such an oopsie? The crowd, who were still in a state of shock at the wild boar's goal, were suddenly shocked by the spectators' words. And then they all had the feeling of being awakened by a word. It's me being shallow. When you say it like that I suddenly think that the Wild Hogs players don't know how to play the game. They know too much about the game. Fair enough, the course is never about fighting and killing. It's about people. This wave would probably have blown their minds on the spot if the men's soccer team had gotten zeroed out. So the animals took it upon themselves to give up such a point, avoiding embarrassment and preserving the friendship between animals and humans. The boar players have sacrificed too much for the friendship between animals and humans to go back and be starved by the head gardener. That's just it. It's such a big mistake to make when you've only just been taken in. Why do I get the feeling that this was authorized by the head gardener? To give away a point to the boys' soccer team on purpose. So it's the head gardener who really knows the game? Just as the audience was talking, Yang Lin on the sidelines was similarly dumbfounded. Obviously the animals were specifically trained before the race. How come they still dropped the ball here, without waiting for him to figure it out? The men's soccer head coach on the sidelines suddenly came over with a grateful look on his face. Park director Yang, I really thank you this time. I'll be sure to send you a few boxes of fine sea cucumbers when I return to the imperial capital. Hearing the words of the men's soccer head coach, Yang Lin's entire body froze. Sea cucumber? What sea cucumber? Why did you send me a sea cucumber? What did I do? And why are all those viewers saying I know the game? How do they see it? Can't figure it out. Shaking his head to put these doubts aside for the moment, Yang Lin once again shifted his gaze above the competition field. With the score tied at 1-1, the first half of the game officially came to an end here. Only after the players have rested will the second half begin in earnest. And after the first half, the heat of this unprecedented soccer game between humans and animals has once again reached an extremely scary height. So much so that the platforms that were holding out on broadcasting the World Cup had to broadcast the game. Even some foreign channels are now trying to approach the organizing committee for the broadcasting rights of the second half. Many foreign netizens have even begun to climb over the wall to enter the intranet of the Dragon Kingdom in order to have a more high-definition viewing effect. At the same time a video above the oil tanks began to quickly explode. The name of the video is called Top Human Team Takes on Animal Team to finally tie the score in a hard-fought draw. The video quickly gained millions of views just after it was released. Netizens from various countries have also commented below the video. Unbelievable. Is the top human team you're talking about the Dragon men's soccer team? Didn't they not even make it to the World Cup qualifiers? To be able to represent humanity in the war. Is the Dragon men's soccer team so hard on themselves that they train with animals in order to improve their skills? I have to say these animals are pretty good with the ball. 2. Is this really the Dragon men's soccer team? They seem to be playing a lot better than before, but the video owner is a headline grabber. I hope that the next such tournament will hopefully be held in our country, although the author of this video more or less with a hint of flirtation. But the Dragon country men's soccer team and the international status of his so that it did improve a lot. Of course more foreign netizens recognize the name Shihome Zoo through this video. In their view, the West Rainbow Zoo is already an international animal organization. And just as the heat of this tournament was rising to an international level, the second half of the match kicked off amidst the expectant gaze of domestic and international spectators. After an acclimatized first half, both the men's soccer team and the animal players were fully acclimated to this particular game. So when the game started, both sides were on top of their form from the first half. The entire scene instantly became incredibly intense. The men's soccer team attacked frequently and pretty much pulled out all the stops. And the animals were not to be outdone, as the Lion King and Flower Dame attacked with the ball in quick succession. Following on from the Pinto and Boar players who stepped up in the first half, even Gongzi, who had been lying down in front of the ball entrance and eating snacks before, stood up at the moment with a pair of small eyes that were not too big and stared at the soccer ball in the field. After a bit of a stalemate, the tallest giraffe in the field seized an opportunity, and his slender back leg went straight for the soccer ball with a reverse kick. All of a sudden the soccer ball was shot across an entire half of the field toward the men's soccer team's goal with great force. But perhaps because of the angle the soccer ball deflected while it was in the air. With the current trend, it's mostly not going to get in. But just at this time a figure jumped straight up more than 5 meters high and slammed into the soccer ball. The next second this soccer ball was heading towards the men's soccer goal at a tricky angle. With a heavy thud, the soccer ball crashed firmly right on top of the net. Wonderful! It was just brilliant. A perfect match between the giraffe player and the panther player to finish this unprecedented shot. As the soccer ball steadily entered the men's soccer goal, Mr. Huang's passionate voice also sounded in the field again. Obviously he was wowed by that trail goal he just scored. And he wasn't the only one who was stunned. Almost all of the viewers had a feeling of not quite being realistic after seeing that perfect match just now. Is this really the kind of cooperation animals can have with each other? If it was a match between animals of the same species that would be understandable. But it was a giraffe and a leopard that had just finished. These two creatures are proper antagonists in nature, but they can be teammates on the green field. It made the crowd sigh in relief. It seems there is no absolute hostility even in nature. To see grass-eating animals like lions and tigers and giraffes and zebras playing on a field is a miracle. Not only that, it's got to be human again. It's a great fortune to be able to see such a miracle in one's lifetime. But I'm afraid I'll never see it again. It's still possible. It only costs $50 for a ticket to the West Rainbow Zoo, and you're always welcome in Ningnan. I almost forgot there was such a thing. Even if the tournament is over, there's still the West Rainbow Zoo. On the field, as the score on the big screen changed from 1-1 to 2-1, the mood of the men's soccer players couldn't help but undergo a slight shift at the moment. Usually it's not this bad when they get zeroed out. Playing soccer with a bunch of animals can still be like this. If not for their inner strength, they are afraid that they will not collapse on the spot. But after just a few moments, the men's soccer crowd immediately regrouped. Even if we lose today we must lose with dignity. And the men's soccer crowd did as they said they would for the rest of the game. Even when they knew they couldn't grab it, they were still struggling to compete with the animals. As long as the ball didn't go into their goal, they didn't stop. So even with the ferocity of the animals' offense, they didn't concede another goal. Until the end of the game, the score remained the same as it was at the start of the second half, 2-1. As the whistle blew for the end of the game, the men's soccer players, who had accompanied the animals for the entire game, instantly fell to the ground, one by one, exhausted. Even though they ended up losing, they weren't too frustrated from the looks on their faces, and the crowd is more than a little impressed with the men's soccer team at the moment. Though they lost as usual, they at least didn't let the animals look down on them in this showdown with them and didn't embarrass the humans. After realizing this, the entire audience immediately sent their own applause. At the same time the voices of the two commentators began to ring out across the room. Our game is officially over here. The victory finally goes to the animal side. As a human I am more or less sorry, but I am happy again. We humans don't have the strength of lions and tigers, the speed of leopards, or the bravery of wild boars, but we have an unconquerable heart. We have witnessed so much in this competition. The power of these animals from the midst of nature and a great history. If possible, I hope to have another such contest in the near future, when we humans will surely make a comeback. Mankind never loses. With the passionate commentary of the two commentators resounding throughout the entire arena, this competition between the top human and animal world powerhouses also officially came to an end. As the losers, for the first time, the men's soccer crowd was not subjected to abuse from the crowd. or accusations, or having mineral water bottles thrown at them. This more or less still makes them a little less comfortable. Unable to help themselves, they turned their attention to the animals in the field. And by this time the animals that still had some energy left voluntarily made their way over to the men's soccer players. For a moment there was an instant warmth above the green field. The animal sportsmanship was also once again infectious. All of a sudden the entire stadium once again erupted into a loud cheer. For the animals who were the winners, and for the men's soccer players who were on the losing side. As goalkeeper Li Gang raised the final trophy high above his head, the globally anticipated tournament officially came to an end. And while the game is over, its impact is just beginning. Almost at the same time, videos and articles of the Planet Cup game began to spring up on all platforms, from domestic social media platforms, video sites, to foreign TV portals. As long as it is open, you will surely be able to see reports about the ball game. And the focus of almost everyone's attention was clearly placed on the group of animals that were able to compete with humans. As for the Dragon men's soccer team, it was just like a sidekick. Every animal that appeared in the arena was treated like an international star at the moment, especially the pinto that scored among them, the big wild boar and the leopard giraffe. Wait until the World Cup organizers are directly dumbfounded when they see such a scene. Is it reasonable to go to all this effort to organize a World Cup, only to have all the attention go to a few animals? It's also fortunate that the Planet Cup was only held once. If it had been held a few more times, then the World Cup simply wouldn't have needed to be held. They'd have lost their pants directly. And just as this one was gradually rising to international popularity, Yang Lin returned to the middle of the West Rainbow Zoo with a group of animals from the zoo. Although the men's soccer crowd once after the game kindly invited him to dinner, but where he dared to go, he was afraid that the men's soccer crowd lost the game to beat the animal to beat him up. But he was completely overthinking it, and at the moment the men's soccer crowd couldn't thank him enough. Although they lost this competition, the publicity was much better than before, and it also gave them some international fame, which was all brought about by Yang Lin and those animals from the West Rainbow Zoo, coupled with the fact that they decided it was Yang Lin who had intentionally let the animal give away that ball. The gratitude in their hearts for Yang Lin grew stronger and stronger. If Yang Lin knew at this moment that he had missed out on a sea cucumber meal, I don't know how he would feel. And just when Yang Lin's side had just returned to the zoo with the animals and his but hadn't even gotten warm yet, a phone call came in. The phone had just been connected when a familiar voice came from the other end. "Young gardener, you want animals or not?" Hearing the words on the other end of the phone, Yang Lin was first stunned, and only after a few seconds did he finally react. "What animal?" Instead, the other man's next reply was one that caught him more or less off guard. "Panda, do you want the panda from before the city zoo?" At first hearing the word panda, Yang Lin was a little unresponsive. "A red panda? Wasn't I already taken to the West Rainbow Zoo?" "No, it's the giant panda. I'll bring it to you now if you want it." "What? The giant panda?" After hearing clearly what the opposite side said, Yang Lin was instantly somewhat confused. In his impression, the panda that is a national treasure, although now downgraded, but that is also the national level of protection of animals, is absolutely sought after. In the old days, if you didn't have one of these in any large zoo, you wouldn't be able to call it a zoo. Can race pandas as a symbol of strength? Even the national diplomatic peace have to rely on pandas to maintain. How it is not down to the point of no one wants. He even thought the panda had been pulled from another zoo a long time ago. Yes, that's him. He's been at the city zoo for a few days now, and tomorrow his keeper leaves, so I'll have to send him to your West Rainbow Zoo. There was also a hint of helplessness in Director Nye's voice on the other end of the phone. Obviously he hadn't expected such an outcome. All the animals in the entire zoo have now been picked up, leaving only one giant panda unclaimed. Unable to figure out the reason for this, Yang Lin whirled around and asked directly. It doesn't make sense why it's not wanted. And also right after Yang Lin asked this question, Director Nye was quick to give an answer. Here's the thing. The panda was originally going to be picked up by the Imperial Zoo, but they weren't going to take it when they realized it was 18 years old and had epilepsy. It's pretty much the same situation at all the other zoos. Yang Lin. For such a reason, Yang Lin really didn't think about it, but at the same time, he also felt rather speechless. Shouldn't this kind of thing be stepped up by a higher level? What was this about dumping it directly on him? And just at this time, the voice of Director Nye on the other end of the phone came again. What? Did the group have another seizure? Have you arranged for a vet? Can't find a vet. So what? Director Yang, I'm really sorry. I just received a call from the city zoo side. The giant panda Tuan Tuan's epileptic seizure has happened again, and the situation seems to be quite serious. I can't find a vet at the moment, so I'm going to have to ask you to come over. Listening to Director Nye's voice on the other end of the phone, Yang Lin's face immediately couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. I didn't think it was possible to stall this late at night. Who made me soft? At the same time he hung up the phone, Yang Lin picked up the keys to the van on the side, and in no time at all, he drove the minivan to the city zoo. At the moment, the city zoo had gone through his sweep, and basically everything that should be demolished had been pretty much demolished. The entire park seemed extraordinarily empty, not to mention people, not even a single animal could be seen. By the time Yang Lin arrived at the panda house, a temporary staff member of the city zoo was like seeing a savior. Park Director Yang, you're finally here. If you hadn't come I really wouldn't have been able to do anything. Looking at this staff member's anxious appearance, Yang Lin realized that the situation was bound to be uncomplicated, but he was still taken aback by the sight in front of him when he stepped inside the panda house, only to see a plump adult giant panda was lying there with its limbs spread wide open. Its 4 small short legs were constantly twitching there, and there was white foam spitting out of its mouth from time to time. He had never seen an animal look like this in his life. Immediately, he frowned, and after a moment's thought, he turned to the staff at the side. Tell you what, go prepare some common medicines and I'll take a look at it first. Hearing Yang Lin's arrangement, this staff member didn't dare to have any doubts and immediately nodded his head and ran out. Soon only Yang Lin and the panda lying on the ground were left in the panda house. At the same time a system beep sounded in his mind. Ding, temporary mission triggered. Please host save the pandas. Reward for mission completion. 1 talent point. Listening to the beeps in his head, Yang Lin's face was without the slightest change in expression. Apparently the system mission coming had long been expected by him. Thinking of this he directly shot a light of insight towards the pandas on the ground. The next second a talent panel was presented in front of him. Giant panda. Adorableness, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Steel teeth, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Skin and flesh, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Spirit of dry rice, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Tree climbing, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. 5 talent points are required to activate natural strength, gold talent. King of the mountain, gold talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. Beast of war, legendary talent, requires 10 talent points to activate. Looking at the talent panel of the guys in front of him, Yang Lin immediately had an eye-opening feeling. I thought the panda was a cute beast that could only survive by being cute, but I didn't realize that it had such a horrible hidden talent. 2 gold colors and a legend. Especially that legend talent beast of war. Look at it with power. If it is not too expensive, Yang Lin really want to give it a try to light up. And also just as he was checking out the panda's talent panel, the lying panda on the ground started to pour foam again. There was a tendency to look like it was going to fail at any moment. Yang Lin, who was originally prepared to make a good selection, directly and casually placed a talent point on the talent soul of dry rice. With the talent being lit up, the panda that was already about to die instantly acted as if it was coming back to life. Not only did its limbs stop twitching, even the froth stopped spitting. By the time Yang Lin wanted to check and examine its condition again it directly sat up then looked around with its own pair of panda eyes open. After seeing Yang Lin in front of him suddenly hugged Yang Lin's pants leg. Yang Lin originally thought that it was being cute towards him, but soon he felt a hint of something wrong. He vaguely felt that something was there gnawing on his shoes. Looking down I realized that a chunk had been chewed off my new leather shoes that I had purchased for the games. The culprit was the panda Tuan Tuan who was hugging his lap. At this moment, he finally realized what the talent of soul of dry rice represented. Seeing the giant panda Tuan Tuan change from the previous half-dead appearance to the current lively appearance, the staff member responsible for taking care of the giant panda was dumbfounded. If it wasn't for the distinguishing features still on Tuan Tuan, he would have even thought that Yang Lin had secretly switched to a giant panda midway through the process. After freezing for half a day, he opened his mouth with a face full of excitement. The internet says you're an expert on animals, and today I've seen it all. Hearing these words with praise, Yang Lin hastily waved his hand. False names, all false names. Just as soon as he finished speaking, the sound of gnawing wood came from the side, and by the time he turned his head to look, the wooden shelf placed on the side had been gnawed off by Tuan Tuan in a big piece. The staff standing at the side was dumbfounded, and after the surprise he also spoke again. Park Director Yang, since Tuan Tuan has been cured by you, why don't you pick it up by the way? I've organized some of Tuan's things. I'll take them to the car for you. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the staff member began to impatiently pack up the troops' things. Seeing this positive look on his face, Yang Lin could only helplessly shake his head. Apparently, this national treasure is one they've made up their mind to send to the West Rainbow Zoo. Hey, I hope you'll be able to earn your own food back later. Gently patting Tuan Tuan's big head, Yang Lin whirled around and led it in the direction of the van. It didn't take long for him to drive the disliked national treasure back to the West Rainbow Zoo, but soon he realized a problem. That's as if there's no room left inside the West Rainbow Zoo for this national treasure for the time being. If it was the original West Rainbow Zoo, He could have just found an empty garden to put this panda in, but with the growing number of animals inside the West Rainbow Zoo, almost all the space that can be used is taken up. Unless he builds a panda house out of it overnight now. Why don't you squeeze in with the other animals? Looking at the giant panda Tuan Tuan who was following closely behind him, Yang Lin tentatively asked, "What kind of animal?" "That kind of animal that's too low in the hierarchy won't do. I'm a national treasure at least." This is the moment when Tuan finally remembers that he is a national treasure. Class 1. It has to be at least a Class 1 protected animal to get along. I can't get along with a Class 2. Okay, why don't I arrange for you to stay at your relative's house for a night on and then I'll arrange a special place for you in the morning. Relatives? There's a relative of mine inside the West Rainbow Zoo? In the next second, right in the middle of the giant panda troop's puzzled gaze, Yang Lin brought it to the main entrance of the bear park. Looking at the 3 members of the black bear family who were resting inside, Yang Lin once again turned his gaze to Tuan Tuan beside him, and after seeing the cozy papa and mama bear family of 3, a look of jealousy immediately appeared on the face of the giant panda Tuan Tuan. "Boss, what do you mean? Don't you know I'm single? People's wives and children are hot, so I can live with them as a single panda? Poor me. I haven't even touched a female panda's hand in 18 years, and this is what you brought me to see?" Seeing that the giant panda Tuan Tuan couldn't do this or that, Yang Lin couldn't help but cast his gaze not far from the bear park. "Tell you what, I'll find you another relative, and you can go join them. It's a little bit of a poor living environment, but there are nightly snack arrangements and the food is adequate. I'll bring you some more later if you don't have enough to eat." Upon hearing the words night snack, the eyes of Tuan, who was still full of reluctance, instantly lit up. Immediately, he nodded frantically. "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about the living environment. Just have a late night snack. If I had known that your animals at the West Rainbow Zoo still get a late night snack, I would have come over a long time ago. In that case, let's go." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Lin walked in the other direction of the park with an agitated look on his face, not waiting for them to fully approach. A peculiar cry came from inside a building with a roof. Upon hearing this cry, a puzzled look immediately appeared on the face of the giant panda Tuan Tuan. "Boss, what kind of animal is this? How come I never heard such a cry when I was at the city zoo?" "It's a pig squeal," Yang Lin replied without even thinking. "A pig? What class of protected animal is it?" "Ha!" At this moment Yang Lin suddenly realized that Tuan Tuan didn't really seem to have come into contact with an animal like a pig. Immediately, his eyes just rolled. "Pigs? That's a protected species unique to our dragon kingdom. Didn't you step down from your position as an endangered animal? And now pigs are the endangered animals in our dragon kingdom. In the entire dragon kingdom, we're currently the only ones raising 5 pigs inside the West Rainbow Zoo." Upon hearing this answer from Yang Lin, Tuan Tuan, who was still full of curiosity, immediately stared with wide eyes. "There are only 5 of them inside the zoo in the entire dragon kingdom. Wouldn't that be more precious than our pandas? No wonder you can't see them inside the city zoo. I'm going to live with a pig." With that said, Tuan Tuan headed in the direction of the pig pen with an excited look on his face. It didn't take long for that one domestic pig, the 4 boars, to appear in front of it. The first time he saw a pig he was instantly doubly magical. It's really worthy of being an endangered species. This big belly, this fat head. Isn't it a rare animal that can be raised like this? Yes, 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 yes. The best meals in the whole park are served here. And you can have a good meal all the time even if you follow them. Really? Tuan's little eyes suddenly just lit up. Of course. Come on. I'll take you inside to get acquainted with them. As he spoke, Yang Lin opened the door to the pig pen, and in the next second a giant panda and 5 pigs stared at each other. A strong color of curiosity could be seen in all of their eyes. What kind of animal is this? A pig too? Probably. Why is it still black and white? Did its mom run out of ink when she had it? You don't understand. It's called a hybrid. Probably its mom and dad are white pigs on one end and black pigs on the other. Ho! And 1/2 foreign pig blood. It must be a pig if it looks so fat. It's just the ears and nose that are a bit strange. Don't judge a pig by its cover. It's not wrong for people to look bad. We all need to be tolerant and accepting of it. The boss arranged it. Just listen to the boss. Unlike the puzzled thoughts in the pigs' minds, the giant panda Tuan Tuan was more or less cautious when he saw the 5 pigs. Is this the top rare animal? It does look different. In the future, I must get along with these noble animals. Those animals in the city zoo are too lowly, pulling me down in level. Is the food next to them all self-serve? It looks delicious. It's true that rare animals enjoy different treatment. Seeing that the panda donut and the 5-headed piggies were getting along very well, Yang Lin's face also revealed a trace of a satisfied smile. Immediately, he left Tuan Tuan to return to his room on his own. By the time the next day dawned he was awakened by a shriek. Originally still asleep, Yang Lin suddenly heard a shriek. The first reaction was to send an earthquake. Almost rolling, he got out of bed. What's wrong? Just when he was still in a daze, an employee who was responsible for feeding the various animals in the morning knocked on the door of Yang Lin's room. Park Master. It's no good, Park Master. Something's wrong. Hearing this voice with a hint of panic, Yang Lin opened the door to the room without even bothering to put on his clothes. What is it? Did an animal escape? It seemed to him that this was the only thing that could have alarmed the breeder lady like this. No animals escaped. It was one more. One more? At first hearing this, Yang Lin was still a bit unresponsive. What the hell is one more? It wasn't until this breeder lady finished the following sentence that he finally came to his senses. There's one more inside the piggy bank. One more giant panda. Hearing this, Yang Lin, who was still emotionally tense with a hint of nervousness, immediately let out a sigh of relief. Harm. I thought it was something. I know about this. I set that panda up to go in there. Don't be too nervous. Ha? Seeing that Miss Keeper still didn't seem to understand too much, Yang Lin hurriedly told what happened last night, and only then did Miss Keeper come to her senses. But then there was also an odd look on his face. Director, what were you thinking? Why did you arrange the pandas with a couple of pigs? It's a national treasure. But Yang Lin was unimpressed by the breeder lady's skepticism. What's wrong with national treasures? All animals are equal in my eyes. Besides, aren't those piggies a treasure inside the garden? They've worked and sweated for the garden. They're meritorious pigs. Don't say things like that in the future. It's not conducive to unity among animals. Upon hearing Yang Lin's such a throwaway remark, a trace of shame immediately appeared on the face of the breeder's young lady. Thanks to the gardener for teaching me that it is my pattern that is too small. And indeed, as you say, all animals are equal. It was only just after she had finished her sentence that she immediately realized another problem. Head gardener, since there is a new giant panda, do we need to prepare a separate food for it? Do you need me to go get some bamboo shoots, milk or something? Let's leave it for now and see how it goes. After saying that, Yang Lin sent the keeper lady away first. He had been so busy with the games the past few days he hadn't had time to rest and relax. It was hard to wait until the games were over, so of course he was planning to catch up on more sleep. But this was obviously just wishful thinking on his part, and he had only just laid down when the door to his room was knocked on again. Cousin Pot, come out. Don't sleep. There are all reporters outside the zoo now. Hearing Chen Kurson's voice outside the door, Yang Lin, who had just closed his eyes, lifted the covers with a depressed expression. Putting on his clothes, he opened the door to his room. The door to the room had only just opened when an excited Chen Kurson rushed in. Cousin Pot, there are so many reporters outside. It's really super. I've never seen so many reporters before. Hearing Chen Kurson's excited words, Yang Lin instantly also reacted after a moment of confusion. The games may be over, but their impact is still being felt. As the absolute protagonist of the games, it is no exaggeration to say that the popularity of those animals inside the West Rainbow Zoo is comparable to that of international superstars, and it is normal for so many reporters to come to interview them. Thinking of this, Yang Lin hurriedly dressed up briefly as well before walking to the entrance of the zoo with Chen Kurson. Although the time at the moment was just under 7:30 a.m., there was still more than an hour before the park opened. But gathered at the door of the reporters and tourists is already the zoo's gate surrounded. Seeing the figure of this garden director Yang Lin walking over, the emotions of these reporters were also immediately agitated. At this time, Yang Lin also consciously put on a professional smile, his right hand raised high just waiting for those media reporters to take pictures of him. After half a dozen looks, these reporters didn't seem ready to turn on their cameras. Though a bit puzzled, he reminded the reporter closest to him with a smile on his face. Fellow reporter, your camera cover is not open. Hearing Yang Lin's reminder, this reporter from Mango Entertainment hurriedly looked at his camera and then said with an indifferent face, "It's okay, Director Yang. Our filming won't start until after we enter the park later. It doesn't matter if we don't open it now." Ha. That's right. So aren't you guys going to shoot something before you go into the park? No. We've already got the footage from outside the park before you arrived and are waiting to get a few more shots when we meet the animals. A reporter from a sports channel hastened to add. By the way, Director Yang, why don't you let us in first? We would like to go in and interview those star animals in your garden. Yes. Now they are international superstars. Even the foreign media are covering them. Yes, no problem. The crowd of media reporters were ready to welcome the opening of the zoo gates when they saw that Yang Lin had agreed to do so. It was just that they waited for half a day, but they didn't see Yang Lin make any movement to open the door, so they couldn't help but show a puzzled look. And Yang Lin's face at this moment also put on a fake smile once again. Kurson, you take these reporter friends over there to buy tickets and register. One person, one ticket, half ticket for children. Free for those less than 1 meter 3. These journalists and friends have come a long way. So let's give them a 98% discount. After saying that, Yang Lin called up Lee Dogdan and Lee Doga from the security booth on the side. When they saw the two brothers, Lee Dogdan and Lee Dog Surplus, who were wearing police dog uniforms, these media reporters immediately lined up obediently to buy tickets. Seeing them in this state, Yang Lin immediately nodded with satisfaction. Are you kidding? You don't even give him a chance to be on camera, and you want to whore out tickets? No way. After all the reporters lined up to buy the tickets, they immediately rushed into the West Rainbow Zoo with their filming equipment in a hurry. Get there a little late and the good shooting spots are gone. It didn't take long to see the figures of various media reporters everywhere in the whole park. At the same time, the Dragon's major network platforms on top of a variety of post-game animal interviews on the live broadcast room also sprung up like a rainbow. Obviously, all the media outlets want to take advantage of the height of this heat to enjoy another traffic bonanza from the West Rainbow Zoo. The first special games organized by the city of Ningnan officially came to an end after last night's Planet Cup. Instead, the heat of the entire tournament peaked on the second day after it ended, especially after what happened at the game was reported and spread by the media one after another. Even those who were at the game in person were still a bit underwhelmed after the game, and Ningnan city officials became the biggest winner of this competition without any surprise, and the name of Animal City was also a hit. Of course, if we are talking about the most attention after the race, then naturally it is still the West Rainbow Zoo. After all the animals come out of the West Rainbow Zoo. So much so that when those media outlets flagged off their post-game interviews, they immediately attracted the attention of a large number of netizens, especially in the official live broadcasting room of the sports channel. The live broadcasting has just been opened, and the live broadcasting room is already flooded with a large number of expectant viewers. Front row, front row, front row. I was just saying I wouldn't see the animals today, and this immediately puts the post-game interviews on. Ha 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 ha. Can't you get a good wave of interviews for a championship? What's it called? It's called a championship interview. Humans get exclusive interviews when they win championships. The animals have to be scheduled as well. Let's see who they interview first. That goes without asking, of course. It's the shit deliverer who took the first gold for the animals. Amidst the uproar from a crowd of spectators, a reporter from the sports channel soon arrived in front of the orangutan park. Perhaps it was because he had come earlier, but the shit deliverer's face still looked like he hadn't woken up. Seeing this group of journalists approaching did not even take care of, until a reporter took out something from his pocket. Seeing such a thing, the great master, who was still looking like he didn't care much for people, suddenly showed a look of you're on the uptake, and ran to the edge of the cage in a frenzy. It was not long before a lighter was heard, and a lighted cigarette was added to the great master's hand. Of course, the picture presented to the audience at the moment is not. In the audience's perspective can only see the great master in addition to the position of the head, and then there is the white smoke that continues to come out. Seeing this scene, the audience was first stunned, and then almost didn't laugh themselves silly. Who the hell taught you to handle it like that? The great master doesn't even deserve to show his head? I guess the great master is smoking, afraid of bad influence, so did not put the top part. Isn't that bullshit? It's not the great master smoking. It's hard not to be practicing qigong. Looking at the amount of cigarettes, I think I only smoked one this time. So it's true that the great master also knows that he has to wake up early to maintain his health. The gold medalist's breakfast was just so unpretentious and boring, not at all fickle because he won the gold medal. Wait a minute, what's that behind the great master? It looks like a 1916 box. It's still true. Are Moncler outlet store smoking grades this high already? Why isn't it normal for a champion to smoke 2 boxes of 1916? And just as reporters from the sports channel were live at the orangutan park living the life of the great master's championship, a number of other media reporters made their way to the area where the other animals were located. There are interviews with the Flora family, the Papa Bear family, and the Leopard Lipa family. Although there was not the slightest sound or question during the entire interview, the audience was watching in fascination, seeing that the excellent position at the entrance of every Animal Star Park was occupied. The reporter from Mango Entertainment who entered the venue afterward became anxious. What should we do? There doesn't seem to be any good seats for us now. Why don't we go to the Tiger Garden and squeeze in as well? Let's not go. I think we have to interview a different animal this time to get back on top of the popularity. A different animal? A couple of reporters saw a wayfinding sign off to the side between words. Only the words Hog Park were clearly written on it. It's just going to the piggy bank. Well, at least that pig scored at the Planet Cup. The golden right foot is not it. Let's go. Go interview the golden right foot. As soon as the words fell, this group of reporters from Mango Entertainment came to the pig garden carrying their equipment. As they found the right angle and turned on the live feed, some scattered viewers instantly followed, and it was at this time that the voice of the host of the scene rang out. Hello viewers, I'm sure you all saw the Planet Bowl last night. Last night produced 3 instances of goals, and the most unusual of these was that one from a Wild Hogs player. This instance of scoring shows us the deep friendship between animals and humans, and we'll be following that up with an in-depth interview with our golden right-footed boar player. So is everyone ready? I have to say that the tricky angle that Mango Entertainment found instantly caught the attention of a large number of viewers. After all, while other media outlets were either there to interview Flower Daisy or Shit Delivery Man, Mango Entertainment's was the one that chose Wild Boar. Indeed, I think Piggy was in the overachieving category last night and helped us humans manage to score a goal. That's why Piggy is a good friend to us humans, right? I love piggybacking so much. Let's just say that the ton is not a bad idea. I also love piggies and would love to have one at home, but it's too expensive. So I had to get up early this morning and buy a pig's foot at the food market. But don't get me wrong, I didn't buy this pig's foot just to eat it, but in honor of the Wild Boar player who managed to score a goal for us humans last night on the strength of his foot. In order to permanently preserve this pig's foot, which symbolizes the friendship between humans and animals, I put down 13 precious herbs such as onion, ginger, garlic, star anise, cinnamon, and allspice, and then cooked it over high heat. Just as the viewers in the live broadcast room burst into flirtation, the reporter from Mango Entertainment aimed the camera's lens inside the pigsty. At once the figures of 4 large boars of great size and a large black pig appeared before them. Originally everything up to this point was still perfectly normal, but watching the crowd vaguely noticed a hint of something wrong, because next to one of the big boars closest to the wall, there was heck of a big black and white guy there pounding the back of this big boar. The skillfulness of the movement is already no different from that of a professional technician. While pounding his back, the big black and white guy had a pleasing look on his face. Seeing this scene, both the reporters from Mango Entertainment and the viewers in the live broadcast room all froze. It took a full 10 seconds for the crowd to finally react. At the same time they recognized the identity of the unknown creature that was whacking the back of the big boar at that moment. If they were not mistaken, this was clearly a giant panda. At first glance at the black and white figure inside the hog pen, the crowd was still a little unconvinced. After all, how could a giant panda, which is a national treasure, appear inside a pigsty? But when the camera pulled in closer, the crowd was finally able to determine. The creature that was in the middle of the pigsty pounding the back of the big boar was none other than the Dragon Kingdom's national treasure, the giant panda. In a flash, Mango Entertainment's live broadcast room exploded. I'm not hallucinating, am I? That there's even a roll hidden inside the pigsty. Brother, I'll prove you right. That is indeed a giant panda. Is this giant panda giving that boar a back rub? That's incredible. Life is not easy. National treasures sell their art. Isn't there no giant panda inside the Shihong Zoo? Where did this giant panda come from? Wherever it came from, it shouldn't be inside a pigsty. Not to mention, it's surprising that these two creatures don't feel too out of place when put together. One eats and sleeps and eats, and the other eats and sleeps and eats. And one is the favorite animal of the dragons, and the other is the favorite animal of the dragons. One is an animal that loves to eat, and the other is an animal that loves to eat. See, this is a working panda. It is estimated that the boar big brother called for door-to-door service, so it came to door-to-door massage. Only this explanation I think is the most reasonable. When you put it that way, it seems like that's really the only way to explain it. Are all the national treasures already making their own way? Just as the crowd was shocked by the appearance of this giant panda in front of them, its next move gave them a feeling of skepticism, only to see that this giant panda seemed to have finished whacking the boar's big brother on the back, turned around and came out from around the side. In the next second, he twisted his plump body to the side of the trough, and feasted on the pig food inside the trough. While eating the pig's food it also showed an expression full of enjoyment. It didn't take long to dry out the entire trough of pig food. Seeing this scene, the several piggies on the side immediately revealed expressions full of disgust. In the course of the morning, the black and white hybrid pig had already dried out their rations for the day, and could they not be bothered? But this scene is the media reporters present and the audience in the live broadcast room to completely dumbfounded. I'm not mistaken. This giant panda is actually eating pig food. Not only did he eat pig food, but he ate all of that big tub. Is the pig food at the West Rainbow Zoo so delicious that the national treasures are eating so well? Who told me before that giant pandas only eat bamboo and bamboo shoots? Isn't this even pig food? It's really a small knife pulling on my ass that opened my eyes. Not only did I see a panda inside a pigsty today, but this panda even ate pig food. That said, it's too much of an eater. The old sows at my old house couldn't eat that much in one meal. So how did it manage to eat it? For a moment everyone's mind was filled with doubt. The giant panda Tuan inside the pigsty, on the other hand, is eating unusually happily. No wonder the rare animal's food is delicious. The bamboo shoots and stuff I used to eat were just awful. That's not where a national treasure like me should be eating. I now unilaterally declare that pig food is the best thing in the world. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the group let out a big burp. No, it's only a 7-minute meal, and I don't know when the next one is going to start, and I'm already getting a little excited about it. With the appearance of this giant panda, the originally sparsely popular Mango Entertainment live broadcast room instantly gathered a large amount of popularity, and these new viewers showed no less astonishment than those before them after seeing Tuan's series of behaviors. Even for a moment they couldn't tell whether Shihong Zoo was raising pigs as pandas or pandas as pigs, but all in all, the giant panda more or less looked a little less normal. After all, normal pandas don't eat pig food or give wild boars back rubs. It didn't take long for videos related to this giant panda that was raised as a pig to be uploaded to the internet by these netizens. The rumor that all the animals in the West Rainbow Zoo are not quite normal has been thoroughly confirmed by this point. And Yang Lin, who was the head of the garden, knew nothing about all this at the moment. The point of the zoo's official opening is approaching as the various media outlets begin to report on it. Yang Lin was watching the number of tourists in front of the zoo grow. In the half hour before the opening of the park alone, I'm afraid that several thousand people have already come. It doesn't take much thought to realize that these are all out-of-town visitors who have just watched the games and haven't left Ningnan yet. And with this trend, the number of visitors will only increase in the coming days. Cousin Pot, our new employee recruitment has to be put on the agenda. Otherwise, if it keeps going on like this, I'm afraid everyone will die of exhaustion. Inside the ticket window, Chen Kurson, who had already transferred out of the ticket selling position, looked at the crowd outside that could not see the head at a glance with a serious face. Don't worry, the official website has been fixed, and I've already finalized the first round of the entrance examination. So wait until later and I'll publish the test questions. It doesn't matter what your degree is, if you fail the test, we'll just screen you out. Upon hearing Yang Lin's response, Chen Kurson's face immediately revealed a trace of doubt. What? You have to do the questions for the interview at our zoo? Of course. This is just the preliminary exam, and when it's over, there's a retest. After the retest, these people will have to come to the zoo for a rotation, and only after all the tests have been passed will they be officially selected to become official employees of the West Rainbow Zoo. It can't be helped, who has hundreds of thousands of people submitting resumes for our zoo right now. Saying that, a hint of smugness appeared on Yang Lin's face. It's not that he's bragging, in fact, so far, West Rainbow Zoo has now received upwards of 200,000 resumes. There are all over the country. What with the Imperial City, the Magic City, and the Goat City, he didn't know how to pick at all. So he just prepared a test and made the admission according to the test scores. Just as the entrance to the West Rainbow Zoo was in flames, the West Rainbow Zoo's social accounts on top of major media outlets announced the same news. The content of the message was clearly about the West Rainbow Zoo staff recruitment test. When this news was first released, all the netizens who had previously followed the news related to the recruitment of the West Rainbow Zoo were instantly enlightened. Almost immediately, I rushed to the official website of the West Rainbow Zoo, and this Shihong Zoo recruitment test has instantly become the new focus of the whole network. The Backwave blog, which instantly shot up the hit list as news of the public exam at the West Rainbow Zoo was released. Not only did it attract the attention of various applicants, but it also attracted a large number of netizens. The number of comments in the comments section below it even instantly spiked to hundreds of thousands. The head gardener actually came for real. Actually have to do questions to participate in the interview. I just finished teaching in civil service, and now I'm here for the zoo. Laughing to death. The head gardener has made it quite formal. Not only is there a division of the scope of the exam, but also the type of questions on the exam have been released in advance. I think it's good. After all, working in a zoo still requires a certain amount of animal-related knowledge. And having a certain knowledge base is good for the animals and good for ourselves. I've signed up for the first round of exams at 10 o'clock at noon, so give me your blessing. I'll be streaming my exams live then. Is there any professional related big brother? When the time comes to tell everyone although I did not enroll, but I am still very curious about the examination topic. Here's where it's necessary to add boomerang teacher. The questions aren't released until 10 a.m. Can I pass this wave without reviewing ahead of time? With the gradual increase in the heat of the news and the active discussion among netizens, by the time there was still an hour before the start of the exam, some internet celebrities began to come out one after another. One of the most surprising things is that Mr. Xiao Liang, known as the director of the Hidden Fox, has also accepted the invitation of the fans to participate in the question and answer session. It wasn't long before he sent out a video. I am very grateful to the general public for the invitation to me. And I am personally very curious about this West Rainbow Zoo entrance exam question. And according to our original plan, we at National Geographic will be organizing an event in Ningnan next week. And we'll also be inviting Yang, the director of the West Rainbow Zoo, to join us then. Also just now I've signed up for this West Rainbow Zoo exam. So I'll turn on the live broadcast then. So let's see how many points I can get this time. Although it was just a very simple narrated video, it immediately made those netizens who were following the exam boiling over. By the time 10 o'clock in the morning had just arrived, Mr. Xiaoliang's live broadcasting room that already had a large number of netizens pouring into it. And at this moment, Mr. Xiaoliang also opened the official website of Shihong Zoo in front of a group of netizens. As soon as I clicked on the official website of the West Rainbow Zoo, a picture of a giant shit deliverer smiling with his mouth open came into view. Also a large entrance to the exam is clearly presented. After a series of login operations, Mr. Xiaoliang also finally gave the majority of users to unveil the mystery of the examination questions. Okay, now we'll get to the questions. And just in case anyone else copies the answers, I'll just analyze them later and won't announce the correct answers. Let's move on to the first question. As he spoke, Mr. Xiaoliang clicked on the first topic, and just as he was confidently preparing to explain to the audience, the topic on the screen instantly froze him. Write the nicknames of each of the following West Rainbow Zoo animals? What's the title of this? As an expert on plants and animals, Mr. Xiaoliang thought he knew some common knowledge about animals and plants, but the question in front of him made him difficult. He had heard of all those animals in the West Rainbow Zoo, but he couldn't really get the exact name right. However, just as Mr. Xiaoliang's expression was puzzled, the audience in the live broadcast room was already answering the questions. Ha ha ha, isn't this a pure giveaway? Isn't the one throwing poop in the first picture the shit delivery man? The second is Flower Big Sister Li Hua. The third is Calling Father Macaw Li Ziming. And the fourth is Highly Cold Milk Daddy Li Bao. This is a question that people who don't really like those animals at the West Rainbow Zoo wouldn't necessarily be able to answer. I can kind of see that the live stream is a level 10 Western rainbowologist per capita. Seeing that the first question was not answered, Mr. Rio simply dropped the first question. However, when his eyes looked at the second question, the expression on his face remained the same as if he had seen the first question. Which of the following animals has the lowest family status within the West Rainbow Zoo? Following his gaze, there were 4 options for the title. The first option is a rather majestic-looking male northeastern tiger, with its teeth and claws spread out in an imposing manner. The second option was a large, equally imposing black bear, standing up in a human form that was a bit intimidating to look at. The third option is a small, petite raccoon that looks harmless. As for the fourth option, it was a white peacock. After a moment of hesitation, Mr. Rio was also quick to analyze it in a serious manner. It's well known that both tigers and bears are male-dominated, so we can basically rule out the first 2 options. Raccoons have a more egalitarian pattern of getting along, with a clear division of labor between males and females. In contrast, creatures like peacocks are dominated by females, and male peacocks will court females by opening their screens. This peacock in the picture is so beautiful that you can tell it's a male at a glance, so we'll choose the last option for this question. Just after he finished analyzing it in a serious manner, the pop-up screen was instantly blown up. It's over. I'm laughing my ass off. Mr. Rio eliminated the 2 most correct answers right off the bat. I recognize Mr. Xiaoliang's expertise, and I recognize that Mr. Xiaoliang knows a lot about animals, but the animals at the West Rainbow Zoo really aren't the same as the ones out there. Mr. Rio must have had a very important scientific mission during this tournament, but if he had taken a look at the tournament, he wouldn't have analyzed it like this. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to be laughed to death on the air. It's time for our Western Rainbow 10th grade scholars to play again. Everyone tell me out loud what I should choose for this question. I think both A and B are electable, and Handsome and Papa Bear really don't have the same family disciple position. If I really can only choose one, I think I'll go with Papa Bear. Looking at the pop-ups that were frantically bursting out in the live broadcast room, Teacher Xiaoliang, who was still confident, instantly revealed a confused expression. As an expert in flora and fauna, he had never been less confident than he was now. Do I really not know enough about animals? Of course, such a doubt was only fleeting. And when he saw the third question, that flash of confidence that had disappeared for a moment returned to his face once again. Ask which of the following animals you cannot escape from quickly when you encounter them. A. Shit Deliverer JPGB. Flower Big Sister JPGC. Lion King JPGD. Balls Round and Round JPG. Fans, this is clearly a giveaway. Inside the live broadcast room, Mr. Xiaoliang once again pointed at the topic in front of him with a confident face and said, "The first item among the answers is the typical chimpanzee that inhabits the middle of the rainforest and is not overly aggressive. And I know this chimpanzee. He usually attacks remotely by throwing things like feces and dirt, so we were able to make a quick getaway. So that's an option we can rule out." Hearing Mr. Xiaoliang's analysis this time, netizens instantly felt as if Mr. Xiao Liang didn't seem to be ignorant of the animals in the West Rainbow Zoo. Next up is our option B. This one is an adult female northeast tiger. It's exceptionally aggressive, and felines are more interested in moving objects, so once we encounter it in the wild, we mustn't run away quickly, as this will only provoke its ferocity to a greater extent. Well, see here, the answer is crying out. Just when Mr. Xiao Liang was full of confidence, the netizens' pop-ups were once again making him doubt his life. Another wrong one. I know the right answer, but I'm not telling. Ha ha ha. I also know that the first three you encountered at the West Rainbow Zoo are really something you can run away from if you want to, but the fourth one you can never run away from. Deeply share the same feeling. The last time I went to the West Rainbow Zoo, I was originally going to stroll around all the parks, but in the end, I accidentally went to the leopard park and was pestered by these two little guys. It stays all afternoon. You can't leave at all. It just feels like you're committing a crime if you don't play with them. So the correct answer to this question would be option D only. 3 wrong questions in a row. That's a first for Mr. Rio. Let's just say that the animals at the West Rainbow Zoo really can't be treated like ordinary animals. Looking at the screen full of pop-ups, Mr. Xiao Liang's face instantly revealed a hint of hidden fox doubt. It took a full half a day before it dawned on him, and he immediately shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Almost forgot this was the entrance exam for the West Rainbow Zoo. Habitual thinking kills. At this moment, although Mr. Xiao Liang did not answer a single question correctly, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was instantly up. It didn't take long for hundreds of thousands of people to watch him answer questions online. And in the process of answering the questions, the crowd is also discovering that this examination question that Yang Lin put out does have a certain level. In addition to general knowledge questions about the animals in the West Rainbow Zoo, there were also some specialized questions about animals and some questions about the care of animals in the zoo. Each question was designed with great care and a strong focus. By the time Mr. Xiao Liang finished an entire test, more than an hour had passed. Since all the questions were objective, when he clicked submit, the examination system on the official website immediately gave the final answers and scores. The moment his test scores came out, the audience in the live broadcast room went crazy with laughter, because there's a big 5900 written on the screen. This also means that Mr. Xiao Liang did not pass in this exam, and not passing means that he did not pass the online assessment, and he is not even qualified to enter the preliminary exam. On the spot, Mr. Rio's entire body froze in front of the live camera. Oh my god, I can't live with laughing off family. Mr. Rio actually got a failing grade on the test. I thought it was the god of heaven coming down with a hammer 5, but I ended up kneeling in the opening. It's amazing that my most trusted sci-fi blogger didn't even pass the entrance exam to the West Rainbow Zoo. It's no exaggeration to say that for that exam paper just now, if I were to do it, I think I might even score slightly higher than Mr. Rio. After all, expertise bound him. I failed the test because it was too specialized. Still, Mr. Rio's answers to those animal-related knowledge were quite beneficial to me. Still don't know much about the West Rainbow Zoo. I've just been looking at so many other bloggers in the same genre, and there are several who have flopped. And of course, there are quite a few who have passed. How can we sift out a big half of this online assessment? Plus those who can't go to Ningnan. There's probably not much left. With the end of the examination, a large number of netizens soon began to bask in their examination results on the internet. Most of them failed, but a small number of them passed the exam perfectly, and those who had passed the exam were at once the envy of all. After all, people who can pass this exam basically means that they are familiar with those animals in the West Rainbow Zoo, even though they have enough general knowledge related to animals. Of course they know that just passing the online selection doesn't necessarily mean they're officially employees of the West Rainbow Zoo, because there is still a preliminary exam, a retest and a final interview to follow. After all, there are only 10 spots that will be selected in the end. One can almost imagine the difficulties that will surely ensue in the preliminary and retests. After realizing this, the applicants who passed the online test immediately started to brush up on their knowledge related to animals and the West Rainbow Zoo. Even specialized training courses are gradually starting to appear on the internet. And just as the West Rainbow Zoo staff selection test was in full swing, a group of guests from out of town were welcomed into Yang Lin's administrator's office. Hello, Park Director Yang. We're from Magic City TV. When he heard the self-introduction of the group of people on the opposite side at first glance, Yang Lin thought that the purpose of this group of people was the same as those media reporters in the morning. All of them came to visit those award-winning animals. But when they explained the purpose of their visit, it made him freeze directly. It's like this. The reason we've come to visit your garden this time is because our wonderful Friends program group wants to hold a joint event with your garden. The format of the event is pretty much that we'll be arranging for a group of celebrities to come and take your staff assessment and come to your park for a work placement. A star? Come to our zoo for an internship? At first hearing the other party's request, Yang Lin thought he had heard wrong. Yes, this time we wanted the stars to experience the work of an animal keeper. It just so happens that your park is conducting an employee recruitment, so we wanted to organize this one together with your park. Don't worry, Park Director Yang, all the funds for the event will be paid by us, and everything else will be according to your arrangements. Just as Yang Lin was about to say that he would have to think about it, the other party's words were what immediately put a smile on his face. In addition, our program group will give your garden a sponsorship fee of $5 million, and will also donate a batch of living materials to the animals in your garden. As soon as this Mordor TV staff member's words fell, Yang Lin was already holding his hand tightly. P.S. The variety show Wonderful Friends is real. It's on the toilet bowl station. It came out in 15 years. It's pretty funny. I recommend it. Inside the office, as the last details were agreed upon, Yang Lin sent the group of TV workers out of the office with a warm face. Although a number of TV stations had approached him over this period of time wanting to collaborate on programs, he had not agreed to any of them. This time in the face of the invitation of the Magic City TV, Yang Lin did not refuse. After all, in his opinion, the Magic City TV's attitude in this many TV stations is the best. It was also right after Yang Lin sent off this group of guests from Mordor that the official Mordor TV station quickly released the news that it had entered into a partnership with the Shihong Zoo, and it previews the program ahead of time. The variety show called Wonderful Friends also has an instant trend of being a hit before it airs because of this teaser. After all, this is the first variety show in the Dragon Kingdom where celebrities and animals interact. Not to mention that this time the celebrities are not going to an ordinary zoo, but the famous Shihong Zoo. In an instant countless viewers became excited about the show. Of course those who are full of anticipation are not the only ones. Some stars in the circle also acted immediately after hearing the news. Even if you think about it with your ass, you can imagine the scale of traffic and heat they can gain from being involved in a variety show like this. I'm afraid that even a simple interaction with those celebrity animals could rub off on them. Almost on the same day, Magic City TV's phone was bursting with all sorts of celebrities and acting companies. Both the fledgling fresh meat and flowers as well as those who are already on the verge of not being popular in the line of seniors want to seize this opportunity. At the same time as the Magic City TV's phone is about to be blown up, some other TV stations in China are scratching their heads, especially Mango TV, which is on the same level as Mordor TV, held a high-level meeting the first time they knew that Mordor TV and Shihong Zoo had reached a cooperation. What is wrong with you people? Didn't our people get to the West Rainbow Zoo first? What are they people doing and why couldn't they have thought of this ahead of time? Inside the conference room of Mango TV, a middle-aged man with a half-bald head was ranting loudly there. The others in the arena, on the other hand, looked as if they had been silenced. Such a good idea. Such a big hit. If this program from Magic City TV really airs, what kind of variety show do we have to come up with to compete with them? You guys tell me. At this moment, the group of executives from Mango TV all looked speechless. Indeed, this link-up between Magic City TV and West Rainbow Zoo is just brilliant. It is no exaggeration to say that even if this wave of Magic City TV sends out a few small transparency of the entertainment industry, this program is bound to burst into flames, because all the heat is on that herd of animals. By the way, don't we have reporters still at the West Rainbow Zoo right now? And what are they doing now? The middle-aged bald man suddenly spoke again once more. Upon hearing this question from him, one of the secretaries on the side hurriedly turned on the projector on the side. The next second the official live broadcast of Mango TV appeared in front of the crowd. When the crowd saw the live feed, their faces immediately darkened. Following the crowd's gaze, they only saw a few big fat pigs with full brains and a giant panda taking a big dry mouthful of food to the live camera. Although there were already several million people in the live broadcast room at the moment, the thought of missing a great opportunity to link up with the West Rainbow Zoo gave the group of executives from Mango TV the urge to storm out. At this moment they completely threw the pot on the heads of these few TV crews on the scene. Just as the atmosphere of the scene was silent, a female senior suddenly spoke up. If they can link up, so can we. We can totally invite the director of the West Rainbow Zoo to bring those animals to our show. Or maybe arrange for Mushroom House guests to stay at the West Rainbow Zoo for a few days. As soon as the words of this female executive were finished, the crowd suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. Yeah, if they can link up, so can we. We can't really do that, we'll just copy their show format and just change the name. What plagiarism? It's too hard to say. That's called borrowing. It's really not possible to call it introducing. Immediately arrange for someone to call the official West Rainbow Zoo. We're going to cooperate with them as well. Yeah. Or arrange for the guys at the West Rainbow Zoo to talk to their director. It didn't take long for a group of executives from Mango TV to agree on their opinions. And also less than 10 minutes after the meeting ended, Yang Lin, who was at the West Rainbow Zoo, received a call from Mango TV. After he picked up the phone, the staff of Mango TV directly explained the purpose of the visit. Just when they thought that Yang Lin would agree with his mouth full, Yang Lin refused without hesitation. When Yang Lin hung up the phone, the gossipy Chen Kurson walked over. "Cousin Pot, which TV station is it this time? Why did you reject it so quickly?" "It's Mango TV," Yang Lin answered without even thinking. "Mango TV, isn't it pretty hot? Why don't you say yes? They have a bad attitude and it feels like we're working with them, we're taking a big advantage of them. And they asked me to bring the animals to Shonan, which is no joke. We need to rely on them for increased visibility at the West Rainbow Zoo." And also shortly after Yang Lin and Mango TV finished talking on the phone, one after another, TV channels and large video websites from all over the Dragon Kingdom also called. Clearly, they all want to link up with West Rainbow Zoo. For these invitations, Yang Lin refused without the slightest hesitation, until the ringing of the last phone call near the end of the day. When the call first came through, he thought it was the same cooperative call as before, until after he heard the caller announce himself. "Hello Park Director Yang. I am Zhang Liang, the director of the National Geographic Fusion Media Center of the Dragon Kingdom, and this time I'm contacting you because I want to say hello to you in advance. We have an offline event on biodiversity in Ningnan next week and would like to invite you to attend then. I don't know if you have time." For some reason, after hearing this voice, a hidden fox face immediately appeared in Yang Lin's mind, so much so that the next thing that came out of my mouth was, "There's a time for that, there's a time for the director of hiding." As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a simultaneous silence on both ends of the phone. Yellen was silent because he felt he had said the wrong thing. The silence of Zhang Liang on the other end of the phone was because he also thought he had just reported the wrong name, reporting Zhang as Zhang, but that obviously didn't affect the communication between the two sides. After some conversation, Yang Lin suddenly understood roughly what this so-called offline activity was. Immediately his eyes lit up. Maybe even add a couple new animals inside the garden this time. At this moment, more than a month had passed since Yang Lin obtained the system, and there were almost 50 to 60 animals in the park that had awakened their talents. And the animals that had awakened the golden talent among them had long exceeded 10, which meant that he only needed to gather 100 animals to upgrade the system to level 2. Out of anticipation for the level 2 system functions, Yang Lin's heart was also filled with vigor. Of course, there is a very tricky issue at the moment, which is that the area available for use in the park seems to be a bit less than adequate. The West Rainbow Zoo covers a huge area, but every animal needs a certain amount of space to live. That's a lot more than just a cage. It's like saying the Lion King. It occupies a large area of grassland with one lion, and there is no way for other animals to survive around it. Once Yang Lin also thought of putting those animals that also came from the African prairie together with the Lion King, but just as soon as he put them over, all those animals one by one all flopped down, shitting and pissing their pants. Not only the Lion King, but also a large area of open space must be left around the Tiger Park, so that even less land can be used. Thinking of this, Yang Lin casually picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. "Director Nye, it's me, Xiao Yang. Didn't you say before that the land of the city zoo and the commercial land next to it would be leased to our Shihong Zoo? Can I go and take a look at those two pieces of land? Let me make my own arrangements. How's that for good? I'll treat you to dinner some other day. There's time today. I don't have time today. Talk next time. Talk next time." Without waiting for the director Nye on the other end of the phone to then answer, Yang Lin quickly hung up the phone. So close, almost hitching a meal. How can this director Nye be so honest? This gardener's family doesn't have any leftovers. While shaking his head, Yang Lin casually picked up the keys to the van on the side and drove his 8-handed van towards the outside of the zoo after explaining with the other zoo staff. Although nowadays he earns money, but he has not spent a penny on himself. No way from his grandfather's generation is poor afraid. After driving for almost 10 minutes, a large area of deserted land appeared in front of him. Looking at this piece of wasteland adjacent to the West Rainbow Zoo, Yang Lin's eyes instantly lit up. If he remembered correctly, this area was originally intended to be built into a residential neighborhood, but due to a large cavern below, it did not meet the conditions for building residential buildings, so it was abandoned. It's not much smaller than the West Rainbow Zoo in terms of size. What's even more rare is that this narrow strip of land also happens to be right in the middle of the West Rainbow Zoo and the city zoo. When the time comes, all that is needed is to open up between the three. Then the park area of the West Rainbow Zoo can be directly expanded by more than 3 times. Thinking of this, Yang Lin immediately stepped down from the car, and in no time at all, he entered the land that had been deserted for many years through the broken holes between the baffles. Just as soon as he entered inside, he had the feeling that he had entered a forest. Above the land full of weeds and bushes, a tree that had grown for an unknown number of years grew savagely above this green space in the middle of the city. From time to time, You can also hear a variety of bird calls and animal calls, just like a small ecosystem. Just as he was curiously surveying the small enclosed world, a few small round things came out from among the bushes on the side. At first glance over, Yang Lin thought it was a couple of chestnut balls coming to life. A closer look reveals a mother hedgehog leading a group of baby hedgehogs. Just as Yang Lin was amused by the little guys in front of him, there was a movement from the grass on the other side. The next second two little rabbits with long erect ears came out of it with curious faces. What's with all the critters here? For a moment Yang Lin's mind was filled with doubts, but after a little thought he was relieved. As a metropolis that is gradually moving towards modernization, it seems that the indigenous critters that used to live on this land can only choose such a pure land to make a home for themselves. The critters aren't so lucky compared to those at the West Rainbow Zoo. Thinking of this, Yang Lin immediately re-entered the car. By the time he returned again, there were several large bags of assorted food in the car. There are greens and pet concentrate feed. Carrying this food on his back, Yang Lin once again plunged headlong into this mysterious corner hidden in the city. Along the way, but whenever he came across any small animals, he would stop and put some food on them. He was also surprised by the richness of the species in this urban greenway. In addition to the little hedgehog family and the bunny family at the beginning, he also found here squirrels, owls, foxes, kittens and other kinds of small animals. Some of them had wandered into the land by mistake from the mountains and forests, while others had been forced to wander here, so much so that they are wary of creatures like man. But after Yang Lin exchanged words with them and gave them food, the little animals gradually dropped their guard. It didn't take long for Yang Lin's body to be surrounded by a variety of small animals, from a dozen or so at the beginning, to dozens and then hundreds at the back. And among them, in addition to those small animals at the beginning, Yang Lin also accidentally found a silver fox with pure white fur and a dirty big golden fur. These critters, who normally struggle to survive in the city, have completely dropped their guard with each other at this moment and are focused on their dry meals. Seeing this, Yang Lin instantly sat down on his butt and said while reaching out to stroke the little fierce Sioux that was closest to him, "How about this? All of you hang out with me from now on. If I have a mouthful of dry, you'll have a mouthful of thin." Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, the little ferocious Sioux, whose IQ was obviously a little less than adequate, suddenly looked up at him, then took it upon himself to stuff a huge peanut into his mouth. Immediately, Yang Lin smiled and shook his head. Compared to those large animals in the park, the brain capacity of these small animals was obviously not big enough, and they basically couldn't communicate until they awakened their talents. And just at this time, the silver fox that had been hiding behind the other animals suddenly slowly walked towards Yang Lin. "Human, you're not lying to us, are you?" "Lying to you all. What am I lying to you for? If you don't believe me, you can send a representative with me to inspect the inside of my zoo." Just when Yang Lin thought that this silver fox wouldn't believe him so easily, it directly nodded. "Okay, I'll go with you with Dajin to check it out." Saying this silver fox directly jumped onto the back of the big golden fur on the side, and signaled Yang Lin to take them away. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin's face immediately put on a smile. Inside the West Rainbow Zoo, in the midst of a crowd of tourists' curious gazes, the head of the zoo, Yang Lin, then led a silver fox riding a large golden fur to strut in from the zoo's main entrance. At the sight of this scene, visitors to the park instantly cast curious glances. What kind of odd combination is this? And why is there a dog riding a dog? That's not a dog up there, is it? It's so skinny. It should be a cat. That's not what a cat's face looks like. Just ask the head gardener. In the midst of the curious gazes of a crowd of tourists, a female tourist plucked up the courage to come to Yang Lin. "Gardener, what kind of animal is that on the back of this blonde?" Upon hearing this question, Yang Lin immediately stopped in his tracks before looking at the two brothers, Silver Fox and Golden Hair, who were following closely behind him full of wariness. "This is a silver fox that I brought in from the outside, and I brought them here this time to show them what we have inside the West Rainbow Zoo. They will also be inside the West Rainbow Zoo from now on if it's appropriate." "What? Do animals have to be inspected in advance before entering the park?" After Yang Lin finished explaining, all the tourists' faces immediately showed a hint of astonishment. "That's for sure, or else I'd be able to do that kind of animal kidnapping thing?" Yang Lin said with a deserving expression. With that, he also explained the upcoming expansion of the West Rainbow Zoo and the wasteland next to it to a group of tourists. "Considering that subsequent construction moves may affect the survival of these animals, I have to relocate these aborigines first. If any of them want to stay inside the West Rainbow Zoo, they can be given proper shelter, and if they don't want to stay I will take them to the wild and release them." Hearing this, the eyes of the visitors present immediately changed as they looked at Yang Lin. They didn't expect things to be like this at all. Expanding the zoo will also solve the problem of demolition and resettlement for the animals inside those wastelands. I can see that the gardener is really thinking about these animals. It turns out that there are so many small animals surviving inside the wasteland next to it. The gardener's wave is considered to be a great virtue, very well thought out. It is really not easy for these little animals to survive in the cracks of the city, and I give high marks to the gardeners for their operation. The West Rainbow Zoo is expanding again, but it's nice to have more animals to join in the future. The gardener can't help with the big bucks if he needs any help, but I can help with the fundraising wave. Yes, gardener, you can't do a good thing alone. For a moment Yang Lin's image in the hearts of the crowd instantly became taller, and in the face of the goodwill of the crowd, Yang Lin only smiled gently. That's all as it should be. This whole thing is not only good for the animals, it's a godsend for us. Being able to give these animals a home in the middle of the city is kind of a legacy we're leaving behind for future generations. After saying that, Yang Lin took the two little animals deeper into the park under the adoring gazes of a crowd of tourists. After he brought the two little ones to browse through the entire park, the silver fox, who was still skeptical of Yang Lin's expression, immediately changed. He had once escaped from a zoo, and he knew very well what kind of state the animals were in inside the zoo. But the state of the animals in the West Rainbow Zoo at the moment is something it has never seen before. The animals here are one poser after another, sleeping and bullying the tourists. The point is that those tourists seemed quite happy to be bullied by the animals. All the animals throughout the zoo were in a state of extreme relaxation, with shiny coats and fat bodies, and it was obvious at first glance that they were well fed on a regular basis. Is this really a zoo? Just as the silver fox was filled with shock, Yang Lin also asked it again. How about that? We're not doing too bad here. When the time comes, I'll build you a zoo like this one, too, and all the animals you have there can live in it. There's no need to be scared or worry about food. And as for the tourists, you can pretend they don't exist at all. It had to be said that upon hearing Yang Lin's invitation once more, this silver fox was more or less already somewhat moved. With winter coming soon, it's clear that the one habitat they're in is not equipped for them to survive the winter. Basically, every winter there are tons of critters that don't make it through successfully. Thinking of those companions who had once starved and frozen to death, Silver Fox made an instant decision. I promise on behalf of the other animals, but you must promise that the area will still be ours when the time comes. Yes, when the time comes, I will definitely return you to an even better and better home. With that, Yang Lin extended his right hand towards Silver Fox. The original intention was to shake this little guy's hand, but the little guy apparently got the wrong idea and just stuck his tongue out and licked it. The big golden hair under its seat followed suit when it saw this. Unable to help it, a bitter smile appeared on Yang Lin's face. Seeing that the demolition matters had been negotiated, in order to complete the expansion of the park as soon as possible, Yang Lin directly decided to pick up those little animals on the same day. Anyway, those animals in there are all small animals of relatively small size, and it's not a problem to slightly squeeze in the park for a while. After making the decision, Yang Lin's mind quickly planned out a relocation program. The wilderness itself is next door to the West Rainbow Zoo, which isn't too far away by road. All that is needed is a gate in the west side of the West Rainbow Zoo's courtyard wall, and there is a direct connection between the two locations. Those animals will be perfectly capable of coming on foot by then. It's decided. While it's still daylight, let's make a hole in the courtyard wall first. As he spoke, Yang Lin led the two little ones to find the western courtyard wall of the West Rainbow Zoo. The courtyard wall is actually just a red brick wall that is decades old. If you put it inside a normal zoo, random animals can just roll out. But it is more than enough for the West Rainbow Zoo. The old and sickly animals couldn't turn it over before. And just as Yang Lin was about to smash the wall, the visitors in the zoo were quick to notice his move. They could not help but come together in curiosity. Without waiting for the crowd to figure out what Yang Lin was preparing to do here, Yang Lin picked up the sledgehammer he got from within the tool room and smashed it against the courtyard wall. 80, 80. Under Yang Lin's cry, the courtyard wall, which was older than his age, was instantly smashed out. When the hole appeared, Silver Fox immediately ran out on Big Golden Hair. This scene immediately made the tourists, who were already unsure, look even more confused. However, in order to figure out the purpose of Yang Lin's move, they were still prepared to watch a little longer. Just watching, their eyes gradually changed. Following their gazes, they only saw that on the other side of the big hole, a group of tiny figures were running wildly in the direction of the West Rainbow Zoo under the leadership of the Silver Fox and the Big Golden Hair. Inside the West Rainbow Zoo, a large number of visitors had cast curious glances into the large hole that led to the city's wasteland as it appeared, and it was in the midst of the crowd's curious gazes that an image unexpected to all appeared, only to see a group of small, petite animals right behind them, led by the Silver Fox and the Great Golden Hair. Among these animals, there are family-oriented ones, such as small hedgehogs and bunnies that come in packs. There are also, as in the case of the little squirrel, with a companion, there are also a variety of small animals that are not normally seen, such as weasels, owls, skunks, and more. The animals, as if they knew they were leaving their homes, followed closely behind the animals in front of them for fear of falling behind. The tourists couldn't help but be amazed when this amazing scene fell into their eyes. They had only seen such a scene in cartoons, and it was the first time they had seen it in reality. Although all of these animals were just normal ordinary animals, not even considered protected animals, they brought a strong sense of freshness to the crowd. Immediately these tourists spontaneously made a passage for these small animals to pass through, while also not forgetting to raise their cell phones and other video equipment to record this scene. It was only after a full 10 minutes that all the animals were moved into the temporary accommodation of the West Rainbow Zoo as they should be. Just as the tourists were about to leave the area to check out the new critters, Yang Lin suddenly drilled out of the hole. By the time he burrowed back in again, there was a basin-sized terrapin in his hand. Apparently this terrapin had fallen behind in the migration just now. Seeing that the last little animal was also brought over by him, Yang Lin whirled around and carried this terrapin towards the interior of the park, not forgetting to casually find a wooden board to block the hole on his way out. So far the critters on the wasteland have been demolished, and the only thing left to do is to contact the construction team as well as the building company. According to his planning, this time the construction does not involve the old park for the time being, only need to that piece of wasteland slightly transformed, and the city zoo between the connection. And finally a little bit of decoration. Shihong Zoo's second phase of the expansion project is completed. At that time, the area of Shihong Zoo will directly become the largest city zoo in the entire Dragon Kingdom in terms of area. Just after Yang Lin informed the construction company of this preliminary idea of his, the other party's offer was something that made him instantly dumbfounded. How much did you just say you needed? $80 million? Are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm expanding, not rebuilding after a war? Big in size? It's only the size of 100 soccer fields. And that's big? Okay, I'll think about it and get back to you guys when I do. As the phone hung up, Yang Lin immediately had a feeling of skepticism. It was thought that after the zoo exploded in popularity, the zoo should no longer be short of money. But now it seems obvious that there's still not enough money to go around. So far, West Rainbow Zoo's average daily revenue is probably around $500,000. And with the revenue from selling peripherals, it's just over $600,000. Operating a whole month is less than $20 million. After deducting the cost of food for the animals, labor costs, miscellaneous expenses, a month can almost have a surplus of $10 million or so, but also have to pay taxes. That works out to be at least a couple more months of hard work to complete the initial expansion. And that's just the expansion. If we really want to take the whole park up a notch again, the amount of money needed would probably have to be doubled again. Still poor. How can we fix the garden without money here? Why don't we find the officials and ask them to support it a bit? At least it's a new landmark in Ningnan. I can't be the one to pay for it. Just as Yang Lin was about to call for advice, his cell phone was the first to ring. Looking at the unfamiliar number on it, a trace of doubt first appeared on his face before he finally chose to connect. Director Yang, I'm from the Business Cooperation Department of Ginger Group Takeout. I've contacted you before. This time we're here to talk about the endorsement in detail. Now we're already at the entrance of the zoo. Is it convenient to come in and chat? At first hearing that the other party reported himself, Yang Lin remembered those business cooperation calls he received 2 days ago. At that time, because he was busy with the game, so just a preliminary chat. He did not expect those brands to come to him so quickly. I was just worrying about where to get the money from. And here it is delivered to my door. With a hint of surprise, Yang Lin hurriedly replied, Yes. Where are you guys? I'll pick you up right now. After saying this, Yang Lin walked out of the office holding the terrapin in his hands. In no time at all, several men in suits who looked like business elites were brought inside his office. Hello, Director Yang. I'm the head of the Business Cooperation Department of Ginger Group Takeout, Su Changhai. This time I'm here to mainly talk about the endorsement issue regarding your garden's Kangaroo Li Gang. Also, we would like to ask Mr. Li Gang to shoot a promotional advertisement for our company. This is the relevant agreement. You can take a look at it. As he spoke, Su Changhai took out a stack of agreements from the file bag and placed them in front of Yang Lin. And Yang Lin locked his eyes on the endorsement fee after a brief look. $10 million for endorsement and $2 million for commercial shoot. Looking at this astonishing number, Yang Lin immediately felt as if he saw countless construction materials beckoning to him. It was only when he saw the specifics of the filming agreement that his brow frowned slightly. Going to loan Gonzo out to participate in the shoot? Yes. This time we have specially hired a famous director to shoot this commercial, so we may need to bring Mr. Li Gang to Yancheng. Su Changhai explained with a serious face. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yang Lin immediately said a proposal that made him somewhat unexpected. There's no way Gonzo would ever go out of town because he gets carsick, so see if you can do this. We'll shoot this commercial for you. It shot right inside the West Rainbow Zoo, and were in charge of the ad creative and filming process. After hearing this proposal from Yang Lin, Su Changhai froze. It took half a day to respond. Do you mean that your garden will shoot this commercial? Your garden still has such a business? Looking at Su Changhai's incredulous eyes, Yang Lin's expression suddenly became incredibly serious. It wasn't before, but it is as of today. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Lin straightened his hair while taking out a graduation certificate from within his desk. Now I'll give you another serious introduction to myself. I Yang Lin is a serious 211 University of Choreography and Directing graduates. Open the zoo that is my family industry. Filming the movie Child is my original ideal. If I hadn't come back and inherited the family business in the first place, I would have been one of the top young directors in the country by now. Hearing Yang Lin's words, Su Changhai as well as a group of staff members from the Zheng troupe glanced at Yang Lin's diploma with a half-hearted attitude. The next second they were shocked to realize that Yang Lin was really a graduate of the choreography and direction program. However, they are still skeptical about whether Yang Lin can do a good job with this animal commercial, especially since the main character this time is also a kangaroo. Inside the office, though, the crowded ginger group takeout had some little faith in the proposal that Yang Lin was talking about. But when they heard Yang Lin's final offer, they couldn't help but be moved. Tell you what, if you guys don't trust me, we can have a parley agreement. If this commercial I shot catches fire, you only need to pay me $5 million for the commercial. If it doesn't catch fire, I'll give you this commercial for nothing. Hearing Yang Lin's proposal like this, Su Changhai immediately froze. He really couldn't figure out where Yang Lin got his backing from. After half a minute, Su Changhai hesitantly nodded. Let's put it this way, Director Yang. I'll make a call to our leader first and ask him for his opinion. If he doesn't have an opinion, then we'll do as you say. After saying that, Su Changhai dialed a phone. After waiting for some communication, he gave a reply that satisfied Yang Lin. Park Director Yang, we just got feedback from our leaders, and our leaders agreed to your proposal. But we need to see a sample of the commercial before we can do that. Is that okay with you? Yes, of course. I'll have the dailies out for you the day after tomorrow at the latest. So just wait. Well then, we'll be waiting for a demo from Park Director Yang. With both sides agreeing, there was no shortage of pleasantries. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Lin sent Su Changhai and the others away from the Shihong Zoo. He himself, on the other hand, was back inside his office once again, and as soon as he sat down, he made out a time planner out for himself. The arrival of the Ginger Group opened up a whole new way of thinking about making money. If you want to get a new park up and running in a short period of time, it is inevitable that you will still get the fastest money by going the business partnership route. So the first thing to do is to contact those brands and finalize some business partnerships that can be done in the short term. And then it is a week later National Geographic's offline activities. For this offline activities, Yang Lin is still very important. And finally, there's the collaborative variety show with Magic City TV. Wonderful friends. According to the timing given by Magic City TV, the variety show will start the recording of the first phase almost 2 weeks later. After all, it takes time for them to gather stars. As soon as he thought of the fact that he had so much work content to accomplish in the next few days, Yang Lin felt deeply that the burden on his body seemed to have become heavier again. Looks like we'll have to get some more help. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Lin dialed 2 consecutive phones. Hey, old ma, it's old Yang. Aren't you idle lately? Come to Ningnan and help me. Hey, Lao Nyo, I'm Lao Yang. How's your work going these days? Come to Ningnan, I'll make you the general director. This time I found you an international first-tier superstar to work with. Definitely make you a hit. The following afternoon, at the gate of Shihong Zoo, as the door of Yang Lin's 8-handed minivan slowly opened, 2 figures walked down from it. The young man on the left side wears gold-rimmed glasses and looks svelte, with a neat suit, just like a legal elite. The youth on the right, on the other hand, is muscular and strong, and a black shirt with a small flat head is more or less debt collection. Both were Yang Lin's roommates in college. The one on the left was called Ma Chaochuan and the one on the right was called Niu Fifan. As for the fourth person in the dormitory, Xu Jiqian, because his wife recently had to give birth to a child, really cannot come. In their college days their dormitory had been nicknamed the Zoo, and today it was also under Yang Lin's invitation that they gathered again in front of the zoo. After these 2 people stepped out of the van one after another, Yang Lin likewise stepped out of the van. Just as soon as they got off the bus, they heard the 2 men say with envious faces, "It can be old Yang. When you were in college you kept blowing to us that you had family properties waiting to be inherited. We thought you were bluffing, but we didn't expect it to be true. Yeah, we've heard about all those things you've been doing lately. You're afraid you're worth hundreds of millions of dollars now." Hearing the words of the 2, Yang Lin immediately smiled helplessly as well. It would be nice to have hundreds of millions of dollars. For starters, I'll take you in first, and then I'll tell you more about some of my plans for the future once we're inside. After saying that, Yang Lin took the lead and walked towards the zoo. The two youths saw this and hurriedly followed, and when they entered the zoo, the two of them immediately looked around with curious faces as if they had entered the city. Old Yang, didn't you say you were preparing a movie and television company? Why did you bring us to the zoo? Yeah, where's that international top-tier superstar you were talking about? Where is he? Let's get acquainted first. With that said, the duo couldn't help but show a hint of anticipation on their faces. Being from the same major as Yang Lin, the duo has been in the film and television industry for a few years since graduation. Unfortunately, the timing was not good enough to make a name for himself, and after hearing Yang Lin's business plan, the first time he came to be interested, an international gorilla, isn't that right? Saying this, Yang Lin pointed to the shit deliverer who was smoking in the gorilla garden aside. In the midst of the duo's shocked gazes, Yang Lin then casually dispersed a cigarette to shit do. You mean is it those animals in your zoo that were shooting this time? Nyo Fifan finally came to his senses at this moment. Yeah, just picked up a business deal with the Ginger Troop. They're going to do a commercial with a kangaroo from the zoo as the lead. I'm thinking we're the pros in this area. So instead of borrowing animals for them to shoot, we'll do it ourselves. And it's not just the Ginger Corps. We've been approached by other advertising partners. If we can get the Ginger Mission commercial right this time, we'll be able to do more commercials later on, even a big animal movie. Think about the current market conditions. All tracks of domestic movies are already overcrowded. We might as well find another way. I'll pay for the actors and actresses. All you guys need to do is contribute your talent and we'll make it big together when the time comes. As Yang Lin spoke out his complete series of plans, the two of them, Nyo Fifan, were instantly somewhat moved. One had to admit that what Yang Lin said made perfect sense, but soon they thought of something else. How are we supposed to film this? We've never done a commercial before. Ma Chaochuan opened his mouth with a confused expression. Instead, Yang Lin just smiled easily at his question. Points I've already thought of for you. There are just 3 points that Ginger Group Takeout is trying to reflect through its advertising. 1 is fast. 1 is anywhere. 1 delivers anything. And finally incorporates kangaroos. So this time I'm going to shoot it like this, with the story taking place on top of a moon base with a human astronaut. Listening to Yang Lin's narration, the eyes of the ox and horse duo immediately lit up. On the second day, the wasteland next to the West Rainbow Zoo. With all the animals here relocated to the middle of the West Rainbow Zoo, this place has been completely turned into a wasteland. It was just after dawn when several excavators and shovels rolled into the area. After several hours of engineering work, a large open area was soon cleared. Once a couple of large dump trucks had spread a layer of black dirt and gravel on top of the surface, it suddenly had a bit more of an extraterrestrial feel to it. Master, over there, remember to make me some big craters. Yes, make them like craters. Just as Yang Lin was directing the excavator to work, the two of them, Nyo Fifan, came up next to him with a face of novelty. Old Yang, you don't say. It really does look like the moon after this. By the time you do a little post-processing on the backgrounds and stuff, it'll be practically fake. Post-processing, leave this piece to me. It's my strong point. Ma Chaochuan also chimed in. By the way, Old Yang, tell me more about your idea for the commercial, so I can determine exactly how to shoot it later. Nyo Fifan looked at the near-moon landscape in front of him and suddenly added. Hearing his words, Yang Lin also nodded. That's about it. Actually, the hero is an astronaut left behind on the moon by his team while out on a mission. On New Year's Eve he wanted a meal of dumplings because he missed his hometown and then ordered a ginger dough takeaway with the idea of trying it out. It wasn't long after he ordered his takeout that a kangaroo wearing a gingerbread takeout spacesuit knocked on the glass of his capsule with a takeout box. Doesn't this take care of all the needs of Ginger Group Takeout at once? As soon as Yang Lin's words fell, Nyo Fifan gave his own thumbs up. Lao Yang, you're really a fucking talent. With this idea of yours, together with the skills of Old Ma and I, if this advertisement doesn't catch fire, I'll stand upside down. Alright, you two get ready. I'm going to change my look with Gonzo and then we can start shooting. Why did you change your look? At first, hearing Yang Lin's words, the ox and horse duo hadn't reacted. I'm the leading man, so I have to change into my astronaut costume. After saying this, Yang Lin patted the shoulders of the two men with a smile on his face and left the place. 2 hours later, the original wasteland had been set up as a rudimentary space base, and Yang Lin, who had already changed into a spacesuit bought from a certain treasure, also came bouncing over with Kangaroo Li Gang, who was also wearing a yellow spacesuit. With the arrival of the 2 lead actors, the filming of the first commercial for the West Rainbow Zoo filming department officially kicked off. Yang Lin, who is the male lead, is the first to make an appearance, and although he comes from a background of choreography and directing, he knows more or less everything there is to know about acting. It didn't take long to get through all of his scenes. When it was Gangzi's turn, Nyo Fifan, who was the director, was looking worried. Lao Yang, are you sure it will work? Do you need to act for it first? Just as soon as he finished his sentence, a hint of anger appeared on Kangaroo Li Gang's face to the side. Seeing this scene, Nyo Fifan immediately shrank back. He'd seen the fight when Li Gang had taken on the All-Fighter, and he didn't think he could beat the All-Fighter's resistance. Underestimating Gonzo, isn't it? I'm telling you, Gonzo is the IQ ceiling of the kangaroo world. With that, Yang Lin stroked Li Gang's kangaroo head. Play the Congo well, and when it's over I'll give you extra food, carrots and all. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the angry color in Kangaroo Li Gang's eyes immediately disappeared. And this scene also made the ox and horse duo on the side look at each other, calling out oxen. The next filming work, Gangzi also perfectly verified Yang Lin's claim, showing acting skills that were not at all inferior to Yang Lin's. All the shooting was done in one take. It took just under an hour from the start of the shoot to the end of the shoot. It went so well that the cow and horse both felt a little incredulous. They used to get stuck sometimes when they were filming people, but this kangaroo gave them a feeling of being full of drama. It's an old theater kangaroo. The two oxen and horses came to such a conclusion unanimously. Once all the filming was over, Ma Chaochuan immediately started the post-processing work. After adding some simple special effects processing, a simple demo film has taken shape. After looking over the dailies, Yang Lin's face immediately showed a look of satisfaction. I have to say that his two wistful roommates do still have a little bit of talent in them. I'll send the dailies now, and you two can wait to take off with me. As he spoke, Yang Lin sent the demo to Su Changhai, the head of the business department of Jiang Group Takeaway, under the expectant gaze of Niu Ma and his team. At the same time, Su Changhai, who was having a meeting at the Ginger Group Takeaway headquarters, also quickly received the demo sent by Yang Lin. So quick to shoot? Is the quality really guaranteed? Looking at the video that hadn't even been clicked on, Su Changhai's face revealed a look of skepticism. With a hint of skepticism, he instantly clicked on the video, which was about 2 minutes long. As he watched, his face began to change, from confused, to shocked, to odd, from what this is to what I am. Until the 2-minute video was broadcast, he could no longer hold back and directly shouted the word bull in front of a group of executives in the office. As soon as the words left his mouth, all the eyes of the people in the office focused on him, and a middle-aged man sitting above the first place even said with an angry face, "Old Su, what do you mean by this oxymoron? Do you think the company's loss in the first half of the year is an oxymoron? If the company keeps losing money like this, it won't take next year. Everyone will be laid off by the end of this year. Tell me where y'all can go when you get laid off? Going to starve to death?" Hearing the middle-aged man's angry roar, Su Changhai hurriedly took out his cell phone and explained, "Chairman, I'm not saying that you're bullish. I'm saying that this commercial was shot bullishly." "What ad? Didn't you ask me to get the West Rainbow Zoo to work on a commercial? They've already shot it. I have a hunch that if we can run this advertisement on a large scale, it's bound to change the company's current predicament," said Su Changhai. Seems to worry that the crowd present do not believe what he said. Immediately on his cell phone screen, it didn't take long for the video of the advertisement that Yang Lin had sent over to be played on the big screen in the conference room. All of a sudden the entire crowd in the conference room looked dumbfounded. Originally, in the view of a group of executives in the Ginger Group, an advertisement had again bullish. How bullish can it be? And even if the commercials were good, it's impossible to say that they turned a company that had been losing money in a row into a profit. But after watching this advertisement shot by Yang Lin, they realized that they were the ones who were shallow. After a few minutes of time, Wang Xin, the chairman of the Ginger Group sitting at the top, said excitedly to Su Changhai, Immediately make an advertising payment to the West Rainbow Zoo, adding $3 million on top of what Director Yang said before. Also reach out to all major video platforms, all major social platforms and elevator ads to get that full coverage. Tomorrow, at the latest, I want to see this ad across all channels. As for the issue of advertising costs, go straight through the financial process, no matter how much it is. It's not a problem. Upon hearing Wang Xin's words, the group of executives present did not even have a single objection. With business vision, they can imagine what kind of sensational effect this advertisement will cause in the whole network after watching it almost only once. "Okay, I'll set it up right away." After saying that, Su Changhai walked out of the conference room with an excited look on his face, taking the advertisement samples. Just an hour later, the ad was already live on top of the Shake Shack short video platform. At first glance, most users are as ready as ever to casually cross this ad off their list, but they couldn't help but stop their fingers when they saw the two faces on the cover. If it isn't the head gardener and Gunner, they're answering an advertisement here, or an advertisement for the Ginger Troop. Don't you know? I've heard that so many big brand names are looking for them to work with now. On the shopping street, a young girl was swiping her cell phone while shopping, while on the side was her best friend. The two men stopped in unison after swiping this advertisement for ginger dough. They're still wearing spacesuits. Seems kinda interesting to see. Watching the two had a look of surprise on their faces, and it wasn't until the 2-minute commercial was finished that they realized it was even a commercial. Holy shit, is this really a commercial? An astronaut alone on the moon orders a takeout in space and a kangaroo delivers it. Are you sure this isn't a movie promo? My goodness, who came up with this? Isn't this form of advertising a little too far ahead of its time for us at the moment? With that in mind, the two casually clicked on the comments section to the right of the ad, and the comments section, which had just shown that there were not many people commenting on it, had tens of thousands of comments at this moment. Mad. Laughed me to death. The Ginger Group even managed to link up with Gundam for a commercial, and even hired Gundam as a spokesperson. This wave of fantasy linkage was truly unanticipated. Good. I'll remember the ginger donut takeout. It's true. I wasn't interested in all the stars I've gotten before, but if they're hiring Gonzo, then I admit I'm heartened. This wave of Gonzo's acting is really good. Who could have thought that a kangaroo could deliver a takeaway to the moon? And the line in the back, Ginger Group takeout, deliver anything fast. I give full marks for this wave of copywriting. What's with all the talk about Gundam and no one recognizing the gardener as an astronaut? What? This astronaut is the head gardener. Didn't really recognize him. The head gardener isn't the point. Gonzo is. Highly recommend expanding this commercial into a movie. 2 minutes of video is enough for anyone. Supporting. Suggesting that Gonzo is still the man of the hour by then. As the ad grew in popularity, soon netizens on other platforms found out about this particular ad, either due to the content of the ad, or due to Gonzo's perfect rendition. The ad had a momentary feeling of fire out of the circle, and as the main focus among the advertisements, the name of Ginger Group Takeout is becoming more and more famous. For this reason, the Ginger Group Takeaway official even specialize in redoing a takeaway equipment. A cartoon image of Gonzo was printed on each of the deliverymen's yellow tunics, and 2 large kangaroo ears were added to their helmets. Even the delivery riders have a big kangaroo tail on the back of their shirts, combined with the yellow takeout boxes. These takeout boys walking the streets and alleys are all transformed into big yellow kangaroos. Such a wave of fantastic linkage instantly piqued the fame of Ginger Troop Takeout and made it an unknown, unrecognized presence. As for the once takeaway giant Hungry Dead is in the Ginger Group Takeaway under the influence of the offensive was beaten back. Even invited out the popular first line fresh meat for its endorsement are not any effect. For such a result, a group of senior executives of Ginger Group Takeaway directly laughed their heads off. Of course they're obviously not the only ones who are happy. Inside the office of the West Rainbow Zoo, with the sound of a bank arrival reminder text message ringing out, Yang Lin's face similarly revealed a trace of an excited smile. Endorsement fee plus advertisement fee plus shooting fee, plus the extra fee given by Ginger Group Takeout. After deducting the tax, Yang Lin got 18 million directly, which is higher than the revenue of the zoo in a month. What's more is that the endorsement contract signed between Gangzi and Matewan is for 5 years, which means that after 5 years, if Ginger Tuan Takeout still wants to continue to use Gangzi's endorsement, it will need to pay another one to renew the contract. Just as Yang Lin's side was giggling at the bank's text message, a zoo worker ran in. Head gardener, the truckload of carrots you ordered has arrived. Unloaded where? Hearing this staff member's words, Yang Lin replied without even thinking, send them all to the kangaroo park for me. Ha, are you sure you want to unload it all at the kangaroo park? Sure. As Yang Lin's words fell, a large truck full of fresh carrots stopped at the entrance of the kangaroo park just 10 minutes later. In the dumbfounded expressions of countless tourists, the tons of carrots were dumped into the kangaroo park like a tidal wave. All of a sudden a mountain of carrots appeared inside the kangaroo park, and Gundam, who was still squinting and sunbathing, directly lay down on Carrot Hill in front of a crowd of tourists. This is the moment when Gonzo manages to achieve carrot freedom. This scene was also quickly seen by the other animals in the zoo, and on the spot the eyes of these animals turned red. Why does it have so much food? I heard Papa Bear next door say he was a star in a commercial. Mingori. What kind of animal is this? Do humans love orangutans? I'm going to be a Mingori, too, so I can have an endless supply of peaches. But you're a monkey. How to be an ape? A kangaroo can be a bright scarlet. Why can't my monkey be one? I don't care, I'm going to talk to the great master about it. It didn't take long for the entire circle of animals in the park to boil over, and the little monkeys that could just walk around the park even blocked the doorway of Yang Lin's office. With the arrival of Ginger Mission's advertising money, some of the funds for the construction of the new park are finally coming together. However, there was still a small gap from the final amount, and it also happened to be just at this time that another brand approached Yang Lin. Hello Director Yang. I'm Wang Yujiao. the owner of Wang 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 Pet Supplies, and I've contacted you before. Inside the office, a stylishly dressed young woman introduces herself as soon as she enters. Unable to help but young Lin recalled that it seemed like there was a dog food company that was looking for Woof Woof's endorsement before. I remember you guys, but as I said inside the phone call before, dog food is not like other commodities. You must make sure that there are no harmful ingredients inside your dog food and that the quality is up to standard before we will consider it. Yang Lin had only just finished saying this when the young woman pulled out a pile of information from her bag. These are the test reports we commissioned from 3 authoritative appraisal organizations. We can assure you that absolutely all of our pet food is made to the highest national standards and is not only edible for dogs, but for people as well. Seemingly worried that Yang Lin still didn't believe her, she took out another box of canned dog snacks from her bag and opened the can and ate it right in front of Yang Lin. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin immediately stood in awe, and at the same time, an idea couldn't help but pop up in his heart. It's a tough guy. That's fine and that's. Wang, I believe your quality is up to par. We'll take this endorsement. I don't know your endorsement fees. Without waiting for Yang Lin to finish his sentence, Wang Yujiao took the initiative to speak. Our initial endorsement fee is $3 million. And we also want to have an advertisement filmed for us by your garden, just like Ginger Tuan Takeout. So we'll pay an additional $2 million for the filming. In the meantime, we'll be sponsoring a whole year's worth of dog food for the woofers. As soon as Wang Yujiao finished speaking, Yang Lin took the initiative to extend his right hand. Deal. Not to mention those previous conditions, he couldn't refuse that last one alone. God knows how much Li Dogwan's 8 dogs became able to eat after awakening their talent, and he had to spend nearly $100,000 every month on dog food alone. Of course, the more important point was that her family's pet food was indeed very safe, and that was what mattered most to Yang Lin. If it was that kind of poor quality internet pet food, he wouldn't take it even if he was offered more endorsement fees. Wang, just go back and wait for our news. In almost 2 days or so, we should be able to finish shooting the advertisement. When she heard Yang Lin's words, Wang Yujia immediately expressed her thanks. She had all but assumed that Yang Lin wouldn't accept her endorsement request. After all, they weren't a big company like Ginger Group Takeout. Given Woofer's current popularity and West Rainbow Zoo's influence, the price she's offering doesn't seem too competitive. But she didn't expect Yang Lin to agree directly. It still felt a little less real until she walked out of the West Rainbow Zoo. And also not long after Wang Yujia left, Yang Lin once again summoned the Nyoma duo over. We just got another client commission. This time we're shooting a dog food commercial. Hearing Yang Lin's words, the ox and horse duo immediately became excited. When they were in the movie and TV industry before, they didn't see any business for 6 months or even a year. And nowadays when you go into the West Rainbow Zoo, business doesn't stop. And the previous hugely successful Ginger Mission ads were obviously a big boost to their motivation. Lao Yang, if you say how to shoot it, we'll shoot it, according to your way of thinking. Yes, we'll make you a cow. After saying that, the two felt as if there was something wrong with that statement. This time our product is a conscientious dog food, so I'm going to pick the actors for the shoot from the Woof team. I've already thought of a theme, too. It's called A Dog's Way Home. The story centers on an adopted stray dog looking for a way home after an accidental loss. All the stories are on the way home. This time I'm going to make the story slightly longer and include more animals. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the faces of the ox and horse duo were filled with excitement. Do we have to include other animals besides the woofers? Doesn't that cost extra? No more additions, just to publicize this conscientious dog food. After saying this, Yang Lin suddenly stood up from his chair. Come on, let's go pick the actors. Seeing this, the ox and horse duo also hurriedly followed. It wasn't long before the three of them were in the park together. The first thing to pick is naturally the dog actor. Perhaps the group of monkeys had gotten wind of it, and Yang Lin had only just approached the wolf garden when the dogs were all excited. Boss, pick me. Pick me. I don't want too much. I just want 30 pounds of meat and bones. I'm 20 pounds. I only need 10 pounds. Everyone beat it for me. This guy is no good. Eyeing the dogs fighting in front of him, Yang Lin's face couldn't help but be speechless. These guys have all become refined after their intelligence has been raised, and each of them is comparable to a border herder. Unable to help himself, he turned his gaze to the big blonde shivering in the corner. As a new dog, he has not yet awakened his talent, so he looks extra silly. That's you. You're in the lead role this time. You other dogs don't have to compete. Each of you get paid for your appearances. Hearing Yang Lin's words, the Woof team, which had just been fighting into a ball, stopped immediately, and then even looked at Yang Lin with a surprised expression. At the moment it was as if they had seen mountains of meat and bones dumped in front of them. After all, the way Gundam was lying on the carrot hill they had watched during their patrol, they were the envy of the world at the time. And also just after Yang Lin had finished identifying the main character of the advertisement, he soon found some other animals in the park one after another. These animals were more excited than one after realizing that Yang Lin was looking for them to shoot a commercial. There was no need for Yang Lin to say anything more to them. In just less than an hour, the most important actor issues had all been taken care of by Yang Lin. As for the venue issue, it's even easier for him. Since the focus of the performance is on the journey home, he can take as many shots as he wants in the park. And the inside of the West Rainbow Zoo is big enough for all the shots anyway. In this way, the next step is just to shoot. It wasn't long before the ox and horse duo joined Yang Lin with their filming equipment and started filming in the park. And naturally, the scene attracted a large number of tourists visiting the West Rainbow Zoo. After realizing that Yang Lin was taking the animals to shoot a short commercial, one cast a curious look. What's that doing there at the gardeners? Why are so many animals gathered together? I think it's a commercial. An ad? The same ads as the last Ginger Dough takeout commercial? The last Ginger Group takeout commercial was also too great. I wonder what product is being filmed this time. Let's see it first. In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, Yang Lin then took the big golden hare that had just joined the West Rainbow Zoo into the various zoo parks. According to the plot, the lost dog traveled all the way through the mountains and rivers to find his master, and finally returned to his master after a lot of difficulties. And now it's time to shoot the first scene, only to see that on top of an open space in the park, Lee Dogu and other members of the wolf team had taken off their police dog uniforms and dressed up as stray dogs. Boss, how's this badass stray dog going to play out? Yeah, we're police dogs. We can't do this kind of acting as bad dogs. How can we be bad dogs? It's not hurting our image. And besides, we can't even act that way. Listening to Lee Dogu and the other group of dogs complaining, Yang Lin directly raised a finger. After this play, you'll have 10 pounds of meaty bones for each dog, along with a pound of dog food and a can of meat. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the expressions of the group of dogs immediately changed. You don't have to say anything, boss. You'll see later. Yeah, it's just badass stray dogs. We're good at that. As he spoke, several woofers dressed as stray dogs surrounded the large blonde directly. Each one of them had a fierce look on their faces, just like a bully among dogs. That, combined with their menacing growls, brought out that big bad aura in a flash. It was a sight to see the big blonde. Yang Lin, on the other hand, shouted in agreement. Yes, that's the state of things. If only you guys were a little more restrained. Good, that's the kind of dogfighting you want. Seeing this, Ma Chaochuan hurriedly raised his camera and prepared to start filming. Come on, doggy, fly over and take a fake fall. Yes, look hard and fall hard. Satsuma next to you. Don't have so much idle baggage. And let go of your movements. Doggy, you douchebag. Don't you really bite? Under Yang Lin's command, the group of dogs methodically completed one action after another according to his requirements. It didn't take long for a fight scene between dogs to be filmed. Straight away, the tourists outside were dumbfounded. If they hadn't known ahead of time that a commercial was being filmed, they would have even thought that the dogs in it were actually fighting. When the clip was shot, the crowd went wild with applause. The acting of these dogs is really superb. It's not much better than so many actors these days. I didn't realize that a bunch of dogs could make a great fight scene. What the hell kind of commercial is this, with all the action scenes? Just as the crowd's hearts were filled with surprises and doubts, Yang Lin was the one who quickly made a turn with the great golden hare. And in the next filming, the big golden hare is also continuously encountered a variety of dangers and animal characters. Each time he managed to get through it by his own ingenuity and bravery. The viewers who originally didn't quite understand what was being filmed had a rough synopsis in their minds after watching a scene. And it's because the more they know, so the more anticipation they feel for the finished movie. The sense of anticipation made them feel as if a kitten was scratching at their hearts. That said, I probably know these scenes, but what kind of story does it end up putting together? Yeah, I don't feel like it's much of a commercial anymore. It's more like a micro-movie. There's no sign of ad placement at all. What the hell is the end product? It can't really be just a public service announcement. I was thinking about a day at the zoo today, but now why do I feel like I'm visiting the site? It's not bad. One admission price, double the enjoyment. In that case, it seems true. No, I can't be left alone in this. I have to make the others feel it too. While the tourists were talking about it, many of them had already uploaded the shoot to the internet. Influenced by the previous Ginger Dough commercials, these filming footage immediately drew a lot of attention from netizens when they were first released, especially once they realized it was a new commercial for the West Rainbow Zoo shoot. Like the visitors to the site, they were equally puzzled and expectant about the final effect of this advertisement and the product being marketed. It didn't take long for all sorts of speculation to appear on the internet. I think it should be a pet PSA, telling us not to abandon our pets willy-nilly. I have a feeling it shouldn't be. It should be a travel ad. Look at all the locations that come up halfway through. Pet supply ads, I think, although they don't appear in them. Regardless of the product being advertised, I feel like this ad has managed to capture my heart bar. Personally, I think this commercial could have been preceded by a commercial, or I'd have a bad conscience watching it. How about a paid advertisement, where you can only try it for 6 seconds and charge for the subsequent parts of the ad? As the ad shoot footage gets hotter and hotter, the netizens' speculations become more and more outrageous. I think it's supposed to sell tigers, and a tiger appears in the middle, and it's supposed to be the product. Nonsense. Obviously sells insurance. You see how treacherous this dog's journey is. Human-animal insurance. Keep you safe for life. Selling airplanes, with an airplane scene for a second in the middle. The house was for sale and the dog ended up back in a house. Seeing that the netizens' speculations were becoming more and more outrageous, Ma Chaochu inside was finally completing the final production of the finished advertisement. But after Yang Lin watched the 15-minute long commercial, the whole person fell into deep contemplation. Old Ma, are you sure you don't want another cut? The client only gave $5 million, not $50 million. However, in response to this query from Yang Lin, Ma Chaochuan shook his head firmly. Every shot was perfect, so how could I cut it? Think of the extra hours as a gift from us to our clients. Yang Lin, okay, let's see what the client's side says first, and if it doesn't work out, let's make a new one. I've never seen a 15-minute commercial in my life, and what video do you think would be a good place to insert such an ad in front of? Shaking his head helplessly, Yang Lin ended up sending out the adult piece, the headquarters of Woof Woof Pet Products, Inc. Ever since signing the advertising contract with Shihongzhu, Wang Yujiao's heart had been filled with apprehension. As a startup, $5 million in advertising is almost their net profit for the year. With such a large amount of capital investment, if the final advertisement does not achieve the same sensational effect as the Ginger Group takeaway advertisement, it is basically very difficult to recover the cost of the advertisement. It was in this apprehensive mood that she finally waited for the dailies that Yang Lin had sent over. It was expected to be a 10 or 20 second commercial, so she didn't care. It wasn't until she clicked receive that she realized something seemed off. 1G, did park director Yang send the wrong file? How come it's so big? With a hint of doubt, she hastily asked Yang Lin. But Yang Lin's reply was what made her even more confused. It's not a mistake to send it. It's this video. So take a look at it. It really didn't send the wrong one? Even though there was some little belief in her heart, Wang Yujiao still downloaded the entire video. When the video was well down, she hit the play button. As the video played, the expression on her face gradually became strange. By the time the 15-minute long commercial had finished playing, her eyes had turned all red. It couldn't be helped. The inside of the video was just a little too tense for her, especially for someone like her who had a pet herself. There was a sense of empathy. What made her feel even more amazing was the treatment of their brand insertion in the commercial. Though only the beginning and the end of the video are arranged to show the dog eating the dog food, but these two shots do a perfect job of echoing each other. It took a good 10 minutes for the afterburn from the commercial to ease off. After waiting for her emotions to calm down, Wang Yujiao called all the remaining money at the first time. And then they logged on to Wang Company's account in the major platforms. Not long after the super long advertisement was uploaded to the major platforms, not many people noticed the ad when it was just uploaded. After all, Wang is just a small company with only a few thousand fans within the account. But soon this particular commercial was seen by a pet blogger with millions of followers. Like Wang Yujiao when she first saw the commercial, the pet blogger was immediately and deeply moved by the content of the ad after watching it. Instantly she was also retweeting the ad. And it was just after she retweeted the ad that more and more netizens noticed it. Coupled with the familiar dogs that appeared in the middle of this ad, it took almost less than half a day for this ad to start catching fire across the internet. The majority of netizens also recognized this commercial at first sight as the one that was previously filmed at the West Rainbow Zoo. Wow, out so soon? I was just searching for a video follow-up so soon. Isn't there something not quite right about this progress bar? How can it be 15 minutes? Yes, that's the head gardener and the guys who took it. And there's the West Rainbow Zoo's shit deliverer sign in front of it. So it's really a pet product. It seems we were overthinking it. Netflix has also been watching the finished movie after the surprise. Just watching it, the number of pop-ups on top of the video became more and more. Is this really a commercial? +1. Sure, it's not a short movie. Tightly plotted. With a downbeat plot that is pee-free the whole way through. This big golden hair is transiting. Right. How come we can meet every animal along the way? It's not golden hair. It's monk, but it's really quite well shot. Touched by a commercial. It turns out that pets really do go out of their way to find their owners after getting lost. What kind of divine commercial is this? Every animal in it is acting online, especially the woofers. I almost didn't recognize them. I didn't realize that the first movie I felt good about this year was an advertisement. And if all future advertisements can be made like this, then I would suggest that there should be no TV series inserted in the middle of the advertisements. If the commercials are all like that, then I'm willing to wait until we get to the main event and then I'll go to the bathroom. As netizens gave positive reviews one after another, the brands involved in the advertisement were gradually known by the public, especially when a well-intentioned netizen revealed one of the minor details. I don't know if you noticed, but this is the brand of dog food that this dog was eating at the beginning of the commercial. By the time the dog found a home 6 months later, he was still eating this same dog food, and I noticed a detail that when the owner was giving it to him to pour out, his dog bowl was clean, and the date of manufacture on the bag of dog food was 6 months later. This shows that during the 6 months that the dog was lost, the owner bought a new bag of dog food every so often, always waiting for the return of this dog. The owner did not give up on him and always waited for the dog to come back. With the disclosure of this detail, the netizens, who were already moved to tears, became even more taut. I thought it was this dog's loyalty, but I didn't realize it was running both ways. The dog has not forgotten his owner, and his owner has not forgotten him. My goodness, the details are simply rave reviews. It's worthy of the West Rainbow Zoo to consider such details. The gardener had the heart to make a commercial that was so touching, and even though I don't have a dog at home, I decided to buy a couple bags of this brand of dog food. It reminds me of the dirt dog my family used to have. My dad thought it was dirty and took it a few dozen kilometers away on his motorcycle and dropped it off. And then I passed by there 2 months later and it was still there, running at the first sight of me. Don't you dare believe that the dog I lost traveling outside 2 years ago suddenly appeared on my doorstep on New Year's Eve this year. And I was so dumbfounded at the time. Within just one day, this commercial video has rushed to the hot list of major video websites as a dark horse. The cumulative airplay for the day surpassed 2 billion. As the biggest beneficiary of Wong pet products, the number of fans on major social media platforms is increasing at an unprecedented rate, as well as the sales volume of its online store. From a small startup to a recognizable pet brand that has exploded across the internet, they did it in just one day. Of course, the same hit was the advertising business of the West Rainbow Zoo. And after the advertisement of the Wang company caught fire, the phone calls in Yang Lin's office did not stop. All kinds of brand endorsement advertisement shooting offers are like snowflakes flocking to us. Old Yang, I told you that our advertisement this time will definitely work. Look how it is. It's on fire. Inside the office, Ma Chaochuan looked at Yang Lin with a smug expression. I've already thought about it, and I'm going to just cut the next commercial to 30 minutes. Right. The market is the only standard. I recognize old Ma's statement. Niu Fifan was also quick to chime in right after Ma Chaochuan finished his sentence. And I think we're totally going to be able to put our guts out a little bit right now and take on some bigger name commercials. Looking at the duo's complacent appearance, Yang Lin was really embarrassed to interrupt them and could only pat their shoulders and said, with you two brothers around, why should I worry about the great work? Brother? Why don't you guys just make a movie? Yet the duo didn't hear it as a backhanded remark, and their eyes instantly lit up. Do you feel the same way, old Jan? Are we really ready to enter the movie market? As choreographers and directors, the two have a deep obsession with making movies. In response, Yang Lin just rolled his eyes at them. Two big brothers, think carefully. We just took the money from an advertisement. Let's make a movie out for others. What kind of loss do we have to incur? Isn't this purely for the public good? By the way, we don't take all kinds of ads. We can't take the ones that don't relate to animals. Just as he had finished speaking, Niu Fifan, who was on the side, brought a book over from the side. By the way, old Yang, just now when you weren't here, I picked up a commercial for you. It's a domestic car brand. I think that's a very good entry point. We can try to shoot it. As soon as he finished his words, a hint of hesitation appeared on Yang Lin's face. Cars? That's a bad shot. Why don't we? Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Niu Fifan added another sentence. They gave $30 million for advertising. Good. Very good. I think there is a really good linkage that can be created between animals and cars. As soon as Niu Fifan finished speaking, Yang Lin analyzed with a serious face. In that case, old ox, you first tell us what you think, how you're going to shoot this commercial. Hearing that Yang Lin had asked himself to come up with ideas, Niu Fifan immediately also acted like he had a plan. I do, and I think we can cast Shitty Delivery Man as the lead in the commercial this time. Wait, pick who? At the moment he heard the word shit deliverer, Yang Lin instantly asked back with a puzzled face. Ah, shit deliverer. This time the story is about a chimpanzee. And chimps and cars are just perfect for each other, said Niu Fifan with a look of excitement on his face. However, Yang Lin's face on the side became more or less confused. If you have to let an animal to endorse a car brand, in his opinion, it is only to use horses and leopards to reflect the speed of the car. and use tigers and lions and other beasts to reflect the surging power of the car. These are more or less acceptable, but if you want to force a chimpanzee to star in a car commercial, then Yang Lin can't figure out how the two can be linked. Forget it, what's the point of thinking about it so much? Why don't we just leave this part to the two of them from now on? After thinking like this, Yang Lin immediately felt his head was much more clear. Old Ma Lao Nyo, let's do it this way. I'll rent you a few floors of office buildings near the zoo. You guys set up the team for me, and in the future, I'll leave the advertisement shooting as well as the business cooperation to you. You guys go set up a company sometime, and that's the way it's going to be. Hearing Yang Lin's arrangement, the ox and horse duo naturally had no opinion. Old Yang, you trust us so much, we will absolutely make this business work for you. Yeah, just wait until you hear the good news. After saying that, the two of them once again discussed the details of the next commercial shoot. Seeing that the two of them were so interested, Yang Lin didn't bother the two of them anymore and walked straight out of the office. Now that the commercial shooting business is officially underway, basically there won't be any major problems after handing it over to the Nyoma duo. He was also finally getting some time to take care of other things, and one of the biggest things for him right now is the park expansion effort. After collecting a few advertising payments, the money on hand has become slightly more generous. Although not enough to complete the overall remodeling, but there is still no problem to make that piece of wasteland. With that thought in mind, he whirled around and drove his minivan to an architectural firm he had contacted before. As soon as he walked through the doors of the design office, the front desk of the design office recognized him. Ha, it's Park Director Yang. Why are you here today? I contacted designer Wu to inquire about the design of the new campus. Upon hearing Yang Lin's intention, the receptionist lady immediately brought Yang Lin to an office. It had only been sitting there for a short time when a young female designer walked in. A warm smile spread across her face immediately after seeing Yang Lin. Park Director Yang, didn't you say that the design work of the new park would be left entirely to us? Why did you still run over here yourself? It's like this. I've suddenly had some new ideas, and I was wondering if you could help me with some counseling. As he spoke, Yang Lin picked up a pen and paper from the side, drawing and talking about his design concept for the new park. I'm going to do a whole new take on this new park, where the old-style zoos used to have the animals caged inside, which was not conducive to the animals showing off their natural instincts. Designer Wu reacted as soon as Yang Lin finished speaking. Director Yang means to mimic those open zoos that let the animals out and keep the human visitors locked up for tours, right? Not exactly. Yelin shook his head. That makes the experience a little worse for tourists again. The idea is to be open to both visitors and animals. Just after Yang Lin's proposal was said, Designer Wu was dumbfounded. What you mean, Mr. Yang, park director? Is that there is zero contact between humans and animals? If that happens, I'm afraid no tourists will dare to go. Had. Pretty much. In fact, everyone knows that the animals at the West Rainbow Zoo are notoriously non-aggressive. However, considering that visitors might hurt the animals, my idea was to create sky bridges in the air throughout the park. These corridor bridges can lead to every area of the park. From the ground, if the difference is less than 10 meters high, visitors who want to get close to the animals can descend through the corridor bridge access to the animal habitat area, and then interact with the animals outside through the glass passage. This gives the animals a large enough space to move around, but also allows visitors to get closer to the animals. As Yang Lin stated his specific idea, Designer Wu's eyes immediately lit up. Also, in addition to the aerial corridor bridge, I would like to create a landscape of areas in the park where different animals live. It's like deserts, jungles, rainforests, plains, so that the animals feel like they're back home. Designer Wu, who had just thought that Yang Lin's idea was very unique, suddenly stopped talking. He froze for a moment before saying with a teasing face, wouldn't that still have to be a snowy mountain? And wouldn't the marine environment have to be simulated for you as well? However, she didn't expect that after she said that, Yang Lin instantly became even more excited. Yes, can this be built too? Of course you can build it. It's not a problem to give you a whole small ecosystem as long as you have the money in the place. But are you sure you have that much money? Hearing Designer Wu's words, Yang Lin immediately had a not-so-good premonition. In the next instant he asked in a quick and tentative manner, about how much will it cost? It's not much really. Air corridors plus terrain restoration, plus environmental systems. It's only about 8 small targets. But of course it's possible that more will be needed. What? As soon as Designer Wu finished speaking, Yang Lin's entire body was dumbfounded. 8 small goals isn't enough. Does it take that much money to build a garden? Hearing this, Designer Wu gave him a blank look without any good reason. You think, just the air corridor bridge you mentioned, we have to construct it according to the standard of the high railroad bridge, so as to ensure the safety of the corridor bridge, but also to ensure that the animals can move freely in the whole park. And the glass walkway you're talking about would have to be all bulletproof glass as well, which would make the cost close to a small target. Of course, the most expensive is the environmental system. You can't just create the appropriate terrain for those animals. Right. The ambient temperature. Climate change must be taken into account. Right. And I'd suggest you'd be better off with a dual above and below ground access system to maximize the number of visitors. When you do the math like this, you'll have to prepare 10 small goals first, plus you'll have to prepare a 1 small goal for the design fee. You're already counting this as a large project. By the time designer Wu finished settling all the accounts, Yang Lin no longer knew how to describe his current mood. I would have thought that with everything on track at the zoo and the advertising business underway, there should be no problem with a lack of money. But now look, he's still poor. If it were in the past, he would have given up on these ideas of his own. But now, after thinking about the bright future of the zoo, he finally gritted his teeth. It's not just 10 small goals, so I'll earn it a 10 small goals out of it. After making a decision in his mind, he immediately also looked at designer Wu once again with a serious face. Then I'll trouble designer Wu to finish the design first. Don't worry, as long as you get all aspects of the design right, I definitely won't lose a penny of the design fee. Seeing how determined Yang Lin was, designer Wu couldn't help but feel impressed with him. The internet was saying that Yang Lin was stingy, but now that I look at it, it seems that he also seems to be stingy only with himself. That's a lot of money for a zoo. Okay, as long as park director Yang agrees, then our design institute will definitely come up with a design that will satisfy you, and we can connect you with reliable builders on our end. Then I'll trouble designer Wu. It's no trouble, as it should be. After another bout of pleasantries, Yang Lin once again drove his minivan away from the design center. As I drove along, I planned out exactly where I was going to get those 10 little goals from. First of all, the normal operating income of the park is certainly difficult to generate 10 small goals in the short term. So the advertising business piece is bound to pick the big one. Of course, outside help may be needed if you want it to happen faster. Thinking of this, Yang Lin couldn't help but hit his eyes on the Ningnan City officials. Last time the game's West Rainbow Zoo and out of people and animals. This time there are difficulties to find them. To ask for money to repair the park should not be a big problem. And just as he was thinking that, a call came in. Immediately after seeing the caller ID, he pulled over to the side of the road and stopped. He waited until the car was parked. Then he put the phone through. Just as soon as the phone was connected, the voice of Director Hidden Fox came from the other end of the line. Director Yang, we've arrived in Ningnan this afternoon. We're now at the Ningnan City Ecological Research Institute. Do you want to come over for a moment? A few of the city's leaders are also there. After listening to the other party's words, Yang Lin immediately felt a lightning in his eyes. I was just worried that I had no place to ask for money, and so soon the opportunity came to me. At that moment he answered in a hurry. Okay, I'll drive over there. With the phone hanging up, Yang Lin immediately turned the direction and stepped on the gas. It only took 10 minutes for him to arrive at the Ecological Research Institute of Ningnan City. Before they even walked through the gates of the institute, a group of people appeared in the courtyard of the institute. One of the youths with a hidden fox face was particularly notable. Although this was the first time Yang Lin had seen him, he still recognized him at first glance. And beside this one are also familiar people. It is the Ningnan City's several leaders in charge. Yang Lin didn't deal with them last time at the games. So when Yang Lin just got down from the car, this group of people greeted him with a warm face. Director Yang, it's been a long time. Your garden's fame has been growing recently. On behalf of the whole of Ningnan, I would like to thank Park Director Yang for her contribution to the whole of Ningnan's tourism industry. Listening to the words of these leaders, Yang Lin really wanted to say, don't just thank the whole practical awe. It was not easy to finish the pleasantries, and the few people present were finally getting to the point. Director Yang, the main reason why I found you and Director Zhang this time is because I want to ask the two of you to conduct an examination of the ecological diversity of the entire Ningnan and its surroundings. After all, we are in the process of creating an eco-animal city in Ningnan, and for the ecological diversity of Ningnan we would like to submit a satisfactory answer to the tourists across the country. Speaking of which, Yang Lin sort of roughly understood. To put it bluntly, he and Mr. Xiao Liang were asked to go for a drive inside the forests around Ningnan and introduce the ecological resources of Ningnan. Just when he thought that was the end of it, the leader suddenly added another sentence. Also, we're going to ask Director Yang to shoot an animal promo for Ningnan to use as our city promo. Of course, all of the filming costs will be covered by Ningnan's finances, and with the fees paid to your park, our initial budget is in the neighborhood of 500 million. As soon as the words fell, Yang Lin, who was originally ready to open his mouth and cry for money, directly froze. He had thought that the handiwork of those big companies before was generous enough, but he didn't realize that the official handiwork was even more generous. It's 5 small goals out of the gate, And if you can get them perfectly, you'll have the money for half the garden, won't you? According to several leaders, this time, the city propaganda film will be fully entrusted to Yang Lin to carry out the shooting. The fee will be called in advance and whatever is left is his. Hearing this, Yang Lin could sort of see that the Ningnan officials still remembered his credit. How else could such an official program be his turn? After another bout of pleasantries, it wasn't long before those few leaders left the Ecological Research Institute in a hurry. There were then only a few National Geographic staff members left on the scene, including Yang Lin as well as Mr. Xiao Liang. Just when Yang Lin thought that Mr. Xiao Liang's few people would find a place to settle down first, Mr. Xiao Liang was the one who suddenly said with an exuberant face, "Director Yang, you just happened to be here in Ningnan today. I've been longing for Shihong Zoo for a long time. Won't you invite me to take a look?" Hearing this sentence from teacher Xiao Liang, Yang Lin first froze for a moment, and then he hurriedly replied, "Sure, no problem. Any time. You guys didn't drive here, did you? Just happened to take my car, which is right outside." When he finished speaking, he was ready to lead Mr. Rio and a few others towards the buns outside. However, just as several people were about to leave, a staff member of the Ecological Research Institute suddenly rushed out from inside the office building. "Park Director Yang, please wait, there might be something I need to trouble you about." Hearing the shouts behind him, Yang Lin stopped in a hurry. It wasn't long before a young man in institute coveralls approached him, and behind him was pulling a cart. "What's the matter?" Looking at the panting researcher, Yang Lin said with a puzzled expression, "It's like this. 2 days ago the customs in Ningnan found a suspicious package while doing an entry inspection, and then they found this guy. Since they didn't know each other at the time, they were sent to us. We adopted him after we figured out who he was, but after all, we're just a research institute here and it's not suitable for him to live for a long time, so we'd like to send him to the West Rainbow Zoo." As he spoke, the fellow pulled back the shade on the cart behind him. As the cover fell, a creature that looked a little odd appeared right in front of the eyes of both Yang Lin and teacher Xiao Liang. The unidentified creature was covered in long hair, with a naive face and long claws on its limbs. From a distance it looked like some kind of monkey. If you throw it in the water, you're more than likely going to be treated like a water monkey. With a hint of uncertainty, Yang Lin raised his hand and struck it with a light of insight. The next second its name surfaced above the talent list. Maned three-toed sloth. Seeing this name, Yang Lin suddenly came to a realization. At the same time, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Maned three-toed sloth. Isn't this thing a South American creature? How come it was seized by Ningnan customs?" Teacher Rio on the side was instantly a rainbow fart after hearing his mumblings. Worthy of being the head gardener of Yang, he recognized it at a glance, and those who have not been particularly acquainted with it may not necessarily be able to tell the difference between the two species, the bristly three-toed sloth and the white-throated three-toed sloth. But it's nothing new to be able to seize this guy at customs, and there's no telling how many smuggled animals are seized by customs in this country every year. There are all kinds of weird and wonderful ones out there. There are always those people who have some special collecting fetish, but it's pretty rare to see someone who buys this stuff specifically to keep. After saying that, Mr. Rio couldn't help but shake his head breathlessly. Hearing his words, Yang Lin took another look at the sloth's looks in front of him and then nodded with deep approval. "Indeed, this thing is ugly enough to look at. I don't know what kind of tycoon bought this thing as a pet. Just as well, let's take it to the West Rainbow Zoo, where it still has a couple of its South American homies." After saying that, Yang Lin pushed the cart to the side of his van, and then he opened the iron cage and carried out the sloth inside. Seeing this scene, Mr. Xiao Liang couldn't help but ask at once, "Aren't you afraid it'll run away if you let it out?" Yang Lin, on the other hand, was unimpressed after hearing his words. "What are you afraid of? Even if I let it run now, I'll go back to sleep and it won't even see to crawl across the road." Upon hearing this answer from Yang Lin, Mr. Xiao Liang was first stunned, then he slapped his head. "Look at my brain, I almost forgot about that." As Yang Lin carried the sloth onto the van, he then spoke to Mr. Xiao Liang and a few others once again. "You guys can come up here together too, okay?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Mr. Xiao Liang and the others were ready to get into the van and follow Yang Lin back to the West Rainbow Zoo. But after Yang Lin pulled open the car door, the three of them were collectively dumbfounded. Looking around, inside the entire minivan, other than Yang Lin's driver's seat, all the other places were empty. Even the co-pilot was removed, and there was an indescribable smell inside the car. Seeing the expressions on the faces of Mr. Xiao Liang's several people, Yang Lin also said with some embarrassment, "Hey, this car used to be used to haul animals, so it's just a matter of removing all the useless stuff. Don't look at the car. It's only 8 years old." Mr. Rio, after a moment of speechlessness, Teacher Xiao Liang's eyes inexplicably looked at Yang Lin with a trace of admiration. It's surprising that the conditions in your garden are so hard, but you still manage to raise the animals so well. Director Yang is really treating those animals as family. When he finished speaking, he beckoned to his two companions off to the side. Come on, let's get in the car. As they spoke, the three of them each sat down in the middle of the back space of the minivan, while the sloth lay down in the center. As the car started, the sloth's limbs began to crawl at an extremely slow speed, and looking at it, it was preparing to break out of prison. But even so, there was not a single person inside the entire car who cared about it. It hadn't even climbed half a meter until it entered the gates of the West Rainbow Zoo. When the car stopped, Yang Lin, along with Mr. Xiao Liang, picked it up by holding its two front limbs on the left and right. And naturally, this scene attracted the attention of a large number of tourists. Instantly the tourists were abuzz. Holy shit, is the gardener going into the store? It's really worthy of being the West Rainbow Zoo. Even the way it's stocked is so unpretentious. Say, what kind of animal is this? Why does it look so ugly? You don't say. It's really quite ugly. I don't think it's a creature native to the Dragon Kingdom. So it's still imported from abroad? Don't you guys think the guy next to the gardener looks kind of familiar? The face does look quite familiar. Kind of like some kind of animal. Hidden Fox. I remember. It's Hidden Fox. Holy shit. He's Mr. Rio. As tourists recognized Mr. Xiao Liang one after another, it didn't take long for the news of Mr. Xiao Liang's visit to Shihong Zoo to spread online. And netizens are curious about the purpose of his visit to the West Rainbow Zoo. And just as netizens have wondered why Mr. Xiao Liang actually came to the West Rainbow Zoo, Mr. Xiao Liang himself has been touring the entire park accompanied by Yang Lin. Of course, in addition to Yang Lin, there were also some other tourists who accompanied them. After all, it was not easy to see the real person of Director Hidden Fox once, so one must not seize the opportunity. It didn't take long for the accompanying crowd to grow like a snowball. For a moment Mr. Xiao Liang's face couldn't help but show a bitter smile. It's great, he's here watching the animals, and the other tourists are watching him from the side, and they don't miss each other. Yang Lin on the side cannot care so much. Anyway, it is all about attracting tourists. By what does not matter. Over here is our gorilla garden, and the shit deliverer lives in this one. As soon as Yang Lin finished his introduction, Mr. Xiao Liang could not wait to walk to the cage in the orangutan park. Seeing this scene, everyone in the room instantly held their breath. Those tourists who were originally clinging to Mr. Rio even took a few spontaneous steps back. Just as Mr. Rio was a little less than understanding why the crowd was behaving like this, a pile of black stuff flew out from the middle of the cage. Without waiting for Mr. Xiao Liang to react, this pile of black stuff smashed into Mr. Xiao Liang's chest. The next second there was a scoff from the inside of the cage from the shit deliverer. Meanwhile, the tourists on the sidelines laughed out loud. Mr. Xiao Liang is worthy of being a scientific researcher. Don't you usually go online? How dare you approach around the cages of the shit deliverer? I don't know if I should say he's lucky or unlucky. I've been here so many times and I haven't stumbled upon a shit deliverer dropping a poop. And he stumbled upon it right off the bat and won the lottery. I have to say that this time the shit deliverer is still very restrained. I'm surprised he didn't paste his face. I saw a guy get paste all over his face the first time I was here. I finally know why Mr. Xiao Liang came to the West Rainbow Zoo this time. It looks like he's not convinced that he only scored 59 last time and came to refresh his knowledge. Just as there was a burst of excitement from the tourists, Mr. Rio finally reacted. Looking at the marks on his clothes, he couldn't see the slightest expression of anger on his face. Instead he carried a hint of excitement than the tourists. To the tourists, this look on his face was more than a hint of perversion. If it's a normal chimpanzee throwing feces at a human, it's probably because it's in a state of anger or anxiety. But this one clearly wasn't. It's amazing, and it's true that animals' personalities aren't set in stone. As he spoke, Mr. Rio was excited to interact with shit delivery man. However, just when he thought that was enough to turn his perception upside down, the animals that came next were also an eye-opener. The male northeastern tiger with a precarious family status. The rhesus monkey that sits there meditating in a daze. The gibbon that performs difficult defecation in the air. There were also large black bears that pace the park with their hands behind their backs as if they were married males. The little monkey that runs all over the park but is courteous. Plus the big red kangaroo that lays on its side and nibbles on a carrot with a blank stare. Every animal was vastly different from what he remembered. For a moment he didn't know if it was those books he had read in the first place that were wrong, or if these animals at the West Rainbow Zoo weren't quite normal. It was hard to see a group of big boars that were still normal, and without waiting for him to react, a big black and white panda was sitting on a boulder in the clearing next to the pigsty hugging a big pumpkin and gnawing there. That dashing sitting position and that crunchy, Flavorful eating don't even look like pampered national treasures. Hell, pandas and pigs together. Just as he was about to leave the pigsty, the next moment the giant panda Tuan Tuan found a walnut from nowhere. Seeing this scene, Mr. Rio couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Giant pandas eating walnuts is extremely rare. Just when he thought Tuan was going to snap the walnut open with his teeth, it instead suddenly stood up from the boulder. By this time he was also finally seeing clearly. The piece sitting in a ball was not a rock. It was clearly a terrapin the size of a basin. The terrapin was still ready to run away after Tuan got off of it. Just before he could take 2 steps the group caught him. The next second Tuan lifted this terrapin and slammed it hard towards the walnuts on the ground. The hard walnut was smashed to pieces in an instant. Seeing this scene, both Mr. Xiao Liang and the tourists were all dumbfounded. After half a day's work, the terrapin turned out to be a walnut opening tool for the donut. This panda is even so immodest. Just as Mr. Xiao Liang was sighing with relief, Yang Lin was immediately tumbling inside the pig pen. I told you why the old turtle disappeared. So he ran here. You know how old it is, and you're smashing walnuts with it. You're good. No potty milk for you today. While counting down Tuan Tuan, Yang Lin hurriedly snatched the terrestrial turtle from its hands. The tortoise, which had lived in nature for a couple hundred years, came close to hiccuping. It was hard to snatch the terrapin, but Yang Lin did not take long to continue to the other parks with Mr. Xiao Liang. Almost every time we passed by a park, Mr. Xiao Liang couldn't help but let out an exclamation, as if he had never seen these animals before, until he came to the leopard park when he even directly stopped his footsteps, his eyes staring at the 2 little rabbits inside the park. Park Director Yang, these 2 little guys are rare animals. I didn't think that you guys even they could be raised. The last time I saw a rabbit was on an expedition in the northwest. This critter is quite interesting, small and cuddly looking, and can live well in the wild. But it is more difficult to keep in captivity. Breeding is also a big problem. Each mating only lasts about 4 seconds and the fertilization rate is extremely low. So let's hope they can flourish with you. With that he began to tease the 2 little ones. Completely unnoticed the odd gazes of Yang Lin and the tourists on the side. Holy shit, this is what we get to listen to for free? That's just it. I'm just a kid. Why do I have to hear such powerful news? Laughing my ass off. 4 seconds, how can it be so short? Wasn't that over in the blink of an eye? God, I'm not clean anymore. If I remember correctly, these 2 little ones are a male and a female, right? It's hard to imagine the picture of them when they grow up in the future. Think what you want. It's over before you realize people. Cold knowledge. Really cold knowledge. Too cold. That's why it's still called a ball. Just call it a sinking ship for 4 seconds. No, I've got to get this out to more people so more people can laugh at it. Ball. Never in a million years did I think that my entire life's reputation would be ruined by a hidden fox. So the natural enemy of the rabbit is the hidden fox. Do you remember that clearly? As Mr. Xiao Liang finished identifying the animals throughout the West Rainbow Zoo, visitors learned a lot of cold knowledge about various animals. Of course Mr. Rio himself learned a lot of hot facts about the West Rainbow Zoo. It's like saying what the nicknames of the various animals are called, what oddball personalities they all have, etc. Clearly both sides are benefiting. After the tour was over, Yang Lin drove his minivan again to send Mr. Xiao Liang and his group to the nearest hotel in the zoo, and it wasn't long after Mr. Rio returned to the hotel that he came up with a video about the West Rainbow Zoo. The video is a complete record of his experience at the West Rainbow Zoo and his knowledge of the animals in the zoo. The video has just been released and immediately attracted those fans of his. They became even more excited when they realized that this video issue was actually related to the West Rainbow Zoo. Holy crap! What kind of fantasy link-up is this that 2 of my favorite bloggers can get together? A fantastic link-up between the goat gardener and the fox director is simply nice. The 2 giants of the animal kingdom have finally come together. One introduces cold animals and the other breeds evil ones. It's a perfect match. Tremble. Animals of Nanning. Ha ha, laugh to death. Cold. Evil. So those animals in the West Rainbow Zoo are really quite evil. That's not true. I saw Kakubo almost gank a centurion today to complete a solo kill. I was also there today. And the gibbon ape, Mr. Strong, was very enthusiastic about giving Director Fox a free-flying performance, which really put a face on the West Rainbow Zoo. Probably the animal's new Director Fox was coming, too, and had to show him the ropes. I hope to link up more in the future. And just as netizens were getting excited about Director Fox's visit to the West Rainbow Zoo, it wasn't long before Director Fox once again released an early teaser. Thank you all Ningnan fans for supporting me. This time I'm here in Ningnan actually on behalf of National Geographic, invited by Ningnan officials to appear in a program together with Director Yang. In this episode, we will go deep inside the deep mountains and dense forests around the city of Ningnan to visit the wildlife that live around Ningnan. The program then will officially start tomorrow morning, and we'll turn on the live broadcast at that time, so everyone is welcome to come and watch at that time. With the release of this video teaser, those fans who were just marveling at Director Fox and Sheep Gardener's dream link-up instantly became excited. And of course it wasn't just Director Fox's fans. Almost all of the netizens who were following the West Rainbow Zoo felt the same way when they found out about the news. Seriously, I was just talking about when the Sheep Gardener and the Fox Director would have another link-up, and it happened so quickly. It should be true. Otherwise Director Fox couldn't have come to Ningnan for no reason. So there's something to read again tomorrow, is there? The two of them together should be very interesting. Probably learn a lot about animals. It's not important to learn anything. I mainly want to see the two of them go through the process of science. It should be just as good as a comedy routine. Looking forward to it, and I'll be sure to turn on the live stream on time and on the dot tomorrow morning. The alarm clock is set for tomorrow morning. And it was in the midst of the anticipation of these netizens that the time soon came to the next day. It was only just 7 o'clock in the morning, and Yang Lin had already washed up. Just as he was about to go out and head to Mr. Xiao Liang's hotel, he suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly ran to the wolf garden and found the two brothers, Dog Egg and Dog Leftover. Let's go. You two are coming out on a mission with me today. On a mission? What for? Hearing Yang Lin's words, the dog asked with a puzzled expression. Hey, take you guys for a stroll inside the forest. As soon as the words fell, the two guys who were sleepy-eyed a second ago immediately became excited. Really? Can you chuck rabbits inside the forest? Yes. Can I have mushrooms? No, can do. That stuff eats and pours foam. But there's meat for you when you get back. Okay, boss. We're off. Saying that, the two brothers, Dog Egg and Dog Leftover, took the initiative to bring the traction rope from one side. It wasn't long before Yang Lin, who was holding the two big dogs, drove up to the minivan again, and above his head, there was another divine figure flying at a low altitude. There was no way this time it was deep into the jungle around Ningnan. There's no guarantee what kind of wildlife you can run into inside these jungles. As far as he knew, there were more than 270 kinds of wild animals living inside the forests around Ningnan, from small squirrels and flying squirrels to large black bears and money leopards and wild boars. In case if it happens, it's not going to be easy to get. Bringing along the two brothers, Dog Egg and Dog Leftover, plus Li Xuanying, who was the eyes in the sky, at least the safety aspect could be guaranteed. And also just as he arrived at the hotel with the two dog brothers, Mr. Shiny and the others were likewise moving various equipment into a Wrangler. Apparently they also didn't want to sit in Yang Lin's little shitty car anymore. That little odor smelled too much spicy eyes. They also saw Yang Lin when he noticed them. Park Director Yang is so early. What's the car pulling? Supplies for the mountain? Looking at the dark shadow inside Yang Lin's car, Teacher Xiao Liang couldn't help but ask curiously. In response to his question, Yang Lin, however, only smiled slightly. Two bodyguards hired. Bodyguard? With a hint of curiosity, Mr. Rio reached out and pulled open the door of the van. The next second two large dog heads stuck out, instantly startling Mr. Xiao Liang. Hey, holy shit, two dogs that big. They seem to be woofers. By the way, it seems that Mr. Xiao Liang isn't completely off the internet, but since you opened the door, it's inevitable that I'll treat the two of them to a few buns later. That's no problem. Let's go eat breakfast first. After breakfast we'll go directly to Daming Mountain. As he spoke, Mr. Rio took the two National Geographic staff members to the side of the Wrangler. Half an hour later, the group headed towards the outside of Ningnan City Center. When several people arrived at the outskirts of the Daming Mountain Nature Reserve located at the edge of Ningnan City, the two staff members then turned on the live broadcasting equipment. As the live broadcast room opened, a large number of netizens started pouring in all of a sudden. Obviously they have been looking forward to this first outdoor broadcast of Sheepfox for a long time. And what happened next really lived up to their expectations. P.S. I saw a negative comment. It's disturbing. You can tell me in advance if there's any thunder spot you don't want to see in the future. But I usually don't write that kind of crappy bridge, so please don't worry. Good night, boys. Daming Mountain Nature Reserve, as a national nature reserve, covers an area of nearly 17,000 hectares and has a favorable temperature all year round. So a large number of rare plants and animals also live inside. So when the view from the reserve was presented to the audience had a moment of clarity. Of course, Yellen felt the same way. TSK. It would be nice if we could build the West Rainbow Zoo like this in the future. Of course, he knew he was being a bit unrealistic with this idea. Such a nature reserve has evolved over tens of thousands of years, and it is impossible for human beings to achieve this level of success. And just as Yang Lin sighed, Dog Egg and Dog Remnant instantly burrowed into the forest on the side and began to spread their joy. Looking at the two dogs' excitement, Mr. Xiao Liang couldn't help but smile slightly and said, "Goat gardener, let's go in too. It's still early. We might even run into a lot of critters." Okay. As we speak, Mr. Xiao Liang, holding a hiking pole, dives head first into the pristine forest of Daming Mountain. Yang Lin followed suit when he saw this. It didn't take long for the scene within the forest to present itself to the duo. This coming in reveals such a large patch of Cyathea. This is a national second-grade protected plant, and I didn't expect such a large patch to grow here. As soon as Mr. Xiao Liang's words fell, Yang Lin withdrew his hand that had been extended. So close, almost broke off a piece of it. I'm sure you can't touch anything inside this primitive jungle. And naturally, this scene fell into the eyes of the audience. Laughing my ass off, what was the goat gardener just about to do? It's obvious that the goat gardener wants a long-term meal ticket for himself, trying to take on the second level right off the bat. As the few people moved forward, more and more rare vegetation appeared in front of them. An eye-opener for Janlin is the possibility that a random small tree on the side of the road is a protected plant at the national level. Not long after a small stream appeared in front of the two of them, Yang Lin was just about to cross the stream when Mr. Xiao Liang suddenly raised his hand. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin hastily put his foot back. What's the matter? This plant under my feet is a protected plant too? However, Mr. Xiao Liang shook his head and made a silent gesture before signaling Yang Lin to look towards a tree on the side. Looking in the direction that teacher Xiao Liang was pointing to, a small gray and black guy instantly appeared in Yang Lin's field of vision. A closer look is a small squirrel. Just and ordinary squirrels are different. This squirrel looks much more fancy, but also much smaller. The body is only about 15 centimeters. Looking at this little guy, Yang Lin casually struck over with a light of insight. The next moment the little one's name appeared before him. Cryptogrammatus flowering squirrel. Just as he was about to pronounce the little guy's name, another message was suddenly displayed from a tree trunk on the side. Clouded leopard. Seeing this second message that suddenly popped up, Yang Lin was first stunned, then immediately reacted. Apparently, there is another animal hidden on the other side of the trunk. As for the purpose of its hiding there, it is also obvious. Thinking of this, Yang Lin hurriedly said regarding Mr. Xiao Liang on the side, "Mr. Shiny, do you see something else hiding behind that tree over there?" Hearing Yang Lin's words, Mr. Xiao Liang's expression was clearly frozen for a moment. "No, isn't it just a cryptogrammed chipmunk squirrel?" As soon as he finished this sentence, Yang Lin shook his head. "No, there's also a clouded leopard hiding behind that tree trunk over there. You should be able to see its paws if you ask the cameraman to zoom in." Clouded leopard. Upon hearing these two words, Mr. Xiao Liang's expression immediately changed, and he immediately had the photographer on the side zoom in. It didn't take long for the area around the trunk to become clear, and a small claw very close to the color of the trunk was visible above the tan trunk. Seeing this claw, teacher Xiao Liang immediately believed what Yang Lin had just said. Meanwhile, the audience in the live broadcast room instantly exploded. My goodness, there really is a clouded leopard hiding behind the tree. Doesn't that mean that little squirrel is in danger? Aren't you full of crap? Or what's a clouded leopard climbing that high for? It's over. The squirrel is mostly going to turn into breakfast. Little squirrel, Mom, you don't have to prepare breakfast for me. Clouded leopard, Mom, you don't have to make breakfast for me either. I'm going to wash my head. Such an adorable rat. Only just made his debut. Is this going to be a box lunch? Mr. Little Bright and the head gardener of the sheep hurry up and find a way to save it. Yeah, just need to create a little commotion to scare this fancy squirrel away. Hurry up and help, or Mouse will really lose this wave. At this moment, countless netizens with little squirrels at heart were instantly agitated. They all hoped that Yang Lin or Mr. Xiao Liang would step in to save the little squirrel. However, while the crowd was anxious, Yang Lin and teacher Xiao Liang were very tacitly understanding that neither of them made any movements. In the next second, a scene that gave all the viewers an adrenaline rush. The only thing the crowd saw was a figure bouncing out from behind a tree trunk, followed by a slight scream. By the time the crowd went to look again, the small patterned squirrel on the trunk had disappeared, and in its place was a spotted leopard with a mouth full of blood. At this moment, an inexplicable feeling hit the crowd straight in the heart, and at this moment, the clouded leopard apparently also discovered Yang Lin and the others, and after letting out a roar with a threatening sound, it leaped into the jungle on the side. It wasn't until this time that several Yang Lin took a deep breath and stood up. Clouded leopard's size and all the leopard belongs to the smaller kind, but that kind of wildlife with the natural ferocity is not inferior to those inside the zoo of the lion and tiger stream. As they watched the clouded leopard walk away, Yang Lin and teacher Xiao Liang's gazes coincidentally looked at the pop-up screens in the live broadcast room. We saw what everyone just said, and we'd love to save the striped squirrel, but we can't. As soon as Yang Lin's words were finished, Mr. Xiao Liang who was on the side, nodded with deep approval. This is not a zoo. This is brutal nature. And since it is nature, we have to follow the laws of nature. If we save this flower squirrel, then that clouded leopard may have to starve. That's why the best way to protect nature is for humans not to interfere with it. After saying this, Yang Lin stopped speaking, and the crowd in the live broadcast room couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. And also at this time, not far away from the jungle, but suddenly came bursts of hissing sound. Seems to be what fierce beasts in the fight. Without much time to think, Yang Lin's few people immediately took their equipment and followed them. The viewers in the live broadcast room hadn't expected to witness two battles just a short time after entering inside the jungle. Simply hearing that unidentified growl coming from the middle of the live feed was already filling them with anticipation. What kind of animal's call is that? Is it a big tiger slash? Impossible. There are no tigers in Guishi, but black bears instead. A black bear? Is it two blind bears fighting? It's also possible that the black bear was fighting some other creature. It feels like the only thing that can fight a black bear inside this forest is a wild boar. Is it another bear-pig fight? Just as the hearts of the spectators were filled with doubt, Yang Lin's few people cautiously followed the sounds of the fight and approached the scene. After Yang Lin tiptoed through a huge leaf, two animals of different shapes and sizes appeared in front of them. Not far from these two animals was another goat-like creature with horns on its head lying motionless. One of them was clearly the clouded leopard that had hunted the flower squirrel on the tree trunk earlier. On the opposite side of this clouded leopard was an adult leopard twice its size, covered in copper-like spots. As for the animal lying next to it, no one could recognize it for a moment due to the obscured view. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin didn't know what to say. It had only been up the mountain for a short time, but he had encountered two leopards in a row. Mr. Xiao Liang, it seems like we're lucky today. We've encountered two grade 1 protected animals in a row. Looking at the two leopards in the field, Yang Lin said with a snicker. And on the side, Mr. Xiao Liang likewise responded with a look of excitement. Indeed, there aren't many wild leopards inside the entire Daming Mountain Reserve, and the clouded leopard population is even smaller. It seems that the biological resources in this area are indeed very well protected, otherwise they wouldn't have piled up here to feed. While whispering, the two of them plopped down at the same time, just like those who were eating in the live broadcast. True red chicken. Clouded leopard versus leopard. Who will win? Isn't this nonsense? It must be a leopard. A small to medium-sized beast. A large beast. Not above a weight class. That's not necessarily true. The clouded leopard's small size should be able to overpower it in terms of sensitivity. You are also too naive. Let's put it to you like this. I'm 180 pounds. You are less than 90 pounds. You sensitivity 1, let's see. And the speed of the leopard is not weak at all compared to the clouded leopard, who is a stunted assassin to challenge a fully leveled meat-suit assassin. I'll put 50 cents on this wave of clouded leopards to be killed in straight seconds. Just as the crowd was speculating about who would ultimately be victorious in this battle, the scene also changed once again. Only a low growl could be heard emanating from the clouded leopard's tiny body, and in the next second this little guy directly raised his front paw out, and the leopard didn't spoil it, its athletic form coming to a flying halt on the spot. Without waiting for the crowd to see clearly, the clouded leopard's petite size was instantly knocked out, flying straight out a few meters before landing heavily on the ground. Unable to climb up for half a day, even through the screen, the crowd could imagine how much it would hurt. It's true that the heavens have spared no one. TSK, 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 just ate a baby squirrel and immediately ran into one that outdid himself. That's the real cruelty of nature. There's always going to be one that's better than you. The human world isn't the same. To put it bluntly, it's one big natural world. This clouded leopard won't be killed in seconds. Without being killed in seconds, the next thing you should be bitten to death by this leopard as well. It can't be helped. It's all life. At this moment everyone thought that the leopard would walk over and finish off the clouded leopard next. However, what the crowd did not expect was that after easily defeating the clouded leopard, the leopard did not even look at the clouded leopard on the ground, and turned his head towards the animal lying motionless on the other side. Like a victor, he opened his mouth and picked up the 100-pound animal on the ground. It wasn't until then that Yang Lin was able to see the appearance of the creature that was being held in the leopard's mouth. Ha, Mr. Rio, that looks like a suman antelope. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, teacher Xiao Liang on the side nodded at once. That's right, this one should be an adult male suman antelope, ancient alias Tianma, the four unlike. Don't see it look silly, but it's usually not easy to catch it. Usually the favorite food is the various types of vegetation that grow along the cliffs. This one shouldn't have been hunted by leopards or clouded leopards. The odds are that it fell to its death from the cliffs above us. The two of them fighting just now should be fighting over the ownership of this suman antelope carcass. Fell to your death? Hearing this, Yang Lin couldn't help but look up, and sure enough there was a cliff wall above their heads. At this moment the crowd couldn't help but think of the rock sheep that had previously shown at the games. I wondered before if there could be an animal waiting specifically at the bottom of the cliff waiting to pick up a body, and I didn't realize there was one. Instead of being hunted by a carnivore, it fell to its own death, and will probably become the shame of the race. More than that, dying is a joke to the old ancestors. There's no Jedi brother Jedi, and he likes to play extreme sports. Not eating grass from such a large forest, going to eat from the edge of the cliff. Really stubborn. Now it's good. Played himself out. Say, that clouded leopard's been lying there for half a day, and no one's vocalized for it? Ha ha ha, it is purely deserved. Brother Panther's goods also dare to rob. This thing can't be a feline Pinkie Pie. I don't think it even hesitated when it just went up. Looking at its appearance, it is estimated to be seriously injured without dying, and I'm afraid it won't be able to survive inside this jungle. And just as a group of netizens were talking, Yang Lin and Mr. Xiao Liang finally got up from the ground. The next second Yang Lin walked straight towards the clouded leopard that had been slapped away by the leopard. The photographer on the sidelines rushed to follow suit. Only when the two of them walked next to the clouded leopard did they realize that there were 3 long claw marks on top of its chest, and the depth of the claw marks was so deep that they could almost see the bones inside. And in addition to these 3 claw marks, the bones in many parts of its body also showed a broken appearance. Seeing such an injury, Yang Lin immediately took a deep breath. It never expected that the seemingly random claw of that leopard just now would be able to cause such a serious injury. However, perhaps because of its strong vitality, after suffering such a heavy wound, it still looked at Yang Lin with a fierce look, and from time to time, a burst of low roar with a threat came out of its mouth. This appeared to the viewers in the live stream more or less with a hint of not knowing what was going on. Yet at this Yang Lin did not show any impatience. In the next second he walked towards a patch of bushes on the side amidst the puzzled eyes of the crowd. And as he gently peeled back the bushes, a scene unexpected to all of them appeared in front of them. As the bush was gently peeled back, the next second 4 round, furry little heads appeared before the camera. Looking at these little guys with their heads and faces covered in spots like kittens, both the few people present and the audience in the live broadcast room had a feeling of being instantly adorable, especially when they looked out curiously with their sapphire-like eyes. The pop-ups in the live stream stopped at this moment. It took a full 10 seconds for the pop-ups to reappear. Holy shit, what a cute kitty. That's too much color. OMG. The old man's girlish heart was struck at once. Where do you get kittens inside this deep forest? Or with tattoos? Is there a possibility that this thing it's not a kitten? Why do I feel that these 4 little ones look so much like that clouded leopard lying on the ground? There's no need to feel. If there's no mistake, these 4 little ones should be clouded leopard cubs. So this is actually clouded leopard's home? Just as netizens have been captivated by the 4 little munchkins in the bushes, Mr. Xiao Liang also came over, and the next second his face showed an expression of sudden realization. No wonder. I thought earlier that this clouded leopard was fighting for prey and that's why it clashed with that leopard. Now it looks like I was wrong. It wasn't fighting over the Soman antelope. It was protecting its young. His expression instantly grew silent as he said this. Yang Lin on the side did the same. No wonder it just had that kind of courage. When the two people's words were transmitted through the camera to the live broadcast room instantly set off a shockwave in the live broadcast room. My god. It's surprising. I thought that clouded leopard was doing it because it didn't know the depths and couldn't realize the size difference between itself and the leopard. I suddenly understood when Mr. Xiao Liang said that, being the same animal living inside a jungle, how could the clouded leopard not know the difference in strength between itself and the leopard? Yeah, but it can't help it. It's a mom next to its 4 kids, and if it doesn't stand up for itself, then its kids are in danger. I told you how a clouded leopard weighing only 50 or 60 pounds dared to make a move on a leopard twice its size. When I was a child, I was almost abducted by human traffickers. At that time, my mom was also less than 90 pounds. She had to run behind the traffickers for an hour. Now I think that the Cloud Panther mother's feelings should be the same as my mother at that time. Even after being so badly injured, she was still trying to stand up when she saw the goat gardener approaching her baby. So it turns out that a mother's love really doesn't discriminate between animals or humans. I didn't expect to be touched by a leopard today. It's hard to imagine what would happen to her 4 cubs if the clouded leopard mom died. Odds are they wouldn't survive on their own. I hope the director can find a way to save the clouded leopard's mother and not leave her 4 children without a mother so early in life. Yes, yes, yes. The head gardener will save mommy clouded leopard. Just when the crowd in the live broadcast room was excited, Yang Lin hurriedly removed the backpack behind himself. All sorts of things were brought out to the puzzled eyes of the crowd. The first thing that was taken out was a blanket, only to see that he first gently carried those 4 clouded leopard cubs into the blanket, and then he took out 4 cat strips from nowhere. Teacher Xiao Liang, please feed these 4 little ones first. I'll go to the side and check the injuries of the clouded leopard mother. Hearing Yang Lin's words, Teacher Xiao Liang immediately nodded and immediately opened those cat strips to feed the 4 baby clouded leopards. As for Yang Lin, he put on a heavy glove and walked straight towards the leopard mother. When Yang Lin first approached, the clouded leopard mother still had a face full of caution. It was only when it saw no threat to the safety of its own baby off to the side that it gradually dropped its guard. But even so, it still showed a fierce look when Yang Lin crouched down to carefully examine its injuries. In response, Yang Lin had no choice but to softly reassure him. Okay, it's okay, we're not going to hurt you. Let me check your injuries first. You don't want your kids to be without a mom later. What made the crowd feel extraordinarily amazing was that after Yang Lin said these words, the clouded leopard moms suddenly became quiet. And Yang Lin took this opportunity to take out a small medicine chest. As the medicine chest was opened, a variety of first aid medicines appeared in it, both for humans and for animals. Seeing this scene, the audience immediately praised it. And just as the audience was praising him, Yang Lin launched into first aid for the clouded leopard's mother. If it wasn't for the fact that so many people were watching this time, one of his talent points would have made the clouded leopard mom come alive in the next second. But now in this situation, he can only honestly take the formal way of first aid. Luckily, he had been involved in treating the animals in the park before, so this time it was a breeze. After disinfecting, righting the bones, applying medicine, bandaging, and then giving the clouded leopard mother anti-inflammatory medicine to drink, the mother's state instantly showed some improvement. You can't get off the ground right away, but at least it's not life-threatening. Just when the crowd thought this was the end, Yang Lin was casually cutting 2 more branches. The next moment a simple stretcher was created with his bare hands to the shocked eyes of the audience. Doggy, you two come over here. The crowd only heard a shout from Yang Lin, and not long after that, the 2 brothers, Dog Egg and Dog Remnant, who were covered in seeds of plants such as alurone, spat out their big tongues and drilled out from the forest on one side. Not waiting for the crowd to figure out why Yang Lin had called the 2 brothers over, but he suddenly tied the small stretcher between the 2 brothers, and then Yang Lin carried the clouded leopard mother onto the stretcher with a strained face, seemingly worried that the clouded leopard mother might fall off. He took another roll of bandages and tied her tightly to the stretcher. After confirming that there were no problems, he then wiped the sweat from his head. Okay, you 2 run slower later, you hear me? As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the 2 brothers, Dog Egg and Dog Leftover, barked twice, as if in response. It was just that he didn't notice that the 3 people on the side, including Teacher Xiao Liang, were directly dumbfounded after watching this series of his operations. Equally dumbfounded were the viewers in the live stream. I thought that Yang Lin would simply save the day, but who would have thought that he not only dealt with the injuries of the clouded leopard's mother, but also smoothly arranged a rescue dog for her. Obviously, it's ready to be lifted back to the West Rainbow Zoo. Just as the crowd was dazed, Yang Lin immediately walked to the side of the baby clouded leopard again. Hey, I'm just too kind. Anyway, your mom's injury won't heal for a while, and it's not safe to leave you here. Tell you what, I'll just suffer a little while you guys come with me. As he spoke, Yang Lin rolled up the blanket on the ground, and the 4 baby clouded leopards were hung on his chest in no time. I don't know if it was because they had been bribed by the cat strips, but the 4 baby clouded leopards didn't have a hint of resistance when they were hung up on by Yang Lin. After hiding their bodies among the blankets, one of them showed only a small head on the outside. This scene instantly made the audience envious. Come on doggy, let's move on. We can't delay the work. Saying that, Yang Lin once again carried his large bag on his back, while the teacher Xiao Liang on the side was finally reacting at this moment. The sheep gardener is really caring. Now it seems that bringing these little ones back to the West Rainbow Zoo is indeed the best choice. As they spoke, a few people rushed to follow them. It wasn't long before this expedition to Mt. Damien opened again. However, after seeing the previous leopard, both Yang Lin and teacher Xiao Liang became cautious. After all, leopards were not the only large carnivores within the range of the Damien Mountains. But the truth is that the more you worry about something, the more it happens. Not long after leaving this jungle, a big, fat boar came out of a bush not too far from Yang Lin's front, and behind this big boar were 7 or 8 smaller ones. Seeing this scene, the crowd in the live broadcast room cried out in cuteness, but Yang Lin didn't feel the same way at all, because if he wasn't mistaken, this big boar should be rushing towards him. Holy shit! Run, Mr. Rio, we've broken into a pigsty. As soon as the words fell, Yang Lin had spread his feet and ran through the forest. Behind him, Mr. Rio naturally did the same. It was just a bitter experience for the 2 crew members, who had to run along behind them while carrying the heavy filming equipment. All of a sudden the scene became comical. Fortunately, this time they weren't in the open, and after running for a while the mama boar and her cubs were nowhere to be seen. After confirming that the boar's mother hadn't chased after him, Yang Lin, who was already exhausted to the point of exhaustion, directly sat down on his butt. Holy shit, that was close. I didn't think that I, the bearer of the West Rainbow Zoo, would one day be chased all over the mountain by a pig. It can't be helped. A creature like a boar is so aggressive that it takes you provoking it if you fart next to it. Mr. Rio, who was also sitting on the sidelines, said with a depressed look on his face while fanning the wind. Why don't we just take a different route? Take the direction of Tianhu Lake past the Dragon Lake Wonderland and then go through the Tropic of Cancer Marker Tower to circle back to the origin. This route should be a bit safer. Upon hearing teacher Xiao Liang's suggestion, Yang Lin immediately revealed a hint of suspicion. Are you sure? I suppose. Half an hour later, with the change in the forward route, the original dense primitive forest became less dense, and even Yang Lin could hear the sound of water from afar, until he walked through a low forest of spinulose trees, and at once a natural body of water as bright as a mirror appeared in front of several people. Looking at this as set in the emerald and the sapphire general waters, the crowd cannot help but a good mood. I told you it was safe to go this way. Look at the view. It's worthy of being the heavenly lake. Look at the lake, and look at the small island in the lake, and the waterfall by the lake, and there are two people over there drinking water. Looking at the clear lake in front of him, Mr. Xiao Liang's words immediately became more numerous. Yang Lin, however, was immediately aware that something was wrong when he heard his last sentence. People? Where are the people? This deep forest and nature reserve. Where are the people coming from? Look, isn't there two people dressed in black standing inside the lake over there? Fishing here. Ningnan's anglers can really find a place. With that, Mr. Rio was ready to move forward to say hello to the two anglers, but just at this time Yang Lin was reaching out to stop him, and then asked in a tone of uncertainty, Mr. Rio, at the risk of asking, how nearsighted are your eyes? Upon suddenly hearing this question, Mr. Rio was clearly unresponsive. 200 in the left eye and 300 in the right. Why? It's just mild myopia. However, right after he finished speaking, Yang Lin suddenly took out a pair of binoculars from the backpack behind him and handed them to him. Look again at what's inside that lake. And just as Mr. Xiaoliang picked up the binoculars in slight confusion, the camera teacher on the side gradually pulled the lens closer. The next second the scene in the middle of the sky lake not far away was clearly presented in front of the audience. The audience in the live stream was in an uproar in an instant. From the angle of the camera, that stood on the edge of the lake whereas what fishing friends are, is clearly two people stand up and is catching fish in the big black bear. Holy shit, I told you where this mountain was coming from. It's a blind bear. It's time for Director Fox to get a pair of glasses to wear. And just now, if it weren't for the sheep gardener, he'd have started racing with those two blind bears by now. The sheep gardener went into the boar forest by mistake, and the fox director braved the bear ridge. Why don't you run quickly? What are you waiting for? In case these two bears Air Force, the sheep gardener and the fox director will have to become their lunch. Big dog bear, the Air Force is impossible to Air Force. Catch two two-legged beasts back to fight today. Even as the audience chortled, Director Fox, who had picked up the binoculars, broke out in a cold sweat. The next second he said to Yang Lin who was beside him, Go, hurry up. These two goods do not look like they will catch fish. If we do not go we will become fish. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he had begun to run away with the cameraman. Yang Lin naturally followed closely when he saw this. Is this what you call a safe route? Fumble. We just have to go around the area and then around the lake. Bears are such territorial creatures that there shouldn't be any more around. Then I'll trust you one more time. In a burst of sprinting, it didn't take long for a few people to arrive on the other side of the heavenly lake. After confirming that there were no large carnivores such as black bears in the area, the few people let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, exhausting. It doesn't feel like I'm here on a wildlife expedition. It feels like I'm here on a mountain trail. That's 6 months of exercise accounted for today. While talking, Yang Lin took out a towel and prepared to walk towards the lake. The feeling of his body sweating profusely and then air drying was overwhelming. However, just at this time, a loud and clear eagle cry suddenly came from the sky. Hearing this familiar eagle cry, Yang Lin immediately raised his head to the sky. The next second Li Xuanying's familiar figure appeared in his field of vision, and at the same time there was another figure that was equally as large and incomparable. Just as Yang Lin looked up, Teacher Xiao Liang and the others were similarly caught by the two figures in the sky. Hua, what two big birds! This is a golden eagle, isn't it? It's rare to see a golden eagle of such a large size within Guishi. Just as Mr. Xiao Liang was still with a hint of uncertainty, Yang Lin's voice rang out from the side. It is indeed a golden eagle, and a male and a female at that. Hearing Yang Lin's words, Teacher Xiao Liang immediately glanced at Yang Lin in surprise. The goat gardener has such good eyesight? You can still tell the difference between male and female at a height of several hundred meters? Not only was Mr. Xiao Liang, but the crowd in the live broadcast room was likewise astonished when they heard Yang Lin's words. Excessive can distinguish the species as even so, how can you also tell the gender? That's just it. I guess the goat gardener is pure bullshit. Ha ha ha, it feels like I'm teasing Mr. Rio. If the goat gardener can really get it right, I'll just swallow manure. Just as the crowd expressed their disbelief, Yang Lin was very calm and said, because the one up there is from our zoo and I brought it here. As to why I'm sure they're a male and a female, you can see what they're doing. As he spoke he pointed at the two golden eagles in the air. As soon as Yelin's words left his mouth, the camera's lens closed in. The next second the behavior of the two golden eagles was clearly presented to the audience. It was only that the two golden eagles at the moment were stacked together in the air in a kind of stacked form, while the cloaca underneath their abdomen was tightly connected. At first glance at this scene, the crowd didn't realize what was happening until after a few seconds. A large number of pop-ups floated out of the screen of the live broadcast room. I'm still a kid. Why am I seeing this again? Worthy of the king of birds, playing with such flowers. Hot eyes, really hot eyes, flying while stacked. No wonder the goat gardener is so sure that the two of them are a male and a female. Unless there is something wrong with the golden eagle's orientation. It's definitely a male and a female. Convinced, really convinced. In terms of observation skills it's still the sheep gardener who's awesome. That said, that one up there should be the one from the West Rainbow Zoo. I thought it was just the two dogs from the wolf team out this time, but I didn't realize that it was also out on official business. Is this considered promiscuity during work? Life's an eagle family, and you can get a date on a business trip. Is there a possibility that it was forced by that golden eagle up there? The sheep gardener hurry up and take care of it. Just as a group of netizens expressed their unanimous condemnation of this behavior of Li Xuanying, who was screwing around on a business trip, Yang Lin's face was showing an expression of an old father. Originally, he was still thinking about how to breed those animals in the garden in the future, but he didn't expect Li Xuanying to save him so much. What's more, the golden eagle, a large raptor, has a characteristic that firmly enforces monogamy, much more solid than the false fidelity of lovebirds. Golden eagles generally don't change mates easily, because normally a male golden eagle will share a territory with a female. Changing mates means changing territories all over again. This, coupled with the fact that it takes a long time for a golden eagle couple to conceive the next generation, reduces the likelihood of them changing mates even further. Generally a golden eagle couple will stay together for life without the intervention of other golden eagles of the opposite sex, and even if an intervention of other golden eagles of the opposite sex occurs, golden eagle couples usually do not separate easily to prevent territorial division problems. And what this means for Yang Lin is that he's going to be adding new animals inside his West Rainbow Zoo. Just as he was thinking that, the two golden eagles in the sky had separated. However, after separating, that female golden eagle had obviously followed Li Xuanying, rather like a double dwelling. And teacher Xiao Liang as well as the audience apparently saw the scene as well. And after a moment of surprise, they couldn't help but cast strange glances at Yang Lin. Sheep gardener, you're planning this in advance, aren't you? This female golden eagle is probably going to be abducted back by the one in your zoo this time if nothing else. Hearing this from Mr. Xiao Liang, Yang Lin quickly waved his hand. Mr. Rio, you can't say that. He's a bird. It's all from instinct. When people come of age, it's not good for us to get involved in this kind of thing, is it? As for abducting that female golden eagle, that's even more out of the ordinary. The two of them are now husband and wife, and it's only natural to follow their husbands around. Furthermore, if it really follows Li Xuanying back to our West Rainbow Zoo, can I treat it poorly? Li Xuanying not only has a room in the West Rainbow Zoo, but also a city account. How good. Hearing Yang Lin's words, Mr. Xiao Liang was speechless for a moment. What you said seems to make so much sense. It's quite good. Anyway, staying in the nature reserve is also being protected. Going to your West Rainbow Zoo will also protect it better. Maybe next year there will even be a few more baby golden eagles. And just as the two of them were talking, Yang Lin also picked up his towel once again and walked towards the lake. Just as he approached the lake a dead log caught his attention, especially when he saw the unique pattern on the dead wood. He couldn't help but have a hint of curiosity on his face. Mr. Xiao Liang, look, what kind of tree is this? It looks strange and has so many patterns. Is it some kind of rare tree? This kind of natural death and withering take back to sell money if it should not be illegal. Hearing Yang Lin's words, teacher Xiao Liang, who was following Yang Lin from afar, couldn't help but get curious. Trees with patterns? It can't be a birch tree. If it was a birch tree it wouldn't be worth much. But it could be sandalwood. If it was sandalwood it would be worth more. What color is the patina? It seems to be a grayish-white cloud-like pattern. Cloudy patterns? Hearing Yang Lin's description, the look on Mr. Xiao Liang's face became more and more puzzled. And just as Yang Lin was getting closer and closer to the tree trunk he described in his mouth, the trunk, which was as thick as a bowl, suddenly moved. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin was almost fainted on the spot. By this time he was also finally able to see the complete appearance of the deadwood. Where is this still a tree trunk? Is clearly a bowl thick, 5 or 6 meters long python. At the same time Yang Lin discovered the python. The python that was putting its head inside the lake to drink water also noticed Yang Lin and turned its head around right in the middle of Yang Lin's horrified gaze. The entire air froze while the four eyes were facing each other. At the same time that Yang Lin and the python were confronting each other, the crowd in the live broadcast room was similarly witnessing this scene through the live broadcast camera. In an instant the crowd was in an uproar because the scene before them was just too exciting. There's no need for an expedition. We've seen the biodiversity of Ningnan. It's really so diverse. Clouded leopards, wild boars, big black bears, plus now a big python. My god, where is this a nature reserve? This is a safari park, right? The animal density is too high. No wonder the range of recipes in western Guay and eastern Guangdong is so large. I really don't blame them. The species are just too rich, and if you don't delve into how to eat them, you'll be sorry for such an abundance of species. Are you sure this is the right time to bring up the subject of food? Is there any humanity in you guys? Isn't there anyone to speak up for the gardener? The gardener is going to mail. The sky is azure blue and there are 1,000 paper cranes outside the window. I'll reward you with a 50-cent gift, just to go along with it. I'll go with a piece. After all, the gardener used to bring us a lot of joy. Eat seed. I don't want to go along with the portion. Write a couplet. 100 generations of fame. The legacy of love for 1,000 years. The sound is still there. The spirit is always there. And the horizontal scroll, great love without boundaries. Whether the gardener's wave is saved or not depends on how full the boa constrictor is this morning. I'm sorry to tell you that pythons have a very weak sense of satiety, but fast digestion, so they won't feel like they're full even if they eat a lot of food, and they'll keep eating. I'm really sorry about that, so watch out in your next life, and just run when you come across one with a pattern in the wild. At this moment almost everyone felt that Yang Lin was in deep danger. After all, at such a close distance and in such a face-to-face situation all it took was a death entanglement and Yang Lin would be strangled to death. As for running, it was impossible for a human to outrun a python in such a terrain situation. And just when Yang Lin himself felt that he was in danger, there was an eagle cry in the sky once again. The next second Li Xuanying's huge figure swooped down at an extremely fast speed. This action of its also immediately attracted the python's attention. Almost subconsciously, the python, which weighed 60 to 70 pounds, began to frantically flee. It brought out the word natural enemy in this moment. Even if its size was not inferior to Li Xuanying, the suppression originating from its bloodline was such that it simply did not have any intention of fighting with Li Xuanying. Seeing that the python turned around and ran away, Yang Lin, who had already been scared straight into a cold sweat, immediately let out a sigh of relief. After he used a towel to wipe off all the sweat from his head, his attention immediately shifted to Li Xuanying's body just like the majority of people. And it was just such a moment's effort. Li Xuanying had already been adjacent to the ground. A pair of eagle eyes were even more sparkling deadly staring at that big python. Even if this python's speed is fast to the extreme, but compared to Li Xuanying, it is not much worse. So after only less than a few seconds of work, Li Xuanying's pair of sharp claws had already ruthlessly pierced into its flesh. However, this python was obviously not a vegetarian, and immediately struggled as hard as it could after its body had suffered pain. Dozens of pounds of body weight froze to play out hundreds of pounds of force. As is the normal person was so beaten by it a few times for fear that on the spot will not be able to get up. However, Li Xuanying froze and dodged every attack of the python by virtue of its superb reflexes and flying speed, and it was able to take advantage of a gap in the python's attack to counterattack. In a few minutes of work, the python's body strength was all tossed away by Li Xuanying. Coupled with its body full of injuries, it instantly fell into a losing position. According to this rhythm continues, maybe the next second this big python will become Li Xuanying to his wife's bride price. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin immediately whistled at Li Xuanying. It's okay, people are at least protected animals. Give it a face, and you're not missing this bite. If a wild golden eagle did this, Yang Lin naturally wouldn't stop it because that was normal in the food chain. But Li Xuanying didn't appear here under natural circumstances, but he brought it here, and the meaning was different. If it did kill the python, it would be human intervention. On the other side, Li Xuanying chose to give up his attack on the python in the end even though he didn't quite understand after hearing Yang Lin's words. The next second he flew into the sky with a proud face to find his daughter-in-law to show off. And also right after Li Xuanying left, Yang Lin slowly walked over to the python. Seeing this scene, the crowd immediately speculated. No way. The head gardener won't even let this big guy go? Sheep gardener, this animal friend. I see that you seem to be a bit unwell. Why don't I take you to the zoo to get better? Here comes the classic routine. So is the gardener planning to abduct this boa constrictor as well? It's not impossible. But there's also the possibility that a beautiful woman in the form of a boa constrictor took it upon herself to approach the gardener some years later to repay the favor. Uncle Policeman, make it up. You keep making it up. While the crowd was speculating about what Yang Lin was planning to do, Yang Lin was checking the injuries of this python. It was immediately relieved after confirming that all of its injuries were superficial. Luckily they are all superficial wounds. If they hurt the internal organs, it will be troublesome. Then how to carry such a big one back? After a moment of mumbling, Yang Lin also looked at the python on the ground once again. Today is considered unlucky for you. Hurry up and leave. Next time you see someone, hide farther away. After saying that, he waved his hand at the python, and the python understood his words at the moment, and twisted up on the spot towards the forest behind him. It didn't take long to disappear from view. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but tsk. After all, when they first started they thought that Yang Lin was going to bring this big python back inside the West Rainbow Zoo to protect it. I can see that the goat gardener doesn't like snakes. Indeed, if it had been any other animal, this would probably have been named sheep. I suppose the vast majority of people don't like snakes. As the python went far away, Yang Lin was the one who no longer dared to follow the route provided by teacher Xiao Liang. Casually finding a brand new route, he led the crowd headlong into it, while time passed little by little, unknowingly darkening the sky. The group's first night on the reserve was also approaching. As previously planned, this expedition to the biodiversity of Ningnan will last 2 days and 1 night, so it was destined that this night Yang Lin and the others were going to spend in the reserve. When the moment of nightfall, even though Yang Lin had prepared himself in advance in his mind, he still couldn't help but stutter inwardly. In the middle of this mountain forest, especially this kind of better protected mountain forest, it was almost impossible to even penetrate the moonlight. He didn't let out a long sigh of relief until he turned on the emergency power to illuminate the surrounding mountains. Teacher Xiao Liang, let's set up camp here. This piece of terrain is slightly simpler and shouldn't be infested with any large beasts. Don't. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, Mr. Xiao Liang hurriedly interrupted. Let's not say that to either of us. It'll pop out when you say it later. Hearing Mr. Xiao Liang's words, Yang Lin nodded his head repeatedly. Yeah, can't tell. After saying that, he hurriedly looked around, and seeing him like this, Mr. Xiao Liang and the other three were also a little confused as to what he was doing. It wasn't until Yang Lin found a large tree with a fork above it that he finally stopped. This is good. We'll make do with this tree tonight. Trees? Not only did teacher Xiao Liang and the other three figure out what Yang Lin meant, but Yang Lin released the 4 little clouded leopards on his chest while he himself gathered up branches around. After gathering enough branches, he then pulled another bundle of rope from his backpack. In the midst of the crowd's astonished gazes, a modest platform was built in 3 tries at the middle fork of that big tree. Incidentally, an improvised rope ladder was made under the platform. Seeing this scene, both teacher Xiao Liang and the audience in the live broadcast room instantly looked dumbfounded. They hadn't thought at all that Yang Lin would still be able to do this, so they couldn't help but have Mr. Xiao Liang ask one more question. Sheep gardener, how do you know all this stuff? And you brought so much of it with you on this trip up the mountain. Upon hearing this question, the audience was all pumped up for a moment. For that matter, they'd been wanting to ask for a long time. And in response, Yang Lin just smiled. Nothing. It's really just that when I was a kid my dad used to take me inside the deep woods. Occasionally, I do spend the night inside the forest, so I only know more about these. Hearing this answer from Yang Lin, the doubts in the hearts of the crowd became more numerous instead of diminishing in any way. But at this moment, Yang Lin obviously didn't have the time to continue answering, but instead took out a tent from amongst another small bag. Within a few moments, the tent was propped up on top of that platform. As he hooked up the emergency power supply above the tent, a strong sense of security rose up in the primitive jungle where he couldn't reach for anything. Come on, you guys come up here too. It wasn't until they heard Yang Lin shout that the 3 of them, Mr. Xiao Liang, reacted. Immediately, he also climbed into the middle of the tent with the 4 baby clouded leopards. The tent was not large, but it could barely accommodate 4 people sitting inside. As for Dog Egg and Dog Remnant as well as Clouded Leopard's mother, they were placed under the tree, while Li Shuangying and his wife stayed at the top of the tree at the moment. In this way only to any movement, Yang Lin will be able to detect it at the first time. Because of this, he was also finally letting down all his guard, and gently leaning towards the tree trunk behind him he took a long stretch. Hey, it's finally time to relax and unwind. By the way, are you guys hungry? Hearing this question from young Lin, teacher Xiao Liang and the other three realized that they hadn't eaten for almost half a day. Suddenly stopping this felt like an empty stomach. Just as they were about to take out the dry food they were carrying, a smug smile appeared on Yang Lin's face. The next moment he was back as if by magic, pulling a gas stove and a small camping pot out of his bag. After lighting the stove and adding fresh water, Yang Lin seemed to have thought of something else and climbed straight down from inside the tent. By the time he came up again, he had a large pile of mushrooms and fungus in his hands. While adding a couple bags of bubbling noodles to the boiling camping pot, he used a knife to throw those wild mushrooms and fungus into the pot. It didn't take long for the aroma to spread to every corner of the tent. Mr. Xiao Liang and others who smelled it drooled on the spot, while the crowd in the live broadcast room was even more greedy after seeing this scene. Holy shit, the head gardener is really sick. Is this a scientific expedition? This is clearly a camping trip out to come. I seriously doubt the gardener has a space pocket hidden inside that big bag of his, or how else could anything become available? Spending the night in a treehouse in this primitive jungle with mushroom noodles is a life I can't even think about. Suddenly there's also a little bit of a desire to camp inside a primitive forest like this. Come on, you think you're the head gardener too? If you were a normal person, you'd probably be accounted for in the woods by morning. It was totally unexpected that the gardener not only knew so much about the animals, but also knew so much about the wilderness survival piece. Is it true that these mushrooms aren't poisonous? In case they get poisoned, then it's over. I don't think so. How can a man that black bears and boars haven't taken down be taken down by a few mushrooms? Of course, netizens were not the only ones who thought of this problem. But Mr. Xiao Liang was also flooded with mutterings after seeing the mushrooms in the pot. Although he knew quite a bit about flora and fauna, there were simply too many types of mushrooms for him to claim to recognize them all. So he was quick to raise this query as well. Instead, Yang Lin just smiled mysteriously at this doubt of Mr. Xiao Liang's. Just so I'm clear with you, these mushrooms are one of the few that don't interest doggy and doggy on the road, so they're mostly non-toxic. It's, ha ha ha, I'm kidding, mostly because I ate them all when I was a kid, and if they were poisonous, I wouldn't be here now. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, several people inside the tent laughed. By the way, Mr. Goat Gardener, tell us about your childhood. At this time, Mr. Little Bright suddenly mentioned it again. The audience is also curious about this. Harm. It's nothing really. It's just my grandfather's influence. And my dad loved those animals growing up, so he took me all over the country after I was born just to see the animals. I think when I was 3 years old I encountered a wild northeastern tiger with my dad inside the Changbai Mountains. As Yang Lin recounted the story, the eyes of the crowd immediately lit up. They had thought that the tacit understanding between Yang Lin and those animals was just a coincidence. But now it seemed as if there was a good explanation for everything. Unconsciously the crowd was immersed in Yang Lin's narration, in that strange intersection with a wide variety of animals. And just at this time outside the tent there was a sudden burst of creepy and strange screams. Inside the live broadcast room, with the sound of strange cries from outside the tent, the viewers were left with a feeling of scalp numbness. What kind of animal's cry is that? It's too scary. There can't be a puffy. I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that none of the PPOs in the horror movie screamed as badly as this. I can tell by the look on the gardener's face that it shouldn't be from some horrible creature. While the audience was speculating, Yang Lin and Mr. Xiao Liang's faces remained as usual. Mr. Goat Gardener, why don't we play a game? Game? What game? Suddenly hearing Mr. Xiao Liang open his mouth, Yang Lin's face more or less carried a trace of curiosity. Just guess what kind of animal is out there making those noises and see who guesses better. That's fine. It just happens to be idle. As they spoke, the two men pricked up their ears. Meanwhile there was another strange cry from outside. Just the next second after the strange cry was made, Yang Lin snatched his words. This would be the noisy cuckoo, one of the birds with the most terrifying calls, the one that screams like a ghost, is it? Upon hearing this answer from him, Mr. Rio directly nodded his head, obviously approving of this answer. And as soon as Yang Lin had finished speaking, another bird call soon came, and compared to the previous call it wasn't as poignant but it was just as terrifying. This one would be a gray forest owl if I'm not mistaken, a relative of the owl we know so well, and it's usually the bird that hoots inside horror movies. This time it was Mr. Rio who answered. Indeed, it's gray forest owl, so counting it out we're considered even. Yang Lin said with a smile on his face. There's no hurry, it seems like there are other birds in this forest. Between the two talking, the calls of some other birds began to rise up. If they could bark a little better it might still be a forest symphony. But the point is that this group of nocturnal bird species screamed one after another. If ordinary people would have been scared to death. But Yang Lin and teacher Xiao Liang inside the tent were getting more and more excited as they listened. This one is Lin, oops, Chi. This one is an eagle owl, Xiao. This one is a collared horned owl. This one is a ghost owl. This one is a spotted owl, Xiaolu. With the duo saying one thing to each other, they directly stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. Up with that. It doesn't deserve subtitles. I really don't know what species either of them are talking about. I don't recognize the subtitles. I suddenly realized I went to school for nothing. Let's uniformly call illiterate birds if you don't recognize them. Are there any birds inside the primitive jungle that are so active at night? They are in a meeting, aren't they? It feels like most of the bird calls in there I heard when I was a kid, but I never saw them. The two teachers are really too showy. Walking encyclopedias of animals? Little bright teacher, I'm not surprised. The surprise is the goat gardener. It can even hear all of them. It seems that as a child it really didn't go inside the forest less. Just as the netizens were amazed by the duo's erudition, it was outside the tent that a different voice was quickly heard. Although it wasn't as scary as those birds screaming before, the voice had obviously become a bit louder, and it was also more mellow, giving people goosebumps when they heard it. Close to a wolf but not a wolf. Hearing this voice, Mr. Rio frowned for the first time. What is this thing screaming and why can't I hear it? Just when he was puzzled, Yang Lin, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth. It's the doggy barking. It should have come across something. I'm going to check it out. Without waiting for Mr. Xiao Liang to react, Yang Lin had already drilled out of the tent to the outside of the treehouse. At this moment, in the primitive forest, other than where Yang Lin and the others were, the rest of the place was all pitch black. However, through the weak sense between him and Dog Egg, Yang Lin still immediately sensed where it was. At that moment he took out a strong flashlight and climbed down from the treehouse. Just as he had just climbed down the big tree, Mr. Xiao Liang and the others also followed him down in a hurry. Although they hadn't figured out exactly what had happened, they had probably guessed something from Yang Lin's behavior. It didn't take long for them to follow Yang Lin's footsteps to a small hill more than 500 meters away from the big tree they were camping in. When Yang Lin had just gotten close, Li Dogden's fat figure came out from the side. Boss Gardener, there's a monster over there. It's scary. Hearing Li Dogden's slightly frightened voice, Yang Lin's face unconsciously revealed a trace of doubt. So far this was the first time he had heard Li Dogwen say he was afraid. It had never seen fear before, even when it encountered a lion or tiger. Could it be a black bear? This was the first thought that popped into Yang Lin's mind, but after thinking about it for a moment he shook his head, because although creatures like black bears were mainly active at night, if they really met them, they would have already killed them by this time. Just as he was thinking that, the strong flashlight inadvertently swept over a big thick leg covered with black hair. The moment he looked at the thick leg, Yang Lin was startled, because that big thick leg was clearly a leg belonging to a primate, and the only people who can grow that big in nature are humans and mountain gorillas. Obviously a creature like the mountain gorilla could not be inside the jungles of Guangxi. It can't be that we've met the legendary savages. Not only did he think so, even teacher Xiao Liang on the side was in shock after seeing this thick leg covered in black hair. So much so that several people froze for half a day without daring to continue forward. Seeing the two of them in this state, the atmosphere in the scene and in the live broadcast room instantly became eerie. Just as everyone was holding their breath, Yang Lin was the one who struck out with a light of insight. The next second a message appeared in front of him. Black-crowned gibbon, revert to ancestral state. Boo's great ape. Seeing this message, Yang Lin first let out a long sigh of relief, but then the expression on his face immediately changed dramatically, and he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, Boo's giant ape, how could there be such a thing? And his mumbling caught the attention of Mr. Rio off to the side. What, did you just say Boo's giant ape? Mr. Goat Gardener? How could that be? The Boo's great ape did live in the territory of Guangxi, but that was 300,000 years ago. Now how could I possibly run into a steppes giant ape? However, just as he was filled with disbelief, Yang Lin had already leaned over with his flashlight. When the light from the powerful flashlight shone on the owner of the big thick black hairy leg, a huge monstrous creature that creeped out the crowd was suddenly in the shot. Inside the live broadcast room, which was already tense because of Yang Lin and Mr. Xiao Liang's unusual reaction, a good science trip hardened into an adventure program. It was at this time that the camera returned to the huge, monstrous creature lying on the ground. In a flash, bursts of terrified screams were heard one after another from various corners of the Dragon Kingdom. Not only those female viewers who were less courageous, even the male viewers who usually boasted of their boldness couldn't help but turn pale after seeing such a shot. Holy shit, what the fuck is this thing? How can it be this big? It can't be a savage, can it? This face really looks like a human. It feels like an enlarged version of a chimpanzee. But that's too strong. Kind of like the monster in Aubergine. Let's hear what the two experts have to say. Just as the viewers in the live broadcast room were each being scared to death, teacher Xiao Liang was similarly looking at the strange creature in front of him with a complex expression on his face. From his perspective, the creature, which approximated a combination of an ape and a chimpanzee, stood about 2 meters tall, weighed an unknown amount, and was larger than one of his heads in a single slap. Laying there was like sitting on a small mountain, and the key was that it had 2 exposed canines. Such a combination of traits completely upended his existing knowledge base. However, he quickly remembered the sentence that Yang Lin had just said. This can't really be a steppes giant ape. With such suspicion, teacher Xiao Liang simply asked directly towards Yang Lin. Head sheep gardener, are you sure this big guy is the legendary boo's giant ape? Hearing this question from Mr. Xiao Liang, Yang Lin first pretended to think for a moment before nodding. It's basically certain, but it shouldn't be a full-bodied steppes giant ape. Some gibbon qualities can still be seen in its body, so I suspect that it's a black-crested gibbon that has brought out the hidden bloodline of the boo's great apes in its body after a genetic mutation. Hearing Yang Lin's explanation, Mr. Xiao Liang's brows furrowed once again. He did, and the crowd in the broadcast room listened with even more confusion. What steppes great ape? Why are you bringing up the black-crowned gibbon again? Is there a professional bigot out there to explain this? I'm not a professional big brother, but I just checked. The boo's great ape is a giant ape that lived in the Guishi region of our dragon kingdom hundreds of thousands of years ago, and is also the largest primate in size, also known as the Guishi great ape. A large number of great ape fossils had been unearthed near Liuzhou, and many of the giants inside the movie and television works were modeled after it, but unfortunately it became extinct 300,000 years ago due to climatic problems. No way. Doesn't that mean this giant ape is super ancient creature? How is it possible that creatures that have been extinct for 300,000 years suddenly pop up again? Didn't you hear the head gardener Yang say that this isn't a real boo's great ape, but rather it's a genetic mutation from a gibbon, similar to a white tiger and an ordinary tiger, so it's a homecoming right? After Yang Lin's explanation, the crowd gradually understood the identity of the creature in front of them, but understandable as it was, the ferocious-looking giant animal still gave the crowd a feeling of palpitations, and it was at this time that Yang Lin was taking the initiative to walk up and inspect it. With so many injuries on his body, it looks like he hasn't been beaten up much. These bite marks would have been caused by a predator, and these bruises seem to have been caused by a blow from a blunt object, as if it was man-made. No, it would have been done by one of its own kind, like a forensic doctor. Yang Lin analyzed the injuries of this great ape one by one. Eventually he came to a conclusion. It would have been evicted by its own kind because of its looks and was chased by other predators after it was evicted and ended up rolling down the hill. And is it still saved? After listening to Yang Lin's analysis, Mr. Xiao Liang hastened to add a sentence. After all, it was also a rare species, so it would be more or less a shame if it just hung around. It's badly injured, both internally and externally, and if it had been in its natural environment, it most likely wouldn't have survived. But who made it so lucky to meet us? After saying that, Yang Lin added a light laugh. It seems like this time our expedition trip will end early. After all, such a big guy, I'm not very convenient here even if I want to save it. In response to Yang Lin's words, Mr. Xiao Liang was acting very indifferent. Let's end it early. We should have seen it all this time anyway, and found a mutant great ape. No less. Alright then, I'll call for help then. After saying that, Yang Lin took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Just less than half an hour after the call was dialed, the sound of a helicopter was heard in the sky, with the 4 of them boarding this rescue helicopter with a few animals. This expedition trip to the biodiversity of Ningnan was declared to have come to an early end. Although the whole expedition took less than a day, the shock and surprise that Yang Lin and Mr. Xiao Liang brought to the audience in this one day was not at all small. From encountering a clouded leopard hunt when we first entered the reserve, to the battle between the mother clouded leopard and the leopard, to being chased by a wild boar, encountering a big bear on the road, the battle of the carving python and the nightly conversation in the forest, until the final step of the giant ape's appearance. It can be said that the whole process without urination, the degree of tension and excitement is comparable to a blockbuster. Even though it was already late at night at the moment, the emotions of the viewers in the live broadcast room were still very exuberant. Immediately, they also spontaneously posted the video that had occurred in Mr. Xiao Liang's live room during the course of the day. It didn't take long for these great live clips to explode all over the internet. Youngling also stole the show from the animals for the first time and was the main attraction of the broadcast. In particular, his extensive knowledge of the wilderness, his understanding of the animal side of things, and his first aid for animals in the wilderness have given netizens a sense of wonder. In just one night, Yang Lin's fan base had skyrocketed by several million, and was on the verge of surpassing those of the popular animals of the animals. While netizens were discussing Yang Lin's performance during the scientific expedition, Yang Lin, the protagonist of the incident, had already returned to the Shihong Zoo with the animals he had rescued. When the huge figure of Boo's great ape was gently placed inside the West Rainbow Zoo, Yang Lin also exhaled deeply. Without Mr. Rio and the others, as well as the live camera, he was now finally able to treat the injuries of those animals with confidence and boldness. And the first thing he did was to turn his gaze to the clouded leopard's mother, who was also lying on the side. Compared to the time when she had just been injured, the clouded leopard mother was now in a much better state, but it would still take a long time to recover from being able to move freely. Of course, this is in a natural situation. As Yang Lin struck out with a light of insight, the next second the clouded leopard mother's talent panel appeared in front of him. Disguise, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Tree climbing, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Master Hunter, gold talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. Looking at the clouded leopard mother's talent panel, Yang Lin casually clicked on disguise. The next moment something magical happened. Only a white light visible only to Yang Lin rose from the clouded leopard mother, and in the next second those injuries on the clouded leopard mother recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In no time the clouded leopard mother, who was still in a state of serious injury, stood up directly from the stretcher as if she had not been injured. Seeing the clouded leopard mom healed, but Yang Lin also did not take down the bandages on its body at the first time, but also solemnly instructed, "Though I have healed you, you will stay out of sight for a while these days. As for your children, I'll give you a head start on fostering them with your relatives." Hearing Yang Lin's words, the clouded leopard's mother nodded without even thinking about it. Obviously, having activated his talent, he had developed a sense of dependence on Yang Lin. "Then you stay here with your kids while I go over there and check on the big guy." As he spoke, Yang Lin carried the 4 baby clouded leopards in his arms to their mother. All of a sudden these 4 little ones came together next to their clouded leopard mom's tummy for a late night snack. Seeing this picture of mother and son reunion, Yang Lin turned around and left the place after showing a loving fatherly smile. When he reappeared he was already in the middle of the orangutan garden. And that Boo's giant ape was also lying quietly on top of the open space of the ape garden at the moment. As for the original owner of the orangutan garden, Shitty Dave, he was currently cowering and shivering. "Little Young, you're finally here. Where did you get such a big guy? What were you planning to do by leaving him here?" Almost scared the old man to death. When he heard these words from Shit Delivery Man, Yang Lin said with a flirtatious face, "You're more or less blood related to it. What are you afraid of it for? Can you not be afraid? Look at its size. And look at its teeth. Do you think it's a vegetarian? If it wakes up, my old bones shall not be accounted for here today." As he spoke, the shit deliverer didn't forget to shakily light a cigarette for himself. After a hard draw, it calmed down a bit, and Yang Lin didn't care about it anymore when he saw this, but turned his attention to the big guy on the ground. As a light of insight struck, its talent panel was presented in front of Yang Lin in the next second. Return of the Ancestor, Boo's giant ape, golden talent. This talent is in an already activated state and only requires 1 talent point to activate again. 5 talent points are required to activate Ultra Physical Strength, gold talent. Super Strength, gold talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. Roar, gold talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. Ancient Power, legendary talent, requires 10 talent points to activate. 10 talent points are required to activate Nearland Overlord, legendary talent. Tearing Tigers and Leopards Alive, legendary talent, requires 10 talent points to activate. Looking at the gorgeous talent panel in front of him, Yang Lin's entire body was stunned. The 3 golden colors, the 3 legends, were the first he had ever encountered. Worthy of being from the same period as mammoths, saber-toothed tigers, and these ancient creatures. It's fierce beyond words. The lowly version is already this strong. How big would this have to be if it were a perfect return? I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse that this gibbon was able to awaken such strong genes on its own. While sighing, Yang Lin turned his gaze to the returning talent on the panel. This time, the returning talent was obviously different from the one he had purchased from the mall. The last returning talent was green, while this one was golden. The last time the green return talent had already turned a husky into a Siberian plains wolf. This time the golden return talent might not be able to really restore an ancient great ape. Thinking of this, Yang Lin immediately didn't hesitate anymore and reached out to light up its returning talent. And with the lighting of this talent, the next second a special light lit up on the body of the Boo's giant ape on the ground. The first thing that changed was those injuries on its body. The various injuries that were originally deep and shallow were immediately and completely healed after the white light floated by, leaving only a few scars that had yet to be removed. And it was these scars that made the already fierce great ape look even more hideous. After the injuries were eliminated, the giant ape's size grew at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Along with it, those features on its body that originally belonged to the black-crowned gibbon were also gradually disappearing. When these features belonging to the gibbon disappeared, a prehistoric giant ape that was close to 3 meters tall and had muscles cast like steel appeared in front of Yang Lin. Perhaps it didn't seem to have grown too significantly in size from its original size, but Yang Lin knew that it was only temporary. It will also grow slowly when its subsequent nutrition catches up. As for how big it would grow to in the end, Yang Lin didn't have a plan in his own mind. After surveying the changes in the giant ape, he couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief while being excited. Luckily it didn't grow too outrageously. If it had grown more than 10 meters tall for me all of a sudden, it would have exploded, and then I would have taken my head to explain it. And just as Yang Lin was carefully appreciating the behemoth in front of him as if it had traveled over from hundreds of thousands of years ago, the behemoth that was originally out of unconsciousness also slowly opened its eyes. What surprised Yang Lin was that such a behemoth actually showed a hint of childishness and timidity inside after opening its eyes. Without waiting for him to react, the giant ape scuffed up. Then with a look of horror, he looked at the shit-delivering man on the side, as if he had seen something horrible. In response to this, the shit-deliverer was also very confused, and could not help but take out a mirror from the side to look at his own looks. Pretty cool, but it was the same move that scared that giant ape again. The uttering giant ape then hid behind Yang Lin with a heavy stride. But how could Yang Lin's thin size hide it? And just at this time a soft voice suddenly came from right behind Yang Lin. Fear, fear, it's so scary. Hearing this voice, both Yang Lin and Shit Delivery Man were dumbfounded on the spot. How does a big guy almost 3 meters tall and weighing over a ton make such a sound? In a flash, Yang Lin thought of a possibility. It can't still be a baby. Yang Lin originally thought that the giant ape in front of him should be a long ago adult black-crowned gibbon that had mutated. After all, it didn't look like that kind of juvenile animal in either size or appearance. But now it seems he was the one who looked the other way, and it's the kind that goes in the eye. Not only was the giant thing in front of him not an adult, but it should not be very old in actuality. What's more, it's also very timid. Even the shitter can make it feel scared. However, in Yang Lin's opinion, the reason why it was so timid, the high probability was related to its encounters in the pack. Even a person who had been ostracized by their peers since childhood would have psychological problems, let alone a young beast like this. As a last resort, Yang Lin could only pacify it. After an hour or so of pacification, the great ape was finally coming to terms with his current living situation and shit-delivering husband. Great master, this little fellow is in your care for now. I'll go get it some food. It's pitiful enough. I guess it's been bullied inside the pack. Hearing Yang Lin's words, Great Master also nodded his head repeatedly. You go ahead in this little. I'll take care of the big guy. As he spoke, Yang Lin left the orangutan garden, and when he came back again there was already a small cart in front of him. The cart was piled high with all kinds of fruits, including bananas, apples, pears, and even 2 large watermelons. When the timid-faced giant ape saw these fruits, his large black eyes lit up, but perhaps out of muscle memory, the hand only just reached out when it immediately retracted. Looking at Yang Lin, also a heartache. Eat, eat, these are yours. No one will take them from you here, not even the animals. Hearing Yang Lin say this, the great ape then carefully picked up a large watermelon and stuffed it into his mouth. Watching the watermelon the size of a human head explode in a single bite in its mouth, Yang Lin and Shit Delivery Man felt a rush of scalp numbness almost at the same time. This little guy's bite tops a meal for me. That's how it grows. While smoking a cigarette, the shit deliverer sighed. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin quickly spoke up. Don't smoke in front of other children. What if it learns? When he heard Yang Lin's words, a smile of embarrassment appeared on the face of the shit delivery man, and he casually threw the cigarette in his hand and stomped on the ground twice. Right. Haven't named it yet. With a slap of his head, Yang Lin then once again turned his gaze to the giant ape in front of him. Great master, what do you think would be a better name for it? Seeing as it's grown so big, why don't we just call it Great Strong? Great master replied without thinking. Just as soon as it finished speaking, Yang Lin's face instantly darkened. Never mind. That's not a question that should be asked of you. Then it's okay to call it Erju instead of Dazhang. Look at its 2 legs. They're like 2 pillars. The great master was obviously a bit reluctant, and added another sentence beside him. Get. Don't worry about it. I'll come up with its name. After sending great master away, Yang Lin once again observed the morphological features of the giant ape in front of him. After seeing its muscles that were as hard as diamond, the mind immediately had an idea. From today, you will be called King Kong, and I hope that you will become stronger as your name suggests, and forget those bad memories of the past soon. The giant ape that was still gulping down the fruit suddenly stopped after hearing the words King Kong. A flash of excitement instantly appeared within a pair of large black eyes. King Kong, is that my name? Yes. From today onwards, King Kong is your name. Your big name is Li Jin, and you'll be a member inside the West Rainbow Zoo from now on, just like all the other animals in the park. After Yang Lin solemnly uttered these words, the giant ape Vajra instantly stood up. slapping his chest while bouncing happily in the orangutan garden. Apparently this is the happiest day he's had since he was born. But what it didn't know was that it had scared the little group of monkeys outside with this action. For those little monkeys out there who were less than a meter tall on average, a behemoth like King Kong was a proper monster. One by one, the normally mischievous little monkeys were immediately frightened and shrank back into their nests. And just as King Kong was jumping up and down in excitement, Yang Lin gently exited the ape park. After a full day plus a night's work, he was now finally able to sleep in peace. After returning to his room and simply washing up, he simply lay down on his bed. I don't know how long he slept, but in a daze he felt something get under his covers. Immediately afterward, Yang Lin felt an itch on his face. By the time he opened his eyes, a small paw with pink flesh pads was on his face. Holy shit! Looking at the munchkin that was already standing on his face, he instantly had a jolt and sat up as a whole. The next moment a little one as small as a ball of wool fell into his arms. At the same time there were 3 other little heads that came out from under the covers. Phew, so it's you guys? You almost scared me to death. As he spoke, Yang Lin took the 4 little ones into his arms. Meow meow meow. It didn't take long for the 4 little ones to meow. Looking at their thirsty little eyes, Yang Lin instantly understood what they meant. You guys are hungry, aren't you? Wait, I'll go make you some goat milk. Carefully placing the 4 little ones into the middle of the comforter, the next second Yang Lin rolled over and got up. Then he found out the goat's milk powder specially used to feed young animals, and after brewing it with warm water he took turns feeding it to the 4 little ones. Perhaps because the 4 little ones looked so much alike, he even fed one of them twice in the middle of the day. And he didn't react until he saw the extraordinarily large belly of this baby clouded leopard. For this reason he also found 4 small collars of different colors to put on each of the 4 little ones. From today on your name is yellow, your name is red, your name is green, and your name is orange. There's no confusion now. Looking at the 4 little ones who had already begun to burp, Yang Lin took out 2 cat cans from a side shelf with a clap of his hand. Just as he had poured the 2 cats into the metal basin in front of the clouded leopard's mother, there was a gasp from outside the room. Only this time Yang Lin was extraordinarily calm. He didn't have to think about it to know exactly why there was such a buzz out there. Apparently the tourists had noticed King Kong's presence. However, considering that King Kong might be frightened by the tourists, he hurriedly got dressed and ran out of the room. And after Yang Lin hurriedly ran out of the room, the picture he saw next was really not out of his expectation. Looking around, the entrance to the orangutan park at the moment was already surrounded by 3 layers. The number of tourists was so high that it was feared to be several times more than the peak of Lady Shit passing Chi. Those who don't know better think that the shit deliverer is up to something new. Before Yang Lin even got close, he heard them let out a burst of surprised cries. My god, what breed of ape is this? How did it grow so big? That's horrible. This can't be the shit deliverer's kid. Did you get a shitload dropped inside your brain? How can this be the offspring of a shitload? It's more like its ancestor. Obviously not a species, I guess. How the West Rainbow Zoo brought in a brand new animal without a word. Didn't you guys watch Mr. Xiao Liang's live broadcast yesterday? This head seems to be the booze giant ape that the head gardener rescued inside the primitive forest last night. It seems to be true, but why do I get the feeling it's a little different than when I saw it last night? Perhaps it was too dark last night, so I couldn't see much. Just as the tourists were talking, Yang Lin's was the one who had squeezed behind them. Everyone move over, don't get so close. As Yang Lin's voice came out from amongst the loudspeakers, the tourists who had originally gathered around instantly shifted their attention to him. The head gardener is here. Head gardener, is this head really that giant ape from last night? Why does this giant ape look a bit timid? It seems true when you put it that way. Following the gazes of the tourists, they saw that in the middle of the gorilla park, the shit deliverer was leisurely working on his own invention, and in a corner, the large-sized King Kong was shivering there. His hands were even clasped tightly on the top of his head. Obviously at this moment it was already frightened by the tourists' gusto. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin also hurriedly shouted again, please stay away for now. Vajra, the great ape inside will be a lot less bold than the other animals because of the violence the pack has suffered before. And he's still in his hatchling stage and doesn't accept new things as quickly. So I'm hoping that we can all let him know that we humans mean him no harm, rather than giving him a bad impression. After hearing Yang Lin's explanation, the tourists present instantly came to a realization. I said how could it be so timid? So it's because of the violent treatment it has suffered. I think the gardener analyzed it yesterday when I watched the live broadcast. It seems like it was treated as a monster by its companions within the pack because of the mutation. That does tend to have mental problems. Poor waifu. I thought it was just me who was bullied as a child that made me introverted, but I didn't realize it was the same for animals. Let's all step back a little on our own, so we don't scare it. King Kong? That's a pretty good name. I have to say that this group of tourists for animals is still very empathetic. In the knowledge of King Kong's childhood encounter, one immediately consciously backward. Many tourists even took the initiative to take out the snacks they brought with them, wanting to share them with King Kong. Some of the kids even threw food into the cage that they couldn't even bring themselves to eat. It didn't take long for a small mountain to appear above the ground of the orangutan garden. And it is the goodwill of mankind that this little mountain represents. Perhaps infected by the goodwill of the crowd, the originally timid-faced King Kong gradually began to move out from inside the corner. By the time it had tasted the flavor of those foods, the vigilance and nervousness on its face slowly disappeared. Within a short time it had even dared to extend its large hand out of the iron cage. Looking at its large outstretched hand, those tourists outside were each as flattered. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin also finally let out a long sigh of relief. It would be great if visitors could open up about King Kong on this. Of course this may take a long time. And just as visitors were interacting with King Kong, news of an extinct steppes great ape at the West Rainbow Zoo began to circulate wildly online. At first there were many netizens who thought this was a piece of fake news. After all, Boo's great apes are ancient creatures that have been extinct for more than 300,000 years. It wasn't until one visitor after another to the West Rainbow Zoo showed photos and videos of themselves interacting with King Kong that those with skepticism shut up immediately. Then there was a strong shock. Not about whether King Kong was a Boo's great ape, but just because of the huge and incomparable size of King Kong in the video. Especially when a photo of a child with King Kong appeared. In the middle of this photo, the little human child is not as tall as King Kong's knees. Such a strong contrast instantly made those netizens who have not yet gone to the West Rainbow Zoo for the time being directly explode. Even the netizens abroad are likewise no exception. Is it really that big? The fist is even bigger than my head by a circle. If this punch goes down, I must not directly cool off. Don't say you're cool. Tyson would have to be cool too. That's probably the strongest primate. I've seen mountain gorillas up close before, and I thought they were exaggerated enough in size. But compared to this great ape in front of me, the mountain gorilla is a younger brother. It's worthy of being a breed unique to our dragon kingdom. The size is just big. What kind of luck is this for the dog gardener? It's not even enough to go out and pick up a litter of clouded leopards and a golden eagle. But this is also picking up an extinct ancient great ape. He was invited by others to look at biodiversity and he ran off to stock up. The head gardener knows how to stock the garden. A huge garden with so many animals. And froze without spending a penny. It seems to be true that there are those who inherit, those who adopt, and those who pick up and run over on their own. Open with a dog and pick up a zoo. Just as the whole internet was envious of Yang Lin's ability to pick up animals, the cow and horse duo, who hadn't seen each other for more than a day, also found Yang Lin once again. Yang Lin had only just entered the office when Ma Chaochuan, who had a big black eye, excitedly held up a stack of A4 papers and walked over. Old Yang, I've come up with a new advertisement script, and I dare say this one is as perfect as it's ever been. If it was made into a movie, it would definitely ask for an Oscar. Come on. Take a look and see how well I've written my story, said Ma Chaochuan, about to force the script to Yang Lin. And how could Yang Lin have time to read his script at this time? Okay, we'll shoot according to your script, so feel free to mention any needs, and talk to me if there are any difficulties. Hearing Yang Lin's words, Ma Chaochuan's entire body suddenly became even more excited. That's what you said, but you'd better read my script first. Seeing that he couldn't argue with Ma Chaochuan, Yang Lin had no choice but to look at it. Just looking at it his face turned strange. He always felt as if he had seen this script somewhere. Lao Yang, let me give you a brief synopsis of my story. It's probably the story of an alien amongst the ape race, who suffered bullying and humiliation from his peers as a child, before being adopted by humans and becoming a generation of beast dignitaries. Inside the story we could have a lot of branded cars embedded. What do you think of this idea of mine? As soon as the words left his mouth, Ma Chaochuan looked at Yang Lin with an expectant expression. However, Yang Lin's reply was a bit puzzling to him. Did you boys watch me live last night? Live? What live? And you say this script is your original? You're clearly copying my story. Your story? It's something I stayed up all night to come up with, Ma Chaochuan said with a face full of disbelief. Alright then you first tell us how you plan to shoot. After repeatedly confirming that Ma Chaochuan hadn't lied to him, Yang Lin spoke again. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have a friendly cameo from the shit deliverer and the monkeys. And then I'm going to get someone to dress up in a holster and pretend to be an oversized gorilla. Like shooting a feature, if you know what I mean. Better yet, how about arranging another battle between a gorilla and a human? Like a gorilla and a human tank battle, standing on the roof of a tall building and fighting a human fighter jet. So a couple more reversals. What do you think? After listening to Ma Chaochuan's shooting plan, Yang Lin was first silent for a while, but then he was thinking seriously. The plot as it were is more or less dogmatic when used on humans, but when placed on animals it's just right. It can be described as a collection of all the popular elements such as blood, combat, revenge, brawl, race, fantasy and so on. Alright, you and the old bull let go of the shot. You guys probably won't be able to use the holster actors, though. Why? In response to this question from Ma Chaochuan, Yang Lin did not answer immediately, but instead led Nyoma and his duo to the front of the orangutan garden. When the duo saw the huge size of King Kong in the ape garden they were immediately dumbfounded, so much so that they were both speechless with excitement. This is just like the scene I expected. It's perfect. It's perfect. It's the real star of the show. Old Young, where did you get such a big ape? It's too big. Looking at Ma Chaochuan's incredulous expression, Yang Lin directly replied, just like in your story, you were ostracized by the pack and then I adopted you, so I seriously doubt you got the life script for it. As soon as the words left their mouths, the gazes of the three of them were once again united on King Kong's body, looking at King Kong who was happily interacting with the human, and the expressions of the three of them varied. A full minute or so passed before Ma Chaochuan asked a question again. The script is thought of. What's missing at the moment is a good name. So old Yan, what do you think is a better name for this script? He had only just finished asking this question when Yang Lin had already given his answer. Don't think about it, just call it King Kong. Same name as this little guy. King Kong? What a name. In that case, why don't we start filming today? I don't see the problem. As they spoke, the three of them had reached an agreement. It wasn't long before the shooting of the third commercial for the advertising department of the West Rainbow Zoo officially kicked off in the wasteland next to the park. As this shoot is unfolding in a way that follows a feature drama, so the setting session is the most crucial. Fortunately this is a piece of wasteland. Only need to simply set up some forest lake terrain can be easily set up. As for the city or whatever, Yang Lin was going to make it himself at first with planks of wood or something like that. But Niu Fifen's words were an instant wake-up call. Why do we need to make this kind of thing ourselves? Wouldn't it be better to just find a funeral goods seller? They sell any shape of cardboard house. And if you can't, you can order your own customization. And as long as you have the money, they'll build you the Empire State Building. Yes. I even saw someone burn a set of paper villas for their family ancestors last time. You don't say it was done just like the real thing. And all those model cars, model airplanes and whatnot, they're all available now too. One more realistic than the other. Listening to the words of the two, Yang Lin immediately had a feeling of sudden realization. Almost didn't realize times had changed. When the time comes, let's get a couple of 3D printers and print whatever models we want ourselves. Let's start with a cardboard set this time. After having a general direction, the few people immediately took action. In just one morning they bought up all the paper houses that were displayed in all the funeral supply stores in the neighborhood. As Ma Chaochuan said, these paper houses printed by the printer do look kinda real. With just a little treatment, it's already beyond the caliber of those early specials. After a few people had arranged these paper houses one by one on this wasteland, a city with the style of a pretty country appeared in front of them. And in the middle of the city was a model of the Empire State Building that was several meters high. This model is still Yang Lin to find those funeral store upstream factory to spend a lot of money to customize. Pure wood structure plus a layer of airbrush outside. From a distance it looks just like the real thing. Seeing the completion of the city, a few people have found some car models provided by the brand and placed them in various corners of the city. I've got it all figured out. Later King Kong will smash one here and another over here. A commercial shoot down to smash dozens of cars, all belonging to the Golden Father's family. Do you guys think this advertisement implantation method is okay? Saying that, Ma Chaochuan's face showed a hint of pride, obviously pleased with his genius advertisement implantation. And naturally, Yang Lin had no problem with this hardcore implantation of his. I just don't know if the Golden Father will have an opinion when the time comes. With the scene set, the next step was to bring out the actors. Amidst the gazes of countless tourists, King Kong, Shitty Dave, and the little monkeys in the park were all brought by Yang Lin to the open space next to the West Rainbow Zoo. Since the two have long been connected to each other, it's only natural that tourists follow along with ease. They were instantly stunned when they saw the large complex that was arranged on top of the wasteland as well as the various scenes around it. Still, remembering the previous precedent, the tourists were the first to guess what they were up to this time. It's not going to be another commercial, is it? What kind of commercial is it this time? Oh hen, who can see this? Real estate ads? Must be real estate ads. So many houses. Why is it that this time the actors are either orangutans or monkeys? Is it an animal revolt against human storyline? I'm an elementary school student and I love it. It feels like funding is burning. It's another day of watching a free show without paying for it. Amidst the excitement of the tourists, the shooting of the commercial was announced to have officially begun. Under the supervision of the tourists, the advertising filming department of the West Rainbow Zoo also officially started the filming of the third commercial. The entire shoot consists of 3 parts. The first part is the story of Vajra among his people, and this part mainly reflects the fact that Vajra suffers from being ostracized by his own people. Although viewers knew it was just a commercial shoot, they were immediately reminded of what really happened to King Kong as a child when he was bullied by the monkeys. Immediately became righteously indignant, hated to be able to rush on the spot to help King Kong, especially those children. If it were not for the staff stopping them, it is estimated that they are now already with the group of little monkeys to do it. As you can see from this, King Kong has just joined the West Rainbow Zoo family, but is already a favorite among visitors. After all, its ferocious appearance and its timid and cowardly character are just too much of a contrast. The second part of the story follows King Kong after he is adopted by 2 humans. In the middle of this part, King Kong is finally living a normal life, but it didn't last long, and as King Kong got bigger and bigger, it finally aroused the greed of some people. At this point, the story enters the third part, where the conflict between humans and King Kong officially erupts, and it was in the midst of the battle with the humans that King Kong's strength gradually increased. Then there is the battle between King Kong and the human army. Against the backdrop of those model buildings, King Kong, who was already more than 3 meters tall, was suddenly transformed into a prime beast. Although there was no time to add special effects during the fight, just the scene of King Kong stomping on a tank and punching a fighter jet was already a high point for the onlookers, especially the male tourists on the sidelines, from 3-year-old children down to 70 or 80-year-old grandpas. All of them were excited beyond words after seeing such an image. By the time King Kong climbed on top of that architectural model of the Empire State Building, the room instantly erupted in cheers. The crew filmed here for 5 hours, and those tourists watched hard for 5 hours. It was only when I froze and saw that the zoo was closed that I remembered that I had just entered the gates of the zoo today and hadn't even seen any serious animals. Just been here all day watching monkeys fight. But even so, these tourists are not at all sorry, because animals can be seen at any time, but a shooting scene like this one can be a lifetime to miss. By the time the commercial shoot was over, the tourists who had just witnessed the whole shooting process were also more excited about the next finished movie. At the same time, Yang Lin and others shooting this advertisement shooting footage also quickly appeared on the network. As with the last filming of A Dog's Mission, the netizens were curious about the product of this advertisement in the first place. Of course, compared to the last shoot, this one is significantly more powerful. After all, whereas the last one was just a dog's path of adventure, this one is a giant beast's path of revenge. The level of thrill is completely off the charts, especially after the netizens saw the scenes when King Kong fought with modern human weapons. I've long fantasized about what it would be like one day if a war broke out between animals and humans, but unfortunately there's never been a movie studio to film it, and I never thought it would be filmed by a zoo in my lifetime. You can already feel that this is a commercial comparable to a popcorn movie before you even add special effects and post-processing. Is that even possible for an animal movie? I really can't imagine what kind of beast King Kong would be from a photographer's point of view. Crowdfund a movie. It's such a waste to just make a commercial with such a great set and animal cast. I've been suggesting that park director Yang enter the movie market for a long time. Now when I enter a movie theater it's just that kind of lovey-dovey, as if it would kill me not to fall in love. It's really going to make me vomit. Just that. In desperate need of a movie a slugger should watch to wash his eyes. Please make this one longer. I've loved commercials since I was a kid. There's no Cole boss. Hurry up and throw a couple of small targets at young gardeners for a longer animal movie. I don't think Coleman can do it. I'm afraid Coleman arranged for their dog to be the lead. It's no exaggeration to say that netizens have never looked forward to a commercial as much as they do now, but this time it was destined that they were going to have to wait 2 more days. After all, there was so much post-processing that needed to be done in this commercial. Despite Ma Chaochuan's repeated assurances that he'd be able to handle it if he gave him 2 days, Yang Lin forced him to go and catch up on his sleep after seeing the dark circles under his eyes that were comparable to those of a national treasure. Or else Ma Chaochuan will hiccup before the piece is processed. While countless netizens were waiting anxiously, Yang Lin's office once again welcomed a group of guests who had come from afar. Hello Director Yang. We are from Hungtai Real Estate. This time we came to your garden with the intention of inviting your garden to shoot a commercial for us. When he heard the middle-aged man on the opposite side of the room introduce himself, a hint of surprise appeared on Yang Lin's face. He really didn't expect that a real estate company would actually come to them for cooperation. Perhaps this middle-aged man could see the doubt on Yang Lin's face, and immediately explained as well. It's like this. Our company has newly invested in a real estate project in Ningnan this time, and it's not particularly far from your park, only 2 stops away, and your park is also considered a neighbor. So we hope to drive traffic to our new development through the commercial shot in your park. After hearing the middle-aged man's explanation, Yang Lin first froze for a moment, and then he also quickly reacted. The plot of land on which the Shihong Zoo is located is in a remote area of Ningnan, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it is a suburb within a suburb. Putting a building on this site arguably sells nothing, but if they hitched a ride to the West Rainbow Zoo, then they could well call themselves a garden view room. It's not unusual for this wave to seek them out for advertising. When he thought of this, a bright light suddenly flashed in Yang Lin's mind. You're a real estate company, aren't you? So I have an idea that might be beneficial to both of us. What's the idea? Young gardeners can speak freely. The middle-aged man responded without even thinking. Here's the thing. I'd like to ask you to build me some houses. Build a house? Suddenly hearing this proposal from Yang Lin, the middle-aged man was obviously still a bit unresponsive. Does Director Yang mean to let us use the house to cover the advertising expenses? No. What do I need your house for? I'm asking you to build a house for the animals. Build a house for the animals? At this moment this person in charge from Huntai Real Estate was directly confused. Park Director Young, this is a wonderful idea you have. Don't worry, when I go back I will immediately report to the company and definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Inside the office, with the departure of the person in charge from Huntai Real Estate, Yang Lin's face immediately showed a trace of relief. Another sponsorship payment in hand, getting closer to the 10 small goal. This day is getting better too. Just as Yang Lin was talking, the office door was knocked on again. The next second Mr. Rio's familiar face appeared in front of him. Mr. Goat Gardener, I'm going to go back today, and I've come to say goodbye to you. When he heard these words from teacher Xiao Liang, a hint of surprise appeared on Yang Lin's face. So soon? Don't you want to play 2 more days in Ningnan? No, your Shihong Zoo alone has brought me enough surprises in the past 2 days, and with the trip to Daming Mountain, I think Ningnan has come to the right place this time. Saying that, Mr. Xiao Liang seemed to have remembered something else, and in a hurry, he took out an envelope from his bag. Looking at the envelope, Yang Lin hastily refused. How can this be a good thing? You're too polite, Mr. Rio. Of course, despite what he said, his body unceremoniously moved to the side, revealing the desk behind him. Seeing him in this state, Mr. Rio instantly smiled. This is an invitation to an animal protection event in the Arctic later in the year organized by the International Organization for the Protection of Animals, IOPA, and they entrusted me to give it to you. An invitation? As soon as he heard this word, Yang Lin's face more or less carried a hint of disappointment, but soon this hint of disappointment turned into curiosity. It is more or less with a little rarity for an animal protection organization to issue an invitation to a private person like him. The next moment he asked the question again. Does it cover travel and lodging? Will I be asked to pay out of my own pocket? Don't worry, this is a 7-day event, staying at a cruise ship hotel the entire time, with all food and lodging provided by animal protection organizations. As soon as Mr. Xiao Liang finished speaking, Yang Lin picked up the envelope with one hand. Yes, no problem. I'll be there then. Okay then, so I'll see you at the Arctic Circle then and see if you can pick up 2 polar bears then. After saying that Mr. Rio smiled and walked out of the office. A polar bear? There seems to be a real shortage of one. When he mumbled, Yang Lin's face revealed a look of serious thought, but soon he cast the thought aside. After all, a trip to the North Pole would have to wait until after the first of the year. His top priority right now was to get 100 animals with awakened talents for the park to upgrade the system to level 2. Also earn enough for another 10 mini-goals to upgrade the garden once more as well. Thinking of this, Yang Lin whirled around and opened the system panel. The next second some crucial data appeared in front of him. Current number of awakened animals 68. Remaining talent points 13. After awakening the talents for the golden eagle as well as the clouded leopard mother, there were only 32 animals left before the number of animals needed to upgrade the system to level 2. It may not seem like a lot. Just take any of those monkeys in the zoo and make up the numbers and you'll get there. But the problem is that the talent points are generically too tight. Unless he was willing to spend money to buy those useless green talents out of the talent store to make up the numbers. Among the stores, the most common green talent costs $50,000. Filling all the vacancies will cost nearly 1 million. This is not killing Yang Lin. Is this how money is spent? No, never kryptonite unless it's absolutely necessary. I don't believe the system won't refresh the quests out. And just as he was thinking that, Chen Kurson, who was holding a lunchbox, walked in. Ha, table pot, aren't you going to get your food? This newly hired Auntie Lee is a pretty good cook, and there's braised beef today. While talking, Chen Kurson sat down at her workstation, and opened her cell phone to brush up on Jitterbug. A hint of anger crossed her face as she brushed it off. This person is really over the top. He actually caught the porpoise with a mudskipper, and he even sent it to his friends to show off. Poor baby porpoises. Already rare and scourged by people like this. Hearing her words, Yang Lin, who had been unable to find any thoughts, immediately brought his head over. Porpoise? What porpoise? It's just that a fishing guy caught a porpoise inside the Yong River with a roadrunner and a mudskipper. You see. With that, Chen Kursen signaled Yang Lin to look at his screen. It said that this person even went around posting videos showing off the porpoise after he had caught it. This person is a placenta come to life. How can he do such a thing? But I read the netizens' comments. This person has been arrested by the police uncle. Just that the porpoise was thrown into the river again by him. More than likely it won't survive. Just as Chen Kursen had finished her sentence, a system beep sounded in Yang Lin's mind. Ding! Temporary mission released. Please host find the severely injured and dying porpoise and heal its injuries within 1 hour. Reward for mission completion, 5 talent points. Skill, elementary underwater breathing. Upon hearing this system beep, a trace of surprise immediately rose on Yang Lin's face. I was just worried about where to get talent points, and the system delivered the quest to my door so quickly. What's more is that this time there was even an extra bonus skill. After the excitement, Yang Lin was also quick to calm down. With only an hour to spare, it seems that the difficulty of this mission is much harder than I thought, and it's quite possible that this hour is the last time this porpoise can be resuscitated. And if it isn't, there's a good chance that it will actually hiccup. Realizing this, Yang Lin immediately opened his phone and searched for the video of the porpoise being fished up. Since the incident just happened, just a little searching brought up a whole bunch of related news. Most of them were cursing that placenta, and not a single really useful message could be found in return. It's even less clear as to where exactly that placenta caught the porpoise and where it dropped it into the water. That's a problem. Looks like we'll have to use the dumbest way possible. Not daring to have the slightest delay, Yang Lin whirled around and headed in the direction of the artificial lake. And right now in a rocky crevice that the tourists couldn't see. 2 large, massive guys were quietly perched in it. When Yang Lin's figure just approached the artificial lake, these 2 big guys immediately swam towards the waterway leading to the Yongjiang River as if they had been summoned. After sensing the movements of these 2 big guys, Yang Lin also enabled shared vision. Soon the situation underneath the water presented itself to him. I hope it's not too late. As the mutant 7 gill eels and mutant giant salamanders came out one after another, it wasn't long before Yang Lin's eyes appeared in the middle of the Yongjiang River's waters. Thanks to his earlier debunking of Ming's chemical sewage discharge, Ningnan city officials have now launched a protection campaign for the Yong River, so the whole underwater visibility is also much higher than before. And every now and then you can see all kinds of fish, shrimp and crabs swimming past. In order to save time, Yang Lin simply let the 2 big guys split up. One goes up, one goes down. But even so, want to find a seriously injured porpoise from the huge Yongjiang River that is also similar to the bottom of the sea to find a needle. Seeing that the time limit of 1 hour was getting closer and closer, a trace of anxiety could not help but appear in Yang Lin's heart. It would have been just as well not to know that the porpoise was still alive. But the feeling of powerlessness of not being able to launch a rescue when you know it is not possible to do so is simply too hard to bear. In case you don't end up being saved, you might feel guilty for a long time. Just when Yang Lin felt that there was little hope, a bleat like a sheep's bleat suddenly caught his attention. Where in the water does a sheep bleat? After hesitating for about 3 seconds, Yang Lin quickly reacted. No, that's not a sheep call, that's a porpoise call. Realizing this, Yang Lin's heart instantly rekindled a glimmer of hope. Following the direction from which the hint of a scream had just come from, Yang Lin hurriedly swam to one side with his control of the mutant salamander. It wasn't long before a dark mass of shadow appeared in front of him. When I got closer, I saw a porpoise the size of a small dog. It was just that what made Yang Lin a little surprised was that the porpoise didn't show any signs of injury. Could the news be wrong? Just as Yang Lin was filled with suspicion, a cloud of black shadows floating above the water caught his attention. Although only a part of it could be seen, its unique gray-black skin still allowed Yang Lin to recognize it at once. So this is the injured one, and this intact one next to it should be the companion guarding it. Almost with just a little thought, Yang Lin immediately understood. And at this time the uninjured porpoise also sensed the presence of the giant salamander, and its small round eyes were filled with vigilance. Apparently it was under the mistaken impression that the salamander was trying to eat its companion. Looking at this porpoise that was desperately trying to protect its companion, the anger in Yang Lin's heart towards that placenta became even heavier. There is a strong possibility that these 2 porpoises are the last 2 that live in these waters. Once the severely injured porpoise died a horrible death, wouldn't that mean another porpoise would have to live alone? Other fish may be fine, but for a mammal like the porpoise, which has a very high IQ, what a pain that would be. Thinking of this, Yang Lin immediately gave the salamander an order. Just stand guard and don't allow any humans or animals to come near. I'll be right over. Once the order was given, he immediately withdrew his shared vision, and the next second he was heading straight for his minivan. Inserting the key, turning on the ignition, putting it in gear, letting go of the clutch and pressing the gas pedal in one fell swoop. The little ragtag car eventually rushed out of the zoo at a super high speed of 50 yards per hour. Just as soon as I went over the speed bump, 2 parts clattered to the ground. It seems necessary to get a new car. Ah, really can't ask the Golden Father for one. While talking, Yang Lin rolled down the window glass with his hand, and the next second he stuck his head out of the window. Move over in front. My brakes don't work too well. As soon as the words fell, the tourists who were originally congested at the entrance of the zoo spontaneously gave way to a passageway. They might not believe much when other people drive and say such things, but after seeing the condition of Yang Lin's car, they really didn't dare to bet. They even suspected that the car Yang Lin drove was inherited from his grandfather along with his zoo. What is the gardener getting ready to go out for? Why are you standing up and stepping on the gas? Probably going to work on the car. Gardener, why is this car still smoking black? Diesel powered, I think. I've seen this car before in MT. Akira. When I froze and didn't read his license plate number, the smoke was just too big. I suspect the gardener lied. It's not that his car doesn't brake very well. It should have no brakes. In the midst of a crowd of tourists' flirtatious tone, Yang Lin froze and spent only 10 minutes driving from Shihon Zoo to the Yongjiang River waters where the porpoise's figure was found. Perhaps because the citizens of Ningnan City had forgotten about the water monster incident that had occurred earlier. There were still large numbers of citizens gathering at the riverside to play. When Yang Lin and his little wreck of a car appeared at the riverside, it didn't attract anyone's attention. It wasn't until they saw Yang Lin start to take off his clothes and pants that they turned their attention. Holy shit, what is this dude doing? Why is he even taking off his pants? This guy is so fucking sick. In broad daylight. I don't suppose he's trying to jump in the river. How can it be? The Yongjiang River is so polluted. Jumpin' people did not drown first be poisoned to death. However, just as the man finished his sentence, the sound of a heavy object falling into the water came from the river. Also appearing was a huge splash. Seeing this scene, the crowd first froze before reacting. Someone jumped into the river. Save the day. I don't see why he can't think straight when he's so young. I think it's an emotional setback. It should be pretty hard to make a living driving such a beat-up car. Let's not talk about it for now. Let's hurry up and figure out how to save people. As he spoke, more and more people crowded over by the river. And just as this group of onlookers were watching, a head suddenly appeared in the center of the river. When they saw this head, the crowd that was still preparing to go into the water to save the people then let out a long sigh of relief. What bubbled up immediately afterward was intense curiosity. After all, who would swim to the center of the river alone for no reason and in this weather? Just as everyone expressed their lack of understanding, Yang Lin finally touched the severely injured porpoise. As the system said, at this moment, the porpoise was already in a half-dead state. Although the body surface doesn't look like anything is wrong, to be able to be hooked into a boat, the esophagus and mouth are bound to have been scratched by the hook. Thinking of this, Yang Lin immediately tapped on its talent panel. Intelligence, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Affinity, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Singing, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Luck, legendary talent, requires 10 talent points to activate. It had to be said that this was the strangest talent panel Yang Lin had ever seen. 3 greens and a legend. Call it a bad talent. It has another legendary talent. You'd have to say it's well endowed. It only has 4 endowments total, and 3 of them are green. After thinking about it slightly, Yang Lin casually lit up one of the talents. With the awakening of the talent, in an instant, a light immediately blossomed on this porpoise that was already on the verge of death. Amidst Yang Lin's surprised gaze, its tightly closed eyes slowly opened. It took barely less than 2 seconds for it to be completely back to normal. After recovering, the first thing it noticed was Yang Lin beside it, and a hint of intimacy immediately flashed inside its round little eyes. Without waiting for Yang Lin to react, it was already pressing its head on top of Yang Lin's head. At the same time, the other porpoise that was originally guarding the side apparently realized that Yang Lin was helping them at the moment, and immediately let out a burst of joyful cries from its mouth. It didn't take long for the 2 porpoises, which were like small children, to circle around Yang Lin. Every now and then they leap out of the river. And naturally, this scene was quickly watched by the crowd of onlookers on the shore. At first they didn't recognize the porpoise until one of them called it by name. My God, is that a porpoise there in the center of the river? It looks like it's really a porpoise. And there are 2 of them. It's unbelievable, isn't it, to see porpoises inside the Yong River in your lifetime. I remember when I was a kid there were still a lot of porpoises inside the Yongjiang River, and at that time we still called them river pigs, but I haven't seen them since I grew up. I also just swiped a message on the internet about some dumbass who caught a porpoise and threw it back into the river after seriously injuring it. Yes, I saw it too. Our fishing circle is spreading like crazy. This person is really fucking disgraceful to our Ningnan fishing friends. One of these two can't be the same one that was hooked up. Not sure. But I'm more concerned right now about who the man is that's interacting with the porpoise. As the porpoise's identity was revealed, all the crowds of onlookers instantly became excited. This is because the number of porpoises has been decreasing in recent years with human activities and environmental pollution. Even the news of the functional extinction of the porpoise has been rumored some years ago. It is no exaggeration to say that the rarity of porpoises has long been far greater than that of giant pandas. After all, pandas have the potential to be bred in captivity, and their numbers have long since stabilized. However, there is no precedent for artificial breeding of porpoises, and as for porpoises surviving in the wild, there is one less than one dead. Could they not be excited to see the long-awaited elves of the river again in Ningnan? Many people had already taken out their cell phones to take pictures of Yang Lin playing with the two porpoises in the middle of the river, and it was at this time that Yang Lin, who had finished rescuing the porpoise, began to swim back toward the shore. By the time he was almost only a dozen meters away from the shore, those onlookers also finally recognized him. Ha, if it isn't the head gardener Yang. So it's him. I told you it looked a little familiar just now. So the one who was just playing with the two porpoises in the river was Mr. Yang. But why would Director Yang jump inside the river for no reason? Could it be specifically for those two porpoises? For a moment the minds of the crowd were filled with doubt. So much so that Yang Lin had only just landed on the shore when these people surrounded him at the first opportunity. Park Director Yang is really you just now why you suddenly jumped into the river inside Do you know those two porpoises? Listening to the crowd's series of questions, Yang Lin, however, had already thought of an answer. Everyone, let me put my clothes back on first, then I'll talk to you all slowly. After saying that, Yang Lin quickly put his coat over his body. The discovery of the two porpoises was actually accidental. It didn't take long for Yang Lin to give a complete account of the whole incident. It's just that the presence of the system and the giant salamander, the seven-gill eel, is hidden from view in the process. After listening to Yang Lin's narration, the crowd of onlookers immediately had a feeling of sudden realization. So you, Park Director Yang, jumped inside the river to rescue another porpoise after you came across a porpoise looking for you for help. Old people have always said that the porpoise is a very spiritual animal, and today I've seen it all. A companion is in trouble and still knows to ask for help from humans, and the one who seeks it out is also the Yang Garden Master. This is indeed a difficult thing to explain. It's normal. There are plenty of things in life that science can't explain. And last time there was a mama dog who brought a puppy to our doorstep and asked us to adopt her baby. Porpoises are very smart. Almost the IQ of a 5-year-old. But that should also have something to do with the fact that Park Director Yang has been close to the animals for years. Is it so arcane? If Park Director Yang had traveled to the magic world, he would have to be more or less a big druid. It's a great merit to save a porpoise. I've heard that both porpoises and dolphins are symbols of good luck, and the gardener should be able to deliver great luck in the future as well. At this moment, the crowd was glad that the porpoise had met Yang Lin, and even more glad that the porpoise, which had originally been judged dead by the crowd, had miraculously come back to life. It didn't take long for the story of what happened to the scene to be uploaded to the internet by the people present, together with the video of Yang Lin's rescue of the porpoise and the crowd interview afterward. When netizens learned that the porpoise, which had just been rumored to have been killed, was saved by Yang Lin, they were instantly in an uproar. After all, this time the rescue is not those ordinary animals, but the water pandas And equally happy about this are the officials of the city of Ningnan. Originally in the news that a rare and incomparable porpoise was killed in the Yongjiang River waters, Ningnan City's leadership team or a headache. After all, nowadays Ningnan is actively creating an eco-animal city. The fact that a rare animal has been killed at such a critical juncture is not giving them a hard time. At the time they learned this, they hated that they couldn't just give the porpoise fisherman the maximum penalty sentence. The leader in charge of ecotourism even recommended life imprisonment on the spot. Now he heard that Yang Lin had actually brought that dying porpoise back to life, and that a new porpoise had appeared. Not only did it remove the previous negative impact, but it also brought the entire ecological level of Ningnan up a level. Several senior leaders had a special meeting for this purpose. I suggest that we give a bonus directly to Park Director Yang this time. This time he has made a great achievement for our Ningnan. No. I know Garden Master Yang very well as a person. He doesn't like things like money. Bonuses are too tacky. Let me suggest a donation of fixtures and fittings to the West Rainbow Zoo. Makes sense. So it's settled then. As the heat of the porpoise incident rose, it was not long before Yang Lin was also sent to the hot search once again. Yang Lin himself had long since lost his feelings about this. After all, this was not the first time. Internet fame isn't much of a substantial help to the West Rainbow Zoo these days, and it's not nearly as affordable as giving him a bonus. Right now he was more concerned about the rewards of this mission. Ding! The porpoise has been successfully rescued. Mission rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining talent points *5. Skill, elementary underwater breathing. Hearing the system beep in his head, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed a hint of a smile. With these 5 talent points, you are just one last point away from the talent points needed to upgrade to a level 2 system. At that time, he only needed to spend all those talent points to successfully upgrade the system to level 2 and unlock the ability to add points to himself. By the way, this primary underwater breathing is a thing. Thinking of this, Yang Lin hurriedly opened the system panel. Fittingly, there was a primary underwater breathing skill next to the previous ones. Elementary underwater breathing, passive ability. No need to be activated by the host. The host will have a small increase in underwater mobility while moving underwater, as well as having a longer breath change time. Looking at the introduction about the system, Yang Lin's eyes instantly lit up. Passive skills, which were much rarer than active skills. I just don't know exactly how much the small increase in underwater mobility will improve. And how long is the longest you can hold your breath if you hold it? Just as Yang Lin was about to go inside the artificial lake in the park to test some things, a park staff member ran into the office with a panicked face. Head gardener, there seems to be something unclean inside the artificial lake. Hearing these words so suddenly, Yang Lin was still a bit unresponsive. Something unclean? A little kid peed in it? No, it's something else unclean. Seeing the horrified expressions of the employees, Yang Lin stood up with a slap on the table. No way. Who's so unqualified to poop in a lake? It's not poop, it's a ghost. There's a ghost inside the artificial lake. After saying this, employee also gave Yang Lin a nervous glance. Head gardener, no one has drowned inside this lake before. What nonsense, how could anyone drown? There wasn't even anyone here before. Come on, let's go check it out. As soon as the words fell, Yang Lin hurriedly rushed out. And just as Yang Lin hurriedly rushed out of the office, a large number of tourists with curious gazes were also crowding around the artificial lake in the park. There were even a number of them who were there to tell the story in a colorful manner. I'm telling you guys, I've really met a ghost. I've just been hearing singing inside the park. I thought it was coming from the stereo inside the park. Then I thought there wasn't even a camera inside the West Rainbow Zoo. So where did the stereo come from? Yeah. When I first started, I thought it was someone's cell phone dropped in the corner. And guess what I found? Said the tourist with a nervous look on his face. I realized that the sound of music was simply coming from inside the lake. Hearing the words of this tourist, the crowd in the room was in an uproar. It can't be. How can there be music inside the lake? Misheard, or someone's cell phone fell in the lake. Is there a cell phone that's that waterproof? I remembered that the last time I was here I saw a huge black shadow inside the lake, as long as 2 or 3 meters, and at the time I thought it was an illusion too. I've seen it too. So there can't really be something unclean inside this artificial lake. Inexplicably, the crowd's eyes changed as they looked toward the artificial lake. There was fear, excitement, and more than a little bit of hunting. And it was at this time that Yang Lin's figure appeared beside the crowd. Those tourists immediately recounted their encounters to Yang Lin. Dark shadows, singing, strange screams. Could it be from a giant salamander? That's not right. At most the salamander is okay to scream twice at night. It's lying there sleeping in the middle of the day. Between the puzzled look on his face, a guess suddenly popped up in Yang Lin's mind. It can't be that they followed us. Realizing this, Yang Lin whirled around and returned to the administrator's office once again. By the time he came out again, he had changed into a bathing suit. Seeing Yang Lin change into his swimsuit, the tourists present all of a sudden showed their astonishment. What is the gardener planning to do? He's not planning to go down himself, is he? I think it's a big deal. In case there really is something unclean in there, wouldn't the head gardener have to answer for it? The gardener should be trying to prove to us that there's nothing unclean in there. Look, the gardener is getting ready to go in the water. In the midst of the crowd's chatter, Yang Lin, who had changed into his swimsuit, was already slowly walking into the artificial lake. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Yang Lin was already like a swimming fish drilling into the bottomless lake. In 3 or 2 clicks, he had already disappeared. Looking at the crowd in a daze, the head gardener still has it. Swimming so 6. Yeah, 1 slam and it's gone. Not even a bubble. At first the tourists didn't notice anything wrong. But when a minute passed, the faces of the crowd slowly began to change. The gardener is such a good swimmer. It's been a minute and she's still not coming up. Yeah, but it's understandable. When I was a kid I went into the ocean to catch sea urchins and could hold them for 3 minutes. Not a big problem. 2 minutes had passed and already people were getting worried. It's been 2 minutes. Why hasn't the gardener shown his head? It can't be karma. It's not dead. It's only been 2 minutes. Wait a little longer. 5 minutes had passed, and those with the biggest hearts were already sensing that something was wrong. Should we call 120? How come this hasn't come up yet? Maybe the head gardener has an unusual lung capacity. Just wait a little longer. The world record is 24 minutes. Forget it, I'll call the police. Anyone who can swim, go down and see what's going on. At this moment someone has already taken out their cell phone and is always ready to call the emergency services. And the other part of the group that could swim was ready to get in the water. However, just at this time the center of the artificial lake was suddenly sprouting a large number of bubbles. Looking at these large bubbles, instantly all of everyone's attention was drawn to them. In the next second a silhouette violently jumped out of the water in front of all eyes. The foot jumped a meter or two high. However, that wasn't all. After this figure jumped out of the water, another figure followed right behind. In no time at all, water splashed above the surface of the artificial lake. Above the water surface of the artificial lake where the sunlight shone, as two consecutive figures cut through the water surface, all of a sudden a water droplet fell from the sky. It wasn't until this time that the crowd finally got a good look at these two figures. The first one to leap out of the water was Yang Lin, who had dived into the lake 5 minutes ago. At this moment, where was Yang Lin half drowning? Of course what attracted the crowd at the moment was not Yang Lin, but the one that broke out of the water right behind Yang Lin. If it hadn't been for a piece of news just a short while ago, at this moment the crowd would have been afraid that they wouldn't have been able to recognize it for a moment. But immediately after that news, the crowd recognized it first. Isn't this the porpoise that was rescued by Director Yang? Why is it here? Yeah, it's really that porpoise. Can it be that it was Director Yang who stole this porpoise inside the zoo? No way. How do you steal this stuff? Not waiting for the crowd to figure out how this porpoise appeared in the artificial lake, another figure soon emerged from the lake. The appearance of this figure also completely confused the crowd. Another one. Both porpoises have been abducted here by the gardener. In the morning, I was talking about taking a chance on the river to see if I could meet a porpoise, and so soon I saw one at the West Rainbow Zoo. It would be too much to say that the gardener abducted them. Unlikely. After all, none of the gardeners have been seen going out again. So where did the two porpoises come from? They couldn't have found them on their own. For a moment the minds of the crowd were filled with doubt. And just at this time the two porpoises in the lake were playing with Yang Lin. Like two mischievous children, they rubbed against Yang Lin for a while, and then leapt out of the water continuously. Even tourists can see that this is a sign that they are happy. Unconsciously the crowd was mesmerized by the harmonious scene. And the next image that happened was one that took them somewhat by surprise. Only one of the porpoises suddenly opened its mouth after poking its head out of the lake. The next moment a chorus of shouts with echoes rang out above the lake. When these seemingly irregular cries were combined together, they instantly formed a song with a special melody. While hearing this song, all the tourists instantly widened their eyes. It was really hard for them to imagine that this was a sound that a porpoise could make. And those who didn't know thought that it was a young girl chanting there. Isn't this the exact same song I heard before? It really does seem to be that voice. Doesn't that mean the song we heard earlier was from this porpoise? My God, is that really a sound an animal can make? I thought it was a female ghost, but I didn't realize it was a porpoise. No wonder they say porpoises are the elves of the river. With a song like that, the title is well deserved. Why isn't that porpoise next to you singing? Probably no talent. Who says they didn't sing? They weren't humming and hawing along, laughing to death. Isn't this the same as Mr. Zhang Yi from The Legend of the Phoenix? With the singing of the porpoise, all the previous horrible speculations about the music in the lake were immediately dispelled. But apparently this result is even more outrageous than having a ghost. Just as the tourists were immersed in the wonderful song of the porpoise, Yang Lin slowly swam towards the shore. By the time he came ashore, the tourists were the first to surround him. Quite a few Olympic swimming champions after their win. Park Director Yang, how did these two porpoises get here? That's right, Mr. Yang, the head gardener. And you said you wouldn't kidnap an animal. Director Yang, think carefully. This is a national level protected animal. It's against the law, or we'd better send it back. Park Director Yang has really gone to great lengths to get people to see the porpoises. Seeing the crowd say one thing to each other, Yang Lin's face couldn't help but show a bitter smile. Don't worry people, I didn't steal them and I didn't break any laws. But would you believe me if I told you that the two of them followed me here on their own? As soon as Yang Lin finished his sentence, the tourists present began to shake their heads frantically. Park Director Yang, although we respect you, we won't do things like helping you commit perjury. That's right, you'd have to make up a more appropriate excuse even if you had to. Why don't I think of one for you, and say that two big birds threw them in from inside the Yong River. So it sounds reasonable. It's also possible that they came on the 467 video bus, which just happens to connect the West Rainbow Zoo to the riverbank. Or let's just turn ourselves in. The good thing was that Yang Lin had long guessed that the crowd wouldn't believe it, so he had also prepared a killer plan early on. While the crowd was still discussing how exactly the two porpoises were abducted by Yang Lin, ripples once again rose above the surface of the artificial lake. All the crowd heard was a sound of breaking water, and the next second all the tourists present were all stunned by the sight before them, only to see a giant unidentified creature with a hideous appearance, patterned like a devil, was slowly surfacing. What made the crowd feel even more unnerved was the 6 thick legs neatly arranged underneath it. If it hadn't been broad daylight and there hadn't been so many people on the scene, they probably would have been scared off by the strange creature on the spot. Just when the crowd was not waiting to find out what the strange creature was, there was also movement on the water once again. Although the crowd had become somewhat immune to the strange events one after another, this time the crowd was still scared to the point of weakness by the things that came out of the water, especially when the crowd saw its bloody mouth full of densely packed sharp teeth. For a moment the crowd at the scene was also screaming in terror. "I blanch, what the hell is this? Water monsters? Water monsters aren't even that scary. Should I call the police? I feel like I'm getting wet in my pants. It's okay, there's a lot of us, it shouldn't matter. Is this nifty creature really what should be on the blue planet? Wait, why do these two guys look so familiar? I think I've seen it on the news before. I remember. Aren't these two guys the water monsters that appeared in the Yonge River before? Yeah. I remember a big guy drew 2 paintings earlier based on eyewitness accounts, and the creatures in those paintings looked exactly like these two guys. The big guy's painting is conservative after all. It feels like these two guys are even more terrifying than what's on top of the painting." As time passed, the fear of the initial appearance of the two monsters slowly began to fade. After all, the tourists present weren't stupid, and soon realized that the two big guys inside the lake just looked scary, but didn't actually seem to be aggressive. More people still connected the two odd creatures to the water monster incident that happened some time ago, and with that a great doubt was formed in the minds of the people. How did these two unidentified creatures get into the West Rainbow Zoo? There's no way it could have been abducted by park director Yang as well. And just as the crowd was puzzled, Yang Lin was quick to give his answer. Seeing the two actors he had arranged pop up, Yang Lin also hurriedly just put on a look of panic. After he had managed to follow the crowd's play, he immediately pretended to be thoughtful once again. He didn't speak again until the tourists were trying to call the police in droves. "I see. I finally know how those two porpoises appeared inside the artificial lake." Hearing Yang Lin's words, the attention of everyone present was immediately drawn to him. "Gardener, you get what's going on? Yeah, don't dilly-dally. Come on. My guess is this. Underneath this artificial lake should be connected to the same underground water system as the Yonge River. Those two porpoises should have swum inside the artificial lake through the underground waterway." As soon as Yang Lin's words fell, the eyebrows of the crowd furrowed. It really does seem to make so much sense when you think about it. At this time, Yang Lin's voice also sounded again. "These two big guys should be the water monsters that appeared in the middle of the Yonge River before. If nothing else, we all know very well about the incident last time. And my guess is that they swam to the West Rainbow Zoo through the underground waterway just like these two porpoises, which is why we couldn't find them last time no matter what." After Yang Lin's series of explanations were completed, the crowd immediately had a sense of enlightenment. "I think that's what the gardener said, or he wouldn't have had any reason to abduct two water monsters. It seems like I read on some program before that Ningnan and even the whole of Western Gue has a very well-developed underground water system. So even in previous years when there was a drought Ningnan didn't experience much of a reduction in production. So there should be a dark river underneath this artificial lake connected to the Yonge River. And then those two porpoises entered inside the artificial lake through the dark river. Is that so awesome? Do they know the gardener is here and that's why they followed? It's not impossible. Animals have a peculiar sense of each other. I think it says that dolphins can sense someone in the water from several nautical miles away. So porpoises should be able to do the same." As the truth came out, the crowd turned their attention to the two unknown creatures with a sigh of relief. After a period of time, the crowd was no longer so fearful of these two strange-looking creatures, but instead had a hint more curiosity. Thinking of this, the crowd couldn't help but simultaneously turn their gazes to Yang Lin, who was on the side. If there was anyone among those present who was most likely to recognize these two unidentified creatures, it seemed to be only Yang Lin. And in response to the crowd's hopeful gaze, Yang Lin hurriedly pretended to hold up his cheeks. After half a minute of contemplation, he spoke slowly. "I think I would have recognized the two big guys. If I'm not wrong, the one next to it with 6 legs should be a mutated giant salamander. Look closely at its physical features. Does it look exactly like a giant salamander? Its flowery color and 6 legs should be the product of a genetic mutation. As for the end next to it," speaking here, Yang Lin paused in his tone. After all, he couldn't say the correct answer too easily, and during the time he paused, the crowd unconsciously held their breath. A full nearly half a minute passed before Yang Lin's voice sounded again. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be a mutated 7-gill eel. If people don't believe me, they can confidently search for a picture of a 7-gill eel to see if it looks exactly like it. As soon as Yang Lin's words fell, the tourists present searched for pictures of 7-gill eels. It didn't take long for the scene to resound with shouts of surprise. Apparently they were frightened by the frightening appearance of the 7-gill eels. It's quite a resemblance, except that the head is a little too big. It's normal. Before the Yongjiang River was so heavily polluted, it's estimated that the mutation was created after being polluted. So they're not water monsters, just some critters affected by pollution? Yeah, right. It's pretty pathetic too. For a moment the crowd cast sympathetic glances at the two big guys in the middle of the lake. Thus the mystery of Yongjiang River water monster is also completely unveiled. And at the same time unveiled, the two porpoises appeared in the West Rainbow Zoo. And Yang Lin was finally cleared of abducting a protected animal. Seeing such a result, the tourists were quick to start interacting with the porpoises as well as the mutant salamanders and 7-gill eels inside the artificial lake. After realizing that all 4 animals were very humane, the visitors became even more excited. The originally cold and quiet artificial lake instantly became lively. The arrival of the porpoise, as well as the two big guys, arguably fills a gap in the aquatic fauna of the West Rainbow Zoo. But this was far from enough in Yang Lin's opinion. After all, the area of the artificial lake is half of the entire park. Such a piece of water only lives so 4 animals. The utilization rate is too low. It would be nice to have a little more aquatic life. Just as this thought of Yang Lin's had just popped up, his cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID on it, he instantly picked up the phone. Hello, Director Nye, what can I do for you? The city decided to donate supplies to our zoo, and that's a good thing. Donate something to an aquarium. You didn't lie to me. It can't be a model. Construction starts next week. That's a good feeling. And there are a couple of critters to be shipped along. At this moment Yang Lin felt for the first time that Director Nye's voice was so melodious and kind. Director Nye, I must treat you to dinner this time. What? It was supposed to be a donation. And you're the one who suggested they give me the aquarium? Well, just you wait until I buy you dinner. And I'll make sure to fix you a couple of hard dishes tomorrow night. When the phone hung up, Yang Lin immediately felt angry. After a few moments of exasperation, he turned his attention to the matter of the aquarium. It would make sense that the zoo is really missing an aquarium. Before it was because there were no animals. Now it's because there's no money. If one is hard to build one, it should be possible to build it right next to the artificial lake in his plan. And the perfect solution would be to build directly underwater, utilizing high-strength glass to create an underwater world. Of course, it will be up to the city to decide whether or not this can be done. Just as Yang Lin began to plan the next construction of the aquarium, there was a loud noise coming from the entrance of the zoo, accompanied by sad cries. Hearing the sounds coming from the entrance, Yang Lin's first thought was that a tourist had been injured or something. It was only when he appeared at the entrance of the park with a hint of curiosity that the next scene was somewhat unexpected. It was only at the entrance of the park that a little girl, probably 8 or 9 years old, was desperately clinging to a dog, while next to her was a young woman who was constantly trying to persuade her. Duo. Let's not make a scene, okay? Beansprout, its leg can't be cured. Letting it continue to live will only bring it more pain. It's best for him if we take him to be euthanized. After the woman's words were finished, a man with glasses on the side soon followed. Yeah, Dodger, I know Beansprout means a lot to you, but its leg is something we really can't cure. Only just after the two had finished their words, the little girl said with a stubborn face, no, it can't be cured anywhere else, but Uncle Gardner will be able to cure it. I've seen so many animals cured by Uncle Gardner, so he must be able to cure Beansprout too. Listening to the words of the 3 people, Yang Lin didn't know how to express his feelings for a moment. It turns out that without realizing it I have become omnipotent in the minds of the children. At the same time he became more curious as to what kind of problem could have caused the little girl's parents to want to take the dog to be euthanized. Just as this doubt of his had just appeared, the little girl had also noticed his arrival. Immediately it went pear-shaped and rushed to Yang Lin with the dog in her arms. Uncle Gardner, please help Beansprout. It's really poor. You're really the only one in the world who can help it. As she spoke, the little girl cried even more. Seeing that he was being trusted so much, Yang Lin quickly turned his gaze to the dog in the little girl's arms. When he saw what the dog looked like in the girl's arms he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The dog in the girl's arms appeared to be a purebred Yorkshire, but unlike a normal Yorkshire, this one only had 1 leg. All but one of the other 3 legs in front of the left have disappeared from above the joint. From the signs of healing wounds, it was clear that the amputation had been going on for a long time. Such a miserable situation made Yang Lin feel more or less bad in his heart. It's no wonder the girl's parents are sending the dog to be euthanized. Such a state is worse than death for Yorkshire, which is already active by nature. But he soon realized a problem as well. That is, He can't really seem to help the girl. If it was really just a simple serious injury, he might still be able to heal it in the form of lighting up his talent. Even the kind with only one breath left is not a problem. But like this dog, with 3 broken legs, it's useless to awaken the talent. Unless he could get another golden talent like amputation rebirth. Unfortunately, this rare talent is not that easy to get. Just as he was about to tell the little girl the truth, the little girl's hopeful gaze instantly struck him straight in the heart. From the innocence of her eyes, Yang Lin could see that at this moment he was her only hope and the great hero of her heart. If I tell her the truth, the shadow of this incident could stay with her for the rest of her life. No, there's more to think about. You don't necessarily have to rely on talent awakening. Just as Yang Lin was thinking hard, an aura suddenly flashed through his mind. And that aura is a domestic case of animal rescue. In the case of a crane that broke its beak in a fight, the zoo used 3D printing technology to install a titanium beak to help it. By the way, other people can use 3D printing technology to press a fake beak on a dandelion. Why can't I use 3D printing technology to print 3 fake legs for this dog? Thinking of this, Yang Lin hurriedly looked at the little girl named Duo Duo in front of him once again. The next second he was heard saying in a solemn tone, "Don't worry, leave it to me, I'll get Bean Sprout back on his feet. I can't guarantee it's the same as before, but it can definitely run and jump." As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, a happy smile spread across the little girl Duo Duo's face. I knew Uncle Gardner could do something. Uncle Gardner is the greatest man in the world. As soon as the words fell, the little girl gently placed the dog in her hand in Yang Lin's hand. "Please, Uncle Gardner, Bean Sprout got like this to save me. I don't want him to go to Planet Woof, so please make sure you heal him." Oh. This scene instantly moved the crowd of tourists present, while the parents of the little girl on the side showed a look of shame. At the same time, the tourists present were curious about what kind of method Yang Lin was going to use to make the dog, which had lost 3 legs, stand up again. Just as the crowd was filled with doubts, Yang Lin was quickly flipping up his address book. It didn't take long to find a phone number with a note to Director Su. "Hey, Director Su, I'm Xiao Yang from Shihongzhou. You seem to have a 3D printer there, right? Can you lend me a little?" "Okay, thanks." As the phone hung up, only 10 minutes had passed before a 3D printer, which looked like it was expensive, was delivered to the West Rainbow Zoo. Originally, when Yang Lin was still worried about what to model, a tourist wearing a plaid shirt with a slightly bald head took the initiative to step forward. Under his manipulation, a 3D leg model with a fine design with a mechanical style soon appeared on top of the computer screen. As the printer kicked in, it wasn't long before 3 perfect mechanical legs were printed. Looking at these 3 mechanical legs, everyone in the room had a feeling of being stunned. 3D printing technology is not something new, but it's really the first time they've seen it used in a place like this. It wasn't until these 3 mechanical legs were fitted to that little Yorkshire that the crowd gradually reacted. But it's clear they are still skeptical about the end result. And just at this time, that Yorkshire that could only lie on its side was then suddenly helped up by Yang Lin. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but collectively fall silent, because they know that the next moment will be to witness a miracle. The next second, under the gaze of countless eyes, this Yorkshire that had lost 3 legs suddenly took 2 slow steps. It was also these 2 short steps that caused the tourists present to instantly erupt into a mountain of cheers. There were even a number of more empathetic tourists who turned red on the spot. And Yang Lin's heart couldn't help but sigh. This is probably the true meaning of technological progress. Just as his heart was overwhelmed with emotion, a system beep suddenly went off. Ding! The host has successfully rescued an animal without relying on the system. The talent point is increased by 1. Hereby encouraged. Although the reward was only 1 talent point, it was this 1 talent point that made Yang Lin's entire body excited. As Yorkshire gradually adapted to its 3 prosthetic limbs, it wasn't long before it was able to walk normally. It was far from its original state, but the moment it was able to stand up, the hope of life was renewed in its tiny face. Seeing this scene, the little girl Duo Duo instantly wept with joy. In front of all the tourists gave Yang Lin a triple bow, causing Yang Lin to be caught off guard. "Thank you, Uncle Gardner. I knew you were capable of anything. You're Bean Sprout's birth parent." Listening to Duo Duo's words, Yang Lin always felt that something wasn't quite right somewhere. Things had basically been satisfactorily resolved at this point, and with the departure of Duo's family, peace was once again restored in the West Rainbow Zoo. But the scene that just happened after uploaded to the network has quickly caused a violent reaction, especially if you have small animals at home. Perhaps inspired by Yang Lin's fitting of mechanical prosthetics to puppies, some dogs that had originally lost their own limbs for various reasons were also fitted with all sorts of strange and bizarre accessories by their owners. Let's say a puppy who lost his right eye due to illness was fitted with a titanium dog eye that emits a red light by its owner. A dog disfigured in a car accident was given an alloy mask, and a pet crocodile that had lost its teeth was fitted with alloy dentures. And still the most outrageous was a rhino whose horns had been cut off by poachers being fitted with titanium horns. Of course all of this had nothing to do with Yang Lin anymore. At this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to hurry up and gather the remaining talent points. Inspired by the little talent point reward from before, he had found the pattern of being able to actively trigger the reward. Realizing this, he hastily opened his phone's map and checked it. It didn't take long for several locations to appear before him. One is the animal shelter in Ningnan City, where all some animals found in the city that are in need of rescue will be brought here. There are lost and abandoned, but since shelters are not-for-profit organizations, the average lost animal is euthanized if it is not claimed after more than 12 days. As cruel as it sounds, there is no way around it. And besides the animal shelter, another location is the Forestry Bureau of Ningnan City, which is also considered the higher authority of Shihong Zoo. Injured animals found in major forest areas or in the wild are usually sent there. After the treatment is completed, they are released back into nature. Let's go to the animal shelter first and see what's going on there. As soon as the words fell, Yang Lin once again drove his minivan and wobbled towards the Ningnan City animal shelter. After driving for a full 30 minutes or so, a ragged compound appeared in front of Yang Lin. Before Yang Lin could even get close, he could already hear the barking of different dogs. Unlike the barking of those domesticated pet dogs, the barking of the dogs here is full of fear and anxiety. Immediately his brow furrowed. Although he had long expected such a situation, the next scene still took him by surprise, only to see no less than hundreds of cats and dogs mingling inside a compound with an extremely dirty environment and all kinds of sewage. Some were kept inside iron cages, while others were tied to stakes with thick hemp ropes. Most of them showed varying degrees of sickness, and some of them had even been dead for an unknown period of time. This is not a shelter. It's a purgatory for these animals. When the darkest side of the city appeared in front of Yang Lin, the intense discomfort on the physical and psychological level instantly gave him a suffocating feeling. Even his hands and feet trembled with him in this moment. He couldn't tell himself why. Was it fear? It was sadness. Or maybe it was pity. He didn't consider himself a saintly mother or father, but personally he probably couldn't even look at the scene in front of him. And it was at this time that a man in his 30s or 40s seemed to have heard the commotion outside and wandered out of a small house in the shelter. After seeing Yang Lin, a trace of doubt immediately appeared on his face. What do you do? Are you here to collect dogs? It just so happens that tomorrow is cleanup day, and they'll have a few more days to live while you're here, and maybe a good meal before they die. Come here. Hearing the man's words, Yang Lin first froze for a moment and then reacted. Apparently the man was thinking of him as a dog dealer. For that reason he didn't explain much, and with a nod he pushed open the door to the shelter. The next second a gust of foul odor that hit his face went straight to his nostrils, and he couldn't help but admire the man in front of him as well. When he got closer he unexpectedly realized that the man seemed to be much younger than he appeared to be, in his mid-20s at best. With a hint of doubt, Yang Lin suddenly asked, "How long have you been doing this?" Hearing Yang Lin's question, the man didn't look up at him and just answered with a wooden face. 5 years, I think, and I've been here since I graduated, but it's coming to an end, and I'm not going to do it after today. Yang Lin couldn't help but look at him in surprise, firstly because he was shocked at his age, and secondly because he was curious as to why he suddenly stopped doing it. And the man, apparently seeing his confusion, gave a sarcastic laugh. I spent all my savings for these little ones these past 5 years, thinking I could save them, but in reality the end result was nothing. So I'm thinking of giving up, and when I send this batch off, I'm going to leave the house tomorrow. Yang Lin completely did not expect the final answer to be like this. The unassuming looking man in front of him had such a heart. One could only imagine what he had been through in the last 5 years. Maybe he was a hotshot 5 years ago, too, and just lost out to reality. Suddenly an idea arose in Yang Lin's mind. Why don't you work with me and I'll pay your salary? When he heard Yang Lin's words, the youth immediately gave him a surprised look before shaking his head. Even if I can't save them, I'm not going to be a dog butcher. Who told you I'm a dog meat dealer? Laughing bitterly at the youth, Yang Lin hurriedly explained. I'm Yang Lin, the director of the West Rainbow Zoo. Don't you usually read the news or surf the net? I've taken all my cell phones to these little guys for food, so how can I get online? The youth replied with a bashful face. But what are you? A zookeeper? Doing running around here? It's not like they're valuable animals. And trying to do my part. Of course. This way, I now have a preliminary idea that I need you to help me along with. If I can accomplish it, these cats and dogs shouldn't have to worry for the rest of their lives. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, the youth who originally had numb eyes instantly brightened up. Ningnan City Animal Shelter. After some inventory, Yang Lin quickly figured out the situation here roughly. The total number of animals was 320. With 200 of various dog breeds, basically including all the common dog breeds on the market. He had thought that only the hyenas would be left behind, but that was not the case. Satsuma, Husky, Alaska, Bull Terrier, Golden Retriever, Labrador, all breeds are available here. Of course, he also believes that not all dogs are abandoned. For example, if they are scattered like Ara and Alaska, the probability is that they are lost on their own. Besides dogs, the second largest group is cats. Civet cats, large oranges, tortoiseshells, silver gradients, blue cats, and even Yang Lin found a long-haired ragdoll and a red and blue different pupiled Linching lion cat among them. After such a period of sheltering experience, no matter how high the face value was once, at this moment they were all like princesses in distress. And outside of dogs and cats, Yellen found some rare pets. Included were a small bantam pig that grew to 200 pounds, a coal duck in a semi-bald state, a snapping turtle and a chinchilla. This one shelter alone has far more animals than his zoo. After easily taking stock of all the animals present, Yang Lin also immediately placed a large order for supplies. There are sanitizing supplies, medications, food, and new cages, and then it was hoofing it to the animals to clean them up. By this time Yang Lin was also finally aware of that youth's name, Ho Lei. The moment he heard the name, Yang Lin realized that this person was related to the West Rainbow Zoo. The follow-up climb confirmed this. To Yang Lin's surprise, the unassuming-looking Ho Lei is a doctoral student in ecological management at one of the country's top universities. She has worked as an intern at several top zoos abroad and has extensive experience with animals. But even so, it took the two of them nearly half a day to clear the shelter of all the animals. And after taking care of all those stains and diseases on their bodies, the animals were in far better shape than before, both in terms of their face and their condition. At the same time, several large trucks then drove up to the entrance of the shelter. With the help of these truckers, soon all the animals in the shelter were loaded onto large trucks. Half an hour later, these big trucks pulling animals arrived at the entrance of the West Rainbow Zoo. Such a huge scene instantly attracted the attention of all the visitors. Where did all these big trucks come from? It can't be that some new animal has arrived. I think I just saw the head gardener. That's a lot of big trucks. That's a lot of animals. Just as the tourists were speculating, Yang Lin took the lead and jumped out of a big truck in the lead. Without waiting for the crowd to get close enough to ask questions, the compartments of those big trucks were opened one by one. In no time at all, a cage containing small animals was lifted out of the wagon. For a moment it was all about dumbing down the tourists. My God, what's with all the cats and dogs? It's really the first time I've seen so many cats and dogs. Where did these come from? The gardener isn't planning to sell them, is he? None of them seem to be in very good shape, though. As time went on, all the rescued animals were then moved out. Facing the doubts in the hearts of the crowd of tourists, Yang Lin once again took out that loudspeaker. I'm sure everyone is wondering where all these animals came from. Then I'll just tell you straight up too. I brought all these animals back from the animal shelter. As he spoke, Yellen recounted what he had seen and heard at the animal shelter, and the crowd had complex faces after listening to him. It was just words, but they could totally imagine what all these animals were going through at the shelter. I brought them back today because I want to find adoptive homes for these animals through the West Rainbow Zoo's channels for the whole community. Give these little guys a home by adopting instead of buying. And I'm here to promise that any family that adopts one of these animals will get 20% off tickets for future visits to the West Rainbow Zoo. As soon as Yang Lin's words fell, the emotions of the crowd of visitors present were immediately mobilized. It just so happens that the family has been planning to get a pet lately, and rather than spend the money, I thought it would be nice to adopt one. Wow, is it really possible to adopt a kitty cat? I've wanted one for a long time. Mommy, can I adopt that big dog? He looks really good. This is a really good format to give people who want to get a pet a chance and to solve the problem of stray animals. Can I adopt that pig? Don't get me wrong, people. I'm really not craving its meat. Even though these animals look ugly now, I think they should turn out nice once they're raised. This is a great idea by the gardener and I support adoption instead of purchase. I'm all for it. With a crowd of visitors signing up, the official adoption session soon began. Originally, Yellen was worried that some of the animals might not be available for adoption for a while, but it turns out he was overthinking it. More than 300 various small animals were all adopted by this group of enthusiastic visitors in less than half an hour. Especially the more colorful animals are a hot commodity. In an effort to compete for the right to adopt, these tourists have even come out with their family history and pet ownership. Seeing that all the little animals had been successfully adopted away, both Yang Lin and Ho Lei couldn't help but show excitement on their faces. They also didn't think that things would go so well. Thinking about the future fate of these animals, Ho Lei immediately turned to Yang Lin with a grateful face. Park Director Yang, I really thank you so much this time. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid these animals would have had no choice but to die. No need to thank me. They probably wouldn't have lasted this long if you hadn't kept holding on. I just played my own part a little. After saying this, Yang Lin seemed to have suddenly remembered something. By the way, how's the consideration of what I told you earlier about letting you come work at our zoo? It was only when he had just finished his sentence that Ho Lei said with a firm face, "No problem. It's an honor to work inside such a zoo. Ha ha ha, good. Then from today onwards you are a member of the West Rainbow Zoo. From now on you will be mainly responsible for the park's development and planning issues, as well as some of the park's venues construction. You also take more trouble." Just as the two of them were talking, the familiar system beep once again sounded in Yang Lin's ears. Ding! The host has successfully rescued a large number of animals without system intervention, hereby rewarding talent points *5 and special skill, primary healing. Although Yang Lin had expected that the system would inevitably show something this time, he hadn't expected so much. Talent points were rewarded with 5 points straight away, which was enough to catch up with a large emergency mission. What's more is that this time it actually rewarded a new skill. Thinking of this, he hastily turned his attention to the system panel. In just a moment, the introduction related to the new skill appeared in front of him. Primary healing, when used, heals damage done to an animal to a small degree and soothes the animal's unease. Animal only. After reading the skill introduction, Yang Lin could not help but be speechless for a while. The system deliberately added such a sentence. Was it reminding him not to experiment with himself? But I have to say that this skill is still very useful. In the past, if he wanted to heal those animals he could only do so by awakening his talent. But now with such an additional skill, he could do so through his skill. But he also knew that the small, high probability that the system was talking about would only be able to treat the trauma that the animals had suffered. Once the injury is more serious, this skill shouldn't be useful. With the 5 talent points I just had, I now have a total of 22 talent points. Just 9 more talent points will be enough to upgrade the system to level 2. The next step is to take your chances at the major forest service sites. Just as Yang Lin was thinking about where to get these last 9 talent points from, Ma Chaochuan ran over with an excited face. Lao Yang, the advertisement is finished in post. Do you want to take a look at it? Hearing Ma Chaochuan's words, Yang Lin realized that 3 days had already passed since the last advertisement shooting without him realizing it. When he thought about what he had filmed last time, his heart was suddenly interested. Watch it. Of course I'll watch it. I'd like to see what you can cut out of the movie. After saying this, Yang Lin was led by Ma Chaochuan to the office computer. As Ma Chaochuan inserted a USB flash drive inside the computer, an opening animation appeared in front of him. In the middle of a circular image, the shit deliverer pokes his head out violently, and then he throws out a pile of poop. The next second a poop-shaped icon was positioned in the center of the screen, and the word Shihong Zhu appeared below the icon. Looking at Yang Lin was frowning straight away, while Ma Chaochuan on the side had a smug look on his face. This will be our opening animation from now on. This is the result of me asking a large number of netizens and fans. Originally I was going to use Lion King or King Kong, but the internet says this is better. After hearing Ma Chaochuan's explanation, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed a bitter smile. He said how the opening animation was such a pisser, and dared the netizens to cast it. After the outro animation, it was soon time to move on to the main event. Footage that once appeared on the set is recreated amongst these images. It's just that compared to the initial dailies, not only is the picture a lot more polished, but there are also a lot more special effects. With these special effects coupled with a blood-curdling soundtrack, all of a sudden the whole movie pulls up a lot of quality. Although there's still no way to compare it to those foreign blockbusters in terms of overall quality, all the shortcomings are made up for when King Kong's massive body appears in the shot. Even Yang Lin, who had witnessed the entire filming process, had an unexpected shock. If he were to rate the movie as a whole, he could only score 6 for the plot, 5 for the special effects and no more, 6 for the production, but 10 for the visual impact. It was only when he saw the long progress bar that he was once again lost in thought. I thought we said 30 minutes. Why did you just fuck me for an hour? Hey, I couldn't help it. I originally wanted to scale it down a bit too, but I felt like all the shots were perfect. And then after some artistic work on my part, it became what it is now. But don't worry, I've communicated with the brand, and they added an additional $20 million directly after watching the finished movie, and incidentally sponsored 3 of our zoo's vehicles. As soon as Ma Chaochuan finished speaking, Yang Lin's face immediately flipped 180 degrees. Brother, you're my own brother. From now on you can shoot as long as you want, and if I ask one more question, you'll break my mouth. Hearing Yang Lin's words, Ma Chaochuan immediately grinned. Not long after the two watched the finished movie, the car commercial, which took several days to shoot, appeared one after another on all major video platforms. Viewers were already anticipating this commercial from the hands of West Rainbow Zoo, so much so that the commercial immediately attracted the attention of countless netizens just after its release. And what first shocked viewers was the ad's hour-long duration. Holy shit! Is this progress bar real or fake? Is this commercial really an hour long? Or is there a TV show sandwiched in between the commercials? A 60-minute commercial? No kidding. Evolving straight from 15 minutes to an hour. That's almost as good as a movie. So it's a wasted movie this time, is it? The head gardener is really spoiling the fans. Last time he said 15 minutes wasn't enough to watch. This time he just went straight to the whole hour. How about 2 hours next time? Just when the crowd thought the length would be exaggerated enough. The content of the next advertisement was hitting his eyeballs again and again. Like Yellen's comments, the plot is generically nothing new. But the moment King Kong makes his appearance, all of that is thrown out the window for them. Especially when King Kong crushed a pretty country tank with 1 foot and flew a pretty country airplane with 1 punch. That realism is unmatched by any special effect. But when you think of the actors involved in this one, the audience is relieved. That's a living, breathing steps great ape, a true prehistoric creature. They were already in shock when they watched it inside the zoo. And now that it's been brought to the big screen, with special effects and special features, it's not just 1+1+1. The commercial has not even been officially released for an hour. And all the major popular video sites have already been overrun by viewers. And it's not just the regular moviegoers, but even the professional critics and filmmakers who are down at this point. It didn't take long for a wide variety of professional movie reviews to be written in the first place. Even though they know it's just a commercial. If they let the heat go at this point, it's like eating shit to catch the heat. Soon a hot post followed. A new addition to the West Rainbow Zoo's advertising universe, the prehistoric beast King Kong. King Kong opening the door to the Dragon Kingdom behemoth movie. Yang Lin probably didn't even think to himself that just one commercial could be lifted to that kind of height by people in the movie circle. The point isn't that only 1 or 2 people were there to hold it up. It was a circle of people who were there. Those who didn't know thought he had deliberately hired a water army. But is he that kind of guy? Is he willing to shell out that kind of money? The biggest beneficiaries of the commercial's popularity are the brands that sponsored it. Almost on the same day, the stock price of the domestically produced car brand skyrocketed, and sales of the cars went up and up. They even specifically renamed the model that was repeatedly rubbed as a toy by King Kong in the middle of the commercial footage. As for the second major beneficiary is naturally the West Rainbow Zoo. As the protagonist of the King Kong short film, the already popular King Kong instantly became the most popular animal in the West Rainbow Zoo. Every day, countless tourists run to the entrance of the orangutan park to clock in. And this led to the original somewhat socially terrified King Kong becoming more and more bold as these tourists continued to drive them. And there has been a trend towards social cows. This Yang Lin is also deeply gratified. King Kong's psychology has always been a big problem. Now can slowly return to the right is also considered a happy thing. Just hope it's not too much of a social bull. Just as Yang Lin was looking at the King Kong that was competing with tourists for a photo not far away with a bitter smile on his face, Chen Kursen ran over with an excited face. Someone from the Forest Service just called me back. They do have quite a few animals sheltered over there lately. And they asked if you were going over there now. Hearing Chen Kursen's words, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed a trace of surprise. He had originally just asked Chen Kursen to casually call over and ask, but he hadn't expected it to be true. Go and look around. It just so happens that the new car from the garden has arrived, and Table Pot will take you for a ride. With that said, Yang Lin pulled out a brand new car key from his pocket. That 8-handed minivan is finally ready for retirement. Okay. While talking, Yang Lin brought Chen Kursen to the parking lot of the zoo, and as soon as they entered the parking lot, a large black pickup truck appeared in front of them. And this pickup truck is one of the vehicles sponsored by the brand side of the car. Originally, they were sponsored by subs, which were eventually hardened by Yang Lin and replaced with the current pickup trucks. And after King Kong came online, the pickup got a brand new name, Black Diamond. It's also considered the first co-branded product with West Rainbow Zoo. From the front face of the car alone, it really does look like King Kong. As soon as he got into the car, Yang Lin couldn't wait to start it up. What was supposed to be a nearly hour-long drive ran in half an hour after switching to this new car. Just as the car stopped, a lean-to yard with a Qinghatown Forestry Station sign appeared in front of Yang Lin. This forestry station is one of the many forestry stations under the Forestry Bureau of Ningnan City, whose main job is to protect forestry resources. And of course, rescuing protected animals is also their main duty. Yang Lin had just walked into the yard when a middle-aged man in forestry station overalls took the initiative to greet him. Park Director Yang came so quickly. Just received a notice from above and you guys came. Please come in. Station Chief Wang is polite. After a while of pleasantries, the head of the forestry station, Station Chief Wang, took the initiative to bring Yang Lin inside a room of the forestry station. And the few cages inside immediately caught Yang Lin's attention. Inside one of the cages on the left should be an adult pangolin if he wasn't mistaken. This creature was originally supposed to be one of the safest species to evolve among nature. It doesn't like to move around. It hides inside its hole during the day and occasionally comes out at night to hunt for food. And its body is also covered with hard scaly armor. Plus its superb digging ability. It theoretically has very few natural enemies inside the natural world. But I don't know which son of a bitch started the rumor that it had medicinal value. And it was directly eaten from its ubiquitous state a few hundred years ago to an endangered species. And in fact its medicinal value is limited to the scales, a drop of blood circulation and pain relief effect. The effect is not as effective as a few dollars of anti-inflammatory drugs. Just as Yang Lin was observing the pangolin in front of him, Station Chief Wang also hurriedly explained. This pangolin was seized from a farmer's house and almost stewed. And now it's not fully healed. So I'm relieved to hand it over to a professional like Director Yang. After introducing the pangolin, he quickly introduced another animal off to the side. This one is a fruit civet. I picked it up in the mountains. I think it was bitten by some other predator. And now it's barely holding its injuries. Hearing about the fruit beaver, Yang Lin couldn't help but look a few more times at the yin-yang-faced little guy in front of him. This guy is the king of backstabbing. Back in the day it was straight up everyone's level. And it's only now that he's clarified. After looking at the fruit beaver, Yang Lin's gaze quickly shifted to the other animal next to it. He almost laughed at the moment he saw the animal. Only to see an unusually obese monkey is squatting in the cage with an innocent face. If not for its looks, Yang Lin is really hard to believe that monkeys as such creatures can grow so fat. Chen Kurson, who was on the side, was obviously the same. Ha ha ha, how did this monkey get so fat? Is it really wild? Not from inside any zoo. Don't laugh. People aren't fat. They're just hairy. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a bear monkey. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, Station Chief Wang, who was on the side, gave him a thumbs up, not to be outdone by a zoo owner. This one is indeed a bear monkey, and one that I found while on my rounds. At the time it was found it was caught in a trap, and its forepaw had gnawed itself off. Hearing this from Station Chief Wang, Yang Lin then noticed that the honest bear monkey in the cage really did have a front paw without a palm. Immediately, the atmosphere of the scene became silent, and Chen Kurson, who had just been laughing at this monkey, even hated being able to slap herself on the spot. With its broken forepaw, it's not good enough to be released back into nature even after the injury is healed, so it would be best if it could stay inside your zoo. Indeed. Yang Lin nodded lightly. After the introduction of this bear monkey, Yang Lin's gaze was also quickly focused on the last two cages. The creature inside one of the cages was fairly familiar to him. Was this injured weasel also picked up in the wild? No. He was caught stealing chickens by a farmer and had his leg broken. Then he was brought to me. Ah, this. Looking at the yellow Daxian in the cage with a witty face, Yang Lin was more or less speechless. In this way there was only one last animal left, and at the sight of this animal Yang Lin's face showed a hint of hesitation. He, who could usually name it at a glance, was surprisingly a little less sure of the identity of the animal in front of him at the moment. What is this? A groundhog? The first to voice a question was Chen Kurson, who was crouching in front of the cage. Quick don't all those groundhogs on the internet As she spoke she also took a leaf from the side and stabbed the unknown creature in front of her that had two large slate teeth and stood there with a dumbfounded look on its face. And it was at this time that Yang Lin, who had been contemplating for a moment, finally spoke. This one shouldn't be a groundhog. It just looks like one. Its real identity should be an otter. Otter? Hearing this unfamiliar name, Chen Kurson obviously didn't react for a moment. You've never heard of otters. You always know about water monkeys. Let me tell you this. 90% of those water monkeys rumored on the internet are this stuff. This is something Mr. Rio should be quite familiar with. So many people used to swim inside the water always have strange wounds on their bodies basically because it scratched them. After listening to Yang Lin's explanation, not only did Chen Kurson understand it, even the station manager Wang, who was on the side, also had a face of sudden realization. I thought it was someone's farmed bamboo rats that got out, but it turned out to be otters. I did catch this one in the water though. When it was laying on its back in the water I thought it had drowned. At this point, all three people in the room laughed. So far a few of the critters here have been largely clarified. In a short time, with the help of Station Chief Wang, Yang Lin loaded these critters onto his pickup truck. After greeting them, he directly brought these little animals back to the West Rainbow Zoo. When the pickup truck appeared at the entrance of the zoo, it also once again attracted the visitors to the sound of a burst of flirtation. Yo, Park Director Yang went in personally. What animals have been tricked into coming in this time? Can you tell us where you picked it up? And next time we'll pick it up too. For the tourists flirting, Yang Lin was not the least bit concerned. Now the whole country knows he goes around picking up animals. He's proud. It wasn't long before these wounded critters were brought into the infirmary with him. and he was pretending to medicate these animals while secretly using primary healing. As he had guessed before, the effect of primary healing really wasn't very strong, but luckily the animals weren't too badly injured, and it didn't take long to treat them one by one. The pangolin was wrapped in a thick layer of bandages after he applied a layer of burn cream. The bear monkey's words were followed by an initial disinfection and bandaging of the festering wound. As for Huan Daxian, who had his 2 front legs broken, he was carefully plastered and splinted by Yang Lin. Incidentally, it also had its 4 legs hanging around its neck. When it came to the last otter's turn, Yang Lin just checked it to make sure of one thing, and that was that this otter was caught purely by mistake. There was not even a single wound to be found. No, I think you're getting a little heatstroke, so I'll prescribe you a vitamin. With that, Yang Lin dropped a vitamin tablet into the otter's mouth. Perhaps because of the sweetness of the vitamin tablets, the little otter swallowed them after a couple of chews. And just after Yang Lin had finished rescuing these 4 little animals one after another, the 4 talent points rewarded by the system also arrived as expected. Seeing that there were only the last 5 points left to round up what he needed to upgrade, Yang Lin was already thinking about where to go next, but after glancing at the sky outside, he finally decided to continue tomorrow. But just as he was about to close the park and leave work, an unfamiliar phone call suddenly came in. With a hint of doubt, Yang Lin quickly picked up the phone. As soon as the call was connected, a familiar voice came from the other side. Park Master Yang? I'm Wang, the head of Qinghe Town's forestry station. Ah, I just met during the day. Here's the thing. Just now we had a resident here call and tell me that another one of their sheep was missing. This is the 3rd sheep they've lost this week. I didn't take it seriously before thinking it was a lost sheep, but I just went to survey the area and found traces of a large predator at the scene. But again, I was a little unsure, so I called to make an escalation. But the technician at the station was off duty, and I know you're an expert on the subject. Without waiting for Station Chief Wang to finish his sentence, Yang Lin immediately responded, "Okay, wait for me. I'll be right over." Now his mind was full of those last 5 talent points. Such a situation, in his opinion, that was the precursor of the quest triggering. Station Master Wan was the NPC who issued him the quest. Almost with only a little preparation, Yang Lin set off with his pickup truck dragging dog egg and dog leftover as well as the 2 golden eagles. It was already completely dark when he once again arrived at Qinghe Town, which was located in the fringe area of Ningnan City. Not far away, the Longhu Mountain is lying there like a fierce tiger, and if not for the starry lights at the bottom of the mountain, it would still be more or less scary. Or it was because he heard the sound of the car. The head of the station, Wang, who was guarding the forestry station, came out from inside the courtyard at the first opportunity. Immediately after seeing Yang Lin, he greeted him as if he had seen a relative. "Really, thank you so much, Park Director Yang, for taking the trouble to make a trip at this late hour." Station Chief Wang is polite. "It's just a matter of making a trip. By the way, did you call the police about this?" "No, the township police station wouldn't be out in the middle of the night for something like this. I'm also worried about that beast running into town in the middle of the night. That's why I'm in such a hurry." Hearing Station Chief Wang's explanation, Yang Lin nodded thoughtfully before surveying the topography of the town. As a town that relied on mountains, apart from the direction he came from, the entire Qinghe Town was tightly wrapped by Longhu Mountain on the other 3 sides. Unlike that Taoist shrine, Longhu Mountain in Guishi is notorious for being a protected area for flora and fauna. The amount of wildlife living in it was just a little less than the Damian Mountains they had once visited before. After surveying the surroundings, Yang Lin then spoke. "Station Chief Wang, why don't you take me to the place of the incident first?" "Okay, Park Director Yang, this way." While talking, it didn't take long for Station Chief Wang to bring Yang Lin to a farmhouse compound. At the moment, the doors of the rooms in the middle of the compound were tightly closed, leaving only the courtyard door still open. As soon as Yang Lin walked inside the courtyard, he noticed the line of footprints on the ground with scattered wool, on top of which there was also a large amount of blood scattered. Just as he was about to examine it carefully, a low whimpering sound suddenly escaped from the mouth of the dog egg on the side. "Boss, there's a very familiar smell. It stinks. It stinks. I smell it too. A nasty odor." After Doggy Egg's statement, Doggy Leftover added a comment as well. Hearing the words of the 2 dogs, Yang Lin, who had originally planned to squat down to inspect them, immediately showed a trace of realization on his face. It seems there is no need for that. There are only a few odors in the whole of nature that can make both Doggy and Doggy hate each other at the same time. Excluding those few unlikely to be here, there is only one possibility left. "Station Chief Wang, are there wolves in this Longhu Mountain?" Inexplicably, Yang Lin asked such a question. And hearing this question from him, Station Chief Wang first froze for a moment, and then said with some uncertainty, "When I was a kid, I heard old people say there was one, but I've never seen one either, so I'm not really sure." "What? Did the wolves leave these tracks? If I'm not mistaken, it should be, Yang Lin said in an affirmative tone. As soon as Yang Lin's words fell, Station Chief Wang's face changed. If it had been any other beast, maybe it wouldn't have been a big problem this night, but if it had been a wolf, it would have been a serious problem. Other beasts might only come out one or two at a time, but wolves are creatures that don't come out one or two at a time, but at least 3 or 4 in a family unit. Since a wolf had appeared here, there was more than one inside the entire Longhu Mountain. It might be a big wolf pack. No, this is something I need to report immediately. However, as soon as Station Chief Wang finished speaking, Yang Lin immediately interjected. This matter may not get reported to the authorities. One Station Chief, you think about it. Disappeared for so long, wolves suddenly returned to Longhu Mountain. This shows what? Shows that so many years to Longhu Mountain nature protection produced results. It's a good thing for the Forestry Bureau and for Ningnan as a whole. You can't expect the top to send someone to raid all these wolves. When Yang Lin said this, Station Chief Wang obviously realized this immediately as well. Indeed, as Yang Lin said, even if he had reported it, there would have been no result. Wolves are protected animals nowadays, especially timber wolves. Then what can we do? We can't just let this pack of wolves go up and down the mountain. So the people inside the town will be in danger. The words were full of helplessness between Wang's station manager, and it was at this time that Yang Lin was the one who took the initiative to speak. Tell you what, I'll leave this matter in my hands. You'll handle it, Park Director Yang? When he heard these words, Station Manager Wang was more or less puzzled. That's right. I'm trying to figure out what to do about the wolves. I'm a pro at that sort of thing. After Yang Lin said this, Station Chief Wang then remembered Yang Lin's once honorable deeds. The subjugation of jaguars, Bengal tigers, and African lions were all in the news at first. It's also true that you, Park Director Yang, can even subdue tigers and lions, so forest wolves are even less of a problem for you. So, just leave this matter to me. Station Chief Wang, you just go and rest first. I'll go and survey the situation. As he spoke, Yang Lin dismissed Station Chief Wang. When Station Chief Wang left, Yang Lin immediately said to the dog, Doggy, go find this wolf for me. Yes, boss. As soon as the words fell, the dog left along with the dog egg. Two dogs were like a wild horse that had taken off the reins and quickly darted out. Instead, they were aimed straight at the not too distant Longhu Mountain. Apparently the forest wolf that had just visited this yard was now hiding in the mountains. Yang Lin also hurriedly followed when he saw this. In no time at all, one person and 2 dogs plunged headlong into the deep forests of Longhu Mountain. It was thanks to Yang Lin's boldness. If it was anyone else who faced such a scene, they would not dare to easily enter the forest. After traveling inside the forest for who knows how long, a slightly flat depression appeared in front of Yang Lin. Unlike the previous mountain forest where you couldn't see anything, there was moonlight shining above here, and although the visibility was still not high, you could at least make out a general idea. And it was at this time that Doggy's voice sounded again. Boss, I can feel it. That guy should be nearby. Just after the words were said, Dog Egg and Dog Remnant simultaneously assumed an offensive stance, while the hairs on their bodies exploded, and their mouths were continuously emitting bursts of low roars. Seeing the two of them like this, Yang Lin immediately understood what was happening, and just as he suspected, the next second several black shadows came out of the forest. Through the weak moonlight, it was a few small wolves, and in the eyes of these wolves, a greenish light seeped out from time to time, making them look particularly terrifying. Yang Lin realized that there were 7 wolves that appeared this time. It was also a slight relief for him. After all, if there were more, that could be a bit less than stellar. Judging by their size, they should be a subspecies of gray wolves, and being so skinny looking, they should have been driven out from among the rest of the pack. This had actually been anticipated before Yang Lin went up the mountain. In his opinion, as long as the ones he encountered weren't the big guys like the North American big gray wolves and Yukon wolves that could easily weigh hundreds of pounds, it wasn't a big problem. And just as Yang Lin's side was looking up and down at those 7 forest gray wolves, those 7 forest gray wolves that were a few points smaller than the average domesticated large dog were also looking at Yang Lin. To be exact, he was sizing up Dog Egg and Dog Leftover in front of Yang Lin, especially Dog Leftover. As a dog leftover that had returned to the bloodline of the Siberian Plains wolves, it carried with it an aura of a superior wolf race, and coupled with its massive size, it instantly gave the group's petite forest gray wolves an inexplicable sense of fear. But that fear vanished immediately when a slightly larger head wolf stepped forward. Ow! Only hearing this head wolf let out a long whistle. The remaining 6 gray wolves immediately stirred. All they needed to do now was to wait for a single command from the head wolf and they would immediately launch an attack towards Dog Egg and Dog Remnant. And it was at this time that a system beep sounded in Yang Lin's head. Ding! Temporary mission released, requesting the host to help the townspeople of Qinghe Town to solve the problem of wolf infestation. Reward for mission completion, talent points asterisk 3. Just before Yang Lin was happy, the next beep immediately came again. Ding, temporary mission released. Please ask the host to help the wolves in front of you find a suitable habitat. Reward for mission completion, talent points asterisk 2. After 2 consecutive beeps, Yang Lin's entire body was in a state of confusion. Happiness couldn't have come at a better time. I was worried about where to get these last 5 talent points the previous hour, but I didn't expect them to be delivered to my door so soon, and it's a one-time set. For Yang Lin, this mission appeared to be 2 missions, but it was actually 1 mission. As long as the wolf problem is solved, is the habitat problem still a problem? The last 2 talent points are purely and simply for nothing. At this moment in Yang Lin's mind, the pack of wolves in front of him was no longer a pack of wolves, but a moving talent point. As for how to take them down, Yang Lin then turned his gaze to the 2 brothers, Dogu and Dogdan, who were on the sidelines. Compared to those forest grey wolves who couldn't keep up with their nutrition on weekdays and still needed to go down the mountain to steal sheep, the 2 of them could be called fat and strong. Plus, both of them were dual talent awakenings, so Yang Lin wasn't worried at all. However, in order to avoid the gutter, Yang Lin still instructed the dog left. Doggy, catch the thief first later. Don't worry about the other wolves. First give me that head wolf to beat me down. However, before Yang Lin could finish his sentence, the dog leftovers and dog eggs with an excited face were already charging out towards those 7 forest grey wolves. Staying inside the zoo every day for this period of time had long since suffocated the 2 of them. Now that they had a chance to spill their guts, how could they possibly let it go? The wolves on the other side were naturally not to be outdone, and the 7 grey wolves, led by the head wolf, one by one surrounded Dog Egg and Dog Remnant as fast as they could, trying to take on Doggy and Doggy in the same way they had rounded up before. However, the Dog Remnant, who had awakened his super physical strength and returned ancestral talent, was not something that their pack of hyenas could surround. With just 1 charge, 2 grey wolves were directly knocked out. The difference in size and weight is evident in this moment, and this was just the beginning. The playful dog left after rushing to the front of the head wolf, a pounce towards the head wolf. After this period of food cultivation, drying 6 meals a day, 3 dog food, 3 beef, and 1 night snack, its weight had long exceeded 100 pounds, almost catching up with Yang Lin's weight. On a normal day, Yang Lin didn't dare to let it pounce, let alone this aged head wolf. Immediately this head wolf sensed the danger and dodged to the side, but he apparently didn't realize that the dog leftover was a wolf in dog's clothing. As it dodged, the dog leapt to the side with it. This time the head wolf didn't dodge, and was straight under the dog's leftovers. And at this moment the ferociousness of the head wolf was completely aroused, and directly opened its own mouth to tear madly, but it was all destined to be in vain. No matter how much it grimaced and struggled, the dog's huge body just pressed against it and didn't move. At a mere 40 or 50 pounds there was no way for it to make the 100+ pound dog leftover move the slightest bit. Other grey wolves tried to come to the rescue in the process, but they were all slapped away by Dog Egg and Dog Leftover. Just when they were still preparing to gather their last strength for a round of counterattack, the dog left suddenly opened his big mouth and let out a long whistle to the sky. Ow! Normally silly and foolish, it was like a real wolf king at the moment. I don't know how many birds of prey and how many beasts of prey were awakened in a moment, not to mention those 7 forest grey wolves. Such an imposing roar was something that even the king of their pack had never had in the first place. Without realizing it, their gaze towards the dog leftovers changed. It was a kind of respect for the strong, and the head wolf that was stepped on by the dog leftovers couldn't help but show a hint of despondency in its eyes. At this moment it knew it had lost, to a wolf suspected to be from the north. With the head wolf's admission of defeat, the entire wolf pack was as if they had suffered a defeat. But soon they changed their faces and came to the dog's leftovers. It didn't take long for them to simultaneously lower their heads towards the dog leftovers. Memories from their ancestors tell them that only by following the strongest can they reap the bounty of food. Only a stronger alpha wolf can bring prosperity to the race, and the dog is clearly more suited to be the alpha wolf than the previous one. Seeing that all of the grey wolves had shown their submission to him, the dog was finally willing to step away from the previous head wolf. This alpha wolf then also took the initiative to show its submission in front of the dog left in the next second. The entire process from the start of the fight to the submission of the wolves was just less than 10 minutes. The process went so smoothly that Yang Lin felt a little incredulous. The dog left, just that voice is also really handsome to him, more or less with a trace of the Wolf King's temperament. However, just at this time, the dog leftovers who had subdued the wolves ran to Yang Lin with a big tongue sticking out. Boss, did I just look handsome? Handsome. Tell me quickly if I'm handsome, and if I am, should I go back and get extra food? I'd like that canned food from yesterday, the kind with the crispy bones in it. It's really not that kind with pumpkin in it is also delicious. One mouth. Instantly the Wolf King aura that had just been there disappeared without a trace. This had to remind Yang Lin of a rumor about Era. Could it really be that Ningnan's temperature is too high, so it's affecting its IQ? Why don't we bring it over to the Arctic on our next expedition to see it? While thinking about this, Yang Lin reached out and stroked the dog's big head. Well, extra food, canned food today. But you can't eat meat all the time. It's easy to get fat if you eat too much at night. So just eat a little bit of canned vegetables lightly today. You don't want to turn into a gas can with 4 toothpicks stuck underneath it. As soon as Yang Lin's words fell, a hint of disappointment appeared on the dog's face. Canned vegetables again. Why do I feel like I'm eating several canned vegetables a day? No, just a can of vegetables for you guys every day. But I ate 2 yesterday. The dog left with an aggravated look on his face. 2, without being able to help it. Yang Lin turned his gaze to Dog Egg, who was on the side. Tell me honestly, did you take your canned vegetables and swap them for the dog's canned meat? As soon as the words left his mouth, a heartfelt expression appeared on Doggy's face. And just as one person and 2 dogs were here to solve the case, the 7 forest gray wolves next to them were already looking dumbfounded. What canned food? What extra food? What canned vegetables and canned meat? They had never heard of. At the moment they all had only one thought in their minds. Maybe following this new alpha wolf will actually lead to more bountiful food. Okay Doggy, don't be mad. I've helped you educate Doggy Egg, and I'll give you all his canned meat today. Also you'll help me bring back the ones over there and add a can of meat when you get back. As soon as Yang Lin finished his words, the dog who originally had an exasperated look on his face immediately smiled with joy. The tail in the back swung right into a propeller. The next second it rushed in front of those 7 forest gray wolves. When it arrived in front of these several gray wolves it also immediately reverted back to its previous appearance of a cold wolf king once again. You guys come with me? From now on we'll eat meat 3 times a day. In a flash the eyes of those 7 gray wolves lit up. At the same time the system beep in Yang Lin's mind sounded again. Ding! The host has successfully resolved the wolf infestation. Mission accomplished. Rewarded with talent points *3. Hearing the beep in his head, Yang Lin felt as if he had heard immortal music. Glancing at the dog left beside him, he tapped him directly on the head. Take them down the hill and let's go home. As they spoke, the 2 brothers, Dog Egg and Dog Remnant, bumbled ahead to open the way. And the 7 gray wolves were right behind them. It seemed to them that the dog left was preparing to take them down the mountain to forage for food. The reality, of course, is not even close. After spending only 20 minutes or so, the figures of Yang Lin and those 2 dogs and 7 wolves appeared inside Qinghe town. Perhaps because the commotion was simply too great. Soon those townspeople who were originally hiding tightly inside their houses discovered the scene. When they watched Dog Egg and Dog Remnant leading a pack of wolves strutting inside the town, the people were numb on the spot. Although they had guessed before that the wolves that frequently descended the mountain to steal the sheep were the wolves on the mountain, they still couldn't help but be afraid when they really saw the wolves. Not to mention not 1 or 2, but a whole 7. I'll go. It's really a wolf. The first time I've seen a real wolf in all my years of living. Why does it feel no different than a dog? That's a big difference. A dog can be much more tame than a wolf. Thanks to the fact that we didn't go into the mountains in the past 2 days. If we went into the mountains and encountered these wolves, we would have to stay in the mountains. Say, why are they suddenly coming down the hill? And are those 2 in front of them wolves too? No, it looks quite familiar. Right, I remember. Isn't this the wolf team inside the West Rainbow Zoo? Yes, I recognize it. I even took my granddaughter to see it last week. She loves the woofers. If these 2 dogs are the woofers, then wouldn't the one in front be the young gardener? It seems like it's really his. As the townspeople recognized Yang Lin one after another, that fear of the wolves began to slowly dissipate. Even though they weren't sure why the wolves had followed Yang Lin down from the mountain, they vaguely realized that Yang Lin had perhaps come to help them solve their problems. It wasn't long before 2 townspeople came out from inside the house, and seeing people coming out, Yang Lin greeted these people very warmly. The group of gray wolves behind him couldn't help but show their teeth. Only just as they put on a menacing look, the dog left immediately rushed over and gave them a big mouthful. On the spot these gray wolves were honest. Seeing this scene, more and more townspeople also came out of their houses one after another. Yang Lin also shouted out immediately when he saw this. Don't worry everyone, the wolves on the mountain have all been brought down by me. I'll find a suitable place for them to settle down later, and they will never come back to steal your livestock again. As soon as the words fell, a burst of applause immediately rang out from inside the town. At the same time the station manager Wang, who had arrived on the news, also came to Yang Lin's face. His entire body was stunned after he saw the wolf pack that was following closely behind Yang Lin. Park Director Yang, you really went up the mountain and caught that pack of wolves down. It's a wolf. TSK, 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 exactly like the wolves I saw when I was young. While sighing, Station Master Wang carefully surveyed it. After surveying the situation, he asked with a hint of doubt, Director Yang, so what are you going to do with them now? Are you sending them to another reserve? Hearing this question from Station Chief Wang, Yang Lin hastily put on a look of serious thought. I was thinking about that, but it's not quite right to send it to another reserve. After all, these wolves are just too aggressive and have a large hunting range. It's going to be a problem if it's straying from the reserve into a residential area. So I thought about it, or I'll take a loss and bring them all to the West Rainbow Zoo. This will be able to give them enough protection, and coming from it is also a way to further prevent them from hurting people. And wherever you put them to protect them is protection anyway. When he heard Yang Lin answer in such a way, a look of admiration immediately appeared on Station Chief Wang's face. Indeed, Director Yang has a point. There aren't many places suitable for them to live now. If you don't want them to be harmed by humans without harming them, sending them inside the zoo is the most suitable. But the cost of raising them is not low, and Shihong Zoo does not have the financial support of the state. It is all up to you, Director Yang. Hey, Station Master Wang said this. Anyway, if I have a bite to eat in the future, I won't starve them. Well, I'm ready to take them back now, so go back and rest first. Station Chief Wang. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Yang Lin once again led the wolves towards his pickup truck. In no time, the 7 gray wolves climbed inside the wagon under the management of Dog Egg and Dog Leftover. By the time Doggy and Doggy climbed into the car, the entire carriage was stuffed right to the brim. Those 7 gray wolves were squeezed at the very back and didn't even dare to move. But having become slightly more intelligent, they are also coming to realize that their pack may be in for a better life. As the pickup truck started, Yang Lin set out on the road home once again with the Dog Eggs and Dog Leftovers. When they returned to the West Rainbow Zoo, the time had come to 10 o'clock in the evening. Most of the animals are asleep at this point, but there are a few that like to stay up late that are still awake at this point. So after Yang Lin returned, those animals in the park immediately greeted Yang Lin with their own voices. The cries of all kinds of animals mixed together immediately made the 7 gray wolves somewhat skeptical of life. Tigers roared, apes cried, lions roared, bears roared, and all kinds of fierce beasts' cries rose and fell. Several gray wolves that had just come out from inside the forest also immediately became excited after a moment of panic. Is this the world of the strong? No wonder the Wolf King was able to become so strong. It must be tough to get food when you live with such a group of top creatures. You probably need to go through countless battles to do so. But it's okay, only fighting can make us stronger. Just as a few forest grey wolves were plotting how to restore the glory of the wolf clan in this new territory where the strongest of the strong were living, the pickup truck drove up to the entrance of the wolf park. Well, doggy, take a couple of them inside, and we'll put dinner on for you later. And today's evening snack is fresh beef with canned meat. As he spoke, Yang Lin opened the gate of the wolf garden, while Dog Egg and Dog Leftover brought the 7 forest wolves in along with them. Just as soon as he went in, those 7 gray wolves couldn't wait to ask Dog Yu, Chief, when do we go hunting? Hunting? What's hunting? Why do we hunt? Just in the gap between the Dog Leftovers and the wolves' exchange, Yang Lin had already brought a large amount of food. In front of the 7 forest wolves, they casually placed these tantalizingly scented foods on the ground. The 7 forest wolves were looked at with a blank stare. On this night they learn a new vocabulary, packaged food. Looking at the 7 forest wolves in the wolf garden that had begun to gradually integrate into the life of the zoo, Yang Lin's face gradually revealed a hint of satisfaction. Very well, from today onwards, this is the rightful wolf garden, and let's see who will say that I use dogs to pass off as wolves in the future. And just after this burst of mumbling from him, the system's beep sounded once again. Ding! The host has successfully found a habitat for the wolves. The mission has been completed. Rewarding talent points *2. Hearing this beep, although Yang Lin had long been prepared, he still couldn't help but get excited inside. With these last 2 points, he finally had enough talent points. Simply spend all of those talent points and the system will be immediately upgraded to level 2. But before that, he needs to find 31 more animals before he can do that. In the past, he might not have been able to get it together, but for today's West Rainbow Zoo, it's still no problem. Thinking of this, Yang Lin also immediately started looking around the park, and in no time at all, he had already selected a few targets, and the primary target was the 4 baby clouded leopards. For these 4 cubs, Yang Lin lit up their physical talents without discrimination. As you can imagine, when these 4 little ones reach adulthood they will be far larger than their mother. After the baby clouded leopard, Yang Lin incidentally illuminated the singing talent of another porpoise that didn't have an awakened talent. This talentless porpoise has been teased by tourists over the past 2 days. What the animal world's Mr. Zini, the jerk, the soy sauce brother, are not called, right, and those 4 sick guys, take this opportunity to awaken them all. As he spoke, Yellen remembered the animals that had just entered the park. It wasn't long before he arrived at the animal observation area. And the 4 little ones with more or less health problems are staying here to recuperate at the moment. Perhaps recognizing Yang Lin, the little otter greeted him through the glass at the first opportunity. Eat, 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 eat. Seeing this look on its face, how could Yang Lin not understand what it meant? And immediately took out a vitamin tablet from a shelf on the side and threw it in along the feeding hole. And the little otter didn't take it easy, chewing and swallowing a whole pill in 3 swallows. Let's see what kind of talent you little guy has. As he spoke, Yang Lin threw a light of insight onto the little otter's body. The next second a small panel appeared in front of him. Swimming, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Diving, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Fishing, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. 5 talent points are required to activate danger foreseeing, gold talent. It had to be said that the little otter's talent panel was one of the shabbier ones out of all the animals he had seen. However, it didn't matter to Yang Lin, and at that moment, he tapped on the little guy's diving talent. In the next second this little guy, who looked a little less intelligent, showed a glint of wisdom in his eyes, while the fur on his body became longer and greasier, and its color was close to white, which made it look more like a sea otter. Eat something, to eat, stuff. Ha, I thought you weren't very smart, but it turns out you're a big tongue. Hearing the little otter's first words after awakening his talent, Yang Lin was happy on the spot. After realizing this, he also hastily added a little grain to the food bowl for the little otter. And then his eyes went to the pangolin that was trying to dig a hole for the concrete wall. Hey, come here, stop digging. These walls are reinforced concrete construction. You can't get out even if you claw your way out. Yeah, talking about you kid, get over here. Compared to otters, pangolins are significantly more intelligent. Immediately after hearing Yang Lin's words, he ran over, and his 2 little green bean eyes were even dripping around. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Lin struck it with a ray of insight. Cave building, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Anteater, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. 1 talent point is required to activate the agility, green talent. Treasure hunting, gold talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. Almost in the same situation as the baby otter. The pangolin has only 4 talents, but its only golden talent was the one that gave Yang Lin a feeling of lightening up. Where is this talent? This is clearly a shortcut to riches and wealth. Calm down. Calm down. Now is not the time to develop a side business. We'll bring this little guy later when we have the chance to go to those deep forests. Maybe it'll just dig up some big treasure for me. The idea is criminal and handcuffable. Strongly resisting the urge to light up the treasure hunting talent, Yang Lin finally gave it the point building talent. Only the next change in the wear mountain armor after awakening the talent is to let Yang Lin belonging to a little be seen. Other animals either grew a little bigger or became a little better looking after awakening, while this pangolin simply had its nails grow a little longer and its scales changed color a little after awakening. The others don't look any different. Just as he was thinking that, the pangolin had run up next to the wall. The next second, amidst Yang Lin's dumbfounded expression, it clicked and punched holes. The original hard concrete wall was just a second or 2 of work before it dried out a hole. This might have dug the house down if we gave it a night's work. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin hurriedly just walked into the observation room and carried this little guy out. After a lecture and the dispensing of a couple of bricks to sharpen his claws, this was done before he was put back again. Alright, if there's any work in the garden in the future, you're the one to call. After pacifying the pangolin, Yang Lin's gaze also fell on the chubby bear monkey. Compared to the other animals, this bear monkey, perhaps because of the broken hand, has always been very depressed. At this moment it is like an old monk in meditation, eyes staring ahead. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin's heart couldn't help but feel a heartache. Too bad there's no more amputation to regenerate. We'll just have to wait until we get a chance to put a prosthetic leg on you later. As he spoke, Yang Lin opened the bear monkey's talent panel. The previous talents were some very ordinary green talents. But when Yang Lin saw the last talent, a hint of surprise immediately appeared on his face. The wise one, gold color talent, requires 5 talent points to activate. But due to the organism's current state of mutation, a specific area of the brain has been opened, and only 1 talent point is needed to activate this talent. Looking at this special talent that he had never seen before, Yang Lin suddenly understood why this bear monkey always had a silent demeanor. Instead of being demoralized by physical harm, it is on the verge of death and comes to a great realization. So it's a philosophical monkey now? In order to verify this, Yang Lin directly lit up its wise man talent. With the lighting of the wise man's talent, no changes occurred on the bear monkey's body, and both its fur and size remained the same as before. However, Yang Lin could feel that its eyes were not quite the same. Every item it sees seems to be thinking about what the item is for and how it came to be. If one were forced to use a word to describe the current bear monkey, it could probably only be described with the two words of having become a spirit. While other animals awakened only to a certain aspect of their abilities, this bear monkey's awakening was an awakening at the level of consciousness, thanks to the fact that it didn't have any ambition or aggressiveness. Otherwise Yang Lin doubted that it would bring monkeys from all over the world to rebel against humans in the future. Just as Yang Lin sized up this bear monkey whose consciousness had awakened, the bear monkey also looked at him. "Can you show me those books in the back?" Suddenly hearing this sentence from the bear monkey, Yang Lin didn't react for a moment, following the bear monkey's gaze only to realize that it was actually talking about the books on the bookshelf behind him that he didn't know when they were placed here. It took a closer look to realize that these books were actually some of the books he had used for graduate school at the time. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Lin ended up handing all of these books to the bear monkey. He thought that the bear monkey shouldn't be able to do any reading without recognizing the words on it, but later he realized that the bear monkey was actually learning while reading. On its seriousness, Yang Lin had to admit that if he had been half as serious as it was in the beginning, he wouldn't have failed to get into graduate school. Another strange animal. I hope the tourists won't be scared when they see it. While shaking his head, Yang Lin turned his gaze to the Decian that had both of its forepaws in plaster. It had to be said that as one of the 5 immortals, the yellow immortal, the weasel, although small in size, was not at all low in intelligence. After seeing Yang Lin looking at it, a pleasing look immediately appeared on his face. If it weren't for the casts on both forepaws, it would more than likely be there now. Making a bow. Okay, take it easy, it's your turn now. Let me see what you've got first. As he spoke, Yang Lin struck the light of insight, and this weasel's talent panel then appeared in front of him. Intelligence, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Agility, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Stench, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. 5 talent points are required to activate hallucination, gold talent. Spirit, legendary talent, requires 10 talent points to activate. Shocked like never before. Yang Lin had thought that this weasel's talent would be as wasted as the 2 little ones in front of him. What was never expected was that it actually possessed a legendary talent in addition to a golden talent. It was the first time he had ever found a lore talent in such a small creature. Based on his past experience, the probability of a legendary talent appearing in that kind of creature that evolved more completely and existed for a longer period of time would also be relatively elevated. But this little guy in front of him popped out a legend talent is really a bit out of his expectation. Moreover, compared to the other animals' legendary talents, this weasel's legendary talent looked more special as well. Spirit? What the hell kind of talent is that? Is it psychic, or more spiritual, or some other function? For a moment Yang Lin's heart was filled with questions, and he couldn't help but pay a little more attention to this little one in front of him. After thinking for a moment, he whirled around and then tapped on Weasel's stench talent. Originally, weasels were able to release foul-smelling gases for attack and defense, which some smaller animals could not resist. Yang Lin could anticipate that the stench released by it after awakening its talent would be even higher on top of the original level. Maybe even those large animals wouldn't be able to withstand it when the time came, and he could totally collect some stinky gas to use to make stinky gas bombs, which could be used for self-defense when it was crucial. With the awakening of his talent, the weasel's small body immediately puffed up as well. The original yellow hairs are also starting to shift to a golden color, and it just looks a lot cuter than it did before. As for its 2 fractured forelimbs at the moment, they were also restored as before. After Yang Lin carefully removed the plaster and splint for him, it also made a bow to Yang Lin at the first opportunity. Okay, for that attitude, I'll bring you a chicken tomorrow morning. You want to? That won't work. After placing each of the 4 little ones that had completely healed, Yang Lin didn't stay too long. Soon after, he came to the other areas of the park, first awakening a super physique to Shui Shui in the tiger park to enhance its resistance to punches, and then awakening a steel bone talent to the little white tiger. Damei. So much so that soon a couple of hours passed. In the course of those few hours, Yellen ran through all the parks, awakened those animals that hadn't awakened their talents before, one by one, even the few new forest wolves that came in and the female golden eagle. With the awakening of their talents, these animals have changed to a greater or lesser extent. Some become larger, some become more hairy, while others become more colorful. Of course, they also all have one thing in common: they become smarter. When the time came to 2 o'clock in the morning, there was only the last of the 100 awakened animals left before the system required it, and at that moment, Yang Lin also turned his gaze to the terrapin that was crawling around his feet, casually picking up the land turtle from the ground. Yang Lin opened its talent panel. After some thought, it finally locked its eyes on one of its most special talents. Longevity, special talent, requires 1 talent point to activate once, increasing life expectancy by 100 years per activation. with a ceiling of 1,000 years. Without a doubt, this was one of the most special talents Yang Lin had ever seen. All the other animals' talents could only be activated once, and this terrapin's talent could even be activated multiple times. Add an extra 100 years to that, and the tortoise could theoretically live 1,000 years. No wonder they say that a 1,000-year-old bastard is a 10,000-year-old tortoise. This talent would be great if it was on me. A hint of envy appeared on Yang Lin's face as he spoke. Not to mention 10 times. Just one life increase is a great luxury for human beings. While sighing, Yang Lin put this last bit of talent points on the longevity talent. The next second this terrapin had an extra circle of turtle armor on its body. If nothing else, it had been able to successfully send Yang Lin away along with his next generation. And just after this terrapin's talent awakened, a system beep also sounded in Yang Lin's mind. Ding! The host has successfully lit up talents for 100 animals, and no less than 10 of them have a golden color or higher. The system has automatically triggered the upgrade mechanism. The system is starting to upgrade. This upgrade will last for 12 hours. After 12 hours the system will be upgraded to level 2 and the relevant level 2 functions will be unlocked. The system will be temporarily shut down for maintenance during the upgrade process. So stay tuned. Hearing the beep in his head, the expression on Yang Lin's face changed several times in an instant. It went from surprise to confusion to a final haze. Holy shit, shouldn't I be upgraded right away? How is this still going to be maintained for 12 hours? You think you're a game server? Ding! After the maintenance is completed, the system will automatically issue maintenance compensation packs. Oh, that's okay then. You maintain it well. Go for it. After saying that, Yang Lin closed the system panel that had turned gray. He had thought that he would unlock the ability to add points to himself today, and he had even been prepared to stay up all night. But who knew the system wouldn't allow it? Looks like I have to go to bed. Let's hope the system surprises me tomorrow. After saying that, Yang Lin returned to his room. After staying up most of the night he was in a deep sleep in no time. By the time he opened his eyes again, it was also light outside. In the past, he would have been picking up customers at the zoo gates by now, but with the increase in the number of employees in the zoo, he is now starting to be a dumping ground. Anything that wasn't particularly important didn't require his presence. Listening to the bustling crowd outside, he knew it was inevitably those new changes in the park that had caught the attention of the visitors. The image he saw when he stepped out of the room afterward confirmed it. Just see, the animals in the various parks are surrounded by tourists there. And naturally, the one with the highest number of tourists is the Wolf Park. Originally, the Wolf Park was a temporary garrison for the woofers, and by the end of the day after the woofers started their patrols the Wolf Park was usually empty. The 7 forest wolves in the Wolf Garden at the moment naturally attracted the attention of many tourists in the first place. And when was this animal abducted? It wasn't here yesterday during the day. Yeah, is the gardener so diligent that he runs out in the middle of the night to abduct animals in? It's a sheltered stray, I think. Dog my ass. This is a wolf. Can't you tell if it's a wolf or a dog? Originally I thought they were dogs too, but the way you look at them is definitely not what a dog should be. That's just it. A dog can't have such a fierce look in his eyes. I used to be a soldier on the grasslands and have seen real wolves. These are definitely wolves. Don't you know it by looking at the tail? The one with the upper erection slightly cocked is a dog, and the one with the lower erection hanging to the ground is a wolf. Just as the tourists were arguing about whether it was a wolf or a dog inside the Wolf Garden, Yang Lin slowly and leisurely arrived at the entrance of the Wolf Garden. Looking at his arrival, the crowd was as if they had seen a savior and immediately surrounded him. Head gardener, come and judge me. They are insisting that this is a wolf, and I've already made a bet with him that if this is a wolf, I'll call him daddy. Yes, gardener, you tell me if it's a wolf or a dog. Hearing the voices of the 2 tourists beside him, Yang Lin immediately gave him a sympathetic look. Congratulations, you're going to have another dad. These 7 wolves were brought back from the Longhu Mountain Forest area by me last night, and it's the first time a wild wolf pack has been spotted in our Ningnan region. As soon as Yang Lin's words fell, the crowd in the room was in an uproar. The tourist who had made a bet with someone else was even more pale. So you ran up the mountain in the middle of the night and abducted 7 wolves back yesterday. Park Director Yang? You are a ruthless man. Thanks to the fact that this place is called the Wolf Garden. If this place is called the Dinosaur Garden, are you really going to catch 2 dinosaurs back someday? Director, I don't know if these 7 wolves were unlucky or lucky. They came out in the middle of the night for a hunt and couldn't get back. I think they're pretty lucky to have a straight mix of official units. Just as the tourists were flirting, those 7 forest wolves in the Wolf Garden seemed to be gradually trending towards storming out. Where had they seen this formation before when they had been living inside the forest? With a guttural, low growl emanating from their throats, their eyes began to grow more and more menacing. Being coyotes, they felt in this moment that they didn't seem to be getting the respect they deserved. Yet in the very next moment a tourist casually threw his expensively purchased groundhog chicken inside the wolf park. After devouring this earth chicken in 3 or 2 bites, the wolves' eyes immediately changed as they looked at the tourists. Inexplicably they felt as if the group outside had quite a bit of respect for them. The other tourists immediately followed suit after seeing what the wolves were doing. Soon a groundhog was thrown into the wolf garden. After eating several hyenas in a row, the expressions of both the head wolf and the other grey wolves couldn't help but change subtly. Yang Lin, who was on the side, could not help but feel a trace of worry after seeing this scene. They're not going to end up being trained as dogs, are they? This is a coyote I've had a hard time abducting. Of course, this idea had only just popped up when Yang Lin shook his head. No way. No way. It took at least 1,000 years for a wolf to be domesticated into a dog. It's not that easy to domesticate. Banishing this unrealistic thought to the back of his mind, Yang Lin then began to inspect the other areas. As he watched, a bunch of huddled tourists caught his attention. Peeling back the layers of tourists, he soon saw a sight that took him quite by surprise, only to see that in the midst of these many tourists around, an obese monkey is there alone looking through the books. It's not that bear monkey from yesterday or whoever. At the moment, it did not know where it got a philosophy book from which visitor was there seriously flipping through it. No matter how noisy the tourists beside it are, they cannot affect it in the slightest. While flipping through the pages, a thoughtful look also appeared on its face from time to time. Such an image instantly amused the tourists, and some of them even took the initiative to take out books to discuss with it. At first the crowd thought it was pretending, but soon the crowd realized that this bear monkey really seemed to understand. And you mastered addition and subtraction within 100 in a very short period of time. All of a sudden the onlookers were all stunned. Is this monkey serious? Even if he can read a book, he can do math. I just gave him a banana and he didn't want it, and I gave him a book and he actually reached for it. This is a monkey out of the low life. A pure monkey. Studying so hard. Is this monkey preparing for graduate school? Are all the animals at the West Rainbow Zoo so implacable? I see. Next time I'll bring it a copy of Higher Math and I'll see if it still reads it. As tourists talk about it, the name of Shihong Zoo's learning monkey is gradually spreading. In addition to the wolves and the bears and monkeys, several other extra critters quickly became the focus of visitors' attention. The little otter who can swim on his back, the little yellow fairy who keeps bowing to the tourists to ask for something to eat, and turns around and farts if he doesn't give something to eat, and the pangolin, which constantly tries to escape but is recaptured by the keepers at every turn, is an overwhelming novelty for visitors. Although these small things are not as prestigious as lions and tigers and elephants, they are also cute in their own way. Together with the 4 little baby clouded leopards that were released by Yang Lin for the first time, the entire zoo was immersed in a cheerful atmosphere. And it was in such a cheerful atmosphere that Yang Lin was quick to receive another surprise. Park Director Yang, the plan for the aquarium has been preliminarily finalized, and we have finally decided that it will follow 2 modes, aquatic and underwater. The underwater portion will be a giant underwater world set up in the center of the artificial lake just as you said, and construction will take almost 3 months. The water portion follows the existing proven program of using giant glass fish tanks. Wait until the underwater portion is complete, then add a connection between the two to create a large water world. Within this we have subdivided the freshwater and saltwater zones. Inside the office, a staff member from the official Ningnan city took out the drawings while explaining to Yang Lin in detail, and for his program, Yellen was obviously very pleased. Aquariums are much more expensive to build than ground-level venues. This time the officials stepped in and offered to help him build the aquarium, which saved him a great deal of money. Just when he thought that was the end of it, the staff member added another sentence. By the way, in addition to the construction of the aquarium, this time we've also donated a few aquatic animals for your garden, which should arrive later. Hearing these words, Yang Lin immediately shook the staff member's hand in excitement. You're too kind. Just too kind. Be sure to stay for dinner later. And by the way, say hello to a few of the leaders for me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Lin's couldn't help but ask with curiosity once again. By the way, what kind of animals did the city donate? Upon hearing the question, the staff member from the city froze for a moment before shaking his head. I'm not really sure about that, but it should be here soon. And just as the two of them were talking, Chen Kurson walked in. Cousin Pot, there are 2 big trucks coming outside, saying they're here to deliver something to our zoo. Did you buy anything online? Big truck? Wait, it can't be the animals the city donated to me that have arrived. Thinking of this, Yang Lin instantly couldn't sit still and directly got up and ran outside the zoo. By the time he arrived at the entrance to the zoo, a young man came to him of his own accord. Director Yang, I was sent by the city to transport animals to your garden. Do you think you'd like to check it out before you accept it? Hearing this, Yang Lin immediately nodded his head, and just the next second after he finished nodding, Several workers who had come with the car opened all four sides of a car in front of them. The next second several large aquariums appeared in front of Yang Lin. At a glance, these aquariums are all filled with a number of different colors of koi, almost all the colors that can be seen on the market. The largest of these koi is feared to be tens of pounds. When these flowery koi appeared, tourists' eyes were drawn to them. Although koi is not a rare animal, it carries a good meaning that makes it quite popular. There are a total of 678 koi in here that park director Yang can keep loose inside the artificial lake. After saying that, the young man who took the initiative to greet Yang Lin then signaled the workers to open the compartment of the second big truck again. Seeing that the compartment of the second big truck was about to be opened, Yang Lin couldn't help but get curious about what kind of species was this one that had been placed in a separate compartment. Soon he had his answer. As the compartment panels were opened, several aquariums, even larger than before, came into view. And in one of the aquariums at the very front of this, a gold and a silver figure caught Yang Lin's gaze at the first moment. It's actually a dragonfish. A golden dragon and a silver dragon. Who is this who actually dared to put the two of them together? Aren't they afraid they'll fight? While sighing, Yang Lin moved his gaze to an aquarium in the back, and he was quick to recognize the fish inside the aquarium behind him. A black dragonfish and a starpoint dragonfish respectively. The four dragonfish alone added up to a small $10,000. But all in all it still didn't bring a big enough surprise to Yang Lin. After all, he could afford to buy these, only he didn't want to give them up. That is, until his gaze caught sight of the last two aquariums, and his eyes straightened instantly, only to see that inside this penultimate aquarium, a big fish with a strange shape was swimming leisurely inside. The large fish has 5 rows of hard, large scales on its back, a spindle-shaped body, and a triangular head. These few features alone were enough for Yang Lin to recognize him. This is clearly a sturgeon of the same level as the porpoise, a proper national treasure. What's more, there was another sturgeon next to this one. From the features of both of them, it is obvious that they are a male and a female. No wonder it's such a big deal. So it's a pair of national treasures donated to me. Just when Yang Lin was happy for the West Rainbow Zoo to mention 2 more first-class protected animals, the aquarium at the back quickly attracted his attention. What's the point of that aquarium back there? Why is it empty? Is it a spare? Yang Lin's slightly doubtful words had just finished, when the young man who had just been in charge of the introduction frowned. Empty? How can it be empty? I put a sea lion that big in it. Holy shit, where's my sea lion? The moment he walked up to the aquarium, his entire body froze. As Yang Lin said, the entire inside of the aquarium was as empty as a field. Not to mention the sea lions, not even a conch could be seen. After being confused, his face also changed immediately. And it was at this time that Yang Lin's words rang in his ears. Couldn't have snuck out halfway through. The words instantly snapped him out of it. Unlike the fish in front of them, sea lions can crawl on land. It may be possible that it was loaded on a truck, or snuck out in the middle of a transportation session. If it's in a loading session, that's fine, the target is clearer. But it can be hard to find if it's run off in transit. When he thought of the sea lions that the city had managed to get from elsewhere being lost by himself, his face went straight to white with fear. On the side, although Yang Lin was not frightened, he was also incomparably depressed. Can it not be depressing to arrive at a sea lion that can run? And just as he was pondering on how to retrieve the sea lion that had escaped from prison midway, a system beep sounded in his ears. When he heard the content of the beep, the depressed look on his face was immediately swept away. P.S. Right, cannot. This chapter is stuck for an hour and a half. Have to sort out the outline and then continue to write. Or always feel that the writing is not satisfied. Today on the first 5. The missing 2 chapters will be made up in the next 2 days. And the storyline will be sorted out clearly. Good night all you treasures. Ding! System upgrade maintenance has been completed. The current system has been upgraded to level 2 and has successfully unlocked the following functions. Animal exploration radar, when used, can detect all animals within a 5-kilometer radius. Light of evolution, when used, it creates an evolution of one of the animal's abilities from the original. Can be used once a week. Achievement system opens. Every time you unlock a new kind of animal, you can gain 1 achievement point. Collecting a certain branch can gain a large amount of additional achievement points. Achievement points can be used instead of cash. At the same time, the host gains the following 2 additional brand new skills. Shocking power, when used, it can inflict shock on animals within a certain range. Natural affinity, the host carries an aura of affinity. All animals have a greatly increased favor with the host, and there is a chance to detect the animal's heartbeat. Hearing the series of beeps in his head, Yang Lin directly became taut. He thought that the system upgrade to level 2 would just unlock an ability to add points to himself, but he didn't expect that it would give him such a big surprise. Not only are there 3 brand new features, there are 2 brand new skills. Compared to those skills at level 1, the skills that came with level 2 this time were significantly stronger. With these two brand new skills, he was more of a druid than before. Just when he thought that this was the end of it, the system's beep sounded once again. Due to the system being upgraded to level 2, the host receives a level 2 gift pack for free. The gift pack contains talent points *5, and a random talent treasure chest for each level, whether to receive it immediately. At the same time, the system will also issue a maintenance gift pack, which contains talent points *5, and one random skill level up voucher, whether to receive it immediately. Holy shit, I love you, System Dad. If the various changes before were more or less expected, then the arrival of these two gift packs was completely unanticipated by Yang Lin. Another talent point, another talent chest, another level up coupon. This wave of rewards came down, and Yang Lin's entire body went numb. It's almost as if the system is giving him an early New Year's Eve. Just as he was about to take stock of this wave of rewards, he suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a more pressing matter waiting for him. Forget it, let's get that sea lion back first, so it doesn't get picked up by someone else. Thinking of this, Yang Lin hurriedly then forced himself to resist the urge to close the system panel. A quick glance around showed the young man in charge of the escort fidgeting sharply in place. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin directly patted his shoulder comfortingly. It's fine. The sea lion is so big that anyone can see it. Nothing should go wrong. You tell me which way you came from and I'll help you find it. Hearing Yang Lin's words, a look of gratitude immediately appeared on this young man's face. Thank you, Mr. Yang. We came here by the 2-ring road, and we passed by the second bridge of the Yongjiang River in the middle of the way. As he spoke, he gave a full account of the route taken to transport the sea lions. After listening to him, Yang Lin's heart gradually had a bottom. Immediately, he made his way to his pickup truck, and as the vehicle started up, the animal exploration radar that he had just acquired was turned on in tandem. The next second, a virtual radar screen appeared above his field of vision. As a ray of light swept above this orb-shaped radar, countless dots of light representing a variety of different animals appeared on it. Casually tapping a point of light, a message appeared on the side. Chinese Field Spaniel, healthy, 2. 5 years old, friendly. Looking at this message, Yang Lin hurriedly then looked in the direction of the radar. As expected, at a distance of about 15 meters from him, a dyed green furred hyena was there looking at him. The hyena's tail wagging into a propeller as his gaze swept over. Is the function so awesome? Not only can it detect the breed and health status, it can even detect the attitude towards me. Look a little farther. In order to verify whether this exploration radar was that good or not, Yang Lin casually tapped another light point that was slightly farther away from him. Silver-ringed snake, healthy, 7 months. Indifferent. As soon as he saw this message, Yang Lin was directly shocked. Where did such a thing pop up? Luckily it was far away, but it's so dangerous that it's better to go over there and deal with it sometime. After verifying it a few times in a row, Yang Lin realized that this exploration radar was more powerful than he had imagined. Not only those animals on the ground, but also those flying in the sky and those hiding under the ground can be detected. And the larger the animal, the larger the spot of light it presents on the map. After figuring this out, Yang Lin immediately began to drive his car along the road to look for it. After every large point of light appeared, he would carefully click on it to take a look. Cow. Has anyone's cow run away? Running so fast. Drink. Whose Alaskan is this? I thought it was a pig. Why, there are still pigs in the house. After running for several kilometers in a row, Yang Lin didn't find any sign of the sea lions. It wasn't until he made it all the way to the top of an elevated area that he finally spotted an unusually large point of light on the exploration radar, comparable to a large buffalo he had spotted earlier. I think it's this time. There can't be a cow on the stile. With that, he tapped the large point of light. The next second, a line of information appeared in front of him. Northern sea lion, slight dehydration, 6 years old, anxiety. Seeing this line of information, Yang Lin's eyes immediately lit up. Finally found you. But looking at this state, I'm afraid I'm going to have to get it back to the zoo as soon as possible. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Lin drove the car up according to where the radar showed. At the same time, Ningnan City's second ring, elevated at the moment, also exploded. A large number of cars were jammed together, with honking horns, car engines, and the yelling of some of the older cousins. What's going on? Why isn't the front open? Yeah, there's no stoplight above the elevated, so why go so slow? I'm still waiting to go back to see No Suck and Suck Snails. I heard a sea lion was spotted up ahead and the sea lion blocked the road. Why, I heard it was a seal. I heard my brother say it was a walrus. How can that be? Ningnan isn't near the sea. Where did the sea lion, seals and walruses come from? However, just as the driver from the north finished his words, a fat figure appeared in front of him. Upon taking in the figure's appearance, he had an instant feeling of skepticism, especially when that big guy kept wiggling his ass forward. Holy shit, Ningnan is so damn awesome. Animal City isn't called Animal City for nothing. I thought all the ones on the internet were just bragging rights. There are people who keep this kind of thing as pets. At this moment a group of Ningnan drivers knew that they had completely failed to explain themselves. Just as the viaduct was in chaos, the video of the scene was quickly uploaded online. And someone had even turned on the live stream. After all, this event is a great rarity for whoever it is. It wasn't long before the live stream was turned on, and a large number of watchful eaters crowded in. I just saw someone post it in the local group, and so soon someone is on the air. How efficient. Is there any local person in Ningnan who can clarify whether this is true or not? And is it true that all kinds of animals can be seen casually on the streets of Ningnan? Ningnan locals here. I can responsibly tell you that it's true. This seal is a pet that I have, and it got lost today. Seal your ass, it's a walrus. Walrus your grandmother's leg. This is a sea lion. Ningnan locals testified that we have animals in every household. My family has a bird and we go out to work every day to earn money. Our whole family depends on it. This sea lion is supposed to be limited today. It usually goes below. I'm really envious. We encounter cats and dogs on the road here at most, but you can see sea lions on the streets of Ningnan casually. Where's the traffic police uncle? Go and give it a ticket. Deduct all its points, so that it can't even get on the road in the future. I think I know roughly where it came from. I'm at the West Rainbow Zoo right now, and it looks like a sea lion just got lost on the way to the West Rainbow Zoo. So odds are this one is it. It's from the West Rainbow Zoo. That's okay then. The director will step in. And just as the crowd was flirting, the sea lion that got lost on the elevated road, perhaps due to the long-term lack of water coupled with the surrounding noisy sounds, suddenly became cranky. The original slow speed also became rapid. In this moment the crowd realized that under its stupid appearance there was a huge body weighing more than a ton. Even through the window glass, the crowd was able to feel the vibrations it made as it moved. Those onlookers who were closer together instantly retreated to their cars. But even so they were still worried that the sea lion would lunge towards their car. Just because the probability of a person being killed by a sea lion is infinitely close to zero doesn't mean it's not there. At that very moment, a black pickup truck was slowly approaching the area, bypassing car after car. When he was still 500 meters away from the sea lions, Yang Lin's figure jumped down from the car. After seeing the sea lion that had fallen into an extremely violent state, he hastily accelerated his pace. In no time at all he had come to the front of the line, and those who were hiding inside the car at the moment also saw Yang Lin and immediately reminded him out of kindness. Boy, stay away. This sea lion has gone a little crazy. Yeah, no one can pay for injuries unless you go to the West Rainbow Zoo, but Director Yang is so stingy that he's bound to ask for no money. Just as the two had finished speaking, Yang Lin had already taken large steps towards the sea lion. As soon as he got close, the sea lion seemed to be treating him as an enemy, moving its two small forelimbs in front of it about to charge Yang Lin's side. Just before it got close, an invisible fluctuation spread out with Yang Lin at the center. Under the influence of this fluctuation, a trace of fear immediately appeared in the eyes of this sea lion, and its originally fast-moving body immediately stopped. Seeing this scene, the corners of Yang Lin's mouth couldn't help but reveal a light smile. He didn't realize that the shocking power skill was so good that it could even deter a large carnivore like a sea lion. Go try it on a lion and tiger sometime. While speaking, Yang Lin once again took a few steps closer to that head still. Once he was fully close, the natural affinity passive he carried on his body began to take effect as well. Affected by the passive, the color of fear in the sea lion's eyes immediately disappeared without a trace, replaced by a hint of intimacy. At this moment Yang Lin was like a relative in its eyes. When this scene was watched by the crowd of onlookers and the viewers in the live broadcast room on the spot, they were dumbfounded. The sea lions that were clearly full of aggression a moment before were inexplicably quiet. What was even more incomprehensible to them was that this sea lion even took the initiative to take its face and stick it to Yang Lin after it had quieted down. Who is this person? How come he has such a big face? Did he eat the face fruit? No build. I thought he was going to get swatted by a sea lion. Is there a possibility that this dude you guys are talking about is the director of the West Rainbow Zoo? Yang. It seems to be true. And sure enough, I knew that park director Yang would make a move. Strange charm. I heard that young Gardner can't even find a date at his age, but the animals are weirdly fond of him, adding points in the wrong place. What do you know? Director Yang was raised inside a zoo in a mountain forest. That's definitely different from ordinary people. That's natural. When it comes to this part of abducting animals, Yang's Gardner is one of the best. Since park director Yang is here, the problem shouldn't be too big. Everyone disperse. With the revelation of Yang Lin's identity, the crowd had basically been able to anticipate what happened next, and it really didn't turn out to be what they expected. Under the gaze of a crowd of eyes, Yang Lin just gently touched the sea lion's head, and the sea lion instantly became well behaved. It didn't take long to get his ass behind Yang Lin. By the time it arrived in front of Yang Lin's pickup truck, as soon as Yang Lin opened the guardrail behind the wagon, it jumped up in a single leap, watching the crowd tsk. It didn't take long after the sea lions got on board for everything to return to normal again on the elevated area. Yang Lin also obediently drove his car back inside the West Rainbow Zoo. When he appeared at the entrance of the zoo with the sea lions, the visitors immediately let out a burst of cheers, as if welcoming the return of a hero. If it was before, that sea lion in the face of such a battle would most likely have been scared into storming out. However, after Yang Lin had pacified it, it was unusually calm, and from time to time, it would still scan around with its big round eyes, and finally it looked at the koi carp in the aquarium next to it. Immediately its mouth salivated. Seeing this scene, how could Yang Lin not understand what it was thinking and directly glared at it? This is inedible. Understand? It's a co-worker, not food. Hearing Yang Lin's words, the sea lion's face immediately revealed a look of resignation. Well, don't aggravate yourself for now. I've arranged for someone to go get you some fish, so you'll have something to eat later. As soon as the words left his mouth, the eyes of this greedy sea lion immediately lit up, and Yang Lin took the opportunity to bring it to an open space located next to the artificial lake. This vacant lot will be its temporary home until the aquarium is built. It's a good thing sea lions are mammals and don't have to live in saltwater, or there would be a bit more trouble. So the matter of the sea lions was finally satisfactorily resolved, and the next thing to do was to count the system's rewards. Thinking of this, Yang Lin once again opened the system panel. The gift pack has been successfully received. Please check it out by the host. As the system beep ended, 2 exquisitely wrapped gift packs appeared in Yang Lin's system backpack. With a single tap, a large number of items flashed up one after another. Congratulations to the host for gaining talent points *5. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a green talent treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a blue talent treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden talent treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a legendary talent treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining talent points *5. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 random skill level up coupon. What was meant by a wave taking off? Yang Lin was finally experiencing it, with 10 talent points, 4 treasure chests, and 1 being a legend, plus a chance to level up. This wave of rewards was just too fat. By the way, it seems like there were 9 treasure chest fragments coming before, so let's open them together. As he spoke, Yang Lin found the pieces of the treasure chest that he hadn't had the time to synthesize before, and with the point of his fingertips, the inside of these 9 pieces immediately turned into a golden treasure chest. Looking at the 5 treasure chests neatly arranged in front of him, he couldn't hold back any longer and directly opened one of the green treasure chests. Congratulations to the host on the ensuing green talent Hairy Flourish. What the hell kind of talent is that? How about giving it to the great master to use to cure its baldness? Although there was a slight small disappointment, but Yang Lin didn't care too much. A green treasure chest. Originally didn't expect to be able to open any powerful talent. After pausing for a moment, Yang Lin opened the blue treasure chest that came in second place. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the blue talent Toxin Resistance. Hearing this second talent, Yang Lin had realized that his hands were a bit on the dark side. Unless one day the animals in his garden were bitten by a venomous snake or some such creature, the gift didn't seem to be of much use. By the way, I don't know if this toxin refers simply to toxins in nature or if it includes those viruses. If the virus can be resisted as well, isn't it possible to awaken this talent first and then extract the antibodies? After realizing this, Yang Lin suddenly felt that this talent might be able to play an unexpected role one day. With the opening of the green and blue treasure chests, what comes next is the real kicker. Rubbing his hands together and taking another deep breath, Yang Lin casually tapped his hand towards one of the golden treasure chests. The next second the system beep sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden talent Asexual Reproduction. This talent is only available to female organisms. This, Yang Lin, who had suddenly heard the name of the talent, froze on the spot. This kind of talent can be opened. What the hell kind of luck am I having? Yang Lin, who had felt like a little hacker a second ago, felt as if he was possessed by the Emperor of Europe at this moment. After all, the ability to reproduce asexually is a rare ability in all of nature, and he's already figured out who to give that gift to. Let's hope the next golden treasure chest is as lucky. While forcing his inner joy down, Yang Lin once again opened another golden treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden talent Intangible Charm. Hearing the beep, the original delight on Yang Lin's face immediately turned into confusion. For a moment he was a little confused as to what this talent was for. What creature would have such a trait in its body? But one thing he was sure of was that if he placed this gift in himself, then he might not have to worry about finding a date. Let's just assume that this talent is useful, and see what animal is more appropriate to put it in when the time comes. While muttering, Yang Lin turned his gaze toward the last treasure chest. His anticipation was instantly stretched at the sight of this treasure chest. So far, inside the entire West Rainbow Zoo, there were only 2 animals, the Lion King and the Shit Delivery Man, that had awakened the legendary talent. Although the other animals also had legendary talents hidden in them, the cost of up to 10 talent points was a bit of a deterrent to him. Now that a free legendary talent had been delivered to his door, could he not look forward to it? Bless the system, Dad. Let's hope it comes with a bang. Between the words, Yang Lin trembled as he opened that legendary treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary talent 100 Birds Toward the Phoenix. This talent can only be used on female chicks that have not yet been born. There's such a limit? Yang Lin was still very excited when he heard the name of the talent at first glance. After all, the name sounded quite impressive. Especially that phoenix character at the back. That was a legendary mythical creature. Although the system was most likely not going to really give him a phoenix, the effect was certainly very powerful. It was the restriction that made him look a bit confused. Again, it had to be yet to be born and a female fledgling, which was considered very harsh. How was he able to tell if the baby birds that were still in their eggs were male or female? The big deal is that when the time comes to try them out one by one, the ones that work are females and the ones that don't are males. Hey, I'm a genius. So far the 5 treasure chests have all been opened, and in Yang Lin's opinion, this wave is considered a full harvest. After all, it's a free gift from the system, and you can't ask for that much, even if the individual ones don't seem to be of much use at the moment. But he always believed that there was no such thing as a crap talent, only a talent that was used improperly. As he thought about it, he suddenly remembered something else. If he remembered correctly, the system had once told him that he could add points to himself after the system was upgraded to level 2. His heart, which had only just calmed down, instantly stirred again. With a hint of anticipation and apprehension, he raised his hand and directed a light of insight at himself. The next second a talent panel he had never seen before appeared in front of him. Primates, suborder Homini, family Hominidae, subfamily Homini, genus Homo, species Homo sapiens, Homo sapiens sapiens sapiens, Homo sapiens sapiens sapiens. Looking at this long name, Yang Lin also finally realized after a moment of stupefaction that human beings in the entire natural world were just a much higher kind of animal. And when his eyes looked at the next specific talent, his entire body was dumbfounded on the spot. Learning, gold talent. For every talent point invested in this talent while it is active, the ability to learn is increased by 1 point. Language, gold talent. For each talent point invested in this talent while it is active, the ability to speak language can be increased by 1 point. Socialize, gold talent. For each talent point invested in this talent while it is active, 1 point of socialize will be added. Sanity, gold talent. For every talent point invested in this talent while it is active, 1 point of sanity can be raised. Emotion, gold talent. For each talent point invested in this talent while it is active, the emotion ability can be increased by 1 point. Inspiration, golden talent. Each talent point invested in this talent will increase the chance of inspiration appearing. Creation, legendary talent. For every 5 points of talent invested in this talent while it is active, the ability to create can be increased slightly. Imagination, legendary talent. For every 5 points of talent invested in this talent while it is active, the ability to imagine can be increased slightly. It was completely different from what Yang Lin had thought before. He had thought that human talent was much weaker compared to those animals, and being a weakling among humans himself, the talent panel should theoretically be easy. However, what appeared in front of him at the moment was a full 100 talents. Half golden, half legendary, and most of them were in the activated state. Only the following part of the talents with different painting styles were not activated. At that thought he couldn't help but look at the little panel that came with it again. Climbing, green talent. Activating this talent requires 1 talent point. Balance, green talent. Activating this talent requires 1 talent point. Brute force, green talent. Activating this talent requires 1 talent point. Food recognition, green talent. Activating this talent requires 1 talent point. Resistance to cold, green talent. Activating this talent requires 1 talent point. Return to the ancestors, green talent. Activating this talent requires 1 talent point. Hunting, green talent. Activating this talent requires 1 talent point. Looking at these small panels that were a far cry from the larger panel above, Yang Lin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. All the other animals only have 1 panel, and why does he have 2? And 2 contrasting panels at that. One was full of high-level skills like gold and legend, while the other was all green weakling talents. After a moment of thinking, Yang Lin's mind vaguely had an answer. Compared to other animals, humans have had a more complex evolutionary path. Undergoes a whole process from pure animal to higher animal. It's not too much to say that it's a different species. if he hadn't guessed wrong. The gorgeous talent panel in the front belonged to the modern higher Homo sapiens, while the small panel in the back belonged to the earliest hominids. The gifts in the first panel allowed humans to survive in modern times, while the gifts in the second allowed their ancestors to survive in those primitive times. In the process of development towards modern Homo sapiens, those latter gifts were gradually forgotten, or, to put it another way, being phased out. For with the appearance of those gifts in front of them, those behind them, on which the ancestors of mankind had once depended, could no longer be of any use. The emergence of creativity and imagination is enough to erase the additions made by these latter gifts. It was also the emergence of those previous gifts that made humans, the weaklings of nature, the dominant force in nature. After figuring this out, Yang Lin also couldn't help but ponder once again. Obviously the two panels go in different directions, so if you want to get smarter, feel free to click ahead on those talents. Add learning to become a school bully, language to become a language genius, and socialization to become a social cow. Just by thinking about it for a moment, Yang Lin gave up the idea. I know my own situation, and I don't seem to stand out in any way, or even pull my crotch a bit. Adding it would at best turn himself into a slightly stronger than average person. And in case a dozen or so talent points went down and still couldn't produce a qualitative change, then wouldn't he be at a huge loss? And the world was never short of geniuses. He only needed a little bit of money to get those who were more talented than himself to work for him. So why did he have to make himself a genius? Instead of taking such a risk, we should find another way. Let's try to see if the old ancestor's talent is good first. Thinking of this, Yang Lin casually tapped on the top of the climb, and with the end of the addition, he immediately felt the difference in his body. The body that was originally not exercising because of a long period of time instantly became much lighter after adding this talent. The limbs are even more powerful. Rolling open the sleeve of his shirt, an arm full of power appeared at once. At the same time, the beer belly underneath, due to the long period of sedentary behavior, has become flat abs. In a flash of effort, Yang Lin was directly out of his sub-healthy state. Hey, the old ancestor's gift is really good. So am I an ancestor man now? Feeling the abundant physical strength that he had never felt before, Yang Lin almost couldn't hold back from pounding his chest with his fists. And it just so happened that at that very moment, not far away, a little girl's shit-handling hydrogen balloon flew into a coconut tree off to the side. If it was before, Yang Lin immediately called a small monkey to take down this balloon. But this time he had an urge to leap. Without waiting for the little girl's parents to find the park's little monkeys, Yang Lin took the initiative to step forward. Let me do it this time. As soon as Yang Lin's words fell, the visitors in the park cast curious glances. You're not kidding, gardener, are you not going to climb up and take the balloon down yourself? Yeah, we don't have to be so hands-on. Gardener, don't you have a bee tree about your physical condition? Let's just say that when I was a kid I could have climbed this tree. But now, I have trouble climbing my stairs. Truth is, it feels like the older I get, the less fit I get. The head gardener knows a falsehood when he sees one. Other people have people to pay when they fall, but no one will pay when you fall. Mr. Gardener. In the face of the tourists' questions, Yang Lin is not the slightest bit surprised. You'll see, I'm the director of the zoo. How can I do it without some tricks? As he spoke, Yang Lin headed straight towards the coconut tree that was more than 10 meters in height. He was hanging from the tree by his hands and feet as a crowd of tourists watched. The next second, Yang Lin was rapidly climbing in the direction of the treetops at a speed that exceeded everyone's imagination. The flexibility of the body shape was not inferior to those little monkeys at all. In just under a minute, he managed to get that balloon. By the time he returned to the ground again, the tourists were stunned. It wasn't until Yang Lin returned the balloon to the little girl's hands that the crowd finally reacted. While the applause rang out, the crowd couldn't help but murmur with unbelievable expressions on their faces. The head gardener can't be a monkey becoming. Can he, climbing trees so violently? Could it be that the gardener has spent so much time with the animals that he's returned to his roots? What a monkey wrench this gardener is. Growing suckers on your hands, I guess. I did not realize that the gardener himself is actually a great job, brother. If the zoo cannot open, you can go to the South China Sea later to pick coconuts to go. A day's salary of 300 yuan it. Or the head gardener knows how to care for the monkeys. Afraid of hurting those little monkeys, he himself personally learned to climb the tree. The goat gardener has turned into a monkey gardener. For the next Monkey King election, I recommend Director Yang himself. I'll vote for him. Hearing the crowd's murmurs that were completely different from what he had expected before, Yang Lin's face darkened. Shouldn't I have been given a shout-out? The monkey gardener is a thing. Am I not handsome enough? Just as he was contemplating, the little girl with the balloon on the side broke into a smile of thanks. Thank you, Uncle Monkey. You give me back my balloon and I'll hang it back up for you. Of course, Yellen didn't do it. Not because of the little girl's dad's big, near 2-meter height. But because he was a caring gardener, after trying out his climbing ability, Yang Lin suddenly remembered that he seemed to have an upgrade coupon that he hadn't used just now. Thinking of this, he immediately found the skill upgrade voucher. With the use of the upgrade coupon, a skill he hadn't expected was suddenly upgraded. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the skill level up coupon. Primary sharing upgraded to intermediate sharing. Intermediate sharing, in addition to sharing an animal's 5 senses, the host can also designate an animal to share part of its physical energy or part of its strength for a short period of time, which can only be used once per natural day, for 3 minutes each time. After reading the upgraded skill information, Yang Lin's eyes immediately lit up. Previously, he had been fantasizing that he could share the animal's natural abilities once the system was up to level 3. He didn't expect that this primary sharing skill upgrade to intermediate level would bring him a big surprise. Although it could only share physical abilities and strength, if it could be used properly, it was no less than sharing a talent. It was this restriction that made Yang Lin sputter. Once a day, 3 minutes at a time? How come it's so short? The system is looking down on someone. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system's voice rang out again. If the host doesn't want the ability, they can allow one reset chance. Yes, that's the one. Nothing else seems to be of much use. Kidding aside, Yang Lin wouldn't bet on that one in a few chance again. In case he bets on breathing underwater, is it hard for him to go to the sea later to guest star as a sea king? Just as he had just finished upgrading his skills on his side, the aquatic animals that had just entered the park on the other side were sent to the artificial lake with the concerted efforts of the workers. As the aquarium was opened, the 600 or so koi were the first to be released into the lake. When these colorful koi carp entered the lake, the entire artificial lake immediately had a trace of life inside, especially when those koi are swimming around in the middle of the lake. Seeing this scene, tourists' eyes were immediately drawn to these koi. Just by looking at it they realized there was a hint of something wrong. Mom, that big fat fish over there looks like he's swimming on his back, eh? That's funny. Seems like it's still true, eh? Do fish swim on their backs? It seems like there's a catfish called a backstroke catfish that does backstroke. But this is a koi, how could it possibly backstroke? What about the one in the lake? Let's just say that the one in the lake isn't about to hiccup. Anyway, the goldfish I had as a kid would hiccup in less than 2 hours if they were backstroking. There's no need to doubt that the fat koi is most likely going to be unable to make it because of the sudden change in living conditions. So the question is it still useful to wish upon a koi that's about to hiccup? The crowd's words of yours and mine naturally caught Yang Lin's attention very quickly. His face immediately changed when he saw the koi that had turned white. No way. Hanging one so soon, and the biggest and most expensive one at that. No. Can't let you die. Thinking of this, Yang Lin immediately prepared to go into the water to fish it up. Just before he got in the water, he immediately realized that he didn't seem to need to go down there to save it. Let's see what talent it has first. As he spoke, Yang Lin tapped on this fat koi's talent panel. Freshness, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Seeing this first talent, Yang Lin was directly taught. What kind of devilish talent is this? All the other animals' talents are used when they're alive. This one is only useful when they're dead. While the talents after this immodest talent were all in order until he saw the last talent of this koi. Hong Luck, mystic talent, activation requires 1 talent point. This talent is a human-imposed talent. If you believe in it, you will have it. If you don't believe in it, you won't have it. What the hell kind of talent is that? In an instant, the expression on Yang Lin's face became playful. Now he'd encountered 3 similar gifts on the mysterious side if he counted this one. And it's also more or less related to human activity. Forget it, don't think about it so much. Just decide it's you. Looking at the fat koi that had begun to spit out bubbles, Yang Lin directly activated its Hong Luck talent. The next second a light unseen by the tourists lit up on the body of this fat koi. By the time the glow was over, the fat koi that had been swimming backstroke flipped right over. Not even a second later it was swimming casually around the lake like it was nothing but a fish. Seeing this scene, the tourists were also once again surprised one after another. Strange, wasn't this fish just about to karma? Why is it suddenly alive again? Back to the light, I guess, and probably karma later. I think it's playing dead. I must have just wished to it that I'm going to make a lot of money next year, and it didn't think it would come true, so it just karma'd over. Not waiting for the crowd to figure out why this koi suddenly came back from the dead, a magical scene appeared in the middle of the artificial lake. Under the watchful eyes of countless tourists, those koi that had already swum to various corners of the artificial lake suddenly seemed to have been summoned to converge on the body of the fat koi. Wherever this fat koi swims, those other koi follow. Such a rare spectacle immediately attracts more visitors. And just as the number of tourists gathered more and more, those koi carps suddenly combined into a weird pattern. At first the visitors didn't react to what the pattern actually meant. Until a tourist standing directly in front of the koi group suddenly shouted, "I can see that they seem to be a blessing now that they are combined." As soon as the words left his mouth, immediately other tourists stepped up to where he was. As expected, the black pattern on the back of those koi combined together looked more and more like a word of fortune. If this was just a coincidence, what the group of koi did next made the crowd feel the magic of nature. After combining them to form the word fu, the koi changed every now and then to create other patterns, sometimes like the traditional character for hair, sometimes like a large character for longevity. After the shock, the tourists immediately started to make their wishes towards the group of koi. Koi data is on board and I hope to be successful next year. Koi koi koi. I hope you'll bless me with a good grade on the college entrance exam next year. Please please please. Koi 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 koi. I'm hoping to make it to graduate school next year at the Heartland School. Koi fairy. I want to take the editorial exam next year. If I can pass you'll spit a bubble. Koi koi koi. I'm buying single malt and Frenchie tonight. I hope I'll win. I've got all my money on it. In no time at all. These tourists were making all sorts of wishes to the fat koi in the lake, even if they know it's a nice prayer at best, with a high probability that it won't come true. But what if it does? Just as the crowd prayed earnestly, Yang Lin on the side also made a wish just as silently. Koi, koi, give me a large sum of money. If you agree you swim twice. If not you take off. The very next second he wished, the fat koi that weighed 50 to 60 pounds jumped right out of the lake. All of a sudden the tourists were just cheering. Comment prayers and good luck to all readers in all things. Looking at the fat koi leaping high out of the water, the already excited visitors became even more convinced that it was luck incarnate. I don't know if it was a coincidence or what, but one of the tourists who had just finished making a wish got a phone call. What? You're saying I passed the retest and you're letting me go to work tomorrow? Okay, well, I'll be on time tomorrow. The call had just hung up when the tourist burst out with an excited grin on his face. I got accepted into the company of my choice. I just made a wish and I didn't expect it to come true so soon, and it was just after this tourist that, one after another, other tourists came with happy news. I found the gold ring I've been missing for a month. Inside the compartment of my bag. My goddess has agreed to my confession. My wife is pregnant with our second child. What? The school building leaked and closed for a week? Great! As more and more tourists' wishes were realized, the gazes of the other tourists towards the fat koi in the middle of the artificial lake changed immediately. Even if they know that the odds are that the reason these people's wishes come true is because of them. But for the dragons, it is resolutely materialistic where it does not benefit them, and it is occasionally possible to be materialistic where it does. In just less than half an hour, the news that the koi wishing at the West Rainbow Zoo was particularly effective had already spread throughout the Ningnan region, and the spread of the news is gradually tending to spread across the country. Those who can come have already started buying tickets, and the out-of-town visitors who can't have been blessed with photos of fat koi from the internet. This led to the artificial lake becoming the most popular area in the entire West Rainbow Zoo over the next few days. Almost always, except for the time when the park is closed, the artificial lake is surrounded by people. For this reason, Yang Lin also deliberately opened 7 additional fish food vending machines. The morning replenishment, all sold out at noon. After a while, the water level lines of the artificial lakes all rose by 1 centimeter. If it wasn't for a couple of big guys in there to help with the food, the koi in the lake would probably be holding out. Even so, those first-time koi have gained more than a pound on average. After 1 day's time, the zoo's average daily revenue increased by $100,000 directly on top of the previous days, and all $100,000 of that was from selling fish food. When it was time for the financial report, Yellen couldn't help but think of the wish he had made to the koi. Really fucking spiritual. I should have known I'd be more daring and just ask for a garden. I don't know if I can make a wish over and over again. I'll try next time. But it seems like an idea to make money. If only other animals could be like this koi. As he spoke, Yang Lin felt like he had opened up a new thought. Most of the regular zoos are just a few rides to make money for the little kids. In addition to the admission revenue, the West Rainbow Zoo can barely even keep the animals, so naturally there's no way to add rides. Thinking of this, Yang Lin immediately toured the park. Just before the money-making idea could be thought of, he heard Handsome's screams. He didn't have to get close to him to know that Handsome had failed to look after Big Mimi again. Almost every day Shui Shui gets a fat beating from Big Sister Hua for not taking care of her little white tiger. Dammy! It was good that Yang Lin had awakened a defensive talent in it before, which prevented it from being punched out. Only when he walked to the tiger garden did he realize that he didn't know when the little white tiger Damii had climbed to the very top of the iron cage. Eyes are about to fall off. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin hurriedly walked right under the iron cage. The next moment a soft little one fell into his arms. Drink! Grow up! That's over 10 pounds. While stroking Big Mimi's soft fur, Yang Lin scratched Big Mimi's stomach. Immediately, the little white tiger Damei bounced around in Yang Lin's arms, and the surrounding tourists were envious. I'm so envious of the gardener, being able to jack a tiger. You can try too, but you'll have to think about whether you can take a beating from its mom and dad. Better not. Then, that said, this little tiger is quite skinny, running out 3 or 4 times a day, and as soon as the tiger father dozes off, it's going to bugger off. Yeah, only tiger mom can watch it. Tiger dad is a poser, and when there's no danger, tiger dad is the biggest danger of all. Then you can't blame people for being handsome. They're only 3 years old. They're still a kid themselves. They've never even been a father, okay? None of the cubs next door are like that. They're so well behaved. That's right, bear is much better than tiger. Just as the tourists were comparing little bear and little tiger, Big Sister Hua also saw Yang Lin's arrival and hurriedly said with a resentful face, "Head gardener, do you think this child is a little too naughty? All day long he thinks of running outside, and when he doesn't watch, he climbs outside." Hearing Big Sister Hua's sputtering, Yang Lin instantly grabbed both of the little white tiger's paws and then asked with a serious face, "Dammy, why do you want to go outside?" As soon as Yang Lin finished his question, the little white tiger Damei said with an aggrieved face, "It's so boring inside the cage and there's no one to play with me. I want to go play with the bear." Hearing this, Yang Lin probably understood. At the end of the day, the little white tiger, Dammy, was still raised as a cat for a week when he was just born, and instead of enjoying solitude like a real tiger would, he needed more companionship. Inside the tiger park, Big Sister Hua and Shui Shui would at most teach him various skills and would not play with him at all. That's why it's been thinking about going out into the world to find playmates. Am I going to throw it inside a bear garden to raise it? That wouldn't be appropriate, would it? What if it grows up to be bearish? Looks like we'll have to find a playmate for it. When he thought of this, an idea suddenly popped into Yang Lin's mind. Dammy, do you want a brother or a sister? What's a younger sibling? Apparently, Big Mimi is too young to know what a younger sibling is. The kind you can hang out with all day. Just as soon as Yang Lin finished explaining, Big Mimi immediately replied, "Think, I want a sibling. Then that's a good thing." With a hint of a smile, Yang Lin's gaze then went to Big Sister Hua in the middle of the tiger garden. Originally, he was still counting on a love child to arise between Shui Shui and Big Sister Hua, but perhaps because of the disparity between their body sizes, Fa Daisy was slow to conceive. I was prepared to use manual methods to help the two of them, but now it was a no-brainer. Finding the few talents that had been opened earlier, Yang Lin casually bestowed one of them on Big Sister Hua. It was also right after this talent was bestowed that the expression of Big Sister Hua, who was still grumpy, immediately changed. There was a hint of incredulity between the doubts. In the tiger garden, as Yang Lin gave a new talent to Big Sister Hua, a faint heartbeat immediately traveled through Big Sister Hua's abdomen. This hint of change was tiny, but Big Sister Hua was the first to sense it. "I'm pregnant?" With a hint of disbelief, Big Sister Hua muttered. Hearing her words, Handsome at the side immediately stood up, the expression on its face even more surprised than Big Sister Hua's. And just as both tigers were extremely shocked, Yang Lin walked in holding the little white tiger. After glancing at Big Sister Hannah, she said to Big Mimi, "Looks like you're going to be a big brother before too long, and then you'll have a playmate." Hearing Yang Lin's words, the little white tiger's eyes immediately lit up. Where are the siblings? In your mom's belly. You're an older brother now. You have to protect your younger siblings. You can't just run outside anymore, okay? At this moment, the little white tiger suddenly revealed an expression of seeming understanding, and then nodded vigorously. It didn't take long for it to run underneath the belly of Big Sister Flower, looking east and west for a while. At the same time, a hint of a maternal aura came over Hannah Daisy's face. After decades of waiting, it finally waited for this day, just as all three of their families were anticipating that new life that was about to arrive. Yang Lin also announced to the public that Big Sister Hua was pregnant. In a matter of moments, the park was filled with excited visitors. Among the entire West Rainbow Zoo, Flower Big Sister's popularity had never been on the #1 spot, but it was always firmly in the top 3. As the oldest animal in the park, he has a huge fan base, and they are genuinely happy for him when they know he will be expecting a baby of his own in the near future. Great! Big Sister Hua will soon have her second baby. I wonder what this second tiger baby will look like. Don't have to think about it. It should be much bigger than a normal tiger cub at birth. According to genetics, maybe this little tiger cub will be bigger in size than Hannah Daisy by then. My goodness, how big that would be. Already at birth, the Tiger King was laid. That makes me look forward to it even more. How many days do we have to wait before we can see the little Tiger King? Will it be a mutated breed as well? The pregnancy cycle for tigers is usually 100 days out, I think, so it's almost another 3 months before we see the cubs. As to whether it will mutate, that's unclear. There's already a white tiger. Will a black one come? Then I think there should be another green tiger. Just as tourists are anticipating the upcoming birth of a baby tiger, the news of Flora's pregnancy is spreading over the internet. Like these visitors to the site, netizens are sending their best wishes. The major media outlets are naturally no exception. After all, even if an ordinary northeastern tiger was pregnant and gave birth, it would be a great joyous news for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Not to mention a stellar northeast tiger like Flower Daisy. And just as the news of big sister Hua's pregnancy was spreading like wildfire all over the internet, Yang Lin received a message at the same time that made him very surprised. Due to the incoming cold air, the city's temperature will usher in a precipitous drop. The lowest temperature will be as low as 8 degrees Celsius. A large number of wintering migratory birds will face the problem of wintering difficulties. Looking at the weather forecast on his cell phone and then looking at the weather outside, Yang Lin's brows immediately frowned. As a city located south of the Tropic of Cancer, Ningnan is one of the few cities with single-digit weather. Basically, the average temperature is around 20 degrees year-round. This is precisely why a large number of migratory birds migrate south to Ningnan every year to overwinter here. Large numbers of migratory birds are seen every year in the major wetlands. But if this precipitous cooling is true, then not only will those wintering migratory birds be affected, but even those animals in the West Rainbow Zoo will be affected. Especially those animals from the tropics. Where have they ever suffered like this? Thinking of this, Yang Lin immediately gathered the entire park staff together. As soon as the personnel arrived, he immediately explained the situation this time. All in all, it's just that this time Ningnan might be about to experience an unprecedented big cooling. So everyone help me think about how to help the animals in the park to get through this winter safely. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Kursin immediately stood up. Table pot. Call positions at work. Okay, gardener. My idea is this. We put air conditioning or heaters in all the parks so the animals are warm. As soon as she finished her words, a look of horror appeared on Yang Lin's face. Do you know how much air conditioning that would require and how much electricity would be wasted? No, that's so environmentally unfriendly. And I think ironically some animal will be curious enough to run and chew on the wires. Okay then. Right after Chen Kursin had just finished her comments, Ho Lei stood up. There's actually a lot we can learn from the zoo about this kind of thing. Like the zoo in Imperial. For example, they can get below freezing in the winter. So they use heated rooms and sunrooms and underfloor heating in large areas. Even those aquatic animals live in heated pools. We don't get that cold here. Underfloor heating and heated pools aren't necessary. My suggestion is that separate heated and sunny rooms could be built for those animals from the tropics. As for the animals that aren't from the tropics, I would suggest that they can be left alone. What? As soon as Ho Lei finished his words, all the people in the room looked at him with astonished faces. Do we really not need to worry about them? Even Yang Lin asked with a puzzled expression. Director, in fact, I've carefully looked at it. And those animals in our zoo obviously all have stronger physiques than those in other zoos. So their ability to withstand the cold will also be much stronger. And this current temperature is also just lower compared to what Ningnan used to be. Compared to other areas it's really not that low. Ho Lei explained with a serious face. The crowd will think so is actually quite normal. In previous years, Ningnan, not to say that it is 4 seasons like spring, but also at least not like this year, so a big cooling. 6 degrees for them native southerners, that's extremely cold weather. Alright then, let's do what you said. I'll go ahead and contact someone to come up with a customized warming and sunroom for those animals that are afraid of the cold. After saying that, Yang Lin walked out of the office and began to inquire about the channels for warm rooms and sunrooms to come. And it wasn't long after he left the office that a figure flew above the distant sky in the direction of the West Rainbow Zoo. The number was large enough to be called a cover. Yang Lin, who had only just stepped out of the office, was immediately stunned by the scene on the sky in front of him. Above the endless sky, flocks of birds of various shapes and sizes were flying one after another, and the entire sky was covered with them. In previous years, although we have also seen the sight of migratory birds migrating south, but compared with this year is small. Just a rough estimate suggests that there are no less than 10,000 of them. Boy, do they also know that it's going to cool down in Ningnan soon? So they're rushing to fly to warmer places. Looking at the direction they're flying, they should be going to North Bay or Eastern Guangdong this time. Just as Yang Lin was thinking this, the head bird of the flock suddenly swooped towards the open space next to the West Rainbow Zoo. Perhaps guided by the head bird, the others followed suit. Such a spectacular picture instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding tourists and residents. Yang Lin nature is no exception. At first he couldn't figure out why the birds had suddenly stopped here, but soon he figured it out. With hundreds or thousands of kilometers to travel, it is only natural that these migratory birds need a place to rest when they are tired of flying. As one of the few open green spaces in the city, The huge wasteland next to the Shihong Zoo has naturally become the first choice for the birds. After realizing that these migratory birds might want to rest in the wasteland, Yang Lin also hurriedly ran to the zoo storehouse and took out a large amount of grains and cereals. Carrying these grains on his back, he ran in the direction of the wasteland. By the time he arrived, a number of people had gathered around the wasteland. There were even a lot of photographers with long guns among them. There's no doubt that such a scene would be heaven for them, the photography enthusiasts. At the sight of Yang Lin appearing with 2 sacks on his back, the crowd was first stunned, then a strong color of doubt emerged on their faces. What is young park director planning to do? Has he lost his mind enough to kidnap these little birds in a sack? And just as the crowd was worried that Yang Lin would startle these birds, Yang Lin was strutting right into the middle of the wasteland. Amidst the crowd's astonished gazes, these birds, instead of being frightened in any way, one by one also gathered towards Yang Lin. It didn't take long for Yang Lin to be surrounded by a wintering migratory bird. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin hurriedly grabbed a handful of grains and cereals from the sack. A casual scattering immediately attracts countless birds to scramble for it. All of a sudden, the wasteland became lively above, and countless birds' joyful cries converged at this moment. When such a picture fell into the eyes of the onlookers, it immediately gave them an incomparably strange feeling. This feeling made them suspect that what Yang Lin was feeding at the moment was not a migratory bird, but a chicken. After a moment of silence, the crowd hurriedly raised their respective filming equipment and frantically pressed the shutter, just to memorize this rare scene in the world, especially when the tens of thousands of birds of all shapes and sizes circled around the Yang Lin in flight. This kind of human and nature in extreme harmony with the picture, if taken to the selection of the least, can take a lot of awards. And at this moment, Yang Lin naturally didn't know that he had become the scenery under other people's lenses. All he wanted to do now was to feed this flock of migratory birds properly so that he could have the strength to continue flying south. God only knows how many birds would have died on migration if they hadn't made it to warmer climes before the cold front arrived. Eat more so you have the strength to keep flying later. You're welcome. While talking, Yang Lin scattered just a handful of grain, and these migratory birds didn't treat him politely. One by one, they flew up to eat, just so they could store more energy for the long flight to come. It was at this time that a loud and clear eagle cry came from the sky. All of a sudden the migratory birds in the middle of the wasteland were scattered and startled. The crowd of onlookers also hurriedly turned their gazes to the sky. One could only see a large-sized golden eagle with a divine appearance swooping down from the sky in the direction of the wasteland. The intense hostility emanating from it could be felt from hundreds of meters away. Ha! Isn't that the gardener's golden eagle? What's it planning to do? It can't be thinking that these migratory birds are encroaching on its territory, so it's trying to drive these migratory birds away. It should be. Golden eagles have a very strong sense of territory. Why do I get the feeling he's a little cranky today though? Where's that female eagle he's usually paired up with? Seeing that Li Xuanying's appearance had startled the wintering migratory birds, Yang Lin hurriedly pacified the wintering migratory birds while communicating with Li Xuanying's consciousness through the sharing skill. What are you doing? They're not here to take your territory. They're just resting here, and when they're full they'll continue on to the south. Get back in there. Don't scare them. Just as soon as Yang Lin finished his sentence, Li Xuanying immediately responded, Boss, I didn't want to come over either. But my family insisted that I come over to get rid of these birds. It can't be helped. It's been so grumpy lately. Grumpy? Why? Yang Lin asked, rather puzzled. And Li Xuanying's next reply was a bit unexpected. It can't be helped. She just laid 6 eggs 2 days ago and is incubating them now. The survival rate of our golden eagle clan is really too low. We die young if we are not careful. And these 6 eggs are still not sure if one will survive. So it now carries a strong hostility towards all that fly in the sky. Hearing Li Xuanying's explanation, Yang Lin was first stunned, then immediately revealed a look of surprise. You mean you're going to be a father soon? This is just heavenly. We're going to have a few more cuties in the zoo. After knowing this, Yang Lin was suddenly able to understand that female golden eagle, the golden eagle clan, already had an extremely strong domain awareness. Plus it was a critical time for hatching their young. Suddenly being invaded by so many migratory birds in their territory is inevitably overkill. If the hatching fails due to emotional overload, the wave will be a big loss. If the survival rate can be slightly improved, won't there be a few more golden eagles in the West Rainbow Zoo in the future? Thinking of this, Yang Lin suddenly remembered the legendary talent that had been opened just a short while ago that was specifically for young birds that hadn't hatched. With 6 eggs, one should always be a female, and once the legendary talent is activated, it shouldn't die young. At this moment Yang Lin was inexplicably curious about that legendary talent called the 100 Birds of Prey. He had an inexplicable feeling that this talent might be able to bring about a sea change for the West Rainbow Zoo, taking advantage of the fact that those migratory birds were still feeding there. Yang Lin hurriedly returned to the West Rainbow Zoo once again. After arriving all the way to the birdwood, he was immediately surprised by the huge bird's nest above the birdwood that covered an area of several square feet. The signal tower that was originally disguised as a large tree had now just turned into the nest of 2 golden eagles. No wonder the signal has gotten worse lately. You two have built a wedding house here. While wearing a speechless expression on his face, Yang Lin then climbed upwards along the signal tower. A signal tower more than 20 meters high. If it were in the past, he would never have been able to climb it. But at the moment he was leaping to the very top of the signal tower in less than a minute. Just as soon as he stretched his head out, the 2 golden eagles stretched out a big head there to look at him, with the female golden eagle among them having even more vigilance in her eyes. This was Yang Lin. If anyone else had appeared here, the female golden eagle would have already been nonchalant. Of course Yang Lin's gaze only lingered on the 2 mouths for a moment, and in the next second his gaze went to the rounded eggs underneath the golden eagle's mother. Instantly his eyes lit up. Birds are already scarce at the West Rainbow Zoo, and the aviary has always been a weak board. Other than golden eagles and macaws, there's nothing to take away from the birds to come. Now that he saw these 6 golden eagle eggs, Yang Lin immediately saw how the bird forest would prosper in the future. Of course, all of this assumes that the 6 little golden eagles will hatch successfully. Thinking of this, Yang Lin immediately found the 100 birds talent he had previously obtained, and looking at one of the golden eagle eggs he chose to bestow it. The bird is male and cannot be given this talent. Hearing this beep, Yang Lin wasn't discouraged and turned around to change another egg. After failing several times in a row, there was eventually only one last golden eagle egg left. No way. Are you so capable of having a son? You've got a bird to lose. If you were an individual, you'd have to prepare 5 houses. As he spoke, Yang Lin's heart became apprehensive. In case the one in this last golden eagle egg was also a female golden eagle, it would not be a good idea. It was the very next second that he bestowed his talent towards this last golden eagle egg. A different beep than before went off. Ding! Talent bestowed successfully. The 100 birds talent is officially activated. The next second the system beep sounded. A trace of magical changes arose on the surface of that golden eagle egg. The originally light white eggshell was instantly tainted with a hint of light gold color, giving it an inexplicable extra point of respectability. Just as Yang Lin was about to use the light of insight to take a look at the talent panel of this golden eagle's egg, a burst of movement came from above the wasteland to the side in an instant. Those tens of thousands of migratory birds flew up in the air at the same time as if they had been summoned by some kind of call. Amidst the shocked gazes of countless onlookers, these birds then flew one by one in flocks towards the interior of the West Rainbow Zoo. All of a sudden the entire sky above the West Rainbow Zoo was as if it was covered by a colorful cloud. Startled visitors to the park looked up. Without waiting for them to figure out what the hell was going on, the tens of thousands of migratory birds flew in unison into the sky above the aviary. At this moment, Yang Lin naturally also saw this scene, if not for his hand tightly grasping the handrail above the signal tower. At this time I'm afraid that it is not going to be immediately scared to fall down. What's going on? Such a big commotion. Could it be that 100 birds just now? Unable to help it, Yang Lin's gaze went to the light gold-colored golden eagle egg. Unexpectedly to him, the golden eagle couple, who should have been extremely tense emotionally, suddenly became calm at this moment, even if they have been surrounded by those migratory birds. And from their eyes, Yang Lin not only saw calmness, but also a hint of delight. This more or less threw Yang Lin off his game. Just as he was about to take another look at the situation, the tens of thousands of migratory birds suddenly circled around the towering signal tower, sometimes rising, sometimes falling, as if performing some kind of dance, while the chirping sound from their mouths was also high and low, like some kind of ancient ritual. It seemed like a blessing and a prayer. This social behavior, which was beyond Yang Lin's cognitive scope, lasted for a full minute or so. This minute or so Yang Lin was afraid that these well-fed birds would give him a roaming flight. The good thing is that what he feared didn't happen. After these tens of thousands of migratory birds danced, a starburst that only he could see flew out from the bodies of these migratory birds. Eventually all of these star points flew above the pale golden eagle egg. In an instant there were some completely different colors on top of the originally light golden eggshell. It's like a painted work of art. Seeing such a change, a trace of gratitude immediately appeared in the eyes of the golden eagle couple. At the same time Yang Lin received a distinctive beep in his mind. Ding! The golden eagle cub has received the blessing of the 10,000 birds and has successfully completed its metamorphosis. Please check on your own. Host. At the same time this area has been blessed by 10,000 birds. The environment in the area has been changed, and the breeding rate and survival rate of birds has been slightly improved. Hearing these 2 consecutive beeps, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed a complex color. This kind of metaphysical thing he actually encountered again so soon. It's true what they say about everything. Just as this thought had been generated in him, The flock of migratory birds that had completed their blessing flew towards the south once again. Looking at the back of these migratory birds going away, Yang Lin realized that perhaps when next year's spring starts, they will come here again. By then, the little golden eagle should have been able to soar freely. Thinking of this, he hastily shot a light of insight towards the golden eagle egg that had received the blessing of all birds. The next second a talent panel with a golden border appeared in front of Yan Lin. When his eyes caught sight of the name at the very top, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Pang, that's right, not a golden eagle or a phoenix, but a rock. There was no doubt that this unborn golden eagle cub had already mutated after undergoing the legendary talent enhancement as well as the 10,000 birds blessing. From a common golden eagle it morphed straight into a whole new species. And in the legends of the Dragon Kingdom and the world at large, the roc is a bird of immense proportions. Especially in the legends of the Dragon Kingdom, the roc has the title of the king of all birds, and is on par with the phoenix. Zhuangzi once recorded that the roc's back, I do not know how many thousands of miles, flying in anger, its wings are like clouds hanging down in the sky, the water strikes 3,000 miles, the tumbler rises 90,000 miles, the cloudy air is extinguished, the negative sky, and then the figure is south. Although Yan Lin knew that this roc here would definitely not be a divine beast like in the legends, he could imagine that in the future, this roc would definitely far surpass its parents and become a veritable sky overlord. After knowing that the golden eagle cub had transformed into a roc, Yang Lin's gaze once again looked at the talent panel below, and the talent up there didn't disappoint Yellen. Peng Chengwan Miles, legendary talent, this talent is a mutation of the birds of prey, and is automatically activated from birth. King of the Skies, legendary talent, this talent has been activated. Blessing, legendary talent, this talent has been activated. Airspace, legendary talent, this talent has been activated. Shelter, lore talent, this talent has been activated. Gorgeous, unprecedentedly gorgeous, 5 talents, all of them legendary, and all of them were already in an activated state, the equivalent of being born at the top. Although the system didn't specifically explain what some of these talents were used for, Yan Lin was still able to roughly guess some of them based on the names. The first one, for example, should refer to its flying speed, and by the time it is born from the day it is born, there may not be any bird in the world that can fly faster than it. As to how fast it can go that is not known. After looking at the talent of this roc, while sighing, Yang Lin also looked at the other 5 golden eagle eggs. Unsurprisingly, with the previous blessing of the birds, the odds are that these 5 little guys won't die young. So in almost a month's time, the West Rainbow Zoo will have 5 more baby golden eagles and a rook. But this house of yours is a bit unsafe. The cold snap is coming tomorrow. I'll give you a whole new home to go to. As he spoke, Yang Lin climbed down the signal tower. Immediately after he came down from the signal tower, a large number of tourists surrounded him. Obviously they were very curious about what had just happened. Gardener, what just happened in the sky? Why are there so many birds? Yeah, what are you doing up there? Those birds seem to be all over you just now, eh? Listening to the crowd's words, Yang Lin immediately changed the topic. Because I fed them grain, so they were just saying goodbye to me. As for why I'm climbing on top of the signal tower, it's because the female golden eagle in the park laid 6 golden eagle eggs the day before yesterday. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was an uproar from the tourists in the room. Wow, are the golden eagles going to have a baby too? Big sister Hua just got pregnant and the golden eagle laid eggs as well. So it looks like the West Rainbow Zoo is going to have a lot more little babies soon. I'm looking forward to it. The golden eagle's little baby should be cute too. Head gardener, you see this is another big celebration. Why don't you take this opportunity to give a discount on those peripheral goods? Yes, it's a double whammy. A discount makes sense. Listening to the crowd's calls for discounts, Yang Lin first pondered for a moment, and then he exclaimed, a discount isn't out of the question. Since it's such a big happy occasion, let's give everyone a 10% discount. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, a hush fell over the tourists. But just then Yang Lin was speaking again. Don't be in a hurry. It's not about to be the new year. In addition to the previous styles, I also prepared a special New Year's style, only sold during the Spring Festival. Oh, limited quantity. Then everyone remember to come to buy. The tourists who had just booed immediately had their eyes light up after hearing the words Spring Festival Special. They regretted for a while that they didn't snag the last game's special. Just when the crowd thought that this was the end, Yang Lin was the one who added another sentence. Also considering the multiple births of cubs in the park, I am going to prepare a cub birthday party after the start of next year. At that time, I will gather all the young babies born in the park within the last 6 months to meet with everyone centrally, when everyone can interact with these cubs zero distance. As soon as Yang Lin finished his sentence, the tourists cheered once again. Compared to those adult animals, The young ones that were just recently born were just too cute. Even animals that grow up to be ugly are no exception as pups. Being able to have a chance to have a zero-distance contact with those cubs, where would they be willing to miss it? Gardener, can I hold the little white tiger then? I want a hug bear. The little clouded leopard babies are so cute too. Can I hold one? I don't think the parents are around. If they are around, forget it. Just as the crowd was looking forward to meeting those cubs, a breeder took the initiative to find young Lin. Head gardener, when I went to feed balls round and round to them today, I felt that round state of mind didn't seem quite right. Do you want to go and take a look? Hearing this breeder's words, young Lin immediately frowned. It can't be that they're sick. It can't be. These animals whose talents have been awakened have a physique that's quite a bit stronger than the average animal. They shouldn't be that susceptible to illness. Although he thought so, young Lin chose to take a look at the leopard park to avoid any problems before saying anything. By the time he arrived at the leopard garden, the interior of the leopard garden was also bustling with activity. Within the original leopard garden there was only one leopard in it, Li Bao, and later on 2 young rabbits were sent in. Until yesterday when he sent in another family of 5 clouded leopard moms. The leopard park has jumped to become the most populated park inside the entire Shihong Zoo, and the number of tourists surrounding the leopard park has been boosted by the arrival of baby clouded leopards. However, at this moment, Yang Lin didn't care about that much. The first thing he did after arriving at the leopard garden was to open the garden door and walk in. Just as soon as he entered the inside of the leopard garden, 4 little furry blobs were already hanging onto him. One hangs on his left hand, one on his right, and the other 2 on his right and left feet. Just as I put one down and was about to go put the other one down, the baby clouded leopard that I put down climbed up again. For a moment Yang Lin felt as if he was caught in a loop. After tossing around like this a few times, Yang Lin simply gave up. Solely he just unzipped his top and stuffed the 4 baby clouded leopards inside. Then the zipper was zipped up again, and all of a sudden there were 4 little heads growing out of the chest. After being bound by the clothes, the 4 little ones instantly stopped moving. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin also let out a long sigh of relief. A fight with a tiger isn't even this tiring. What a quartet of little grinders. Drying the sweat on his head, Yang Lin went straight to the cat climbing frame on the side. At the moment, right above the cat climbing frame, the leopard Li Bao is perched there, while 1 level below is the clouded leopard mom, and only at the bottom are the little bunny rabbits balls and rounders. As the breeder had said before, the round was really shriveled up. Could it be too much food? Thinking of this, Yang Lin raised his hand and used primary healing on it, but soon his face changed. Holy shit, no way. Adult female rabbit, pregnant, 1-year-old intimate. Looking at the information that came back in front of him, Yang Lin was more or less surprised. I thought that Yuan was suffering from indigestion or something, but now I realize that I'm actually pregnant. In his mind, Ball and Round had always still looked like children. Small and cute, always ignored the issue of its age. According to the developmental cycle of rabbits, a rabbit around 1 year of age is indeed up to the standard of being able to breed the next generation. Figuring this out, Yang Lin immediately gave a thumbs up to the ball on the side. Pretty impressive balls. About to become a father without saying a word. When I get the sunroom built, I'll send Yuan in, and then you'll follow suit. After saying that, Yang Lin was ready to get up and leave the leopard garden. He was just about to pull open the gate, when he remembered that there were still 4 little ones in his arms. Don't look for me. Go play with your grandpa. Without waiting for Li Bao to react, Yang Lin ran out of the leopard garden in a puff of smoke, leaving behind only Li Bao with a grumbling face. Just finished bringing up 2. This sent 4 more little ones over. Obviously not even a daughter-in-law. Has been a baby daddy twice. And also just as Yang Lin walked out of the gate of the leopard park, the tourists came up to ask about Yuan. Head gardener, what's wrong with Round? I came in this morning and saw that he didn't seem to have much spirit. Yeah, isn't that sick? If you're sick, you have to treat it early. These little guys can be very fragile. Hearing the crowd's words of concern, Yang Lin hurriedly informed the tourists of what he had just observed. After the tourists realized that Yuan was actually pregnant, the look of surprise on each face was no less than Yang Lin himself. No way. Isn't Yuan still a child? This is going to be a mom. My god. I always thought it was small. That's just younger by our human age. But to go by the lifespan of a rabbit, she's a big girl. Rabbits are usually sexually mature by about 10 months. That said, there's no sign of Ball and Round shy either. Is there a possibility that the process is so short that it's both done before you realize it? Laughing my ass off. That's a pretty insulting thing to say about a rabbit. But it's a really good possibility. The typical pregnancy cycle for rabbits is 9 to 10 weeks, so you'll see rabbit babies in almost 2 months or so. Is there a new little baby on the way at the West Rainbow Zoo? Big Sister Flower is also pregnant. The golden eagles are hatching their young. and Ball and Yuan Yuan are going to have a baby soon. So the West Rainbow Zoo is truly a treasure. When you put it that way, then I'll have to come hang out even more from now on. Wanting kids for a couple years without any dip a good pregnancy. As the news of Yuan Yuan's pregnancy spread, a large number of child-seeking tourists soon arrived at the entrance of the park for these moms-to-be, as it was before when the koi wish was made. During the same period, the number of visitors to temples and Taoist monasteries in Ningnan plummeted. The gurus couldn't even scratch their brains bald to think that they would be outbid by a zoo. They have even more deeply realized the saying that sometimes it is not necessarily your peers who beat you, but rather the cross-border. It's just that this boundary at the West Rainbow Zoo collapsed a little too wildly. Just like the animals in the garden. The day slipped by just as one animal in the park after another came in with pregnancy news. Before dawn the next day, Yang Lin woke up to a blast of coolness. Why is it suddenly so cold? Feeling the change in temperature, he hastily took out a thicker quilt from a side cabinet. Just as he was about to fall asleep again, a gust of demonic wind blew the window of his room open. All of a sudden, Yang Lin had the feeling of running naked in the freezing cold. Cold, bone-chilling cold. He had never experienced such temperatures after living in the South for over 20 years. It wasn't until this time that he realized the cold snap was really coming. Without being able to think about it, he hurriedly went up and closed the window, while opening his talent panel at the same time. As a talent point was invested in resisting the cold, a trace of warmth rose within the body that was already freezing cold. All the coldness disappeared without a trace in this moment of effort. It's true that it's still the old ancestors' talent that's more practical. Now even if I go straight to winter swimming, there shouldn't be any problems. Casually taking out a short sleeve from one side and putting it on, Yang Lin then glanced at the thermometer hanging on the wall to the side. When he saw the large number 4 on it, his face was filled with surprise. Is this the temperature a southern offshore city should have? This isn't even a cliff anymore. This is a cliff jump. No, gotta go see how the animals are doing. Can't afford to freeze. Although he had already installed sunrooms and warm rooms for the more cold-weary animals yesterday afternoon, there was still a hint of concern in his mind. With that thought, he instantly put on his own flip-flops and walked out of the room. It was just about 4 a.m. and the sky was not yet fully lit. When Yang Lin walked out of his room, it was already drizzling outside, along with gusts of howling wind. It was already a scene of winter having arrived. Seeing such a scene, Yang Lin hastened his pace. It didn't take long to get to the orangutan garden, and as soon as he got close he felt something wasn't quite right. From the little house in the orangutan garden there was a fire faintly heard. Subconsciously he assumed it was on fire inside, until he saw that Great Master and King Kong were there each holding a sweet potato there to roast. A pile of sweet potatoes and potato corn that hadn't had time to bake was still strewn on the ground to one side. After spotting Yang Lin, Great Master instantly grinned, its mouth full of large yellow teeth. "Jan, want one? It's hot." Seeing this scene, Yang Lin was more or less speechless. "Never mind. Eat yourselves and don't burn the hair on yourselves." With that he went back to the monkey park off to the side. I would have thought that the little monkeys would have been wary of the cold. As a result, Yang Lin arrived only to find that this group of small monkeys, a monkey body at tourists' donated clothes, crowded in the monkey park inside the small house, sleep do not know how fragrant. As for the other animals, they were all one and the same, as if they had become immortal. Some of them were covered with thick quilts, while some of them were cuddling there to keep warm. The black bear family of 3 is even directly lying on the cold concrete floor, not with fear at all. Sure enough, it's different when you're smarter. It makes me look like a fool. Looking at the way each of those animals kept the cold at bay, Yang Lin couldn't help but laugh to himself while putting his heart down. And just at this time, there was a hint of an unusual sound coming from the artificial lake on the side. It's not like someone came to steal the fish in the middle of the night. It's not that Yang Lin is overthinking it. Earlier on there was really a scenic spot where a big koi was stolen and eaten. That koi is still said to be that city's group favorite, and was eventually found with a pot of soup left over. With a hint of curiosity, Yang Lin carefully then walked in the direction of the artificial lake. It was only when he arrived next to the artificial lake that the several white figures next to the artificial lake almost scared him out of his soul. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the sky was still dark, and coupled with the rainy weather, Yang Lin could only see a few white shadows hanging around the lake in shadow. He was almost scared off his back on the spot. It so happened that at this time one of the white shadows was still slowly heading towards the lake, and in no time at all, it had already descended into the lake. I'm not inviting anything unclean. At this moment Yang Lin unconsciously held his breath, and also in the next second, a long chirping sound suddenly came from not far away. Hearing this chirping sound, Yang Lin was first stunned and then reacted, because this voice is really too familiar to him. If he remembers correctly, when he was a child and his grandfather went back to his hometown, he was still chased by this thing. It was a voice he could never forget for the rest of his life. Without realizing it, he looked at the white figure on the edge of that lake, but at the same time a hint of doubt arose in his mind. In order to answer this doubt, he hurriedly went in the direction of the artificial lake. By the time he got closer, he was able to clearly see the full shape of those white shadows. It was clearly 6 large white geese covered with white feathers and plump. Unlike ordinary domesticated large white geese, these 6 large white geese clearly have a touch more nobility. So these aren't village bullies, they're swans? With such doubts, Yang Lin hastily tapped on the exploration radar, and instantly 6 points of light appeared next to him. Casually tapping on one of them, a line of information appeared in front of him. Swan, healthy, 2 years old, friendly. It's really a swan. How is it that there are swans still landing here in the middle of the night? Could it be that it encountered cold air last night when it was moving south, so it couldn't fly and found a place to shelter? After thinking for half a day, Yang Lin could only think of such a result. After all, it's not unheard of for this to happen, and from time to time, would-be migratory birds fall off the wagon on their way to migrate. Don't all fairy tales have a white swan being raised as a duck? Just as Yang Lin marveled at the fact that an animal had come to his door of its own accord, the 6 swans had taken their turn in the water. At first Yang Lin didn't know what they were trying to do until he saw one of the swans pick up a small koi from the lake in one bite and then swallow it in 3 swallows. Holy shit, shut up you! You can't eat this! Before the words were out of their mouths, several other swans followed suit and each grabbed a koi and ate it. At this moment Yang Lin seemed to see a line of red numbers floating up from the lake. -6. What was 678 went straight to 672. This is an unprecedented attrition since the inception of the West Rainbow Zoo. On the off chance that one of the swans didn't seem to have enough to eat at this time, another one went down. -1. Well, now you won't be able to leave. Looking at the big fat white swans on the lake, Yang Lin turned around and took out a handful of feed that he usually used to feed those 2 black swans from inside the workroom on the side and sprinkled it on the shore. The next second, those white swans seemed to swim to the shore as if they sensed the scent of food. Looking at these white swans that were gorging on the feed, Yang Lin turned around and walked inside another small house located by the lake. Opening the door of the little house, 2 much fatter black swans appeared before him. It was the same 2 that had been gleaned from inside the city zoo earlier. Since coming to the West Rainbow Zoo, these 2 black swans have not been in the water for a day, and spend all day on the shore showing love and cheating the tourists to feed them. But the problem was that it was both males, and Yellen had always known that. Only the group of tourists didn't. Seeing as they had each gained several pounds over the course of a month, the time had finally come to use them both. Big black, 2 black. I'm going to give you 2 a task now. See those white swans over there? Find a way to keep them. It's time to show your charms. Go ahead. As soon as the words left their mouths, the 2 black swans also saw the 6 white swans that were frolicking around the lake. Immediately, the 2 of them shifted their fat bodies in a frenzy and walked over. Little man, this can't hold you. Perhaps it was because black swans were really rare among the swan family, or perhaps it was because the special temperament of the 2 black swans, which was different from that of the wild swans, mesmerized the 6 white swans on the spot. It didn't take long to play in the water in the middle of the artificial lake. Looking at it, Yang Lin couldn't help but think of a question. What would a black swan plus a white swan produce? White plus black or gray swan? Unable to think of a reason, Yang Lin simply didn't think about it. Looking at the drizzle that was constantly falling overhead, and after confirming that all the animals were not a safety hazard, Yang Lin once again returned to the middle of his hut. It was not long before he fell into a deep sleep, and by the time he awoke again with a start, the time had come to morning. The first thing I did when I got up was look out the window. An involuntary look of sadness crossed his face at the sight of it still being as overcast and rainy as it had been in the early hours of the morning. Why is it still this weather? Let's hope it doesn't last too long or those animals should get skin diseases, especially those feline ones. If they get ringworm, it's a hair loss. Thinking of this, Yang Lin couldn't help but recall that there was a time when Big Sister Hua was the one who turned into a bull-furred tiger because she had catarrh. That's what got tourists reporting them for animal cruelty during that time. It took a while to finally clarify. Just as he was thinking so, it was a burst of noisy sounds that came from within the park once again. Listening to the commotion, the number of tourists seems to be quite high. This was a bit out of Yang Lin's expectation. He had thought that on a day like today's, the number of tourists shouldn't be too high. After all, a big cool down coupled with rainy weather makes staying home king. Is it because of those swans? Not really. Aren't swans to be seen anywhere? With a hint of doubt, Yang Lin casually put on a single shirt and walked out of the room. Before we had gone far out, groups of tourists in various colors of raincoats and umbrellas were gathered around the lake. Every now and then a burst of applause would break out. At that moment, Yang Lin became even more curious. You've just joined and you've already learned to put together your own show? Is that so promising? It seemed to him that the only thing that could get the tourists so excited was the fact that the animals were working on a whole new job. However, when Yang Lin saw the next sight, it was one that caused his facial expression to twist instantly, only to see in the large artificial lake lakeside, 6 white and 2 black, a total of 8 swans neatly stood at the edge of the lake. Every now and then, he took a handful of fish food from the automatic feeder on the side and fed it into the mouths of the koi on the surface of the water. And the koi came through. Just like that, the swans were there to feed, the koi were there to eat, and the whole water was so busy. It was a moment when that once exalted flock of swans seemed to be finding new joy in goose life. So this one's a fallen princess who's been led astray by 2 poor boys from the countryside? Looking at the swans that took pleasure in feeding the fish, Yang Lin was really a bit confused. Obviously they are all animals. Surprisingly, they have all started to feed the other animals up. But the focus of these tourists also seems a little off. Is this nice? Just after saying this, Yang Lin glanced at the time on his cell phone. I'll go. How come half an hour has passed all of a sudden? And I've only been looking at it for a little while. While speaking, Yang Lin was ready to turn around and leave. After all, although he had the talent to withstand the cold, the gazes of others that looked like fools were really a bit too much for him. Everyone else is wearing down jackets and he's still there in a singlet. And just as he was heading in the direction of his office, a call came in out of the blue. Looking at the unfamiliar caller ID on it, Yang Lin's face first showed a hint of doubt before he picked up the phone. As soon as the call was answered, a voice with a few familiar, but unmemorable sounds came from the other end. Hello, Director Yang. I'm from Magic City TV. It's like this. The variety show cooperation matter previously agreed upon with your garden may have to be postponed. Hearing these words suddenly, Yang Lin finally remembered who this person was. Isn't this the same person in charge of the Magic City TV who once came to the West Rainbow Zoo before? Oh, why do you need to postpone it? It's like this. Because 2 of the artists who just signed a contract with us are currently the ones who are having a bit of a problem. In fan terms, collapsing their houses. It's going to take a little bit of time to research for guests for the event. So odds are the event is going to be postponed until later in the year. For this matter, our TV station is also very sorry. So as compensation, our station is willing to sponsor a sum of money for your park for the construction of the park. Yang Lin, who was originally still distracted, immediately became energized after hearing these words. That's a real shame. Don't worry guys, I'll make sure to give you a big advertising space in the park when the time comes. After some pleasantries were exchanged, Yang Lin was also quick to receive that advertising sponsorship money from Magic City TV. It's only 100 or so Ws, but that's almost 2 days worth of revenue for the entire park. Looking at the sum of money that had just arrived, Yang Lin nearly looked at it twice before crediting it to the zoo's official account. With that, he dialed Chen Kurson's number. Kagome, did you receive the payment just now? And how much is in the garden's account now? Just after Yang Lin's question, Chen Kurson on the opposite side quickly gave an answer. I just looked at it. Together with yesterday's revenue and some of the cooperative and co-branded projects that the advertising department has recently taken on, there is now a total of almost $80 million inside the park's account. 80 million? Is that much? Hearing the number Chen Kurson reported over, Yang Lin was more or less surprised. Not long ago he was still worried about the $80 million, but he did not expect to have saved $80 million in the West Rainbow Zoo's account so quickly. If he hadn't changed the design before, it would have been enough money to build a new garden. Right now it's still missing a large portion of the final goal of 8 mini-goals, but if it's just some preliminary work, it should still be fine. It just so happens that New Year's Eve is coming up soon, so you might be able to catch up a bit before then. Thinking of this, Yang Lin immediately drove his pickup truck in the direction of the architectural design office. In just half an hour's time he found Designer Wu again. As soon as they met, Yang Lin opened the door. Designer Wu, I haven't gotten 8 small goals together so far, but I've got 8 small goals together now. So see how your design program is doing. If the program is done, can we build part of it first? Hearing Yang Lin's words, Designer Wu's face also showed a hint of surprise. Is the zoo that profitable? It's only been a little while and you've saved up 8 tiny goals. Harm. What does the zoo earn that isn't all saved by my frugality? It seems that Park Director Yang is indeed quite frugal, wearing a single coat in such cold weather. Sizing up Yang Lin, Designer Wu said with a snicker. After saying this, she turned her computer screen towards Yang Lin. Just seeing her mouse clicking twice on the screen, a 3D three-dimensional design was presented in front of Yang Lin. Immediately, Yang Lin's eyes lit up. In his eyes, what was on top of this 3D stereoscopic design was not a zoo, but a grand world with a variety of scenes. In a miniature world consisting of deserts, oceans, plains, grasslands and mountains, animals from different parts of the world live leisurely in it. Obviously, on one side there were snow-capped snowy mountains, but on the other side, it had turned into a desert with bright sunshine. On one side are dolphins leaping out of the sea, while on the other are apes leaping through the forest. Different ecosystems coexist perfectly here, and different animals live in harmony. And this was exactly the same as the scene that Yang Lin had once dreamed of. Perfect. Almost like a scene from the end result I was trying to achieve. That $10 million for the design really isn't a bad deal at all. While lamenting, Yang Lin then checked out the details of the park through the mouse. As for designer Wu, he was in charge of the explanation on the side. Of course it's the most perfect. These are the ones we invited several famous designers in China to co-design, completely following your idea. In addition to perfectly restoring the topography of the landscape where those animals used to live, we have also simultaneously restored the temperature, humidity, etc. that these animals need to grow. This way visitors will also be able to experience the ecology and regional flavors of the different regions of Blue Star in just one day. As soon as designer Wu finished his words, a trace of doubt appeared on Yang Lin's face. How does the temperature and humidity work? No sooner had he asked this question than designer Wu signaled him to click on a blank spot on the drawing. After Yang Lin clicked as she requested, a transparent dome appeared on the design. At once all the landscapes and parks were covered in a dome that approximated an eggshell. Looking at these transparent domes, Yang Lin vaguely understood how they managed to restore the temperature and humidity. As you can see, Director Yang, we have set up domes in every venue, and the built-in temperature and humidity regulation system not only ensures ventilation and lighting, but also maximizes the restoration of temperature and humidity. There are also solar panels installed on top of the dome, which is enough to secure the energy supply for the entire park. Of course, that part can be removed if the dome is not needed. Just when Yang Lin thought that the setup of this dome was enough to amaze him, an even more shocking design point was soon presented to him. Also the sky bridge design you had mentioned before we have included for you, only we have tweaked it a little for you. With that, designer Wu signaled Yang Lin to click on the second design, and when Yang Lin clicked on it, there was a tall giant tower presented in front of him. Connecting the giant towers is a sky bridge made purely of high-strength glass. A large number of air bridges are connected together as a huge air transportation network, which is extremely futuristic. Yang Lin could already imagine the feeling of strolling on top of these air corridors while below were natural landscapes and different kinds of animals from all over the world. But soon another thought occurred to him. What if a tourist is afraid of heights? Yang Lin had just asked this question when designer Wu said with a faint smile, "This is a question we have naturally considered. First of all, visitors who simply want to enjoy the various animals can do so right from these observation towers. Each observation tower has built-in elevators inside, and these elevators lead both to the various venues on the ground and to the underground." As he spoke, designer Wu clicked on another design, and it is the entire underground scene of the zoo that is presented in the middle of this design drawing. We've done away with the traditional zoo entrance opening above ground, and the entrance to the new West Rainbow Zoo will open underground. This will allow visitors to access all parts of the park through the underpass. If you want to view a certain animal, you can go inside the observation tower via the scenic elevator and transfer to the viewing area on the ground, or the sky viewing area. This allows us to maximize the ground area for the animals, to do so without disturbing each other, but also to interact up close and personal, while still maximizing the efficiency of the park's square footage usage. Listening to designer Wu's introduction, Yang Lin was already able to visualize the future picture of Shihong Zoo. There is no doubt that this program does do a good job of minimizing the impact of human activities on the animals. This allows the animals to travel freely throughout the park, and there is no longer a need for cages to restrict their movements. In addition, we have taken into account the fact that the central area of your park has a man-made lake covering a huge area, and this part of it we also intend to utilize to the fullest. When the time comes, we'll install high-strength glass around this area to turn this underground lake into an above-ground lake. That's the current design plan, and the overall construction is expected to take 3 years, with a rise in cost. But after all, this is a mega project, and I think it can be done in plots. As you said, Park Director Young, we could start by remodeling the original city zoo parcel, which would be followed by the middle parcel and finally the existing park parcel. Before designer Wu had even fully finished his words, Yang Lin had already nodded his head in succession. After hearing the final design, he can't wait to see the new campus in the future. As for the cost issue, he is not worried at all. He only hopes that the final effect of the design drawings can be perfectly restored. Designer Wu, the drawings will follow this version, and I will call you immediately for the first installment. You must contact a more reliable builder for me. This zoo is not just for our Shihong Zoo, but for the future development of the entire Ningnan. Yang Gardner, don't worry. This point I naturally understand. The official has approached us talked about. The upper face of this matter attaches great importance. You lend me a dare, I don't dare to make mistakes. Oh, hearing designer Wu's words, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed a hint of surprise. The top already knows that I'm going to rebuild the zoo? No wonder they suddenly approached me before about making some kind of city propaganda movie and gave me such a large amount of funding. It seems like Ningnan officials are still very supportive of me. It's just that I didn't have the good sense to give the money directly, considering that Shihong Zoo is a private zoo after all. Almost instantly Yang Lin associated it with the last time. By the way, that payment hasn't been claimed yet, so it looks like we need to hurry up and get the promo out of the way, so we can also claim the payment fair and square. After his mood had calmed down a little, Yang Lin took the backup of the design and left the design office. According to the reply given by the Design Institute, construction of the first phase of the West Rainbow Zoo's expansion could start by the end of the month at the latest. The original city zoo area will then be remodeled first. After knowing this, Yang Lin couldn't help but be in a good mood. Unsurprisingly, 3 years from now, the West Rainbow Zoo will be the largest and most luxurious zoo in the entire building area of the Dragon Kingdom. By the time he brought the news back to the West Rainbow Zoo, the employees of the zoo were more than happy. Granted, they're just part-timers, but who can say no to working inside a world-class zoo? At the same time, when the whole staff was excited, Yang Lin also prepared for the shooting of the official propaganda film of Ningnan City and the cooperative shooting project with Hungtai Group. After all, every extra penny earned now is adding to the new garden of the future. It wasn't long before the ox and horse duo and the squad under their hands were summoned by Yang Lin. Compared to the 3-person filming crew at the beginning, after a week of expansion, it has been added to more than a dozen people, and they've completed several other types of business partnerships in the meantime. Now that they were once again summoned by Yang Lin, the ox and horse duo were also immediately excited. Old Yang, what are we shooting this time? How much is the advertisement fee? We just picked up an advertisement for a sports brand, and we're going to invite that panda to be the main star, and the theme will be Kung Fu. Hearing the question from the ox and horse duo, Yang Lin first gave them a look full of strangeness. Are you guys sure the panda that already weighs over 300 pounds and eats 8 tons a day is going to be the star of a sports brand? His biggest daily exercise now is eating from one side to the other, I think, and my hogs are so thinned out by it that they've expressed little desire to live with it. Never mind, since this piece of business has been handed over to you, I won't worry about it. This is a big project worth $500 million I'm talking about. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the ox and horse duo's eyes widened. 500 million. We can't do anything illegal for Lao Yang. Those animals trust you so much. You can't command them to rob a bank. Is it illegal for an animal to rob a bank though? Don't build it. I don't think there's a rule about that. Seeing that the duo's thoughts were becoming more and more dangerous, Yang Lin hurriedly interrupted them and said, "What are you thinking? The big project I'm talking about is a collaborative project with the officials to film an animal propaganda movie to promote Ningnan. This time I'm going to have every animal in the entire zoo in the shoot." When they heard Yang Lin's thoughts, all the gazes of the people present immediately looked over. Old Yang, you mean to have all the animals in the entire zoo in the show? Wouldn't that be an all-star lineup? It's really an all-star lineup. The Spring Festival Gala doesn't have this lineup either. The netizens will go crazy by then. If that's the case, then the $500 million fee even seems a little low to me. The two of them got excited all of a sudden as they talked. After shooting several animal commercials in a row, they have gradually realized that these animals in the West Rainbow Zoo possess an influence far beyond that of human stars in the same slot. And compared to the human stars, these adorable animals can be described as both male and female. Based on that, they basically reap the rewards of explosions as long as they don't shoot particularly poorly. If Yang Lin really intends to make a promotional movie with all the animals of the West Rainbow Zoo, for a while the two of them didn't dare to imagine the fiery scene when the time came. In this promo, I intend to build a megacity made entirely of a wide variety of animals. Inside the city a variety of animals live as in human society, and each animal has a different role in the city. For example, our elephants can be the city's administrators, and tigers and lions can be the city's enforcers. Of course, we could also reverse the process and have animals that are weaker in nature act as superiors. That's all I'm going to provide in terms of ideas. I'll leave the rest to you to create. Give you a week, and after a week we'll officially start the filming process. After saying this, Yang Lin stopped talking, while the people in the advertising shooting department argued about the detailed design of the promo. I think we need to let the panda be the lord of this animal city, and then the leopard be the head of the law enforcement bureau. No, that's too easy to think of. I think we need to keep the boar from being the city's lord, and the panda will let it be a supervillain for more dramatic effect. I think we could add a slight romance element. How about having a weasel and a chicken fall in love? That's not as bad as rabbits and foxes. Looking at the people who had already argued with each other, Yang Lin was slowly and leisurely walking out of the office. As a leader, all he needs is to provide a general direction, and leave the specific implementation to the people below. Just as everything was in order, time passed little by little. 2 days later, Although the weather in Ningnan City was still not improving, the construction team of the aquarium had already entered the site according to the plan. Almost all of the visitors were full of anticipation for this soon-to-be-completed aquarium. And naturally, Yang Lin was no exception. And just when he thought he could finally lie down for a period of time quietly waiting for the time, a phone call from the next door to the zoo in Dianan province has slightly disrupted his plans. Hello Director Yang. I'm Song Hai, the director of the Dianan Provincial Zoo. It's like this. This time I contacted you because there is something I want to communicate with your garden. At first hearing the other party declare themselves, Yang Lin was more or less surprised, because although Guangxi and Yunnan are neighbors, there is no intersection between the two zoos. After all, one is public and one is private. Hello Director Song, if there's anything you want to do just tell me, if I can help I will. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, Song Hai on the other end of the phone immediately picked up. I have heard that your park is home to an adult male giant panda, is that correct? Yeah, you guys aren't trying to take the panda away, are you? No way. Absolutely no way. An animal that enters the gates of my West Rainbow Zoo can't possibly get out. Seeing that Yang Lin misunderstood, Song Hai hurriedly explained. No, we already have one in the zoo, and it's an adult female giant panda. So my idea is, can our two families become in-laws? Let the two of them walk around, and in time, in case two cubs are born, we'll be able to have one at each of our zoos. Of course, we're willing to pay something in exchange if only one is born. Hearing this, Yang Lin finally came to an understanding. So it's looking for Tuan Tuan to breed. I should have said so. I thought it was something. Mating that's not good to hear. Song Hai more or less embarrassed said. What's the point? The kids are older and it's time for parents to think about that. Our two families are so close. I think it's fine. Yang Lin said with an indifferent face. By the way, what's the name of that panda in your family? How old is it? And has it been born before? Called Yaya. Only 8 years old. Then this time as our family Tuan Tuan climbed high. Our family Tuan Tuan are 18. I do not know if Yaya cannot see. Yes. We'll develop a relationship when we meet. Your family's Yaya came out of the Bashu Panda Breeding Center. That's a big girl. Our family's Tuan Tuan seems to have been picked up from the mountains in the past, and raised a little brown. The two people in front of the phone at the moment don't look like the directors of two large zoos, but rather like two parents on a blind date for their children. Once all the details were communicated, the two were soon faced with a new problem. That's who actually sends the panda to the other zoo. After all, you can't have two pandas internet dating. The director of the Dianan Zoo is dead set on sending his own zoo's panda, Yaya, to the Shihong Zoo. Yang Lin, on the other hand, insisted on sending Tuan Tuan to the Yunnan Zoo. Head gardener Song, you don't have to say much. Our family is a male treasure. How can there be a first visit to a home where the woman comes to the man's home? It's not in line with the rules. And Yaya is young. I'm afraid it can't stand the long journey. It doesn't matter for our family Tuan Tuan. It's strong and sturdy. It's okay. It's settled. I'll personally drive Tuan Tuan to your zoo then. Stay for 2 or 3 days, and then pick him up again. It's fine. This child is not picky about food and has a small appetite. So you guys can just prepare whatever you want. When the phone hung up, Yang Lin immediately let out a long sigh of relief. He was worried about how to find dates for the single animals in the park before, but he didn't expect to have one delivered to his door so soon. Stop by the Dian Zoo then and see if they have any other age-appropriate animals. It would be best to borrow a male elephant in return. Elephants seem to be the last thing Diana needs. This will make for several more little babies next year. It just happens to also be able to take Tuan Tuan to Dianan Zoo to dabble for 2 days. At this 8 meals a day, 3 days will be able to dabble 24 tons. Earned. Just as Yang Lin was planning how to bring Tuan Tuan over for a blind date, the breeder in charge of raising Tuan Tuan suddenly told him a not so good news. Tuan got ringworm from the excessively humid weather and has started losing his fur. At first glance, he thought the breeder was playing a joke on him. After all, that real feline in the park didn't get ringworm. So why did Tuan, the fake feline, get it instead? It wasn't until he saw what Tuan looked like again that he was finally convinced. Looking at the pandas in the middle of the luxury piggy bank, Yang Lin was a little uncertain and rubbed his eyes, especially when he saw the top of Tuan's head that was already trending a bit bald. What's this? Pandas have midlife crises too? Aren't 18-year-old pandas in their prime and a few years away from old age? Is it just too much pressure? Just as Yang Lin was thinking this, Tuan Tuan had already grabbed a pumpkin off to the side and violently stuffed it into his mouth. And the boars on the side of the table looked at him with expressions of disgust. And along with the dislike there seemed to be a hint of anxiety. Obviously, the ones who are really feeling the pinch here are the piggies. So much so that when he saw Yang Lin he rushed over and spat. Boss Gardener, this black and white pig is also too edible, eating our amount for several days a day. Yeah, And it's surprisingly strong. We can't even beat it. He also eats everything in sight, and almost gnawed my hooves for me in my dreams at night. You hurry up and get rid of it. Listening to the spitting of these piggies in front of him, Yang Lin looked again at Tuan Tuan, who was only there to bury his head in the rice. Looks like we'll have to get a special panda house when the time comes, or else it's really a bit less than good for these piggies. As he spoke, Yang Lin remembered the cat moss that the breeder had mentioned earlier. Taking a closer look at the group, it was no surprise to see a pinkish-red scab in various places on the group's body, and the hairs in those scabs are in a state of falling out in clumps. This symptom is clearly ringworm in cats due to excessive moisture. He had only seen it on felines before, but he didn't think it would grow on pandas. If you changed before, just need to rub some medicine to disinfect and kill bacteria, a little vitamin supplement, and finally keep the environment dry. A week or two can be cured. Putting it in now a primary healing down can be good. It's those hairs that fall out that won't grow back anytime soon. Although the troop itself didn't care about this at all, Yang Lin did. Looking at the soon-to-be sent Tuan Tuan to Dianan Zhu blind date. Wait until the time to send a bald panda over. People Yaha cannot see how to do. Then won't the good marriage be yellowed, and it will be hard to find another panda of the right age. Thinking of this, he immediately turned his gaze towards Tuan once again, while also thinking of that green talent flourishing hair that he had acquired earlier. I was planning to use it for the great master, but in the end, I thought better of it. Primates that grow a long coat of hair are more than a little scary, and it will also ruin the image of the great master in the minds of a bunch of tourists. After all, its bald image has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. At that moment, Yang Lin rolled over into the middle of the pig pen, and without taking more than 2 steps, he arrived behind Tuan Tuan. Looking at the Tuan Tuan who was getting bigger by the day, he first went down with a primary healing to cure all those feline ringworms, and only after that did he bestow the flourishing hair that he had opened from the treasure chest earlier onto the Tuan Tuan. The very next second after the talent was bestowed, the troop that was still eating suddenly stopped, just before it could figure out where exactly the abnormality on its body came from. The fur on its body surface began to grow wildly. Not only did those parts that had been bald grow, but even the long hair that had been normal grew at a rapid pace. It instantly skyrocketed from a few centimeters in length to over a dozen centimeters. By the time these hairs finally stopped growing, they had reached a staggering 20+ centimeters. Straight away, he made the donut turn into a big black and white ball of wool. The oily texture and the super high volume of hair made Yang Lin envious when he looked at it. Boy, if I can use this talent on my own, won't I never have to worry about hair loss in my life? Just as soon as this thought popped up, Yang Lin shivered. No, no, no. If the rest of the hair grows along with it, what's the difference between that and ordering a return? And just as Yang Lin was shocked at Tuan Tuan's body full of long hair, Tuan Tuan himself was as if he had seen a ghost. As for the several large boars beside him, not to mention, they had all huddled into the corner and shivered from the moment the troop mutated. Yang Lin explained for a while before they finally calmed down. Just as he was about to have another good talk with Tuan, he turned around only to realize that Tuan had gone back to drying his food. That long hair on its body merely caused it less than a minute's worth of trouble. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile while breathing a sigh of relief. The fur is growing, but isn't this amount of fur a little too much? Why don't we take him out for a haircut? 5 minutes later, above the main road of the West Rainbow Zoo, a giant black and white ball of wool was slowly moving along the road amidst the shocked gazes of countless tourists, and in front of the ball of wool was Yang Lin, who was holding a large watermelon. My God, what kind of animal is this? Why have I never seen it before? The ball of wool has become a sperm, hasn't it? Is there such a creature in the world? And a pinch of black and a pinch of white. A new foreign variety, I think. Not sure. Look again. It's a stuffed animal, I think, and it's definitely a person inside. So I guess it's actually the zoo's new mascot. Say, what's the gardener planning to do with such a ball of wool? With their hearts full of doubts, the crowd unconsciously followed. It was hard to come to the door of the administrator's office, and they saw Yang Lin take out a bunch of scissors and pushers from the office. Vaguely the crowd guessed what Yang Lin was trying to do, but just at this time Yang Lin was shouting into the middle of the crowd. Any visitors who are in the beauty salon business, help me give him a handsome cut. Don't help for nothing, get a free ticket. As soon as the words left his mouth, a stylishly dressed young handsome man with a tinfoil perm on his head took it upon himself to step forward from the midst of the crowd. Master Gardener, I'll do it. I've been doing this for 7 or 8 years and I can cut any shape. Hearing the words of this little handsome boy, Yang Lin hurriedly then looked him up and down, then asked with some uncertainty, tell you in advance, today's customer is a bit special. Oh, you have to be prepared. Harm, how special can it be? Is it the one in front of me? I'll see what to design for it first. With that, This Tony teacher looked up and down at the woolen ball in front of her. At first he, like those tourists before him, thought it was just a plush holster with long hair. But when he lifted the topmost part of the fur, he barely sat on his butt. This is a giant panda? After the shock had passed, his mouth slowly spat out these words. At the same time, the crowd of onlookers also finally realized what this big guy in front of them was like, a ball of wool that had become a spirit. Recognizing the true face of that huge ball of wool, the crowd in the room was in an uproar. They had guessed countless possibilities before, but no one had ever thought that the big guy in front of them, covered in long hair, was actually their national treasure. I told you something was black and white. So it's a panda. I've only heard of long-haired cats and long-haired dogs before. I've never heard of long-haired pandas. Is this a genetic mutation? I can't tell if it's some kind of disease. I've heard that some diseases grow tons of hair when they flare up. What disease? Tell me what it takes to get it. A balding tourist said impatiently. It doesn't have to be a disease. I think it has to do with the weather. Like hairless cats, for example, will grow fur in the winter when it's particularly cold. It should be that the big cooling in the past 2 days. Tuan, a southern panda, can't stand it a bit, so it suddenly stress grows long hair. It's the same with people. A person only needs to drown a few hundred times for his offspring to evolve gills. It's called emergency evolution. Really? It still comes with such awe. Nature is really amazing. Which science magazine did you read about it? I'll check it out sometime. No, just something I just made up myself. Your uncle. This year's your gung. There is no doubt that Tuan made the leap to become the first long-haired giant panda in history after growing out his long hair. Becoming a rare animal among rare animals didn't change the fact that it was about to get a haircut from Mr. Tony. After accepting the facts, Mr. Tony, who was originally full of confidence, became hesitant. The hand holding the scissors didn't even know where to start either. Perhaps out of professional habit, he asked anyway, any specifics on how you want it cut? Unfortunately, it was clear that this time the client was not going to respond to him, and the only person who responded to him was Yang Lin, who was on the sidelines. Let's just cut its fur a little shorter all over, fluffier and rounder, and on the head I'd like it to have a little character, preferably a design or something. Hearing these requests from Yang Lin, teacher Tony on the side had more or less become numb. After scrutinizing it for a long time, he then took a deep breath. Give it up. At least I'm the first person to give a national treasure a haircut. This life is worth it. As soon as the words left his mouth, this Tony teacher immediately moved, and the number of tourists gathered around the perimeter became larger and larger. They have all seen pandas before, but this panda haircut is the first time they have all seen it. I had never even heard of it before this, let alone seen it. It was also in the midst of this massive crowd of tourists that Mr. Tony's condition became better and better instead. 10 minutes passed before all the excess long hairs on Tuan were cut short. 20 minutes went by and the donut was incredibly well groomed, without a single extra stray hair. 30 minutes had passed, and the donut had heated up into a huge round sphere. By the time this Tony teacher used the hairdryer to dry all the hair on Tuan's body, more than an hour had passed, and the donut has gone from what started out as a messy ball of wool to a rounded black and white dandelion. Each of those hairs of about 8 centimeters in length stood straight up, both fluffy and bouncy. Seeing that all the finishing touches were all done, this young Tony teacher also let out a long sigh of relief. Director Young, it's done. Look how it is. Only this time, Yang Lin didn't respond to him, but instead, he smoothly touched Tuan's body. That satin-like feel, coupled with that instant rebound bounce, instantly made Yang Lin's eyes light up. The previous regiment was more or less with a bit of an old feel to it, and now Tuan was as good as new for old. With all the fur that should be black and all the fur that should be white, without a single stray hair, the face is simply not on the same level as before. On this level now, not to mention the pandas as a group, even in the entire animal world that is a handsome level. After all, there are only 2 standards in the animal world to judge whether an animal is good looking or not. One is whether the body is strong enough, and the other is whether the fur is beautiful enough, which Tuan now has all of them. Thank you so much. I'll tell you what, in addition to getting a free ticket later, you can also get another perimeter of your choice, even if it's for this haircut. After the surprise, Yang Lin also rushed to the side of the Tony teacher to say thank you, and Mr. Tony, who heard him say this, was obviously more excited than he was. After all, this time he originally did not even intend to charge. This is a haircut for the national treasure. Wait until the event heat goes up. He can completely rely on this wave of traffic to open their own pet hairdresser. And also right in between Yang Lin and Mr. Tony's chat, Tuan, who had just finished getting a haircut, was already unable to sit still. It hadn't eaten for a whole hour since the haircut. That's an hour. Not a minute. Not 10 minutes. That's not mistreating a national treasure. That's not. Before Yang Lin could pay attention, Tuan Tuan spread his four short hair-covered legs and ran towards the interior of the park. At this moment the crowd seemed to see a black and white leather ball rolling around the park. It's like a giant soccer ball. By the time Yang Lin realized it, Tuan Tuan had already run out a dozen meters away. Frightened, he hurriedly threw off his legs and followed. One man and one national treasure were soon in a chase through the park. It was a lot of fun for the tourists. It wasn't until Yang Lin had chased after him for most of the park that he was able to reblock the troop. At that moment he also made a decision. Tomorrow I'll send you to the Dianan Zoo for a blind date, to see if you're still skinny when you have a wife by then. Make you eat bamboo shoots 3 times a day. As he spoke, Yang Lin was already preparing for his next trip to Yunnan. Although Yunnan and Guangxi are 2 neighboring provinces, it is still more than 700 kilometers from here to the Yunnan Zoo. It's almost 8 or 9 hours on the road. And this time he was planning to take the troop there by himself, so there were even more things to prepare. Originally, if he had just taken the group there, he would have actually been able to handle it with that pickup truck of his. But thinking that he might need a few more critters when he returned, he decided to go ahead and rent a large, open-topped van designed to haul hogs. After all, Yunnan is known as the natural animal kingdom. A variety of rare animals is their specialty. It was not easy to go to Dianan. How can we not bring back some specialties? I've heard that people in Dianan are very hospitable. Park director Song shouldn't be too polite at that time. We don't need elephants or anything. While packing up his things, Yang Lin was already looking forward to the next trip to Yunnan. Early the next morning, the weather cleared up a little, but the temperature became cooler and cooler. I don't know who leaked the news that Tuan Tuan was going to Dianan for a blind date, but a large number of tourists crowded the entrance of Shihong Zoo in the morning. When Yang Lin appeared at the entrance of the zoo in a pig cart pulling Tuan Tuan, the tourists were even more in an uproar. I've heard that Tuan Tuan is going to be sent to Yunnan to make peace. Is that true? What peace marriage? Talk so hard. This is called entering the family. Entering the family, understand. From today, Tuan Tuan is Dianan's flunky. Animals are popular for this too? Panda Shura? Or Panda King? Not really. Isn't it just to go on a blind date? That's right. The 8 characters haven't even begun yet. How can they be flunkies? Let the panda from the next province marry over. We Guishi pandas will never be in the family. Of course, if the dowry is generous, forget I said so. I heard it came with 2 elephants. What accompanied 2 elephants? Not a garden. Then shouldn't we Guishi people also contribute some money for the bride price? You guys stay here. I'll go cut 2 carts of sugarcane over. We don't have much else in Gaisai, but we have a lot of sugarcane. So I hope the mother panda in Yunnan doesn't know what to do. I'll add 2 more cars, so they Dianan panda can see the strength of our Guishi. Yes, 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 yes. Let the Dianan panda see our purple-skinned solid bamboo from Guishi. Then Dianan panda ate his way through half of the Dragon Kingdom, not being able to find the bamboo with its sweet flavor in the first place. Just as the crowd was talking, Yang Lin was the one who had slowly started the car. Perhaps out of reluctance, those tourists also took out various kinds of food and threw them into the cages in the back. Some throw bananas, some throw sugar cane, some throw buns. Anyway, whatever food there was in their hands, the group of tourists threw it in front of the group with a brain. It didn't take long for a small mountain to pile up in front of the group. There were even 2 head-sized durians among them. Seeing all these various kinds of food, the group's eyes went straight. The gardener really didn't lie. There really is something delicious. But what are these 2 big guys? Open them up. You. As the car slowly started, some tourists couldn't help but follow the car spontaneously. Will I see you again? Tuanzi, be happy when we meet again. Okay, Tuanzi, be happy, okay, be happy. Donut, how can I live without you? Stop yelling. Can't you see the group is throwing up from listening? Bullshit, that's motion sickness, right? Tuan Tuan are going to run now. When will my parents arrange a blind date for me? Relying on myself is really cannot find. Go to the West Rainbow Zoo and be an animal not defined by man. It just so happens that the panda position is open, so I'll fill in for a couple days. Are you sure you want to live with a pig? And just as Yang Lin pulled Tuan Tuan on the road, the news that Tuan Tuan had traveled thousands of miles to Dianan for a blind date also spread over the internet. Among them, the most excited are the netizens from Western Gui and Southern Yunnan provinces. While Yang Lin was still on the road, netizens from the 2 provinces were already bickering on the internet. In particular, below the comments section of a Shakeology video about sending off the Tuan Tuan, there were already hundreds of thousands more comments in just an hour's time. Tuan Tuan is our Guishi's treasure. If we really get along with Dianan's Yaya in the future, I suggest that we should all move to Guishi and live with our in-laws. LP, Guishi. Yo, Tuan Tuan is your baby. Yaya is not our Dianan's baby. I think it's better for Tuan Tuan to come to our Dianan Zoo. LP, Dianan. Yunan's food group is not accustomed to eat. The group in our Guishi can eat 8 meals a day. Each meal is not the same. And professional stylists. LP, Guishi. If you ask me why don't you stay on one side for a year, and when you have a child later on, raise the firstborn in Guishi, and send the latter one to Dianan. LP, Guishi. By what right is the firstborn at your place? LP, Dianan. Our troop is a big handsome guy. His face value is not comparable to your yaya. LP, Guishi. Spoo. LP. Yang Lin was naturally unaware of the debate on the internet, and after leaving the zoo, he drove all the way in the direction of the Guidian Expressway. Almost all the pedestrians and vehicles along the way looked dumbfounded. It was fine when they were in the territory of Guanxi. After all, many people knew Yang Lin and knew about the matter of sending Tuan Tuan to Dianan for a blind date. But some of those vehicles and drivers from out of town on the highway are unaware of it. A social big brother on a SUV with an eBay license plate was just looking out the window when a large panda's head appeared on his right in the next second. At the first moment he thought he was hallucinating, and it wasn't until after he rubbed his eyes that he was finally sure he wasn't mistaken. He was so scared that he turned to the main driver on the side. Big brother, are you sure this is the direction to Yunnan? Are you driving in the wrong direction? No, I followed the navigation. You fucking still say you didn't drive in the wrong direction. Look at what's next to you. That's a panda. You fucking drove to Bashu. And just as the two of them were talking, Tuan, who was in the car off to the side, extended his palm to greet them both. The two were completely confused at this moment. Did I really drive the wrong way? They were obviously not the only ones who were equally dumbfounded. In another private car with a Shannon photo, 4 young girls were chatting with an excited look on their faces. Pepe, I've heard that you have a lot of elephants in Yunnan, and that you ride them when you go out to school. Is that true? How can that be? Where do we have so many elephants in Dianan? It's simply not enough to share. Okay, then, according to you, does Zhu and their Shangnan families raise zombies, and does Hua Hua and their Bashu families raise pandas? Just as the three of them burst into jokes, the other girl who sat on the passenger side and didn't speak much was the one who suddenly spoke up. I don't know if Shangnan raises zombies, but Bashu definitely raises pandas. Hearing the slightly shocked voice of the co-pilot girl, several people unconsciously looked ahead. The next second a giant panda facing them waved at them, holding a sugar cane in its other hand. Seeing this scene, a girl in the backseat with a Bashu accent smiled bitterly. It's over. It's not explainable. There was no doubt that Yang Lin had become the prettiest cub on this journey. Both big and small cars can't help but stop for a while when they pass by him, just to make sure that what he is pulling behind his car is a panda or not. And after the final confirmation, the expressions on their faces were surprisingly consistent. After the shock, they didn't forget to take a video and upload it on top of Jitterbug. It didn't take long for these videos to catch fire fast. Cowhide. This is the 10th video I've swiped about the troop. Ha ha ha, I've swiped the whole thing. I've swiped the video of the whole process from the group exiting the zoo to getting on the highway. It was obviously made by different people and it froze and turned into a serial. Another day of catching up at Shake Shack. It feels like you're watching it live. It feels like the whole world is meeting the group by chance and I'm the only one who hasn't. Keep brushing. See if you can still get a follow-up. And then we'll do a video compilation called Tuan Tuan's Road to Blind Date. I'm relieved to have the entire live broadcast from the netizens. According to the time, around this evening, Park Director Yang should be able to bring Tuan Tuan to Dianan. Is anyone organizing a group to meet Tuan Tuan? At least it's our son-in-law from Dianan. Just as the gazes of countless netizens gathered on Tuan Tuan and Yan Lin, Yang Lin's side had also been driving for 4 hours without realizing it. It looks like we're about to enter the territory of Yunnan. A large truck pulling a full load of pigs suddenly drove by quickly from the other side of the highway. At this moment the donut that was there gnawing on the sugar cane suddenly froze. Its face first dumbfounded, then skeptical. And naturally, Yang Lin noticed the pig pulling cart, and in a panic he spoke. Tuan, let me explain. It's not what you think. No sooner had he finished speaking, however, than Tuan slapped his forepaw and slapped all the bagasse off of it. Boss, I feel like I'm getting a little hungry. I'm all out of food. Why don't we find a place to get something to eat? Ha! When he suddenly heard these words, Yang Lin hastily glanced at the rearview mirror, only to see that the original carriage full of food had all been created by Tuan Tuan at this moment. Even the sugarcane peel and bagasse were eaten by it. Originally he had thought that just that much food would be enough for Tuan Tuan to last until Yunnan. I guess I underestimated your appetite after all. That's fine. It just so happens that I'm a little tired of driving too. So let's take a break at the service area up ahead. Saying that, Yang Lin drove the car into the middle of a service area closest to him. Unsurprisingly, his car had only just come to a stop when a large group of people immediately surrounded him. But at this point, They apparently already knew about Tuan Tuan going to Dianan for a blind date through the internet, so they weren't too shocked like they were before. Wow, this one is Tuan Tuan, isn't it? It does look better than the other pandas, eh? It's not scientific. How can you get such a silky panda? By the look of it, I guess it's hungry. It shouldn't have had anything to eat along the way. Here, this is for you. Donut, pancake nuts for dinner? I've got some kielbasa here that I just bought. Cookies if you want them. Looking at these unusually enthusiastic passers-by, Yang Lin, who was just about to go buy food for Tuan Tuan, stopped in his tracks. As an omnivore, Tuan Tuan is a big fan of those tourists feeding. Whether it was fruit snacks or a variety of staple foods, it took them all with an excited face. Some even got a bundle of bamboo over from somewhere and threw it next to Tuan. But Tuan Tuan, whose appetite has long been spoiled, is not interested in this bundle of hard bamboo in front of him. Mommy, pandas don't eat bamboo. It's all a lie on TV. A child immediately said with a face of excitement after seeing this scene. Just as the crowd was excitedly interacting with the troupe, Yang Lin ended up buying a whole bunch of fruits and food to throw in front of the troupe. As for himself, he made a bucket of instant noodles to get by. When he had finished eating and drinking and resting, he also once again took Tuan Tuan on the road to Dianan. According to his plan, he was prepared to arrive at the Dianan Zoo before nightfall. You might even be able to mix up a dinner at that time and not have to worry about lodging. But the plan cannot catch up with the change. Just when he just drove the car into the territory of Yunnan is a bad news. The highway section ahead is closed. It's closed. Why? It's not like it's raining or snowing or foggy. Yang Lin's question had just been raised when a staff member wearing a highway management uniform said with a bitter smile on his face, "If it's rainy, snowy and foggy, that's fine. The roads are closed for a couple hours at most and then they're unsealed. But this time it might be a little trickier. You guys might have to spend the night on the highway." Upon hearing such a reply, the look of doubt on Yang Lin's face immediately intensified. Is there a more troubling situation than rain or snow? As soon as the words left his mouth, a voice came from within the walkie-talkie on the staff member's chest. Xiao Wang, hurry up and stop all the vehicles behind us. The herd of elephants is coming this way. The way things are going, their exact passage may not be until tomorrow, so get those drivers and passengers ready to spend the night on the highway. Hearing these words, Yang Lin's expression instantly changed. Elephant herd? He had never thought that his luck would be that bad. It had only just entered the territory of southern Yunnan when it encountered the migration of the elephant herds, and good grief, it just happened to be going through the same road he was going down. No wonder the transportation department just closed the road. If they really encountered a herd of elephants, even if the road is not closed, I guess no one would dare to pass through it. Who dares to get tough with an elephant herd unless they are driving a tank? After the dismay, Yang Lin was also asking about the elephant herd again. After all, he didn't want to spend the night on top of this highway. Brother, how many elephants are there in front of us? Do we really need to close it for a night time? The highway is just a little bit wider. Won't they pass by in a while? Hearing Yang Lin's question, that staff member however shook his head. If only it were that easy. There were over 20 elephants in this herd. Elephants don't migrate like other animals. They're big and they go slow. Plus they don't go across the highway. They go down the highway. Sometimes they don't even get off the highway in a day. We'll just have to figure out a way to slowly drive them to the next highway exit. 2. Just as the two of them were talking, not far away was already a burst of heavy footsteps. Yang Lin just casually swept a glance and saw a huge figure slowly drilling out of the forest next to the highway. With the collapse of a small tree, a 5-meter-long, 3-meter-tall adult Asian elephant the size of a minivan drilled out of the dense forest next to the highway. Yang Lin was even able to see the adult Asian elephant's long broken trunk and its 2 tusks like scimitars. And this is just the beginning. Behind this elephant, soon after another dozen elephants came out one after another. What was originally a good dense forest turned directly into a flat bottom under their trampling. When this scene was presented to Yang Lin, he only felt an incomparable shock. He had seen elephants before. The West Rainbow Zoo kept one, but it was the first time he had seen a wild herd of elephants that appeared in groups like this. It was no exaggeration to say that when such a team appeared above the blue planet, no creature would dare to mess with it. Even beasts as strong as lions and tigers would not have the guts to offend these migrating herds. As for humans, that's even less likely to mess with them for no reason. If they go crazy, all these cars on the highway will be scrapped. Just as Yang Lin and the others were all looking at the herd of elephants not far away with a shocked look on their faces, the herd also began to intrude onto the highway. The roadside guardrail and other things are like papier-mâché in front of these elephants, and they are trampled to pieces in 3 or 2 strokes. The crowd had thought that the herd of elephants would cross the highway to get to the other side of the highway, but what the crowd didn't expect was that instead of crossing the highway, the herd of elephants walked along the highway. The glimmer of hope that had just risen in the hearts of the crowd was instantly dashed. It's over. How long is this going to take to follow? That is, this group of elephants' speed has not 10 kilometers per hour. If they have not been down the highway, we can not really have to spend the night on the highway. It's more than an overnight stay. I don't even see getting off the highway tomorrow. I should have prepared a little more food. This is good. I shall not starve to death at night. Listening to the murmurs of the people beside him, Yang Lin's frown deepened. Indeed, as the crowd said, if this herd of elephants hadn't kept off the highway, they really wouldn't have been able to do anything at all. Luckily, I prepared some good food, so I shouldn't go hungry at night. Thinking of this, Yang Lin admired his foresight. It was only when he looked back that he was immediately surprised by the scene in front of him, only to see that inside the carriage at the back, the assortment of fruits and food he had bought only a short while ago was already pretty much eaten by the troop at the moment. My goodness, Tuan, you really didn't leave me anything at all. You ate it all so quickly. What are we going to eat tonight? Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, Tuan, who was still eating fiercely with his head down, suddenly raised his head. Eat? What else is good to eat? Bring it here. Good lord. I said that long sentence and all you heard was the word eat, did you? Shaking his head with a speechless face, Yang Lin immediately said with a serious face once again, I mean, we've run out of food and we're going to be hungry for the night, so save your food. This time Tuan finally understood, and a rare trace of gravity appeared on its face, but it was only a moment's work before its frown unfurled. It's okay, isn't there still so much bamboo here? There's really nothing else to eat. I'll just eat these. Saying that, Tuan picked up the bundle of bamboo that someone else had given him next to him with a difficult look on his face. Boss, do you want one of these? It's not very tasty, but it's all I can eat right now. It's true that people with a good appetite have a good heart, so I'm really convinced. Shaking his head with a speechless face, Yang Lin instantly felt a dimming of his future. Being blocked on the highway by such a group of elephants. You can't leave. You can't go back. And you have to starve at night. Just when his heart was filled with despair, the system's beep was suddenly sounded. Ding! Temporary mission triggered. Please ask the host to escort the herd of elephants to a safe location, Jingning District, Ningguan City. Midway through the journey, the host must ensure the safety of the herd. If any elephants stray from the herd or get lost, a portion of the reward will be deducted. At the same time, the host must also ensure the safety of the villages and towns along the way. Reward for mission completion, talent points *10, 1 random talent treasure chest. Listening to the beeps in his head, Yang Lin's face instantly changed. This was the first time he had received a mission after the system had been upgraded. I didn't expect such a generous reward as soon as I arrived. A full 10 talent points, plus a talent treasure chest. But once I thought about the content of this mission, suddenly I felt that the rewards for this one weren't really that great. The difficulty of escorting a wild herd of Asian elephants from here to the city of Ningguan, hundreds of kilometers away, and ensuring that they are not threatened and that no members fall out, can be imagined. After all, this is a herd of wild elephants, and they won't be as well behaved as those bred in zoos. Maybe a couple of mischievous ones in the middle left the group halfway through and ran off to wreak havoc in the villages along the way. It's a good thing they're going to the same destination as me this time, or I'd have to make a special trip. Thinking of this, Yang Lin once again glanced at the herd of elephants that were moving away from him. The next second he was heading towards the traffic controllers who were responsible for blocking the road. Amidst the astonished gazes of these people, Yang Lin then explained his intentions. As soon as he finished his words, the controllers were already dumbfounded, and then they sternly refused. What? You're saying you're going to escort those elephants and follow them to Mingun? No, it's too dangerous. What if something happens to you in the middle? Just as soon as they finished rejecting it, Yang Lin hastily patted his chest. Don't worry, I'm a guy who's been dealing with animals for decades. I can still handle this little thing. And I came to Dianan this time to visit and exchange ideas at the Dianan Zoo. You see, I even cured a panda. Saying that, Yang Lin turned his gaze to the troop in the middle of the trunk. Here, Tuan, give them a hello. Hearing Yang Lin's words, Tuan in the middle of the carriage immediately waved his hand towards the crowd. It's like saying that everything he says is true and you have to believe him. The moment they saw Tuan, these controllers suddenly remembered Yang Lin's identity. And it was at this time that Yang Lin added again, not only will I be able to escort them to a smooth arrival, but I will also be able to solve the traffic congestion problem as quickly as possible and reduce the damage these elephants are doing along the way. I have to say, it's still the phrase that works best. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, a voice came from the intercom. In that case, let's let the head gardener Yang give it a try. While Yang Lin was preparing for his mission of escorting the elephant herd, the news of the great migration of the elephant herd was also spreading widely over the internet. Netizens, media, TV stations, and even the official Dragon Kingdom are all paying attention to this event. As a Grade 1 protected animal in the Dragon Kingdom, the Asian elephant herd, Although it has grown from more than 100 in the 1990s to more than 300 now, its number is still too small compared to other Grade 1 protected animals. There are more than a dozen elephants in this migration, and even 2 of them are baby elephants. So if anything goes wrong, it's a big loss. Of course, apart from this reason, there was another reason that made the officials of the Dragon Kingdom have to pay attention to this elephant migration. As early as 2 days ago, CCB TV in Boingland and BTS TV in Neonland, as well as a number of well-known media in beautiful countries and other countries, began to follow the migration in real time. Previously, these TV stations and media outlets have often slammed the Dragon Kingdom on the animal protection piece. This time, on the other hand, the officials of the Dragon Kingdom are ready to give these foreign media a good smack in the face. For this reason, the Dragon State officials are also united with a number of departments in Mingku and set up an emergency integrated command to real-time monitoring of this time the elephant migration. That voice on the intercom just now was coming from Integrated Command. Inside the command office of the Integrated Command at this very moment, bigwigs from various fields are gathered together. What was presented on a giant electronic screen not far in front of these bigwigs was exactly the image of Yang Lin's current location. Our luck is really good this time. We can even run into the director of the West Rainbow Zoo. Yang, here. Yes. Just now when Xiao Wang briefed me I thought I had misheard him. And now that I take a look I realize that it's really Park Director Yang. As he spoke, a middle-aged man in a blue firefighting uniform turned his gaze to another middle-aged man in civilian clothes not far away. Director Song, I heard that Director Yang is bringing their zoo's pandas to our Mingkuan for a blind date this time. That's true, isn't it? Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man in civilian clothes hastily nodded his head. It's true, Director Yang. This person is also enthusiastic. I said to airlift the panda to their zoo. He had to personally escort the panda from their zoo. It would be great if Director Yang is willing to help with this operation. Although he's not very old, he really is called an expert in this area of animal management. The conversation between the two soon drew the attention of others in the command as well. The park director Yang you guys are talking about. Is he this young man on the screen? Is he really that powerful? It's a whole herd of elephants. He can't help it if he's any good. Yes. In this case, one person's power is really too limited. I think we'd better join hands with multiple departments and work together to safeguard this elephant migration. In response to these people's skepticism, Director Song was in no hurry at all. Immediately, he recounted those glorious deeds about Yang Lin on the internet. After listening to Yang Lin's series of deeds, the few people who had just been skeptical suddenly looked at each other. At the same time as the people in the emergency response headquarters were silent. Yang Lin in the middle of the screen had already driven his own car with the panda troop toward the direction of the elephant herd and chased them. But it was clear that it was far more than just the integrated command crowd that saw the scene. Also capturing the scene were aerial helicopters and drones from various TV stations. Through the relay of these aerial cameras, it didn't take long for the live footage to appear on the Longwei General Channel and the news channels. For all this, at this moment, Yang Lin was in a state of blissful ignorance. He only thought that those helicopters and drones above his head were used to monitor the elephant herd. It didn't take him long to catch up with the herd in the big truck hauling the pigs. And he had even been able to make out the tail of the little baby elephant at the end. If it were normal, he would have chosen to hang far behind the herd of elephants to maintain a safe distance. But after accepting the system mission he knew that he had to be at the front of the herd to lead the direction of movement and maintain the discipline of the herd. Thinking of this, at that moment he turned to the group behind him and shouted, "Tuan, sit tight, I'm going to speed up." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Lin stepped on the gas. The next moment the big van under his seat was headed toward the herd of elephants in front of him at a breakneck speed. When this scene was presented on the TV screen through the lens of the aerial helicopter, all the viewers were wide-eyed. Holy shit, what is Park Director Yang planning to do? He's gone crazy. He's not trying to create death to those elephants. Kidding aside, if this were to hit, there's no telling who would die. It's over. These elephants will be in a bad way if he gives them a fright. At this moment almost everyone decided that Yang Lin's car was bound to hit the herd of elephants. Yet the next moment something magical happened. From the perspective of the overlook, he saw that the moment Yang Lin's car approached, the elephants that had originally blocked the road to death spontaneously gave way to the sides of the road one by one. Soon a passageway large enough for a vehicle to pass through appeared among the elephants. Yang Lin, on the other hand, drove his big van very smoothly from behind the elephants to in front of them. Immediately after Yang Lin passed through, the herd of elephants once again resumed its previous formation. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. It was always the human beings who gave way to the elephants, and it was the first time that the elephants gave way to the human beings. Anyone else could have honked their horns to death and the herd of elephants wouldn't have gotten out of the way. Instead, there's a huge probability that they'll turn around and stomp twice toward the front of your car. That's divine. How did they know that the young gardeners were going to pass? Yeah. When did wild herds of elephants become so polite and know the rules of the road is? I think they may not be giving way to the young gardener, but I don't know if it's a good idea to give face to the group of national treasures behind him. That's a big no-brainer. In terms of rank, everyone is first class, and in terms of numbers, the number of Asian elephants in the wild can be much smaller than pandas. Let's just say that young gardeners ate the fruit of the face. Just as the crowd was astonished, Yang Lin inside the cab was likewise sweating. The shock and awe skill was on the whole time he passed through just now. But even so, he was still a bit uneasy. In case the effect of the shock and awe skill wasn't that strong and couldn't deter this group of elephants, then it would be troublesome. The good thing is that the shock effect works just as well on behemoths like elephants. Looking at the group of elephants closely following him in the rearview mirror, Yang Lin's face couldn't help but show a trace of a relaxed smile. Next, he's taking this herd of elephants on the road with him. This is sure to be a trip for the history books, and he will be the first to take a giant panda and a herd of elephants on the road. With a flat highway in front of him, a group of behemoths like bodyguards in the back, and the national treasure in the trunk, Yang Lin felt that he had reached the peak of his life at this moment. As time passed, though, the glimmer of freshness quickly wore off, especially when he looked behind him at the herd of elephants that were taking their time and not in any hurry at all. Oh, my grandpa's elephants, why don't you hurry up? At the rate you're going, I'm going to starve to death on the highway. You guys can walk and eat the roadside greenery whenever you want. What about me? Thinking that there were still more than 300 kilometers to Minkuan City, the destination of this time, Yang Lin wanted to find a few big vehicles to drag all these elephants to Minkuan by car. But look at the entire highway, and where is there a car besides him? 5 kilometers an hour. 300 kilometers is 60 hours. My god, it takes 2.5 days. No way. We have to find a way to speed them up. Thinking of this, Yang Lin also once again looked at the herd behind him, and to be exact, it was the female elephant with a broken trunk that was responsible for leading the herd. As a typical matriarchal social animal, the leader of the herd is usually a female elephant. In fact, not only is the leader of the herd a female, but most of the elephants are females as well. Only a few immature elephants as well as 2 adult elephants are males. This is not just the case with this group of elephants. It is the case in all herds. The females take absolute leadership and the males are either attached to the females team or leave the team on their own. What Yang Lin wanted at this moment was to control the entire herd by controlling the leading female elephant. Thinking of this, he casually shot a light of insight at the leading female elephant. The next second, a talent panel was presented in front of him. Mega Strength, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Perception, green talent, requires 1 talent point to activate. Trample, blue talent, requires 2 talent points to activate. 5 talent points are required to activate the Unified Clan, gold talent. Ancestral Power, legendary talent, requires 10 talent points to activate. A very normal panel. Nothing too crotch-pulling or amazing. With all the talents spread out pretty evenly. With just a little thought, Yang Lin put a talent point on top of its giant strength talent. And just the next second after he finished adding up his points, the female elephant that had been slowly hurrying along with her herd suddenly stopped in its tracks. Those other elephants behind them also stopped in a hurry when they saw this. At this moment, all the elephants felt the change in their leader. Though they couldn't describe it clearly with their intelligence, they were able to sense that their leader had gotten stronger. The next moment, the elephants raised their trunks high and let out a burst of excited elephant calls. Everyone who saw the scene through the aerial camera was dumbfounded by this action of the herd of elephants and had no idea why they became so excited. However, just when they thought that was the end of it, something even more outrageous happened the next second. Only to see that Yang Lin, who had originally been leading the way, suddenly stopped the car right in the middle of the road, and then pulled open the door and stepped out of the car. In a flash, countless viewers exploded. What's Mr. Young's gardener up to? He doesn't want to say hello to the herd of elephants, does he? What he was going to do I don't know, but he stopped at a high rate of speed and he lost his points. Look, he's going in the direction of the elephants. Really greet the herd of elephants. This herd of elephants is wild. They can't say they understand him too, can they? Blind guesses he was urging that herd of elephants to go faster, though whether the elephants listened or not is unknown. Under the speculation and gaze of the crowd, Yang Lin did not take much time to walk to the herd of elephants. Due to the natural affinity, these herds of elephants did not react much at the sight of his arrival and behaved very neutrally, but that female elephant leader was different, immediately letting out a cheer after seeing Yang Lin approaching, and at the same time stretching out her broken trunk to rub it against Yang Lin's body. Although Yang Lin was curious about how it broke this nose, he didn't ask more questions and just said in a soft tone, "Stop wandering around here slowly and tell your pack to speed up a bit. I've already found you guys a suitable place for you to recuperate for the time being. There are mountains and water, and there's plenty of food and the right temperature." Hearing Yang Lin's words, The mother elephant leader's eyes instantly lit up and she immediately spoke. Really? It hasn't rained where we were living for quite some time now to provide us with enough food. Plus there are more and more people there. So that's why I'm moving with the pack. If it is true that there is a place up ahead that can shelter me and my pack, then I am willing to take them with you. Between a few conversations, the one man and one elephant quickly reached a consensus. Seeing that the mother elephant leader agreed, Yang Lin also let out a long sigh of relief. Turning around, he went back inside the car. It wasn't long before the herd suddenly picked up speed, and their original speed of only 5 km per hour instantly increased to 30 km. Although this speed was still very slow, a smile still hung on Yang Lin's face when he saw the group of elephants that had already run wildly. At this rate, it might only take half a day for the herd of elephants to be successfully brought to Mingkuan by him. And this scene happened on the scene immediately is also through the aerial camera lens presented in the comprehensive command headquarters has been the audience in front of the TV before the eyes. At first they thought the elephants were enraged by Yang Lin so they went berserk, but as they watched they realized that the herd of elephants had only picked up speed and was not out of control. While breathing a sigh of relief, the crowd could not help but feel a trace of doubt. Just by Yang Lin going over and saying a few words, this group of elephants accelerated. When did elephants become so communicative? Just before they could figure it out, a call from Youngling was accessed. Hello, can you hear me? I've come to an understanding with the elephants and they're emotionally stable as of now, but you'd better have some food and water ready to drop on the highway, or I won't be able to stop them if they get hungry by then. Hearing Yang Lin's words, the chief field commander immediately agreed. Okay, Park Director Young, we'll drop water and food via helicopter on your way forward later. Just let us know what you need. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Lin's voice rang out again. Tell you what, you'll have 10 tons of bananas, 10 tons of corn, plus 10 tons of sweet potatoes and 10 tons of pumpkins along the way. In addition to these, prepare 1 fried egg with tomato, 1 braised fish chunk, 2 spicy chicken, 1 rice and 1 case of mineral water. Put it in a thermos bag when you drop it off. No cilantro, please. When they heard the first part of the sentence, the crowd felt that the number was slightly too much, but they could understand it. But when they heard the second part of the sentence, they were a bit confused. Park Director Yang, do elephants still like braised fish chunks and spicy chicken? I'm the one who's eating it. Did you guys forget there's a man and a panda on the highway? As soon as the words fell, the crowd inside the general headquarters and the audience in front of the television set suddenly looked at each other. Yang Lin didn't say anything they really seemed to have forgotten. On top of a flat highway, the big truck driven by Yang Lin was driving in front of him like a leading elephant, while the herd of elephants behind him was running at a super fast speed. And in front of them were all kinds of airdrop supplies falling steadily on top of the road on parachutes from time to time. Some are various fruits. Others are staples like corn and sweet potatoes. These were not the focus of Yang Lin's attention. At the moment his eyes were dead set on the takeout box that fell from the sky. There is also a huge kangaroo head emblazoned on the surface of this takeout box. If it's not Gonzo or whoever. Seeing this familiar kangaroo avatar, Yang Lin couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the aerial camera in the middle of the sky. And viewers almost laughed out loud when they saw the takeout box. Holy shit, Ginger Mission Takeout. It's pretty much true to their tagline. Ginger Group Takeout, delivers everything fast. I would call this ad placement the strongest ad placement ever. You're going to have to drop a lot of money on this commercial. That goes without saying. This time the advertisement will not only be seen by our viewers in the Dragon Kingdom, but also by viewers all over the world. Jiangtuan 1 hemp this time 666 Yang Gardner himself could not have imagined that at this critical moment were Ginger Group Takeout to deliver food to him. While the audience was talking over the appearance of the Ginger Donut Takeout, Yang Lin's side was already eating, taking out the meals that were still radiating heat from among the takeout boxes. Yang Lin's face instantly revealed a trace of a happy smile. What surprised him even more was that in addition to these meals, the people from the General Command actually prepared a fruit and 2 bottles of drinks for him. However, perhaps because of the lack of payment for the advertisement, the drinks in the camera were so thickly mosaic that the crowd could not tell what Yang Lin was drinking, and that leaves room for the audience and netizens to play with their whole lives. It didn't take long for these drinks to be pimped out by netizens into a variety of beverages. Some pimped out as beer, some pimped out as liquor, and some even pimped them out as vodka. In this regard, Yang Lin, who is in the scene, is naturally unaware of it, and after he has eaten and drank enough, he also started to pick up airdrops on the highway. One moment he picks up a bag of bananas and throws it in front of the group. Then he goes and picks up 2 bags of corn and throws them next to the herd. Amidst the gazes of countless spectators, Yang Lin hardened himself to turn this elephant migration into a breeding program by his own strength. Wow! So elephants don't like pineapple. Their favorite food is corn. Learned. Baby elephants are just as bad at eating as human children and picky eaters. Do elephants eat that much in one meal? That's hundreds of pounds of food going down already. What's this? Haven't you noticed that our national treasure eats more? It's true when you put it that way. The donut's mouth doesn't seem to stop at all. It eats more than an elephant. I finally realized why Yang's head gardener wanted so much food at once. I thought it was all for the elephants. They say it costs money to keep national treasures. And I've seen it today. No wonder director Yang is so positive about bringing Tuan Tuan to the Dianan Zoo. This solves the case. Apparently it's not just the viewers at home who are shocked at this moment. The viewers of foreign TV stations such as the Boing country's CBB TV station and the Neon country's BTS TV station similarly showed dumbfounded expressions after seeing Yang Lin's maneuver through the live TV broadcast. Usually, among the media reports in their country, the animals in the Dragon Kingdom are subjected to all kinds of oppression, or directly turned into food. For example, oxen were to be dragged to plow fields, donkeys were used to pull mills, and monkeys were to be enslaved to pick coconuts in addition to having their brains eaten. But the way Yang Lin is with the animals in the midst of the camera is a complete reversal of what the media has brought them in the past. Yang Lin in the middle of the camera is not only taking care of these wild elephants seriously, but also getting along with these elephants with extraordinarily harmonious. He seems to know every animal's preferences and has insight into every animal's characteristics. And even the most mischievous baby elephants immediately become quiet when confronted with him. The state of the giant panda following him was even more different from the state of those pandas in their country, especially those viewers in Neon. Their country also currently has several giant pandas, and these pandas are also loved by the citizens of Neon. Some panda fans have even reached the point of madness, but those pandas in their country are totally like two different breeds compared to Tuan Tuan. Perhaps we need such a panda immortal as well. I think we can learn from the Dragon Kingdom about panda breeding. Otherwise I'm worried about the current health of those pandas in our country. I think we can return the panda back to the Dragon Kingdom and ask for their help in caring for it. Better yet, let's invite this panda immortal to Neon. I think we can pay him well. Do pandas in the Dragon Kingdom no longer eat bamboo? Could this be their breeding secret? I've looked up on the Dragon Country's website, and it seems that this panda immortal is very famous in the Dragon Country and runs a very impressive zoo. So I'd really like to go and see it if I get the chance. Sakichi. In a moment this group of Neon people who had been living a pretty good little life gradually shifted their attention from this elephant migration incident to Yang Lin's body. After they learned about the West Rainbow Zoo and Yang Lin's related deeds, the name of the panda immortal spread throughout the country of Neon. There are even private panda enthusiast organizations that have taken the initiative to petition Yang Lin to bring the sick panda back to the Dragon Kingdom for care. And just as the world's netizens were watching the herd of elephants feeding, the herd and troops above the highway were already being fed by Yang Lin. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker, Yang Lin didn't intend to delay any longer, and after speaking with the female elephant leader, the herd set off again. Just before he had gone 10 kilometers, Yang Lin, who was sitting in the cab, heard the sound of restlessness coming from the elephant herd in the rear. At once he had a not-so-good feeling. The herd had been traveling on a highway where it was naturally unlikely to encounter any external dangers. There is only one thing that can make an elephant herd so agitated, and that is that something is wrong with the herd itself. It can't be that an elephant has strayed from the herd. Thinking of this, Yang Lin immediately stopped the car and then quickly ran towards the herd of elephants behind him. When he arrived at the herd of elephants he instantly realized something was wrong. Whereas earlier he had counted 18 elephants in the herd, at this moment there were only 16 left. The only two male elephants in the herd were the ones that disappeared. It's really a case of what you're afraid of. As he spoke, Yang Lin's brows furrowed fiercely. As an anomaly in the herd, the male elephant's departure from the herd didn't surprise Yang Lin too much, and he also quickly found the two male elephants that had strayed from the herd based on the satellite imagery sent by the General Command, which wasn't too far from where he was at the moment. Of course none of that was the point. The point was that there was a human village in the direction the two of them were heading. If we let these two guys get inside the village, we'll have a big problem. Although all the damage caused by the elephants will be compensated by the state, the rewards lost by Yang Lin are not paid by anyone. Thinking of this, he hurriedly made a call to the General Command through his cell phone. I'm going to go get the two male elephants that left the group. I'll keep the herd on the highway later. I'll be back in about half an hour or so. No sooner had he finished his words than a voice came from within the command post. What about the panda if you leave? You can't stay on the highway with the herd of elephants. Hearing this voice, Yang Lin's next reply was one that left the commanding officer's crowd directly baffled. Of course I'm taking it with me. Otherwise if the elephant gets back and the panda runs away, then I won't lose a lot of money. Not only were the people in the command center dumbfounded, even the audience was equally surprised by Yang Lin's answer. No way. The young gardeners are planning to take Tuan with them to the elephants. Other people ride donkeys to find horses. Park director Yang wouldn't be preparing to ride pandas to find elephants. Can this panda thing be ridden? Dang iron-eating beast of course can ride. But it seems that the legend of this thing but Pak Ji-yu ran to the Yellow Emperor's army inside. Will it just spill out if you take it out? Suggest getting a leash. A tow rope? You're kidding. We won't even see who's hauling who when we get outside. I think it's better to stay in the car so that we can at least help keep an eye on it. Just as the audience had felt that this choice of Yang Lin's was not very wise, Yang Lin had already greeted the mother elephant leader. Wait here with your herd later. I'm going to retrieve the two that got lost. And remember, no other elephants can get lost. Hearing Yang Lin's words, the mother elephant leader hurriedly let out a long cry. The next second the elephants gathered together in a defensive formation, and the little elephant was escorted right in the middle of them. Seeing them in this state, Yang Lin also nodded with satisfaction. Seeing this, the next second he headed towards the large van that belonged to him. As the door to the cage in the back compartment opened, Tuan emerged onto the highway. Is Tuan ready? Let's go together and get those two elephants back. You don't want to fall behind later. Don't worry, gardener. I'm sure I won't fall behind, but if I help you get those two elephants back, you'll have to reward me. That's a must. I'll have them set you up with a few more tons of food when the time comes. Get ready to go. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Tuan took the lead and headed towards the dense forest next to the highway, with a speed that was nothing like it had been at the zoo. It was only at this moment that the audience really realized what terrifying strength the panda was hiding underneath its naive appearance. On this speed coupled with its huge size, the killing power of charging up is not inferior to that of a wild boar at all. Can't help but worry about Yang Lin will follow the group. After all, the dense forest is not compared to the highway, not to mention the complex terrain. The inside is also overgrown with vegetation. And just as the crowd was filled with worry, Yang Lin finally moved. Like a hurdler, he jumped outside the highway guardrail with just a slight leap, and then he even climbed up a large tree about 10 meters high like an ape. And after determining his next direction of advancement at the top of the tree, he leaped to the top of another large tree next to him. Just running, climbing, and leaping over the forest vines at times, he was surprisingly not much slower than the Tuan. It was only when this scene was delivered to the eyes of the commanding officer and the audience through the aerial camera of the helicopter above his head that it left everyone collectively dumbfounded. If not for the fact that Yang Lin was still wearing modernized clothes, they even felt that they were seeing a primitive man who was walking through the wilderness. No way. Is Director Yang's physical fitness so strong? Not bad for growing up with animals. This is not growing up with animals. This is him being raised by animals. An image of a human child being thrown deep into the mountains as a child and then growing up with all kinds of wild beasts suddenly appeared inside my mind. So that means that Mr. Yang, the head gardener, is actually not born of his parents, but was picked up by his dad inside the forest, and since he grew up with animals, he possesses a superb affinity with them, and thinking about it this way suddenly all the doubts are solved. No wonder the gardener's father always took him to drill in the woods when he was a kid, so he was going back to visit his relatives. Holy shit. You guys are fucking awesome, but that explanation seems really reasonable. There, I'm inspired. I'm going to make a movie based on Yang's gardener plus the reasoning you guys just did. Is there anyone to put money in? You might as well go to the head gardener, Yang, and cast him in the lead role, just in time to use the animals in the zoo to match. While the crowd was shocked at Yang Lin's series of performances in the middle of the jungle, unconsciously one person and one panda had traversed several kilometers, and it was at this time that a human village appeared before them. At the same time, there were also two behemoths, which were the two lost male elephants. The two of them were there at the moment, eating leisurely and not causing any harm to the village as well as the villagers. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin also let out a fierce sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing was made of it. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he patted the donut on the side again. Come on, let's go take them both back. However, no sooner had he finished his words than the nose of the group to the side twitched twice. What a smell! It smells so good. Fragrance? Hearing Tuan's words, Yang Lin also hurriedly sniffed. Sure enough, he smelled a strong aroma that seemed to be the odor of grain with a strong hint of wine. Upon closer inspection, these aromas seemed to be coming from the direction of the two male elephants. In order to figure out what the thing giving off the scent was, Yang Lin immediately decided to go over and take a look. At this very moment, the two adult male elephants that were originally eating suddenly collapsed to one side. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin and those spectators' faces went white with fear. Almost at the same time a thought popped into their minds. Could it be that those villagers have set up poison baits at the head of the village to prevent the elephants from entering the village? If that's the case, it's balls out. While his heart sank, Yang Lin couldn't help but speed up his steps. With a hint of apprehension, Yang Lin slowly walked towards the two adult male elephants. As he approached, he didn't forget to use his exploration radar to check up the information of the two adult male elephants. Adult male Asian elephant, drunk, 6 years old friendly. Adult male Asian elephant, drunk, 8 years old friendly. At first Yang Lin didn't notice anything unusual until he saw the word drunk. Instantly his entire body froze in place. Drunk. What the hell is this? Why would 2 elephants be drunk? No kidding. Yang Lin thought that the system had made a mistake until he saw what was underneath that elephant. A pile of a special substance mixed with the residue of various grains had a common name throughout the Dragon Kingdom, wine lees. At this moment Yang Lin suddenly realized what that burst of rich aroma just now was. No wonder you're drunk. It's the lees. After realizing it, he was also instantly relieved. It's better to be drunk than poisoned. After glancing at the 2 elephants whose bellies were heaving, Yang Lin hurriedly dialed the general headquarters and explained the situation at the scene. The people in the general headquarters along with the audience were suddenly in tears and laughter when they realized the truth. 2 stray elephants had traveled several kilometers just to come and eat the lees of the villagers' wine that had been left out in the sun, and had gotten themselves drunk. Park Director Yang, it just so happens that the 2 of them are drunk on food. Why don't we send a car to bring the 2 of them directly to Minkuan? Yeah, or these 2 male elephants wouldn't be much to handle. However, as soon as the people in the general command raised this idea, Yang Lin immediately rejected it. No. They both probably woke up after a short nap. Elephants still have strong digestion and metabolism. This alcohol content is nothing for them. Just before he could finish his sentence, his afterimage noticed an additional black and white figure on the lees to the side. Immediately he exclaimed in shock, "Tuan, you can't eat this. Stop it." He had never imagined that just a moment after he made the phone call, the gluttonous Tuan had already begun to gulp down the wine lees. The shouts of Yang Lin were completely ignored. In a short while, a large area of wine lees had been completely swallowed into its stomach. At once it was haunted by the rich scent of wine. Yummy, so yummy. Burp dash. Perhaps having finally eaten his fill, Tuan, who was still frantically swallowing the wine dregs, burped while walking over to Yang Lin's side. Surprisingly to Yang Lin, it was clear that Tuan had eaten so much wine dregs, but at this moment, he did not have the slightest reaction of drunkenness. Is a panda's ability to drink so good? Unable to help it, a trace of doubt arose in Yang Lin's mind. Just as he was pondering, Tuan was the one who took the initiative to speak. "Boss, can you get me some of this to eat every day from now on? I feel like I've fallen in love with the flavor." "You like to eat this? It's not easy to get this stuff. But if you like this flavor, then I can make something else for you to taste. Something stronger than this flavor?" Saying this, a bad smile appeared on Yang Lin's face. Instead, Tuan's eyes lit up. "Is there really something like that? Forget that for now. Go and slap those 2 guys awake for me. Hard." "Okay." As soon as Yang Lin's words fell, Tuan ran to the 2 elephants with an excited face and raised his large bare paw towards their bodies. It's something he could have done himself, but now it's being watched by so many cameras. As long as he does it, it's assaulting an endangered animal. And it's not a good idea to say what he'll be blackballed by the foreign media by then. And the group hands that nature is different. Everyone is a first-class protected animal. The group simply do not bring a wimp. In front of the camera lens, Tuan's big slaps hit the 2 elephants. The enormous force that was enough to slap an average person to death was like scratching an itch when it collided with the bodies of the 2 elephants. Yang Lin himself took this opportunity to secretly use primary healing on the 2 elephants. With the flash of an unnoticeable light, the 2 elephants that had originally fallen into a state of intoxication due to excessive alcohol intake instantly returned to normal. "Emma, what is this thing that is so strong that you fall asleep while eating it?" "Yeah, you can't eat this stuff anymore. It hurts everywhere on your body." "I feel the same way. Like I've been beaten up hard." The next second after coming to their senses, the eyes of the 2 adult male elephants looking at the pile of lees on the ground took on a hint of fear. I believe it won't take long for them to spread the word about the dregs throughout the herd and then pass it on from generation to generation through their special system of passing on knowledge. Seeing that the 2 elephants had come to their senses, Yang Lin whirled around and walked over to the 2 of them. "Well, it's time to go back now that this food has been eaten. I've got a lot of good food for you along the way, and I've got a new home for you." Hearing Yang Lin's words, the 2 elephants also seemed to have realized their mistake. "We'll go back with you, but you'll have to say something nice to the boss later, or we're going to get our asses kicked when we get back." Yeah, the boss can be mean. Don't worry, I'll definitely put in a good word for you guys, but if you run away again, I won't help you anymore. No more running. It's not good out here at all. In that case, I'll take you back. You, get down on your stomach and let me ride." As soon as Yang Lin said this, one of the elephants crouched down on its own, and Yang Lin didn't treat it politely at that moment, rolling over and riding onto its back. The next second he was heading in the direction of the highway with 2 elephants and a panda in front of a crowd of cameras. It was sunset at the moment. with only a remnant of sun left in the sky. The golden sunset light sprinkled on Yang Lin, and the three animals immediately pulled out four long shadows. Together with the surrounding villages and mountains, it was like a beautiful landscape painting. Not without regard to the viewers who were waiting inside the TV sets and live streams. It took a good while before the audience gradually responded. All of a sudden the major TV outlets blew up in their broadcast booths. The head gardener is so damn handsome, with pandas and riding elephants. I can't even think of such a life. Suddenly there is a sense of a direct view of the West. What to do? Just one more monkey. Where are the pigs? And aren't there no pigs there either? Tuan can be a pig. Ah, good point. Regimentally. Lion King, mythology, Big Sister, the two golden eagles. By the time Yang Lin brought the two lost elephants back to the herd, the sky had completely darkened. But the herd of elephants remained just as he had left them, huddled honestly together. Apparently the elephants were still very obedient except for the two males who were disobedient. And at the same time that Yang Lin saw the herd of elephants, the leader of the female elephants also discovered Yang Lin and the two elephants that had fallen behind, and immediately let out a furious cry from her mouth. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin hurriedly got down from the elephants back in advance, and only after a while of appeasement did he press down the fire of the mother elephant leader. With the return of the two bull elephants, the journey continued, and although there were no lights on the highway, the helicopters overhead were casting beams of light to completely illuminate the road ahead. Despite the fact that several hours had passed since the elephants took to the highway, the enthusiasm of the spectators had not dissipated at all, especially the viewers in the Guishi region. After Yang Lin and Tuan came out to show the elephants the way, there were a large number of Guishi people immediately waiting in front of the TV set. Even the entrance to the West Rainbow Zoo was set up with a huge screen dedicated to those tourists as well as nearby residents watching the live broadcast. Whenever Yang Lin and Tuan made a bit of a scene, they would let out a burst of cheers. The hilarity of the scene completely crushed the World Cup. In their words, this World Cup Dragon Kingdom is not involved, but this elephant migration has a Guanxi man and a Guanxi panda involved. And just as the audience cheered, Yang Lin was not as excited. He had never felt the highway was so long. Even if the elephants were running as fast as they could, they would only run 30 kilometers an hour at best. Unconsciously he had a feeling of physical and mental fatigue. Good thing his current physical quality is not what it used to be, or else he would certainly have been unable to carry it. It's a shame Tuan doesn't know how to drive, or else I'd let him help me for a while. Just as he was thinking that, the original dense forest area suddenly turned into a pro-mountain section. The low, dense forest along the road also turned into a hill. Seeing this change, Yang Lin immediately also said, "It's worthy of being Dianan. The complexity of the terrain is just different. No wonder the biological resources are so rich. Say, will any animals scurry out of the road?" Just as he had finished the sentence, the animal that appeared on the road in front of him startled him. Looking through the lights of the helicopters overhead, a group of big, black, massive guys stopped right on the highway. Just see these big guys, one body length close to 3 meters, the height of almost 2 meters. Plus the top of the head above the pair of curved horns, the overall size of the Asian elephant than the small one. I go, a lot of white-limbed bison. Dianan animals are so wild, one by one are not afraid of people, but also specialize in picking the highway to go. Not only was Yang Lin shocked by the group of white-limbed bison in front of him, but the spectators who paid attention to the road at all times naturally saw it as well. Dianan's friend, come out and introduce yourself. What kind of cow is this again? How come it grows so big? Boy, I'm kind of knowledgeable. I must travel to Dianan once in my life when I have the chance. I can run into wild animals on the highway. This seems to be a white-limbed bison. Right. The only one in the whole country is in Dianan. And it seems to be quite rare. So many of them popped out here. Is it really that rare? Garden manager Yang quickly hugged two heads to the car and bring them back to Ningnan. Yes. There are no such bison in Ningnan. Thanks to the gift of nature. You Guishi will never think of taking away our Yunnan animals. But it's not entirely out of the question for Director Yang to do us such a big favor this time. But he'll have to ask those bison first. Boy, these bison can be really handsome. No, wait until the Dianan Zoo. How to get the first way to get two head back. Song Park director that should have it. Looking at the group of white-limbed bison in front of him, Yang Lin is really greedy. If not for so many camera lenses shining on him, he will now go to rescue ahead to the car. He, a zoo director in Gaisai, traveled thousands of miles to rescue an injured white-limbed bison back. Reasonable and legitimate. Unfortunately, as the audience said, the people of Yunnan promised. He promised. Those bison did not. The most crucial thing was that they were also blocking the road. So Yang Lin had no choice but to use the power of shock and awe again. The next second this group of white-limbed bison ran into the mountains on both sides of the forest under Yang Lin's fond gaze. When the bison herd had left, Yang Lin also set off again with his herd of elephants. I don't know if it was because there were no more cars on the highway, but one after another, I came across some other wildlife along the way. A family of wild boars that rampaged through the drag house, robber monkeys who robbed the road of airdrop supplies in 2s and 3s, the green goat that leaps high off the mountaintop but doesn't give a shit, and the encounters along the way were eye-opening for Yellen and the audience. Only those Dianan spectators showed pride one by one. Gee, it's not that rare anymore. It's pretty common in our area. It's SOSO. I used to come across it all the time. Don't you have it somewhere? That's too bad. I thought the whole country was like us in Dianan. Ha 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 ha. If you have a chance to come to Dianan to play, I'll show you my homegrown elephants. It's really just a billion points more animals and a billion points better climate. Everything else is inferior to yours. It's so annoying. The school is testing elephant riding again tomorrow, and I haven't even learned the peacock dance from our peacock yet. In the midst of the Versailles of a group of Dianan netizens, the night became deeper and deeper, and rain pattered on top of the road. It started out as a light rain, but it became heavier as it fell. The good thing is that there are no other vehicles on the road. Yang Lin's speed is also slow, but there is no big problem. The only thing that's more of a pain in the ass is the donut. With the gusts of torrential rain, Tuan Tuan's originally fluffy fur instantly clung to his body. Viewers would have thought that the donut shouldn't have been as mellow after getting wet, but when they saw Tuan Tuan's appearance again they almost didn't laugh out loud, because Tuan Tuan remained as fat as ever after the rain, and was only one size smaller than before. The layers of fat were even more visible. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing my ass off. The donut is solid. I thought it was hollow before. OMG. I always thought Cluster was just fluffy. I didn't realize it wasn't just the hair. The audience laughed themselves silly at this moment. However, Yang Lin on the other side couldn't laugh anymore. As a bolt of lightning cut through the sky, a small mountain roughly less than 50 meters away from him collapsed violently. In the blink of an eye, the entire road was blocked by all the rocks and trees that had slid down. He almost didn't cry when he saw this scene. P.S. Too much going on today. Woke up early to do nucleic acids again. And classes. Only enough to code 4 chapters. A little more time tomorrow. More tomorrow. Good night, pa boys. Not long ago, I was still marveling at the abundance of wildlife in southern Yunnan, but I didn't expect this to show another side of the country just a short time ago. How is this still a landslide? It's over. It's over. I feel like someone's going to have bad luck. Ha ha ha. We have to get a few in this time. I wonder which unlucky ones. What the hell is this highway protection slope doing? Talking about a landslide. This is a slippery slope in front of the national audience. I guess those leaders in Dianan have black faces now. Yang Park Director, this is not escorting an elephant herd. This is fetching scriptures in the western heaven. Right? Where are the friends of Dianan who just fooled around? Come out. Just as the netizens expected. At this moment in the general headquarters of a silence. Especially those in charge of the road leadership. One individual is stupid. Those high speed next to the protective slope project can be they handled. Although they also know that the probability of this has nothing to do with the quality of their works, just the recent climate change coupled with the sudden rainstorms lead to. But in this current situation, that's a real pants on fire. Leader, you guys listen to my explanation. Without waiting for them to finish their words, a middle-aged leader in charge of on-site command shouted, "What's the point of explaining? Why don't you find a way to get the road back in traffic? I don't care what you use. Half an hour at the most. And if the elephants aren't able to get through in half an hour, go over there yourself and plow through it with your hands for me." However, just as there was a moment of panic inside the general headquarters, Yang Lin, who was at the scene, had already stepped down from the car. The good thing is that the most urgent rainstorm has already passed, and now the sky is only drizzling with light rain. Looking at the dirt and trees that sprawled across the highway in front of him, he first frowned before turning his gaze to the herd of elephants behind him. If he had been here alone, he really wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. The next second, in the midst of the aerial camera, he turned toward the herd of elephants not far behind him. After arriving in front of that female elephant leader, he spoke directly. "Looks like we're going to need your help this time. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to move all this stuff out of the way." As soon as Yang Lin's words fell, the female elephant leader responded with a relaxed expression. "Of course it's no problem. It's trivial." After it finished speaking, it let out a long whistle to the pack behind it. All of a sudden the whole herd moved. A total of 18 elephants in unison then took a heavy stride in the direction of the pile of rocks. Seeing this scene, the audience in front of the screen immediately revealed shocked expressions after a moment of confusion. What do these herds of elephants want to do? They're not going to help Park Director Yang get the road cleared, are they? If that's true, then maybe the road will be cleared soon. Elephants are notorious Hercules. You're thinking too easy. Elephants are only about a ton or two strong at best. There are so many big rocks in there, I feel like they must be at least several tons. and that big tree in the very middle. That's about right if they cooperate. They say elephants are powerful. I'd like to see that today. After realizing what was going to happen next, all of them instantly became expectant. Even Yang Lin was no exception. The mixture of rocks and trees in front of us would have taken at least half a day if we had relied on modern construction machinery. He was curious how long it would take for the elephant herd to thin out. And it was at this time that the herd came to the area of the landslide, led by the leader of the female elephants, even the baby elephant. With another long whine from the matriarchal leader, an elephant began to roll up the earth and rocks and trees on the ground with its own long trunk. Hundreds of pounds of stone were like a piece of foam in front of these adult elephants, and were easily thrown to the side of the road. Both thick trees can be folded in half down the center with just 1 foot. At this moment the herd of elephants is like a construction vehicle, clearing the obstacles on the road aside one by one. It didn't take long for the road to be half cleared of obstruction, and as those loose rocks on the surface were cleared away, those larger rocks buried underneath were exposed. One of the pieces of the heck was just over a man high. Everyone couldn't help but frown as they looked at this huge stone block. Can a herd of elephants really push this multi-ton boulder? As the crowd feared, an elephant that tried to push the boulder aside was quickly defeated. With all its might it only managed to move the boulder slightly. Other elephants came and tried, but the end result was nothing. Even the little elephant, only half a man or so tall, tried to bump into it and ended up sitting on his butt. Just when the crowd thought that the elephants would work together to push the boulder aside, the leader of the female elephants with a broken trunk slowly walked out from behind the elephants after letting out a long whistle. What is this female elephant leader preparing to do? It can't be trying to push this boulder away by itself alone. It shouldn't be likely. Just before the crowd could react, the female elephant leader turned her body sideways, without seeing how it exerted its power. The boulder, which weighed several tons, had begun to roll to the side. In just under a minute, the boulder moved several meters sideways in place. It was only when it was pushed to the side of the road by the guardrail that the female elephant leader stopped. Everyone at this moment was shocked by the image in front of them. A single word unconsciously sprang from their minds. At the same time, he was also involuntarily reminded of one of Master Jin's martial arts novels, Dragon Elephant Bo Ruogong. A creature that could be compared to the divine beasts in the legends was really not that simple. No wonder elephants have always been a symbol of strength. However, just when the crowd thought that this was the end of it, the mother elephant leader turned around and walked towards the front of the large tree that was more than a person thick again. Without waiting for the crowd to react, the female elephant leader raised its forelimbs high. The next moment it was seen falling high on its forelegs. 1, 2, 3 strokes, until at the 10th the tree, more than a man thick, snapped from the waist. The crowd was looking at it with a tingle in their heads. If such a weight fell on a person's body, I'm afraid it wouldn't be any different from a road roller running over one's body. With the tree made in two, the alpha female elephant instantly rolled up one end with her mangled trunk and tossed it to the side of the road with a heavy fling. After a few times of this, the road was cleared of all those larger obstacles. As he watched the obstacles gradually being swept away, a faint shriek was coming from beneath the burial. It was a big night, and when he suddenly heard such a scream, Yang Lin was instantly a little frightened. It couldn't have been any old family ancestor that got swept out by a mudslide. It is normal that he would think so. In the past years, these mountainous areas are very popular burial. It is not possible to say that there is whoever's ancestors are buried in which mountain. However, in the spirit of believing in science, Yang Lin still let the female elephant leader gently peel away the layer of soil that made the sound. The next second a familiar face appeared in front of Yang Lin. The moment he saw this guy, Yang Lin's expression was blank, because what appeared in front of him at the moment was a pangolin armor covered with scales. And looking at the facial features and the last time he rescued that one seems not to be a species, the body type is slightly larger than a circle. So it's a guy like you. Quickly say if you dug down this mountain. As he spoke, Yang Lin picked up the pangolin on the ground that seemed to be injured. At the same time this scene was presented to the audience through aerial footage. It's over and done with. This pangolin will have nothing to do with Yunnan from now on. It's going into their garden in Guishi. This little guy probably didn't expect the mountain to collapse while he was digging a hole there properly. So is there a possibility that the mountain was dug down by it? Ha ha ha, it has to be it. This pot has to be dumped on it. Or else how could we have done such a lousy job of road protection in Dianan? Yes, yes, yes. Arrest and take away. Sentence to life imprisonment. Damage to the national infrastructure projects. Destruction of national property. I declare that this pangolin has been expelled from Dianan. The builders are ecstatic that someone is finally taking the fall for them. You guys are really overdoing it, eh? But it shouldn't be able to escape this wave. Park director Yang has already sent it towards the car. Just as the audience was flirting, Yang Lin was raising the pangolin in his hand high above his head, and said in a loud voice right to the crowd of aerial cameras, You guys testify to me. I did not abduct and sell animals. This pangolin is injured. I just fulfill the duty of every citizen due to rescue. But I think it's a little badly injured and needs to be brought back for medical attention. After saying this, Yang Lin quietly used primary healing on this mountain-piercing armor. It wasn't long before it was thrown inside the donut's cage. Immediately a pangolin and a panda went face to face. Just when the crowd thought that the elephants could move forward again, Yang Lin was once again walking in front of the pile of obstacles that remained. Without waiting for the crowd to figure out what he was going to do, he had already peeled away a pile of branches. A hint of a smile showed on his face just after the branch was peeled away. Following his gaze, he saw a huge bird's nest constructed from dead grass and various branches appear right in front of him. And in the middle of this bird's nest, four young birds that were just one size larger than a fist and had a pair of big, cute eyes were clearly among them. These young birds are obviously frightened at the moment. One face is full of frightened expression. The feathers are all wet by the rain. See, Yang Lin is a burst of heartache. It's a good thing I just scanned around with my exploratory radar, or I would have missed you four little ones. While talking, Yang Lin bent down and gently picked up the entire bird's nest from among the pile of branches. It wasn't until this time that the audience finally realized what Yang Lin was doing just now. It looks like a bird's nest in Director Yang's hand. No need to seem. It's a bird's nest with like 4 owl hatchlings. Did it just fall out of a tree during a mudslide? Life is really big. It's true that a great disaster must be a blessing. Won't this be a package deal from now on? Their mom and dad have such big hearts, too, that they leave their babies at home. Or what? Get caught in the crossfire. It's fortunate that Park Director Yang found them, or else all 4 of these little guys would have had to hiccup in less than a night. Say, how did Director Yang discover them? Is it really because of the strange telepathy between him and the animals? Hinged on hearing the commotion. While the audience was marveling at the wonders of karma, Yang Lin was the one who had already returned to the driver's side with the bird's nest in his arms. Using a paper towel, he carefully wiped the rainwater off a couple of the little ones, and incidentally took a piece of clothing to redo a bird's nest for the little ones. Seeing the 4 little guys gradually getting better, Yang Lin was relieved. At the same time, the other side of the road was successfully cleared by the elephants. All of a sudden the crowd erupted in cheers, and just as the audience cheered, Yang Lin started the car again, with the elephants following close behind. Time has come to the late night. Originally still a little tired Yang Lin at this moment is sleepy. And just like that, another couple of hours soon passed. And in these few hours, there were no more emergencies, and the final destination of Minkuan City was getting closer and closer. Before I knew it, there was only the last 100 kilometers left. If nothing else, he would have managed to arrive at dawn. I don't know if Yang Lin's prayers worked, but until he took the herd down the highway, the herd was still in a very stable state. As the herd of elephants followed Yang Lin out of the highway toll gate, almost all of the spectators let out a long sigh of relief. But the crowd on the other side of the general headquarters did not relax, because they know that compared to the highway with single road conditions, the relatively complex urban roads are the most treacherous section. In addition to the buildings and pedestrians in the city, there are also a large number of vehicles and unstable elements. Even though they had closed the road that the elephants were going to pass through in advance, they were still a bit uneasy. Little by little, time passed, and soon Yang Lin led the herd of elephants to the top of the downtown road of Minkuan City. With only the last 20 kilometers to traverse, they were able to reach the Jingning Nature Reserve in Minkuan City, where preparations have been made to welcome the herd of elephants. And as the herd of elephants entered the city, the whole area was suddenly in a state of semi-enclosure. A large number of pedestrians and vehicles were stopped in their tracks. But even so, countless citizens of Minkuan were already waiting by the roadside before dawn, just to witness this historic moment. When Yang Lin walked on the streets of Minkuan City with his herd of elephants, at once the faces of the people on the roadside showed joy, but even so, they didn't dare to make the slightest sound for fear of affecting the herd. And besides these citizens, elephant-related elements can be seen everywhere throughout the city. Elephant-shaped greenery, elephant-shaped sculptures, elephant coloring, and even the balloons held in the hands of children are in the shape of elephants. From this we can see how far the people of southern Yunnan have come to love elephants. However, just as the whole city of Minkuan welcomed the elephant herd into the city, the balloon in the hand of a little girl suddenly made a sound and exploded. The explosion of the balloon was so piercing in the silence of the city. At the same time he heard the explosion, Yang Lin instantly had an unsettling premonition. A grown elephant might not be frightened by the sound of an explosion, but that baby elephant might not be. Just as he was thinking that, the figure of the baby elephant had already rushed out from amongst the herd. Unsurprisingly, accidents still happen. The sound of exploding balloons is nothing to the adult elephants who have seen the world, but it was enough to create fear and anxiety in the young elephant, which was not yet a year old, and its way of venting its fear and anxiety is to run. which is what the vast majority of wild animals will choose when in danger. Although the baby elephant now only weighs a few hundred pounds, the commotion it creates when it runs is nothing less than that of a large adult boar. Threatening, that is, not to mention the fact that if you let it charge into a crowd, things could get ugly. Almost everyone realized this at this moment, and Yang Lin was naturally no exception. With no time to think, he jumped out of the cab. Glancing in the direction the baby elephant had fled, he casually took out a bundle of twine from inside the cab. After taking the twine, he went straight towards a nearby traffic police iron rider who was responsible for maintaining order. "Uncle Cop, lend me your motorcycle." Perhaps recognizing Yang Lin's identity, this Mingquan traffic police officer, although a little puzzled as to why Yang Lin wanted to borrow a motorcycle from him, ultimately nodded dully. And also the very next second he handed the keys to Yang Lin. Yang Lin directly straddled the motorcycle. In no time at all, this police motorcycle gave chase with a roar in the direction from which the baby elephant had fled. Seeing this scene, those aerial helicopters flying over the city also hurriedly followed, fearing that they would miss any exciting shots. At the same time, doubts arose in the minds of the audience. Young gardeners can't be planning to go after this frightened baby elephant themselves. What's not to like? Isn't that how the two adult elephants from before were recovered? This time the situation was completely different, alright. The baby elephant was in shock. You didn't see how fast it ran that way. Say, does anyone here dare to stop in front? Try stopping one. It'll break your back. Yang Gardener here even brought a rope. It's not like he's equipped to take a rope to trap a baby elephant. Young gardeners still do this? Just as the crowd was talking, Yang Lin on the motorcycle was already catching up with the little elephant that had fled down the road. If it can be touched, okay, a primary healing goes down and the baby elephant is immediately calmed. As for the deterrent that is even more, dare not use casually, the little elephant was already frightened. This time and then a deterrent, more or less, will have a little counterproductive. Looking at the little elephant that had no intention of stopping at all, Yang Lin whirled around and looked above the roll of twine. At once he stopped the car and tied the twine into a rope loop. This is once his father took him to the grassland when a herdsman taught him. Usually used to set a horse, set a cow or whatever, no problem. But to use it to lasso an elephant, he was more or less clueless. Compared to the strength of bulls and horses, elephants are much stronger, even if the one in front of them is a small elephant. Just as Yang Lin was wondering if he could lasso the baby elephant, the crowd also finally noticed his strange behavior. Seeing that rope circle that he tied out, how could they not understand what he was thinking? And at that moment, each and every one of them revealed a look of disbelief. Crazy, he's getting ready to lasso the elephant. Hurry up and find a way to stop him, or I have a feeling he's going to be dragged all over the street by this baby elephant later. Guess he'll be the first human to be paraded by an elephant. The picture is too beautiful to think about. I think the first question that should be considered is whether or not he can set it up. And it's the setup that should be considered later. Yes. This kind of lasso is not for everyone. Don't look at it as simple as it is in the TV show. It's hard for the average person to throw up the rope loop. Just before the man could finish his sentence, the rope loop in Yang Lin's hand was already thrown up by him. Like a Western cowboy in a TV show, the soft twine was thrown into a huge circle. The next second, the rope circle that was completely swung round was thrown straight out by Yang Lin. And at the moment, the baby elephant was already more than 20 meters away from him. It's hard for the average person to throw a rope loop that far, let alone hit it. But the rope ring in Yang Lin's hand was like a GPS, and it went straight towards the neck of the baby elephant. Under the gaze of countless gazes, the rounded rope loop was instantly placed around the neck of the baby elephant. In less than half a second, the thick hemp rope was crumbled straight. At the same time, Yang Lin's hands also felt a huge force coming on, and his whole body directly rolled off the motorcycle uncontrollably. All hearts were in their throats at the sight. If Yang Lin didn't let go of his hand at this moment, then it was likely that he would be dragged directly by the baby elephant, and it would be dangerous then. Let go of me, Mr. Young Gardener. Forget the baby elephant. Life is most important. Yeah, you won't be able to pull the baby elephant. Don't hurt yourself. It's over. Park director Yang is going to hitch herself up in this wave. Hey, let's give a share to the West Rainbow Zoo when the time comes. At this moment, almost everyone was already able to envision the next picture. Yang Lin, who was the party in question, however, immediately activated that intermediate sharing skill that hadn't been used since he had upgraded after a roll. As for the object of sharing, it was that female elephant leader. As the skill was unleashed, instantly he felt a powerful force surging through his body. This power was almost several times that of his main body, and this was only a part of the mother elephant leader's power. So one could imagine how terrifying its full power was. And it was this part of the power originating from the mother elephant leader that immediately allowed Yang Lin to stabilize his stance. With a stable horse stance, Yang Lin immediately made a common position used in tug-of-war. wrapping the rope around his waist while leaning his body towards the back. Another small elephant that was originally running wildly felt a huge force coming from the rope around its neck, and in an instant it could no longer move forward half a step. When this scene fell into the eyes of the audience, everyone was dumbfounded. They had never expected that Yang Lin would actually control the little elephant with his personal power. What a powerful force. What they didn't expect was that after getting the baby elephant under control, Yang Lin began to slowly pull back on the rope. As he pulled, the baby elephant's form couldn't stop falling back. Seeing that there was more and more rope in his hands, Yang Lin simply tied the other end of the rope to a roadside pole. Seeing this scene, the leaders of the power department immediately had their eyes jumping wildly. Luckily, the pole did not show any skewing or tipping until Yang Lin pulled the baby elephant to his face. It was at this moment that the crowd, whose nerves had been in a tense state, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, their gazes towards Yang Lin couldn't help but change for a moment. The mood of the crowd had changed from the moment Yang Lin put the rope loop around the neck of the baby elephant. From the awe at the beginning to the worry when he was yanked down by the baby elephant, to the shock when he stopped the baby elephant alive by virtue of his own strength. Every step Yang Lin took was unexpected. Being able to yank a frightened baby elephant to a halt is by definition something that quite a few people on top of the Blue Star can do. Take, for example, the Hercules men who train year-round, so they can yank big trucks and wrestle with bulls. But each of those Hercules was as big as a small mountain, with arms thicker than the thighs of ordinary people. And Yang Lin's body type is obviously not of the Hercules variety, and even slightly thin from the viewer's point of view, but it was such a thin body that had erupted with that kind of tremendous power. After the shock, the audience also exploded on the spot. I told you that young gardeners must have grown up with animals. Is this the kind of power a human being should have? Everyone's physique is different, and it's normal for Director Yang's physique to be different from ours. I seriously doubt he was raised on animal milk as a child. It's over. It's over. I even clashed with Park Director Yang when I went to the West Rainbow Zoo before. Luckily Park Director Yang didn't make a move at that time, or else my dog's life would be gone. The speed of a beast, the sensitivity of a beast, and now the strength of a beast. It's solid. Park Director Yang has returned to his ancestor. Can he become so bullish by spending time with animals every day? Did he secretly follow those animals to practice kung fu? What kind of tiger fist? Crane fist or something like that? Pull it and slice it. We can't let him evolve alone. He has to take us with him anyways. Just as the crowd was talking vigorously, Yang Lin had already arrived in front of the little elephant, and primary healing had been activated at the same time his palm touched the little elephant's body. The next second the little elephant that had a frightened expression on its face became quiet. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin immediately let out a sigh of relief. But it was at this time that he violently felt a sharp pain in his muscles, as if they were being torn apart. At the same time there was a gush of blood coming out of his nose. On the spot he let out a scream and sat on his butt as he lost his footing. It didn't take long for his shirt to be completely stained red by the spurting nosebleed, and his entire person looked incomparably miserable. When this image was presented to the audience through the aerial camera, everyone's face changed drastically in an instant. No one knew why Yang Lin was suddenly like this. Obviously he was fine a second ago. The only thing that was clear to them was that just now, in order for Yang Lin to make the little elephant stop, it was bound to not be as easy as they saw it. What's going on here? Why is young park director suddenly like this? He's not going to be able to make it, is he? Is there a big man studying medicine who can look through the screen to see what's wrong with the young gardener? The odds are that it was overexertion, resulting in muscle strains all over the body, and then there was a large capillary rupture. So I remembered our previous gym has a bean batch. Had to challenge the hard pulling 200 kilograms. Pulling is pulled up. On the spot, nosebleed wildly spray. And young gardener this situation is very similar. That baby elephant just had more than 200 kilograms of force. Will the head gardener Yang be in danger? Suddenly I feel a little sour in my nose. Let's hope that nothing happens to the young gardener. What was in the hearts of countless viewers at this moment was no longer shock, but a strong sense of concern and emotion. Especially those Dianan spectators and the crowds of onlookers at the scene. They knew exactly why Yang Lin was so desperate to pull that baby elephant. If it wasn't for the safety of these people present, Yang Lin wouldn't have had to fight so hard. What kind of sentiment is this? And what a noble character. Many of the onlookers cried out on the spot. Combined with Yang Lin's miserable appearance of sitting against a pole covered in blood, those who didn't know thought that Yang Lin was already gone. While at this time a group of people wearing medical staff uniforms drilled out from the side of the road and came to Yang Lin's front at the first opportunity. After a moment of examination they were ready to lift Yang Lin onto the stretcher. Just as they were about to bring Yang Lin an oxygen mask, Yang Lin suddenly stood up. No, I'm fine. I just got a cramp and then a nosebleed. You guys are acting like you're sending me away. As he spoke, Yang Lin moved to signal that there was nothing wrong with his body. As if he was afraid the crowd wouldn't believe him, he headed for the nearby pole on the spot. The crowd had to believe it even if they didn't. After watching him climb back and forth on the pole. Okay, stop climbing, monkey gardener. People really think you're mutated when you climb like that. I have to say, this physical quality of the monkey gardener is really something. This is more or less a mini-boss if there's a zombie crisis. More than a small boss. It's simply a big boss who controls an entire city. And just think of all the animals he has under his hand. Uncle, don't climb. I'm scared. Seeing that the paramedics were sent away, Yang Lin was relieved. If this is carried away, how can the mission go on? All kinds of examination and treatment down. Without a week's time he can't think of leaving the door of the hospital. A zoo owner can't afford to stay in the hospital for a week. But it's better not to use this intermediate sharing easily in the future. The backlash is too great. And the powerful strength of the mother elephant leader is not something my muscle strength or bone strength can support. Thinking about it, Yang Lin was afraid. Thanks to his current physical quality is different from normal people. If he was before, light tendon rupture, heavy muscle dissolution. Even so he still felt pain everywhere in his body, as if he had run a triathlon and picked up a full horse. Enduring the discomfort in his body, he once again turned his gaze to the little elephant on the side. Come on, little one, come back with me. For all my injuries, I shouldn't have a problem asking you to go back to Guishi. As he spoke, Yang Lin patted the back of the baby elephant with his hand, and in the next second the baby elephant followed him in the direction of the herd in a bumbling manner. Seeing this scene, the surrounding onlookers would like to cheer, but for fear of disturbing the baby elephant again can only be forced to hold back. But those viewers in front of the TV screen couldn't help themselves, and one by one, they were instantly haunted. And just as the audience cheered in unison, Yang Lin was finally able to bring the baby elephant back to the herd once again. As soon as they returned to the herd, the baby elephant's mother whacked the baby elephant with her long trunk. This time the storm was officially over. And an hour later, as the sun rose, a vibrant nature reserve appeared in front of Yang Lin as well as the herd of elephants. These are not bad drawings. Looking at the nature reserve surrounded by vegetation and green trees, not only Yang Lin felt a sense of relief, even the elephants behind him were immediately excited. What do they travel hundreds of kilometers for? But a place to stay. And now it's finally here. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Yang Lin immediately parked the big truck on the side of the road, and then pushed open the door and walked down. Looking at the endless nature reserve in front of him, and at the herd behind him, he quickly made his way over to the leader of the female elephants. Finally, I have delivered you, and my mission is accomplished. This will be your new home from now on, so go ahead. As he spoke, Yang Lin signaled the female elephant leader to lead her herd in the direction of the nature reserve. However, the mother elephant leader did not leave at first, but lowered her head slightly and kept rubbing her face against Yang Lin, her eyes full of reluctance. Although the other elephants didn't show their reluctance to leave like the mother elephant leader, they all one by one surrounded Yang Lin's body for a long time. When the scene was presented to the audience through aerial footage, the incredibly touching scene moved everyone. All this way over, all that they had seen. From Yang Lin leading the way for the herd to Yang Lin leading the troop to find the two male elephants that had strayed, to the herd clearing the way for Yang Lin, to Yang Lin calming the baby elephants, which had just happened not long before. The whole process demonstrates the interdependence of humans and animals. It's no exaggeration to say that the experiences along the way could well be made into a major documentary. So much so that now that they once again saw the fondness between the elephant herd and Yang Lin, the crowd suddenly felt their eyes reddening ever so slightly. Ooh-hoo. The story of the goat gardener and the herd of elephants is finally coming to an end. It feels so sad. Why is the road so short? I've been up all night since yesterday afternoon, and I'm tired, but I think it's worth it. It has the feeling of having watched an extra long version of a movie. Let's look forward to the day when this part of the story is actually adapted into a movie, and I'll definitely go back and contribute my vote then. It's been such a rough ride, with touches and laughs and surprises. I wonder if in the future this herd of elephants will remember that a human once made way for them and brought them to their new home. Anyway, I don't think young gardeners will ever forget this herd of elephants. And seeing this, I am finally able to go and catch up on my sleep in peace. Are those who say they want to go on the devil? The head gardener Yang has been gone for a day and a night. I doubt he's really going to hang if it goes on like this. Park director Yang, is there no one to speak up for me? The people of Dianan helped me well to entertain the director of the Yang garden. This time the director of the Yang garden has given you a great credit. Well, you're home and I have to go back and get some rest. Don't worry, we'll definitely see each other again sometime. Go. On the outskirts of the reserve, after a bit of persuasion, the female elephant leader finally managed to lead her herd slowly towards the reserve. It was only the 3 steps forward and 1 step back that really touched the media reporters who were waiting on the sidelines. The herd of elephants walked hard for more than 10 minutes over a distance of several hundred meters. It wasn't until the elephant herd silhouette completely disappeared into the protected area that Yang Lin let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, the system's beep sounded in his ears. Ding! Escorting the elephant herd mission successfully completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining talent points *10 and a golden talent treasure chest. Upon hearing this system prompt, a hint of joy immediately appeared on Yang Lin's face. Obviously he was still very satisfied with being able to randomize a golden treasure chest. Not waiting for him to open the treasure chest to have a look, a whole bunch of reporters swarmed around. A large number of microphones with the logos of various TV stations and various news sites were stretched out in front of him. In less than a second, his entire body was surrounded in it. If he had been surrounded by so many journalists before, he would have posed in different poses ready to be photographed. But now he hadn't slept for a day and a night, not to mention the fact that every part of his body was still in pain. How could he still have the heart to give an interview? Hell knows how long he's going to be asked by so many media outlets. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Yang Lin simply closed his eyes and stirred his legs, and fell to the ground on the spot. The next moment the reporters who had gathered around him dispersed one by one. I have to say that Yang Lin's weak appearance at the moment, combined with the blood stains all over his body, it really looked like that. No one even suspected that he was faking a faint. So much so that it didn't take long for a group of paramedics to come running over with a stretcher and a whole bunch of equipment. It didn't take long for Yellen to be put on a stretcher. The scene also scared those spectators who hadn't dispersed yet. And even the general command had issued a directive to rescue Yang Lin at all costs. But also just when Yang Lin had just been carried to the ambulance ready to be sent to the city hospital for rescue, he once again sat up from the stretcher as if he were a fraud. On the spot, the nurse lady next to him wowed. "Stop screaming. I'm not dead. What are you afraid of? Don't you medical students believe in science?" As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the people present immediately fell silent. Just as they were about to inquire about Yang Lin's physical condition, Yang Lin asked with a cautious face, "Are those reporters out there gone?" Hearing his words, the crowd was first stunned, then immediately reacted. "They heard you were going to be rushed to resuscitation and they're headed to the hospital now, so I guess they're gone." "That's good. Since they're gone, I can get off now. My panda is still waiting for me. When I have a chance to come to Guishi, please visit Shihong Zoo for free. Bye." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Lin hurriedly ran out of the ambulance. It wasn't long before he was once again driving his big van in the direction of the Yunnan Zoo. At the same time that Yang Lin rushed to Yunnan Zoo, what he experienced has been through those foreign television media in various countries burst into flames. Boing Boing CBB TV station is even planning to make a documentary about his experience with the elephant herd. A number of well-known movie studios had even begun to send their representatives to prepare to travel to the Dragon Kingdom to find Yang Lin to agree on the movie adaptation rights. They even figured out how to do the prequel. If at this moment Yang Lin knew that there was about to be a large sum of money to be delivered to him, I don't know how he would feel. At this point, however, he had only one request, and that was to find a place to get a good night's sleep. Yunnan Zoo next to a kilometer of a 5-star hotel. A wake-up call. Yang Lin only feel fatigue all over the body. Aside from the pain in the muscles, the whole one was full of blood. Glancing at the phone next to me, I realized that 10 hours had passed, and in that 10-hour period, surprisingly, there were dozens of missed calls, including those from employees of the zoo, such as Chen Kurson, and some of his friends. Both were obviously worried about his current condition. Thinking of this, his heart couldn't help but warm up, and immediately dialed Chen Kurson's phone number to prepare to report a piece. As soon as the call was connected, Chen Kurson's voice came from the other end of the line. "Hey, are you guys from Dianan Hospital? Did my table pot resuscitate it? Don't worry, we're prepared for the worst. Even if he's not resuscitated, we can live with that. By the way, did he leave any wills or anything like that?" Hearing Chen Kurson's words so suddenly, Yang Lin was more or less in a bit of a daze. When was he on his way to resuscitation? "No resuscitation, what's going on here? Kagome. It's me. I'm a cousin." However, just as he finished this sentence, a sound of a cell phone dropping to the floor came from across the room. It was a full moment before the sound came again. "You've been resuscitated. Cousin Pot." "What resuscitation? I'm not in the hospital." "You didn't go into the hospital?" "But I saw you being carried into an ambulance when I watched the live stream." "I'm not the only one who saw it. The whole country saw it." "Harm. That was me lying to the media. I'm pressing on." In the course of the conversation, Yellen recounted the events leading up to it. "Well, that's all. I'll be back in a couple days. You guys take care of the zoo and call me if you have any problems." After saying that, Yang Lin hung up the phone. After hanging up, he returned a few more calls in quick succession before changing his body. Only after everything was organized did he leave the hotel and walk towards the Dianan Zoo next to him. As soon as he walked into the zoo, Director Song's figure was already there. Park Director Yang, are you rested yet? This time it's really thanks to you. We've just monitored it via satellite. And the elephant herd is currently very stable and should take root in the reserve. Hearing these words from Director Song, Yang Lin gently nodded his head. That's good. By the way, Tuan, where are they all sent now? Don't worry about this young gardener. We've got them all properly organized. After Tuan rests a bit, we'll arrange for it to meet with Yaya. However, as soon as Director Song finished speaking, Yang Lin continued to pursue. I'm not worried about the regiment. I'm worried about the little pangolin and the 4 little owls. They are my rescues. You can't leave them for me. Hearing these words, Head Gardener Song finally reacted and immediately laughed. Park Director Yang was originally worried about this. Don't worry, this I naturally know. Even if I wanted to keep them, I don't think the national audience would agree. And I don't want to be cyberstormed by them. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Park Director Yang, I'll take you to a meal first. As soon as he heard these words, Yang Lin immediately felt empty inside his stomach. And then he remembered that it seemed like he hadn't eaten for more than 10 hours. Just when he thought that Head Gardener Song would take him to a big meal, Head Gardener Song turned around and walked inside the zoo. It wasn't long before a staff cafeteria appeared in front of him. No way. All zoo directors are the same as me? Just as Yang Lin was thinking this, Head Gardener Song was showing a face of embarrassment. Director Yang, forgive me, our Dianan Zoo is not as good as the West Rainbow Zoo, although the same is self-sustaining, but we have been in the red for 5 consecutive years. Usually even if there is a leader to inspect, we can only treat him to a cafeteria. Upon hearing these words from the Head Gardener Song, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed a trace of doubt. Isn't your Dianan known as the Kingdom of Wild Animals, and the operation of the zoo is so dismal? Just as soon as he finished this sentence, the expression on Head Gardener Song's face grew more and more tearful. It's because we have so many wild animals in Dianan that the number of animals inside our zoo is also several times that of other zoos. We have more than 10,000 wild animals. And the food consumption alone is an astronomical figure every year, coupled with the fact that the people in Dianan have more exposure to wildlife. They are not too keen on those wild animals, and most of the people they receive are some out-of-town tourists. After listening to the explanation of the Song Gardener, Yang Lin's face immediately showed a look of surprise. He knew that the Dianan Zoo would have more animals than other zoos, but he didn't expect it to be that much. The number of animals in Ningnan Zoo at its peak was more than 500, and at that time, he thought it was enough, but it turned out that the number of people's Dianan Zoo was 4 times more than that of the Ningnan Zoo. As for the West Rainbow Zoo, that's not to mention the fact that they only have a total of 250 or so animals, which is not enough for a fraction of what others have. It's a miracle this didn't eat up the zoo. He wouldn't have been able to afford the animals in his place. Of course, he also noticed another point mentioned by Director Song. That is, people in Dianan are not very interested in visiting zoos. Come to think of it, it's like a person who lives by the sea all year round and is probably tired of eating seafood a long time ago. However, after being surprised, Yang Lin's heart couldn't help but move a little. Since the friendly units were having such a hard time, it would be more than a little bit of a shame if they didn't help share the load. He just didn't say the words out loud at this point. Once the meal was over, Director Song once again led him in the direction of the Panda Pavilion, and just on the way to the Panda Pavilion, Yang Lin was finally able to see the bravado of the Dianan Zoo. Flocks and flocks of peacocks, hundreds of assorted baby raccoons, and enough big black bears to make several soccer teams. There are also different varieties of monkeys roaming the hills. Even the precious Yunnan golden monkeys are as common as ordinary rhesus monkeys everywhere. The most exaggerated is the hundreds of tigers of various breeds in their tiger park. Even the white tiger, which usually looked extremely rare, was seen several times inside their tiger park. Even rarer ones such as the lion and tiger beasts and the tiger and lion beasts can all be easily seen. Still only halfway there, Yang Lin felt that his little heart was severely stimulated. The feeling was as if a small landowner with a small family had suddenly entered the city. It was a moment when he realized deeply how poor he really was. When he recalled the words he had said to Head Gardener Song earlier, he felt his face burn for a moment, but at the same time, it also strengthened his determination to bring back some Yunnan specialties. Not only do you need to bring it, but you need to bring more of it. Under the leadership of Director Song, Yang Lin made his way through the various venues, and soon a panda pavilion covering a huge area appeared in front of him. It's no exaggeration to say that the luxury of this panda house can already be described as a luxury villa, with transparent glass on all sides and a variety of visitor facilities provided for pandas inside. The Dianan Zoo is really raising pandas as national treasures. Director Yang, this is our Dianan Zoo's Panda Hall. Inside together with Yaya there are a total of 3 pandas. As he spoke, Director Song stopped at the entrance of the panda house. Yang Lin, who heard his words, was the one who couldn't help but look puzzled. Are all three females? No, no, no. The other two are a male and a female. As soon as Director Song finished his sentence, Yang Lin became even more puzzled. Then why are you looking for Tuan to breed Yaya? However, as soon as his words fell, a look of embarrassment appeared on head gardener Song's face. Those two, one is Yaya's dad and one is Yaya's mom. Excuse me. Yang Lin never expected that the troupe would not only meet the woman this time, but also the parents. If I had known, I would have brought something with me. Look at the way it's done. By the way, how old are Yaya's mom and dad? Hearing Yang Lin's question, garden manager Song first pondered for a moment and then answered. Yaya's dad is 12 years old and his mom is 13 years old and came to our zoo at a very early age. And Yaya was the first baby panda to be born at our zoo. What? Inexplicably Yang Lin's expression became odd. Tuan is 18 years old, which is 6 years older than even Yaya's dad, and if you go by the panda's age, you could be its dad. It sounds more than a little outrageous that a son-in-law is older than his father-in-law, but head gardener Song clearly didn't care about that. Instead his face was filled with excitement. We've checked Tuan's physical condition, and although he's a bit older, all aspects of his body are well above the level of a strong-aged panda, and the activity of the tadpole is also very high. So if it can combine with Yaya, it will surely give birth to a very healthy baby panda. To be able to raise pandas so well, your garden must have put in a lot of effort. If I have the chance, I will definitely go to your institution to learn and study in person. Just as the two were speaking, a minivan drove by. As the minivan approached, at once Yelin spotted the sullen-faced troupe on top. Instead, Tuan was like seeing a savior when he saw Yang Lin. Boss gardener, help me. They're abusing me. They've only given me 4 meals all day. And every one of them has been bamboo shoots, and it's killing the panda. It was hard to wait until the compartment door was opened, and Tuan immediately jumped down from it. The first thing he did after coming down was to cling to Yang Lin's thigh and not let go. Boss gardener, let's go back to Guishi. I can't stay in this place for another day. However, when this scene fell into the eyes of a group of Dianan Zoo employees such as the director of the Song Zoo, but it is to make them laugh. It seems that the animals in your garden are really clinging to Director Yang. And it's a very small meal, too. It only ate half of the bamboo shoots that were sent in. Small meal size? Looking at the Tuan at his feet, who was hugging himself to death, Yang Lin's face couldn't help but show a strange color. Alright, bear with me for a while. You're representing our West Rainbow Zoo this time. I'll give you an extra meal every day when we get back. It took a while to calm Tuan down, and the door to the panda house opened in response. As the doors opened, 3 pandas of different shapes and sizes came out from among the corners of the arena. Compared to Tuan, these 3 pandas are obviously one size smaller, especially the one in the lead. Tuan, who was still in a hurry to return to Guishi, suddenly saw the appearance of the 3 old folks, and his expression immediately changed. Sent to Guanxi as a child, it has had no contact with its compatriots at all over the years, and now the sight of 3 compatriots that looked similar to himself was naturally filled with curiosity. Perhaps knowing something? The other 2 pandas spontaneously went back inside the houses aside. Soon only Tuan and Yaya were left in the open space of the panda house. Seeing this scene, Park Director Song also patted Yang Lin's shoulder. Park Master Young, leave the rest of the day to the 2 of them. Let the 2 of them cultivate their feelings. But I can sense that Yada still has a soft spot for Tuan, so it might work out this time. Upon hearing this from Director Song, Yang Lin nodded as well. He'd like to see Tuan fight for his life, preferably 3 in one birth. This will result in the birth of a baby panda almost 6 months later. Just as he was thinking that, garden manager Song was the one who spoke again. Park Director Yang, it's not easy for you to come here, so why don't I come and lead you to take a stroll inside the park? Upon hearing these words from the head gardener Song, Yang Lin's eyes instantly lit up. Yeah. 5 minutes later, Yang Lin, who had boarded the park tour bus, had appeared on the main road of the Dianan Zoo. Director Song was in charge of driving the car while also introducing the situation in the park at the same time. There are 13 large areas in our park, including a rare animal area, an African herbivore dispersal area, a herbivore dispersal area, a lion and tiger estate, a peacock garden, and so on and so forth. The first stop we're going to make this time is the rare animal area. This is good. I just love rare animals. Just between the 2 of them talking, the door to the rare animal area appeared in front of Yan Lin. And the first thing that caught his eye was the big black bears that stood up in a human body. More than 60 of them. But these bears, despite their numbers, are far worse than the Shihong Zoo's papa and mama bears, both in terms of fur color and overall condition. And behind the bear house is the chimpanzee house, which is also home to dozens of chimpanzees. Then there is the parrot house, the baboon house. Seeing these, Yang Lin can still keep calm a little bit, But when he saw the baboon hall next to the arena in the middle of a black leopard is no longer able to keep calm. If the leopard and the clouded leopard could be described as handsome, then these black panthers in front of him with dark bodies and golden pupils could only be described as majestic, like satin, like silky fur. Different from the cheetah's streamlined muscles, the muscles on these black panthers are all the kind of explosive block muscles. At first glance as a power player, it was a long while before he withdrew that gaze at the black panther. Instead, the next second he turned his gaze to head gardener Song. Director Song, it must be very stressful to raise so many rare animals. Hearing his words, head gardener Song immediately nodded with a bitter smile. That's not usual, but what can be done about the stress? Many of these animals were born inside the park, and even if you want to release them back to nature, it's impossible. With their ability to survive in the wild, they're basically dead if they're released. However, just as he had finished spitting out his words, Yang Lin spoke again. Maybe we can do it another way. As soon as he finished his words, park director Song froze. What you mean, Director Yang? Is that your park is willing to share some of the pressure for our Dianan Zoo? It was only after half a day had passed that Director Song finally reacted. Yang Lin also nodded his head when he saw this. Yes, that's what I mean. And since this is something I've met, I can't just ignore it. I for one can't stand to see animals suffer. Of course, I'm not saying that these animals are suffering at the Yunnan Zoo. Without waiting for him to finish that sentence, Director Song hurriedly interrupted him. Well, you don't have to say anything, Park Director Yang. Song Gardener, if you do not agree, I can also take the form of rental. A year according to how much money per animal. We can discuss it. Just when Yang Lin thought that Director Song did not agree, Director Song's next words were a bit puzzling to him. Why didn't you come earlier? Park Director Yang, if I had known that you had this heart, I wouldn't have had to worry my hair off every day. Look at my hair falling out. As he spoke, Song's headmaster grabbed a handful of hair off the top of his head. I am now thinking of ways to earn money every day, and it would be really great if Mr. Yang, the head gardener, could share the burden for us. With excitement, Director Song clasped Yang Lin's hands tightly. Ha! For a moment Yang Lin thought he was hallucinating. There's no need to talk about the rent or anything else. I trust the breeding conditions of the West Rainbow Zoo, and I can tell from the state of Tuan Tuan. If it's okay with Park Director Yang, we can agree on the specifics now. After reacting, Yang Lin immediately replied very dryly. No problem. Of course there's no problem. My initial thought is like this. How about your park just picks out 2 of each type of animal to lease to our West Rainbow Zoo? The initial period of years, I think we can set it at 10 years. And all the expenses of these animals during these 10 years will be taken care of by us, the West Rainbow Zoo. And in addition we can give a rental fee of $100,000 per animal per year. Just as soon as he had finished speaking, Director Song immediately picked up the conversation. That's out of line for Park Director Yang. What with the lease costs and not the lease costs? If we talk about money then it doesn't become a sale. And with only 2 of each animal, how is that enough? If you ask me, each animal, except those that are too few in number, can be upgraded to 10. Well, as for the number of years, this can also be stretched out a bit more. Come, I'll take you, Park Director Yang, to continue shopping and see what you like. After saying that, Park Director Song once again pulled Yang Lin onto the sightseeing bus. Straight away, Yellen won't be able to do it. It didn't take long for the duo to wander around inside the entire zoo. Every now and then, Director Song pushes a couple of lines. Director Yang, look how cute these little raccoons are. There are 2 more there that are albino. When the time comes, I'll pick 5 males and 5 females for you. These red pandas over here are also very appealing to tourists, and eat less. Very good management. Reproduction ability is very strong. When the park was first built there were just more than 10. Now there are more than 200. By the way, Peacock Yang Garden Manager want. I heard that your garden only has 2 white peacocks. Let's do it this way. I'll pick 20 green peacocks and 20 blue peacocks for your garden. Over the years our park has been flooded with peacocks, and now there are more than 500. We really can't afford to keep them. At the moment, Director Song didn't look like a zoo director, but more like a pusher. Every time he passed a park he didn't forget to sell the animals inside to Yang Lin, especially animals that have been generalized. Perhaps because the climate in southern Yunnan is so favorable, the animals have a very high survival rate, both in terms of breeding desire and reproductive capacity, as well as cub survival rate. I heard him say that the red panda alone, as a species, had several cases of quadruplets last year, and in order to keep these animals, the entire Dianan Zoo has hired more than 200 employees. There are more employees than there are animals at the West Rainbow Zoo. At this moment Yang Lin seemed to understand why Director Song didn't object to his idea of leasing the animals and didn't want his leasing fees, just by taking these animals away. That would be a huge annual savings in all costs. By the time he had strolled around the entire park, Director Song had roughly drawn up a long list for Yang Lin. The list includes more than 100 different types of animals, numbering upwards of 1,000. This is still he felt a little embarrassed to give a part of the cut, otherwise the number will be more. And this number had completely exceeded Yang Lin's previous expectations. At best, he was thinking of abducting a dozen or so back before he arrived. It still seems like he has a small frame now. Director Yang, what do you think? If you think the burden is slightly too great, then we'll cut it down a bit more? Perhaps fearing that Yang Lin would not agree, Head Gardener Song hurriedly asked again cautiously and tentatively. Hearing his words, Yang Lin hurriedly replied, I don't think there's a problem. The burden will definitely be a little bit, but I'm still very happy to be able to help so many animals at once. But at the moment, our West Rainbow Zoo's park is in the process of expanding, so it's not convenient to pick up that many animals there for the time being. Tell you what, I'll take some of them back with me this time, and then I'll pick up all the rest when our zoo is built. No problem. Then in that case, you will first bring back the elephants, tigers, lions, black bears, giraffes, hippos, and the rest will be slowly transferred to the West Rainbow Zoo at a later stage. At first Yang Lin thought that Director Song was looking out for himself, but as he listened he sensed that something was wrong. The next second he reacted. Good lord, all of them are some meat eaters and big eaters. Garden Manager Song's calculations are smarter than mine. Originally, Yang Lin was still thinking of taking Tuan Tuan, the king of big appetite, to Dianan Zoo to rub his nose in the food. Now look at it this way. People are shoving dozens of big appetizers right past him. Although he realized this, Yang Lin didn't have any comments. They gave it to him for nothing. What else could he say? And he was all ready for the food bill to skyrocket. Just as the two were agreeing on how to transport those zoos to the West Rainbow Zoo, a zoo staff member was running over in a hurry. It's no good, Head Gardener. Huan seems to be showing signs of a difficult labor, and the cubs inside its belly seem to be defective as well. The situation seems to be a bit dangerous. Do you want to go and take a look? Upon hearing the words of this employee, Garden Manager Song's face instantly changed. On the other hand, Yang Lin, who was on the side, was listening with a foggy head, but it was obviously not convenient to ask more questions at this time, and he could only follow Director Song. It didn't take long to get to the Lion and Tiger Manor in the park. It was only when Yang Lin followed the Head Gardener Song to the Lion and Tiger Villa that he finally figured out what was going on. The Jubilee they are talking about is an adult lioness, but if the situation was as simple as that, that would be fine. After all, a lioness giving birth, while difficult, would not be in too much danger. But this time the situation was a little different, because this time the lioness Huan gave birth to not a normal lion cub, but a rare tiger lion beast. The child's father, on the other hand, is a male northeastern tiger in the park. It is not uncommon for these two of nature's top predators to combine to produce pups in the present day. There have been a large number of cases of lion and tiger beasts or tiger and lion beasts being born, both abroad and at home. There is no reproductive isolation between the two animals, the lion and the tiger, because they are both felines, genetically identical, and have a matching chromosome number of 38. Theoretically, the pups born this way would be better in every aspect of their abilities, but the reality is nothing like that. First of all, in terms of cub survival rate, the lion-tiger beast has a survival rate of 1 in 100,000, while the tiger-lion beast has a survival rate of 1 in 500,000. In addition, when giving birth, the lioness will be in great danger, and even if she is lucky enough to give birth to a baby tigress, the cubs usually don't live very long because of their body resistance. After realizing this, Yang Lin also hastily accelerated his pace. It wasn't long before a small, separate room appeared in front of him. In the middle of the room at the moment, a lioness was lying there with a pained face, while a veterinarian from the park was standing by with a sweaty face. From time to time, blood would flow out of the lioness's abdomen, which was the precursor of a miscarriage. Seeing Director Song come over, the veterinarian hurriedly got up and walked over. Director, Huan is in a very urgent situation. The fetus in its abdomen has no way to deliver normally due to developmental deformities. So my advice right now is to remove the fetus or Huan's life will be in danger as well. With that said, this veterinarian turned his gaze to the Head Gardener Song as if he was waiting for a response. And although the Head Gardener Song was anxious, he still managed to make a quick decision. What are you still thinking about? Hurry up and remove the fetus. There's a high probability that this fetus won't survive anyway. Upon hearing Director Song's instructions, this veterinarian hastily nodded his head, and then he once again walked inside the small room. And it was at this time that the lioness, who had originally fallen into a state of unconsciousness due to excessive pain, suddenly opened her eyes. For some reason, when Yang Lin saw the lioness's eyes, He always felt as if the lioness had realized something. He clearly saw a hint of sadness in the lioness's eyes. Could it have realized that its child was going to leave it? The thought had just popped up when a line of tears dripped from the corner of the lioness's eyes. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. By this month the fetus is basically considered a complete individual and they have a mind, even occasionally interacting with their own mothers. The lioness has long been able to sense the presence of her child and may have prepared for its arrival. It must be dying to see its child at the moment, the one that was born with breath, not a cold corpse. Thinking of this, Yang Lin took a deep breath, and then he said with a serious face to the song gardener on the side, "Director Song, let me go in and help out. I used to be involved in delivering animals at the West Rainbow Zoo, so I'm still somewhat experienced." His words had just finished, and a look of surprise appeared on the face of the song gardener. "That's great. It's just that I'm sorry for troubling Park Director Yang as soon as I arrived." Getting the go-ahead from the head gardener Song, Yang Lin didn't delay any longer and rolled up his sleeves and walked in. The lioness seemed to sense his arrival as well, and inexplicably a glimmer of hope lit up in its eyes. From Yang Lin's body it felt a trace of an unusual aura, and also right in the middle of the lioness's hopeful gaze, Yang Lin slowly walked over to its side. The next second Yang Lin's palm touched the lioness's forehead without any protection. Primary healing is instantly activated. As a light that could not be seen by ordinary people flashed by, the lioness's state immediately got a little better, while its originally agitated and restless mood also calmed down. However, since the crowd was worried about its well-being at the moment, this scene was not noticed by anyone. Only Yellen said softly, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." As soon as the words fell, the veterinarian on the side had already forcibly removed the fetus from inside the lioness's body. Looking at the young beast that was the size of a kitten possessing the characteristics of both a tiger and a lion, Yang Lin's heart immediately trembled. From his current perspective, this little tiger-lion beast could barely feel any life breath anymore. The lioness seemed to have realized this as well, and a low wailing sound immediately escaped from her mouth. At this moment almost everyone thought that the death of the little tiger-lion beast had become a foregone conclusion. However, Yang Lin still decided to take a gamble after seeing the lioness's grief-stricken expression. Immediately, a light of insight struck the body of the little tiger-lion beast. Tiger-lion beast, near death. Genetic collapse in progress. Due to serious genetic defects in this species, the talent panel cannot be opened. Seeing this prompt message that he had never seen before, Yang Lin's heart immediately sank once again. The good news is that the little tiger-lion beast isn't really dead. The bad news is that you can't apply the additions to force a life on it. It had been almost a certain death. Is there really no other way? Just as Yang Lin's brows furrowed, he suddenly thought of an ability he had never used before. By the way, there's also a light of evolution. I wonder if it can cure the little tiger-lion beast's genetic defect. He couldn't care less at this moment. Directly, a light of evolution struck the body of the little tiger-lion beast whose life force had already begun to gradually drain away. With a 7-colored light shining on the body of the little tiger-lion beast, it didn't take long for a hint of magical change to take place inside the little tiger-lion beast. Genetic chains that had broken and collapsed are being reorganized in a form that transcends the realm of biology. By the time all the collapsed genes had been repaired, its chromosome count had also gone straight from 38 to 40. This means that from this moment on, it is already a completely new species, one that is independent of the lions and tigers. Even Yang Lin himself couldn't have imagined that casually going down with a light of evolution had created a species that had never appeared on the blue star before. And it wasn't long after the little tiger-lion beast's genetic reorganization was completed that a distinctive cry emanated from its mouth. Upon hearing this cry, a trace of joy suddenly appeared on the face of the lioness who was already as if her heart was dead. At the same time a system beep sounded in Yang Lin's mind. Congratulations to the host for witnessing the birth of a brand new species, awarding 400 achievement points. In order to facilitate the inclusion of this species, please ask the host to name the brand new species. Listening to the beep in his head, Yang Lin instantly froze. It seemed to him that the light of evolution would just be a mere solution to the genetic flaws of the small tiger-lion beasts, and would not go well with the creation of an entirely new species at all. But the system prompted him to discover a brand new species. It took a long time of contemplation for him to figure out why. Biologically speaking, neither lions and tigers nor tigers and lions can be considered a separate species. It is an unhealthy and abnormal state, and does not fulfill the 3 conditions that a species needs to fulfill: a certain range in nature, a certain population size, and the ability to naturally mate and have reproductively capable offspring. Female lions and tigers are reproductively capable. Males are not. After being irradiated by the light of evolution, the genetic defects in the little tiger-lion beast were successfully cured, and it successfully possessed the ability to reproduce. In this way, it truly counts as an entirely new species. It was clearly inappropriate to call it by the name tiger-lion beast anymore. Thinking of this, Yang Lin hurriedly looked at the little guy's appearance, only to see that this little guy's fur all over his body seemed to be a mix of the common characteristics of lions and tigers, thus giving him a deep golden color. Like gold, the body was still largely in the shape of a lion, with a thick mane growing at the neck, and the head was in the shape of a tiger, but it was even more domineering than a tiger. Inexplicably a name appeared in Yang Lin's mind, Golden Hair Roar, a legendary divine beast that specializes in eating dragon brains. Let's call it the Golden Roar. As soon as Yang Lin's words fell, the system's beep sounded. Ding! Successfully included a brand new species, the Golden Roar, rewarding achievement points of 800. Hearing the system's feedback, Yang Lin's face immediately revealed a hint of joy. Before he could check the system panel, the little one on the side made a sound once again. It was then that Yang Lin realized that the little guy had opened his eyes, and those sapphire-like eyes were looking straight at him. From within those eyes Yang Lin felt a hint of attachment. After realizing this, he hurriedly took the little one from the veterinarian's hands and then gently placed the little one in front of the lioness. It didn't take long for the lioness to clean up the little one with her tongue. Seeing this scene, the crowd outside the glass window immediately looked surprised. The lioness was safe and sound, and even the baby tiger lion beast that was originally thought to be dead had come to life. So could they not be happy? But in their opinion, even if the little tiger lion beast didn't die this time, it still wouldn't be able to escape its untimely death before long. Just as the crowd watched this licking scene with tender faces, Yang Lin and that veterinarian were walking out at the same time. Without waiting for Park Director Song to speak, Yang Lin took the lead. Park Director Song, I have an idea that I hope you'll agree with. Hearing Yang Lin's words, although Garden Manager Song was a bit puzzled, he still nodded. You speak, Mr. Young Gardener. Here's the thing. I feel like this little guy and I have a connection, so I'm hoping to bring him to the West Rainbow Zoo along with his mother. Upon hearing this request from Yang Lin, Head Gardener Song was more or less at a loss. It is reasonable to say that among the opinions reached by the two sides this time, Yang Lin is free to pick out 10 lions and tigers each from the Lion and Tiger Manor. There is no reason to waste such a quota on a small tiger and lion beast that may die at some point. Park Director Yang is really a caring person. Since that's the case, let's return to Guishi together with the young gardener once they mother and child have recovered. Seeing that Park Director Song agreed, Yang Lin also thanked him. So the little tiger and lion beast, this matter ends here. And the time also unconsciously came to the late night. Yang Lin was just about to go back to the hotel to rest when he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something. After thinking about it for half a day, I didn't think of it, so I didn't bother to think about it. Soon he was back within the hotel resting. At the same time Yang Lin was lying on the bed. The other side of the Dianan Zoo Panda House, Tuan Tuan was already anxious and a little impatient. Where's the head gardener boss? Why hasn't he come to pick me up yet? If he doesn't come to pick me up, I'm going to starve to death. While murmuring, the panda Yaya had waddled over to its side, and a bright green and emerald bamboo that was as thick as a small arm was handed over. And not far from Yaya, its mom and dad stood there quietly. It feels like a scene from a guy's first visit to a woman's house. That big bamboo is like the dish that the mother-in-law pinches, obviously not appetizing, but embarrassed not to eat. Immediately, Tuan Tuan stuffed the bamboo into his mouth with a pained look on his face. Ah, I'm going home. This barbecue in Dianan is just delicious. It's just that it took a little longer for this delivery to come through. And I wonder if the writer boy is riding an elephant. What is this? It looks like an elongated version of rice. Why is it still popping? Blah blah blah. It's bamboo worms. It's bamboo worms. Inside the hotel room, after taking a shower, Yang Lin watched the TV while eating the takeout he had just ordered. Curiosity led him to order a specialty barbecue blind box, and then came the scene that just happened. I'll be damned. I've long heard that Yunnan is famous for its bugs. I didn't expect to encounter them on my first day here. Looking at the different shapes of the unknown objects in the lunchbox, Yang Lin was more or less in a state of shock. Originally, he intended to just throw it away, but once he thought of its price, he then finally chose to close his eyes and throw the fried and grilled bugs into his mouth. As he ate, he was suddenly struck by the fact that the bugs still seemed to taste quite good after they had been cooked in a way that was anything but psychologically uncomfortable. Each one is crunchy with chicken flavor. By the time a late-night snack was finished, he even felt a bit unfulfilled. It's not easy to come to Dianan. You can't come for nothing. Why don't you go out and see what else is good to eat? As he spoke, he had originally planned to sleep. He simply put on his clothes and walked out of the hotel. At this time, although it was already past 11 o'clock at night, the streets outside were still bustling above. A variety of food stalls even emit a burst of aroma from time to time. This time, however, Yang Lin had learned his lesson, and resolutely refrained from eating blindly when he didn't know exactly what was being sold. And just as he was eating and strolling around, An inconspicuous facade caught his attention. A big black dog in a cage in front of us, to be exact. At the same time Yang Lin saw the big black dog. The big black dog seemed to see him as well. And immediately the big black dog woofed and barked. To the casual observer its bark might seem to carry a threatening undertone. But in Yang Lin's ears, the barking was a cry for help. Unable to help himself, Yang Lin looked at the facade behind him while turning on the exploration radar. The next second a large assortment of points of light appeared inside the facade. When he read the information on these dots of light, his face immediately changed. Pangolin, slight injury, 1-year-old anxiety. White-browed Lungor, slightly injured, 2 years old. Fearful. King Cobra, slightly injured, 8 months rage. Dense dots of light, no less than dozens, each representing an animal. Looking at this information, Yang Lin instantly realized that there was something not quite right about the facade in front of him. With so many wild animals present, he wouldn't be foolish enough to think this was an animal shelter or an animal hospital. What's more, this is a snack street, and there's only one thing that appears here, and that's food. By now the true identity of this facade is calling out. It's a wild game restaurant, and all the wildlife he saw was food that was about to be served. From the state of health of these animals, the odds are that they were violently captured in the wild. It seems the people of Dianan have two kinds of love for animals. Within this distance of less than 1 kilometer from the Dianan Zoo even opened a restaurant that focuses on wild animals. It's really a black light. While sighing, Yang Lin's gaze once again looked at the big black dog that was locked in the middle of the iron cage. After taking such a close look he realized that the big black dog didn't seem like an ordinary dog either. Unable to help himself, he shot a light of insight at the dog. Mongolian Mastiff. Seeing this message, Yang Lin immediately reacted. No wonder that looks so familiar. The original is a Mastiff. How would it stray to Yunnan? As a kind of Mastiff, Mongolian Mastiff's reputation is not as prominent as the Tibetan Mastiff, but it is one of the most loyal dogs. It has always been used to herd cattle and sheep in the grassland areas of the Dragon Kingdom, and is a good companion for herders. Originally, Yang Lin thought that it was placed here to watch the door, but after a little thought he realized its true role. Unsurprisingly, it should just be a front, and as soon as someone checks it out, most of the people inside can say they just run dog meat. Eating dog meat can get you sprayed but it's not illegal. Seeing one after another 2 people went in. Yang Lin was not in a hurry to follow in and immediately start the rescue work. Just kidding, the little cute one would only fight alone on his own. Hell knows what kind of weapons these wild game sellers have in their hands. Smart people like him of course choose the most plain and simple way. Thinking of this he hurriedly ran not far away under the most conspicuous street lamp and dialed the police. Hey, police uncle, I'm now under the 45th streetlight on Zoo 1 Road. I found a game house over here that hides a lot of wild animals. There are a lot of rare animals in there. You guys hurry up and come. If you're too late, you'll be eaten by that group of people. Okay, I'll wait for you guys to come over. And also not long after Yang Lin reported to the police, a group of uniformed police uncles appeared in front of him. At the moment of seeing Yang Lin's face all of a sudden this group of police officers froze one by one. You're Park Director Yang? You're the one who called the police. Great. After watching you all night yesterday, I'm surprised to see you alive so soon. Ha, hoping I'm catching a zombie while I'm live. No. Come on, let's take a picture first. 123. In a short time several police uncles came together on both sides of Yang Lin as if they were fanboys and took pictures with him. Just when Yang Lin saw the photo of the left and right of the police uncle on both sides of him always feel were the strange. The key he crossed his arms in front of him out of habit. Not waiting for him to dwell on what was wrong, the lead policeman uncle spoke up. Park Director Yang, are you sure what you saw was a wild game restaurant? They blatantly put out all those wild animals? Hearing the police uncle's inquiry, Yang Lin thought for a moment before shaking his head. That's not as blatant as this. And how did you know they had wildlife inside the store? For a moment Yang Lin was really taken aback by this question. He can't say he saw it through the system. After a moment of contemplation, he eventually blurted out a slightly more reliable answer. I smelled it with my nose. And I've lived with animals since I was a kid, so I'm very sensitive to their smells. If anyone else had said that, probably the police uncle would most likely have dismissed it as a blind grin. But when the words came out of Yang Lin's mouth they were so believable. Even the police uncle who asked the question said with a look of realization, look at my brain. How could I have forgotten what young gardeners do? I've also heard online netizens say before that you were raised by animals. Park Director Yang, and it seems to be true. What? When did I get raised by animals? Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, this group of police uncles were already pulling out the police weapons on their belts and heading inside the store. Seeing this, Yang Lin also hurriedly followed. However, by the time he followed the police uncle into the interior of the store the scene in front of him was to make him stare in disbelief. Because no matter how you look at it from that angle, This is an ordinary street-side store that sells some of Diana's specialties, and there are no traces of any wild animals at all. A pair of middle-aged couples suspected to be the owner of the situation is also rushed to welcome out, and also took the initiative to take out a variety of business license, health license. Everything is so normal. Unable to help it, Yang Lin's eyebrows just frowned. He believed that the system would not make a mistake. But Uncle Cop doesn't know about the system. Park Director Yang, we've searched the inside of the store, and we haven't found any traces of wildlife. Do you think you're smelling it wrong? Seeing that he couldn't find any traces, that police uncle also said to Yang Lin with a puzzled face. Just as soon as he finished speaking, Yang Lin was already walking towards the iron cage at the door. The next second he opened the iron cage amidst the puzzled stares of the crowd. The Mongolian Mastiff inside immediately drilled out, and there was a burst of wild barking from his mouth. Just when the crowd thought it would attack, the Mongolian Mastiff ran straight into the store. Amidst the middle-aged couple's horrified gazes, the Mongolian Mastiff then began barking frantically at a case of beer bottles. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin's eyes immediately revealed a thoughtful look. Under the middle-aged couple's panicked expressions, he slowly lifted the case of beer away, and in the process kicked the ordinary-looking cardboard shell underneath to one side. All of a sudden a piece of underground secret door that didn't match the surrounding floor at all appeared in front of everyone. At the first time those several police uncles took control of that middle-aged couple with a stern shout. At the same time Yang Lin lifted this underground secret door. The moment the light shone through the dark door, a scene that made the crowd's hearts skip a beat appeared in front of them, only to see that in the room below that dark door, an iron cage used to contain wild animals was stacked up wherever it was. And in these iron cages are clearly a large number of wild animals, which even include some national-level protected animals. With the appearance of these wild animals, the middle-aged couple immediately collapsed to the ground. That middle-aged shopkeeper couple probably never even dreamed that their hiding place would be found by a dog, and a dog they just picked up off the side of the road. Compared to the couple who owned the store, the expression on the faces of the police uncles was completely different, especially when they saw the wild animals in the basement. This could already be considered a large case, both in terms of size and class. The whole process of solving the case is simply fast to their unimaginable. From the time of receiving the police to now, has not passed 30 minutes. And just as the police uncles were shocked plus surprised, their hands were not idle. It didn't take long for one of the cages to be moved out. A careful inventory revealed that there were more than 70 wild animals hidden inside such a small room. There are more than a dozen national-level protected animals alone, and more than 3 dozen second-level ones, while some others are third-level protected animals. Seeing these panicked little ones, Yang Lin could already imagine the rest of that shopkeeper couple's life. The odds are as good as these animals are spending their time inside a steel cage. As soon as the siren sounded, the 2 criminals had been put into a police car. But when it was the turn of the animals, the police uncles were in trouble. After all, they were all living things, and they were all protected animals. They didn't dare to bring them back casually, in case if they were to karma off in the middle of the day, then they wouldn't be able to account for it. Unconsciously they turned their gazes to Yang Lin. Park Director Yang, look at these. Without waiting for the police uncle to finish his sentence, Yang Lin was already interrupting him. Well, you don't need to say anything, Uncle Policeman. You take the people away, and leave these animals to me for now. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, a smile appeared on this police uncle's face, troubling the young gardener again. By the way, let's take another picture so we can post it on top of the alert tomorrow. With that said, several of the police uncles leaned in again. On one side were a variety of seized wild animals, and on the other side were Yang Lin and them. The uninformed thought it was a crime scene identification. It was hard to wait until the photos were finished, and then a few police uncles left the place first. Only Yang Lin and the group of wild protected animals were left behind. As a last resort, Yang Lin had to take out his cell phone and dialed the number of the head gardener Song. Hey Director Song, I'm not far from the entrance of your zoo right now. You send a car over here quickly. There's a situation here. Yeah, picked up a couple critters. 10 minutes later, looking at the 70 or so wild animals beside Yang Lin, a hint of shock appeared on the face of the Song gardener. Park Director Yang, didn't you say it was just a few? How come there are so many? It's all minor and unimportant. And anyway, they were all rescued by me from the game house, and there's no place to put them for the moment. So I'm going to let you guys have the zoo for now, and then I'll release them back into nature once I've healed their wounds. That will have to do. I really didn't expect this to happen in front of our Dianan zoo. As he spoke, Director Song, along with Yang Lin, sent those wild animals in iron cages to the car. Just as Yang Lin was about to leave, a dog barking was what attracted his attention. Looking back, he realized that the Mongolian Mastiff that he had released earlier had followed him at some point. Taking a look at this burly Mongolian Mastiff, Yang Lin thought for a moment and eventually threw it on the car as well. By the time he finished placing the animals at the Dianan Zoo, the time had more than unconsciously come to the early hours of the morning. Originally not sleepy, he was already somewhat unable to open his eyes at the moment. Just as soon as I got back to the hotel I collapsed into bed. Woke up early in the morning but the time has come to the next day at 9 o'clock. Casually opened the hotel's TV. A Manhwaean City morning news jumped out. Yesterday the city's public security cadres successfully cracked a wildlife smuggling case involving as many as 78 wild animals. We would like to express our great appreciation to Mr. Yang, the director of the West Rainbow Zoo, a dedicated citizen who provided us with an important tip. Looking at the accompanying text and photos on the TV set, Yang Lin, who was still carrying a hint of sleepiness, instantly stopped being sleepy, especially when you see the photo above. He was seen in a photo with a thick mosaic on his face, the kind that his own mother wouldn't recognize. At that moment, he showed a hint of a crying expression. This mosaic turns straight into a criminal when it's on, and just as he was about to change the channel to look at it, the cell phone placed at the bedside suddenly rang. As soon as the phone was connected, Director Song's voice came through. Is Park Director Yang up yet? There seems to be a little situation over at the Jingning Nature Reserve. As soon as he heard these words, Yang Lin immediately sat up. If he remembered correctly, the elephant herd seemed to be currently housed in the Jingning Nature Reserve. This condition is also mostly related to the elephant herd. What's wrong? Is something wrong with the elephant herd? Yes. This reserve is inhabited by a large number of wild boars in addition to a number of protected animals, and it seems that the elephants clashed with those boars after they went in. Several boars have now been trampled to death by the elephants, and both sides now seem to have started a firefight. After hearing the explanation from the Song gardener, Yang Lin was immediately dumbfounded. The herd of elephants clashed with the herd of boars, something he had never heard of in his life. The forest police found us in this case, but there was nothing we could do. After all, neither the herd of boars nor the herd of elephants is something we can afford to mess with unless the army is deployed, so we had to find you as well. After Director Song finished saying this, Yang Lin was also slightly silent for a moment before opening his mouth. Okay, I know the general situation. I'll be right over to take a look, but you'd better arrange for a little more people. I'm afraid I can't handle it either. When the phone hung up, Yang Lin immediately put on his clothes and took a taxi in the direction of the reserve after a simple breakfast. At the same time, more than 10 kilometers away from the Jingning Nature Reserve, at this moment is also already in chaos. Every now and then a variety of protected animals escape from the reserve. Whether it's fierce beasts like tigers and leopards and black bears, or small animals like pheasants and hares, one by one, they are all as if they are fleeing for their lives. Kidding aside, if they dared to stay for even a second longer in such a scene, they might be trampled into mud by a herd of wild boars or elephants. And in addition to these animals fleeing for their lives, a large number of forest public security officers have also appeared on the periphery of the protected area at this moment, just facing the two sides that are on fire in the protected area. These forest public security officers are also very helpless. One side is the dominant local power and the other side is a strong dragon crossing the river. The two sides collided in no less than a small war. And just when everyone didn't know what to do, a cab with a photo of Manhwaean City was slowly traveling over. As the car door opened, Yang Lin's figure appeared in front of the crowd.